Chen Xuan traversed the vast and ancient continent, becoming the head of the declining sect, the mysterious Cloud Sect. Initially resigned to a life of solitude in the mountains, he was unexpectedly graced by a system that bestowed upon him the cultivation of an emperor and unparalleled weaponry, urging him to recruit disciples and rejuvenate his sect. Beep. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with 9-star potential. You are awarded a luxurious disciple recruitment package, which includes 2 sage summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with 10-star potential. You are awarded an extravagant disciple recruitment package, which contains 2 emperor summoning cards and 2 sage summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with super 10-star potential. You are awarded an extraordinarily generous disciple recruitment package, which includes 1 immortal summoning card. With each disciple accepted, a guaranteed summoning card reward followed. Every 10 summoning cards could be synthesized to summon even more formidable beings. Thus, the mysterious Cloud Sect rose to prominence. What? You are an unparalleled genius, shaking the very foundations of the world. Apologies, but our sect is overflowing with prodigies. What? Your sect has a sage in residence, attracting worship from all directions? Regrettably, our sect is teeming with powerful beings, and sages are as plentiful as dogs. What? Your esteemed ancestor, the Emperor, still walks among the living and seeks to trouble me? Unfortunately, every elder within our sect is at the Emperor realm, so let him come. What? An immortal has descended upon the ancient wilderness continent, and all must bow in reverence? I just synthesized 10 immortals if you dare. Let us clash. In the ancient wilderness continent, in the eastern region of the wild state, at the grave site, a disheveled man sat on the ground, overwhelmed with grief, his voice a cacophony of despair. Master, you have been gone for 10 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 10 years? If I hadn't foolishly believed your deceptive words, I would never have agreed to train with you. You have truly deceived me. Chen Xuan wept at the grave, his tears and snot staining the mound, devoid of any semblance of a cultivator's dignity. A decade prior, he was a diligent young man working in a factory, living a mundane life. Though an orphan, he maintained a sunny disposition, always striving toward a brighter future. His plan was to work for 10 years, save some money, open a breakfast shop, find a girlfriend, and have a family. However, one fateful night, the factory experienced a power outage. Tasked with shutting down the assembly line, he accidentally pulled a wire, causing a surge of blinding light. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the fantastical realm of the ancient wilderness continent. Upon his arrival, he quickly learned that this was a world of cultivation, where one's innate talent determined their achievements. Yet, it was also fraught with peril, filled with cultivators, demon clans, and ferocious beasts. He witnessed a powerful demon transform, overshadowing the sun and devouring an entire city. He also saw a human warrior cleave that beast in two and witnessed the awe-inspiring sight of thousands of cultivators soaring through the skies, filling him with longing for this world. By all accounts, he should have been a favored son of destiny, destined for greatness, with sects vying to accept him as a disciple. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The vastness of the continent rendered him powerless as an ordinary man. He could barely traverse the wild state, let alone escape its confines. In his desperation to cultivate, he resorted to high-interest loans to acquire the most basic cultivation techniques. Whether he was scammed or not, after months of practice, he saw no results. Eventually, his debts caught up to him, forcing him to flee and become a vagabond. Later, he heard of a sect recruitment event and believed his fortunes might change. After enduring numerous hardships to attend, not a single sect would accept him, shattering his dreams of grandeur. Leaving the event, he returned to his life as a wanderer until he finally encountered an elderly man of remarkable wisdom as master, now peacefully resting in the grave. The old man had fed him a pill that revitalized his weary body, leading him to believe he had met a true mentor. In anticipation, he listened as the elder, with a kindly demeanor, uttered the iconic words, "Young man, I see in you a brilliance that rivals the finest jade, a talent so rare that it is truly a prodigy. Though you may currently be obscured, with the guidance of a worthy master, it won't be long before you shine and illuminate the world. I am the 107th sect master of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Will you take me as your master and embark on a path of greatness to save the common people?" Hearing the elder's inquiry and gazing into his magnetic eyes, Chen Xuan didn't hesitate. After a life of begging and hardship, he had finally encountered someone who recognized his potential. He knelt without a second thought, ready to pledge his loyalty. However, to his dismay, the days following his apprenticeship marked the beginning of a nightmare. He soon discovered that his master was gravely injured and had little time left, unable to fly, and instead requiring Chen Xuan to assist him on foot back to the sect. As the elder grew increasingly frail, Chen Xuan devoted himself to caring for him, even more attentively than he had for a girlfriend. Thus, after enduring 6 months of arduous travel, they finally reached the entrance of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Yet at that moment, his master could hold on no longer and passed away. Before departing, he bestowed upon Chen Xuan the title of Sect Master, making him the 108th leader of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Just after becoming a disciple, my master has passed away. Is this what heaven has in store for me? Chen Xuan lamented, overwhelmed with emotion as he carried his master's body up the mountain, only to find that the once grand sect was now a dilapidated shell of its former self. What was once a thriving sect with tens of thousands of disciples and countless experts was now a desolate ruin. Only a handful of structures remained intact, and not a single soul could be seen. Faced with this desolation, Chen Xuan broke down in tears, lamenting his fate as the so-called favored son of destiny. How could an ordinary man like him ever leave the ruins of ancient mountains? With no other options, Chen Xuan settled at the sect's gates, beginning a life of seclusion. Yet, his despair deepened as he found that the teachings left by his master yielded no results in his cultivation, leading him to question the authenticity of the techniques. Regardless of their legitimacy, he was trapped within the ruins of ancient mountains, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, making escape impossible. Days turned into years, and 10 long years passed in the blink of an eye. One fateful morning, Chen Xuan awoke from his meditation, finally perceiving the existence of spiritual energy and entering the first realm of cultivation, chi refinement. Overcome with excitement, he rushed to his master's grave to vent his frustrations. Master, you truly are a master deceiver. A decade spent in chi refinement, and my talent is perhaps even lesser than a dog's. You claimed I was gifted and destined to save the world. Was it all just an effort to prevent the mysterious Cloud Sect from dying out? Have you no regard for my despair? Chen Xuan's agitation grew with each word, his emotions spiraling that moment. His stomach let out a series of rumbling sounds, compelling him to cease his complaints. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, he staggered to his feet, deciding that it was wise to first fill his belly before continuing his tirade. After all, time in the mountains was plentiful, and he had ample moments to squander. However, just as he rose, a celestial voice abruptly resonated within his mind. Ding! The 15-year charging period has concluded. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding with the Supreme Sect system of the Myriad Realms. Boom! As the voice echoed, Chen Xuan was jolted, utterly astonished. A system? Oh my goodness, it truly exists. How splendid. Where did you arrive, dear system? Your wait has been excruciating. In an instant, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Had the system not manifested, he had resigned himself to languishing in the mountains for eternity. To his astonishment, a system had indeed emerged. Truly, novels never deceive. In response to Chen Xuan's elation, the system promptly replied, Ding! This system has existed since before the host transmigration. However, it encountered some unforeseen circumstances during the process, causing the delay. My apologies. It existed before my transmigration. In an instant, Chen Xuan was rendered speechless, utterly dumbfounded. It turned out it had been around for 15 years. How exasperating. Reflecting on those 15 years, a tumult of emotions surged within him as he exclaimed, 15 years. Do you have any notion of how I have endured these past 15 years? Ding! I sincerely apologize. This system will compensate the host. The system's voice carried a note of regret. Compensation? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, swiftly suppressing his sorrow. His gaze sharpened as he probed. What sort of compensation? I must warn you, if it falls short, I shall refuse it. Would a portion of emperor-level cultivation suffice as compensation? After a brief pause, the system tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Emperor-level cultivation? Had the system erred, or had he misheard? This was the pinnacle of the ancient continent's hierarchy. In utter incredulity, Chen Xuan questioned, What did you just say? Compensation will include a portion of emperor-level cultivation, along with an extreme-grade weapon, the Taiwan sword. Would that be acceptable? This is the utmost compensation the system can offer. The system, sensing that its initial offer might not suffice, added an additional weapon. At this juncture, Chen Xuan could no longer contain his exhilaration. 15 years exchanged for a portion of emperor-level cultivation, along with an extreme-grade weapon. What a bargain. It was an incredible deal. Thus, he nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking a grain, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, absolutely. Quickly, let me receive my compensation." Chapter 2. The Supreme Weapon, Tai Wang's Sword, striking the stars the Emperor, the most formidable cultivator within the ancient continent. The phrase beneath the Emperor, all are but ants, stands as irrefutable testament to the Emperor's might. Though there exists a realm beyond the Emperor, that of the immortals, they have never manifested. Even the former emperors, in their relentless pursuit of immortal existence, have found no trace, suggesting that the immortal might merely be an ethereal state, perhaps non-existent. Thus, the Emperor reigns as the pinnacle of power on the continent. A single drop of blood can vanquish gods and demons, and a mere strand of hair can collapse the ancient heavens. As for the supreme weapons, they are treasures of unparalleled caliber, rivaling the Emperor's strength. Known for their extraordinary prowess, they are the exclusive armaments of the Emperor. The materials required for forging such weapons are exceedingly rare, leaving many emperors throughout their lifetimes unable to procure even one supreme weapon. Consequently, not every emperor possesses one. Those who do are among the most formidable. It is said that peak emperors wielding supreme weapons can contend with immortals, even in the absence of the Emperor. The mere possession of a supreme weapon allows one to sweep aside all realms beneath the Emperor. One can only imagine the magnitude of power held by the Emperor and the supreme weapons. With the acquisition of these two rewards, he can now traverse the ancient continent with impunity. Even the seasoned emperors pose no threat, as the system prompted him. The Emperor's cultivation began to flow into Chen Xuan. In an instant, Chen Xuan trembled as he wholeheartedly embraced the Emperor's cultivation. Boom. The infusion of power altered his aura, causing his realm to surge. In but a moment, he transcended the 9th level of Qi refinement and reached the foundation establishment stage. The frenetic pace of his breakthroughs left Chen Xuan astounded. Yet, the power being infused into him was but a droplet in an ocean. One can only fathom the terrifying heights he would reach upon fully assimilating this vast reservoir of power. Boom. Foundation establishment 9th level. Boom. Spiritual sea convergence. Spiritual sea 9th level. Boom. Skyward flight stage. Concentration stage. Heavenly king stage. Royal stage. Pre-saint. Saint. Pre-emperor stage. With his cultivation surpassing the pre-emperor level, explosive sounds echoed within him. Flesh and blood underwent evolution. Cells transformed. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. An unending series of muffled explosions resounded. All 66 trillion cells within Chen Xuan underwent ultimate metamorphosis. Furthermore, all 206 bones shattered their constraints, transcending the bounds of rules, unshackled even by the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void twisted, and countless Tao rhythms surged into his flesh. After an indeterminate time, Chen Xuan completed the most terrifying ultimate evolution. Every inch of his flesh pulsated with the flow of Tao rhythm. Even when at the end of his lifespan, his body would remain immortal for countless years. Should he fully unleash his aura, the surrounding void would likely shatter under the pressure. Feeling his newfound strength, Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with astonishment. What an extraordinary body! A single drop of essence can subdue myriad gods and demons, and a single strand of hair can indeed collapse the ancient heavens. If I were to release my restraint, even a mere breath would shatter the entire Miao sect. Fortunately, the system helped suppress my breakthrough aura. Otherwise, this area would have been obliterated. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuan continued, "System, claim the Tai Wang sword." Ding. The Tai Wang sword has been issued. Please check. Suddenly, the void before him trembled, and an ancient longsword slowly tore through the fabric of reality, materializing before Chen Xuan. The Tai Wang sword appeared calm and unassuming, with the words Tai Wang's sword engraved upon its blade. Though it seemed unremarkable, Chen Xuan understood that within its blade lay immense power, capable of overwhelming even saints upon full restoration. Thus, he grasped the hilt of the Tai Wang sword. Boom. In that instant, the aura of the Tai Wang sword fully awakened, resonating with Chen Xuan. At that moment, he felt as though a casual swing of the sword could sink an entire province. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. He flickered and vanished, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst the stars. Gazing at the distant celestial bodies, Chen Xuan raised his hand and swung the sword. Instantly, a star in the distance exploded, reduced to cosmic dust. Meanwhile, across the ancient continent, numerous powerful cultivators observing the celestial phenomena were startled. What just happened? One star has vanished. No, it has exploded. It seems to have been obliterated by something. Hiss. Has there been a disturbance in the cosmos? Those observing the celestial signs were filled with trepidation. Many ancestral figures from sacred lands opened their eyes in unison, gazing into the void. I sensed the aura of the Emperor and the presence of an imperial weapon. Has an Emperor awakened? A great era approaches. Send word down to all sacred disciples to multiply their cultivation resources tenfold and open the secret realms. The Emperor has emerged. 8 brothers and 9 brothers accompany me to pay respects to the Emperor. In the starry sky, Chen Xuan surveyed the shattered star, secretly amazed. The power of the Emperor, coupled with the supreme weapon, is indeed formidable. With a mere gesture, he can pluck stars and slice through moons. His years of perseverance have not been in vain. Ding! A 10-star genius has been detected. Please proceed to recruit disciples. Suddenly, the system's cold voice echoed. Chen Xuan realized he had yet to fully comprehend the system's functions. Thus, he casually inquired, "System, what capabilities do you possess? Are there rewards for recruiting disciples? If there are no rewards or they are insufficient, I must decline your task. After all, I already possess the cultivation of an emperor and a supreme weapon. I do not lack for trifles. System, my dear host, the bestowal of emperor-level cultivation and a supreme weapon is not intended for idleness." The system lamented, explaining with a pained expression, "It's straightforward, quite simple." "Then please elucidate." Chen Xuan nodded, gradually sheathing the Taiwan sword. The sword seemed to merge with him, obediently entering the spiritual sea to bask in the nourishing aura. All right, this system is known as the strongest sect system in the myriad realms. As the name suggests, it requires the host to develop their sect into the strongest across the myriad realms. To develop the sect, one must recruit disciples, thus filling the ranks. To encourage the host's enthusiasm for disciple recruitment, the rewards are as follows. Recruit a disciple with 10-star potential. Reward of an extravagant recruitment gift pack, which guarantees at least 1 immortal summoning card, with additional rewards randomized. Recruit a disciple with 10-star potential. Reward of a luxurious recruitment gift pack, which guarantees 2 Emperor summoning cards, 2 Saint summoning cards, with other rewards randomized. Recruit a disciple with 9-star potential. Reward of a deluxe recruitment gift pack, guaranteeing 2 Saint summoning cards, with other rewards randomized. Recruit a disciple with potential below 9 stars and above 6 stars. Reward of a standard recruitment gift pack, including 1 Heavenly King summoning card. Note, all summoned beings from the summoning cards will be utterly loyal to the host. Furthermore, every 10 summoning cards of the same level can be combined to create a higher level being. Additionally, Emperor cards and Saint cards can only be combined once, while Heavenly King cards can be combined twice, but not thrice. Realm levels, Chi refinement, foundation establishment, spiritual sea, skyward flight, concentration, Heavenly King, royal, Saint, Emperor, immortal. Chapter 3. The emergence of a 10-star genius. Lin Fan, the ancient sword body, a summoning card for utterly loyal beings. And it can be combined. The rewards are quite appealing. The requirements for recruiting disciples, however, seem a tad steep. Upon observing the system's prompts, Chen Xuan fell into contemplation. Yet, given his status as an emperor, if he resolves to recruit disciples, it should not prove too challenging. After all, the ancient continent is vast, teeming with 10-star talents. With this thought, Chen Xuan nodded affirmatively. All right, I accept this task. Excellent, host. To aid you in discerning the talents of potential disciples, the system additionally rewards you with an eye of detection, capable of assessing the talents and hidden potentials of all individuals. In the realm of sects, a foundational construction awaits, capable of establishing infrastructure, complete with an extraordinary spirit-gathering array. Host, hasten to recruit disciples, lest you be thwarted. With a determined nod, Chen Xuan vanished in an instant, racing towards the location indicated by the system. This place was precisely situated within the vast region of his sect, the ancient continent, Eastern Domain. At the precipice of a towering cliff, several disciples from different sects were in pursuit of a fellow disciple. Lin Fan, you cannot escape. Surrender willingly, they taunted. As brothers, we can grant you a swift end. Absolutely not. I will torment him severely. He has slain my younger brother, and I must exact revenge. Enough. Quickly eliminate him and return for your reward. Brother Wang has promised that whoever brings back Lin Fan's head shall gain entry to the 2nd level of the Divine Arts Pavilion. Dressed in the garb of the Sword Sect, the disciples advanced menacingly towards the cliff's edge. Lin Fan, battered and bruised, gazed upon the faces of his former comrades, unable to suppress a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, a pack of sycophants. Wang Chong bullies his peers, seizing my resources. I merely defended my rights and wounded him. Yet the sect refuses to grant me justice, expelling me and issuing a bounty on my life. Who is truly in the wrong? If I survive this day, I shall take vengeance on Wang Chang and all of you. Lin Fan's voice echoed in fury, a cathartic release of his inner turmoil. Once a disciple of the Sword Sect, he had entered with aspirations to serve the sect, despite lacking exceptional talent. His innate understanding of the sword allowed him to ascend to the inner circle, revered by all. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wang Chang, emboldened by his father's status as an elder, wreaked havoc within the sect, terrorizing fellow disciples, and, ultimately, plotting Lin Fan's demise during an expedition. In a moment of self-defense, Lin Fan inadvertently injured Wang Chang, leading to his unjust expulsion and the subsequent bounty on his life. Such a sect brought him profound sorrow, as he felt his loyalty had been squandered. Haha, Wang Chang has gone too far, but who can challenge the son of an elder? Perhaps had he provoked someone else, matters would not have escalated, but he dared not cross Wang Chang. Regrettably, his demise was all but certain. The disciples, emboldened, drew closer, and Lin Fan, fully aware of the impending doom, resigned himself to his fate. After all, the Sword Sect was one of the two dominant powers in the Soul Supreme Sect, and a mere mortal such as he could hardly escape the wrath of an elder. Yet, even in death, he would forge his own path. With a defiant roar, he declared, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. He prepared to leap into the abyss when suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Wait, do not jump. Lin Fan halted, bewildered, scrutinizing the newcomer. An elder from the Sword Sect? Unlikely. The sect had no elder of such youth. Was this individual here to rescue him? The man spoke, a smile gracing his features. Young man, I see in you a brilliance akin to a gem. A talent rare and extraordinary. Though you presently dwell in obscurity, with the guidance of a worthy master, you shall soon shine forth and illuminate the world. I am the 108th patriarch of the mysterious sect. Will you take me as your mentor and embark upon a path of greatness to save all living beings? Stunned, Lin Fan and the surrounding disciples were taken aback. A recruitment offer? Did this man not grasp the gravity of the situation? And to recruit a disciple pursued by the Sword Sect? Such audacity could not be overlooked. One disciple exclaimed, "How dare you, a lesser sect, attempt to harbor a traitor of the Sword Sect in our presence? Do you wish for conflict?" Silence. Chen Xuan did not even glance back, raising his hand. With a thunderous clap, that disciple exploded into a mist of blood. Gasping, all present were struck with fear, especially Lin Fan, whose eyes widened in shock. A single strike to obliterate a practitioner of the Spirit Sea's 5th level? Who was this man, daring to defy the Sword Sect? Realizing the danger, Lin Fan hastily warned. Elder, you have slain a member of the Sword Sect. They will not let you go. You must flee to avoid trouble. Indeed, you have sealed your fate by killing our kin. You shall pay dearly. Surrender, and accompany us back to the Sword Sect to face judgment. Or else the elders will ensure your demise. The disciples of the Sword Sect, emboldened by their numbers, threatened with confidence. After all, the presence of many formidable practitioners within the sect lent them courage, especially given their immense reputation, enough to instill fear in others. However, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed. Addressing Lin Fan, just tell me, will you accept my tutelage? If so, I shall avenge you by eliminating these fools. If not, I shall take my leave. Vengeance on my behalf? Lin Fan was taken aback, questioning, Elder, do you know of my grievances with the Sword Sect? No, but your visage tells a tale. Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile, revealing Lin Fan's information. Name, Lin Fan. Realm, Spirit Sea, 4th level. Physique, dormant ancient sword body. One of the most formidable physiques from ancient times, possessing an innate affinity for the sword path. Upon activation, it grants dominance over the sword, allowing one to ascend to greatness. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, inner disciple of the Sword Sect, having endured numerous trials to join, yet oppressed and harmed by the elder's son, ultimately leading to his expulsion and a bounty on his life. The details revealed Chen Xuan's earlier words to be true. Lin Fan's face indeed bore the weight of a storied past. Thus, he spared no mercy in dealing with those from the Sword Sect. Very well. I accept your offer to become your disciple. Lin Fan, after a brief hesitation, acquiesced, initially fearful of implicating the mysterious sect. He now recognized the man's extraordinary background and willingness to confront the Sword Sect. Grateful for the chance of protection, he embraced the opportunity. Excellent. I shall first avenge you. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction before turning to face the disciples of the Sword Sect. Instantly, they shuddered. You dare? You will face dire consequences for our deaths. Brothers, attack together. The disciples of the Sword Sect, terrified, charged towards Chen Xuan. Yet before their techniques could manifest, he snapped his fingers, producing a resounding crack. In an instant, all the disciples trembled violently, and boom, boom, boom. All the disciples of the Sword Sect exploded in a shower of blood, dissipating into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly constricted once more. Good heavens! With a mere snap of his fingers, several spiritual sea cultivators were annihilated. Such feats are beyond those of the Skyward Realm. Only elders of the Spirit Concentration Realm could accomplish this. Indeed, I have not chosen my master in vain. In that instant, Lin Fan's gaze towards Chen Xuan was filled with profound reverence. Disciple, why aren't you kneeling to pay your respects to your master? A soft voice echoed, startling the astonished Lin Fan. With a shiver coursing through him, he knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, Disciple Lin Fan pays homage to master. 3 resounding bows followed. Immediately, a notification sounded in Chen Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-star potential disciple. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack has been credited. Good disciple, rise. I shall take you back to the sect. Hearing the system's rewards, Chen Xuan, filled with delight, lifted Lin Fan and soared into the sky. At the Misty Sect, on the main peak, observing the dilapidated mountains and ruined houses around him, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. Master, is this truly the Misty Sect? Why is it so desolate? Oh no, I completely forgot to renovate the sect. Chen Xuan, taken aback, quickly fabricated an excuse. This is merely an illusion. I shall dispel it and reveal the true sect. With that, he silently instructed, System, quickly, use the sect construction card. Ding! The sect construction card has been successfully used. The sect facilities are materializing. The voice of the system rang out, and the construction card vanished. Chen Xuan immediately feigned a grand gesture. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Countless peaks rose majestically from the ground. Various pavilions and grand halls materialized atop the mountains. In the blink of an eye, a brand new sect unveiled its true form. Simultaneously, as the sect facilities appeared, the super gathering formation within the construction card was activated. An overwhelming amount of spiritual energy surged forth, increasing the surrounding spiritual energy 1,000-fold. Feeling the intensifying spiritual energy, Lin Fan involuntarily began to absorb it vigorously. Even his injuries subtly began to heal. Hiss! Is this the true visage of the Misty Sect? Indeed, it is a hidden grand sect, with spiritual energy surpassing that of the Divine Sword sect by countless times. Cultivating here for a single day would equate to several months in the outside world. Lin Fan was astounded. Following closely behind Chen Xuan, his reverence for the sect sword. Ahead, while leading the way, Chen Xuan silently opened the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. System, open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding! The luxurious disciple recruitment pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Emperor summoning cards. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Sage summoning cards. Guaranteed reward. Note, all summoned powerful beings will be unconditionally loyal to the host. Accumulating 10 cards of the same level allows for the summoning of even higher level beings. Congratulations to the host for acquiring sect facilities, 9 immortal veins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Completion Ancient Sword Body. Ancient Sword Body. Every cell contains supreme sword intent, possessing the utmost mastery over the sword path. Capable of commanding 10,000 swords. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Immortal Scripture, Ancient Chaos Sword Technique. Ancient Chaos Sword Technique, a sword path skill left by the sword immortals of antiquity, capable of reversing yin and yang, traversing time, and viewing the past, present, and future. Hence the name Chaos. With the rewards credited, Chen Xuan, leading the way, felt a jolt throughout his being. His understanding of sword intent instantly reached its zenith. In the grand hall of the sect master, the figures of master and disciple gradually appeared. Gazing at the imposing bronze hall, Lin Fan's steps slowed. Disciple, why are you walking so slowly? Hurry up. Chen Xuan sensed something amiss and turned to urge him. Lin Fan, trembling, cautiously replied, Master, why have we not encountered any senior brothers or elders along the way? In that moment, he even felt as if he had entered some perilous realm. Though the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, akin to an immortal paradise, the massive sect was eerily silent, with only the 2 of them walking, which was rather perplexing. Ever since our sect became reclusive, we have not taken in any new disciples. The former disciples have all advanced to the rank of elders. Our elders are either in seclusion or wandering the world. As for me, I have emerged from seclusion to recruit disciples and re-establish the Misty Sect. Chen Xuan explained without a hitch. There were no flaws in his words. He even had no need to use the summoning cards he had just obtained. Besides, those cards could be combined to summon higher-level beings, which he intended to keep for that purpose. So that's how it is. Does that mean I am the foremost disciple of this generation? Upon hearing the explanation, Lin Fan not only sighed in relief but felt a surge of joy. He then quickly caught up with his master's pace. Moments ago, he had thought he had been deceived into a terrifying place. Little did he know. The sect's condition was due to its reclusiveness. No wonder the spiritual energy was so rich. Moreover, he was indeed fortunate. Not only had he joined a hidden sect, but he also had become the eldest disciple. The eldest disciple of a sect is truly exhilarating. Just the thought filled him with elation. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and continued to lead the way. Soon, they entered the Grand Hall of the Sect Master. The Grand Hall of the Sect Master, as the name implies, is the hall where the Sect Master resides. Once inside, Chen Xuan beckoned Lin Fan, saying, "Disciple, come over. I shall help you activate your ancient sword body." Ancient sword body? Do I possess a special physique? Lin Fan gasped, hastening forward, unable to contain his curiosity. Master, do you mean to say that I have the special ancient sword body? He knew that the ancient sword body was the most domineering sword physique from ancient times, naturally attuned to the sword path. Indeed, you possess the ancient sword body, Chen Xuan affirmed. With his master's confirmation, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. No wonder I have always felt an affinity for swords. Practicing sword techniques and other powers has been rather effortless for me. It turns out I possess the most formidable ancient sword body. However, I have heard that to fully activate the ancient sword body, one must utilize ancient sword intent as a catalyst. But in this era of great upheaval, it's not only ancient sword intent that is elusive. Even the ancient bodies are nowhere to be found. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a wave of disappointment and helplessness. Master, I have heard that the ancient sword body requires ancient sword intent to activate. Otherwise, it will forever remain merely an affinity for the sword path without the ability to comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship. Hiki, mere ancient sword intent is a trivial matter for me. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, then raised his hand to condense a surge of sword intent, infusing it into Lin Fan's body. In an instant, Lin Fan trembled, feeling every inch of his being awaken under the influence of the ancient sword intent. Each awakening deepened his understanding of the sword path. This further heightened his admiration for his master. However, there was no time for contemplation. He continued to absorb the essence of swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, boom, a resounding explosion suddenly echoed within Lin Fan's body. Following that, his form emitted the harmonious resonance of 10,000 swords. This signified that the ancient sword body had been fully activated. Swish. Lin Fan opened his eyes, his comprehension of the sword path reaching an entirely new level. He had also activated the innate divine ability of the ancient sword body, sword path. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and raising his arm, he spoke softly to the void. Sword, come forth. Boom. The sound reverberated throughout the hall, spreading in all directions. Clang. Wherever the sound traveled, whether through the mountains or the soil, it resonated with the tremors of swords. Subsequently, countless broken and rusty swords erupted from the ground, surfacing from the ponds, all flying towards the misty sect in unison. Swoosh. Hundreds of long swords soared into the grand hall, surrounding Chen Xuan and Lin Fan in a display of submission. This is the innate divine ability of the ancient sword body, or rather, a natural dominance over swords. However, these swords were not only broken but also low-grade weapons, rendered useless. Chen Xuan immediately uttered a single word, leave. Clang. The hundreds of swords trembled and promptly turned away, flying out of the hall, returning to their original places. Chapter 005. The Transmission of Celestial Scriptures. A glimpse across space. Hiss. My master is also of the ancient sword body. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan gasped in astonishment. No wonder his master possesses the ancient sword intent. It turns out that he shares the same physique. In that instant, Lin Fan's admiration for Chen Xuan surged to an indescribable height. His master saved his life and activated his physique, akin to granting him a second chance at life. This profound gratitude is one he can never repay. Immediately, Lin Fan knelt on the ground, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Disciple bows in thanks to master. There's no need for such formalities, my disciple. You are the current grand senior brother of our sect. I hope you will diligently cultivate and uphold the prestige of our sect. By the way, I have a celestial scripture here that is perfectly suited for the cultivation of the sword Tao. I shall pass it on to you. As he spoke, a scripture materialized in Lin Fan's hands. He picked it up and was taken aback to see the two large characters celestial scripture inscribed upon it. The ancient chaos sky art. Cultivating it to the utmost could reverse the chaos of yin and yang, command the sword across the rivers of time, and attain the status of an emperor through the sword. Boom. Lin Fan's heart trembled, and he began to doubt whether he had been slain by the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Perhaps all he was experiencing now was a fantasy before his demise. Good heavens! A celestial scripture. How could this be possible? Such a treasure is beyond the reach of even the sacred grounds. His master casually presented it to him. Moreover, he had only just begun his journey. This was an overwhelming display of trust. Lin Fan was so excited he could scarcely articulate his feelings, secretly pinching his thigh. The sharp pain instantly brought him back to reality with a wince. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, finally confirming that everything was indeed real. He hastily clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master. Now let us begin your cultivation." Chen Xuan smiled lightly, adding, "The initial stage is the most difficult, fortunately. I am available now to guide you." Yes. Hearing that his master would personally instruct him, Lin Fan eagerly opened the scripture and began to peruse its contents. Soon, he finished reading the cultivation techniques. However, there were a few points he found perplexing, so he lifted his head to inquire of his master. Just as he did, he noticed his master frowning slightly as he gazed to the side, uttering two words, "Impudent." "Master, what troubles you?" Lin Fan asked in concern, taken aback. "Nothing. I merely reprimanded an insufferable individual." Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his gaze, leaving Lin Fan in a haze of confusion. Were they not in the grand hall of the sect? There were no other individuals present. What had he reprimanded? Lin Fan was puzzled. Yet he chose not to dwell on it and began to ask about his misunderstandings, awaiting his master's elucidation. Time rewinds a quarter of an hour. Divine Sword Sect, Grand Hall. Several elders stood below, engaged in animated discussion, while the sect leader above wore a stony expression. "Have you uncovered the truth?" The sect leader Yushan inquired, casting a calm glance at the elders below. One elder, tasked with investigating the disappearance of disciples, quickly clasped his fists and reported, "Sect leader, the soul tablets of 6 inner disciples have shattered. Upon investigation, there were no traces left at the scene of death." "Is there truly not a single shred of evidence?" Yushan frowned, visibly displeased. "What about their ores? There were no lingering ores at all?" "This morning, he received news of a traitor within the sect and immediately issued a pursuit order. However, the pursuit involved only disciples, without the elders, intended as a trial for them. Yet to his astonishment, not long ago, the soul tablets of 6 disciples shattered simultaneously, and they were all inner disciples. The simultaneous death of 6 inner disciples was no trivial matter, compelling him to assign the elder of the punishment hall to investigate. Yet half a day had passed, and the only report received was one devoid of any clues. It was indeed perplexing, not a trace of aura left behind, as if they had vanished into thin air at the edge of a cliff. The elder of the punishment hall shook his head. "Elder, could it be that Lin Fan sought assistance? Perhaps his accomplices killed our disciples and then rescued Lin Fan? After all, his corpse is yet to be found." At that moment, the elder Wang Bin from the Techniques Pavilion could no longer contain his curiosity. He was the father of Wang Chong, an elder of the Techniques Pavilion. His concern did not lie with the number of disciples lost. He was solely preoccupied with when the culprit Lin Fan would be apprehended. After all, he had a son late in life, and Lin Fan had nearly deprived him of his son's manhood. If he did not capture Lin Fan for revenge, he would be unable to face his son and would remain unable to vent his frustrations. That seems unlikely. Lin Fan's background is clean. He has no relatives in the secular world, and no one would assist him. Moreover, to simultaneously slay 6 of our core disciples without leaving any traces, such a feat should be beyond the capabilities of a practitioner in the airborne realm. It must have been a practitioner in the concentration realm. A mere inner disciple like Lin Fan could not possibly have assistance from a concentration realm expert. I suspect it is individuals from other factions targeting us. The elder of the punishment hall analyzed the situation seriously, then turned to Yushan and said, "Sect leader, we have many talents within our sect, and the new round of recruitment for disciples is about to commence. It is inevitable that we may attract the ire of other factions. I request that the sect leader employ the divine weapon, the Void Mirror, to investigate the matter. If other forces are indeed plotting against us, attempting to undermine our status as a dominant sect, we must be prepared. The Void Mirror is merely a fragmented divine weapon. Each use diminishes its lifespan. Are you certain that our divine sword sect is under siege?" Yushan expressed reluctance. Weapons are categorized into spiritual artifacts, divine weapons, and imperial weapons. Divine weapons are rare treasures. Even their dominant sect possesses but one incomplete divine weapon. It is precisely this weapon that has allowed them to establish themselves in the wilderness state and become a prominent force. However, the Void Mirror, when used, loses a portion of its lifespan until it is ultimately destroyed. To expend the lifespan of a divine weapon to uncover the cause of a disciple's death seems a gross misallocation of resources. Sect leader, if the disciples have been mistakenly killed, that would be one thing. But if there are indeed other factions covertly targeting us, knowing sooner would allow us to take precautions. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. Many sects in the wilderness state aspire to replace our divine sword sect. Noticing Yushan's hesitation, the elder of the punishment hall continued to analyze the pros and cons. The other elders nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I support the elder of the punishment hall's proposal." "I concur." "Agreed. Only a divine weapon can uncover the truth." One by one, the elders voiced their support. Yushan recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly acquiesced. Very well. If that is the case, we shall employ the divine weapon. With that, he waved his hand, summoning a cracked mirror. The mirror hovered in the air, facing the shattered soul tablets. Xuan raised his hand and infused spiritual energy into the void mirror. In an instant, the void mirror spun wildly, beginning to search for the last trace of aura left on the soul tablets. Before long, the scene within the mirror stabilized atop a cliff. Confirming it to be the site they suspected, sect leader Xuan immediately increased the flow of spiritual energy, continuing the search. Once again, the void mirror's interior descended into chaos. Yet this time, before the scene could stabilize, a pair of deep, penetrating eyes suddenly appeared within the void mirror. It seemed as if those eyes could see through the void mirror and gaze upon them. In that instant, everyone within the hall was taken aback. Sect leader Xuan was so startled that he hastily severed the flow of spiritual energy. But just then, a voice emanated from the depths of the void mirror. Belonging to those very eyes, impudent. Boom, boom. The voice instantaneously reverberated through the void mirror, sending the sect leader of the divine sword sect flying. Xuan staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then, the scene within the void mirror vanished, and the divine weapon disintegrated into ashes. So powerful, so powerful. Xuan had no time to mourn the loss of the void mirror and stared wide-eyed, his pupils filled with terror. Sect leader, are you all right? Quickly, take a healing pill. The other elders rushed over in alarm, realizing that their leader was a formidable practitioner in the concentration realm. Yet he had sustained injuries from the void mirror. This was utterly unfathomable. Xuan, supported by the others, quickly consumed a healing pill before regaining his composure. His heart still racing as he gazed at the spot where the void mirror had turned to dust. Only after confirming that the eyes had vanished did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 006. The Fusion of 9 Celestial Veins. 5,000 times the concentration of spiritual energy, sect leader. What on earth transpired? Why is there a sound within the void mirror? It seems that the void mirror cannot replicate sound. What is the meaning of those eyes? Could they belong to the murderer? The elders inquired with evident concern. The recent scene had completely surpassed everyone's comprehension. Shoo, do not speak carelessly. Xuan furrowed his brow, hastily warning the elders. He then cautiously continued. Those eyes can traverse the void and see us through the mirror. We have been completely exposed to their gaze. Moreover, I sense that this was merely a warning. Otherwise, if it were through that mirror, we would all have been annihilated in an instant. What? Hiss. So terrifying. My goodness. They can see us across the space? What level of cultivation is this? Could it be a heavenly king? A heavenly king should not possess such power, at the very least. It must be an emperor level or a half-saint. What? A half-saint? In that moment, all the elders were taken aback by the mere mention of the term half-saint. After all, a half-saint was a being only found within a sacred ground. Had they offended the sacred ground? A chill ran through the crowd. I do not know, but I can feel that those eyes can pierce through everything, regardless of whether they are a sovereign or a half-saint. We need not investigate the matter of the disciples' death. Otherwise, if we offend those eyes, our divine sword sect shall be doomed. Xuan trembled as he spoke. He did not know the strength of the other party, but he was acutely aware that they could never afford to offend those eyes. Very well. This formidable being must have been offended by our disciple, resulting in their elimination. They did not strike directly at the sect master. I believe they will not hold us accountable. This matter must remain confidential and not be disclosed. Dismissed. What about the pursuit order for Lin Fan? The elder from the Technique Pavilion still harbored hope, cautiously glancing at the sect master. The sect master hesitated for a moment before responding. Lin Fan should not be connected to those eyes. Let the pursuit order be rescinded for now. Instead, we shall covertly capture him. Remember, he must be taken alive. And we must not offend anyone during the capture process. Additionally, if we truly cannot capture him, then let it be. At the mysterious sect. Under Chen Xuan's guidance, Lin Fan had begun to grasp the fundamentals. The reasons for his rapid comprehension were quite simple. First, he possessed the ancient sword body, which naturally resonated with the path of the sword. Second, the celestial scriptures were crafted by a sword immortal, making them more suited for practitioners of the sword. Third, this realm was abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. With all these favorable conditions, his learning pace was swift. Disciple, there are numerous rooms outside the main hall. You may choose any one to reside in. Stepping out of the sect master's great hall, Chen Xuan pointed to the adjacent buildings. Understood. Lin Fan nodded and selected a room, preparing to report to his master. However, upon turning around, he found that Chen Xuan had already soared into the sky. At the same time, 9 enormous transparent dragons suddenly appeared in Chen Xuan's hands, and with a flourish, they dove toward the ground. Hiss, is that a spiritual vein? No. The aura is even more potent than a spiritual vein. Could it be a divine vein? Surely not a celestial vein. Goodness. His master can actually manifest a celestial vein with his bare hands? Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan was utterly astonished. Spiritual veins are formless entities formed from the accumulation of spiritual energy in the world, typically nurtured by heaven and earth. As for celestial veins, they are even rarer, with ordinary cultivators never even encountering divine veins, let alone celestial veins. Yet his master could effortlessly manifest a celestial vein. Such a feat was simply terrifying. In that moment, Lin Fan stood there in a daze, watching as his master arranged the celestial veins. Soon, as the first celestial vein merged with the mountains and rivers, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, causing the barrier of this realm to begin to weaken. This, 1,500 times the spiritual energy? It truly is a celestial vein. As the first celestial vein was placed, Lin Fan immediately sensed the exponential increase in spiritual energy, leaving him in disbelief. Boom. The second celestial vein also burrowed into the land, further amplifying the surrounding spiritual energy. Hiss 2,000 times. Moreover, the barrier of heaven and earth grew even thinner. Lin Fan's eyes widened in amazement. This was merely the placement of 2 celestial veins. What would happen if all 9 were set down? In Lin Fan's incredulous gaze, one celestial vein after another was embedded into the mountains and rivers with Chen Xuan's gestures. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, all 9 celestial veins were integrated into the earth. The spiritual energy at the peak of the mysterious sect instantly surged to 5,000 times that of the outside world. Of course, this was at the main peak. However, even the other peaks outside the main peak boasted over 4,000 times the spiritual energy. Even the remote corners beneath the various peaks had concentrations of spiritual energy reaching 3,000 times. Nevertheless, compared to the barrier of heaven and earth, this spiritual energy was insignificant, for at this moment, the barrier within the mysterious sect had become exceedingly weak, allowing various principles and laws of the world to be felt effortlessly. In certain areas, the resonance of the Tao even leaked through the barrier, visible to the naked eye. This was the true essence of terror. What is the greatest fear in cultivation? Is it seclusion or battle? Neither. The greatest fear in cultivation is the inability to comprehend. Without comprehension, no matter how hard one cultivates, progress remains stagnant. Especially in the later stages, breakthroughs rely heavily on various insights. With the rules of the mysterious sect now manifesting in the resonance of the Tao flowing, cultivating here equates to having virtually no arduous bottlenecks. As long as one is willing to endure hardship and training, breakthroughs are inevitable. It is no exaggeration to say that if a dog were thrown into the mysterious sect, it would likely achieve great prowess in no time. Our sect truly radiates power. I must strive diligently in my cultivation to live up to my master's high expectations in the environment of the sect. Filled with astonishment, Lin Fan entered his room and began to immerse himself in arduous training. On the other side, after arranging the celestial veins, Chen Xuan wore a satisfied smile. The rewards from the system were indeed exceptional. With such transformations in the sect, it would surely be easier to recruit disciples in the future. As for the summoning card, Chen Xuan had no intention of using it for now. Firstly, he had already attained the cultivation level of an emperor. Summoning 1 or 2 more emperors would not bring him any sensation. So it was better to reserve it for synthesizing celestials. As for the saint summoning card, it was even less relevant. Why summon a saint when one could synthesize an emperor? After all, the system had stated that cards could be synthesized. However, once an emperor and a saint are synthesized, they cannot be synthesized again. This means that a saint summoning card can only synthesize an emperor, and the resulting emperor card cannot be further synthesized. It can only be summoned for use. Yet the emperor summoning card can be synthesized into a celestial. Thus, the optimal strategy for maximizing the benefits of summoning cards is to synthesize emperors into celestials and saints into emperors. After all, it is rare to encounter a celestial in this world for countless millennia. Having a celestial in the sect would undoubtedly be magnificent. Once there is a celestial, gathering more emperors as elders would also be splendid. As for the rewards for lower-tier disciples, in due time, they could all be synthesized into saints to serve as outer sect elders. After all, the elders of the mysterious sect cannot be below the level of saints. Otherwise, it would not uphold the prestige of the strongest sect. At that time, as the sect leader, I will command countless saints, emperors, and celestials. How magnificent that would be. With such thoughts, Chen Xuan grinned. It was uncertain whether the system detected his thoughts, but suddenly it sprang up again, reminding him, ding, 3 days from now, the Divine Sword City will host a disciple recruitment event, where a genius with 10-star potential will appear. Please ensure the host marks the time to recruit disciples. A recruitment event? Chen Xuan was taken aback, perplexed. System, are you mistaken? The Divine Sword Sect is recruiting disciples. Do you want me to go and compete for them? Ding. Not quite, host. Although it is the Divine Sword Sect recruiting disciples, you do not need to go to the Divine Sword Sect itself. You simply need to go to the Divine Sword City. At that time, there will not only be the Divine Sword Sect, but also many smaller sects and various sects looking to pick up discarded disciples. Discarded disciples. Chen Xuan, is this for real? Here I am, the future leader of the strongest sect, an emperor-level sect master. And I am to go to the doorstep of a mere hegemonic force to pick up scraps? Chen Xuan cursed inwardly with exasperation. Yet upon realizing that the other party was a disciple of extraordinary talent, Chen Xuan instantly lost his temper. After all, the feeling of being praised was truly delightful. All right, I understand. I shall be there. With that, Chen Xuan vanished into the grand hall of the sect leader. Chapter 007. The Great Disciples' Consecutive Breakthroughs and the Gathering for Recruitment. 3 days later, atop the peak of the mysterious sky sect, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of impure air. I have reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Remarkably, in just 3 days, he had advanced 5 minor realms. This environment was indeed a paradise on Earth. Moreover, the celestial level technique bestowed upon me by my master was undeniably formidable. After my cultivation, my combat prowess had surged by several dozens of times. My master mentioned taking me to recruit new disciples. I should inquire when we shall depart. Lin Fan rose and made his way to the grand hall, clasping his fists in respect. Master, I have completed my training and reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. When do we set off? He awaited his master's praise with eager anticipation. After all, advancing 5 minor realms in 3 days was no easy feat, even for the prodigies of the sacred lands. The pinnacle of the Spirit Sea? Quite impressive, Chen Xuan remarked. However, compared to my master, I am still a tad slow. I recall when my master ascended from the 1st to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. It was merely a breath's time. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and offered a word of commendation, inadvertently complimenting himself in the process. To break through 9 minor realms in a single breath? Lin Fan was taken aback, utterly disbelieving. What a boast. Even the ancient emperors could not achieve such feats. No matter how formidable my master is, it is impossible. Yet, despite his skepticism, Lin Fan still humbly replied, I am but a foolish disciple, unworthy of comparison with my master. Just understand that, and let us go. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction and soared into the air. Observing this, Lin Fan hurriedly followed suit. Thus, the master and disciple flew toward the Sword City, albeit with Lin Fan donning a bronze mask to conceal his identity, to avoid any unwanted attention due to his past as a disciple of the Sword City. Sword City, a town affiliated with the Sword Sect. Its proximity to the Sword Sect made it a popular destination for those seeking to become disciples. At this moment, the exterior of Sword City was bustling with activity, teeming with people, nearly bursting at the seams. Such was the allure of a dominant sect. Aspirants flocked in droves, all yearning for an opportunity to ascend to the Sword Sect and soar to greatness. Naturally, other sects were also present, hoping to seize the chance to recruit high-talent disciples gathered here, as one could find far more prodigies here than in their own backyards. Stop. What brings you here? At the city gates, Chen Xuan and Lin Fan were halted by 2 gatekeeping disciples. Chen Xuan paused and calmly replied, We are here to recruit disciples. Recruiting disciples? The gatekeeper's expression was impassive, as if this were a common occurrence. Immediately, he began to rub his fingers together. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan understood the implication. No wonder the Sword Sect allowed others to recruit. It turned out there was money to be made. Thus, he casually inquired, How much? 300 spirit stones. Chen Xuan, what a bargain. Quit dawdling. Pay up quickly. There are many others waiting to enter the city. The gatekeeper urged, clearly impatient. 300 spirit stones were trivial. Chen Xuan nodded and turned to Lin Fan, saying, Disciple, pay the fee. Lin Fan. Although startled by his master's reminder, Lin Fan bore no displeasure. It was a privilege to assist his master. He would not hesitate to part with 300 spirit stones. He would even sacrifice his life, if necessary. Thus, he cheerfully produced the required amount and handed it over. Remember, when recruiting disciples, do not use force. It must be voluntary. If anyone dares to oppress or coerce, they shall bear the consequences. The gatekeeper admonished. The master and disciple ignored him and went straight into Sword City. Upon entering, they were greeted by the vibrant and bustling streets. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares and lively bargaining filled the air. Even Chen Xuan was captivated by the scene, having spent 10 years in seclusion within the mountains, far removed from such crowds. The streets were alive with handsome young men and beautiful women, though some middle-aged and elderly individuals also mingled among the throngs. They navigated through the crowd, casting furtive glances, occasionally appearing in alleyways to intercept young men and women. Fear not, I am not here to rob you. Young man, I see in you a promising future, with a rounded forehead and a straight physique. Your aura suggests you are destined for greatness. Would you be interested in joining my Moonwell sect? Admission guarantees you a place among the inner disciples. Step aside. I've never heard of the Moonwell sect. I aim to join the Sword sect as an outer disciple. Young lady, I gazed at the stars last night and perceived a prodigious talent emerging. Therefore I sought you out. Would you consider joining my carefree sect? I would gladly accept you as my personal disciple. Step aside. I am destined to become an outer disciple of the Sword sect. I have never heard of your carefree sect. One after another, the scheming old men attempted to entice the youths and maidens. Even the manner of speaking was strikingly similar. Observing this scene, Chen Xuan was taken aback, for he had once used a similar approach when recruiting Lin Fan. He turned to look at Lin Fan, who remained unfazed. Having been a disciple of the Sword sect, he had encountered many such situations and felt no emotional upheaval. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt a bit awkward and discreetly led the way forward. Master, shall we find a place to stay first? Or shall we go directly to find the person you seek? Lin Fan respectfully inquired along the way. Chen Xuan replied earnestly, let us go directly to find them. Once we recruit a disciple, we shall return. With that, Chen Xuan gazed in the direction indicated by the system's locator. Soon, he spotted a young girl clad in a form-fitting, sheer dress. Though many handsome men and beautiful women populated the streets, the appearance of this young girl still caused quite a stir. She was tall and graceful, and wherever she went, the other beauties seemed overshadowed by her presence. Instantly, countless gazes were drawn to her, filled with admiration. Yi Qingqing name. Yi Qingqing, rebirth of a semi-emperor, realm, 6th level of the spirit sea. Physique, reincarnation celestial body. Consciousness unbound by reincarnation, awareness eternally indelible. Each time she dies, she resurrects with her blood and memories. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, born a millennium later as a reincarnated body, having undergone 9 cycles of rebirth without achieving the path to becoming an emperor. Now in her 10th cycle, she has been reborn a millennium ago and awakened her past memories just half a month prior. Detailed information appeared before Chen Xuan's eyes. He smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "Ah, a girl from a millennium later. Disciple, you now have a junior sister." With that, he strode directly toward the young girl. Huh, a junior sister? Lin Fan was taken aback, instinctively following his master's lead. However, just as they were about to reach Yi Qingqing, a young man clad in the attire of a Sword sect disciple stepped forward and blocked her path. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Lin Fan paused for a moment and hurriedly reminded, "Master, he is Wang Chong, the son of the elder of the Techniques Pavilion. It is because of him that I am being hunted." What a coincidence. In that case, you may take your vengeance on him later. I shall provide you with protection, Chen Xuan remarked nonchalantly. However, these bold words startled Lin Fan, who expressed concern. But won't this bring trouble to you, master? This is the vassal city of the Divine Sword sect, filled with many disciples from various sects, and it is very close to the Divine Sword sect. If something goes awry, the Divine Sword sect will receive news immediately. Not a problem. Remember, my Piao Miao sect fears no power. Even if an emperor comes, you need not fear. Everything is backed by the sect. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's entire being trembled, and he instantly became filled with fighting spirit. The Piao Miao sect fears no power. Even if an emperor arrives, there is nothing to fear. Everything is supported by the sect. Does this imply that there are indeed unparalleled experts within the sect? With this thought, Lin Fan became thoroughly excited and vigorously nodded. All right, I will take my revenge on him. Yes, but do not approach him yet. Let us see what he intends to do with your junior sister. Chapter 008. The Reincarnation Celestial Body. From 10,000 years later, Wang Chong's eyes sparkled with excited malice as he scrutinized Yi Qingqing. A true gem. A true gem. This figure, this visage, this complexion, this slender waist. Oh my, it must make one feel ethereal. In an instant, Wang Chong's eyes were filled with lustful glimmers. He could hardly recall the last time he encountered such a treasure. Now that he had finally come across one, not to seize her would be an affront to his reputation as a dandy of the Divine Sword sect. Thus, with a beaming smile, Wang Chong positioned himself in front of Yi Qingqing, feigning concern. "Miss, you must be here to participate in the Divine Sword sect's recruitment event, right? The entrance test has already commenced today. Why haven't you gone yet? Are you lost? Perhaps I could escort you to the Divine Sword sect for the entrance examination." "No need." Yi Qingqing frowned and shook her head, outright refusing. Yet the youth remained unfazed, still gazing at her with lustful eyes. "Miss, I am Wang Chang. an inner disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. My father is an elder of the Techniques Pavilion and can recommend you for entry, which would save you a great deal of trouble. Moreover, as long as you perform well in the outer sect, I could easily use a bit of influence to help you enter the inner sect. What do you say? Shall we get to know each other? Upon finishing, he wore an expectant expression, as if he had everything under control. However, Yi Qingqing's response was unexpectedly flat. She shook her head again in refusal. The reason was quite simple. Lin Fan was no longer in the Divine Sword Sect, so why should she join? Furthermore, with her qualifications, she could directly enter the inner sect without needing a recommendation. Sorry, I do not wish to join any sect at this time. Yi Qingqing stated calmly and turned to leave. Yet, such an attitude instantly extinguished Wang Chang's patience. His expression darkened as he coldly threatened. If you do not wish to join the Divine Sword Sect, then what are you doing here? Do you think you can just come and go as you please? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing could not help but smile wryly. She did not want to be here either, but she had been forcibly transported here. In her previous life, she lived on the ancient continent 10,000 years later. In that era, she was exceptionally gifted and grew through numerous adventures. Though an orphan without family, her path of cultivation was remarkably smooth, as if she were the destined heroine of a novel. However, everything changed when she encountered a woman named Leng Shi, who completely altered her perception of her own identity. She came to understand that she was not the heroine, but rather a supporting character. Each time Leng Shi appeared, she would kill her for various reasons, and Yi Qingqing could never escape, facing death repeatedly. In her first life, she was killed 9 times in 9 reincarnations. It nearly drove her to madness. In her first life, during her growth period, she dealt with several obstacles due to some conflicts. Later, a girl named Leng Shi, who had achieved great cultivation, found her and, without distinction, struck her down, claiming it was revenge for her family. Only then did she realize that the obstacles she had previously dealt with were related to Leng Shi's family. After being turned to ash, Yi Qingqing was reborn at the original starting point, commencing her second cycle of reincarnation. This time, she was extra cautious, avoiding offending Leng Shi's family. Even when encountering them, she smiled and tried to build connections. She was terrified that if Leng Shi surpassed her in cultivation, she would come to kill her. Yet fate always played tricks. Heaven arranged for a man to be by her side, who adored her intensely. Although she felt nothing for him, who knew that the girl Leng Shi would encounter her again, attempting to claim that man, and thus, she was slain again. For that man was her boyfriend. Upon learning of this, Yi Qingqing was infuriated. Thus, in her third reincarnation, she neither offended that girl nor interacted with that man. The result was yet another encounter with both of them. The consequence was once again death. And so, in the subsequent cycles, she could hardly escape her fate of being vanquished by that girl. Even when she anticipated and preemptively attacked, she would always be evaded, allowing the girl to cultivate further and return to kill her. She was nearly driven to the brink of insanity. Until her 9th life, she abandoned all means of contention with that girl and began to fervently cultivate, striving to avoid leaving her dwelling or interacting with others, ultimately reaching the quasi-emperor realm at an astonishing pace, before finally emerging. According to the timeline, at that time, the girl was no match for her, far from the quasi-emperor realm. Thus, she confidently emerged. As expected, that girl appeared again, yet her cultivation was far inferior. She was no match for Yi Qingqing. Just when she believed she could smoothly eliminate her opponent, another strange man emerged, striking her, a quasi-emperor, to ash with a single blow. Only in her final moments did she realize that this newly emerged man was the girl's senior brother, a being of emperor-level cultivation, vastly superior to her. Moreover, their master was a man named Lin Fan. Upon discovering this news, Yi Qingqing was left dumbfounded. The girl herself was already outrageous. Now, a senior brother appeared, and he was an emperor. Not only did he turn her to ash with a mere slap, but they also had a master above them. Heavens! Just how powerful was Lin Fan, that even his disciples could be emperors. Opposing them truly meant a disastrous end. Even if she could continue to be reborn, it would be difficult to escape the fate of being crushed. Who knows what realm Lin Fan truly possessed? Thus, upon realizing all this, Yi Qingqing secretly resolved that in her next reincarnation, she would seek out Lin Fan to become his disciple and cling to him for support. However, she never anticipated that in her 10th life, she would abruptly be transported back 10,000 years, becoming the eldest daughter of the prominent Yi family, a family just beneath a dominant power. It was only half a month ago that she awakened the memories of her previous 9 reincarnations. This shattered all her plans, especially when she considered that, 10,000 years later, she might once again encounter that girl who had always suppressed her. She was overwhelmed with anxiety. However, after awakening her memories, she unexpectedly learned that the Divine Sword Sect was holding its triannual recruitment event, and her father, the clan leader, had been extolling the might of the Divine Sword Sect, reminding her of fragmented memories from her past life. Lin Fan, it seemed, had originated from the Divine Sword Sect. Later, for some unknown reason, he had distanced himself from the sect. He had soared to great heights. Had she traversed back to Lin Fan's era? Her heart trembled, and she eagerly sought to investigate Lin Fan's information. Soon, she discovered that Lin Fan was indeed a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and moreover, an inner disciple who was not particularly valued by the sect. Upon learning this, she wasted no time and promptly complied with her father's arrangements. Coming alone to participate in the Divine Sword Sect's recruitment event, she confidently assured her father that she had absolute faith in her ability to directly become an inner disciple. This excited her father immensely, prompting him to present her with countless treasures to enhance her strength. Yet, it was the same old story. Fate always enjoys playing tricks. This morning, as she confidently prepared to attend the test, she discovered that Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect. The reason was unknown. His whereabouts were unknown. Her aspirations to cling to a powerful ally once again fell through. As for joining the Divine Sword Sect, she had completely lost interest. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of where to find Lin Fan. Thus, she held no favorable regard for the disciple of the Divine Sword Sect standing before her. After all, given her strength, even if she were to join the sect, her status would undoubtedly surpass that of this individual. With a little maneuvering, she could certainly become a direct disciple of the sect leader. However, considering Lin Fan's expulsion from the sect, joining it might place her in opposition to him, prompting her to abandon the idea altogether. In this lifetime, she had family and responsibilities. Unlike her previous solitary existence, offending a dominating force like the Divine Sword Sect could endanger her family's standing. Consequently, she softened her tone and said, "I apologize, but I truly do not wish to join the Divine Sword Sect at this moment. Today, whether you like it or not, you will join us. Otherwise, you shall not leave." Wang Chang sneered, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, several more disciples of the Divine Sword Sect appeared, encircling Yi Qi-Ching. "Stop." Just as Wang Chang was about to take action, a cold voice rang out. Two men, one tall and one short, approached them slowly. Was the Divine Sword Sect truly resorting to coercion to recruit disciples? The newcomers were none other than Chen Xuan and Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan who spoke, his expression impassive behind a bronze eye mask. Lin Fan? Upon seeing him, Wang Chang instinctively called out his name. Lin Fan replied, "You recognize me? The only one bold enough to oppose me without backing is you. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you." Wang Chang sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "How audacious of you to show your face in Divine Sword City. After your last sneak attack left me injured, you won't escape this time. Brothers, let us take him down together." At his command, the other disciples of the Divine Sword Sect dispersed, surrounding Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. On the other side, upon hearing their exchange, Yi Qi-Cheng was visibly shaken, her heart racing. Reflexively, she turned her gaze towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Could he be the master of Longxi? The formidable figure who would dominate the world a millennium later? In an instant, Yi Qi-Cheng was rendered speechless. She never anticipated that her search would yield such results effortlessly. She must secure his favor. While Lin Fan was engaged in battle, she would seize the opportunity to express her allegiance, striving to win his trust. With this thought, Yi Qi-Cheng became more alert, ready to act at a moment's notice to assist him, though she was merely at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea. She possessed ample means accumulated over 9 lifetimes. Even if an elder appeared, she was confident she could whisk Lin Fan away. But at that moment, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect suddenly found themselves immobilized, as if their legs had been rooted to the ground. What is happening? I can't move my legs. Me neither. It's as if they're glued to the ground. Panic spread among them, while Lin Fan simply smiled, knowing that his master had intervened, granting him the chance for vengeance. He then turned to Wang Chang and coldly declared, "Wang Chang, prepare to meet your end." With that, he raised his hand, gathering a palm of spiritual energy, and struck towards Wang Chang. Wang Chang was taken aback. However, as a 5th-level Spirit Sea cultivator, he believed himself to be superior to Lin Fan. Though he felt somewhat weak, he was still a level above Lin Fan. Even without assistance, he was unafraid. Lin Fan, in a direct confrontation, you are no match for me. Today, I shall show you the might of the 5th level of the Spirit Sea. Tiger S Fury Fist. With that, he unleashed his 5th-level aura, manifesting a pair of fists that charged towards Lin Fan's palm. Boom. In an instant, the two powers collided. Yet, Wang Chang's Tiger S Fury Fist was obliterated upon contact with Lin Fan's palm. Subsequently, Lin Fan's hand continued its descent with the weight of a mountain towards Wang Chang's head. Wang Chang gasped in shock, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could you, a mere 4th-level Spirit Sea cultivator, shatter my Tiger S Fury Fist in an instant? He was astounded and hastily summoned his spiritual energy to form a defense. However, before his spiritual barrier could materialize, Lin Fan's massive hand crashed down upon him, producing a thunderous sound as it struck the ground, creating a deep crater in the stone floor, while Wang Chong vanished without a trace. The onlookers stared in shock, peering into the crater where only a blurred mass of blood and flesh remained. Huh? Who said I was merely at the 4th level of the Spirit Sea? I am now at the 9th level, Lin Fan murmured to himself. With his vendetta fulfilled, the hatred that had consumed him dissipated entirely. He then turned to Chen Xuan and clasped his fists, saying, Master, I have avenged my grievances. Boom. At this proclamation, the crowd finally emerged from their stupor. Heavens! A disciple of the Divine Sword Sect has been reduced to mud. They've killed someone. Run. Panic ensued as the young men and women scattered in fear. After all, these were disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, and they were on the sect's territory. To commit murder here was akin to courting death. The nearby disciples, although regaining their mobility, lost all confidence in capturing the assailant. 9th level of the Spirit Sea. How could Lin Fan have broken through 5 realms in just 3 days? They were astonished, especially at the silent figure beside him. Was that his master? No wonder they had been unable to move earlier. It was undoubtedly his master's doing. As the disciples stood in shock, they dared not utter threats and swiftly retreated to signal the sect elders, keeping a wary eye on Lin Fan and Chen Xuan, lest they make an escape. However, they gravely underestimated Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. Fleeing was the act of the weak. At this moment, Chen Xuan not only remained unfazed but also nodded approvingly, saying, Well done. You acted decisively when the time called for it. This aligns with the true spirit of our Misty sect. With that, he approached Yu Qi-ching, a gentle smile gracing his lips. My dear, I perceive great potential within you. You are destined for greatness. Would you care to become my disciple and join the Misty sect? I am the 108th sect master, and our sect possesses formidable strength and deep roots, ensuring your future ascension to imperial heights. With his words, the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. Good heavens! He not only stayed but also dares to recruit disciples. What audacity! I've never encountered someone so bold. The Misty sect? I've never heard of such a sect. Have you? I haven't either. It must be an obscure sect. Yet, the audacity was astounding. To kill a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect and dare to recruit disciples on the spot, was that not courting death? Yu Qi-ching was equally astonished. The Misty sect? The 108th sect master? Lin Fan's master? Had she stumbled upon a truly formidable ally? Her fortune was remarkable. If not now, then when? Without a second thought, she knelt before Chen Xuan, exclaiming, Disciple Yu Qi-ching pays respects to the master. With that, she knocked her head 3 times on the stone floor, the sound echoing throughout the venue. The sight left everyone around wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly incredulous. She actually bowed. My goodness, is she not courting her own demise? Oh dear. This young lady is doomed. Offending the Divine Sword Sect ensures a grim fate. Did she truly dare to become a disciple? What a pity. She seems exceptionally talented. It's a shame her life will be short-lived. The surrounding sect leaders and elders sighed in lament. Chen Xuan was utterly unconcerned, for the system's reward had arrived once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple with 10-star potential. The luxurious disciple acceptance gift package has been delivered. Please check your inventory. Chapter 010. A single sentence shatters the elders. That pair of eyes reappears. Good. Obedient disciple, rise. The ground is cold. After successfully accepting his disciple, Chen Xuan excitedly helped Yu Qi-ching to her feet. With a beaming smile, he gestured towards Lin Fan and introduced Qi-ching. This is your senior brother, Lin Fan. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. Senior brother, I pay my respects. I hope you will take care of me. Yu Qi-ching promptly greeted Lin Fan, her heart brimming with excitement. This was wonderful. She had become Lin Fan's junior sister, no longer fearing that cold Xie after a millennium. When the time came, would she not stand before Xie, daring her to act against her, the disciple of her master? Moreover, if her master could teach Lin Fan to such a remarkable level, surely her guidance would be no less exceptional. Greetings, junior sister. As fellow disciples of the sect, let us strive together. Lin Fan also returned the bow. Now that you've met, let us take our leave. Seeing this, Chen Xuan smiled slightly, preparing to escort the two back. However, at that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the Sword City, boldly daring. You dare to kill the disciples of the Sword Sect and attempt to flee? Surrender at once. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and 2 elders from the Sword Sect descended upon the street. Where's my son? Where is he? One of the elders, Wang Bin, father of Wang Chong, landed and immediately began searching for his son. Today marked the first day of the disciple acceptance event, and he had been assigned to patrol outside the sect with his cousin to maintain order. Suddenly, he received a communication from Sword City stating that Lin Fan had appeared there and had killed his son. Hearing this news nearly shattered Wang Bin. He urgently flew over with his cousin. Tell me quickly, where is my son? He randomly seized a disciple from Sword City, frantically inquiring. Elder Wang, your disciple. He is. The captured disciple trembled in fear, utterly at a loss for words. Speak. Quickly. Wang Bin, in a fit of rage, spat as he pressed the disciple. The disciple, paralyzed by fear, could only stammer incoherently. Fortunately, at that moment, another disciple provided the answer. Elder Wang. Your disciple is in the pit. In a flash, Wang Bin appeared at the edge of the pit. Upon seeing the mound of muck within, he collapsed entirely. Ah! My son, my son! Wang Bin howled to the heavens, unable to contain the overwhelming aura of a powerful being that erupted from him. Boom! A tremendous pressure emanated from him, instantly suffocating everyone in the vicinity. Hiss! What an immense pressure! I can hardly breathe. Is this half-step into the spirit realm? Indeed, the dominance of the Sword Sect is formidable. It is said that the inner sect elders are at least in the late stages of the Void Realm. The true mountain guarding elders are all at the spirit realm. Is this the might of the late-stage Void Realm? Though I too am in the Void Realm, facing this pressure, I fear I could not withstand even a single blow. Truly, in the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the greater the disparity between each level. In an instant, the crowd was taken aback, hastily attempting to endure this overwhelming force. Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing also felt the pressure and exchanged worried glances. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan lifted his gaze slightly, and the pressure upon them vanished instantly. It is master. The two turned towards Chen Xuan, their hearts filled with a sense of security. Lin Fan, you dare kill my son. Prepare to pay with your life. At this moment, Wang Bin suddenly charged towards Lin Fan with lightning speed, leaving everyone astonished and unable to react. Lin Fan felt utterly speechless. He had even donned a blindfold. Yet how could this man recognize him as Lin Fan so effortlessly? However, Chen Xuan was not one to be trifled with. To dare harm his disciple before him was akin to digging up the roots of a giant tree, an act of folly. Ant, Chen Xuan uttered expressionlessly. Boom. The words ant transformed into a wave of pressure that surged towards Wang Bin. Upon being struck by those, the man nodded, took out paper and pen, and shortly thereafter sketched the likeness of Chen Xuan and his two disciples. The three figures of the sect lay neatly on the paper. Master, it is completed. The man handed over the drawing. Yushan eagerly accepted it and unfolded it for a closer look. In an instant, those familiar eyes appeared on the paper. Both Yushan and the elder of law enforcement felt a jolt in their hearts. It was indeed those eyes. However, before they could express their astonishment, the eyes on the paper suddenly blinked at him. Instinctively, both men tossed the drawing away, leaping in unison and emitting terrified cries. Ah, what the hell? Master? What happened to the master? The other elders were equally startled by the reactions of Yushan and the elder of law enforcement, rushing forward to express their concern. Yet Yushan was too preoccupied to pay them any mind. His heart raced uncontrollably, his scalp tingling. It was him. It was truly him. Good heavens. He had offended him once again. Damn it. However, the way he blinked seemed to indicate he was not angry. With this thought, Yushan, still shaken, picked up the drawing from the ground and commanded the crowd. Inner disciple Wang Chong and elder Wang Bin, abusing their status as elders of the Divine Sword Sect, have committed heinous acts, maliciously harming fellow disciple Lin Fan, and they deserve the death penalty. Now, during the investigation of Wang Bin and Wang Chong, they have inexplicably offended other powerful sects, bringing trouble to the Divine Sword Sect. Their deaths are well-deserved. I hereby order this matter to be concluded. No one is allowed to continue the investigation, and furthermore, let us clear Lin Fan's name within the sect, rectifying his grievances. With a grand wave of his hand, Yushan led the way out of Divine Sword City. He did not continue to preside over the disciple recruitment conference but retreated into the main hall of the sect. Hiding away in trepidation, those eyes had scared him twice. Anyone would be on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue any further trouble. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Within Divine Sword City, Yushan's words quickly spread. The name Primal Sect gradually circulated as well. Of course, that was a tale for another time. Meanwhile, sensing someone was sketching his portrait, Chen Xuan blinked an eye to startle the artist. After all, the individual was merely observing his appearance and bore no ill will. Thus, he refrained from acting with malice. Junior sister, prepare yourself. Aw. We are about to enter Primal Sect. Lin Fan remarked to his junior sister, Lin Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her senior brother's words. What preparation was necessary for entering a sect? Was there perhaps a need to pass through some trials? Nevertheless, she nodded, saying, Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. With that, she followed her master and senior brother into Primal Sect. Instantly, a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped them. Yi Qingcheng trembled, visibly astonished, clearly overwhelmed by this immense spiritual aura. Even she, who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, had never encountered such a realm rich in spiritual energy. At that moment, her soul felt as if it had transcended, and she instinctively spread her arms wide to embrace the boundless spiritual energy. This energy is simply too dense. She murmured, "Kiki, this is nothing, junior sister. Try to feel it more keenly." Lin Fan chuckled, offering another reminder. Yu Qiqing, taken aback, immediately focused her heart to comprehend. Before long, her eyes widened in shock. The barrier of heaven and earth is so fragile. It seems like it could shatter with a poke. Is this the environment of a sect? Cultivating and comprehending here must be hundreds, if not thousands, of times more effective than outside. Yi Qingqing's heart raced, her pupils dilating in astonishment. Was it in this kind of environment that her past lives long she cultivated? In such surroundings, it seemed quite normal to struggle in combat. Noticing her daze, Lin Fan beamed. "Junior sister, being able to enter Piao Miao Sect is a blessing for us. You must cultivate diligently and not be lazy." "Yes, thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Yu Qiqing replied with excitement. She then glanced at Chen Xuan, who walked at a steady pace, unfazed, not offering any introductions to the sect, seemingly disinclined to speak. This made Yi Qingqing pout in frustration, as she had many questions she wished to ask, such as why the sect was so quiet. Why had they not encountered any senior brothers along the way? However, since her master showed no inclination to speak, she hesitated to inquire and instead looked to Lin Fan for answers. Though Lin Fan had not considered many things, as the eldest disciple, he naturally felt responsible for introducing the sect. Thus, he earnestly relayed to Yi Qingqing everything Chen Xuan had previously shared with him, leaving her in utter shock. Especially upon hearing that Piao Miao Sect was a hidden sect and that all disciples had been elevated to the status of elders, she was utterly astounded. The foundation of the sect must be incredibly strong. Moreover, she had just recently become the second direct disciple of the sect leader. This title alone was extraordinary. With excitement, Yi Qingqing turned her gaze towards her master. Yet Chen Xuan remained expressionless, leading the way ahead. Of course, it was not that Chen Xuan was feigning profundity. Rather, he was claiming system rewards. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift package had successfully opened. "Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Emperor Summon cards." "Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Sage Summon cards." "Congratulations, host. You have received Sect Facility, Ultimate Illusion Tower." Ultimate Illusion Tower, comprising 9 levels with thousands of rooms. Each level can manifest varying scenarios and dangers, allowing cultivator spirits to enter the illusion for training. Time flows in the illusion is 10 times faster than in the outside world. 10 days spent in the illusion equates to 1 day outside. Note, the cultivator's spirit experiences a fully authentic sensation. Any injuries or deaths suffered within the illusion are felt as real, but the physical body incurs no harm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate technique. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immortal scripture, Reincarnation Immortal Technique. Reincarnation Immortal Technique, created by the Reincarnation Immortal. Upon reaching mastery, one escapes the cycle of reincarnation, achieving immortality. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Tea contains the essence of the Tao and the principles of heaven and earth, aiding cultivators in their enlightenment. Ding. The ultimate illusion tower has been manifested within the sect. As the system's voice faded, the rewards materialized instantaneously. Chen Xuan smacked his lips, gazing at the treasures in the system's space. He had already accumulated 4 Emperor Summon cards and 4 Sage Summon cards. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could summon an immortal. Additionally, the Ultimate Illusion Tower could be utilized for the disciples' cultivation. The Reincarnation Immortal Technique and the Ultimate Technique could be passed on to these 2 newly accepted disciples. As for what he could use, it seemed he had only the 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Whoa, 10 tons, might that be a tad excessive? I may not finish it until the Year of the Monkey. It appeared he could only reward the disciples. As Chen Xuan made his way towards the main peak, he silently calculated the system rewards. Meanwhile, a towering structure comparable to a mountain suddenly materialized in the open space of the sect, gradually transitioning from ethereal to solid, ultimately coalescing into a colossal tower. Seeing the unexpected appearance of the giant tower, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng were taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, look! A giant tower has appeared there." Awakened by his disciples' astonished exclamations, Chen Xuan glanced at the ultimate illusion tower and began his discourse with utmost seriousness. "Disciples, there is no need for alarm. This tower is the ultimate illusion tower. Once cultivators enter, their spirits will traverse the various secret realms and dangers conjured by the tower, while their physical bodies remain entirely unharmed. It serves as a tool to facilitate the training of our sect's disciples. You are welcome to try it whenever you have the time. As my disciples, there are no restrictions on entering the tower. Wow, such powerful functionality? If the body remains unharmed, isn't that akin to possessing immortality? In an instant, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng were profoundly astonished. After all, the greatest experiences for cultivators often revolved around combat. Only through battle could one continuously surpass oneself. However, battles often accompany death. If there existed a cultivation tower, would it not alleviate many life and death crises on the path of cultivation? Moreover, my disciples are not bound by any limitations. Does this mean that those who are not the personal disciples of the Master are subject to restrictions? Whereas, as the personal disciples of the Master, they can come and go as they please? Oh my goodness! To be accepted as a disciple by the Master is truly fortuitous. They get to use the best resources first. In that moment, Lin Fan and Yi Qingsheng were rendered speechless with excitement. Ding! A 10-star potential disciple has been detected and will appear near the Rule's secret realm in 7 days. Please prepare early, host, to accept disciples. At the main peak, in front of the sect leaders' hall, Chen Xuan had barely caught his breath when the system's prompt to accept disciples rang out once more. 7 days later? Well, we shall discuss it then. Chen Xuan couldn't be bothered to think it over and simply ignored the system notification. 7 days? That is plenty of time. With that thought, Chen Xuan raised his finger slightly, and both Yi Qingsheng and Lin Fan found a book appearing in their hands. He instructed, "You two, one with the reincarnation body and the other with the ancient sword body. I bestow upon you the corresponding techniques and divine powers. You must diligently cultivate." 7 days later. Follow me to the Rule's secret realm to accept new disciples. Yes. The two promptly bowed and then began to examine the books in their hands. Lin Fan reacted relatively well, having already seen the immortal scriptures. Thus, encountering the supreme techniques did not astonish him as much. Although the supreme divine powers are among the most powerful in the world, largely considered lost to history, they still fell short when compared to the immortal scriptures. However, Yi Qingsheng was far more shocked. Gazing at the reincarnation immortal scriptures in her hands, her reaction mirrored Lin Fan's first encounter with the immortal scriptures, her eyes nearly bulging out. The immortal scriptures. It is indeed the immortal scriptures. The mysterious mist sect possesses even the immortal scriptures. How terrifying. She clutched the immortal scriptures in excitement, at a loss for words to describe her current state. After all, she had undergone 9 reincarnations without ever encountering the immortal scriptures. No wonder she had been unable to defeat Lung Shi in every lifetime. It turns out the opportunities inherited by Lung Shi were far beyond her imagination. To contend against such a formidable sect would be nothing short of a miracle. What you are learning are the immortal scripture supreme techniques. Cultivating them may prove somewhat challenging. I shall provide you with some enlightenment tea. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may use the tea to gain insight. If you still do not understand, feel free to seek me out. Having said that, Chen Xuan reached into the void and summoned 2 handfuls of enlightenment tea, tossing them towards the two. Upon seeing the enlightenment tea floating before them, both were immediately taken aback, their pupils contracting sharply. So much. Yes, so much. Too much. They had thought the Master would grant them each a single leaf of enlightenment tea. To their surprise, it was a handful for each. This handful must contain at least 100 leaves. The Master is indeed generous. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, Master. We shall diligently cultivate and bring glory to you and the sect. The two stored away the enlightenment tea and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Well, go and cultivate. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to ascend to the top of the ultimate illusion tower to take a look. However, at this moment, Yi Qingsheng hastily inquired, "Master, I have been away from home for several days and wish to send news to my family, informing them that I have joined the sect, so they need not worry. Is that permissible?" The communication talisman can transmit messages over long distances, but would reveal the location from which the message was sent. Hence, she did not dare to make a decision on her own and sought the Master's counsel. It is permissible, since our sect has emerged. We naturally need not fear revealing our location. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement and then took a step towards the ultimate illusion tower, his figure vanishing instantly. With his affirmation, Yi Qingsheng felt a surge of excitement and promptly bowed in the direction of where Chen Xuan had disappeared. "Thank you, Master. Junior sister, these vacant rooms are unoccupied. You may choose anyone you like. I shall go and cultivate. 7 days from now, in the Rule's secret realm, many dominant factions will participate. and powers from nearby states will also appear. Junior sister, you must cultivate diligently to avoid disappointing master. Stepping out of the hall, Lin Fan kindly reminded her. Yi Qingqing quickly clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I have heard of the Rule's secret realm. It is said to be an ancient space containing countless heavenly treasures, accessible only to cultivators under 30 years of age. At that time, geniuses from the surrounding states will converge to compete. I will certainly not disappoint master. Indeed, let us strive to establish the reputation of our mysterious mist sect in the Rule's secret realm. Speaking thus, both entered their respective rooms, commencing their rigorous cultivation. Naturally, Yi Qingqing did not begin her training immediately. She cautiously placed the immortal scriptures and enlightenment tea on her bedside, then took out the communication talisman to contact her father. After all, when she initially left home, she had firmly vowed that she would surely become an inner disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. Several days had passed, and the Divine Sword Sect's recruitment meeting had commenced that very morning. If she continued to withhold news from her family, they would undoubtedly worry. Father, I have joined the sect, and all is well. Do not fret. After speaking into the communication talisman, Yi Qingqing sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the reincarnation immortal scriptures. Meanwhile, at the Yi family, one of the countless top-tier families in the wild state, the clan leader Yi Chongqing was holding a motivational meeting for the young disciples of the Yi family, accompanied by all the elders and ancestors. In the vast training hall, over 1,000 young disciples, mostly boys in their teens, stood under the blazing sun, all gazing intently ahead. At the front, there was a long table stretching several meters, behind which sat a row of family elders. Even the ancestral figure, Yi Junlin, was seated among the elders, listening to the clan leader Yi Chongqing speak. Although the ancestor held the highest status within the family, this was the clan leader's moment, and it was not his place to intervene, even as the ancestor. Observing the thousands of family youths in the training hall, Yi Chongsheng raised his voice. My good sons of the Yi family, it is well known that cultivation is arduous, exhausting, and perilous. Yet still, countless individuals join the ranks, driven by what? Is it for longevity? No. Is it for show? No. It is to grow stronger. Yes. But why seek strength? Perhaps many do not understand. However, there is but one purpose in becoming stronger: to protect oneself, safeguard one's family, and provide shelter for future generations. Do not fear hardship or toil. The family will be warmed by your presence, and thanks to you, the family will flourish. Yi Chongqing paused for a moment to take a sip of water before continuing with renewed vigor. Imagine, decades from now, when you stand in my position, facing your sons, grandsons, and other descendants. If you lack sufficient strength, how will they thrive? How will they grow into adults? Just as we were at your age. Had we not cultivated diligently, you would not enjoy such a comfortable environment. You might often be oppressed, facing threats to your life from powerful foes, bullying your parents, brothers, and sisters. Therefore, the present versions of us are the future versions of you. You are destined to become the pillars of the family, supporting a vast sky for the clan. The more Yi Chongqing spoke, the more impassioned he became. His voice grew louder. The children in the training hall began to feel the weight of his words, seemingly realizing the consequences of neglecting their cultivation. Some ambitious youths had even clenched their fists, their small hands visibly tense. Even the elders seated on either side were moved, genuinely impressed by Yi Chongqing's ability to inspire through his speech. As he saw that everyone's spirits were sufficiently stirred, Yi Chongqing felt quite satisfied and raised his voice once more, shouting, "Come. Sing our Yi family battle song with me." He proclaimed amidst the tempest, "Prepare, sing." He declared that the pain experienced in the storm was inconsequential. "Wipe away your tears, and do not fear, for we still possess our dreams." His words echoed, "What does this pain matter? Dry your tears, do not inquire why." In an instant, the harmonious voices of thousands resonated throughout the Yi family estate. Even the elders of the Yi family, their faces flushed, joined in the grand chorus. It must be said, the first ancestor of the Yi family was indeed a true great man. Not only did he innovate the gathering of the clan's youth, but he also composed the family battle song, his declaration. It was precisely due to these two monumental inventions that the Yi family has remained steadfast and unyielding. Each time the family faced decline, one or two extraordinary individuals, inspired by these innovations, emerged to lead the family back to prosperity. Thus, even though the Yi family was not exceedingly powerful and had long been unable to ascend to a dominant status, they have thrived through the years, their lineage unbroken. Suddenly, the communication talisman in Yi Chongqing's hands flickered. He immediately bent down and whispered to the elder beside him, "Elder, I shall take my leave first. You may announce the conclusion after the singing is over." Having said this, he pocketed the talisman and departed from the scene, returning to his courtyard, where he eagerly retrieved the talisman. His excitement stemmed entirely from the fact that this talisman was connected to his daughter. The flickering indicated that there was news from her. Their family had long been accumulating resources. Now they awaited the day when his daughter would join the Divine Sword Sect as a crucial disciple, seizing the opportunity to exchange resources with dominant forces, thereby achieving the ultimate transformation into a powerful entity. Therefore, he was filled with anticipation regarding his daughter Yi Qingqing's message. The entire family shared in this expectation. Yi Changxing took a deep breath and infused spiritual energy into the talisman. Soon, Yi Qingqing's voice emerged. "Father, I have joined the sect. All is well. Do not worry." "Join the sect? Ah, splendid." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yi Changxing exhaled in relief. However, upon listening again, he still did not catch whether she had joined under the sect master or the details of the initiation process. This left him somewhat perplexed. After much contemplation, he resolved to clarify. Thus, he sent a message to his daughter. "Qingqing, have you joined under the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect? Was the initiation difficult? I knew you would not let me down. While in the sect, you must get along well with your senior brothers and sisters. I shall send someone with spiritual artifacts and pills to them soon to foster good relations." Whoosh. The message was dispatched. Moments later, it reached the Misty Sect, startling Yi Qingqing, who was in the midst of her training. She picked up the talisman, somewhat helpless, but still listened intently. Upon hearing her father's inquiries, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, for she had not joined the Divine Sword Sect, but rather the Misty Sect. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingqing ultimately decided to speak the truth. Thus, she sent a message. "Father, I have joined under the sect master. Moreover, the initiation was not difficult. As there was no initiation test, the sect master took me in because he valued my potential. Please do not send any pills or the like, for currently, there are only 2 disciples in the sect, myself and my senior brother, as the older generation of disciples have all aged." Whoosh. The communication was sent. When Yi Changxing heard these responses, he was momentarily rendered speechless. No initiation? Only 2 disciples? The older generation of disciples had all aged? Was this truly the Divine Sword Sect? No sect would be so absurd. Oh no. Could it be that his daughter had been deceived? He had repeatedly cautioned her not to trust those from within the Divine Sword City. In a panic, Yi Changxing exclaimed, "Daughter, are you truly a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect? Do not let yourself be tricked." Yi Qingqing replied, "Father, to speak frankly, I have joined the Misty Sect." Yi Changxing. In that moment, Yi Changxing held the talisman, on the verge of tears, nearly collapsing from despair. His daughter had indeed been deceived. He exclaimed, "How could a nameless sect deceive you? Daughter, you must return immediately. The Divine Sword Sect's recruitment event is only days away. If you miss it, you will have to wait for years. Come back at once, do you understand?" Yi Qingqing retorted, "Father, you must not speak ill of the Misty Sect. My master would be displeased. Moreover, the Misty Sect is not as you describe. It is a hidden major sect of the wilderness state, and since it has only recently emerged, it is quite normal that you have not heard of it. Furthermore, this place is a paradise. The training environment is 1,000 times better than that of the Divine Sword Sect. My pace of cultivation here is rapid, and my master has even bestowed upon me celestial scriptures." Yi Qingqing elaborated on the merits of the Misty Sect to Yi Changxing. Yet, how could he believe such nonsense? Hidden sects, slumbering elders, paradises, and celestial scriptures. Such tales were clearly designed to deceive a child. Even a fool would not be swayed. "Qingqing, I command you to return at once," he bellowed. "I shall not return. I wish to join the Misty Sect. Father, do not attempt to dissuade me. In due time, I will surprise you." With that, Yi Qingqing terminated the communication talisman and resumed her training. After all, continuing to argue would lead nowhere. She resolved that once her cultivation bore fruit, she would shine brilliantly in the secret realms, and he would naturally understand that the Misty Sect was indeed extraordinary. With that thought, Yi Qingqing entered her training with a smile. Meanwhile, Yi Changxing, who had yet to receive his daughter's reply, was nearly driven to the brink of madness. The family's most gifted prodigy, the very hope of the Yi family, had been deceived into joining a nameless sect. This was intolerable. Therefore, he immediately sought out the elder to have him deduce the location of the communication talisman, preparing to personally retrieve his daughter. However, upon learning that Yi Qingqing had not joined the Divine Sword Sect but had been lured away by an obscure little sect, the elder nearly leapt from his seat in alarm. "What did you say? Qingqing was deceived by an unknown sect?" Chapter 014. "Father, what brings you here?" Boom. Upon hearing this information, the elder gave Yi Changxing a sharp reprimand. "I told you to accompany Qingqing. You did not heed my words. Look at the result now. She has been hoodwinked." You are infuriating. If anything happens to Chen Xuan, do not blame me for turning against you." The elder huffed and puffed while berating him, yet his hands were steadfastly at work, soon inscribing the patterns on the communication talisman to deduce its source. "Found it. It is located in the ancient Chaos Mountains. I shall accompany you." The elder tossed the talisman aside, ready to lead the way. Seeing this, Yuchangshan quickly grasped the elder's arm, saying, "There is no need, elder. It is not a significant sect. With only 2 disciples, it is certainly a minor sect of lowly reputation. I can handle this. You stay here and await my news." Having said this, Yuchangshan took to the skies, heading toward the ancient Chaos Mountains. As he soared into the air, onlookers from neighboring families were left in bewilderment. What is happening? Is the patriarch of the Yi family not at the peak of the Spirit Sea? When did he ascend to the realm of flight? Moreover, he does not appear to have just broken through. Alas, Yuchangshan had concealed his cultivation for years. No wonder the Yi family always exuded such confidence. It turned out he was a hidden master. What was he in such a rush for? Was there trouble within the Yi family? In an instant, whispers rippled through the nearby towns, especially from the Sun family, the Yi family's long-standing adversary. At this moment, the head of the Sun family clenched his fists in frustration, seething with envy. "Ah, Yuchangshan, who would have thought you concealed your prowess?" he muttered vehemently. However, with a swift change of tone, he laughed, wearing a playful grin as he gazed in the direction Yuchangshan had vanished. "What does it matter if you hide your strength? Our Sun family's elder is about to break through to the spirit concentration realm. You likely have no idea, do you? Aha. When we meet our spirit concentration elder, your expression will be quite the sight." The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Before the Ethereal Sect, after a day and a half of strenuous flight, Yuchangshan finally arrived at the designated location. Observing the desolate mountain gate, he irritably sent a message to his daughter, urging her to come out. On the main peak, Yuchicheng slowly opened her eyes after a night of cultivation. I've actually reached the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm." The cultivation environment was truly terrifying. Although she had cultivated for a night and a half, Yuchicheng had spent most of her time studying and comprehending the reincarnation immortal scripture, with cultivation taking up only about half a day. Yet, it had allowed her to break through 2 minor realms in succession, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of the Misty Sect's environment. Suddenly, the communication talisman placed on the bedside table flickered. She glanced at it and ultimately decided to listen, as she had ignored the previous messages. "Daughter, please come back. Your father is begging you. Are you coming back or not? Don't force your father to get angry. When your father gets angry, it's terrifying. I'll go and overturn your sect, believe it or not. Daughter, come out. I'm already at the entrance of the Misty Sect. If you don't come out, don't blame me for barging in and causing trouble and not giving you any face." After the last message, the communication talisman fell silent. Yuchicheng was immediately startled and jumped out of bed. As she rushed outside, she sent a message to her father. "Father, don't be impulsive. I'm coming out right away." With that, she hurriedly pushed open the door and headed straight down the mountain. In truth, she had never expected her father to come in person. She began to pray that her father wouldn't be impulsive, or else if he truly stormed the mountain gate, she wouldn't know how to plead for leniency with her master. Soon, at the entrance of the sect, Yuchicheng saw her father, Yuchangshan, standing there, surveying the surroundings. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickened her pace to reach Yuchangshan. She said, "Father, why have you come?" "Daughter." Yuchangshan's eyes lit up, and he began to examine Yuchicheng closely. Yuchicheng felt uneasy and said, "Father, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" It's all right. It's all right. You haven't been harmed. You little rascal, come back with me." Seeing that Yuchicheng was unharmed, Yuchangshan grabbed her hand and tried to pull her away. Yuchicheng was exasperated by her father's actions and stood her ground, patiently explaining, "Father, I can't leave. I am a disciple of the Misty Sect and cannot leave the sect without permission. You're going to be the death of me." "Misty Sect, is it? Very well. In that case, I'll see what's so special about the Misty Sect that you're so infatuated with." Unable to move his daughter, Yuchangshan became angry and turned to charge into the sect. Seeing this, Yuchicheng was immediately startled and quickly stopped him. "Father, you can't trespass on the sect. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my master." "Hey, explain what? Stop me if you can." Yuchangshan sneered, determined to break through. Helpless, Yuchicheng had to strike out with a fist, repelling Yuchangshan, and pleaded, "Father, if you try to break through again, don't blame me for taking action." Yuchangshan, "Very well. You dare to attack me for the sake of a mere sect. Today, I will overturn this sect." With that, Yuchangshan began to retaliate. For a time, the two exchanged blows. However, as the battle progressed, Yuchangshan realized that his daughter's strength had become even greater. Although he noticed that his daughter had broken through, she was still only in the Spirit Sea realm, and he was at the 4th level of the Airborne realm. Without using his full strength, he was struggling to hold on. Father, stop it, please. If you really want to go in and take a look, then be honest. I'll report to my master later, and only if my master agrees will I be able to let you in. Not bad. Your combat power is getting stronger and stronger. Today, I'll see if you can stop me. Yi Changxing replied evasively and immediately increased his combat power. Then, taking advantage of Yi Changxing's momentary lapse in attention, he instantly charged towards the sect. It's over. Looking at her father's back, Yi Changxing was already preparing her excuses for when she had to ask for forgiveness. After all, he was her father, and she couldn't really use special means to deal with him. Boom. The moment Yi Changxing's body passed through the sect's barrier, a wave of overwhelming spiritual energy instantly swept in from all directions. In an instant, countless laws of heaven and earth and core essences of the Tao began to manifest from time to time. Yi Changxing's body trembled, and he stopped reflexively, stunned in place. Is this a celestial realm? His head was spinning, and he felt as if his soul had left his body, floating in the air. For a moment, he forgot his purpose for coming in and was instantly immersed in enjoyment. Chapter 15. Profound affection between father and daughter. Second disciple guides father on a tour of the sect at the apex of the ultimate illusion tower. Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a galaxy shimmering within his pupils. The ultimate illusion tower is still somewhat lacking. It cannot confine a great emperor realm expert. A stranger has appeared in the sect? Suddenly, the changes in the sect drew Chen Xuan's attention. With a flicker, his figure vanished and instantly appeared before Yi Changxing. Immediately, Yi Changxing, who was reveling in the moment, was startled, and his euphoric spirit instantly returned to his body. Who are you, daring to trespass upon the Misty Sect? Chen Xuan uttered in a low voice. His words like thunder in the ears, instantly causing Yi Changxing's body to tremble violently, involuntarily feeling a desire to prostrate himself. That feeling was even stronger than when he had met the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect. Could he be the sect master of the Misty Sect? Yi Changxing's heart tightened, and for a moment, he didn't know how to explain himself, because he realized that this sect was indeed different from what he had imagined. The overwhelming spiritual energy, the laws of heaven and earth, and the Tao essences that swirled everywhere. Calling it a celestial realm was no exaggeration. Perhaps it was truly a reclusive super sect, and he had actually trespassed upon a super sect. Now what? How was he going to explain himself? For a moment, Yi Changxing became fearful, quickly racking his brains for an explanation. But fortunately, at this moment, Yi Changxing walked over and explained for him. Master, this is my father. I am guilty of allowing my father to enter the sect without permission. Please punish me, master. With that, Yi Changxing knelt on the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Yi Changxing also completely reacted and quickly knelt down as well, anxiously saying, Sect Master, please forgive me. I heard that my daughter had entered the Misty Sect, and out of love for my daughter, I trespassed upon the sect. Sect Master, please punish me, but do not blame my daughter. At this moment, he completely believed his daughter's words. He clearly felt the power and mystery of the Misty Sect, which the Divine Sword Sect could not compare to. Therefore, he had no intention of resisting at all. All that remained in his heart was awe. Since he is Qingqing's father, then I shall pardon your offense. But if there is a next time, the sect will not spare you. Rise. Hearing that he was Yi Qingqing's father, Chen Xuan generously did not get angry. After giving some instructions, he gently raised his hand and lifted the two of them from the ground simultaneously. Feeling the power enveloping his body, Yi Changxing was once again shocked, because that single force alone was something he could not resist. It was clear that what his daughter had said was true. Thank you, Sect Master. I will certainly remember your teachings. Thank you, Master. The two quickly cupped their fists in gratitude. No need to be so polite. Now that you're here, let's go to the hall for a chat. Chen Xuan nodded, waved his hand, and the three of them soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sect master's hall. Then, Chen Xuan waved his hand again, and 2 cups of tea appeared on the table beside him. Then, he smiled slightly, and said, Clan leader Yi has come from afar. This humble tea is not much, but please. I dare not. Thank you, senior. Yi Changxing could not bring himself to refuse. He carefully sat down, then reached out to take the tea. However, upon discerning the tea leaves within his teacup, he was once again taken aback, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, Wu Dao tea. 2 leaves. Indeed, the tea in his hand was none other than Wu Dao tea. And not just any, but 2 precious leaves. Good heavens! His daughter's master had chosen to serve this esteemed brew to guests, and with 2 leaves at that. Such extravagance was almost wasteful. In an instant, Yi Changxing was overwhelmed with astonishment and hurriedly cupped the cup to his lips, savoring every drop, even rolling the leaves into his mouth, leaving not a drop behind. The profound essence contained within the tea compelled him to close his eyes and indulge in its lingering taste. In that fleeting moment, Years of arduous cultivation challenges unraveled completely. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed transformed. He was elated, for the Wu Dao tea indeed possessed the legendary potency for enlightenment. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand again, pouring another cup for Yi Changxing. Gratefully, Yi Changxing clasped his fists in thanks and eagerly drank it down. He even remembered to roll the tea leaves with his tongue, relishing the remnants in the cup. His exaggerated manner of drinking left Yi Changxing speechless. Yet, she hesitated to remind him in front of her master, resorting to a feigned cough to catch her father's attention. Cough, cough. But Yi Changxing remained oblivious, continuing to lick the cup. Cough, cough. She coughed again. Finally, this caught Yi Changxing's attention. While still licking the cup, he looked up in confusion and asked, "Daughter, what troubles you? Is your throat uncomfortable? If so, drink less tea and more water. Hand me your cup too." Yi Changxing. She silently pushed the cup towards him. Yi Changxing took another hearty sip. Watching him, Yi Changxing's expression darkened with exasperation. She had not realized how thick-skinned her father truly was. Changxing. Suddenly, the voice of her master resonated from the main seat, startling Yi Changxing, who quickly rose to clasp her fists, saying, "Disciple is here. Since your father has arrived, why not show him around? Let him feel at ease." Chen Xuan suggested with a knowing smile. Gratefully, Yi Changxing thanked him. "Yes, thank you, master." With that, she discreetly gestured to Yi Changxing, urging him to rise. Reluctantly, Yi Changxing stood, bowed to Chen Xuan, and followed his daughter out of the main hall. "My daughter, this place is truly remarkable." Outside the hall, gazing at the picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy, Yi Changxing couldn't help but marvel. Without the master by his side, he felt less constrained, his demeanor significantly more relaxed. "I wonder who just said that the Miao Miao sect is not worth coming to." Yi Changxing immediately pouted in rebuttal. However, before she could finish, Yi Changxing abruptly covered her mouth, looking around cautiously, whispering, "Shh, quiet. Don't let the master hear." Humph. Seeing her father increasingly reverent towards her sect, Yi Changxing felt an unexpected sense of pride and playfully boasted a couple of times. "Changxing, I was wrong before. I misunderstood you without proper inquiry. From now on, you must cultivate diligently here. Do not let your master be dissatisfied with you. The rise of the Yi family depends on you. I certainly know to cultivate diligently. Father, let me show you around. Master said I should take you to see the sights to set your mind at ease." Yi Changxing rolled her eyes and began to lead the way. "Ease your mind, absolutely at ease." Yi Changxing quickly smiled, then muttered softly, "With the master here, I forget about my father. I'll heed the master's words and not yours." "What did you say?" His daughter suddenly turned back. Yi Changxing hurriedly brightened his smile. Nothing. I was just saying how wonderful your master is, treating me to Wu Dao tea on our first meeting." With that, he cautiously extracted 6 leaves of Wu Dao tea from his mouth and offered them to his daughter. "Here, my dear, a treasure for you. Take good care of it. Don't let your master see." Yi Changxing. Observing her father's crumpled, damp Wu Dao tea leaves, she nearly lost her lunch from 3 days prior. Clenching her fists tightly, unable to pry them away despite her father's insistence. "You should accept them, silly girl. These are what I specially saved for you." "I didn't even eat them," Yi Changxing urged, his voice tinged with desperation. Chapter 016. The Yi family submits. Rewarded with the 9 curves Yellow River array, watching her father in such a fluster, Yi Changxing felt a surge of emotion. Though prying the Wu Dao tea leaves from his mouth was somewhat distasteful, it was ultimately her father's good intentions. It reminded her of her childhood, when she would see her parents enjoying delicacies and would eagerly snatch them to eat herself, never considering whether her parents had already had their share. However, feeling touched aside, she had matured into a young lady. How could she continue to snatch food from her father? It was simply unbecoming. Yi Changxing rolled her eyes and reluctantly said, "Father, you should eat them. Master has given me some." With that, she produced a handful of Wu Dao tea leaves for Yi Changxing to see. Good things are never too many. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Changxing's eyes nearly bulged out, and he exclaimed a profanity. "What the hell? So many." Indeed, so many. It was a whole handful. He had amassed 6 leaves and felt immensely privileged, yet his daughter had received an entire handful. It seemed the sect master truly regarded his daughter as a disciple worthy of cultivation. In that moment, Yi Changxing was overwhelmed with excitement, becoming even more reserved. The sect had shown such kindness in nurturing his daughter. He must set an example and leave no unfavorable impression. He became acutely aware of his posture, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. Father, take some. I can't possibly use all of this by myself." Yi Changxing offered half to him. Yet, Yi Changxing immediately retreated a step, firmly refusing. "No. This is what the sect master gave you. You must never give it to anyone, not even to your own father. It would be disastrous if the master were to become displeased. I have these 6 leaves to enjoy. I'll share them with your ancestors and the elders back home." Saying this, he popped the 6 Wudao tea leaves back into his mouth. Yu Qicheng, father, could you not be so gluttonous? As the father and daughter exchanged whispers, Lin Fan emerged from the cultivation tower, noticing the two engaged in secretive conversation and inquired, Junior sister, what are you two up to? His voice startled Yi Changxing, making him jump. Senior brother, it's nothing. My father is here to visit. And master has asked me to show him around. Yi Qicheng quickly greeted Lin Fan and explained the situation. Upon learning that this was his junior sister's father, Lin Fan became more courteous, promptly bowing to Yi Changxing. It is Uncle Yi. I am Qingqin's senior brother. Pleasure to meet you, Uncle Yi. Greetings. Yi Changxing responded. Acknowledging Lin Fan, I am honored to meet you, Dao friend Lin. I hope you will look after my little girl. Lin Fan was taken aback and quickly returned the greeting. Yi Changxing hastily bowed in return. In no time, the two became bowing machines, each reciprocating. Senior brother. My father and I have matters to attend to. We shall talk later. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Yi Changxing pulled her father away. Sometimes, she truly felt helpless. The embarrassing moments of her 9 lifetimes paled in comparison to the embarrassment her father caused her in this lifetime. Watching the retreating figures of the father and daughter, Lin Fan felt a twinge of envy. Unfortunately, he was all alone, without family. Yet, since the day he entered the sect, it had become his home, and his fellow disciples were his family. Lin Fan turned and made his way back to the main hall, continuing to seek guidance on the cultivation challenges he faced. Afternoon, after a day of exploration, Yi Changxing had a profound understanding of the sect's strength. Before departing, he returned to bid farewell to the sect master in the main hall. In the grand hall, Yi Changxing respectfully sat at the lower position, finished the Wudao tea in his hand, and rose to clasp his fists, saying, Respected sect master, your esteemed clan has just emerged into the world, possessing limited understanding of its intricacies. Although the Yi family is not a dominant force in the wilderness state, it is undeniably a prominent family. Should the mysterious sect ever find itself in need of the Yi family's assistance, I implore the esteemed leader to voice such a request. And the Yi family shall not hesitate to comply. Ding. Loyalty from the Yi family detected. How could a powerful sect exist without affiliated forces? Please accept the Yi family as a vassal force and grant them a sweet incentive, rewarding them with a 9-bin Yellow River Formation. 9-bin Yellow River Formation. This formation contains the mysteries of heaven and earth, possessing the power to confound immortals. Any non-immortal entering shall meet certain death. Only immortals can break this formation. It is a flawless mountain-protecting formation that combines offense and defense. Suddenly, the system's alert sounded. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This reward is indeed quite impressive. It can serve as a protective formation for the mountain. But how should he bestow an incentive upon the other party? After all, a normal vassal force must pay an annual tribute, ensuring that any issues they face would elicit assistance from the higher-ups. However, he was not in need of such tributes. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan quickly formulated a plan, and with a faint smile, he addressed Yu Zhuchang. You are too modest. Our sect has just emerged and lacks ears and eyes in the outside world. Would it be possible for the Yi family to become affiliated with our mysterious sect? Of course, our sect requires no tribute whatsoever and can even offer a training opportunity. You may send one individual to our sect for advancement. Really? In an instant. Yi Changxing trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself. Becoming affiliated with the mysterious sect? That was precisely what he had in mind. After all, being associated with a grand sect, even with some tribute, would provide the family with a protective umbrella. But the prospect of no tribute and an opportunity for training was beyond his wildest dreams. It felt like a pie falling from the sky. He could hardly believe it. Indeed, it is true. However, as a vassal of our sect, absolute loyalty is imperative. There must be no thoughts of betrayal. Chen Xuan nodded slowly. Yi Changxing was now thoroughly convinced and, filled with excitement, clasped his fists and began to pledge, I, Yi Changxing, head of the Yi family, vow on behalf of the Yi family to become a vassal of the mysterious sect from this day forth. Before long, Yi Changxing fervently swore an oath of loyalty, declaring his allegiance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accepting a vassal force. The 9-bin Yellow River Formation has been received. In an instant, the reward was granted. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, from this moment on, your Yi family shall be a vassal force of the mysterious sect. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek assistance from the sect. Upon your return, you may select a clan member for training. Our sect will provide lodging but not meals. Yes. Thank you for your grace, sect leader. I take my leave. Yi Changxing, brimming with excitement, performed another respectful bow, indicating his newfound subordinate status, and hastily departed to select a clan member. Such an opportunity in this realm If he could bring back even one person, would be a tremendous fortune. Even if they could not become formal disciples, it mattered not. As for meals, he could manage that himself. After all, merely being in such an environment, even as a servant, was a grand opportunity. Master, I will see my father off. Yi Qiqing also rose to bid farewell. Chen Xuan nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished as he set about arranging the 9-bend Yellow River formation. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Fan remained in the grand hall. Observing the empty space, he rolled his eyes and also took his leave. Outside the sect, Yi Qiqing inquired, Father, who do you plan to send for training? Both my second cousin and sixth brother have decent talents. Perhaps we could send them? Or maybe my third sister or ninth sister. Their talents are commendable as well. They are all unsuitable. None of the younger generation in our line possess exceptional talent. Yi Changxing shook his head, promptly rejecting his daughter's suggestion. Yi Qingcheng was taken aback. Perplexed. Then who do you plan to send? He, you will know in due time. Father must take his leave. You must diligently cultivate. Yi Changxing chuckled mysteriously and leapt into the air, departing. Chapter 017. The Ancestors' Training, Identity of the Elder Servant after a day and a half of relentless flight. Yi Changxing finally returned to the Yi family. Observing Yi Changxing's solitary return, Yi Junlin was bewildered. Changsheng, where is Qingcheng? Ancestor. She is in training. Yi Changxing chuckled. Instantly, the elder Yi Junlin became enraged, seizing Yi Changsheng by the collar and exclaimed furiously, What? You didn't bring her back. What have you been doing? Ancestor. Please do not be angry. Allow me to explain. Yi Changxing hurriedly recounted the wondrous and powerful aspects of the mysterious sect. Upon finishing, Yi Junlin was momentarily stunned, appearing dazed. Is this real? Such a place exists in the world? You are not deceiving me, are you? It is true, Ancestor. Moreover, I have sworn allegiance to the mysterious sect, and from now on, we shall be its vassal force. Additionally, the sect leader has granted us an opportunity for one person to train at the sect. Such a remarkable offer. Who do you intend to send? Yi Junlin began to trust Yi Changxing's words. After all, as the leader of the sect, his words were often tied to the fate of the entire clan and could not be taken lightly. I will send you. Yi Changxing smiled slightly. The elder was momentarily taken aback. You want me to go? At my age, would the sect leader not consider me a burden? Not at all. It is anonymous. It matters not who goes. Our Yi family has few with high talent, and you were once highly gifted, making you the most suitable candidate. Yi Changxing earnestly analyzed the situation for the elder. Hearing this, Yi Junlin nodded thoughtfully, though it felt somewhat odd to send an elder to train. The benefits for the family were undeniably substantial. After all, he had already reached the 9th heaven of the Void Realm, having lived for hundreds of years. If he did not break through soon, he would truly meet his end. By then, with Yi Qingqing still not having matured, the family would suddenly lose a powerful figure, plunging into turmoil. Very well, I shall set off immediately. Not so fast. Ancestor, please gather some clothing and personal items. The sect will provide lodging but not meals. Prepare yourself, and I will announce to the clan that we are now vassals of the mysterious sect. All right, I leave the family affairs in your hands. I will gather my things right away. Yi Junlin nodded, and the two parted ways. After preparing his belongings, Yi Changxing organized a farewell gathering, urging the elder to engage in diligent training. The elder Yi Junlin, carrying his pack, wiped away a tear, waved goodbye to the clan members, and then leapt into the air, soaring away. Watching the elder of the Yi family ascend into the sky, surrounding forces were left perplexed. What is happening? If I recall correctly, the head of the Yi family just returned. Why is their elder departing again? Strange, very strange. The Yi family's elder seems to be carrying a pack. Could it be that he is embarking on a journey to break through to the spirit-gathering realm? I believe his lifespan is approaching its end, isn't it? Quickly, go inquire at the Yi family to see if they have discovered some relic or the like. Head of the family, I have found out that the Yi family has become vassals of a force called the Mysterious Sect, and their elder has gone for training. Other forces. Another day and a half later, Yi Junlin, carrying his pack, arrived at the entrance of the Mysterious Sect. Gazing at the towering mountain and the overflowing spiritual energy, Yi Junlin was fully convinced of Yi Changxing's words. He could not help but adjust the strap of his pack, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he knocked upon the sect's grand formation. As for why he carried a pack, the answer was simple. He had prepared too many items, and his storage pouch could not accommodate them all. The grand formation echoed with knocks. Yi Qiqing emerged. After the formation was set up, the duty of guarding the entrance had been transferred from the sect leader to her and her senior brother. Thus, when the formation sounded, she was the first to receive the news and rushed to open the door. However, upon reaching the entrance and seeing the familiar figure with a pack, gazing into the distance, Yi Qiqing felt a sense of familiarity. Tentatively, she called out, "Hey, ancestor?" Upon hearing the call, Yi Junlin slowly turned around. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, ruffling his beard. He stood there, carrying his pack, a smile illuminating his face. Yu Qingqing. After Yi Junlin joined the sect, the process was swiftly completed. He first met the sect master under the guidance of Yu Qingqing, and then settled at the foot of the mountain within the sect. As a candidate for further training, he had no privileges or status. Yet, Chen Xuan generously granted him the opportunity to train in the ultimate illusion tower for 2 days each month. Yu Junlin expressed his gratitude respectfully and fully settled down at the mountain's base. However, as a trainee, he was acutely aware of the sect's might and knew he could not remain idle. Thus, he devoted half of his day to tidying up the sect's surroundings, tending to flowers, and cleaning the stone pillars. The remaining time was dedicated to cultivation. Through his diligent efforts, the sect's environment became increasingly refined. His cultivation also began to rise dramatically. In just a few short days, he forcefully broke through from the 9th level of the Skyward Realm to the 2nd level of the Spirit Condensation Realm. This only deepened his sense of the sect's mysterious power. Rather than feeling embarrassed about cleaning, he took pride in it. After all, in such a celestial realm, even menial tasks were a privilege, let alone being a slave. Moreover, in light of Yi Junlin's exemplary performance, his unwavering diligence, and his ability to endure hardship, Chen Xuan bestowed upon him the title of Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs, granting him a role in managing the sect's menial tasks. This provided him with a recognized status within the sect. As the sect expanded, the need for more miscellaneous workers grew, necessitating management. The title of Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs also represented a certain status. With this title, the Yi family firmly established their foothold within the Miao Miao sect. Countless generations later, their descendants would feel fortunate upon hearing of their ancestors' experiences. It was precisely due to the ancestors' steadfast dedication that their family produced one genius after another within the Miao Miao sect. However, that was a tale for another day. The current Yi family, due to their ancestors' actions, became the subject of ridicule from numerous factions. Many secretly followed Yi Junlin's footsteps, witnessing him cleaning the sect and sweeping the plaza daily. Consequently, this became a popular topic of conversation. Have you heard? The Yi family's ancestor, Yi Junlin, is sweeping the plaza in a third-rate sect. When I first heard he was going for further training, I thought it was a great opportunity. Turns out he's just working as a miscellaneous worker. This is hilarious. A venerable ancestor who's lived for hundreds of years, instead of staying home, chooses to be a menial worker. Why not go elsewhere? Even at the Sword God sect, he could become an outer elder. Or at those smaller sects, he could have secured a position as a guardian elder. He is in the late stages of the Skyward Realm. Yet, he runs to an unknown sect to work as a menial. I wonder which donkey kicked him in the head. I heard that the new generation genius of their family, Yi Qingqing, is also a disciple there. TSK, this family is doomed. The next time we see the Yi family's sect master, let us mock him together. Yes, let us ridicule him. Numerous families and factions continued to deride the Yi family. However, they were oblivious to the immense power that Yi Junlin's title of Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs would hold in the near future, as countless top-tier experts, even saints, would come seeking to join the ranks he managed. Chapter 018. The Rules of the Secret Realm. 3 major super sects. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Secret Realm's opening arrived. On this day, Chen Xuan led his disciples, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing, soaring from the chaos ancient mountain towards the secret realm. Along the way, he did not forget to impart wisdom to his 2 disciples. Lin Fan, Qingqing, given your cultivation levels, I worry not about others competing. However, do remain vigilant, for the dangers within the secret realm are great. As fellow disciples, you must look out for one another and not bring disgrace to our Miao Miao sect. Yes, I will certainly take care of my junior sister, Lin Fan replied confidently. Rest assured, master. I have recently broken through to the 7th level of the Skyward Realm. Those under 30 at this level are rare. And I will protect my senior brother. Yi Qingqing beamed, having recently advanced through several smaller realms, even surpassing a major realm, feeling as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. With a radiant smile, she turned to Lin Fan, boasting, Senior brother, what realm have you reached? Not to boast, but I have just broken through to the 9th level of the Skyward Realm, Lin Fan replied with a calm smile. 9th level? No way. Yi Qingqing's expression momentarily froze in disbelief. She had expected her senior brother's realm to be similar to hers, not realizing he had surpassed her by 2 minor realms. But it made sense. After all, Lin Fan was an exceptional talent destined for greatness, and it was only natural for her to lag behind him. She smiled brightly. Senior brother, you're impressive. Please take good care of your little sister in the secret realm. Fear not, little sister. Even in the face of peril, I shall protect you. You are like my own sister. Lin Fan replied earnestly, instantly warming Yi Qingqing's heart. Senior brother, you are truly a good person. Thank you. But I am no pushover either. She replied with a confident smirk, knowing her accumulated skills from 9 lifetimes were at her disposal. With laughter and camaraderie, the three gradually vanished into the horizon, leaving Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs Yi Junlin to guard the empty gate. The secret realm, known as the Realm of Rules, is so named because only cultivators under 30 can enter. The internal space is vast, filled with numerous rare treasures and beasts from ancient times. However, the internal rules are chaotic. One moment it might be sweltering heat, while the next, a frigid winter. The seasons appear erratically, with disordered space, varying temporal flows, and inverted celestial bodies, leading to a multitude of jumbled rules coexisting in the same plane. Thus, it is referred to as the Realm of Rules. This secret realm lies at the edge of the wilderness state, at the confluence of 3 states, wilderness, cloud, and azure. Each time it opens, it attracts explorers from the surrounding states. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm was teeming with people. All the major mountain peaks were crowded with cultivators. Many were discussing matters concerning the secret realm before its opening. Have you heard? Several superpowers are sending people into the Realm of Rules this time? Is that surprising? They've done so in the past too. What is the big deal? Not the same, entirely different. Previously, while disciples from superpowers entered, their sects did not intervene. It was purely the disciples' personal choice. But this time, all major superpowers have dispatched their strongest disciples. Really? Is there something extraordinary inside that even the superpowers are eager to send their best? Last time, someone who entered the secret realm mentioned that a special valley had emerged from the ruins, harboring the exceptional skill, Great Void Technique, left behind by the great sage of ancient times. It seems that this time, the superpowers are sending their most talented disciples to comprehend the Great Void Technique for their sects. Exceptional skill? Is that true? I wonder if we will encounter it. Hee. Even if we do, it would be of no use. The last time someone discovered the ancient great sage's ruins, that disciple lacked the talent to comprehend it, despite noticing the clues. That's why they are sending their strongest this time. I've heard. The Flying Sky Sect has dispatched their strongest disciple, Yun Feiyong. What? Yun Feiyong is coming too? The enigmatic one whose talent astonished the ancestors of the Flying Sky Sect upon entry, who has been hidden by the sect since then. Indeed, not only him, but also Li Taishan from the Taihe sect and Zhao Ritian from the Wujizong. Wow, all 3 prodigies are coming. It seems this time, the Realm of Rules will be turned upside down. Just as they landed, Chen Xuan and the others overheard the discussions of the crowd. Upon hearing the illustrious names of these 3 prodigies, even Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing could not help but be momentarily taken aback. The term superior forces refers to powers that transcend the realm of hegemonic might, hence the designation. Each superior force epitomizes the pinnacle of strength. And it is no exaggeration to assert that a step further would lead to the realm of sanctity. They had not anticipated that such elite forces would dispatch their finest talents to vie for the coveted divine techniques. Yet, the divine techniques were firmly in the grasp of the mysterious sect. As this marked the first battle for the mysterious sect, they would not allow any disgrace, even from the superior forces. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, the Skyward Sect's warship is arriving." Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze skyward. A colossal warship, ancient and formidable, had appeared in the heavens, measuring 100 meters in length. It gracefully descended, hovering above the gathered spectators. Elderly figures stood at the battlefield's edge, gazing intently, clearly. They were powerful members of the sect, personally escorting their talented disciples. Yet, before the crowd could express their envy, another spectacle unfolded in a different direction. A thunderous roar resounded. From that direction surged forth a 100-meter-long dragon, spiraling through the sky, its tail ensnaring a towering black palace. This grand entrance was more imposing than that of the Skyward Sect. It was the mount of the Grand Elder of the Limitless Sect, the 7-colored dragon. Heavens! Even the Grand Elder of the Limitless Sect had come to escort the sect's disciples. These prodigies were indeed remarkable. It was rumored that Zhao Ritian, the strongest disciple of the Limitless Sect and a direct protege of the Grand Elder, was within that palace, heralded as the future hope of the sect, rivaling even Yun Feiyong. No wonder the Grand Elder had come in person. Such a talent demanded utmost assurance from any sect. As the crowd marveled, the Taihe sect's warship also arrived as anticipated. Thus, the 3 superior forces took their positions, patiently awaiting the opening of the secret realm. Observing the grand entrances of these superior forces, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. The level of protection afforded to their talented disciples was truly exceptional. However, upon closer comparison, his own status as an emperor-level powerhouse should not pale in comparison. Such displays were beneath the dignity of his sect. Dragons were meant to be consumed. not mere symbols of ostentation. One day, I shall prepare a dragon stew for you all, Chen Xuan explained to his two disciples, who believed him wholeheartedly and expressed their gratitude. Yet, while his disciples held firm in their belief, others were not so convinced. Someone muttered, "Humph, bragging. Eating dragons? Why not just blow the heavens apart? My master speaks of stewing dragons. He surely will do so. Why must you question my master?" Lin Fan retorted angrily, defending his mentor against any doubt. Yi Qingcheng, her expression cold as frost, also glared at the skeptic, fiercely protective of her master. The solitary cultivator, taken aback by the sudden hostility, shrank back, silenced. Observing this, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng refrained from further comment, returning to stand obediently beside Chen Xuan. This made Chen Xuan ponder whether failing to procure a dragon for stew would be unworthy of their filial piety. However, before he could elaborate, he sensed the arrival of his third disciple. He turned slightly towards her direction and instructed his two companions, Lin Fan, Qingcheng. There remains a while until the secret realm opens. Stay put and do not wander. I shall be back shortly. Yes, we bid farewell to our master. They responded promptly. Bowing respectfully, Chen Xuan nodded and, with a single step, vanished from sight. The previously muttering fellow, witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Goodness! With the secret realm's imminent opening, powerful beings were indeed present everywhere. He had previously thought of Chen Xuan as a lesser figure, only to discover he was a formidable powerhouse. Fortuitously, he had retreated quickly. Otherwise, he might not have realized his peril until it was too late. With this thought, the cultivator hurriedly distanced himself even further. Beyond 100 miles from the secret realm, at the entrance of a sprawling mountain range, stood a young girl of 17 or 18 years. Murong Yingluo, with delicate features and fair skin, wielded a cerulean longsword and donned a uniquely elegant fitted dress that accentuated her figure, making her appear both graceful and striking. Suddenly, a circle of black-clad figures surrounded her, their faces obscured by masks. Murong Yingluo, surrender. You are no match for us, they taunted. Recognizing the voice, she retorted disdainfully, the men of the Northern King. Is it? I had anticipated your treachery, but I see you can no longer contain yourselves. Indeed, princess, your perception is commendable, knowing we plot rebellion. Yet you dare venture from the palace to the secret realm. Your audacity is impressive. Do you believe you can contend with me, a cultivator of the spirit concentration realm? Despite your mere third tier of the skyward realm? The leader removed his mask, revealing his face. Murong Yingluo's earlier composure vanished as disbelief crept in. Luisho, even you have come to capture me? Not just him, but also I. Another figure unveiled himself, revealing Lu Haiduo, another capable subordinate of the Northern King and a powerhouse of the spirit concentration realm. Seeing these two, along with their entourage of several skyward realm subordinates, the previously unflappable Murong Yingluo felt her confidence wane. One spirit concentration realm cultivator was manageable, but two posed a significant threat. Gripping her sword tightly, she resigned. Are you truly deploying two spirit concentration cultivators to capture a mere third-tier skyward realm girl? Am I truly so terrifying? Do not underestimate us. We are aware you can unleash spirit concentration strength. Enough chatter. Seize her and present her to the prince. Without further ado, they conjured two immense transparent hands to ensnare Murong Yingluo. When had she revealed her capabilities? Murong Yingluo forced a smile, but fortunately, her exposure was not comprehensive. If the Soul Palace learned of her true abilities, her ancestor would be unable to shield her. Quickly, she surrendered her body's control, murmuring to her ring, Ancestor, I entrust control to you. Understood. Her ancestor's voice resonated, instantly granting control over Murong Yingluo's body. With a sudden surge of power, she transformed, her demeanor drastically shifting. With a swift motion, she cleaved through the grasping hands and fled into the depths of the mountain range. The rumors proved true. She possesses the strength of the spirit concentration realm. Capture her. She must not be allowed to rise. The two pursuers exchanged glances and immediately gave chase. As the venerable Murong ancestor exerted control over Murong Yingluo's body, she sprinted forward, discarding the formations meticulously prepared for their expedition into the secret realm. Each array cast away pained Murong Yingluo's heart. Although crafting these formations was not particularly arduous, their absence would render her vulnerable within the secret realm. The ancestor's spirit was weak, limiting the frequency with which he could possess Murong Yingluo. If their journey proceeded smoothly, it would be manageable. However, should they encounter obstacles, complications would ensue. Casting aside formations was a desperate measure, for she was determined to enter the secret realm, seeking treasures to enhance her strength and, in turn, restore the ancestor's corporeal form. Otherwise, the Northern Prince would inevitably rebel, plunging the Murong dynasty into chaos. As a princess, she might find herself married off as a political pawn, a fate she wished to avoid at all costs. After all, she was a traveler from a technologically advanced planet, who had fortuitously arrived in the role of a princess. Yet, since her arrival, her father had constantly warned her of the Northern Prince's potential treachery, instilling a deep-seated fear within her from a young age. An unexpected turn of events led her to inadvertently shatter a vase within her ancestral grave, releasing the spirit of the Murong ancestor. Recognizing her innate affinity for formations, the ancestor took residence in her ring, imparting invaluable knowledge about array techniques. Murong Ingluo proved to be an astute pupil, mastering the craft with remarkable proficiency. However, with the Northern Prince's increasing unrest, her father had strictly forbidden her from venturing outside, fearing for her safety. Yet, as the situation escalated, Murong Ingluo felt an urgent need to strengthen herself. For the power balance between her family and the Northern Prince was precarious. If left unaddressed, a rebellion could erupt, leading to dire consequences far beyond mere political marriage. Determined to expedite her growth, she resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the opening of the secret realm, rumored to be filled with treasures. With the ancestors' support, they prepared numerous formations as contingencies. Unexpectedly, the Northern Prince learned of her potential for rapid enhancement and sought to eliminate her, forcing her to deploy her prepared arrays to delay her pursuers. Alas, she lamented the absence of a domineering mentor or a devoted senior brother, as depicted in the novels she read. In her experience, heroines who traversed worlds invariably encountered powerful protectors who adored them fiercely. Yet, despite her lengthy sojourn in this realm, she had yet to meet such a figure. Instead, she had encountered numerous undesirable suitors, leading her to question the authenticity of romantic tales. Meanwhile, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo, aware of her prowess as a formation master, wisely chose to evade her traps. However, their pursuit was abruptly halted as they unwittingly stepped into the area marked by Murong Ingluo's discarded formations. In an instant, the surrounding landscape transformed, revealing the grand hall of a royal residence. A formidable man crowned with a royal diadem emerged, causing Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo to kneel in reverence. Greeting him as your highness. Useless. You cannot even capture a mere girl. End your lives at once. The prince's voice thundered with fury, sending shivers through the two men. However, a moment of hesitation ensued as they realized something was amiss. Just then, a subordinate's voice pierced the air, prompting them to recall their mission of apprehending the princess and the impossibility of returning to the royal palace. With newfound clarity, they dispersed the illusion of the prince, revealing the mountainous terrain once more, with their subordinates awaiting them in the distance. Damn it! This wretched girl's formations are growing increasingly sophisticated. We must continue the pursuit. On the other side, Murong Ingluo was fleeing at full speed when she was suddenly confronted by two cloaked figures. Sensing their formidable auras, she halted, recognizing that they were four cultivators at the spirit condensation realm. It appears the Northern Prince is relentless, she mused, her gaze sharp and mature beyond her years. You cannot escape, the two figures declared, standing resolutely in their positions. Though they refrained from attacking, it was evident they awaited reinforcement from their comrades. Aware that time was of the essence, Murong Ingluo seized her sword and launched an attack against one of the black-clad figures. Snow dance in the sky. A massive red sword, extending several meters, surged through the air as she executed her strike. The black-clad warrior conjured his weapon in defense but underestimated the sheer force of Murong Ingluo's strike, causing his weapon to disintegrate. Yet, before she could escape, the second black-clad figure raised a hand, summoning a mountain to bear down upon her, compelling her to defend herself immediately. With a resounding crash, the mountain crumbled, sending dust swirling. Just as she prepared to flee, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo closed in from behind, forming an absolute encirclement around Murong Ingluo. Ancestor, what do we do? Can we break through? She urgently inquired, still able to perceive her surroundings despite having lost control. Yes, it is possible. But utilizing my full strength may render me unable to assist you once we reach the secret realm. The ancestor's voice resonated with a hint of resignation as he contemplated how to conserve his power. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure materialized before Murong Ingluo, startling both her and the four spirit condensation cultivators. None had noticed how this man appeared. Instinctively, the ancestor retreated, filled with caution. If this person were an ally of the Northern Prince, they would need to exert their full strength. However, the reaction of the four cultivators, who now regarded the newcomer with trepidation, allowed the duo to breathe a sigh of relief. Who are you? Please do not interfere with our business, Lu Yishou inquired sternly. But the man, Chen Xuan, paid them no heed, instead casting a warm smile at Murong Ingluo. Name, Murong Ingluo, Traveler. Realm, 3rd level of Sky Control Realm. Physique, innate Tao body, incomplete. Requires the completion of its Tao resonance to activate the full form. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, transcended from a yellow planet to become a princess of the Murong dynasty, living under the shadow of impending rebellion from the vassal prince, inadvertently releasing her family's ancestor. Murong Zhantian's spirit and learning formations from him. Now preparing to venture into the secret realm for opportunities, but has been discovered by the vassal prince's subordinates. How intriguing. A traveler with an innate Tao body, excellent. As Chen Xuan gazed at the information regarding Murong Ingluo, his satisfaction grew, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. My dear lady, I perceive a dark omen looming over you. It portends great misfortune. Would you consider taking me as your mentor, allowing me to alleviate this impending crisis? Murong Ingluo was taken aback, pondering, who is this person? Is he truly seeking disciples here? Surely, he must be lacking in sound judgment. A palpable silence enveloped the crowd. For Chen Xuan's entrance had been exceedingly peculiar, instilling a sense of wariness among all present. Even Murong Zhantian discreetly retreated into his ring, concealing his presence. Fearful that this individual might be linked to the Soul Palace, notorious for their predilection for capturing souls. Ah, how remiss of me. I neglected to introduce myself. Chen Xuan suddenly realized his oversight. I am the 108th generation sect master of the Misty Sect. If you choose to be my disciple, I shall assist you in dealing with these minor nuisances. The declaration elicited a collective gasp. All present were momentarily stunned. The four eminent figures of the spirit concentration realm heightened their vigilance. Were they truly mere trifles in the eyes of the Misty Sect? This revelation cast an eerie atmosphere over the gathering. Murong Ingluo found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or bewildered. Could it be that her formidable master had finally arrived? Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, she silently pondered, ancestors, what should I do? She wishes to accept me as her disciple. Should I acquiesce? Murong Zhantian cautioned, this individual is far from ordinary. I cannot discern his true nature. You must decide for yourself. Ultimately, lacking a definitive answer, Murong Ingluo resolved to follow her heart. What if she were to gain a remarkable mentor? That would propel her to new heights. Even if her ascent was not immediate, at least the current troubles would be resolved. And perhaps with a powerful master at her side, the feudal lords would think twice before rebelling. Besides, in tales, such figures often turn out to be the protagonists. Missing this opportunity would be a grave error. Her cheeks flushed at the thought, as vivid images of a lengthy serialized romance novel flooded her mind, rife with risky elements. To accept or not to accept the mentorship. If I refuse, I might as well take my leave. At last, a final prompt jolted her back to reality. Chapter 021. Annihilating the Four Spirit Concentration Realm. The secret realm unveiled. Murong Ingluo, casting aside her bashfulness, eagerly nodded. I am willing. Oh my. How reminiscent of a marriage vow. How utterly embarrassing. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Murong Ingluo promptly bent her knees, kneeling before him, and proclaimed, Disciple Murong Ingluo pays her respects to master. 3 resounding bows echoed in the air. The luxurious disciple-accepting gift package was received. Chen Xuan, beaming, assisted her to her feet and surveyed the 4 individuals nearby, saying nonchalantly, Since you have become my disciple, I shall now assist you in dealing with them. The 4 were taken aback, while several distant figures in the skyward realm hesitated to approach, cautiously retreating. Yet, being strong figures of the spirit concentration realm, they did not concede immediately. Instead, they exchanged wary glances and proposed, Since you are accepting disciples today, let us leave this matter be, shall we? Chen Xuan shook his head, raising his hand slowly. Instantly, the followers of the Northern King heightened their alertness. Louis Shou could no longer contain his anger, retorting, You are overly arrogant. In that case, let us see what you are truly capable of. Before he could finish, Chen Xuan snapped his fingers, silencing him abruptly. In the next moment, the 4 spirit concentration realm masters and all the surrounding skyward realm cultivators erupted into a violent explosion. Boom, 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 boom. All were reduced to crimson mist, vanishing without a trace as if they had never existed. Gasping in shock, Murong Ingluo inhaled sharply. The ancestral spirit within her ring trembled, nearly losing its essence. Good heavens! With just a snap of his fingers, and without so much as a hint of pressure, he obliterated 4 early-stage spirit concentration realm masters. Even a half-step heavenly king could scarcely achieve such a silent feat. In that moment, admiration illuminated Murong Ingluo's eyes as her imagination ignited again. According to the tropes of romance novels, would her master inadvertently discover her bathing, then become enamored, ultimately leading to the birth of an adorable child? Oh, how scandalous. While Murong Ingluo was lost in her daydream, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly brought her back to reality. Disciple, let us depart. I shall introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. Huh? Oh, yes, master. She nodded eagerly and followed Chen toward the secret realm. Upon reaching a mountain peak outside the realm, they descended without drawing any attention, for this place was bustling with powerful figures, with arrivals and departures occurring incessantly. Master. Seeing Chen Xuan return with a young lady, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng promptly clasped their fists in greeting. Indeed, this is my new disciple, Morong Ingluo. Chen Xuan nodded, introducing her to them. This is your senior brother, Lin Fan, and your senior sister, Yi Qingcheng. You are now family. Ensure you treat each other well. When the secret realm opens, look out for one another, and do not act rashly. Understood. The three clasped their fists in unison, then began to size each other up. Lin Fan, a long-time recluse, merely glanced at Morong Ingluo before averting his gaze, silently reminding himself to refrain from inappropriate thoughts. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why his junior sister's dress was so form-fitting. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng admired Morong Ingluo's attire, pondering where she might procure a similar outfit for herself. As for Morong Ingluo, she was once again lost in her thoughts. Senior brother Lin Fan seems so honest. In my previous life, he would undoubtedly be the one to shoulder my burdens. Senior sister Qingcheng is breathtaking. She entered the sect before me. Master surely harbors no feelings for her, right? She wouldn't take away my role as the protagonist, would she? I hope Master and I will not misunderstand because of her. In that moment, the three were absorbed in their silent musings. Just then, a radiant kaleidoscopic aurora suddenly shot into the sky. With the emergence of the aurora, voices of excitement erupted among the crowd. The secret realm has opened. It has opened. Rush in. Instantly, countless cultivators soared into the air, hastily making their way into the secret realm. However, those racing forward were primarily loose cultivators or members of minor sections. The true representatives of the three major superpowers and dominant factions remained poised, waiting for the others to scout the path ahead. Disciples, the secret realm is fraught with peril. I shall leave a trace of my essence for you. Should you encounter any insurmountable dangers, you may activate this essence, and I shall come to your aid. At this moment, Chen Xuan withdrew his gaze and infused his essence into the three disciples. Thank you, Master. We shall proceed. The trio clasped their fists in gratitude and began to ascend slowly. Yet, at that moment, three figures suddenly appeared, hovering above the crowd. These three were none other than the strongest geniuses of the three major superpowers, Li Taishan, Yun Feiyang, and Zhao Ritian, with an air of superiority. Their arrival stunned all present, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd upward. However, they paid no heed to those below, instead fixating on one another. Brother Zhao. Shall we engage in a friendly competition? Yun Feiyang suggested coolly, eyeing the other two. Oh, and how shall we compete? Li Taishan, emotionless and sturdy as a mountain, with muscles rippling across his form, inquired. Let us see who can reach the Sage Valley first. Agreed. Where is Brother Zhao? The two turned in unison to gaze at Zhao Ritian. Holding a battle spear, Zhao Ritian disdainfully declared, I am the embodiment of the great sun, destined to suppress all foes. If you possess the strength, come and chase me. With that, he vanished in a flash, heading straight for the secret realm. The other two were momentarily taken aback, realizing he had accepted their challenge, and swiftly took off after him. As they passed, a fierce wind whipped around them, and in a display of bravado, they even stepped on the heads of some scattered cultivators, inciting their ire, yet they dared not voice their grievances. Observing the trio's ostentatious display, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Morong Ingluo felt nothing but contempt. True strength cannot be conjured through mere bravado. Exchanging glances, the three resolved to reach the Sage Valley first, to enhance their sect with a scroll of divine techniques. Thus, they too dashed into the secret realm. As the number of cultivators around them dwindled, Chen Xuan, perched atop a mountain, did not linger. He rose and departed for the nearest city to rest. The secret realm would remain open for several days, and he had no desire to stand idly by for that long. His purpose for venturing out was to take on disciples. Having secured one, he was disinterested in anything else. As for exploring the secret realm, please. He was already at the emperor level. This realm could hardly attract his interest. Soon, Chen Xuan arrived at a city known as Kaoshan City. Stepping into a brothel on the second floor, he munched on sunflower seeds while watching the performers on stage, embarking on a leisurely day. Time passed gradually. In the secret realm, battles erupted incessantly in every corner, with the number of fallen cultivators rising alarmingly. Wang Tai, I just saw you acquire a heavenly spirit fruit. Hand it over, or you shan't escape. If you want it, let us see if you have the strength. Is anyone forming a team? I've discovered a heavenly spirit fruit tree laden with fruit. Alas, it's guarded by a late-stage beast in the air. No one is willing to team up to claim the fruits. No need to go. It's already been stripped clean. You're still looking to form a team? What? Impossible. How could it be taken so quickly? Besides, that beast was late stage. Did the three top geniuses strike? No. It was three individuals from the Misty Sect who harvested them. Those three are astonishing, likely not inferior to the top three geniuses, especially the leading man, who slayed the late-stage beast with a single sword strike. Wow, the number of geniuses in this secret realm is truly remarkable. I've never heard of the Misty Sect. Could they be from an even more distant superpower? Chapter 022, Dividing the Spirit Fruits, Slaying Zhao Ritian 2 Junior Sisters. There are a total of 360 spirit fruits. Let us divide them equally, 120 for each. In the forest, Lin Fan produced the spirit fruits to share with Yuqiqing and Murong Luo. However, since the two had hardly contributed, they felt too embarrassed to accept the division. Senior brother, I didn't exert much effort. Please give me less. Indeed, Senior Lin Fan, my contribution was minimal as well. You were the one who defeated the beast. While I merely dealt with some ambushes, I shouldn't take so much. You keep the majority. Murong Luo waved her hands in refusal. Yet, Lin Fan smiled gently, exuding a brotherly demeanor as he said, Junior sisters, we are all of the same sect, having been taught by the same master. There is no need to be so particular about the division. Since we are a team, we must share equally. Let us not show favoritism. Quickly gather your portions, 120 for each. Very well. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence and indifference, the two women finally felt at ease to accept the heavenly spirit fruits. However, just as they secured their fruits, an arrogant voice suddenly boomed above them, startling the three. Indeed, you are here. They looked up to recognize the figure hovering above them. It was none other than the renowned genius Zhao Ritian. At this moment, Zhao Ritian descended, expressionless, and coldly declared, hand over the heavenly spirit fruits. Rare treasures belong to whoever claims them first. Why should we surrender them to you? Lin Fan retorted disdainfully. Huh. To defy me means death is your only destiny. Zhao Ritian raised his battle spear, landing before the three. Although he had been racing against two other geniuses, he had not overlooked the opportunity for a rare find. Having missed the fruits initially, he had learned from his fellow sect member that an entire tree of heavenly spirit fruits had been harvested, prompting his pursuit of the gatherers. Unexpectedly, he found two of the women quite beautiful, stirring a sense of pity within him. Perhaps he could keep them as maidservants, a diversion during his cultivation. As for the Misty Sect, he had never heard of it and deemed it unworthy of his concern. He, as the embodiment of the great sun, needed not regard anyone or any faction, lest it disrupt his mindset for seizing the imperial path. Will you submit to me and serve as my personal maidservants, attending to my needs day and night? If you agree, I might spare your lives and guide you through the secret realm. Zhao Ritian inquired, his expression unchanged. Instantly, Yuqiqing and Murong Luo felt a wave of revulsion. To be honest, they had never encountered such audacity. How could one speak such shameless words without a hint of embarrassment? What audacity did he possess to be so abhorrent? Pah, trash. You think you deserve to be called a top genius? The two women retorted in unison. Lin Fan frowned, stepping protectively in front of his junior sisters. Standing tall as he declared, you speak arrogantly. Those who insult my junior sisters shall die. With that, he brandished his sword towards Zhao Ritian. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a sword several dozen meters long, sweeping toward Zhao Ritian. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, then die. Zhao Ritian laughed maniacally, thrusting his spear into the ground, emitting an overwhelming aura that effortlessly nullified Lin Fan's attack. Your ninth level of the Void Realm is vastly inferior to mine. He sneered, then leapt, aiming a strike at Lin Fan with his spear. The oppressive force surged toward Lin Fan and his junior sisters, causing their hair to fly wildly. Is that so? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, showing no sign of retreat. Since they were both at the ninth level of the Void Realm, it was the perfect opportunity to test just how much he differed from a top genius. Junior sisters, retreat for now. Allow me to gauge his might. With that, Lin Fan leaped into the air, sword in hand, ready to meet Zhao Ritian's spear. Boom. The moment their weapons clashed, an immense energy erupted, snapping trees around them like twigs. On the ground, Yuqiqing and Murong Luo exchanged glances, then simultaneously sprang into action. As for their senior brother's request to retreat, absolutely not. Even if their senior brother could prevail, they would not back down. There were countless treasures to be claimed in the secret realm. Who had time to waste here? The sooner they finished, the sooner they could seek their fortune. Thus, both women launched their attacks, exhibiting power far beyond their realms. Dragon Capture Hand. Yuqiqing conjured a colossal hand, striking down towards Zhao Ritian's head. Zhao Ritian quickly attempted to block it, his body trembling from the force. Immediately following, a second attack came from Murong Luo, who, aware of her lesser strength, surrendered control of her body to her ancestor. The celestial spirit fruit can restore the ancestor's strength, So now there is no fear of depleting the ancestor's power. This allowed the ancestor Murong to finally enjoy a moment of exhilaration, immediately casting forth countless items to set up a grand array, the enchanting floral maze. Boom. As the array emerged, the surroundings of Zhao Ritian transformed abruptly, enveloped in a thick veil of white mist that disoriented him. Not only did he lose his sense of direction, but he could not even perceive any enemies. Even his five senses were obscured. Damn, what kind of formation is this? Zhao Ritian's face contorted with fury as he dashed wildly within the array, swinging his battle spear aimlessly. But at that moment, a formidable divine power surged toward him. It was a massive sword body. A single glance revealed it was conjured by that man from before. Zhao Ritian hastily defended himself, cleaving the sword body with a strike. However, immediately after, a torrent of divine powers assailed him, overwhelming him with relentless attacks. Boom. Yi Qingqing unleashed the dragon capture hand, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet before he could rise, a colossal phantom mountain descended upon him, pinning him down. Boom. The earth trembled, creating a deep pit. Zhao Ritian fell utterly silent. Sister Luo, you have actually reached the spirit concentration realm? Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing's pupils constricted slightly. This is not the case. Sister is indeed at the airborne realm. She merely employed some special techniques just now. They cannot be used continuously. Regaining control of her own body. Murong Luo cautiously fabricated a lie. After all, it is best not to divulge matters concerning the ancestor. I see. Yi Qingqing and Lin Fan nodded. Choosing not to dwell on the issue, let us hasten our departure. There are still many treasures ahead, and we must not allow others to seize them first. Agreed. Let us move swiftly. If others witness us slaying Zhao Ritian, it would surely become a troublesome affair. Murong Luo concurred eagerly. The three then took flight, venturing deeper into the forest. Not long after their departure, some slower cultivators began to arrive in this forest. However, upon observing the signs of battle around them, they immediately slowed their pace and became vigilant. Look, there is someone in the pit. Suddenly, a cultivator who approached the edge of the pit discovered Zhao Ritian. Half his body missing. The crowd immediately gathered around. Yet, upon seeing the horrific state of the corpse, they gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Zhao Ritian lay with half of his body gone, the remaining half a gruesome sight of mangled flesh and exposed bones. It appeared utterly terrifying. This is Zhao Ritian? Oh my goodness. It truly is Zhao Ritian. He actually died here? Could it be that Yun Feiyong and Li Taishan joined forces to kill him? A wave of dread swept over the crowd, causing them to jump in shock. Quick, let us leave. We must not linger here. If we are mistaken for enemies by the Wujizong, it would be catastrophic. Yes, let us flee. Instantly, many cultivators scattered in panic. Before long, only a few scattered cultivators remained. Among these cultivators, both men and women, they realized that the others had not fled and understood one another's intentions. Thus, one of them proposed, fellow Taoists, how about we split the spoils? Good. No objection. I concur. The others agreed without dissent. Seeing this, the first speaker leaped into the pit to search for Zhao Ritian's storage bag and ring. However, just as he grasped Zhao Ritian's hand, Zhao Ritian suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, the man who was about to take the ring was startled, reflexively retreating. The cultivators surrounding the pit were so frightened that they nearly lost their souls, vanishing into thin air. Only the cultivator in the pit trembled in terror, stammering, Please don't kill me. I was only here to tidy up for you, not to take your belongings suddenly. A faint sound jolted the trembling cultivator awake. He quickly looked up. He saw Zhao Ritian ignoring him, instead holding a spiritual talisman and murmuring something, his voice weak and barely audible. Then, that talisman soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. As the talisman ascended, Zhao Ritian's hand fell limp, and he became utterly still. Dead. Is he dead? The cultivator hesitated, cautiously prodding Zhao Ritian's arm with a twig. There was still no response. Good heavens. He actually scared me half to death. The cultivator sighed in relief, then began to strip off the ring and storage bag. He knew that Zhao Ritian had sent out a distress talisman, indicating that his fellow disciples would soon arrive. So he dared not delay, hastily collecting the valuable items from Zhao Ritian. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even though he knew Zhao Ritian's companions would arrive shortly, he could not resist. After all, one cannot place too much value on their own life. Otherwise, opportunities will forever remain out of reach. Just like his friend, Taoist Shun, who dabbled in alchemy yet hid in a cave every day, avoiding chances, eventually leading to a life consumed by time, becoming nothing more than dust in the cycle of reincarnation. He had warned him before that cultivation was a contest against heaven, earth, and humanity, and hiding in a cave would lead to no success. However, sometimes he envied him. Being solitary, unlike himself, burdened with a wife and children to support. It had been years since he last returned home to see his family. Once this secret realm concluded, it would be time to visit them. Brother Zhao, thank you. If there is ever an opportunity, I will surely burn paper for you. The cultivator gathered his spoils and quickly climbed out of the deep pit, fleeing in the opposite direction. But at that moment, several disciples of the Wujizong appeared in the sky. Upon seeing him, the disciples frowned, immediately unleashing a palm strike that sent the cultivator flying. Uffed. He spewed blood, his insides ruptured, collapsing to the ground and falling unconscious. Damn it! What kind of fool dares to approach? How dare you touch my senior brother's belongings? The disciples of Wujizong bent down to take the items the cultivator clutched and then returned to the pit to join their fellow brothers. Though they had already learned through a communication talisman that senior brother Zhao Wujizong had been slain, witnessing Zhao's tragic state still sent shivers down their spines. The killer was too ruthless. Half of senior brother Zhao was gone. The Primal Sect, is it? I've never heard of this sect. First, let us collect senior brother Zhao's body and return it to the elders. Additionally, summon all disciples and issue a pursuit order against all scattered cultivators. Anyone who can provide information on or assist in killing the Primal Sect members will be granted all resources possessed by the Primal Sect, along with generous spirit stones from the Wujizong. This is the only course of action. Otherwise, if we do nothing, we will surely be punished. Very well, it is decided. Let us depart. The group soared into the air, vanishing like a flash of light. Before long, the pursuit order spread throughout the secret realm. Everyone learned that 3 disciples of the Primal Sect had slain the strongest talent of the Wujizong, Zhao Ritian. Anyone who could provide the locations of the Primal Sect disciples or assist in their capture would not only receive all resources from the Primal Sect, but also substantial rewards in spirit stones from the Wujizong. In an instant, the secret realm was ablaze with excitement. Countless individuals began searching for the Primal Sect's whereabouts. Some even formed hunting parties, gathering numerous scattered cultivators to seek and hunt down the 3 disciples of the Primal Sect. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Now, let us return to the scene of Zhao Ritian's demise. I am not dead. Amidst the thick grass, a cultivator leaned against a large tree, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He was the very scattered cultivator who, in his greed for Zhao Ritian's treasures, had been struck by a disciple of the Wujizong. Though he was not dead, as a cultivator of the spiritual sea realm, having been struck by an airborne realm disciple, his internal organs had shifted and shattered beyond repair. He could hardly survive for more than a few days. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of death. Cough, cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, a bitter smile etched across his face. Indeed, as Taoist Chen said, opportunities and risks coexist. With that, he struggled to rise, exerting every ounce of strength to protect his internal organs and delay the inevitable approach of death, staggering towards the exit. He could not die yet. His wife and daughter awaited him at home. He must endure. Endure until the exit reopens. Endure until he returns to that cave. Endure until he can entrust his wife and daughter to Taoist Chen. Surely, with Taoist Chen's character and the care he had shown over the years, he would look after his family well. Back to the main topic. Deep within the secret realm, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo were already engulfed in a frenzy of bloodshed. Even with hundreds of corpses lying around them, Lin Fan pressed a sword against a cultivator's throat, adorned with rings on every finger, coldly demanding, "Why have you been pursuing us relentlessly? Please don't kill me. It's the Wuji Sect. The Wuji Sect has issued a bounty for your heads, claiming you have amassed many treasures along your journey. If anyone kills you or reveals your location, they will be rewarded." The kneeling cultivator, terrified, lost control of himself, his eyes bloodshot with fear. The stench overwhelmed Yi Qingcheng and Murong Ingluo, causing them to instinctively step back. So it was the Wuji Sect. No wonder they had been relentlessly hunted down these past few days. You are too arrogant. Thinking the Wuji Sect's rewards are so easily obtained? Do you think our Primal Sect is easy to bully? Lin Fan frowned, swiftly severing the man's neck with his sword. Chapter 024. A Million Hunters. The Bull Demon Clan is bewildered senior brother. The number of our pursuers is increasing. From the initial few dozen, it has now swelled to hundreds. Yi Qingqing urged, "Let us head directly to the Saints Valley. If we delay, we risk being overtaken." Murong Ingluo nodded in agreement. After days of interaction, she had developed a deep admiration for her senior brother and sister. Although she had yet to enter the sect since becoming their disciple, she felt a sense of belonging, especially as the weakest among the trio, constantly cared for by her senior brother and sister. It was a feeling entirely different from that in the palace. "Have we gathered the loot?" Lin Fan inquired, nodding. Initially, they had not considered scavenging. But as the number of pursuers grew, Valuable items began to surface, prompting them to start collecting loot. After several days, their fingers were adorned with space rings, and their waists laden with storage bags, resembling a beggar's overflowing satchel. Let us go. The trio took to the skies once more. However, shortly after taking off, their presence was immediately exposed. The Primal Sect trio. Help. Swish. Lin Fan swiftly dispatched the shouter, continuing on with his two junior sisters. Yet the cry had already attracted countless eyes. In an instant, thousands of cultivators surged from the mountains, converging upon them. What the hell? So many? The three were taken aback, hastening their flight. Quick, catch them. The men for the Wuji sect, the women will take turns with. Kill them. Kill. After decades of cultivation, this was the first time they experienced such exhilarating pursuit. Let us get them. Let us get those girls. A massive force of over 1,000 appeared in the sky, dark and ominous like a storm cloud. Some rode flying swords, wielding blades, while others walked through the void. Soaring through the air, these two methods of flight represented vastly different realms. While the Linghai realm was considered lowly, with a group of aerial experts leading the charge, they had little to fear. After all, they were all cultivators of the air, even if one was powerful. They had a multitude of aerial masters and countless Linghai cultivators to wear down their opponents. Unless the Primal Sect trio were all at the stage, they wouldn't dare to confront them. Otherwise, even if they were merely half a step into the stage, they would dare to kill. In no time, the heavens and earth were filled with groups of hunters. These groups merged into larger factions, emboldening the Linghai cultivators even further. Ahead, the Primal Sect trio pressed forward, not daring to pause. Behind them, the pursuing army had amassed nearly 10,000. These are a pack of rabid dogs. Morong Ingluo cursed under her breath, surrendering control of her body to her ancestor. Otherwise, with her cultivation level, she would never escape. Ingluo, tell your senior brother to run left ahead. Lead these people into that mountainous area. It's the territory of the Bull Demon clan. The Bull Demons can only reach the peak of the. If we charge through, we should be safe, and it may even hinder our pursuers. Suddenly, Morong Zhantian's voice echoed from within her ring. The secret realm, having existed for ages, was familiar to him from his youth. Upon hearing this, Morong Ingluo's eyes lit up, relaying the information to Lin Fan. As the leading senior brother, he immediately agreed with her suggestion, directing the group towards the Bull Demon clan territory. Though both demon clans and fierce beasts were beasts, they were not of the same species. Fierce beasts were savage creatures with low intelligence, whereas demon clans were long-standing lineages, possessing inherent wisdom, capable of transforming between human and beast forms. Naturally, even when transformed into human form, they retain some traits of their beastly nature. For instance, the Bull Demon clan, while appearing human, still bore distinct bull horns on their heads. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude upon your territory. I stumbled in by mistake. Please let me go, and I will leave at once. At that moment, within the Bull Demon clan, a human cultivator knelt in terror, begging for mercy. Surrounding him was a large cauldron, flames roaring beneath it, filled with the bodies of human cultivators. Scattered around, numerous half-human, half-bull demons watched. Humph, humans are truly troublesome. Only appearing every 10 years for us to feast upon. How many is this now? The clan leader of the Bull Demon clan grunted, exhaling a puff of white smoke. As the demons of this realm, they were cursed, forever unable to evolve into greater demons, forever relegated to a level below that of humans at the peak of the. Moreover, every 10 years, a group of human cultivators would appear, much to his dissatisfaction, leaving him with no choice but to find pleasure in devouring them. Clan leader. This is the 98th. The little demons reported with clasped fists. 98. Not enough to satisfy. Let us cook him first. We'll catch more at our leisure. Yes. The little demons immediately lifted the human cultivator and tossed him into the cauldron. The pot bubbled ominously, but at that moment, several black dots appeared quickly overhead. Clan leader. More people are coming from the sky. 3? Not enough to fill the gaps. But these 3 seem rather formidable. Bull 2, Bull 3, Bull 4, and Bull 5. Come with me to bring them down. Yes. In an instant, 5 bulls soared into the air, blocking the path of the Primal Sect trio. It's the Bull Demons. We entered their territory. Yu Qi-Ching warned urgently. They seem intent on stopping us. Stay close to me, junior sisters. Lin Fan decisively instructed. Then unleashed a terrifying sword strike. The massive blade swept through the air as he led the 2 girls swiftly behind it. The 2 girls were not idle either, launching their own attacks. Yu Qi-Ching followed closely, executing her dragon-capturing hand, while Morong Ingluo raised her hand to conjure a towering mountain. 3 individuals, each wielding a distinct power, collided forcefully with 5 bovine beings. In an instant, the 5 creatures were taken aback. mistakenly believing that these humans had come specifically to confront them. It was, after all, their first encounter with humans who dared to initiate a fight. Consequently, witnessing this spectacle, the 5 bovines instinctively scattered to evade the confrontation. Whoosh! As the bovine beings dodged, the space ahead became increasingly vacant. The trio from the Misty Sect swiftly traversed past the 5 bovines, sprinting towards the horizon, their powers not fully unleashed. Chief, they seem to be fleeing. Chapter 025. Entering the Valley of the Saints, a sword's arrival shocks thousands. Curse it. We appear to have been deceived. Should we pursue them, Chief? The 5 bovines, infuriated by the retreating figures of the trio, snorted in agitation, white mist billowing from their nostrils. The chief growled fiercely, "Pursue them. We must not let them escape." As he prepared to chase after them, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed, "Chief, look behind us." Behind? What is it? The chief turned, puzzled. Instantly, he was confronted by a dark, ominous cloud looming in the distance. Is it going to rain? The chief questioned, bewildered. "No, Chief, it's people. It's a horde of people," his subordinate warned in terror. "What? A multitude of people?" The chief was momentarily dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing such a vast number of individuals. "Chief, every time we feast upon them, they must surely come seeking revenge. We should flee." "What should we do, Chief? We are cornered." His subordinates clamored for action. "Since we face death regardless, we might as well fight." "Fight? Nonsense. Run," the chief snapped. Then turned to follow the trio from the Misty Sect. The remaining 4 bovines dared not linger and hastily followed in their chief's wake. In a whirlwind, 3 factions sped through the skies. Leading the charge were the trio from the Misty Sect, followed by the 5 bovines, with the horde of thousands trailing behind. At long last, after what felt like an eternity of flight, the 5 bovines reached the edge of the sealed boundary. Crossing it meant certain demise. While the approaching army drew ever closer, the chief was engulfed in frustration. "What now, Chief? We're at the edge. Let us confront them," his subordinates urged. "We have no more ground to retreat." With a cold expression, the chief gazed at the boundary, steeling his resolve before commanding, "Then let us fight. Charge. Kill." In unison, the 5 bovines turned sharply, charging towards the legion of thousands. "Ah, damn beast folk. Brothers, do not falter. We have the numbers. It is said that beast folk love to hoard treasures. We shall seize their riches and claim their women. This is a secret realm. The outside world's beast folk cannot find us here. Damn it. I've never been with a female beast folk. Today shall be my chance. Ah, I will annihilate you." Boom. In an instant, the clash between the army and the 5 bovines erupted. Countless cultivators fell from the skies like dumplings into the rivers below. Yet, among the humans were many skilled aerial cultivators, at least several hundred, all disciples of major sects. As these aerial cultivators engaged, the 5 bovines began to accumulate wounds. And soon the first of their number fell, followed by the second, then the third. Of course, the number of human cultivators dwindled rapidly as well. When the battle ceased, only a handful of human cultivators remained. Once the pursuit had vanished, the trio from the Misty Sect felt a wave of relief wash over them and swiftly arrived at the Valley of the Saints. However, upon arrival, they found the entrance to the valley packed with cultivators. The path leading into the valley was similarly congested with people, their numbers decreasing as they approached the entrance, as if something was obstructing their progress. As they neared the valley, only 2 solitary figures remained standing, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. Both appeared to be grappling with a dilemma. Frozen in place, brows furrowed in deep thought. At the end of the path loomed a peculiar, oddly shaped valley, rumored to hold the clues to the Great Void technique. Yet, even entering the valley proved to be an immense challenge, let alone acquiring the Great Void technique. "The grand formation left by the saint," murmured Murong Yingluo, recognizing the array that barred everyone's path. "Sister, you can decipher this formation?" Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing gasped in disbelief. "I have seen it before. Senior brothers and sisters, follow me. I possess the means to enter." With a gentle smile, Murong Yingluo transitioned from follower to guide, leading the way into the throng. Soon, the trio navigated through the crowd, catching up to Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The entire process was devoid of any hindrance, leaving Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing astonished, sensing that their junior sister was quite extraordinary. In response, Murong Yingluo merely smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. After all, this was all the result of years of research by her esteemed ancestor. Under her guidance, they quickly surpassed Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The two, witnessing the trio's swift progress, were left dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the receding figures. The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Am I seeing things? How did they manage to enter? Unbelievable. This cannot be real. My brother Yun Feiyang couldn't enter. How did they do it? Could it be the trio from the Misty Sect? It truly is them. Aren't they the ones who killed Zhao Ritian and are now being hunted? Rumors suggested that tens of thousands were after them. How could they possibly appear here? Could it be they vanquished their pursuers? In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, for their presence here undeniably indicated that they had dealt with their would-be hunters. Look, they are beginning to comprehend. Suddenly, within the valley, the trio from the Misty Sect came to a halt, immersing themselves in the peculiar surroundings, seeking the Great Void technique. The onlookers furrowed their brows in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is astonishingly swift. What kind of sect is the Misty Sect? Have they truly birthed 3 top-tier geniuses?" As a result, many cultivators who had intended to leave remained behind, eager to witness the Great Void technique and perhaps seize an opportunity for personal gain. At the same time, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang seemed to unravel the puzzle before them, advancing further, drawing ever closer to the valley. But just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A mountain within the valley suddenly emitted a radiant glow. In unison, the 3 opened their eyes, exclaiming, "We found it!" Whoosh! At their declaration, a jade slip shot forth from the mountain. Outside the valley, all onlookers were left stupefied. Even Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang were rendered bewildered. Yun Feiyang stared into the valley, murmuring, "Impossible. This cannot be real. How can it happen so swiftly? It must be a trick." Li Taishan, equally dazed, muttered, "I must be dreaming. I am certainly dreaming. Wake up, young man." Boom. As the jade slip soared forth, the valley trembled. The surrounding formations weakened until they vanished entirely. In an instant, all obstacles were lifted, and a throng surged towards the valley. The restrictions are lifted. It must be an extraordinary technique. Rush forth. Splendid. Let us seize this extraordinary technique. In a frenzy, countless individuals surged forward, including Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang, all racing towards the valley. This sudden movement heightened the vigilance of the trio within the valley. Lin Fan stowed the jade slip, glancing at the throng outside, and felt an air of seriousness settle over him. Yi Qing and Murong Ingluo exchanged wary glances, unable to restrain themselves from saying, "Brother, should we inform our master?" No need. There wasn't even a single practitioner at the. If I were to inform the master, it would be utterly embarrassing. Lin Fan immediately declined and, with a grave expression, instructed, "You two, step back. I am about to unleash the ultimate technique passed down by our master." What? Brother still has a secret technique? The 2 women were momentarily stunned and instinctively retreated. At that moment, Lin Fan also ceased to endure. Faced with the multitude of practitioners outside, he was finally ready to execute his most formidable move. Gazing at the crowd, his visage was devoid of fear as he slowly raised his right hand, mimicking the gesture of drawing a sword from the void. Instantly, his garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind. Then, gathering his energy, he bellowed towards the sky. "Sword, come forth." Boom. The sound resonated like muffled thunder in the ears of all the practitioners. They halted in their tracks, bewildered, glancing around. What was he shouting about? It seems nothing has changed. That frightened me. I thought it was some divine ability, but it turns out to be just empty shouting. Observing the unchanged surroundings, everyone was perplexed. Yi Qing and Murong Ingluo were equally befuddled, unable to comprehend what their senior brother was up to. Was he merely attempting to intimidate this crowd and then find an opportunity to escape? Yet how could thousands of people be frightened by a mere shout? It appeared that a bloody battle was inevitable. The 2 women quickly prepared their divine abilities, ready to carve a path through blood. But just then, a mournful wail echoed through the sky. Clang. It was the sound of swords trembling. Following that, a second, a third, and a 4th mournful cry rang out in succession. The swords in the hands of the multitude of practitioners became uncontrollable, flying out of their sheaths towards Lin Fan's head, gathering in droves. In an instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Why were our swords flying towards him? Over 10,000 swords, good heavens. What kind of divine ability is this? Look. More swords are coming. As the swords of the practitioners took flight, those long swords, buried in dust and decay around the valley, also soared towards Lin Fan. "Sword, come forth." Boom, boom, boom. The words continued to reverberate. Wherever the sound traveled, countless swords awakened, whether buried underground or rusted and broken. All trembled and converged towards the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan was surrounded by a dark cloud of swords, having amassed hundreds of thousands. The onlookers were utterly astonished, shocked. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Was he finally going to use this move? His innate talent, combined with the swordsmanship bestowed by his master, alongside the unique skills of his special physique. When the 2 forces merged, what tremendous power would this move wield? Lin Fan pondered silently, then swiftly formed hand seals. As he completed the seals, he spread his arms wide and shouted once more. All swords returned to their origin. Kill. Boom. As Lin Fan shouted those 4 words, the hundreds of thousands of swords surged towards the throngs of practitioners. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if a rain of swords was descending. Each sword charged forth with the intent of mutual destruction. Run. Good heavens. This cannot possibly be the power of the... Quick, flee. In an instant, chaos erupted among the crowd. Countless practitioners were pierced in an instant. Even though some managed to hold their ground momentarily, they found themselves facing an endless barrage of flying swords, their spiritual energy waning, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught. However, Lin Fan knew that this broad attack would not eliminate truly formidable opponents, so he promptly led his 2 junior sisters away. Junior sisters, let's go. The trio took to the skies, leaving behind the crowd amidst the arduous struggle against the torrential downpour of swords. Time passed, and eventually, the hundreds of thousands of swords were exhausted. Among the thousands of practitioners present, only a few hundred remained, many severely injured. At this moment, disheveled and amidst the sea of swords, Li Taishan stared in the direction of the departing trio muttering to himself. He then looked at Yun Feiyang, who was equally disheveled, and suggested, Brother Yun, why not join forces? With our 2 sects' divine abilities combined, we can present a formidable challenge to them. To think that this is how I, Yun Feiyang, would encounter such a formidable adversary upon my first emergence. Very well, let us join forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Feiyang agreed. The 2 then began to rally their surviving disciples, launching yet another wave of pursuit against the trio. Days turned into weeks. The trio continued to flee while searching for treasures. In the following days, they turned the entire secret realm upside down. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang, accompanied by their disciples and countless top-tier disciples from various sects, relentlessly pursued them. Yet each time, they suffered significant losses. Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang were injured multiple times. The continuous setbacks only intensified their resentment. Thus, the decision was made to cease the pursuit and lay in ambush. With a new strategy in place, the 2 top-tier geniuses began to conceal themselves at the exit of the secret realm. They waited patiently until the day the secret realm would open. At that moment, the time was precisely night. The land was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the bright moonlight. As the secret realm opened, the trio gradually emerged from the distance, flying towards the exit. Brother, do you think we've offended so many people? We've basically antagonized all the major powers in the surrounding. Will it bring trouble to our sect? Morong Yingluo expressed her concerns while gazing at the exit. Though the journey had been exhilarating, she feared that if so many factions sought revenge, even the male protagonist might not withstand it. She certainly did not wish to meet the male protagonist only to see him falter. Moreover, if he fell, her dynasty would inevitably face disaster. They had indeed stirred up a considerable ruckus. Rest assured, junior sister, ours is powerful. There are many reclusive elders within the sect. Yichi-chan quickly reassured her, bolstering her confidence. Coming from a millennium later and having heard Lin Fan's accounts, she had long since become convinced of the sect's might. Lin Fan, unfazed, added, Indeed. And none of this is our fault. They were the ones who first seized our spiritual fruits and coveted our divine abilities. If we were to relinquish them without a fight, wouldn't that be a disgrace to our master and our sect? Our master would never allow us to bring shame to the sect. Wow, so our sect is that powerful. Hearing the responses from her senior brother and sister, Morong Yingluo was taken aback. Once they reached the sect, she would undoubtedly need to make a good impression. As they pondered this, the trio drew ever closer to the exit. But just then, the forest below suddenly stirred. In an instant, countless practitioners soared out of the woods, resembling a vast flock of birds, all rushing towards them. They were shouting something as they approached. They appeared. Charge. Do not let them escape. The sect's elders are just outside. Drive them out. The ambush of tens of thousands of practitioners erupted like a swarm of hidden birds taking flight. Seeing this scene, the trio was taken aback. They had not anticipated an ambush at the exit. Brother, sister, they're coming again. Run. The trio dared not linger, immediately quickening their pace, rushing out of the secret realm. However, as soon as they emerged, they were confronted by the formidable elders of the 3 major superpowers. It was evident that they had already received information from within the secret realm and were now filled with fury. The elder is aware that they killed brother Zhao Ritian, and they possess 2 sets of divine abilities. One disciple reported to the elder of the Wujizong. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. While they knew the trio had caused chaos inside, they were astounded to learn they possessed 2 sets of divine abilities. Once the sect acquired those 2 sets of divine abilities, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. In no time, Many smaller sects and rogue cultivators lingered to observe the unfolding drama. Of course, they were merely spectators. In the face of the inevitable struggle for supreme techniques among the three major sects, these treasures were destined to be irrelevant to them. The trio from the mysterious Cloud sect found their path obstructed, with pursuers hot on their heels, plunging them into a formidable encirclement. Chen Xuan gripped the three as they realized that the individuals blocking their way were none other than the most formidable elders from the three super sects, escorting their disciples. It is worth noting that the strongest elders of these super sects are all at the Heavenly King level. A mere breath from them could obliterate the trio. Thus, the pressure on them was immense. However, as the senior disciple, Lin Fan steeled himself and respectfully clasped his fists, stating, "The resources in the secret realm are ownerless. It is first come, first served. Why do the esteemed elders obstruct our passage?" Chapter 027. One hand destroys the Heavenly King, the power of the mysterious Cloud sect. Ha! You dare question me after you harm my disciple? Surrender at once and return with me to face punishment. The Grand Elder of the Unbounded Sect's expression darkened as he raised his hand to seize them. At that moment, an elder from the Taiha sect interjected, saying, "Wait, Brother Dao, they have also slain many of our Taiha sect disciples. We too must take them with us. Are only your sect's disciples allowed to suffer losses? What about my Flying Sky sect? We too wish to take them." Instantly, the three superpowers began to squabble. It was evident to all that their intentions were far from mere revenge. If it were only about vengeance, they could simply kill them on the spot. The desire to take them away was clearly motivated by the acquisition of those two supreme techniques. In light of this, the Grand Elder of the Unbounded Sect proposed a compromise. "Let us take them back to my Unbounded Sect first, and the two esteemed friends may accompany me. We can discuss the method of resolution afterward." Quickly, the other two sect elders concurred. The Unbounded Sect had lost their most talented genius if they did not agree. It would be difficult to find a satisfactory resolution. After the three elders reached a consensus, they turned their gazes toward the trio from the mysterious Cloud sect. Seeing their fates treated so lightly, the three felt a surge of indignation, yet they stood firm. After all, they bore the aura left by their master. If worst came to worst, they could use it to summon help. However, where was their master? Other sects had come to retrieve their disciples, yet their own master was absent. Of course, the trio did not dwell on it, assuming their master had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, Lin Fan, the leading disciple, boldly asserted, "It was your disciples who unjustly attempted to seize our treasures, leading us to retaliate. Are you not being too blind to justice?" Upon hearing this, the three elders were momentarily taken aback. Then, they all broke into smiles, filled with disdain and mockery, as if to say, "You think you are worthy to discuss right and wrong with us? Truly Navi youth." Thus, the three elders, with smiles that did not reach their eyes, replied, "Is that so? Others merely desire the treasures in your possession, yet you have taken lives. Do you still dare to claim innocence? Indeed, you could have surrendered the items first and sought our justice. We would naturally penalize those disciples and return the treasures to you. This is no justification for murder." "Exactly. They only sought to take your belongings, not to kill you. You could resist, but you should never have resorted to murder." With each elder chiming in, the trio from the mysterious Cloud sect felt their blood pressure spike. They merely sought to protect their treasures, yet they were accused of murder? To surrender their belongings first and then seek justice? Was this even a reasonable suggestion? Many surrounding cultivators could not endure the absurdity. Yet none dared to speak against the three super sects. After all, these were powers that transcended the limits of influence, entirely different from hegemonic sects. Hence the title of super sects. Who would dare provoke them? Silence enveloped the crowd, while the trio from the mysterious Cloud sect seethed with indignation, particularly Murong Luo. A girl from a technologically advanced planet was incensed by such remarks that she felt compelled to retort, "You have far too little regard for the mysterious Cloud sect." Ha! The mysterious Cloud sect? What a worthless sect to even utter. Come with us. We shall discuss matters further in my sect's Hall of Justice. With that, the Grand Elder of the Unbounded Sect waved his hand, conjuring a massive palm that reached toward the trio. The trio's pupils constricted, realizing they were utterly powerless against the Heavenly King. They prepared to summon their master's aura for aid. But just then, a voice erupted, shattering the descending hand. "Who dares to insult the mysterious Cloud sect?" The voice rang out, and the trio from the mysterious Cloud sect rejoiced, looking skyward in exclamation, "Master." Indeed, it was the voice of Chen Xuan. As his voice echoed, his figure materialized within the encirclement. He stood tall, serene, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority as he gazed upon the assembly. Instantly, the crowd furrowed their brows, unable to restrain their curiosity. "Who are you?" "I am Chen Xuan, the sect master of the mysterious Cloud sect." Chen Xuan spoke his name with calmness, then fixed his gaze coldly upon the three elders. Who just called my mysterious cloud sect worthless? Having already sensed the aura of his disciples, he comprehended the unfolding events. His tone carried a frigid edge. Master. It was him. At that moment, Morong Ingluo swiftly ascended to Chen Xuan's side, pointing at the elder of the Taiha sect. The Taiha sect elder was taken aback but soon conceded, sneering. So what if it was me? A mere worthless sect dares to compare with us. Boom. Before he could finish, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and a phantom palm appeared above the Taiha sect elder, descending with overwhelming force. In an instant, the elder was reduced to a mere pulp. Gasp. At that moment, every cultivator present inhaled sharply, their pupils contracting to the extreme. My goodness. The Taiha sect elder is dead? Gasp. What a powerful, terrifying strike. Impossible. The Taiha sect elder was at the 8th layer of the Heavenly King realm. Did he not evade? He did not evade. He was turned to mush. I saw it clearly. The sect master of the mysterious cloud sect, is this strong? Heavens. How could he kill a late-stage Heavenly King with a single slap? What level of power does he possess? Could he have reached the ultimate realm of cultivation, the sovereign realm? The sovereign realm, the pinnacle of cultivation. Upon reaching this stage, one can no longer progress through mere cultivation, for it represents the utmost limit. To advance further, one must attain insight. Only through continuous understanding and enlightenment can one elevate oneself. Countless cultivators in the ancient continent have been trapped at the sovereign realm, unable to progress until their lifespans expire. Thus, to reach the sovereign realm is to become an unparalleled powerhouse. If a sect were to have a sovereign-level cultivator, it could effortlessly forge a small superpower. In that instant, all cultivators fell silent, merely observing the scene before them, especially the two elders from the Unbounded and Taiha sects, who were taken aback. Yet, as members of superpowers, they too possessed sovereign-level strength. Therefore, while they feared Chen Xuan, they did not cower. Are you not going too far? Our superpower is not without sovereign-level cultivators. Your actions will only bring trouble to your sect. The Grand Elder of the Unbounded sect said grimly. Is that so? You too shall perish. Chen Xuan scoffed, raising his hand for another strike. Boom. The Grand Elder of the Unbounded sect fell. All disciples and accompanying elders of the Unbounded sect trembled in place, too fearful to speak. What a joke. When death is so readily dealt, who would dare to provoke misfortune? A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. At this moment, the only surviving elder of the Flying Sky sect was drenched in cold sweat, his heart trembling with fear. He immediately conceded, exclaiming, Senior, this is all a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intentions, so I shall take my leave. Having said that, he swiftly turned to signal his disciples to retreat. You think you can obstruct the disciples of the mysterious Ethereal Sect? You shall perish. Boom. Chen Xuan raised his hand and struck down towards the elder of the Flying Sky sect. However, the elder had evidently maintained his guard. His pupils contracted as he turned around, coldly stating, Do you think you can kill me? It won't be that easy. With that, he immediately unleashed his full-peak king-level aura. In an instant, an overwhelming battle intent surged forth, suffocating everyone present. He himself fortified his defenses with a thick layer of spiritual energy, then desperately unleashed countless divine abilities to counter that looming palm strike. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated Chen Xuan's prowess. The palm Chen Xuan had gathered surged forth undeterred by the elder's barrage of divine abilities, maintaining its speed and might, charging towards him with thunderous ferocity. Moreover, the closer it got, the more the pressure emanating from the palm rendered him immobile. My Flying Sky sect will not let you go. The elder of the Flying Sky sect screamed in terror. In the next moment, boom. The elder was obliterated into dust on the spot. All his resistance was rendered futile beneath that colossal hand, akin to a mere clown. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. They would forever remember the name of the mysterious Ethereal Sect. But alas, it was all negative memories. After all, having offended 3 major super sects, no one believed the mysterious Ethereal Sect could survive for long. Moreover, the emergence of new forces in the land of Jojo over the past tens of thousands of years was not unique to the mysterious Ethereal Sect. Many newly rising superpowers had ultimately succumbed to the annals of history. Why had only the 3 super sects endured? It was precisely because of their formidable foundations, representing true superpowers. There had once been a new sect that was not inferior to the super sects, but after provoking the 3 major sects, they sent forth their strongest to obliterate that power. This left the world with a profound understanding of the true depths of an enduring lineage. Disciple, let us return. After dispatching the 3 king-level obstacles, Chen Xuan gazed kindly at his 3 disciples. In their eyes, apart from reverence, there was only admiration. Master, the flood dragon. Suddenly, Lin Fan whispered, pointing towards a distant flood dragon. Ah, truly my disciples, I almost forgot. Chen Xuan was taken aback, then nodded, raising his hand to slay the formidable flood dragon and collect it. Finally, he led his 3 disciples into the skies, leaving countless cultivators in a daze. Did they just take away the flood dragon of the Infinite Sect? Indeed. How ruthless, even slaying the flood dragon. This is truly domineering. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Infinite Sect must be going mad. Indeed, with the death of the Grand Elder and the top genius, they have lost their flood dragon. What a disgrace. The cultivators murmured their astonishment before departing one after another. As they dispersed, the reputation of the mysterious Ethereal Sect began to spread throughout the nearby Jiuzhou. Hey, have you heard of the mysterious Ethereal Sect? They have produced 3 prodigious disciples who wreaked havoc in the Rule's secret realm, taking on tens of thousands. Even the top genius of the super sect, Zhao Ritian, was slain. Hiss, is that true? Zhao Ritian is a top genius that the Infinite Sect rarely lets out for training. How could he be slain by a disciple of a minor sect? Hee. You don't know, do you? The mysterious Ethereal Sect is no minor sect. They are said to be a hidden sect. The sect leader is a formidable figure at the Emperor level. 1 palm strike killed a late king level, and 3 palm strikes dispatched 3 king levels. They even took the colorful flood dragon of the Infinite Sect. How audacious. That's just boasting. The Grand Elder of the Infinite Sect is a late king level powerhouse. What you say is simply impossible. Who is boasting? I was there on the scene. How about we make a bet? Extra. The hidden sect. The mysterious Ethereal Sect has emerged, and their first act was to slay the strongest elders of the 3 super sects. Want to know the latest news? Come to the drama pavilion, 1 spirit stone per person, and you can listen from dawn till dusk. Is it true? They killed the elders of the 3 super sects? Will the 3 sects let this go? Want to know more? Come to the drama pavilion. 1 spirit stone guarantees you won't be disappointed, an experience like no other. Alright, where is the drama pavilion? Show me the way. Too much. In the Infinite Sect, the sect leader furiously shattered the teacup in his hand. A mere mysterious Ethereal Sect dares to kill my Grand Elder, slay my top genius, and seize my flood dragon. If I do not avenge this, how can the Infinite Sect stand in Jiuzhou? Leader. The sect leader of the mysterious Ethereal Sect is at the Emperor level. The other 2 super sect elders also perished by his hand. An outer elder cautiously reported the strength of the mysterious Ethereal Sect's leader. Upon hearing this, the Infinite Sect leader furrowed his brow, disdainfully remarking, so what if he is at the Emperor level? What sect does not have a few Emperor level figures? Has our Infinite Sect been dormant for too long, allowing the world to forget our might? Immediately send my orders, call forth our foundation, unleash the Emperor level, and strike against the mysterious Ethereal Sect. Leader, do not act impulsively. The mysterious Ethereal Sect has suddenly emerged. Their foundation is unknown, and they debuted with an Emperor-level figure. Who knows if they have other powerful allies? They dare defend our 3 super sects. Perhaps they possess some confidence. It would be wiser to deliberate further. Suddenly, an elder swiftly intervened to prevent the impulsive leader, analyzing the strengths of both sides. Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the Infinite Sect leader's expression darkened, displeasedly stating, "Why deliberate further? Even if they have more Emperor-level figures, our foundation fears no Emperor-level threats. Just bring forth our foundation." Moreover, the mysterious Ethereal Sect possesses 2 extraordinary divine abilities. If we can acquire these 2 abilities, we will undoubtedly surpass the other 2 super sects. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. The leader completely disregarded the mysterious Ethereal Sect. Yet, he indeed had such confidence. However, the elders remained concerned and considered before offering another suggestion. Leader, even so, if we take our foundation and are ambushed by the other 2 super sects, what then? We are not the only ones eyeing those 2 extraordinary abilities. The Tahi Sect and the Flying Sky Sect will certainly covet them too. Why not convene a meeting of the 3 sects? Together, we can march against the mysterious Ethereal Sect, ensuring our foundation is secure, while also demonstrating the might of the super sects. Indeed, that is a good idea. But if we do that, we cannot monopolize those extraordinary abilities. The leader paused, visibly reluctant. Leader, even if we manage to annihilate the mysterious Ethereal Sect, we still cannot monopolize those extraordinary abilities. The other 2 super sects will undoubtedly not stand idly by. If they ambush us, it would be troublesome. Currently, a cooperative approach among the 3 is the best course of action. They will surely agree. The elder continued to analyze the pros and cons. This time, the Infinite Sect leader thoroughly grasped the situation and immediately slapped his thigh, declaring, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest." Quickly notify the two super sects, convene a meeting of the three sects, and discuss the expedition and the division of extraordinary abilities. Yes. Chapter 029. A disciple with extraordinary potential. A charred willow tree in the Murong dynasty's rear palace, as Chen Xuan and his three companions just landed. They were immediately surrounded by a group of cultivators clad in yellow vests. These were none other than the elite guards of the Murong dynasty. The captain of the royal guard, upon noticing the princess among them, immediately reprimanded. Who dares to kidnap the princess and intrude upon the sacred grounds of the palace? Release her at once. How audacious of you. Murong Yingluo interjected hastily. They are my senior brothers and sisters, and this one is my esteemed master. They have come to bid farewell to me. You must disperse your men immediately. Upon hearing that these individuals were the princess's companions and mentor, the captain was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Chen Xuan. However, aside from his handsome appearance and swift descent, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet, that very swiftness was not to be underestimated. As the captain, a formidable presence at the fourth level of the spirit concentration realm. He had only noticed their arrival after they had landed, indicating that the man was no ordinary individual. Moreover, the fact that the princess had a master was not trivial. With the recent unusual movements of the Northern King, he grew increasingly concerned that the princess's mentor might be an agent of the Northern King, infiltrating the palace. Thus, the captain did not disperse his men, but instead clasped his hands and addressed Chen Xuan. I apologize, sir. The palace has been unsettled of late. I am under orders to safeguard it, and, therefore, cannot withdraw. It was evident he harbored suspicions regarding Chen Xuan's identity. Although his tone was courteous, Murong Yingluo felt displeased. After all, she had requested her master to return for a farewell with her family, and now, upon their arrival, the palace guards were casting doubt upon their intentions. Was this not a slight to her mentor? Yet, the captain was correct. He was tasked with the palace's security, a responsibility that could not be swayed by mere words. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, No matter. We shall wait here. How could I allow my master to wait here? Master, please accompany me into the palace to rest. Murong Yingluo, seeing her mentor unperturbed, quickly led the way. The captain, this time, did not obstruct them but merely followed with vigilance, prepared for any potentially dangerous actions from Chen Xuan and his companions. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, halting his steps. Ding. A disciple with over 10-star potential has been detected. Please take note, host. Over 10 stars in talent? Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he reflexively looked towards the Imperial Garden. The system indicated that this exceptionally talented disciple was within the garden. Had the system finally opened its eyes? Had he encountered a disciple with such extraordinary potential? Chen Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, by accepting a disciple of over 10-star potential, he could obtain a divine summoning card. At that moment, he would be invincible, soaring above and below. Master, why have you stopped? Murong Yingluo, noticing Chen Xuan's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Chen Xuan retracted his gaze, smiling slightly, and pointed toward the Imperial Garden, asking, Yingluo, may I take a look in the garden? Huh. Murong Yingluo was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. The Imperial Garden was a place where the Emperor's concubine strolled. Was her master truly going to enter? He appeared quite serious. Shaking off her surprise, she quickly replied, Of course. Master, please follow me. As she continued leading the way, the other guards remained silent, merely trailing behind. However, upon entering the Imperial Garden, a commotion ensued. The concubines, startled by the sudden influx of people, scurried away like frightened birds, hiding behind trees and rocks, peeking out with curious heads. Yet, Chen Xuan's focus was not on them. His gaze was fixed intently on a charred willow tree by the lake's edge. Name, Lu Yu. In slumber. Race, Wood Clan. Realm, none. Physique, none. Potential, over 10 stars. Experience, a common willow branch attained enlightenment after millennia of cultivation became an immortal. On the day of ascension, ambushed by the Dark Sovereign, losing accumulated celestial energy. It was torn from space to descend upon the ancient continent. Now heavily injured and asleep, with lost memories, yet still retaining a fragmented immortal form. The day of recovery will also mark the return to its peak. Lu Yu, a common willow branch becoming immortal? An ambush by the Dark Sovereign? Upon reading this information, Chen Xuan was taken aback. While it was indeed absurd for a willow branch to attain immortality, what manner of being was this Dark Sovereign that dared to attack an immortal and nearly succeeded? Was this world truly so perilous? Realizing this, Chen Xuan hastily inquired within his mind to the system, which promptly provided an explanation. Ding. Host, the Dark Sovereign is a being infused with dark power. capable of detecting the aura of ascended beings over a wide area. It preys on newly ascended immortals to enhance its strength. Only the mightiest of immortals can evade the Dark Sovereign's pursuit. Goodness, how terrifying. Chen Xuan gasped at the system's explanation. The ability to capture the aura of ascended beings. Who could withstand such a fate? This meant that even many emperors, upon achieving immortality, would struggle to escape being devoured by the Dark Sovereign. Thank goodness he had learned this in advance. Otherwise, when it came time for his own ascension, he might attract the Dark Sovereign's attention. Thankfully, he had gained this knowledge early. He could prepare accordingly. A mere Dark Sovereign was nothing to fear. He was capable of summoning cards. With this thought, Chen Xuan felt considerably reassured. As long as he diligently summoned cards, he could hardly believe that a Dark Sovereign could wreak havoc. Master, that willow trunk fell from the sky decades ago. It appears to be dead. Yet it has not decayed. My father believed it to be an omen of good fortune and has left it undisturbed. Seeing Chen Xuan lost in thought, while staring at the charred willow tree, Murong Ingluo quickly provided an explanation. If Master likes it, you may take it. Indeed, I do like it, but I must first inquire whether she is willing to accompany me, Chen Xuan replied, pleased with Murong Ingluo's filial piety. He nodded gently and then turned to the willow trunk, calling out, Lu Yu, awaken. The surrounding individuals were taken aback, all gazing at Chen Xuan in confusion. Even the concubines, who had hidden half their bodies, became intrigued, exchanging whispers among themselves. Was he truly speaking to that willow tree? From their conversation, it seemed this man was the mentor of Ingluo. When had Ingluo taken on a mentor? What an interesting man, conversing with a tree. Fool, willows do not speak. The concubines giggled, their eyes narrowing in amusement. Having lived in the palace for so long, they were often bored. And the appearance of such a curious man was enough to spark their interest, causing even trivial matters to evoke their amusement. As the concubines whispered and giggled, the royal guards and disciples remained silent, watching the willow tree with rapt attention. They were not weaklings and found it hard to believe that a powerful figure like Chen Xuan would speak to a tree without reason. Meanwhile, even Murong Zhantian, who resided within Murong Ingluo's ring, couldn't help but grow curious. After all, he often accompanied her in these grounds and had never noticed anything unusual. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. Then, the next unfolding spectacle left everyone astounded. The trunk of the willow tree suddenly stirred, and a shadowy form began to materialize upon it, gradually becoming clearer. In no time, a translucent woman with a curvaceous figure, fair skin, and a tall stature appeared, emerging from the tree trunk. Chapter 030. The Apprentice of Lu Yu, the plan of Murong Fubo. With a sudden gasp, everyone was startled as a translucent woman appeared before them. The guards of the imperial palace tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes filled with vigilance. A soul was present in the imperial garden. How could the commander of the guards be unaware of such a phenomenon? Fortunately, this spirit had not caused any harm. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A cold sweat trickled down the commander's forehead as he felt a renewed admiration for Chen Xuan's strength. Did you awaken me? Lu Yu gazed at Chen Xuan, her expression filled with confusion. She sensed that it was his aura that had stirred her. Indeed, it is I, Lu Yu, Chen Xuan replied, a gentle smile gracing his face, radiating warmth like the spring breeze. Is that truly my name? Lu Yu blinked in surprise, her face reflecting contemplation. Chen Xuan nodded again. For reasons unknown, Lu Yu felt a sense of familiarity with him, leading her to trust his words after only a moment's thought. Thank you for revealing my name. Lu Yu smiled softly, her voice laced with joy. Yet, she soon queried, by the way, did you awaken me for a specific purpose? Despite her mature and alluring form, her demeanor was akin to that of a newly sentient being, filled with curiosity that seemed at odds with her perfect physique. You were on the brink of death, Chen Xuan suddenly revealed, shocking Lu Yu. She seemed to sense it too, pausing momentarily before responding with a beaming smile. Yes, the spiritual energy here is rather sparse, and I feel gravely injured. Can you save me? Indeed. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can lead you to a place abundant with spiritual energy where you can recover swiftly. Chen Xuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu hesitated for only a moment before kneeling and bowing her head, proclaiming, Lu Yu pays her respects to the master, with 3 silent bows. A notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple with extraordinary potential. An extravagant gift package has been received. A smile crept onto Chen Xuan's lips as he savored the sound of the reward being credited to him. Finally, he had obtained the celestial gift package. Lu Yu, I shall first allow you to enter my spiritual sea for recovery. I will release you once we return to the sect, he instructed, waving his hand. In that instant, the charred willow tree shot up from the ground, soaring into his spiritual sea. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Good heavens! The spiritual sea can sustain life? Could it be that the princess has truly apprenticed herself to a powerful sect? Amidst the astonishment, the emperor of the Murong dynasty, who had been secretly observing, narrowed his eyes. No longer hiding, he stepped forward, protected by an elderly eunuch. I am Murong Fubo, the emperor of the Murong dynasty, and I pay my respects to the esteemed senior. He greeted Chen Xuan politely, clearly convinced of his identity. After all, such strength was not possessed by the king of the north. Father, you have finally arrived. Please order the guards to withdraw. They're a nuisance, following my master everywhere. Murong Ingluo exclaimed excitedly, clinging to her father's arm with a playful demeanor. Very well, we have been rude. You may all retreat. Murong Fubo replied indulgently to his daughter before gesturing for the guards to step back. At the same time, the eavesdropping concubines were also dismissed. Soon, only the ethereal master and disciple remained in the imperial garden, along with Murong Fubo and the elderly eunuch. Father, I have returned to bid you farewell, as I wish to follow my master to the sect for training. Once others had departed, Murong Ingluo expressed her intentions. Having already heard from his subordinates about his daughter's apprenticeship, Murong Fubo readily agreed. His gaze brightened as he smiled. It is indeed a great opportunity for you to train under such an esteemed senior. However, it is getting late. Shall we not postpone your departure until tomorrow? It would allow your master to rest a while, and you should speak with your mother, who must be missing you. With that, Murong Fubo turned to Chen Xuan. Though he was speaking to his daughter, Murong Ingluo found wisdom in her father's words, realizing that she might be away for an indeterminate time. Given that her mother had raised her with great affection, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave without a word. Thus, she turned to Chen Xuan with an expectant gaze. Slightly shy? Master, perhaps you could stay here for the night? Very well, let us stay for the night. Chen Xuan agreed readily, as he had no immediate rush to depart. This would provide an opportunity to explore the contents of the gift package. Thank you, master. You are so kind. Murong Ingluo exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she embraced Chen Xuan's arm, joyfully bouncing around. It was only when Murong Fubo cleared his throat that she became aware of her indiscreet behavior. Ahem, Ingluo, you must not be rude. Quickly, take our esteemed guest and fellow disciples to their quarters. Murong Fubo promptly instructed his daughter. Blushing, Murong Ingluo released Chen Xuan's arm and hurriedly led everyone away. Master, senior brothers and sisters, I will show you to your resting place. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, taking measured steps. It was only natural for an apprentice to feel a degree of closeness to their master. Otherwise, it could foster rebellion. Thus, he paid no mind to their occasional affectionate displays. Before long, under the guidance of Murong Ingluo and Murong Fubo, they arrived at a courtyard. Masters and senior brothers and sisters, please rest well. I will go say goodbye to my mother. With that, the father and daughter bid farewell to Chen Xuan as they departed. After leaving the courtyard, they took separate paths. Murong Ingluo sought her mother while Murong Fubo, accompanied by the eunuch, headed in another direction. On their way, Murong Fubo gazed ahead, speaking to himself. Can you not see through his cultivation level? I cannot discern it. It is quite mysterious. According to the guard commander, they suddenly appeared above the palace without any detection of formations. The elderly eunuch replied in a low voice. His head bowed. It seems that Ingluo has found a very powerful master. I hope the king of the north takes action against us tonight. Otherwise, once they leave, the palace will be in turmoil. Is the emperor keeping the princess's master to counter the king of the north? The eunuch inquired tentatively. Murong Fubo shook his head immediately. No, that esteemed senior's strength is far beyond our calculation. However, he cannot possibly watch his disciple's family face danger without intervening. Hence, I hope the king of the north acts tonight. It would resolve matters once and for all. The emperor is wise. Wise my foot. I have nearly exhausted myself for the sake of this dynasty. He muttered in frustration, halting before a secluded courtyard. The gate stood ajar, revealing a pair of identical twin sisters staring blankly at the sky, wholly oblivious to their presence. Chapter 031. The extravagant gift package for apprenticeship. Late-night visit from the palace concubines. Observing this, the elderly eunuch announced loudly, the emperor has arrived. After the proclamation, both entered the courtyard. Seated before me are a pair of identical twin sisters. Though adorned in conventional dresses and perched upon a stone bench, they cannot conceal their alluring figures, even in stillness. Gazing dreamily at the moon, they exude a distinctive charm that beckons one to draw near. Suddenly, the announcement of the emperor's arrival shatters their reverie, and the sisters spring to attention. The ministers have deemed them harbingers of misfortune, claiming they would bring calamity to the dynasty. Was it not decreed that they should remain untouched? Why then has the emperor unexpectedly graced them with his presence today? With no time for contemplation, they hurriedly rise and kneel in greeting. We humbly pay our respects to your majesty. Rise, Morong Fubo replies, his expression inscrutable. There is a task I entrust to you. Should you execute it well, your freedom shall be restored. Your commands are our utmost priority. The sisters respond in unison, momentarily taken aback. They have been sent to the palace by their family, confined to this small courtyard since their arrival. Threatened by ministers who labeled them as reincarnated demons destined to wreak havoc on the dynasty, they ponder why their beauty should condemn them. Is it truly their fault that men are so easily ensnared by their allure? Fortunately, the emperor has disregarded the ministers' counsel and spared them. Yet, he has not visited their courtyard since, seemingly forgetting their existence. Now, hearing of the possibility for liberation, they are astounded. Observing their reaction, Morong Fubo feels a sense of satisfaction and promptly articulates his intentions. You must do as I say. Do you understand? The matter is soon clarified. And a blush graces their cheeks. The Morong Fubo speaks in veiled terms. The sisters grasp his meaning instantly, yet find it difficult to voice their thoughts. Do not be shy. If this succeeds, who knows? I may even have to pay my respects to you in the future. Do you understand? If so, prepare yourselves and come forth. Yes, we shall obey, they reply, their faces flushed, before retreating into their quarters to adorn themselves. In the courtyard, as night falls, Lin Fan and Yi Chi-ching retire to their respective chambers for rest, leaving Chen Xuan seated at his desk, poised for the moment to unveil his gift package. System. Open the luxurious disciple recruitment package. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 Emperor summoning cards and 2 Sage summoning cards. Congratulations on acquiring a battle arena, allowing disciples to compete or test their abilities without leaving a trace from Emperor-level attacks. It has manifested within the sect. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaos Immortal Sutra. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bone-melting blood essence pill and 1 heavenly king-level lotus avatar. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 undying herbs. Note, except for the first herb, each subsequent consumption has the effect. Soon, all the rewards are accounted for. Chen Xuan feels somewhat disheartened, as this time the rewards lack substantial value. Compared to the previous bounty of 10 tons of enlightenment tea, the quantity seems insufficient. Thus, he consumes one of the undying herbs on the spot, finding it surprisingly crisp. As he savors the herb, he arranges the summoning cards on the table. Before long, 6 Emperor summoning cards and 6 Sage summoning cards are neatly displayed. If I gather 4 more Emperor summoning cards, I can summon an immortal. I wonder if the extravagant package contains an immortal summoning card or just more Emperor summoning cards. After finishing 1 undying herb, Chen Xuan smacks his lips in satisfaction. His lifespan has been extended by another 10,000 years. Though the quantity of undying herbs is limited, their quality remains commendable. Even if subsequent consumption results in diminished effects, it will still afford him numerous additional years. Never mind, I shall save the rest for later, he decides, continuing his thoughts. System. Open the extravagant disciple recruitment package. Ding. The extravagant disciple recruitment package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 immortal summoning card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sect facility, a library of 10,000 volumes. Note, it contains powerful techniques and divine abilities from across the realms, along with materials on alchemy, chi refining. Informations. Disciples will be automatically matched with suitable techniques and abilities, saving them the time of selection. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a copy of the Willow God technique. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peach orchard spanning 100 acres, containing 3,000 peach sacred trees. It has manifested within the sect. Note, the peach sacred trees bloom every 300 years, bear fruit every 300 years, and mature every 300 years, consuming 1 grants 1,000 years of lifespan. Congratulations, host. You have received a realm advancement card. It can elevate the host by 1 minor realm. Ding. As this is the host's first time opening the extravagant package, an additional reward of 3 Emperor summoning cards is granted. Note, additional rewards cannot be synthesized. With each announcement from the system, Chen Xuan's eyes widen in astonishment. Once all the rewards are accounted for, he cannot help but smirk at the treasures he has received. Truly, the extravagant package lives up to its name. The library of 10,000 volumes, the 100-acre peach orchard, the realm advancement card, and 3 additional Emperor summoning cards. It is unfortunate that the extra Emperor summoning cards cannot be synthesized, but it matters not, as my disciples grow in number. It is indeed time to summon a few aides. Lost in thought, he suddenly hears footsteps approaching the door. Chen Xuan pauses, hastily concealing the summoning cards on the table while turning to face the entrance. There, a pair of identical twin sisters gracefully appear, dressed in opulent attire. They approach with bashful expressions, delicate as willows in a gentle breeze. Noticing Chen Xuan's gaze upon them, their cheeks flush slightly, and they quickly bow respectfully. We are Fenghua and Xue Yue. We have come to pay our respects, esteemed elder. Chen Xuan, perplexed by their unexpected arrival, opens their information panels. Name, Fenghua. Realm, Foundation Establishment. Ninth layer, Physique, alluring body, innately attracts men. Potential, for stars. Background, due to her alluring physique, she draws the attention of men, regarded as an omen by her family. Later, she caught the eye of the emperor and was brought to the palace as a consort. It has never received favor due to opposition among the court. Name, Xue Yue. Realm, Foundation Establishment, ninth layer. Physique, alluring body, innately attracts men. Potential, for stars. Background, similar to her sister, her alluring physique drew male attention. Deemed an omen by her family. Eventually, she was also taken by the emperor but has faced the same lack of favor due to court resistance. In an instant, identical information appears before Chen Xuan. The emperor's consorts? The women of his disciple's father? What brings them to his quarters at such an hour? Chen Xuan, bewildered, inquires. Do you have business with me? Esteemed elder, the palace maids are rather unruly, and we have been entrusted to attend to your rest. The sisters explain as they glide gracefully to either side of Chen Xuan, soon positioning themselves beside him. Yet they do not approach clumsily, rather. They perform their duties with utmost respect. Indeed, they are here to serve. One pours tea while the other tidies the scattered items on the table. The presence of the emperor's consorts attending to him feels rather peculiar. What peculiar preference does the emperor hold? Yet, their behavior remains decorous, performing their tasks diligently. Chen Xuan finds it inappropriate to dismiss them and instead rises to retreat to the side chamber. I shall rest now. Please tidy up and excuse yourselves. He states before stepping into the adjoining room, which is spacious and adorned with a screen. Beyond the screen, it was not a bedroom, but rather a bathing pool. Yes, a pool. Although Chen Xuan was not dirty at all, he decided to take a bath before resting. With a grand gesture, he shed his garments and stepped into the water. However, it was not long before the two enchanting maidens, Fenghua and Xue Yue, entered once more. Now clad in sheer garments that revealed glimpses of their figures as they moved, towels in hand. Startled by the sight, Chen Xuan instinctively shouted, "Halt! Wasn't I clear that you were to leave? Who permitted your entrance?" "Senior, we have come to assist you with your bath," they chimed, their voices soft and submissive. Their demeanor exuding a blend of obedience and vulnerability that intensified their allure. However, their charm was but a trivial trait, insufficient to meet Chen Xuan's standards for discipleship. And thus he remained uninterested. He recognized the palace's customs dictated that servants cater to their superiors. And while he was taken aback by the empresses serving him in such a manner, he did not hold it against them. After all, it was a rule of the court. Yet, he pondered the implications. If this were any other cultivator, they might find themselves in a precarious situation with the emperor. Fortunately, he was a principled cultivator, and so he simply shook his head and stated, "Please leave. I require no assistance. As you wish. We shall take our leave." The two women hesitated but complied, retreating without protest, which pleased Chen Xuan. Nevertheless, the presence of two high-ranking consorts attending to him at such an hour hinted at something more complex at play. It was apparent that the emperor, aware of his exceptional abilities, sought to curry favor and perhaps solicit his aid in quelling the rebellion of the northern king, yet hesitated to make a direct request, resorting instead to presenting two beautiful consorts in an attempt to win him over. After all, one is often reluctant to deny a request when indebted. Chen Xuan mused on the emperor's audacity. He acted decisively without hesitation, yet he found himself disinterested in such tactics. Rest assured, should I accept your daughter as a disciple, I will not stand idly by as your dynasty crumbles. The system has rewarded me with an avatar tonight, and I shall fulfill your desires. With a shake of his head, he murmured to himself and resumed his bath, unaware that after the maidens left, they did not depart but instead made their way to his chambers, stealthily slipping beneath his covers. Meanwhile, Morong Yingluo had concluded her conversation with her mother and approached Chen Xuan's bedroom door, puzzled by its ajar state. Why is my master not closing the door? She wondered aloud as she stepped inside, only to be taken aback upon seeing the two women nestled in his bed. Fenghua and Xue Yue, what are you doing in my master's bed? She exclaimed, her surprise evident. The two women, peeking out from under the covers, blushed, unsure of how to respond, as they were technically older than the princess, despite their similar ages. Princess, we came to warm the bed for senior. Warm my master's bed? Morong Yingluo's expression darkened, and she admonished, you are quite bold. As consorts of the emperor, how dare you? Dare to betray my father? This is a grave offense. Fenghua and Xue Yue shrank back slightly and quietly explained, it was the emperor's command. He feared the palace maids would not attend to senior properly. So he sent us. Even if it was my father who sent you, you cannot simply climb into my master's bed. This is unacceptable. What if he learns of this? Murong Yingluo's admonition was interrupted by Fenghua and Xu, who quickly clarified, Princess, the emperor said he wished to fulfill any request of senior. If there are no requests, we shall attend to him, as we do the emperor. Upon realizing this was all orchestrated by her father, Murong Yingluo felt at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and walked away, resigned. If my father is willing, then I shall not concern myself. After all, this is a fantastical world where men are the protagonists and women merely play supporting roles. As long as my father is unfazed, I have no reason to interfere. Just as she was about to leave, she collided with Chen Xuan, who had just emerged from the bath. Yingluo, did you not accompany your mother? What brings you to my room? Master, I came to see if you were comfortable and if the maidens were attending to you properly. But it seems they are quite diligent, she replied, her tone hinting at something more. Chen Xuan, upon noticing the two women on his bed, realized the implications of her words. What are those two doing on my bed? This is a disaster for my reputation. In a bid to salvage his standing before Murong Yingluo, he hastily explained, Disciple, this is a misunderstanding. I merely asked them to leave. I had no idea they would come here. Your father is indeed too enthusiastic. Murong Yingluo blushed at the thought, realizing the extent of her father's eagerness. Yet, she had long grown accustomed to the ways of the imperial family, knowing well the ruthless nature of such power dynamics. With a sigh, she conceded. Since it is my father's goodwill, I hope you will not refuse his intentions. Chen Xuan felt an odd sensation wash over him, finding the situation increasingly peculiar. He sought to divert the conversation, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, Disciple, tonight I shall assist you in refining your unique constitution. Upon your return to the sect, you may cultivate in peace. Ah, will this disturb your rest? The two maidens are still in the room. Murong Yingluo hesitated, glancing back at the women on the bed. Chen Xuan, annoyed, retorted, Are you jesting with me? In my eyes, women are merely fleeting shadows. You are no exception. Murong Yingluo pouted, secretly contemplating. I am certainly not just a fleeting shadow. I wish to bear your children. She smiled sweetly, wrapping her arm around Chen Xuan's, teasing, I wouldn't dare. How can my master restore my constitution? Is my good looks considered a special constitution? Appearance has no bearing on constitution. You possess an incomplete innate Tao body. As your master, I aim to complete your flawed constitution, enabling you to become a true innate Tao body. Chen Xuan responded with exasperation. What? I have an incomplete innate Tao body? But is it even possible to mend a flawed constitution? In that instant, Murong Yingluo was utterly bewildered. The drowsy Murong Zhantian in the ring also involuntarily opened his eyes. Constitution is something inherently possessed by an individual. The exact method of formation remains unknown. A special constitution, if utilized properly, can provide remarkable assistance in cultivation. An innate Tao body is an extraordinarily beneficial constitution for cultivators, naturally attuned to the laws of the universe, allowing those who possess it to face fewer bottlenecks and possess greater combat prowess. It is on an entirely different level compared to ordinary constitutions like the enchanting body. However, a flawed constitution is generally irreparable. Even if it could be mended, it would require the intervention of a sage. For only a sage can grasp the essence of the Tao. Below the sage level, not even a pinnacle emperor could accomplish such a feat. Thus, upon hearing that an incomplete innate Tao body could still be restored, both Murong Yingluo and Murong Zhantian were taken aback. Murong Yingluo felt her master was shrouded in mystery and power, while Murong Zhantian began to question whether the other party was indeed a sage. Of course, I can assist you in restoring your Tao essence. Chen Xuan smiled gently, his tone devoid of pressure. As for the two individuals still lying in the room, he paid them no mind. He neither reprimanded nor acknowledged them. After all, they were merely following the highest etiquette of the royal palace to serve him. Although somewhat beyond the norm, it was done out of service rather than to create trouble. As the leader of a sect, it would tarnish his esteemed image to constantly chastise, threaten, or act violently against those who serve him. There was no need to appear intimidating and unapproachable. In the bedroom, listening to the retreating footsteps of the two, Fenghua and Shuiyu, who were hiding under the covers, were momentarily at a loss. Sister, the elder has left. What should we do now, alas? Sister, it seems we are destined to grow old alone in this deep palace. In the main hall, Chen Xuan and Murong Yingluo sat facing each other, already commencing the restoration process. His fingers gently tapped on Murong Yingluo's forehead, utilizing the power of an emperor to fundamentally repair her constitution. The incomplete innate Tao body is a result of an unfulfilled Tao essence. Thus, it stands to reason that by replenishing the missing Tao essence, a complete innate Tao body can be forged. Master, I feel a bit itchy. Soon. Murong Yingluo furrowed her brows, struggling to endure something. Chen Xuan's expression remained impassive as he replied calmly, It is normal. Your fractured constitution is in the process of growth. It will soon be resolved. All right. A moment later, Morong Yingluo spoke again. Master, it seems I have arrived in a strange world, surrounded by chaos normal. Because your constitution is about to be restored. After another moment, Morong Yingluo asked, Master, is it done yet? It is done. Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his finger. Morong Yingluo opened her eyes. At that moment, her incomplete innate Tao body had been fully restored. A vague clarity regarding cultivation seemed to elevate her understanding to a higher level. As if she had transformed entirely, her pupils radiating with Tao essence. That was the excess Tao essence overflowing. Feeling the changes within herself and the inexplicable comprehension of the Tao, Morong Yingluo was overwhelmed with excitement. It has truly been restored. What kind of cultivation does my master possess? It is simply astonishing. She quickly transitioned from sitting to kneeling, her heart brimming with gratitude as she expressed, Thank you, Master, for your generous bestowal. Rise, for you are now my disciple, and I shall impart all that I possess. This celestial scripture is perfectly suited for your innate Tao body. Take it and cultivate. Chen Xuan waved his arm slightly, and a celestial scripture appeared before Morong Yingluo. The Chaos Celestial Scripture. Upon seeing the 4 grand characters, Morong Yingluo's pupils constricted, and she was immediately filled with exhilaration. The significance of the celestial scripture needs no elaboration. During her time in the secret realm, she knew her senior brothers and sisters had all cultivated celestial scriptures, but she never expected to receive such a generous gift from her master so swiftly. In her excitement, she bowed once more. Thank you, Master. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Chen Xuan smiled lightly, observing the filial piety and respect from his disciples. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As a teacher, the greatest joy comes from witnessing the gradual transformation of one's students. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded slightly and said, Let the old man in your ring come forth. Before departing, I shall assist you once more. The old man in the ring? Boom. The moment these words were spoken, Morong Yingluo froze in place, stunned. The old man Morong Zhantian in the ring was instantly taken aback, reflexively retreating to the corner of the ring. Just moments ago, he was contemplating whether the other party was a sage. Did he just discern his presence? In an instant, both their minds raced, trying to figure out where they had revealed themselves. Yet, after much contemplation, they could not identify any slip. Consequently, Morong Yingluo feigned ignorance, inquiring, What old man in the ring? Master, what are you saying? I do not understand. It was not that she was unwilling to disclose to Chen Xuan. Rather, her ancestor had explicitly instructed her never to reveal the existence of his soul, lest it attract the attention of the soul palace, bringing calamity upon him. Thus, she had not even mentioned it to her own father. What? Are you unwilling? I was even considering reviving the old man in your ring. If you are unwilling, then keep him. Chapter 034. The Morong Dynasty's Submission. The significance of 2 training quotas. Chen Xuan did not press the matter, merely remarking with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, before Morong Yingluo could react, Morong Zhantian in the ring could no longer restrain himself and floated out. The celestial scripture, capable of slaying a king with a mere slap, and the restoration of the innate Tao body. Each event clearly indicated to Morong Zhantian that this man's cultivation was unfathomable. He was undoubtedly a sage-level powerhouse. Moreover, the fact that the other party could even detect the soul hidden in the Imperial Garden made sense. Perhaps he had been discovered upon their first meeting. Thus, upon hearing the word revive, he could no longer contain himself and voluntarily emerged. If the other party truly intended to do something to him, he would accept his fate. Conversely, he might just seize the opportunity for revival. After all, having been discovered, he had no choice but to take this gamble. Soon, his transparent form manifested as an elderly figure, standing respectfully beside Morong Yingluo, politely stating, I am Morong Zhantian, and I beg your pardon for not revealing myself to pay my respects. No harm done. I understand your concerns. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, raising his hand to reveal the lotus avatar and the blood-refining elixir. Upon seeing these 2 items, Morong Zhantian's pupils widened in astonishment, and he felt a surge of excitement. The lotus avatar, the blood-refining elixir. Heaven's mercy. He was overwhelmed with emotion, never expecting that the other party would be so magnanimous as to produce items for restoring his physical form. Moreover, these were rare items. The lotus avatar could allow him to restore his peak strength. Just this alone was enough to incite any soul's desire. Looking at the materials for his revival, Morong Zhantian suppressed his inner excitement and cautiously inquired, Senior, what is your intention? It must be uncomfortable for you to remain in the ring. This lotus avatar is something I obtained by chance. Keeping it serves no purpose. I gift it to you. Chen Xuan spoke nonchalantly, as if these items were of little significance to him. Upon witnessing this, Morong Jiantian was entirely exhilarated and promptly asked, "Such a precious item, I feel unworthy. Does the senior have any requests?" As the saying goes, a pie does not fall from the sky. So he was still probing to see what kind of demands the other party might make, or else he would feel uneasy using it. "I have no requests. Even if I offer it, it is a gift." Chen Xuan smiled faintly and continued, "Merge within. It is a wish fulfilled for me on behalf of Yingluo, allowing her to return to the sect with peace of mind." So it was. Yet, this generosity was rather astonishing. With this thought, Morong Jiantian clasped his fists once more, solemnly stating, "Such profound grace requires no thanks. Esteemed senior, your magnanimity shall be etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, I would gladly face 1,000 deaths." With that, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and entered the Lotus Avatar. In his previous life, he was a cultivator of the Heavenly King realm, and this Lotus Avatar was also of the same level, enabling him to restore his original strength without the need for further cultivation. It was originally his plan to seek resources through Murong Yingluo to eventually forge a body in the spirit condensation realm. Now, with this immediate restoration of strength, he had saved an immense amount of time. After all, no one could guarantee a smooth path to recultivation. Such a monumental grace made the notion of facing 1,000 deaths seem trivial. Moreover, his descendants had also joined the opposing sect, forging an unbreakable bond between the two parties. Once I recover, I shall become a vassal of the Misty Sect to demonstrate my loyalty. With this in mind, the Lotus Avatar gradually transformed into Morong Jiantian's likeness. Soon, he had fully merged with the Lotus Avatar. Following this, he swallowed a blood-integrating pill. In an instant, his soul became entirely one with his physical form. The power of the Heavenly King realm swiftly permeated every corner of his being. Yet, this was not the end. Once the aura of the Heavenly King fully enveloped him, it erupted forth, surging outward in an instant. Boom! The immense aura swiftly enveloped the entire imperial palace. Within the emperor's chamber, lying on the bed, unable to sleep, Morong Fubo suddenly sat up, startled by the overwhelming aura of the Heavenly King, exclaiming, "The Heavenly King realm!" Rustle! 3 powerful guards emerged from the corners of the chamber, vigilantly standing before the dragon bed. These 3 were precisely the formidable warriors Morong Fubo had summoned to guard against a possible attack from the Northern King. However, if it truly were a Heavenly King summoned by the Northern King, their numbers would be inconsequential. Fortunately, the aura dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared. Sensing the Heavenly King's presence fade, Morong Fubo let out a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He feared that the Morong dynasty, which had endured for over 3 millennia, might fall under his watch. "Your Majesty." A guard presented a towel to Morong Fubo, who anxiously accepted it, wiping the sweat from his brow while murmuring, "I wonder if Fenghua and Shuyu have caught the attention of the esteemed senior. That senior must also be of the Heavenly King realm. If only he could lend his strength." Sleep was no longer an option. "I shall take a stroll outside to clear my mind." Morong Fubo rose irritably, heading out without changing his attire. In the chamber of Morong Yingluo, Morong Jiantian retracted his Heavenly King aura, excitedly approaching Chen Xuan, and with a thud, knelt before him, fervently expressing, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for restoring my physical form. I am willing to represent the Morong dynasty in submitting to your sect, becoming a vassal of the Misty Sect, ready to serve without complaint." Observing Morong Jiantian's submission, Chen Xuan pondered briefly before agreeing. After all, an additional vassal would contribute to the sect's development. When he had previously subdued the Yi family, they were a lesser clan and thus exempt from tribute due to system rewards. However, this time, Chen Xuan had no intention of waiving it. Although he had no immediate use for the tribute, as the number of disciples increased, such resources would invariably be needed. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded, stating, "Since your royal family is willing to affiliate with my Misty Sect, we shall not treat you unjustly. I shall grant you 2 training quotas. In the future, you may select 2 individuals to cultivate within my sect. However, those chosen will not be named disciples and shall not enjoy the regular privileges of sect members. Only the rights to reside and cultivate within the sect. Training quotas?" Hearing this, Morong Jiantian's heart soared with joy. Typically, powerful sects like the Misty Sect have strict criteria for accepting disciples. Merely entering for cultivation is already a tremendous favor. Thus, he eagerly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall return to select candidates and have them accompany you back to the sect by tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Master, I shall also retire." At this moment, Morong Yingluo bowed and excused herself, as it was already late into the night, and she felt it inappropriate to linger further. Off you go. Return to the sect early tomorrow. Do not be late." Yes. The 2 turned and departed. Once they had left, Chen Xuan remained seated on the mat, retrieving a realm enhancement card. This card should enable me to ascend to the mid-emperor realm. Chapter 035. The Sect Master as a Sage. Let them depart. In the Imperial Garden, Murong Fubo gazed at the moon, his face etched with regret. Moments ago, a subordinate reported that Fenghua and Shuiyue had returned to their quarters without incident. This left the already agitated Murong Fubo feeling even more disheartened. These two women were the most beautiful consorts in his palace. If they remained unmoved, what could he do? Forget it. I shall return. He shook his head, preparing to leave. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Murong Fubo thought a minion of the Northern King had infiltrated the palace to attack him. Retreating in alarm, the guards accompanying him tensed, brandishing their weapons to shield Murong Fubo, barking, "Who dares intrude upon the palace at this hour?" The illustrious emperor of the Murong dynasty displays such cowardice. What a disgrace. The aged figure stood tall, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard, exuding an air of superiority. Upon hearing the reprimand and the self-identification as an ancestor, Murong Fubo was taken aback and scrutinized the figure closely. To his astonishment, the elder bore an uncanny resemblance to one of his ancestors. "Why you? Who are you, and why do you look just like one of my ancestors?" "Ha! Nonsense. What do you mean I look alike? I am your ancestor, Murong Shantian." Murong Shantian laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face twisting like a pretzel. "Impossible. My ancestor has been deceased for over 1,000 years. How dare you insult my forebear? Seize him." Murong Fubo's expression darkened, anger flaring. Though the dynasty had lost its former glory, the ancestors must not be disrespected, especially the venerable Shantian, the only royal strongman aside from the founding ancestor to achieve the Heavenly King realm. One cannot insult anyone, least of all Shantian. Upon receiving the emperor's command, the guards immediately conjured great hands to grasp Murong Shantian. Murong Shantian scoffed disdainfully, releasing his own aura. Boom. The formidable pressure burst forth, instantly shattering the guards' assault, leaving them gasping for breath. Hiss. The Heavenly King realm? Was that the aura from before? Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Murong Fubo stood dumbfounded, incredulously asking, "Are you truly my ancestor?" "Indeed." As he spoke, Murong Shantian immediately unleashed the Murong family's unique techniques and powers. Recognizing the familiar aura, Murong Fubo fully believed in his identity, kneeling before him in excitement. The younger Murong Fubo pays respects to ancestor Shantian. The exclusive technique, the mid-heavenly king realm. Even if he were not his ancestor, he would treat him as such. After all, such power could easily obliterate their dynasty, rendering deception unnecessary. "Rise." Murong Shantian nodded in satisfaction before continuing. "Fubo, I know the recent unrest caused by the Northern King has troubled you greatly. However, I have now recovered, and the Murong dynasty shall face no more worries." "Yes." Murong Fubo was overwhelmed with excitement and inquired, "Ancestor, how did you recover? Did you achieve another breakthrough?" The mere thought of his ancestor breaking through again filled him with exhilaration. After all, when the ancestor was alive, he was at the mid-stage of the Heavenly King realm. Should he break through, he would undoubtedly reach the late stage, or even step into the semi-royal level. Such a cultivation level would be sufficient to restore the dynasty to its former pinnacle. I forgot to mention, it was the Sect Master who resurrected me. The Sect Master is indeed the Master of Yingluo, whom you have already met. Murong Shantian explained. Furthermore, I have pledged allegiance to the Sect Master on behalf of the dynasty, and now we have become a vassal force of the mysterious sect. We must remember to pay tribute every year. Is it him? Upon hearing this, Murong Fubo was momentarily stunned. What kind of master did Yingluo have to resurrect the ancestor? How mysterious and unfathomable. Lost in thought, a profound aura emanated from the princess's palace direction. Instantly, Murong Shantian and Murong Fubo instinctively turned towards the palace. There, a sequence of ethereal symbols ascended, depicting the scene of a sage attaining enlightenment. In that fleeting moment, both were astonished. This is the flow of Tao. This is a sage. They exchanged incredulous glances, completely confirming Chen Xuan's realm. A sage. Yes, indeed a sage. For the flow of Tao is the manifestation that occurs when a sage attains enlightenment. It turns out that this powerful being is, in fact, a sage. Their dynasty has truly latched onto a great force. A sage. Moreover, a living sage. An existence that even superpowers do not possess. With this thought, both of them were immensely excited, grateful for their decisions. One was thankful for having submitted to the other, while the other was glad to have kept the other overnight, even sending his consort to express loyalty. Although the latter was not accepted, it was enough to convey his fidelity ancestor. This must be the Sect Master breaking through again. Should I go and congratulate him? Observing the dissipating aura, Morong Fubo could not help but consult the ancestor. The ancestor pondered for a moment and replied, "No need. Disturbing the sect master's cultivation at this hour would be inappropriate. It is better to extend our congratulations tomorrow." Yes, it is indeed too late. Then we shall go tomorrow. By the way, there is another matter. The sect master has granted us 2 spots for advancement, allowing 2 individuals to enter the mysterious sect for cultivation, though they will not enjoy the rights of ordinary disciples, only the status of cultivators. You may choose 2 individuals to return to the sect with the sect master tomorrow. Suddenly, Morong Zhantian brought up the matter of the advancement spots. 2 spots. Upon hearing about the 2 spots, Morong Fubo contemplated for a moment and inquired, "Ancestor, are you certain it is 2 spots?" "Yes, it is 2 spots. Is there a problem?" Morong Zhantian retorted in confusion. "There is a problem. Why is it not 1 spot or 3 spots, but specifically 2 spots? I believe the sect master must have some intention behind it. What could that be?" Morong Zhantian was even more perplexed. How did he not perceive any underlying meaning? "Ancestor, let those 2 spots go to Fenghua and Shuiyue. They served the sect master today, so let them accompany him." Morong Fubo stated earnestly, "You mean the 2 women in the sect master's bed? Are you sure the sect master wishes for them to go?" This time, it was Morong Zhantian who was bewildered, because he had not sensed any interest from the sect master towards them. Just let them go. If the sect master does not fancy them, it does not matter. After all, it is 2 spots, and the sect master surely would not mind who goes. If the sect master does take a liking to them, then we can say we have done him a service. Morong Fubo's analysis was so reasonable that even Morong Zhantian found it compelling. "Very well, let them go." After a pause, Morong Zhantian added with appreciation, "You are indeed clever. I can rest easy leaving the dynasty in your hands, Ancestor. Thank you for your praise, Ancestor. I shall personally inform Fenghua and Shuiyue. Go ahead. By the way, although they are your consorts, they will be entering the sect tomorrow, so be courteous when speaking to them." "I understand. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 036. Return to the sect and select techniques. Chen Xuan could not have anticipated that his intentions would be misinterpreted. He was even more astonished by the complexity of the dynasty's thoughts. Thus, when he learned the following morning that Fenghua and Shuiyue were chosen for advancement, he was left in disbelief. "The emperor truly sent you 2 to advance?" Chen Xuan looked at the 2 women busily preparing warm water for him, incredulous. "Yes, sect master. The emperor informed us overnight. Moreover, he spoke to us quite courteously." The expressions of the 2 women radiated joy, as if they had not felt such happiness in a long time. Seeing this, Chen Xuan felt it inappropriate to probe further. After all, they certainly lacked the courage to lie. Moreover, observing the smiles on their faces, they appeared invigorated, as if it were the happiest day of their lives. Thus, Chen Xuan chose to remain silent. Regardless of who went, they would be going. Why should he intervene and risk disappointing them? With this thought, Chen Xuan slowly rose from his meditative state. Having used a realm enhancement card the previous day, he had now entered the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, thus considering himself a fully fledged emperor. A mature emperor equipped with supreme weaponry was drawing closer to being invincible beneath the celestial realm. Of course, it is worth mentioning that when he broke through yesterday, he intentionally suppressed his aura. However, the breakthrough was too rapid, and he could not contain the Dao aura that escaped, which alerted Morong Zhantian and Morong Fubo. Yet, the 3 disciples residing nearby remained oblivious, as their realms were too low to perceive the released aura. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Xuan stood on the mat, preparing to put on his shoes. At that moment, Fenghua and Shuiyue approached, interrupting his actions. One held a basin, while the other carried a damp towel, instinctively moving to wipe Chen Xuan's face. Chen Xuan understood this was the duty of palace maids, yet he was unaccustomed to it. Reflexively, he grasped the towel, stopping them. "I can do it myself. Furthermore, once you enter the sect, you will not need to serve anyone. Just focus on your cultivation." "Yes." The 2 women nodded. Chen Xuan took the towel to wipe his face, but just then, he suddenly felt an itch on his foot. He looked down and found the 2 ladies helping him put on his shoes. "Sect master, please lift your foot." "Chen Xuan." "They are indeed attentive to their duties." "Master, we are ready." Suddenly, Chen Xuan's 3 disciples appeared at the doorway at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing the 2 maidens assisting with the shoes, they all instinctively turned their heads, as if embarrassed for interrupting their master's private moments, quickly retreating outside. "Master, we will wait for you outside." "Chen Xuan, should you dare to act presumptuously again, do not blame me for expelling you from the sect." Chen Xuan's expression hardened as he spoke sternly. Upon hearing the sect master's displeasure, the 2 women were immediately startled, kneeling to plead for mercy. "Please forgive us. Sect master, We dare not do it again. Observing their fearful expressions, Chen Xuan knew his point had been made, and he calmly stated, "From now on, refer to yourselves as disciples. This shall serve as your first and last warning. Rise. We thank the sect master for your mercy. Let us go." Chen Xuan maintained a stoic expression as he stepped forward. When he and the two women stepped beyond the courtyard, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Yingluo were already waiting. Alongside these three disciples stood Murong Laozu and Murong Fubo. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, they bowed and congratulated him on his breakthrough, among other things. It was evident that Murong Fubo's respect for him had intensified since yesterday and was genuinely heartfelt. Chen Xuan nodded, opting not to elaborate further. After exchanging a brief farewell, he waved his hand, rising into the air with his three disciples and two advancing individuals. Once they had departed, Murong Zhantian and Murong Fubo withdrew their gazes with a sense of awe. Reporting to the emperor, reporting to the ancestor. A scout has reported that the northern king has made a move, gathering several surrounding sects to discuss rebellion. Suddenly, a guard knelt on the ground to report the movements of the northern king. The emperor furrowed his brow and turned to Murong Zhantian, saying, "Old ancestor, what shall we do? The king of the north can no longer hold back." With a dismissive chuckle, Murong Zhantian replied, "Just the king of the north. I shall go and deal with him." He commanded the mobilization of troops to prepare for the reclamation of the northern territories, then confidently soared into the sky. Watching the old ancestor leave with such assurance, Murong Fubo felt a surge of excitement and immediately began issuing commands for troop movements. With the resurrection of the old ancestor, the Murong dynasty no longer feared anyone. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and his companions flew through the air at an astonishing speed, the rivers and mountains beneath them blurring past in an instant. The curious Feng Hua and Xue Yue couldn't help but glance down, only to feel their stomachs churn and dizziness wash over them. Sensing their discomfort, Murong Yingluo quickly warned, "Ladies, please do not look down while our master is flying so swiftly." "Thank you, princess." The two girls promptly closed their eyes, relieved, and dared not look again. However, this only deepened their admiration for Chen Xuan, their eyes sparkling with adoration. Chen Xuan paid them no mind, focusing solely on his flight. With each passing moment, countless landscapes rushed beneath him, his speed surpassing even the magical ability to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Soon, after a brief yet rapid journey, Chen Xuan and his companions landed at the entrance of the Primal Sect. The protective barriers surrounding them dissipated, and the group erupted into chatter. "Senior brother, is this our sect? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Sister, the scenery here is beautiful, far surpassing the palace." "Indeed, sister, it seems the outside world is truly magnificent." As the group animatedly discussed, Yi Junlin, who was sweeping the entrance, noticed their arrival. He looked up and recognized the sect leader and his descendants, halting his sweeping motion, broom still in hand, and swiftly approached them. The speed at which he moved startled the newly arrived Murong Yingluo and the two ladies, as they realized he was at the spirit-gathering realm. Yes, he had remained at the sect for a few days and had remarkably broken through from the peak of flight to the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm. His excitement at the sect leader's return was palpable. "Welcome back to the sect, sect leader." He greeted respectfully, then assessed the three daughters of the Murong family. Immediately, they felt a sense of constraint. Although he appeared to be merely a sweeper, he was indeed a formidable presence at the spirit-gathering realm, a status revered in their dynasty. To think the Primal Sect employed such a powerful individual for menial tasks was a testament to its strength. "During our absence, has anything occurred in the sect?" Chen Xuan inquired, nodding towards Yi Junlin as they walked. Yi Junlin respectfully clasped his fists and replied, "Everything in the sect is well. However, in the past few days, a peach tree garden, a plaza, and a grand pavilion have appeared. I didn't dare to disturb them. That is merely the manifestation of hidden facilities within the sect. There is no need for alarm. You have worked hard guarding the sect these days. Please take a peach from the peach tree garden as a reward. Consuming one can extend your life by 1,000 years." Chen Xuan generously presented a peach to Yi Junlin. Upon hearing the peach's effects, the eyes of the others gleamed with astonishment. "A single peach can extend life by 1,000 years? Is this peach not a divine medicine?" They were filled with envy, especially Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng, who were utterly shocked. The sect was indeed powerful. The hidden formations had not fully faded, revealing several treasures. They could only imagine the scene when the sect completely emerged. "Thank you for the generous gift, sect leader." Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude with excitement. Although he had already extended his lifespan somewhat, the prospect of an additional 1,000 years was exhilarating. "By the way, these two are new disciples in training. Please arrange accommodations for them and inform them of the rules for disciples." Chen Xuan suddenly pointed to Feng Hua and Xue Yue. Junlin again clasped his fist in acknowledgement and then courteously greeted Feng Hua and Xue Yue, though the arrangements for the new disciples fell to him. He was also a disciple in training, feeling a sense of humility. I am the old man Junlin, honored to meet both of you, fellow practitioners. Feng Hua, Xue Yue. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior. The two ladies responded with polite bows. After their greetings, Chen Xuan instructed Lin Fan. The newly emerged pavilion is our sect's library, filled with countless rare books. Since we currently have few disciples, Lin Fan, please lead everyone inside to select a suitable technique for cultivation. Also, do not forget to explain our sect's background. Understood. Lin Fan bowed in acknowledgement. Once all instructions were given, Chen Xuan nodded and made his way to the main peak. After he completely departed, Lin Fan regained his status as the senior brother and led everyone toward the library, ensuring to share the sect's illustrious background. However, the way he presented it remained the same. All disciples had been promoted to elders, and the elders were either in seclusion or traveling. The sect had just entered the world, and he painted a picture of it as mystical and grand, leaving the three newcomers filled with awe and longing. As they conversed, they arrived at the library. Upon opening the doors, a vast array of books and jade slips came into view, filling their eyes with wonder. The shelves were densely packed against the walls, stretching up to 100 meters high, with no stairs in sight. Standing inside the library, they gazed upward at the countless treasures lining the walls and were left speechless. How high? Do we need to fly up? So much. How long will it take to choose? In that moment, before they could approach the shelves, 6 jade slips suddenly flew out and landed directly into their arms. We are not selecting techniques. The techniques seem to be selecting us. Instantly, they were astonished, examining the jade slips in their hands. Upon recognizing what she held, Murong Ingluo couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's the supreme technique. 9 Secrets Combat Formula. A supreme technique has chosen me. Senior sister, senior brother. What techniques did you receive?" The 9 Secrets was one of the most powerful supreme techniques, with just one combat formula capable of enhancing one's combat power 100-fold. A formidable skill for surpassing levels in battle. Thus, Murong Ingluo was ecstatic. I have received the supreme technique, Dugan 9 Swords. Lin Fan calmly announced. In contrast, Yi Ching was even more exhilarated, exclaiming, I also have the supreme technique, Great Reincarnation Technique. The Great Reincarnation Technique was equally a supreme technique, powerful enough to rival the 9 Secrets. Once invoked, it could manipulate the power of time, the greatest enemy of every cultivator. Well, I also received the supreme technique, Mountain Embrace Seal. Yi Junlin jumped with joy after examining the jade slip in his hand. As a disciple in training, merely being allowed to cultivate here was an immense honor, and to think the sect leader permitted him to choose a technique, and he received a supreme one. This was more joyful than all the happy moments of his life combined. Seeing their ancestor leap with childlike glee, Yi Qingqing genuinely felt happy for him. When one ascends, all rise. With such a remarkable master, the family would surely enjoy prosperity. She resolved to honor her master diligently. In her contemplation, Murong Ingluo turned to Feng Hua and Xue Yue, who, being cast aside by the emperor and lacking status in the sect, were smiling at the jade slips, but remained isolated. Thus, she took the initiative to ask, Feng Hua, Xue Yue, what techniques have chosen you? The princess, chosen by the same formidable technique known as the Grand Enchantment, is endowed with numerous captivating minor spells. I too possess the Grand Enchantment. The princess. The two women beamed with joy, their faces radiant with smiles. They were neither awkward nor displeased due to the absence of anyone engaging them in conversation. After all, for them, merely escaping the confines of the imperial palace was a remarkable opportunity. Moreover, being selected by such an extraordinary technique was more than sufficient. Indeed, they both wielded formidable powers. Murong Ingluo smacked her lips in contemplation. Yet, observing the excitement of the two women, she pondered for a moment and addressed them. Ladies, from now on, in the sect, do not call me princess, simply refer to me as Ingluo. Very well, replied her younger sister Xue Yue after a brief moment of thought. However, her elder sister Feng Hua, being more contemplative, inquired with curiosity, will Ingluo still call us ladies? Although they had entered the sect, in the imperial court, they still held the title of consorts. Of course, they must be addressed as such. After all, our seniority dictates it. All right then, dear sisters, having completed our selection of techniques, let us promptly embark on our training. Seeing that everyone had acquired satisfactory techniques, Lin Fan continued to organize subsequent matters. Yes, senior brother. The group obediently followed Lin Fan, eagerly heading back to commence their training. Upon departing the library, the 6 individuals divided into 2 teams. One team, comprising formal disciples, proceeded to the main peak, while the other, consisting of advanced disciples, settled in a secluded corner, officially beginning their life in the sect. At the main peak, at the corner of the grand hall of the sect leader, Chen Xuan waved his hand, planting Liu into the ground. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge toward the charred willow tree at a visible pace. Chapter 038. The three great sect warships set sail. A great battle approaches. Lu Yu's figure re-emerged upon the trunk. She stretched her arms like a child, joyfully absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After taking several deep breaths, she gleefully expressed to Chen Xuan, "Master, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. I feel so comfortable. Lu Yu, this is the Piao sect. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate here and strive to grow a new body as soon as possible. Furthermore, I shall impart to you another technique called the Willow Divine Art, which will bless you with resilience and vitality, enabling your swift recovery." Upon uttering this, Chen Xuan pointed at the trunk, and a powerful divine technique entered Lu Yu's mind. After absorbing the technique's knowledge, Lu Yu excitedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this art upon me. Indeed, cultivate earnestly." Chen Xuan nodded and returned to the grand hall. Once Chen Xuan departed, Liu immediately began to study the Willow Divine Art. In no time, a tender sprout slowly emerged from her charred trunk. She was overjoyed, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the sprout grew longer, gradually transforming into a vibrant green willow branch. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a piece of news from the three major super sects swiftly spread across the land of Jiuzhou. The three super sects were joining forces to attack the Piao sect. In an instant, every faction, large and small, was shocked by the news. Have you heard? The three major super sects are uniting to assault the Piao sect. What on earth did the Piao sect do to provoke such a coalition? It was said that the last time the three major super sects joined forces was 2,000 years ago, annihilating a faction led by several peak royal realm experts. You don't know about the Piao sect? Let me tell you, they are formidable. Their style of operation surpasses that of the faction from 2,000 years ago. Remember the last secret realm? The three disciples of the Piao sect rampaged through the realm, slaying tens of thousands of disciples. Really? Who told you this? From Shimon Garden? Tomorrow, they are putting on a performance depicting the story of the three Piao sect disciples being intercepted by the elders of the three major super sects after exiting the secret realm. No way. Is that true? How outrageous. That's not even the half of it. It is said that when those three disciples emerged and were confronted by the elders, the sect leader of the Piao sect suddenly appeared, believing they were bullying his disciples, and with a single slap, he killed the elders of the three super sects. Furthermore, he declared that the leaders of the three sects must come to the Piao sect to bow in apology. Incredible. What a humiliation. No wonder the three sects are unwilling to accept it. However, to kill three royal realm experts with a single slap is too far-fetched. Could the sect leader of the Piao sect be at the royal level? Don't listen to his nonsense. It wasn't just one slap. It was 3 slaps. As those 3 royal experts were provoking him one by one, it was either 3 slaps or just one. I was there at the scene. I was there too. Dare to bet? Let us bet. On what terms? How will we bet? Based on the play from Shimon Garden. The loser treats the winner to a night at Shimon Garden. All right, I accept. When I win, I'll definitely order the most beautiful courtesan and drain you dry. At the Wujizong, the sect plaza was filled with 3 warships hovering in the air, laden with core disciples, top elders, and the sect's resources. 3 entire ships of powerful individuals, along with the sect's foundation, were fully prepared to set sail. As for the reason for bringing so many people, it was quite simple. They needed manpower to gather resources and pursue ordinary disciples. Yes, indeed. Their intent for this expedition was to leave no trace of the Piao sect, employing a strategy of total annihilation, plunder, and destruction. Simultaneously, they aimed to declare to the world the terror of superpowers, reminding everyone that superpowers are not to be trifled with, and no mere royal realm beings can offend them with impunity. Sect leader, we are ready to depart. Beneath the warships, 3 royal realm experts leading the charge bid farewell to the sect leader. The sect leader bowed respectfully, wishing the 3 elders a victorious campaign against the Piao sect. The sect leader promptly reciprocated with a salute, as these 3 were the mountain guarding elders, responsible for safeguarding the sect's entrance, boasting noble identities and immense power, all prominent figures in the royal realm. Thus, even the sect leader had to show them a degree of deference. Humph. The Piao sect is hardly worth mentioning. We could conquer them without even utilizing our full resources. The lead mountain guarding elder scoffed, then added, Sect leader, you focus on supervising the disciples to clear out the storerooms. We shall return with the spoils. With that, the 3 ascended into the air, taking their positions at the forefront of the 3 warships. Set sail. With the elder's command, the 3 warships slowly began to move, flying towards the direction of the wilderness state, their speed gradually increasing as they traversed the vast skies. Based on their speed, they would reach the wilderness state by the next day at the latest. Simultaneously, at the moment the Wujizong set sail, the Taiha sect and the Fatian sect also dispatched 3 warships each. The 3 super sects, located in the nearby Jiuzhou region, were of varying distances from the wilderness state, resulting in differing arrival times. Hence, they had previously agreed that the 3 major super sects, comprising a total of 9 warships, would rendezvous in the wilderness state before simultaneously launching their assault on the Piamiao sect. The announcement of this news sent shockwaves throughout the nearby Jiuzhou region. Extra! Extra! The warships of the 3 major super sects have all set sail. They will converge in the wilderness state. So soon? Quick! Let us set off too. Perhaps we can pick up some scraps. There will surely be great spoils after the battle. By my command, the entire sect mobilizes to gather the spoils. Is the war about to commence? It has been ages since I witnessed a struggle among great powers. I must not miss this opportunity to observe the strength of super sects. The long-awaited Royal Realm battle. If I could witness it, it would undoubtedly provide immense insight for my own breakthrough into the Royal Realm. I hope to make it in time. Was that the worship of a super sect that just passed? How imposing. After this battle, I must join a super sect, even if it means starting as a mere errand disciple. As the news spread, cultivators from the surrounding Jiuzhou region sprang into action, with all those capable of making the journey heading towards the Piamiao sect. Among the various sects and forces, countless strong cultivators and onlookers gathered to witness this rare battle, a spectacle that had not been seen for thousands of years. Surely, there would be grand royal confrontations. To witness such imperial battles firsthand would be immensely advantageous for any cultivator's future. Hence, no one wished to squander this remarkable opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Morong dynasty of the wilderness state, upon receiving the news of the 3 major super sects campaign against the Misty sect, Morong Fubo was taken aback. Shortly after Chen Xuan and others departed, he learned of the events transpiring within the secret realm and had anticipated potential conflicts between the Misty sect and the 3 super sections. However, he never envisioned that such a sect war would actually erupt, especially one involving an alliance of 3 sects. Even if the sect leader were a sage, survival would be challenging. Yet, as a vassal force, should he offer assistance? Caught in a quandary, Morong Fubo decided to consult the esteemed ancestor, Zhan Tian. At this moment, Morong Zhan Tian had just returned after quelling the Northern King. Upon hearing Morong Fubo's news, he immediately made a resolute decision. They must help. As a vassal force, how could they stand idly by while their main sect faced peril? The sect leader had treated him generously, granting him a physical form. Such kindness was impossible to repay with mere words. Gather all the strong cultivators of the spirit condensation realm at once, and follow me to support the main sect. He commanded. By the way, I will leave a few to guard the home front. With the Northern King defeated, will 3 of you in the spirit condensation realm suffice? Morong Fubo was momentarily stunned by this, but 3 would indeed be enough to safeguard the royal family. Even if the ancestor and others perished, the royal lineage could still be preserved and developed anew. Resolute, he nodded. That will suffice. I shall make arrangements immediately. Hasten. The super sect's warships are swift, and I fear we may not arrive in time. In a flurry, Morong Fubo set to work, gathering 9 formidable cultivators to urgently accompany the ancestor, Morong Zhan Tian, to the Misty sect. Simultaneously, the Yi family in the wilderness state received news of the 3 super forces deploying 9 warships against the Misty sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Changsheng was filled with anxiety and swiftly resolved to support the Misty sect. Although the strongest among them, Yi Junlin, was merely at the late stage of void flight. They had already pledged allegiance and would lend their utmost assistance. Even if faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they would give their all. Moreover, both his daughter and ancestor were practicing within the sect. Aiding the sect was tantamount to aiding themselves. Thus, Yi Changsheng urgently summoned the family's cultivators to assemble. He left 4 early-stage void flight family members behind to safeguard the clan and protect the younger generation. As for the remaining void flight cultivators and all those in the Spirit Sea realm, he decided to take them all along. Although the Spirit Sea cultivators were weaker, who said that the weak could not show loyalty, they aimed to demonstrate to the world that passion knows no bounds, and even the weak dare to defy fate. Within the family's martial arts arena, all members were geared up and ready to go. Yi Changsheng faced the 4 chosen elders to bid farewell. Elders, once we depart, the family will be in your hands. These 4 elders, though not the most powerful, were the eldest and most experienced. Patriarch, are you truly taking all the strong cultivators with you? Shouldn't you leave a few behind? Seeing nearly 100 prepared clan members, the elders were filled with reluctance. No need to leave anyone behind. Your presence is enough for the family. If I take even one more, It increases our hope in this battle, Yi Changxing declared resolutely. But what if you do not return? The four elders expressed their concerns. After all, should any misfortune occur, they feared they would not be able to uphold the family's responsibilities. Not return? Upon hearing their worries, Yi Changxing paused, then turned to gaze at his assembled kin. From their faces, he saw determination, resilience, and fervor. None appeared cowardly. A wave of comfort washed over him, and he smiled proudly. If we do not return, then so be it. With that, he turned decisively and took the lead to take flight. Let us depart. With Yi Changxing's command, nearly 100 clan members soared into the sky, heading straight for the Misty Sect. However, most of them were in the Spirit Sea realm, relying on sword flight for their journey. Yet, this did not diminish their determination to follow their patriarch. As the Yi family ascended, the outside world erupted in commotion, particularly among rival families. When they saw nearly 100 Yi family cultivators soaring across the sky, speculation began. What is the Yi family up to? What could they possibly be doing? Surely they cannot be going to war. That is impossible. Their ancestor is sweeping the floors at the Misty Sect and is not even home. Have you heard? The Yi family is aiding the Misty Sect. They've taken all their strong members. What? The Yi family is supporting the Misty Sect? Are they courting death? Huh. The Yi family is doomed this time. Summon the family's strong members back at once. Simultaneously, send someone to keep an eye on the Misty Sect. Should any of the Yi family perish, we will strike and seize their lands and resources. In an instant, several surrounding families turned their eyes menacingly toward the Yi family. Within the Misty Sect, tranquility reigned. The disciples were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding beyond their gates. They were unaware that the warships of the three major super sects had already entered the wilderness state early that morning and begun their convergence. Since returning the previous day, no disciple had ventured outside the sect. They had all received formidable techniques and devoted themselves to training through the night, leaving no time for rest, much less for news from the outside world. On this morning, as dawn broke, Feng Hua and Xu Yue, under Yi Junlin's guidance, armed themselves with brooms and headed toward the entrance to commence their first day of diligent work since joining the sect. Although there were no regulations mandating that disciples must perform chores, the two, being new arrivals, felt compelled to join their fellow disciple Yi Junlin in labor. After all, whether at home or in the imperial palace, they had always adhered to the rules without ever daring to transgress even slightly. Thus, upon seeing Yi Junlin working, they requested to assist with the sweeping. While the sect did not impose strict rules on disciples, they feared that failing to adhere to any unwritten guidelines might displease the sect leader or the elders, leading to their expulsion. Though they had only been there a day and a half, they had no desire to leave the sect. Setting aside the fact that their overnight training had elevated them both to the Spirit Sea realm, the very environment of the sect and the unrestrained way of life made them reluctant to depart. They would gladly sweep the entrance, and even serve the sect leader as servants if necessary. Sister, this broom is rather rudimentary. Let us buy a couple ourselves if we get the chance to go down the mountain. No need to purchase. Once we finish our tasks and have some time, we can enhance these brooms ourselves. Indeed, the two followed Yi Junlin, swaying as they approached the entrance. Their gait was not a deliberate choice, but rather a result of years of training and etiquette, combined with their physical nature, which made this manner of walking the most comfortable for them. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance, but upon lifting their gazes to the outside world, they were instantly startled by the sight beyond the sect's gates. Chapter 040. The Mysterious Misty Sect, surrounded by thousands at this moment, outside the mountain gates, whether on the summit, in the branches, or on the ground. Throngs of cultivators filled every available space. As the three emerged, thousands of eyes immediately turned towards them, a collective gaze that was both startling and overwhelming. Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sheer number of onlookers. The two young women behind him felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Trailing silently behind the elder, too intimidated to speak, an elderly man accompanied by two young maidens gave the impression of mere attendants sweeping the gate. Outside the sect, hushed whispers began to circulate. Was the Miao Miao sect truly represented by just an old man and two young girls? How pitiful. The two maidens were undeniably attractive, their graceful movements drawing attention. One couldn't help but wonder if they would survive the impending conflict. Perhaps they might be fortunate enough to find a way out. Shoo. Speak softly. The sect leader of the Miao Miao sect is a powerful figure. Discussing them here could lead to dire consequences. Why was the Miao Miao sect so unusually quiet? Considering the time, the three great sects should have completed their convergence after a night of travel. Were they not preparing for battle? Did the Miao Miao sect have such confidence that they could afford to neglect preparations? Such confidence is laughable. I seriously doubt the strength of the Miao Miao sect is anything but inflated. I've been here since dawn, and not a single disciple has entered or exited. Perhaps they are completely unaware of the impending attack. Indeed, such a possibility existed. I arrived at dawn as well, and I saw no one. How many disciples does the Miao Miao sect even have? This silence is quite uncharacteristic. However, the spiritual energy in this place is indeed abundant, perfect for a round of cultivation. The crowd scrutinized the elder and the two maidens, whispering among themselves, yet none dared to approach or speak loudly. Although some looked down upon the Miao Miao sect, the sect leader's reputation for decisively defeating a formidable opponent was well known, which kept their opinions to hushed tones. Yi, Elder Yi, shall we continue sweeping? As they felt the weight of thousands of eyes upon them, Fenghua and Xue whispered anxiously behind Yi Junlin, clearly unnerved by the spectacle. Yi Junlin, though unfamiliar with such immense gatherings, understood the importance of maintaining composure and courage. Continue sweeping. Do not panic. Our sect has a powerful background, despite their numbers. They cannot threaten us. With that, he took the lead in sweeping the ground. The two maidens, reassured by his confidence, followed suit. However, their lack of cultivation meant they were focused solely on their task, unaware of the discussions around them. Yi Junlin, on the other hand, being a seasoned figure with over 2 centuries of experience, listened intently while sweeping. He swiftly gathered information about the alliance of the 3 great sects against the Miao Miao sect. A shudder ran through him. He felt his legs weaken. Nevertheless, he forced himself to maintain his composure and finished cleaning the last corner. The onlookers admired his dedication. Suddenly, a distant voice called out, "Elder, the Wujizong, Taihe sect, and Feitian sect are heading towards your sect to initiate a sect war. Please be informed." At this announcement, the murmurs ceased, as everyone awaited the elder's response. Did the Miao Miao sect know of this impending threat or not? Yi Junlin, sensing their curiosity, adopted a facade of calmness and replied, "Thank you for your information, friend. I am no elder, merely a humble sweeper within the sect. As for what you mentioned, our sect leader is already aware. These 3 sects are of little consequence." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. What? He referred to the 3 great sects as insignificant? Such audacity. The Miao Miao sect truly had confidence, especially coming from a mere attendant. The crowd was left astonished, analyzing the implications of his words. Just then, another voice interjected. "Elder, it is said that the 3 sects have brought 9 warships, filled with powerful beings. Among them, 9 are at the royal level." At this revelation, the crowd collectively held their breath, eyes fixed on Yi Junlin, who felt his heart race. 9 royal-level experts. How could that be? Yet, the elders of the sect were either in seclusion or wandering. Would they arrive in time? With mounting tension, he thought, I must inform the sect leader immediately and awaken the elders from their meditative states to prepare for battle. Thus, Yi Junlin forced a smile and declared, "Our sect has countless powerful beings in seclusion. Mere royal-level experts are hardly worthy of concern." Again, astonishment spread among the crowd, further solidifying the Miao Miao sect's formidable reputation. As they pondered this, Yi Junlin finally completed his sweeping and approached Fenghua and Xue. "Let us return." Yes, Fenghua and Xue, their hearts racing from the tense discourse, promptly followed Yi Junlin back to the sect. To the outside observer, they appeared composed, only deepening the suspicion regarding the true strength of the Miao Miao sect. However, unbeknownst to them, once they entered the sect, their previously unhurried pace transformed into a frantic dash towards the main peak. Fenghua and Xue's faces had turned pale. Acutely aware of the dire consequences of defeat, being treated as playthings, subjected to cruelty was a grim reality they knew all too well. "Notify the sect leader. We must inform him immediately." The 2 young women hurriedly lifted their skirts, racing behind Yi Junlin. Sect leader, urgent news." The trio rushed to the main peak, calling out at the entrance of the grand hall, only to find that Chen Xuan was not present. In a state of panic, they hurried back out, colliding with the trio of the Miao Miao sect. "Ancestor, what is the matter? Your Highnesses, what has happened?" Yi Qiqing and Murong Ingluo emerged from their chambers, perplexed by the commotion. "Qingqing, have you seen the sect leader? We are in grave danger. Ingluo, war is imminent. Thousands of cultivators have appeared outside, and the 3 great sects are preparing to attack." Chapter 041. Summon the 3 great elders. One is enough to shake the ancient wilderness. The trio recounted the events outside to the astonished crowd. The news of the 3 great sects uniting to attack them and already encroaching upon the boundaries of the Huangshu left everyone in shock. "Has anyone seen the sect leader? Quickly report to him. If we delay, it may be too late." Yi Junlin urged frantically. "I saw the sect leader heading to the battle square. I shall inform him at once." Lin Fan turned and rushed towards the battle square, followed closely by the anxious women. "We're coming too." The group set off, a determined parade, with a translucent spirit trailing behind. Just a few steps in, they encountered Chen Xuan approaching them. "What brings such urgency?" Chen Xuan, calm and composed, inquired as he walked inward, seemingly unaware of the turmoil outside. Upon witnessing the situation, the crowd was filled with urgency, turning their gazes towards Yi Junlin. He promptly recounted all that he had seen and heard. After listening, Chen Xuan nonchalantly shook his head and admonished, "Such trivial matters are already known to me. These trifling sects are hardly worth our concern." Trifling sects? You dare to refer to the three great superpowers as trifling? The crowd stood in stunned silence, incredulous at Chen Xuan's words. Even though their master exuded confidence, such audacious declarations were unwarranted. After all, these were the three great super sects, legacies that span thousands of years, steeped in profound heritage. For a moment, both Yi Junlin and Murong Yingluo were rife with skepticism. Even the senior disciple Lin Fan felt that his master was overly confident. Among all present, only Yi Qiqing and Lu Yu placed unwavering trust in Chen Xuan's statements. One hailing from a millennium later, well acquainted with the mystique of sects, and the other, a naive spirit of the woods, utterly oblivious to the concept of super sects. Seeing this, Lin Fan clasped his fists and inquired, "Master, how shall we respond?" Simply put, did I not mention that the elders of the sect are either in seclusion or wandering the realms? Given the impending conflict, I shall awaken a few elders. Chen Xuan replied indifferently, silently commanding in his mind, "System, utilize 3 non-synthesizable Emperor summoning cards." Ding. Usage successful. The summoning of Emperor-level figures is underway. Ding. Please assign identities to the 3 summoned powerful beings for their swift integration into the sect. Let us designate them as Inner Door Elders. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan reached a decision. After all, having an Emperor-level figure serve as an Inner Door Elder was quite reasonable. When the time came to summon an immortal, he could appoint them as Guardians of the Mountain. It is worth noting that Chen Xuan had no intentions of summoning immortals just yet. Although he possessed an immortal summoning card, the experiences of Lu Yu had instilled a sense of caution in him. Should he inadvertently summon an immortal, the aura might attract a dark sovereign, which would lead to complications. Thus, he planned to accumulate several immortal summoning cards and summon them simultaneously. This way, even if a dark sovereign were drawn, he would remain unperturbed. Currently, these 3 Emperor summoning cards could not be synthesized, making this an opportune moment to summon them, providing him with capable assistance for various tasks. Ding. Identity engraving successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 3 Emperor-level powerhouses. They are en route. Please be patient. As the announcement concluded, 3 ethereal figures of middle-aged men materialized in the corner of the sect. Initially, their forms were transparent, gazing at each other with muddled expressions, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. However, as their forms solidified, clarity returned to their gazes. Once they fully coalesced, they recognized one another, nodding in acknowledgement before soaring towards the main peak. In the blink of an eye, they descended before the gathered crowd, observing Chen Xuan among them. The 3 Emperor-level elders, without hesitation, knelt on one knee and clasped their fists in reverence, declaring, "Subordinate Lu Tsang, Subordinate Lu Hai, Subordinate Lu Xiao, greetings, Sect Master." Boom. The sight of the 3 kneeling figures instantly stirred a wave of astonishment among the disciples. These are the sect elders? Their aura is remarkably powerful, much like the Master. They are inscrutable, yet they appear relatively young. How high could their cultivation be? Only 3 have emerged from seclusion. Could that be insufficient? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand and said, "Rise." With that, he waved his hand grandly, and in an instant, a 100-meter-long flood dragon materialized on the ground. Beside the dragon, there was a pile of tea leaves used for enlightenment, towering to half a person's height. Chen Xuan pointed at the flood dragon and the enlightenment tea, instructing, "Prepare this flood dragon for later use to entertain our guests." Yes. The 3 men respectfully stood, gesturing with their hands to manage the flood dragon. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, "Master, is it truly sufficient to have only 3 elders emerge from seclusion? I've heard that the 3 great super sects each have 9 Emperor-level figures." "Indeed, Master. With the imminent battle, will we have any guests arriving? Are they here to assist us?" Yi Qiqing also queried with curiosity. In response, Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, first addressing Lin Fan's concern. "Disciple, the 3 elders I have awakened possess the strength to instill fear across the ancient continent, not to mention the 3 great super sects. Even the combined might of the 3 holy lands is of no consequence to our sect. Today you shall witness the true power of our sect. So you need not fear the outside world in the future, lest you bring shame upon our lineage." Hiss. One of them can indeed instill fear across the ancient continent? The combined forces of the 3 holy lands are of no concern? Good heavens. The Master is immensely confident. Are those 3 elders truly that formidable? In an instant, all disciples were filled with aspirations, their previous reactions now tinged with embarrassment. They had genuinely been unaware of the sect's strength, which surpassed their expectations. dismissing even the Holy Lands. They had assumed that they would merely be evenly matched. With this realization, the disciples felt a surge of shame and promptly clasped their fists, declaring, "Understood, Master." Furthermore, regarding the guests I spoke of, they are indeed here to assist us. While their help may not be required, their journey demonstrates their unwavering loyalty. We shall treat them well. Come, our guests shall arrive shortly. Let us prepare a feast. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, turning to Feng Yue and instructing, "You too. Go to the peach garden and gather some peaches to prepare a fruit platter for dessert. Remember to pick the ripe ones." Yes. The two women quickly bowed and made their way to the peach garden. In response to their master's commands, they were more than willing and even eager, especially since they had learned just yesterday that consuming a single peach could extend one's life by 1,000 years. Perhaps today, they would be fortunate enough to savor one. After all, the sect was not large, and their benevolent and kind master would surely not allow them to merely watch. In no time, the Piao Miao sect was bustling with activity once more. Chen Xuan led his disciples to the cliff's edge, preparing the pot and chopping firewood, while the three elders busied themselves with the flood dragon, thoroughly engaged in their tasks. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, causing all disciples to salivate uncontrollably, completely unconcerned about the approaching warships. Yet, while they remained unfazed, others were deeply troubled. Outside the sect, in the sky, Yu Changxing and his companions, after a day and a half of flight, were utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and unable to pause. Some disciples of lower cultivation were already struggling to keep up, gritting their teeth to remain with the group. "Patriarch, should we not rest for a moment? The clan members have been flying tirelessly for a day and a half." An elder could not help but voice his request upon seeing the weary clan members. "Fourth elder, we are almost there, and time is not on our side." Yu Changxing responded, though his heart ached for his kin. He pointed towards the distant mountain range and called out, "Clan members, hold on just a little longer. That mountain range ahead is the Piao Miao sect. We shall arrive shortly." Upon hearing their patriarch's call, the crowd looked up towards the peaks, faintly seeing the outline of the sect nestled within the mountains. In an instant, they regained their spirits and began to fly with renewed vigor. "Sect Master, we are fine. Let us accelerate." "Indeed, Sect Master, we are almost there. We cannot falter at the sect's doorstep." Soon, requests for increased speed arose. Yu Changxing felt a surge of pride and nodded. "Very well. Let us hasten." With that, he willingly carried the weakest member of the clan on his back, continuing onward. Other aerial clan members followed suit, carrying those who were too fatigued to fly. A wave of gratitude washed over the clan members, igniting a fervor within their hearts. And they instinctively began to chant a rallying cry, "Protect the sect. We shall not retreat. Guard the sect. Never retreat." The crowd, fueled by fervor, erupted in a chorus that echoed through the heavens, hastening their pace towards the mountain gate. Yet, upon arrival, they found the entrance already besieged by tens of thousands of cultivators. These practitioners, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the 100-strong contingent, exchanged puzzled glances. Yu Changxing remained undeterred, leading his kin to strike the grand formation at the sect's entrance. Moments later, a gap opened, permitting them entry. What transpired? Were these individuals disciples of the Miao Miao sect? Had they returned upon learning of the sect's peril? It seemed implausible. They appeared to be members of the Yi clan. It was rumored that the Yi family had become vassals of the Miao Miao sect, suggesting they had come to assist. A handful of practitioners from the sky realm accompanied by a throng from the spirit sea realm? Surely, they were not merely offering themselves as sacrifices. Collectively, their prowess did not surpass mine. The word of their arrival swiftly spread across the mountain peaks, leaving many cultivators speechless. Just then, someone unexpectedly called out, prompting the crowd to gaze skyward once more. Another contingent was approaching. As they looked up, a small group emerged into view, albeit comprised of only 10 individuals. Yet their presence exuded a far greater aura than the previous 100. All were at the essence gathering stage. Remarkably, they appeared to be from the Murong dynasty of the Wilderness State. Had the Murong dynasty also become a vassal? Hadn't they claimed in years past that they would serve no one? A team at the essence gathering stage, seemingly all in mid-level cultivation. If they united their strength, they could easily crush any ordinary hegemonic force. However, they now faced 3 superpowers. The essence gathering realm was insufficient. Indeed, while they might dominate locally, they were inconsequential against a super sect. Wait, the leader among them appeared to be at the Heavenly King stage. What? That elder is a Heavenly King? Finally, I behold a true powerhouse. Yet, one Heavenly King may not suffice. The Heavenly King stage embodies real strength, capable of securing a position as an elder in a super sect. If they were to join a hegemonic force, they would undoubtedly be revered throughout the sect. Alas, his presence here seems misplaced. Indeed, while the Heavenly King stage is formidable, it remains inadequate against super forces. The crowd scrutinized the Murong dynasty's contingent, murmuring in speculation. Although the Heavenly King stage seemed unattainable, in the presence of super sects, it held little weight. At that moment, Murong Zhantian and his companions descended at the gate. This time, before he could strike the grand formation, a gap opened, allowing their entry. Let us proceed. Murong Zhantian took the lead, followed by the 9 essence-gathering cultivators. Resolutely entering the sect, observing from outside, the surrounding cultivators expressed their growing anticipation for the arrival of the 3 super sections. When would they arrive? I can hardly contain my excitement. It should be soon. I just received word that they are expected in a few hours. I wonder what formidable beings the Miao Miao sect will dispatch for their first battle. Dispatch? They might simply surrender. Or perhaps they have already fled, after waiting so long. Only a Heavenly King shows up. How could that possibly withstand the 3 super forces? Indeed, is there anyone willing to wager on whether the Miao Miao sect will flee or resist fiercely? I am from the Treasure Pavilion, honest as the day. From the Treasure Pavilion? How do we wager? If you believe the Miao Miao sect has fled, the odds are 1 to 1. If you think they will resist for over an hour, the odds are also 1 to 1. If you reckon the Miao Miao sect will win, the odds are 1 to 100. If you predict their defeat, the odds are 0.1. If you believe it will end in a draw, the odds are 50 to 1. Care to place a bet? Those odds seem a bit low. I'll wager 500 spirit stones that the Miao Miao sect has fled. I bet 3,000 spirit stones that they will resist for an hour. I wager 300 pounds of divine essence that the Miao Miao sect will triumph. Suddenly, a youth produced 300 pounds of divine essence, drawing the attention of those nearby. Some recognized his identity and mocked him. Han Pao Pao, you too have come. It seems you've amassed quite a bit of divine essence. Be careful not to lose it all. Losing matters not, for if I win, 300 pounds of divine essence will transform into 30,000. Han Pao Pao dismissively chuckled, handing the divine essence to the Treasure Pavilion attendant. The attendant grinned, promptly producing a token for him to sign. Simultaneously, at various mountain peaks, the crowds began their wagering, creating a lively atmosphere outside the Miao Miao sect. Some even set up stalls, selling wares. Come and see these exquisite spiritual swords freshly forged. Meanwhile, within the Miao Miao sect, the Yi clan members were astounded by the grandeur of the sect upon entering. Their fatigue vanished in an instant as they experienced the might of their sect for the first time, excitedly following their patriarch towards the main peak. At that moment, Murong Zhantian and his group also arrived, closely trailing behind. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy enveloping them, he felt a pang of regret for having sent Feng Wagweiyu to study instead of coming himself. This environment, this spiritual essence, this aura of the Tao. A day's cultivation here equates to months outside. Moreover, understanding the Tao is not merely achieved through cultivation. If he were to cultivate here, he would surely reach the imperial realm. The Miao Miao sect indeed possesses formidable strength. With this thought, Murong Zhantian gained clarity regarding the sect's prowess. The mighty cultivators accompanying him felt a surge of reverence, respectfully following him, hesitant to unleash their divine senses for fear of disturbing the guardians of such a celestial realm. Ancestor, there are individuals ahead. Suddenly, a subordinate trailing behind alerted them to the Yi clan members ascending the path. Could they be disciples of the sect? Upon seeing the Yi clan, Murong Zhantian paused, then quickened his pace, politely clasping his fists in greeting, esteemed friends. May I inquire if you are disciples of the Miao Miao sect? I am Murong Zhantian, a member of the royal family and a vassal force of the Miao Miao sect. Here to offer support. May I ask where we should rendezvous? Despite being here to assist, they dared not harbor any arrogance. The young Yi clansman, momentarily taken aback, turned to his leader, Yu Changxing. Upon learning that the inquirer was also a vassal, Yu Changxing surveyed him, noting the depth of his cultivation, and politely replied, I too belong to a vassal family of the Miao Miao sect. I am Yu Changxing. The main peak lies ahead. You shall meet the sect master there. Colleagues. A pleasure to finally meet you. Learning that they were fellow vassals, Murong Zhantian maintained his politeness, smiling as he extended the invitation, Yi friend. Since we are both under the Miao Miao sect, shall we proceed together? Certainly. Please. Yu Changxing clasped his fists, and together they walked side by side towards the main peak. Before long, the two parties ascended the numerous steps, reaching the summit. Yet, upon witnessing the scene at the cliff's edge, both Yu Changxing and Murong Zhantian stood dumbfounded. At the precipice, Chen Xuan was cooking meat with a group of disciples. Yes, they were indeed cooking meat. With impending battle, they were brazenly preparing a meal. In an instant, the newcomers began to question whether they had mistakenly arrived at the wrong sect. Even Yu Changxing and Murong Zhantian doubted their reality. However, just as they were lost in bewilderment, Chen Xian's voice suddenly broke the spell. Now that you have arrived, Come join us. Why are you still standing there? A voice echoed softly. Yi Qiqing, Murong Ingluo, Yi Zhulin, Lin Fan, Feng Hua, and Shui Yu all turned to look at Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian, greeting them warmly upon realizing they were family. Father, is it you whom Master was expecting? Come over quickly. Revered ancestor, you've arrived as well? Uncle Yi, Changxing, Yi Changxing, Murong Zhantian, the clansmen. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to reconcile the harmonious scene before them with the impending battle. It seemed they had neither taken a wrong turn nor entered an illusion. The sect leader was genuine, and their own young mistress, princess, and revered ancestor were not impostors. Even the two maidens, sleeves rolled up, their figures accentuated by the long sashes around their waists, slicing peaches, were real. Without further hesitation, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian hastened forward. Upon approaching, they immediately bowed to Chen Xuan. Greetings, sect leader. Welcome, you've traveled far. Chen Xuan acknowledged. Instruct your people to relax and rest. Partake in some fruit. Dinner will be served shortly. Chen Xuan nodded, poured 2 cups of tea, and gestured for them to partake. Thank you, sect leader. Yi Changxing clasped his fist, knowing the tea must be enlightenment tea. He waved his hand, signaling his clansmen to rest, then promptly sat down and drained the cup in one gulp, immediately placing it back and smiling ingratiatingly at Chen Xuan, who refilled his cup. Again, he emptied it in one go. Murong Zhantian, observing this, was bewildered. Why such haste over a mere cup of tea? As if he'd never tasted fine tea before. Murong Zhantian shook his head inwardly, deeming the Yi clan leader lacking in composure and gravitas. He turned his gaze to Chen Xuan, offering his thanks with a refined demeanor, and slowly sat down, deliberately picking up the teacup. However, as the cup neared, the 2 leaves floating within caught Murong Zhantian's eye. Enlightenment tea. His eyes widened in disbelief. He looked up at Yi Changxing, who, having already consumed 3 cups, grinned at him. At that moment, Murong Zhantian understood Yi Changxing's lack of decorum. This was enlightenment tea. No wonder he was so unceremonious. He was trying to get more. A wave of regret washed over Murong Zhantian. He had been too concerned with appearances to even notice the enlightenment tea. The sect leader was a sage. The tea he offered would undoubtedly be extraordinary. He should have realized this sooner. What a loss. Murong Zhantian lamented inwardly, lifting the cup to his lips without further delay, determined to make up for lost time. After finishing, Murong Zhantian imitated Yi Changxing, placing the cup down and smiling at Chen Xuan, his face crinkling into a chrysanthemum-like pattern. Chen Xuan watched the 2 men's unrefined behavior without comment. Their willingness to offer support spoke volumes about their loyalty. He refilled Murong Zhantian's cup. The 2 men then began consuming it as if it were a competition, refilling and emptying their cups in rapid succession, causing their clansmen to wonder if the men seated before them were impostors. What's wrong with the clan leader? Such impropriety before the sect leader. Is that really our ancestor? Is the sect leader's tea truly that exquisite? They felt embarrassed, lowering their heads and digging their toes into the ground. Just then, Feng Hua and Shui Yu, who had been slicing fruit, approached the 2 groups with large platters. These are fruits bestowed by the sect leader, they announced softly. 2 pieces per person. Please do not scramble. After placing the platters down, the 2 women turned and walked away. The crowd dared not linger on the sight of them. Despite their beauty and captivating sway, these were members of the upper sect, not to be trifled with. Forcibly averting their gazes, they focused on the platters before them, attempting to distract themselves. The upper sect's environment is so bountiful, yet they only offer us peaches? It would have been better not to offer anything at all, rather than raise our expectations. 2 pieces per person? Has the upper sect fallen on hard times? Well, I'm rather parched. I suppose I'll have a piece. Although I'm not particularly inclined, the upper sect is watching, so I suppose I'll take one. With varying thoughts, the crowd orderly took 2 pieces of flat peach each. Soon, someone exclaimed in astonishment, Heavens, this isn't a peach, it's a sacred medicine. Indeed, it is a sacred medicine. I only took a bite, and I feel as though my lifespan has been extended by 30 years. The crowd was shaken by the exclamations. Those who hadn't paid attention earlier now examined the peaches in their hands. They discovered that the peaches contained immense life force. Heavens! The upper sect uses sacred medicine as fruit to entertain us? This is a sacred medicine that even sages covet. 1 bite extends one's lifespan by 30 years. These 2 peaches must extend one's lifespan by a century. The Yi family and Murong dynasty were astonished and looked toward their respective leaders. They saw them devouring peaches, 1 in each hand, without regard for their image. Seeing this, the crowd no longer hesitated and stuffed the peaches into their mouths, performing a show of 3 bites per piece. The Yi family, being less exposed to the world, were less concerned with their image. However, the members of the Murong dynasty were influential figures in the empire. Yet, they too devoured the peaches, disregarding their image. They were all aware of how valuable the peaches were. 30 years was a precious treasure to them. and it might allow them to persevere until they broke through to the Heavenly King realm. Soon, the peaches were gone, and everyone had gained over 200 years of life. Some were so excited that they stared at their feet, seemingly lost in thought. However, those who observed closely noticed that they were searching for fallen peach peels. They reflexively picked up any fallen peach peel and stuffed it into their mouths. Soon, the peach peels on the ground were gone. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted from a large pot, attracting everyone's attention. The crowd ceased their search for the peach skin and turned their gaze towards the source of the enticing aroma. They beheld 3 middle-aged men standing before 3 large cauldrons, busily tidying up. Upon noticing the onlookers, the men cheerfully called out, "Dinner is ready, please fetch your own bowls." Instinctively, members of the Yi family and the Murong dynasty rose to their feet and made their way towards the great iron pot. Although they were uncertain of what was simmering within, the recent discovery of the holy medicine led them to believe that the contents of the cauldron must be equally remarkable. At that moment, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian approached to maintain order. "What are you all fighting for? Stand in line," they admonished. "Such impulsiveness is unbecoming. Form an orderly queue." With the authoritative commands of their leaders, the crowd complied and lined up. Subsequently, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian moved to the front, exchanged a knowing smile, and eagerly presented their bowls to begin serving themselves. The 3 elders of the imperial realm, with impassive expressions, stationed themselves beside a separate cauldron, serving meat to the disciples of their sect. The other 2 wielded ladles, dishing out meat to those who had come to assist. "Thank you, esteemed elders," Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian said with polite smiles. Having engaged in conversation earlier, they were aware that these 3 were inter-sect elders, and thus, their demeanor was respectful. Elders Lu Hai and Lu Shao nodded stoically, filling their bowls generously. Upon seeing the piles of enlightenment tea leaves in their bowls, the 2 could not contain their joy and hurriedly retreated to savor their meat. Others craned their necks to glimpse the precious tea leaves, bubbling with excitement. Some who lacked bowls even resorted to using basins. Before long, the entire cliffside was filled with an intoxicating aroma, and everyone feasted heartily. In the midst of their meal, some even experienced breakthroughs. "I did it. I broke through," exclaimed one, followed by another. "So did I. What kind of meat is this? It's pure essence." Earlier, they had overheard the ladies mention that this meat was from the 7-colored flood dragon, the mount of the grand elder of the Wuji sect. 7-colored flood dragon. No wonder we broke through after just a few bites. It is indeed the flesh of a formidable beast, they marveled. The holy medicine, the flesh of great demons. An enlightenment tea. These were treasures one could scarcely hope to consume in a lifetime. Indulging in such delicacies made even the prospect of death today worthwhile. Indeed, it's worth it. What a privilege to enjoy these treasures before departing this world. Soon, we shall confront those 3 super sects, they exclaimed, their spirits soaring as they feasted, realizing that the delicacies they consumed were unattainable for many who had perished seeking even a single morsel. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan also held a bowl, relishing the meat and soup, flanked by the graceful Feng Hua and Shui Yu. The 2 ladies, maintaining their modesty, did not stand or squat while eating, prompting their disciples to rise and offer them seats beside Chen Xuan. However, the small mouths of the ladies could only accommodate tiny bites, causing Chen Xuan to feel anxious. Determined to assist, he stood and approached Lin Fan, who was dining at the cliff's edge. Together, they stood, enjoying the view beyond the precipice while consuming their meal. Suddenly, a cluster of small black dots appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be 9. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he alertly remarked, "Master, could those be the representatives of the 3 super sects?" At his words, all around, oil-stained mouths lifted in unison to gaze skyward. "The 3 super sects have finally arrived," they murmured, their excitement palpable as they hastily devoured their meat in preparation for the impending battle. Yet, it was Chen Xian's next words that left the crowd momentarily stunned. "Elders of the Songhai, the adversaries are entrusted to you 3. Indeed, the 3 elders of Songhai responded with a bow. The onlookers were taken aback at the notion of sending only one person to confront the formidable 3 super sections. Could these 3 elders truly contend with the might of 9 warships? In that instant, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian exchanged glances and hastily bowed, inquiring, "What of us?" "You simply observe," Chen Xuan replied, his gaze fixed on the distance without turning back, embodying the air of a master strategist overseeing his domain. "Observe?" The crowd was left in confusion. Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian were about to inquire further when Lu Shao interjected, his voice resonant and confident. "You need not worry. Even if I stood alone, I could handle them. My elder brothers, you must not intervene. Allow me to resolve this," he declared, addressing Lu Tsong and Lu Hai. "Huh. The sect master has tasked us three with this. One for each family. Indeed, one for each family. No squabbling. Lu Song and Lu Hai proposed a fair method, causing the disciples from both families to fall silent. The expressions and tones of the three elders conveyed that they regarded the three super sects with utter disdain. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a wave of relief wash over them. If the elders were so confident, then there was little cause for concern. Meanwhile, outside the sect, as the 9 warships drew near, their intricate designs became apparent to the assembled cultivators. The sight of such ancient and robust vessels sent the onlookers into a frenzy. They are here. The warships of the 3 super sects have arrived. What magnificent ships! Truly, they're super sects. Each material is a treasure imbued with spiritual energy. Such wealth, even one of these ships, dismantled, could yield countless spirit artifacts. The cultivators below buzzed with excitement, their eyes glowing with fervor. Yet, at that moment, 3 figures suddenly emerged from within the mysterious sect, standing in the void and gesturing towards the approaching warships. Brothers, remember our agreement. 1 ship per person, no monopolizing. Understood. 3 ships each. Let us wrap this up quickly. The 3 brothers bantered with the warships, completely unconcerned about the impending confrontation. Observing this, the warships slowed their advance, approaching with caution. Meanwhile, the cultivators below were left bewildered, questioning if this was truly the mysterious sect's response. Only 3 individuals? Have they surrendered? They wondered. Recalling the earlier banter about 1 ship per person, I stayed up all night for this? What a waste of time. The mysterious sect is hardly impressive. Disappointment rippled through the crowd. Just then, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept through the air, causing all the cultivators below to tremble and fall silent, their eyes drawn upwards. Above them, the 3 elders of the mysterious sect had raised their palms. Simultaneously, 3 enormous palms, larger than the warships themselves, began to form in the sky. The atmosphere crackled with spiritual energy as a formidable pressure emanated from above, as if the hands were sent from the heavens to subdue all dissent. The terrifying aura radiating from these hands seemed capable of making the very heavens tremble and commanding all creation to bow. What a terrifying presence. I feel my very soul quaking. Are they saints? They must be at the very least saints. I have witnessed saints in action, yet they appear even stronger. The disciples of the sect widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. In that moment, the world fell silent, all creatures rendered mute. Only 3 colossal hands, imbued with the power to annihilate, descended from above, overshadowing the heavens and the earth. Inside the 9 warships, chaos erupted among the disciples of various sects as they faced the overwhelming presence of those hands, sensing the imminent specter of death. Even the esteemed elders aboard each ship felt their souls tremble, as if they were on the brink of demise. Defend! A distressed elder cried out urgently. The call for defense echoed across the vessels. Defend! Defend! Boom! 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 9 protective shields were activated in an instant. All disciples desperately channeled their spiritual energy into the protective formations, striving to augment the shield's defensive power. Yet, the oppressive force bore down undeterred, penetrating the shields and enveloping every heart in dread. Even the hidden ancient beings within the ship's hold could not escape the horror, awakening to unveil their eyes in terror. However, before they could project their consciousness to investigate, the 3 world-destroying hands struck down with a thunderous might. Boom! The hands, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, had not yet arrived, but the pressure had already shattered the defenses powered by countless formidable beings and elders. In swift succession, the 9 warships began to disintegrate, and the disciples aboard were reduced to mere liquid. These powerful figures from the 3 major sects found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless oppression, disintegrating into nothingness. Even the ancient beings, who had only just awakened, began to dissolve, their divine essence melting away. In that moment of despair, the ancient beings conjured myriad protective auras to resist, but all efforts proved futile against the might of the descending hand. In an instant, their forms twisted and faded. Had the era of great conflict truly arrived? Was their sect facing annihilation? Alas, in the midst of such turmoil, there lay no escape from fate. The ancient beings felt despair wash over them, slowly closing their eyes and surrendering completely. Soon after, they were crushed into dust, dissipating into the void. Boom! The 9 warships were instantly reduced to particles. With the ships no longer obstructing the view, the vast, clear sky re-emerged. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the earth as thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the empty expanse above. Had the 3 major sects been entirely obliterated? Boom! An uproar erupted among the cultivators. Their gazes towards the 3 elders of the mysterious cloud sect were now filled with profound reverence. But this was not the end. Amidst the awe, a voice resonated from deep within the mysterious Cloud Sect, commanding attention. Elders of the mysterious Cloud Sect, heed my orders. With a swift motion, the three Emperor-level elders turned and bowed respectfully towards the mysterious Cloud Sect, awaiting instructions. The Wujizong, Taihe Sect, and Feitian Sect have launched an attack against our mysterious Cloud Sect, igniting a sect war. I command you to obliterate these three sects without leaving a single survivor. Chen Xuan's words reverberated like thunder, echoing over the mysterious Cloud Sect. The thousands of cultivators stood in stunned silence, believing the sect war had come to an end. They never imagined the sect leader would respond with such fierce resolve and intent to retaliate. Yet, with the three sects situated hundreds of thousands of miles away, how could they possibly strike back? Doubt filled the air. However, the ensuing scene would unveil the true strength of the mysterious Cloud Sect's elders. In the sky, the three elders responded in unison, "We obey." Straightening their postures, they directed their gazes towards the three major sects and, with a swift motion, tore through the void. Instantly, the fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing the territories of the three major sects within the fissure. Witnessing this terrifying display, the hearts of thousands of cultivators quaked in unison. Without hesitation, the three elders stepped boldly into the rift. The portal remained open, as though they would soon return. In that moment, the crowd fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixated on the unfolding spectacle within the void. Inside the rift, the three elders appeared outside the three major sects, each delivering a resounding slap towards their respective sects. In an instant, the three major sects were reduced to dust. The defenses of these super sects crumbled like paper. Yet, many understood that the defenses of the three major sects were not as feeble as they appeared. Without proper control, they could not be breached by a mere elder. Only a formidable force could dismantle such barriers, and yet, the entire sect had vanished with a single strike. This showcased the immense power of the three elders of the mysterious Cloud Sect, capable of altering the very course of fate. Before anyone could fully comprehend the magnitude of this event, the three elders returned and vanished into the mysterious Cloud Sect, leaving the gathered cultivators in a state of bewilderment, questioning the very nature of their world. To tear apart space and effortlessly obliterate mighty forces, such strength truly existed. Previously, they had only heard tales. But now they witnessed the embodiment of true power. Was this the might of a sage? The power of a sage was indeed unfathomable. The strength of the mysterious Cloud Sect could very well be the foremost among all sects beneath the sacred lands. In a heartbeat, the name of the mysterious Cloud Sect resonated throughout the 9 provinces. Chapter 046. The mysterious Cloud Sect shakes the 9 provinces, officially opening for enrollment. Have you heard? The super hidden sect, the mysterious Cloud Sect, has emerged. I've heard. It's said the mysterious Cloud Sect is formidable. Tales of their exploits are being told in theaters every day. Within a small family, the disciples gathered for casual after-dinner conversation, particularly animated when discussing the mysterious Cloud Sect. Many paused their cultivation, straining to listen intently. However, some dedicated practitioners, oblivious to the mysterious Cloud Sect, remained focused on their training. Could you keep your voices down? You speak as if you're all so powerful. Is the mysterious Cloud Sect truly more formidable than the super forces? Don't disturb my cultivation. I need to prepare for the Wujizong's recruitment conference in a few months. If you don't hurry and cultivate, you won't even qualify as auxiliary disciples. Are you still thinking of joining the Wujizong? It's gone. Impossible. The Wujizong was perfectly fine. I know you're jealous of me, but jealousy won't help. This time I'll definitely qualify as an auxiliary disciple of the Wujizong. Bro, the Wujizong is truly gone. Otherwise, why would we not be cultivating? It's true, brother. The Wujizong, Taihe Sect, and Feitian Sect, the only 3 major super forces in our vicinity, have all been annihilated by the mysterious Cloud Sect. Now, the only super sect left in the 9 provinces is the mysterious Cloud Sect. What? Is that true? It can't be. It's true. It said that. Within moments, those who had previously been unaware of the mysterious Cloud Sect now wore expressions of shock, grasping the enormity of its power and the reality that the 3 major super sects had been obliterated. This revelation rippled through every corner of the 9 provinces. The 3 major sects, once looming like mountains over everyone, had vanished, leaving all in astonishment. Many gifted individuals, who had toiled in their cultivation, had been awaiting the opportunity to join a super sect. Now, all hope seemed lost. Meanwhile, within the mysterious Cloud Sect, the disciples were feasting on the dragon meat. The initial tension and gravity had dissipated, replaced by laughter and joy. Ah, I'm so full. I could burst. After 3 days, we've finally finished this dragon. The sect leader is so generous. We've been feasting on dragon meat for 3 whole days. I've broken through 5 minor realms and entered the Skyward Realm. I've entered the Skyward Realm too. Haha, I'm half a step into the spirit realm. The disciples of the Yi family sat at the cliff's edge, filled with excitement. 3 days had passed since the great battle, and they had spent those days indulging in dragon meat. In the beginning, nearly 100 individuals arrived. And at this moment, 8 or 9 out of 10 have successfully entered the realm of Econ. Only a handful, lacking in innate talent, have yet to reach this level. But they are not far off. Even Yu Chongxing has taken a half step towards the realm of Ningxian. This remarkable progress can be attributed to the profound effects of the enlightenment tea and the stewed Jiao Long, along with bountiful spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, and the thin barriers of the world. This journey has undeniably yielded tremendous rewards, bringing them one step closer to becoming a dominant force. If just a few elders can further advance into Ekong, they will undoubtedly elevate their clan to the status of a dominant family. Even if they only attain the rank of a minor overlord is still an overlord. Brother Murong, the Jiao Long has been consumed. It is time for us to return. Shall we bid farewell to the sect leader together? Yi Chongxing rose and approached Murong Zhantian's faction, greeting him with a smile and a clasped fist. The days of acquaintance had fostered a sense of camaraderie between their families. Initially, they had intended to depart after the battle, but the sect leader graciously allowed them to finish their meal before leaving, which is why they lingered until now. Moreover, the Murong dynasty had also enjoyed a bountiful harvest, nearly matching that of the Yi family, with 9 Ningxian strongholds, half of whom had entered the later stages of Ningxian. Murong Zhantian had advanced to the 5th level of Tianwang and was not far from reaching the final stage. His only regret was having brought too few people. Had he brought more from the dynasty, they could have added dozens to their Ningxian ranks. Unfortunately, he had only considered those in the Ekong realm to be of no use at the time, which he now lamented in comparison to the Yi family. Nevertheless, the 3 days spent at the sect were well worth it. Seeing Yi Chongxing inquiring with a clasped fist, Murong Zhantian quickly rose and politely replied, Brother Yi, let us go together. We must also return. Brother Murong, please. Brother Yi, please. The two exchanged smiles and walked side by side toward the grand hall of the sect leader. Within the grand hall, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged on the platform, quietly listening to the reports from the inner sect elders. Most of the cultivators outside the sect had already departed, yet thousands remained, eager to join the Primal sect. In the land of Jiuzhou, talented individuals of appropriate age were making their way to the wilderness, having heard rumors that the Primal sect might soon begin accepting disciples. Additionally, it was said that cultivators from other regions beyond Jiuzhou were also on their way. Elder Lu Song stood in the hall, respectfully reporting on matters from the outside world. With the war behind them, Chen Xuan assigned various positions to the 3 emperors. Lu Song was appointed as the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, responsible for teaching disciples and overseeing the duties of the Elder of Opportunities. Lu Hai was tasked with guarding the library, serving as the Elder of Techniques, while Lu Xiao was assigned to protect the peach garden. After all, there were rabbits, foxes, and other small creatures within the sect, so having someone to guard against them stealing the peaches was prudent. With the 3 elders in place, Chen Xuan found himself feeling considerably more at ease. Disciples could now approach these elders directly with any questions about their cultivation, sparing him from such concerns. Thus, Chen Xuan spent his days researching the techniques within the library, allowing time to pass without worry. Indeed, after listening to Lu Tsang's report, Chen Xuan nodded thoughtfully and commanded, Our sect has few disciples. It is indeed time to begin accepting new students. With that, he instructed, spread the word outside. The Primal sect will officially open its doors for new disciples in 1 month. All cultivators of appropriate age are welcome to participate in the entrance examination. This examination will focus not on innate talent, but on potential. Anyone with potential shall be granted the opportunity to join our sect. Understood. Lu Tsang clasped his fists and turned to leave. However, as he reached the entrance of the grand hall, he encountered Yi Chongxing and Murong Zhantian, who had come to bid farewell. The two immediately clasped their fists and greeted him. Greetings, Grand Elder. Lu Tsang nodded and departed. Only then did the two straighten up and proceed inward. Having witnessed the true strength of the 3 elders, none dared to underestimate them. Upon entering the grand hall, they first bowed respectfully before presenting their farewell. Chen Xuan, understanding their intentions, nodded and said, Then you may return. Additionally, in 1 month, our sect will open its doors to accept disciples, adding fresh blood to our ranks. Upon your return, you may encourage suitable disciples to come. As long as they possess talent and the right disposition, I will grant them the opportunity to join our sect. Chapter 047. Millions of cultivators gather at the Primal sect. The Soul Temple emerges, opening the sect to accept disciples. An opportunity to join the sect? Boom. Both were taken aback, immediately filled with excitement. They had never anticipated that their farewell would lead to such a fortunate turn of events. This was a personal promise from the sect leader, akin to a guaranteed admission. Was this not a great blessing? Overwhelmed with joy, they clasped their fists, exclaiming, "Thank you. Sect leader, go." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The two hurriedly bowed once more and took their leave. As the two families departed, news of the Primal Sect's intention to accept disciples spread like wildfire throughout Jiuzhou. "Son, you must ensure that you join the Primal Sect this time, even if it means becoming a servant disciple. This is the only super sect in Jiuzhou. Father, I will definitely enter the sect. Daughter, where has my daughter gone? What? The super sect has fallen, and she has gone to a major overlord family? Hurry and bring her back. The Primal Sect is opening for disciples. Husband, the Primal Sect is 30,000 miles away. Please be careful on your journey. Young master, this is a spirit herb specially approved by the family head for you. Take it quickly to enhance your cultivation and strive to enter the Primal Sect as an inner disciple. Princess, the emperor is looking for you. He says the Primal Sect is opening for disciples and wishes for you to return. Sister-in-law, the Primal Sect is opening for disciples, focusing on potential rather than talent. I want to give it a try. Why not come with me? As the news of the Primal Sect's acceptance of disciples spread, countless dominant forces, families, dynasties, and rogue cultivators sprang into action, all heading toward the Primal Sect. After all, the Primal Sect, having effortlessly vanquished the three super sects, had already become an invincible entity in the hearts of millions of cultivators in Jiuzhou. Moreover, there were no other super forces left in Jiuzhou, leaving them with no options to choose from. Hence, once the news was announced, scenes of farewells unfolded across the land, especially among the talented cultivators from afar, many of whom packed their belongings and hastily journeyed to the wilderness. Of course, Chen Xuan's decision to open the sect after annihilating the three super sects was driven by simple reasoning. Firstly, the system only provided coordinates for cultivators with 10 stars and above in talent. He aspired to develop the sect into the foremost sect across the myriad realms, and relying solely on system prompts would be an impossibility. Furthermore, disciples below 10 stars also yielded rewards, though lesser. They accumulated over time and were not significantly weaker than those provided by 10-star disciples. Thus, taking advantage of the recent fame garnered from the destruction of the three sects to recruit disciples would more readily attract talented individuals. Once he successfully gathered this wave of students, he would reap an abundance of summoning cards. Countless cards could be merged to form powerful beings, naturally strengthening the sect. Who knows, this recruitment might even attract disciples with 10-star talent. Hence, opening the sect to accept disciples was an inevitable course of action. At this moment, in the wilderness, at the Primal Sect, after several days of anticipation, millions of eligible cultivators had already gathered outside the sect. These individuals arrived both alone and accompanied by family guardians. Yet, with more than 20 days remaining until the official opening for disciples, the sect had amassed such a crowd, demonstrating the overwhelming desire to join the Primal Sect. Sect leader, the number of cultivators outside is increasing. Some are setting up tents, while others are carving out caves. And there are even those attempting to seize the lairs of fierce beasts like the black bear. Moreover, skirmishes have already erupted among the crowd. Should I intervene? In the grand hall of the sect, Lu Tsong cupped his fists, reporting on the situation outside the mountains. We must take action. After all, they are here to pay their respects and join the sect, he declared. Let it be known that any who dare to engage in private duels will have their testing qualifications revoked and will never be accepted again, Chen Xuan stated indifferently. Private duels were strictly prohibited, for where there are people, there are conflicts. Without strict rules, it would be impossible to manage such a vast crowd. Understood, Lu Tsong replied. And with Chen Xuan's orders in mind, he soared into the sky above the sect. As Lu Tsong appeared, the millions of cultivators outside immediately looked up in unison. It's an elder of the Misty Sect. Look, it's the elder who intervened last time. Is the testing going to commence early? Sure, be quiet. The elder seems to have something to say. Halt your fighting. The elder has arrived. We must wait for him to finish speaking before deciding who owns this cave. At that moment, the millions of cultivators raised their heads, eagerly awaiting Lu Tsong's words. Lu Tsong did not feign seriousness. Upon reaching the height, he addressed the throng below in a deep voice. The sect master has issued a decree. All cultivators are forbidden from engaging in private duels. Should I discover any violators, without regard for reason or outcome, all will have their testing qualifications revoked and will never be accepted again. The proclamation reverberated like thunder across the skies, and the millions of cultivators heard it clearly. Instantly, those engaged in private duels halted in fear. Realizing the gravity of the decree, revocation of testing qualifications meant they would never have another opportunity to join the sect. This terrifying rule left no one daring to defy it. In an instant, those who had intended to fight withdrew and hurriedly helped the injured cultivators on the ground. Expressing concern, brother, I apologize. This place belongs to you now. I won't contest it. Please don't report me. It was all a misunderstanding. We were merely old friends sparring. This precious ground is for us to share. Those who had been engaged in private duels reconciled on the spot, becoming as close as brothers. After all, if either party reported the other, both would lose their chance to take the test. They had traveled great distances to enter the sect, and the thought of losing their opportunities over trivial matters made even the most bitter rivals refrain from causing trouble. Seeing this, Lute Song in the sky felt satisfied. Observing the quiet millions of cultivators, he couldn't help but smile slightly before swiftly returning to the sect. However, upon entering, he sensed something amiss. His expression darkening as he became displeased, prompting him to set off once again towards the sect's entrance. Outside the sect, the millions of cultivators had settled into a state of peace. Suddenly, a young boy appeared on the horizon, blood trickling from his mouth as he stumbled toward the misty sect, clutching a heavenly scale. Initially, the crowd thought he was merely another cultivator coming to participate in the test, but their perception shifted as three figures in black cloaks pursued him relentlessly. As the three figures drew closer, the crowd's expression shifted to concern. The black-clad pursuers were ominous, their faces obscured, chains in hand, exuding an eerie aura. Is that the Soul Hall? Someone exclaimed, igniting a wave of panic among the crowd. Are they really from the Soul Hall? Why are they here? What is the Soul Hall? I've never heard of it. Is it powerful? You don't know the Soul Hall? You shouldn't claim to be a cultivator. They are a true transcendent force in the northern region, the natural nemesis of souls, a threat to all spiritual entities existing solely to harvest souls. The crowd was taken aback, realizing this was their first encounter with the Soul Hall. Could it be that the boy has something to do with souls? Drawing the attention of the Soul Hall, they speculated, their curiosity about the boy's identity piqued. At this moment, the boy was flying with great urgency. Having reached the throng's heads, as he drew nearer, they could see he was gravely injured, relying on some secret method to keep himself aloft. Old Medicine Master, will the Misty Sect help us? Xiao Chen, blood still on his lips, anxiously asked while flying. I cannot guarantee anything, but with 3 saints from the Misty Sect, they shouldn't allow the Soul Hall to wreak havoc in their domain. Quickly head towards the sect square. You are here to seek apprenticeship. And I believe the Misty Sect will not turn a blind eye. An aged voice echoed from within his ring. But what if the Misty Sect does not intervene? Xiao Chen fretted, the threat of the Soul Hall looming large. If they don't, I will accept my fate. I'll draw their attention away. You hide. With so many of them, they won't find you. Once you join the sect and achieve greatness, do not forget to avenge me. The old man's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Xiao Chen interrupted decisively. No, I will not abandon you, old medicine master. If it comes to it, I will die fighting. I have already proven myself at Yin Sect. I have no regrets. His voice was resolute as he landed heavily on the sect square. But in his weakened state, he could not control his descent, skidding along the ground for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Before he could lift his head to seek help at the mountain gate, the 3 powerful figures from the Soul Hall had already descended, surrounding him. Hand him over. The Soul Hall enforcer's voice was chilling, accompanied by an unsettling echo. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the chains in his grasp toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's pupils dilated as he unfastened the heavenly scale from his person, gripping it tightly, ready to retaliate. Yet, at that moment, the spirit within his ring was unwilling to let Xiao Chen sacrifice himself so easily. It forcibly emerged, raising a hand to intercept the approaching chains. Quickly go. Don't forget to avenge me, it urged, resolutely blocking the iron chain. However, as a Soul Hall member, the weapons they wielded were all soul killers. In an instant, dark smoke enveloped the spirit's arm, and it released a heart-wrenching scream. Just as the cry escaped, 3 more chains lashed out, infused with the power of the void, sealing off any chance of escape for the old man. Old medicine master, Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, but his weakened state rendered him powerless to assist. All he could do was watch, his eyes blazing with fury as the chains advanced upon the spirit. Just then, a displeased voice echoed, abruptly pulling Xiao Chen from the depths of despair. At the Misty Sect's entrance, private duels are forbidden. Violators will face dire consequences. With a resounding crash, the chains hurtling toward the old man shattered instantly, dissipating the tense atmosphere. The Soul Hall members turned their gazes toward the sect entrance, where a middle-aged man emerged. Hands clasped behind his back, standing tall and proud, his garments billowing without wind, as if he were one with the heavens. To the untrained eye, one might not even notice another figure standing behind him. It was Lute Song, the elder who had just returned after declaring the prohibition of private duels. Observing Lute Song, the Soul Hall members sensed his unusual presence and frowned, their voices dripping with malice. Are you intending to interfere in the affairs of the Soul Hall? I have already stated that private duels are forbidden before the initiation of the disciple testing. If you wish to fight, do so elsewhere. Here, I will enforce the rules. Do you expect me to remain silent? Lu Song retorted. Lu Song, with an expressionless demeanor, coldly commanded, "Get out at once, or face dire consequences." With that declaration, the atmosphere in the venue instantly shifted. All cultivators held their breath, plunging the scene into a tense silence. After all, this was the Soul Palace, a transcendent force not inferior to the sacred lands. How audacious for an elder of the Misty Sect to order the Soul Palace members to leave. Even if this elder were a saint, the Soul Palace was not to be trifled with. For a moment, the gathering fell silent, all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. The Soul Palace members felt a heavy weight in their hearts, caught off guard by the humiliation from a newly risen super sect. Yet, this super sect boasted 3 individuals with power rivaling that of saints, having already spread its influence beyond the 9 provinces. Even the Soul Palace members dared not act recklessly, especially since their weapons had just been shattered, leaving them fully aware of their disadvantage. Thus, they paused, letting out a cold snort. "Misty Sect, we will remember this," they declared before leaping away. Though their words dripped with menace, it was clear they acknowledged defeat. However, this very threat ignited Lu Song's displeasure. The Misty Sect would not tolerate any threats. With a swift wave of his hand, an invisible force materialized, instantly ensnaring the 3 fleeing figures. In an instant, the trio from the Soul Palace was suspended in midair. Lu Song's expression remained unyielding as he stated, "You dare threaten the Misty Sect and still think to escape? We will not be threatened." With that, he clenched his fist. Boom. The 3 from the Soul Palace were crushed, reduced to a mist of blood in an instant. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Millions of cultivators were left speechless. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Had he truly killed them? They were truly slain. Hiss. The Misty Sect was formidable, daring even to eliminate members of the Soul Palace. Astonishing. The Misty Sect was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Shock rippled through the crowd. Xiao Chun was equally astonished. Elder Yao was even more astounded. None of them anticipated that the elder of the Misty Sect would so readily take the life of someone from the Soul Palace. They had assumed the elder would merely drive them away. After all, while these individuals may not have been powerful, they represented the Soul Palace. Slaying them would undoubtedly offend the Soul Palace. An elder who dared to stand against the Soul Palace was not to be underestimated. In that moment, both Elder Yo and Xiaoqin felt an unprecedented reverence for the Misty Sect. Chapter 49. Another talent of over 10 stars. Chen Xuan enters the forbidden zone of life. Xiaoqin had merely heard of the rise of the Misty Sect and, upon learning that the Soul Palace had discovered his connection to the soul, sought to join the Misty Sect for training. Now he was utterly captivated by the Misty Sect. Watching the elder who said not a word and turned to enter the sect, Xiaoqin felt he had no time to express his gratitude. He excitedly declared to Elder Yo, "I must join the Misty Sect. Indeed, this sect's aura rivals that of the sacred lands. Joining them will undoubtedly lead to a boundless future. I support your decision. Quickly find a place to recover your injuries. We shall remain here for the time being. The members of the Soul Palace will certainly not dare to cause further trouble." As they gazed in the direction where the elder of the Misty Sect had disappeared, Elder Yao's eyes gleamed with insight. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he entered Xiaoqin's ring. In life, he was a saint, and now is a saintly soul. Even if his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, his vast experiences remained. With a mere glance, he recognized Lu Song's extraordinary strength, far surpassing his own peak. Moreover, the fact that Lu Song dared to offend the Soul Palace meant that if Xiaoqin joined the Misty Sect, he too would find a refuge, thus wholeheartedly endorsing Xiaoqin's decision. Furthermore, joining the Misty Sect was a decision both had long contemplated. However, this time their resolve to join the Misty Sect was even stronger. Once their opinions aligned, Xiaoqin promptly reattached his weapon and descended from the sect's plaza, seeking a place to settle. As he passed through, surrounding cultivators cast curious glances. After all, at just over 20 years old, he had already reached the late stage of sky control, and he had managed to escape from the Soul Palace, whose members far surpassed him in realm. This young man's future was boundless. Upon learning of his realm, many couldn't help but cast admiring looks, and even some bold female cultivators, daughters of noble families, approached him to initiate conversation. "Friend, come this way. I have a spot for you." "Young master, this healing pill is sent by my lady. She wishes to invite you for a discussion." "Young master." As he walked, he was inundated with advances. Yet, Xiaoqin politely declined each one. Having just returned from an engagement with the Cloud Sect, he had no interest in women. His thoughts solely focused on resurrecting Elder Yao and repaying his teachings. After refusing the advances, he climbed atop a towering rock, closed his eyes, and began meditating, simultaneously recovering and waiting for the Misty Sect to commence its recruitment. As time passed, more and more cultivators of appropriate age arrived for the recruitment test. On this day, there were only about 1 million individuals waiting. and the area around the rock where Xiaochen stood was still relatively sparse, providing ample space for everyone. But merely 2 days later, his surroundings were completely filled with incoming cultivators. As far as the eye could see, among the peaks, trees, riverbeds, and massive stones, people were densely packed everywhere. The entire scene boasted at least 7 or 8 million individuals, a stark increase of several 100,000 from just 2 days prior. And this was merely the 5th day since the Misty Sect announced its recruitment. There were still 25 days until the official opening of the sect. More and more people were arriving. Indeed, this is an overwhelming crowd. Just to find a restroom, one can see throngs of people everywhere. Go further away. There's a secluded mountain 200 miles out where you can find privacy. I've resorted to that. Traveling 200 miles just to relieve oneself? This is simply too much. I've never seen so many people. This is the nature of recruitment for super sects. The Misty Sect's first recruitment will undoubtedly attract a multitude. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. When the recruitment day arrives, it's estimated that 1 billion will show up. Such a staggering number? Previous superpowers would only attract around 20 million at most. True, now there's only this one superpower left in the 9 provinces. Within the Misty Sect, amidst the bustling crowd outside, tranquility reigned. Lin Fan, Yi Qicheng, and Morong Ing Luo engaged in rigorous training daily, seldom venturing out. Whether battling within the ultimate illusion tower or meditating in areas rich with spiritual energy, their strengths continued to stabilize and surge. All had entered the late stage of concentration, collectively surpassing Yi Junlin, who had cultivated for a lifetime, causing him to feel a twinge of envy. Even the 2 girls, who daily swept the floors while playfully chatting, had ascended to the sky control realm. During this time, the 2 had become the only enchanting sight outside the Misty Sect. Each dawn, numerous cultivators gathered near the sect to gaze at the 2 beautiful figures sweeping the grounds. Initially, those onlookers were merely captivated by their figures and grace. However, as they witnessed the girls' realms changing day by day, the Misty Sect became even more shrouded in mystery in the eyes of many cultivators. One day, Chen Xuan stepped out of the sect master's hall and approached the willow tree to water it. At that moment, the willow had sprouted 7 or 8 tender shoots, its charred trunk exuding a faint vitality, indicating that it would not be long before the blackened bark shed, allowing it to rejuvenate. Chen Xuan intended to inquire about the willow's cultivation progress, but discovered upon probing that the willow was not within its trunk, leaving him somewhat helpless. Ever since arriving at the sect, the willow had been able to leave its form and wander freely, often playing hide and seek. However, Chen Xuan chose not to concern himself. After all, a willow tree regaining its essence, with no memories, harbored no ill intentions. Besides, roaming about could only enhance its spiritual strength. Ding. Detected a talent with over 10-star potential located in the Eastern Wilderness Forbidden Zone, the Ancient Divine Veins. Please proceed to recruit. Suddenly, as Chen Xuan watered the tree, a prompt resonated in his mind, halting his actions. Another talent with over 10-star potential? And within the Eastern Region's Forbidden Zone, the Ancient Divine Veins? What business does a genius have in the Forbidden Zone? As Chen Xuan pondered this perplexity, the system once again chimed with an alert. Ding. The life of this genius is under threat. The host must hurry. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Xuan had no choice but to cease his watering activities. Though he felt no urgency, he deemed it prudent to rush over to prevent any unforeseen incidents, especially considering that this individual was a prodigy with immense potential exceeding 10 stars. Currently, he possessed only one such genius, Lu Yu, and was in dire need of another. Lu Tsong, I shall be out to collect a disciple. Take good care of the place. Chen Xuan communicated telepathically to the Grand Elder before his figure flickered, and he sped towards the Ancient Divine Vein. The Ancient Divine Vein. It lay millions of miles from the wild continent. Though merely a mountain range, its reputation surpassed that of Holy Lands. For it is one of the most renowned life-restricting zones in the Eastern Domain, existing for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the centuries, no one who entered has ever returned. All became mere husks, ultimately vanishing within the Forbidden Zone. At this moment, a young girl was traversing the edge of the Ancient Divine Vein, having already penetrated 1,000 meters within. Yet she moved slowly, each step seemingly laden with immense agony. Despite her desire to halt, a group behind her urged her on. Hurry. The curse encroaches. The longer you linger, the faster it invades. Yes. Do not stop. Ascend to the mountaintop. If you can retrieve a sacred fruit, you will be a great benefactor of the Taichu Holy Land, which will nurture you with full vigor. Outside the Forbidden Zone, a throng from the Taichu Holy Land shouted their encouragement. Behind these exhorters stood a cadre of venerable elders, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their depths unfathomable. At the center of this assembly rested a dragon sedan chair, drawn by two azure dragons, upon which sat an extraordinarily aged man. His skin was gaunt, his figure emaciated, clearly at the brink of his lifespan. Yet, perched upon the sedan chair, surrounded by a multitude of formidable protectors, his status was unmistakably highlighted. However, the congregation was not solely composed of Taichu Holy Land members. Many cultivators stood at a distance, including both frail, aged practitioners nearing the end of their lives and robust young disciples. Yet, they maintained a respectful distance from the Taichu Holy Land, particularly the group of similarly withered elders, who appeared to be on guard against them. Another powerful figure from the Taichu Holy Land had aged. It seems no one can escape the passage of time. The aura inadvertently radiating from this venerable elder was terrifying. Could it be that he has achieved sainthood? Ah, how amusing. I thought it was someone else. But it is actually Li Chuan, the Grand Elder who swept through hundreds of states in the Eastern Domain 3,000 years ago. If he were to procure the sacred herb atop the mountain, he might indeed attain sainthood. Yet at present, he certainly has not. What? The Elder from 3,000 years ago? He hasn't achieved sainthood, yet he has lived for 3 millennia? He must be infinitely close to becoming a saint. Supplemented by longevity-enhancing elixirs, it appears he can no longer endure and has come to the Forbidden Zone in search of herbs. Unexpectedly, they have found a young girl capable of resisting the curse. Li Chuan is indeed fortunate. The Supreme Bone is exceedingly rare, and the essence emitted from its excised flesh unexpectedly possesses the power to counteract the Forbidden Zone's curse. Yet, excavating the Supreme Bone to explore the Forbidden Zone seems a monumental waste. If the Supreme Bone were nurtured properly, the chances of attaining imperial status would be significantly elevated. They are indeed extravagant. They cannot bear to excavate the Supreme Bone. This young girl's Supreme Bone was extracted by her cousin. Her cousin, endowed with dual pupils, is a key disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. Upon discovering the existence of this young girl after the extraction of the Supreme Bone, they sent her to scout the path. However, the essence of the Supreme Bone is rapidly depleting. She will surely not reach the mountaintop. What? Such a familial connection? Dual pupils, Supreme Bone. Good heavens, if nurtured, this family could easily gain 2 more Saint Kings. To have destroyed one with their own hands, what a pity. The Taichu Holy Land is not humane. They have extracted the Supreme Bone, and even with the injury inciting some remaining essence, they still send her into the fray. They are pushing her toward her demise. Hush, speak quietly. Be careful not to be overheard. The crowd murmured among themselves. Some of the frail elders remained silent, simply waiting for the sacred fruit to be retrieved, prepared to seize it at any moment. As for the nearly expired elder on the dragon sedan chair, the proximity to sainthood hardly mattered now. Their lives were all hanging by a thread, and no one cared for the other's status. Thus, the Taichu Holy Land's members remained vigilant against this desperate group of old men. Even if Li Chuan was not afraid of them, what if an oversight allowed them to snatch the fruit and flee? Moreover, securing the sacred fruit would grant the Taichu Holy Land another saint. Thus, to ensure the retrieval of the fruit, they had dispatched over a dozen protective elders and secretly brought with them the clan's treasured artifact, which would not only deter these desperate old men, but could also assist the young girl in pivotal moments. They would not employ the treasured artifact unless absolutely necessary. In that moment, all eyes were fixated on the young girl as silent prayers echoed within their hearts, urging her to hurry, to hasten, inside the Forbidden Zone. Shirlinga felt the essence on her shoulders diminish as she ventured deeper. She understood that once the supreme Tao essence ignited by her wound vanished, she would be utterly consumed by the curse, becoming a mindless husk within the Forbidden Zone. Yet, retreating would also mean death. Thus, she found herself trapped in a perilous dilemma. Was it destined for me, Shirlinga, to perish here today? So be it. I am already a broken soul. Even if I survive, there would be no chance to avenge the theft of my bone. To die in the Forbidden Zone would be preferable. In death, I would find peace from any disturbances. A wave of desolation washed over Shirlinga as each step became more unsteady, her body teetering dangerously. Those observing her from outside the Forbidden Zone felt a collective chill of fear. Finally, after traversing several more meters, the essence on her shoulders dissipated entirely, and she could no longer hold herself upright, toppling sideways onto the grass. Thud. She fell heavily to the ground, the world spinning around her. In an instant, the curse-infused air surged towards her, and her consciousness began to oscillate between clarity and chaos. Shirlinga has fallen. She has succumbed. Alas, has defeat finally claimed her? If only she had known sooner that her supreme bone had been extracted. All this time, her essence had been waning. She could not have made it further. In that moment, as they beheld Shirlinga lying on the ground, everyone outside the Forbidden Zone sighed in lamentation, especially the elder upon the dragon's sedan chair. His expression darkened, and an oppressive aura suddenly radiated from him. All who gazed upon him felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. overwhelmed by a sense of suffocating dread. Alas, time and fate. Old man departs. Li Chuan steadied himself against the sedan and slowly rose, preparing to venture into the forbidden zone to collect the sacred fruit himself. Although he has approached the realm of a sage, as a being that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, even a true sage finds the life-restricting zone to be a one-way path. Countless individuals have entered this life-restricting zone over millennia to seek the sacred fruit. Yet those who have emerged are fewer than the fingers on one hand. The number of sages among them is beyond reckoning. Thus, when Li Chuan witnessed the girl collapsing, he did not feel overwhelming sorrow. He had already prepared himself for the perilous venture into the abyss, ready to contend with destiny for a sliver of hope. Success would grant him sagehood. Failure would merely add another corpse to the forbidden zone. With a resolute expression, Li Chuan staggered toward the forbidden area. Observing this, the descendants were overcome with grief and knelt in unison to bid him farewell. As they beheld their ancestor's unsteady silhouette, tears streamed down their faces. "Ancestor! Ancestor! Please, do not go." The cries echoed behind him, yet he remained impassive, his steps unwavering. It was only when he reached the edge of the forbidden zone that he halted, turning his back to his descendants and uttering, "If I perish, it is fate. If I survive, I shall protect you for another 3,000 years." With that, he resolutely stepped into the forbidden zone. "Ancestor!" The descendants lamented, tears flowing freely. Just then, a man suddenly descended from the sky, landing at the edge of the forbidden zone, causing Li Chuan to retract his raised leg, and the sorrowful atmosphere dissipated instantly. Chapter 051. I bestow upon you the supreme technique, allowing you to reconstruct your supreme bone. Is this the place? Chen Xuan landed at the boundary of the forbidden zone, searching for his disciple. His distracted demeanor left the onlookers, young and old, utterly bewildered. Who is this person? What is he doing? The old man is about to enter. Why is he here? They wondered if he was delusional, unable to perceive the grim atmosphere surrounding them. Amidst their confusion, Chen Xuan's gaze landed on the unconscious Scherlinger lying on the grass. So she is here. No wonder I couldn't find you. His face lit up with joy as he approached Scherlinger, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Wait, he's actually entering? What just happened? Who is this man? How did he get in? No, he seems to be unaffected. Indeed, look closely. He is not under the influence of the curse. At that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. Even Li Chuan, who had appeared resigned to death, felt his pupils dilate. The protective elders and descendants rejoiced. He is unaffected by the curse. Does that mean our ancestor doesn't have to go in? This is incredible. Everyone fixed their gaze on Chen Xuan, eagerly anticipating his return with the sacred fruits from the inner sanctum of the holy mountain. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan sensed the multitude of eyes upon him, perplexed as to why they were staring. However, he prioritized saving the girl over their scrutiny. As he walked, he examined Scherlinger's information: name, Scherlinger realm, dissipated constitution, supreme body. Her born supreme bone has been extracted, and she is gravely injured. Potential, exceeding 10 stars. Background, born into the dominant Sher family, she possesses a natural supreme body. After her parents went missing, she relentlessly trained to find them. Upon reaching the late stage of the skyward realm, she gave birth to a supreme bone. After news of her ability leaked, her uncle and aunt subdued her, extracting her supreme bone, leading to her cousin's acquisition of the supreme bone and the dual pupils, securing her place as a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. The Holy Land subsequently learned that the Tao rhyme generated from Scherlinger's wound could resist the curse within the ancient divine vein, compelling her to enter and gather the sacred spirit fruit to prolong the life of the soon-to-expire elder. The detailed information shocked Chen Xuan. He had not anticipated the tragic circumstances of this young girl. With her parents missing and her supreme bone stolen, she was now forced to gather medicinal herbs. Such exploitation was appalling. After reading this, Chen Xuan shook his head and knelt beside her, gently placing his hand on her, infusing her with the essence of the emperor to dispel the curse within her. Upon entering, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. The rules of heaven and earth here differed from the outside world, mingling with an aura absent elsewhere, thus giving rise to the curse that protects this realm. However, such energies could not penetrate the body of an emperor, rendering him unscathed. Soon, the curse within Scherlinger was dispelled, and she let out a soft groan. As her consciousness returned, she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with a strikingly handsome face, leaving her momentarily dazed. Ahem, since you are awake, you may rise. Chen Xuan prompted. Startled, Scherlinger snapped back to reality, her face flushing as she propped herself up with her arms. This scene left those outside the forbidden zone utterly astonished. Did she come back to life? This man not only resists the curse, but can also dispel it from others? Could he possess a constitution that counters the forbidden zone? Such a constitution would grant one unrestricted access to the ancient divine vein and the ability to freely harvest the sacred fruits within. The crowd was abuzz with excitement, their gazes towards Chen Xuan transforming as if he were a priceless treasure. Within the forbidden zone, Scherlinger sat up, instinctively glancing around. Upon realizing she was still within the confines of the forbidden zone, she was startled and reflexively looked up at Chen Xuan. This man, was he unharmed? Was he sent by the Taichu Holy Land to assist her in continuing her herb gathering? Could he be one of the creatures from the ancient divine vein? It was commonly said that those who entered the forbidden zone first fell into a stupor, losing consciousness and becoming mindless husks, instinctively wandering deeper into the divine vein, never to return. Had she now become one of those husks, and was he here to lead her further in? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, intensifying her fear. After all, those creatures were terrifying, even though many had never encountered the beings within the forbidden zone. The mere thought of them was enough to send chills down one's spine. Are you here to take me away? Scherlinger stammered, pointing toward the depths of the divine vein. Chen Xuan. It was evident she had misunderstood. He understood she was referring to the ancient beings. Earlier, while investigating the curse, he had thoroughly scanned the entire forbidden zone and discovered the ancient beings in slumber. Yet, he was clearly not one of them. With no horns atop his head and not appearing monstrous in any way, how could she think he resembled those ancient creatures? After a moment of bemusement, Chen Xuan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I am not one of those hideous beings." Then, why did you save me? And how did I awaken? Scherlinger inquired, still apprehensive, particularly puzzled as to who could remain unscathed within the ancient divine vein aside from the ancient beings and mindless husks. These curses cannot affect me. Your body carries my essence, rendering them ineffective against you as well. Additionally, I saved you because I wished to take you as my disciple. Seeing her fear, Chen Xuan felt compelled to explain. However, to prevent her from incessantly questioning, he quickly posed a serious inquiry. Do you wish to become my disciple? Allow me to take you away from here. Boom. Upon hearing this, Scherlinger felt her mind whirl. To be accepted as a disciple here? Was he here to recruit her? But her supreme bone had already been extracted. She had long since been reduced to a mere shell. Scherlinger gazed up at Chen Xuan in bewilderment, instinctively explaining. But I am already a waste. My supreme bone is gone. Do you still wish to accept me? He chuckled. You possess a celestial body, long confined by the mortal realm. When the dust settles and light returns, illuminating mountains and rivers alike, what is a mere piece of supreme bone in comparison? Kneel before me as your master, and I shall impart to you the supreme technique, allowing you to rebuild your supreme bone. Chapter 052. Recruiting a disciple in the Forbidden Zone. Scherlinger. The seven-star bell. Chen Xuan's voice resonated like thunder in Scherlinger's mind, causing her to tremble. She possessed a celestial body, long sealed by the mundane world. When the dust settles and light returns, illuminating mountains and rivers, a mere supreme bone is insignificant. And he would teach her the supreme technique to restore her supreme bone? Boom. Scherlinger was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Her spirit, which had long fallen into despair, seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope rising anew. She immediately transitioned from sitting to kneeling at Chen Xuan's side, looking up with fervor. I am willing to be your disciple. I, Scherlinger, pay my respects to my master. With that, she bowed her head 3 times. The onlookers outside the forbidden zone were collectively stunned. However, Chen Xuan paid no heed to their reactions. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at his kneeling disciple. He then lifted Scherlinger, beaming, "Good disciple, let us depart. I shall take you back to the sect." With that, he led the way out of the forbidden zone. Yet, upon seeing those guarding the entrance, Scherlinger hastily grasped Chen Xuan's arm, speaking cautiously, "Master, perhaps we should wait for them to leave before we go out. They want tea, let us pass." He chuckled. "The Taichu Holy Land, is it? From now on, you have a strong backing. Do you understand?" Chen Xuan smiled faintly, stepping forward with an air of pride. Instantly, Scherlinger felt a jolt within her. Chen Xuan's figure seemed to swell before her eyes, resembling a mountain, or perhaps the heavens, instilling a profound sense of security. Master, her eyes misted, focusing solely on Chen Xuan's silhouette. She quickly quickened her pace to follow him closely. Today, as I take on this master, I would have no regrets even in death. Soon, they emerged from the forbidden zone. However, just as Scherlinger had predicted, Chen Xuan was immediately confronted by a group of elders from the Taichu Holy Land. One elder stroked his beard, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Young friend, I have a request." "I have no time." Chen Xuan shook his head expressionlessly, outright rejecting them. Though these individuals sought to save their ancestor, forcing his disciple into the forbidden zone for their gain could hardly be deemed noble. Thus, Chen Xuan harbored no fondness for them. Moreover, He had no intention of being courteous should they harbor ill intentions. "Ah, young brother, this matter is imperative." The elder maintained a smiling facade, appearing amiable. Yet his words were laced with veiled threats. The other elders regarded Chen Xuan with indifferent expressions, each chiming in, "Young brother, we are from the Taichu Holy Land. Enter the Forbidden Zone, retrieve 9 sacred fruits, and we shall grant you entry into the Taichu Holy Land, nurturing you to your utmost potential. Fear not the dangers. Should you find yourself in peril, we shall intervene." Each white-bearded elder spoke, their words dripping with menace, inciting discontent among the surrounding cultivators. "They speak of the Taichu Holy Land as if we all tremble before them. Humph. 9 fruits? Weren't they just hoping to gather one? Greed truly knows no bounds. Seeking to claim it all when faced with someone who can resist the curse. Ah, to be taken back for cultivation, they might not even return." The crowd murmured softly. Chen Xuan then replied, his expression unyielding, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse? Then you shall not leave. You will go today, whether you wish to or not." In an instant, the elders unleashed their formidable auras, converging upon Chen Xuan. Boom. An overwhelming pressure from a royal-level expert bore down on him. Yet, the royal-level pressure had no effect on Chen Xuan. He raised a hand to shield his novice disciple, then furrowed his brow, a murderous intent surging forth. They dared to strike first? It seemed he need not hold back any longer. Seek death. Chen Xuan's countenance turned cold as he delivered a swift strike toward the elder. Instantly, a hand formed, crashing toward the elder's crown. Boom. The elder was obliterated into a mist of blood. Silence descended, the surroundings rendered mute, as everything transpired too swiftly. So fast that the elder had not even sensed the impending danger. "Ah, grandfather, great-grandfather, third brother." As the blood mist was brushed against the faces of the onlookers by the wind, they finally reacted, crying out in shock and immediately assuming combat stances. Others held their breath, their scalps tingling with fear. Even the extremely aged elder seated on the dragon chariot could not help but look up, eyes gleaming with intensity as he murmured, "A saint." Boom. Upon uttering those words, the crowd gasped in astonishment, especially the members of the Taichu Holy Land, who instinctively recoiled, unable to comprehend the reality before them. A saint? This man is a saint? But he appears so young. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Even Scherlinger could not suppress her admiration as she gazed at her master's visage, her eyes brimming with reverence. No wonder Master was unafraid. It turns out he is a saint. She gazed at Chen Xuan's face, entranced, unable to shake the awe. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." After dispatching the royal-level expert, Chen Xuan uttered these words coolly, then stepped forward with Scherlinger in tow. Just at that moment, however, Li Charan on the dragon chariot spoke again, his voice frail. "You cannot leave." The entire assembly trembled once more, turning their attention to Li Charan. A saint cannot leave? This old fellow is merely on the verge of becoming a saint. Could he truly halt a young saint? Only a saint can stop a saint. Not even one on the brink can do so, unless he wields a supreme weapon. Realizing this, several elders froze, casting their gazes toward Li Charan in unison. Upon seeing Li Charan's calm demeanor, they could not help but believe their suspicions. After all, an elder nearing saint status, with a dwindling lifespan, would not possess such confidence. Heavens! It appears he truly brought the clan's treasure, the 7-star bell. Hiss! The 7-star bell? The very artifact that once shattered a saint's soul with a single blow? Who would have thought this old fellow so crafty? One point puzzled me. If he indeed possessed a supreme weapon, why did he not use it to clear the way earlier? Why enter the Forbidden Zone alone? He surely brought the supreme weapon as a precaution for unforeseen circumstances, not daring to truly carry it inside, for their Holy Land supreme weapon is but a half-finished product, forged by generations of strong cultivators, not crafted by an emperor's hand. It is a pseudo-supreme weapon. If lost control within the Forbidden Zone, it would not return on its own. Who would have thought that Li Charan still had a trump card? A pseudo-supreme weapon is still a formidable artifact, second only to a true supreme weapon. Naturally, it is said not to be much weaker than a supreme weapon. The crowd's eyes sparkled like lightning as they surveyed the scene, searching for the whereabouts of the 7-star bell. Chapter 053. One hand suppresses all. An anomaly in the Forbidden Zone. In the midst of the gathering, Li Charan, his expression composed, rose from the dragon chariot and lifted the yellow cloth draped over his back. Instantly, a massive bell was revealed. Upon seeing the bell, everyone's gaze once again halted. Even Chen Xuan could not help but pause, looking at the 7-star bell. However, he soon realized that this bell was not nearly as powerful as his Taiwang sword. Although still formidable, it paled in comparison to a true supreme weapon. Of course, it could still easily obliterate a saint. Li Charan gazed at the great bell, her face radiating confidence. This bell was the sole pride of their sacred land, embodying the faith of all its inhabitants. After all, The materials used to forge this bell had been collected over tens of thousands of years. This monumental endeavor, combined with the 7 special celestial sources left by the primordial emperor, had taken multiple generations of ancestors 3 millennia to finally shape into the formidable weapon known as the 7-star bell. Though it was not crafted by the emperor himself, it still belonged to the category of supreme weapons. At the sound of its toll, sages would retreat. When it rang 7 times, the ancient world trembled. Although they were unable to even summon 3 tolls, they still possessed the power to suppress all foes before them. Thus, they held Chen Xuan in utter contempt. Clan members, together, let us activate the 7-star bell, Li Chuan shouted, leading the charge to imbue the bell with spiritual energy. The other clan members swiftly followed suit. With a hum, the 7-star bell erupted with its first reverberation. Boom! The sound resonated as if it came from the heavens, deep and filled with immense pressure, instantly shattering the dragon carriage. Following this, a terrifying aura surged towards Chen Xuan, and the bell's sound reverberated throughout the cosmos. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all surrounding cultivators spat out blood. Whether they were old masters or hidden powers lurking in the shadows, they were all forced to vomit blood. Some with lower cultivation even collapsed to the ground, oblivious to their fate. This was merely the residual force emitted by the 7-star bell. One could only imagine the magnitude of power that Chen Xuan faced directly from the bell. Buzz. The sound converged upon Chen Xuan. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth resonated. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, not even attempting to defend himself, allowing the bell's sound to crash upon him. The sound passed through, instantly reducing the myriad trees behind him to dust, while the ground beneath his feet upheaved 1,000 meters of earth, vanishing alongside the mountains behind him. Yet he stood unmoving, like a mountain. Even the stone spirit behind him remained unscathed at that moment. Hiss! He is unharmed. My heavens! What kind of cultivation is this? How can he withstand the attack of the 7-star bell? In an instant, the surrounding onlookers were astounded. The people of the Taichu sacred land also stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. Impossible! When the bell tolls, sages retreat. Could he be above the sages? Clan members, continue to channel energy into the 7-star bell and strike him. With Li Chuan's command, the people of the Taichu sacred land continued to pour spiritual energy into the 7-star bell, preparing to summon the second toll. This time, the build-up was longer, the charge more profound, and the power even greater than the first toll. Little did they know, Chen Xuan had already attained the emperor's physique. Not only could this group of old geezers not harm him, but even a gathering of sage kings could not touch a hair on him. The emperor's body, indestructible through the ages. Of course, although unafraid, Chen Xuan did not wish to remain idle and allow them to strike him. With an expression as calm as ever, he slowly raised his hand, condensing a massive palm of spiritual energy hundreds of meters wide, aimed at the people of the Taichu sacred land. Since they sought death, he had no need to hold back. Boom! The vast palm of condensed spiritual energy descended, akin to a force from the heavens, poised to suppress all existence. In an instant, the people of the Taichu sacred land were struck with astonishment. Before this palm, even a group of royal-level cultivators, along with an ancient being nearing sagehood, felt their insignificance. It was as if they were grains of sand in an ocean, utterly powerless. Quickly release! The gauntly Chuan exclaimed in shock. Having no time to gather more power, and could only redirect her attack, unleashing the second toll of the 7-star bell towards the descending palm. Buzz! The bell vibrated, and a heavy sound surged upward to confront the invisible hand. Yet, the colossal hand remained unaffected, maintaining its speed as it descended upon them. It was as if the sound of the bell had become utterly impotent. Ah, the Taichu sacred land will not let you go. Boom! The hand descended. The earth trembled. Instantly, all the people of the Taichu sacred land were reduced to dust. The scene left only the 7-star bell standing upon the ground. Witnessing this, the surroundings fell into silence. No one dared to breathe. Their hearts trembled to the core. To strike down all the powerful figures of the Taichu sacred land was one thing, but to withstand the force of the second toll of the 7-star bell was beyond comprehension. Such terrifying cultivation must have reached its pinnacle. In the awe-filled gazes of the crowd, the stone spirit, too, stared blankly, her eyes gleaming as she looked at her master. Yet, Chen Xuan remained composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He raised his hand and collected the 7-star bell before him. Though it was not a pure supreme weapon, it still had some value, so he decided to keep it. With a flick of his finger, he instantly erased all traces of souls within the 7-star bell, then immediately stored it within his spiritual sea. This scene once more incited a wave of tremors. For supreme weapons cannot be collected into the spiritual sea, even by sages. Though this was a pseudo-supreme weapon, it was beyond the grasp of any sage to store it within their spiritual sea. Thus, witnessing this spectacle, everyone present worshipped Chen Xuan's might, directly deeming him a being beyond the sages. Meanwhile, within the Taichu's sacred land, countless elders abruptly awakened from their seclusion, and some ancient beings opened their eyes wide, murmuring to the void, "This is bad. The traces of the supreme weapon have been erased from the sacred land." Swish, swish, swish. Several elder figures at the sage level vanished from their places of seclusion, simultaneously appearing within the main hall of the sacred land. Did you all feel that? Yes. The imprint is gone. It must be that brat Charon who got into trouble. He took the supreme weapon days ago. Who has the audacity to strike against our Taichu sacred land? Quickly inform the Holy Master to convene an emergency meeting. We must retrieve the supreme weapon. I shall go to the ancient divine vein now. I will accompany you. At the edge of the forbidden zone of the ancient divine vein, Chen Xuan smiled gently at the stone spirit after collecting the 7-star bell. Stone Linger finally snapped back to reality from her stupor. Upon seeing her master's smile, she felt as though he saw through her thoughts, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness as she nodded timidly. Noticing this, Chen Xuan merely smiled softly. After all, what girl does not harbor youthful feelings? Especially since he had saved her, and he was undeniably handsome. Chen Xuan smiled lightly, raised his hand slightly, and prepared to lead Stone Lingo away. But at that moment, a sudden radiance erupted from the distant mountain peak of the Forbidden Zone. Following this, a slender stream of spiritual spring water shot up to dozens of meters high, revealing a peculiar phenomenon akin to the emergence of chaos upon the mountain summit. Chapter 054. The Conspiracy of Ancient Beings, the Chaotic Holy Water as the Catalyst. A phenomenon? The emergence of chaos. What could this signify? Is a treasure about to be born? No, look at that water. It seems to contain the power of the Tao. That looks like the phenomenon of the chaotic holy water. Heavens, that is indeed the chaotic holy water, but how could it be found in the Forbidden Zone? Such a thing does not even exist in the entirety of the ancient continent. It is the unparalleled treasure for healing the wounds of sages. Is this the chaotic holy water? A substance even sages covet? Observing the phenomenon atop the sacred mountain of the Forbidden Zone, the crowd was astonished. Especially the erupting holy water, which made countless individuals involuntarily gasp in awe, their hearts racing. The chaotic holy water does not exist in the ancient world and is said to be obtainable only beyond it, making it extremely rare. It is a divine water capable of healing the injuries of sages. When a sage is injured, ordinary medicines are often ineffective. They can only rely on their own recovery. Hence, even sages covet such a thing. While it cannot extend life, it can be exchanged for precious materials that do. Yet, it is perplexing why it would appear at the mountain peak. Of course, while many were envious, no one dared to venture in to collect the water. After all, this was a place where even sages risked falling. Thus, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan, eager to see whether this sage would dare to enter. It is understandable that he is not interested in the sacred fruit that could extend life for a millennium. After all, being young, it is quite normal to avoid risks. But could it be that he is also disinterested in the holy water? This substance might very well save one's life in a critical moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan gradually turned his attention to the mountain peak, sensing something extraordinary within the holy water. The essence contained within it bore a resemblance to the Tao rhythm emanating from Linger's shoulder. If she were to absorb the Tao rhythm from this holy water, it could surely help her regenerate a new supreme bone. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan smiled gently at Linger and said, "Disciple, this chaotic holy water is immensely beneficial for you. It can assist you in rapidly regrowing your lost supreme bone. Are you willing to accompany your master to retrieve it?" Upon hearing this, Linger felt a tremor in her heart and quickly interjected, "Master, you must not. The Forbidden Zone is fraught with curses and slumbering ancient creatures. The might of the extreme weapon earlier may very well have awakened them. I believe I can regrow my supreme bone on my own, and I do not wish for my master to take such risks on my behalf." Her face was earnest, and her words came from the depths of her heart. After all, having now taken her master, she saw a glimmer of hope for the future and did not want to see her master encounter any mishap for her sake. "Do not worry, my disciple, while you may eventually regrow it, the means to hasten its growth is right before us. Let us go. I shall take you to fetch the water." With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand and flew towards the mountain peak, dragging Lingo along with him. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were left in astonishment, for Chen Xuan truly went forth, accompanied by his newly accepted disciple. Most astonishingly, he was able to fly within the Forbidden Zone, surpassing their understanding of its limits once again. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Xuan ascended to the mountain peak, where the terrain was not flat, but rather a sunken pit. Once descended, all external views would be obstructed by the protruding stone walls. However, As soon as Chen Xuan arrived, before he even landed, the previously gushing holy water seemed to sense his presence and immediately retreated into the small openings in the ground. Disappearing from sight, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, for he knew that the holy water would not escape. After landing alongside Scherlinger, he began observing to locate the hiding place of the holy water. In the center of the pit, there was a small hole the size of a thumb from which the holy water had erupted. Not far from this hole was a small pool of spring water, in which grew a half-foot-tall tree bearing 9 sacred fruits, though they appeared rather unripe. However, this spring water was extraordinary, thick and crystal clear, containing boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Remarkably, it was the precious and rare divine source liquid. Heavens! It's divine source liquid. No wonder it can produce sacred herbs. Scherlingo exclaimed in astonishment. Yet she quickly noticed a dark and ancient cave entrance not far away, shaped peculiarly and resembling the gaping maw of a fearsome beast. Master, she began to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Xuan. Disciple, the holy water is inside that cave. Let us retrieve it. Hiss. Master, that cave must be the legendary lair of ancient beings. Perhaps we should not pursue it? Looking at the seemingly bottomless cave, Scherlinger felt a shiver of fear creep over her. Although she admired her master's strength, these were ancient beings. If they truly ventured into their lair, even 100 saints would not suffice to survive. Do not be afraid, my disciple. They deliberately released the holy water to lure us in. If we do not go, would we not disappoint them? Chen Xuan's voice was calm as he gazed at the cave entrance, but to Scherlinger, his words sent a chill down her spine, causing her hair to stand on end. Master, are you suggesting that the holy water is a trap set by them to attract us? Her voice trembled. She had not anticipated that she and her master were being watched by those creatures, and a myriad of terrifying legends filled her mind in an instant. Yes, let us go. As long as I stay by my master's side, all will be well. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, then led the way into the cave. As for the sacred fruits, he planned to harvest them upon their exit. Although they were not fully ripe, they still held some efficacy and could be saved for future use. Seeing her master enter the cave, Scherlinger steeled herself, took a deep breath, and followed suit. If death is to come, then so be it. After all, I am already a doomed soul. Meanwhile, in an open area at the base of the sacred mountain, the luminous pearls and gemstones embedded in the stone walls illuminated the surroundings. The space was neither too large nor too small, resembling a grand hall. Yet it was filled with numerous caves. This place appeared to be the very center of all the caves. However, at this moment, the central area by the wall was lined with towering divine source stones, each one meticulously arranged, and within these stones were unique creatures, numbering in the dozens. These beings bore some resemblance to humans but possessed horns, with shriveled skin and sunken noses, their ears sharp. They lay sealed within the divine source, slumbering like amber. Yet not all of the ancient beings within the divine source were asleep. Several had already opened their eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. In the central region stood one ancient being, having detached itself from the divine source. It held a purple gold gourd, tilting its head to collect the chaotic holy water from a small hole above. Clearly, it had been the one to release the chaotic holy water. Come, come. If the sacred fruits do not entice you, I refuse to believe that the chaotic holy water will not. Hurry in and serve as our nourishment, it murmured to itself, hanging the gourd at its waist, then waved its hand to gather the shattered divine source from the ground, rewrapping itself. Its eyes shifted towards several cave entrances, slowly closing as if to fall back into slumber, akin to the other beings encased in divine source. Yet only it knew that it was merely feigning sleep, quietly awaiting the arrival of prey. Unbeknownst to it, all of this had already fallen under Chen Xuan's watchful gaze. Chapter 055. 18 Ancient Great Saints Awaken. Chen Xuan pierces the forbidden zone of life, navigating through the winding cave. Chen Xuan and Scherlinger arrived at the entrance of a vast cavern. These are divine sources? Such massive divine sources. Scherlinger, hiding behind Chen Xuan, suddenly caught sight of the enormous divine source stones against the wall, and her heart skipped a beat. The divine source is the ultimate condensation of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, formed by the essence of the sun and moon, existing only in ancient times. The liquid essence solidified into crystal stones known as divine source stones. Their efficacy far surpasses that of spirit stones and is an essential treasure for cultivators on their path. Moreover, due to the changes in the world, divine source liquid no longer forms, and consequently, divine source stones cannot be produced. Hence, all existing divine sources are remnants from ancient times. So upon seeing a divine source stone over a meter wide, Scherlinger was left in awe, quickly looking upward toward the stone. However, to her shock, an ugly humanoid creature suddenly came into view. Ah, Her heart raced, and she instinctively grasped Chen Xuan's arm, paralyzed with fright. Although the creature within the divine source had its eyes tightly closed and remained motionless, the terrifying aura it emitted was chilling, far more potent than the elderly Churin, who had approached the realm of saints earlier. Fortunately, she managed to bite her lip in time, suppressing a scream. Yet the sensation still sent shivers down her spine. Are you frightened of it, my disciple? What is there to fear from an ancient being? Chen Xuan, feeling her grip, cast a casual glance at the gourd hanging from the creature's waist before focusing on its face. Strangely enough, it did appear to be in slumber. However, this sight nearly terrified Scherlinger to death. Her heart quivered, and she quickly rose on her toes to whisper urgently, Master, do not look at it. I've heard that directly gazing at ancient beings will awaken them. We must be quiet and avoid looking at any creatures. Kiki, is that so? Chen Xuan's lips curled slightly upwards, and then he raised his hand to strike the divine source. Master. In an instant, Scherlinger was taken aback, her heart leaping into her throat. She truly did not expect that her master would dare to strike the divine source. Could it be that master also coveted such a large piece of divine source? But within it lies the seal of ancient creatures. Oh heavens! Master, are you risking your life? As Scherlinger stared in shock, Chen Xuan's finger drew ever closer. Yet at this critical moment, the ancient creature within the divine source could no longer contain itself and suddenly opened its eyes wide. Instantly, a terrifying aura flooded the entire cave. Then, it shook its flesh and instantly wore a horrifying grin. Ah! Scherlinger's pupils contracted, reflexively startled, but quickly covered her mouth, her heart racing uncontrollably. Master, she hurriedly whispered a warning. However, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, calmly gazing at the ancient creature in the divine source and said, Are you not going to hide anymore? Come out. With that, he flicked his finger sharply. In an instant, the divine source shattered into pieces. The ancient creature instantly lost the cover of the divine source and was exposed to the air. At this moment, it appeared a bit bewildered. Not only was it not able to frighten its opponent, but the human even dared to drag it out? Such audacious humans. Observing the contrasting stillness and terror of the master and disciple, the ancient creature immediately emitted a sinister, deep voice. Death. Boom. The sound was akin to a demonic echo, instantly piercing into the ears of the master and disciple. In that moment, Scherlinger's eyes fell into confusion. Only Chen Xuan's gaze remained clear, his expression unchanged. Indeed, it was not a good omen. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing the cursed power contained within that voice, and immediately raised his hand to shield Scherlinger. Then, he again lifted his hand and struck the ancient creature's head with a slap. Boom. The ancient creature exploded, its black-red blood splattering against the walls. The ancient creature perished. Dead. Recovering her senses, Scherlinger stared blankly, incredulously gazing at the creature reduced to pulp. Then turned to her master, whose demeanor remained unchanged. For a moment, she couldn't discern whether her master was too strong or the ancient creature too weak. But just then, not far from the divine source, an ancient creature suddenly opened its eyes wide. Then came the second, third, fourth, up to the 18th. 18 of the most ancient beings opened their eyes, all staring intently at Chen Xuan. In an instant, an aura more terrifying than that of the creature that had just perished surged through the cave, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing souls to tremble. No wonder even saints who came here would meet their demise. It turns out there were 18 ancient great saints hidden here. Gazing at these 18 ancient beings, Chen Xuan smiled coldly, leisurely raising his hand to collect the purple gold gourd from the ground. Saints are divided into various ranks: saint, saint king, great saint. Although they all belong to the saintly stage, each stage represents a monumental change. Above the great saint lies the emperor. The 18 beings awakening before him were all great saints, and moreover, at the pinnacle of great saints. However, they were not mere great saints. They were ancient great saints. Ancient creatures are inherently formidable, and the combat power of the peak ancient great saints is not significantly inferior to that of quasi-emperors. If these 18 ancient great saints joined forces, they might have the strength to contend with some newly ascended emperors. Of course, this is merely the ability to contend. Thus, this place has always been a zone of life forbidden to all but emperors. Yet, in his presence, such power was still insufficient, for he was not only an emperor but also a mature one, wielding supreme weapons, unafraid of any enemies in the world, let alone a mere group of ancient great saints, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. Naturally, while he felt unafraid, Scherlinger behind him was utterly terrified, standing dazed and speechless, too afraid to even breathe. Great saints. 18 ancient great saints at their peak. Were they not more powerful than human great saints? Nearing the emperor's realm? Oh heavens, it turns out the ancient divine veins forbidden zone is so terrifying, harboring 18 great saint-level ancient creatures. This is something even the sacred grounds do not possess. No wonder, since ancient times, no one has been able to freely enter and exit this forbidden zone. Except for emperors. These 18, even a newly ascended emperor might not be able to completely crush them. Under Scherlinger's anxious gaze, the 18 ancient beings began to speak. Damn human, how dare you kill our gatekeeper? You can resist the curse power. Haha, even if you are a quasi-emperor. You will not escape this cave. Let your blood become our nourishment. Keek. 18 terrifying auras, all nearing that of quasi-emperors, surged towards Chen Xuan. Observing the thick curses emanating from these 18 ancient great saints, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, his clothing billowing without wind, murmuring to himself, "Is that so? A group of cursed monsters." Immediately after, boom, Chen Xuan unleashed the aura of an emperor, instantly countering the terrifying pressure from the 18 beings. At that moment, all 18 ancient beings froze, bewildered. Emperor. Hiss. Impossible. All 18 ancient beings trembled, not expecting their opponent to be an emperor. Has another emperor entered here after thousands of years? Instantly, instead of fear, the eyes of the 18 ancient beings burned with fervor, filled with madness. Kill him. We must leave no trace of him. Starting with that girl. Kill. In that moment, the 18 ancient beings trembled simultaneously, shattering their divine sources. And then they all charged at Chen Xuan. A wave of terrifying energy erupted in the cave. It remains unknown what materials the mountain is made of, but it remained unscathed beneath the pressure of countless powerful beings. Master Scherlingo felt a wave of fear. Yet she did not grasp Chen Xuan's arm, but reflexively clutched at the hem of his garment. Facing the sudden influx of terrifying energy and the trembling Scherlinger beside him, Chen Xuan raised his left hand to grasp her wrist, then with his right hand, he summoned the supreme weapon, the Tai Wang sword. He disdainfully gazed at the multitude of ancient great saints, coldly stating, "Even if I protect my disciple with one hand and wield my sword with the other, I will slay you all as if you were mere dogs. Today, let me eradicate you creatures and thoroughly quell the chaos in this forbidden zone." Boom. Chen Xuan raised his hand to unleash sword energy, instantly colliding with the 18 auras nearing that of quasi-emperors. In that moment, the entire sacred mountain trembled violently, the reverberations echoing outwards, rippling across 100,000 miles. Chapter 056. Chen Xuan quells the forbidden zone of life. Another cycle begins. Boom. Outside the forbidden zone, all cultivators trembled, turning their gazes toward the sacred mountain within the forbidden zone. What is happening? Is the sacred mountain shaking? Could it be that the ancient creatures within the forbidden zone have awakened? Could it be that the young man who just annihilated Li Chuan? Hiss. Is he battling the ancient creatures? My heavens. Is he that formidable? In an instant, all cultivators were left dumbfounded, their hearts shaken beyond measure. But that was not all. Following this, a series of booming sounds erupted from within the sacred mountain, again spreading outwards for 100,000 miles. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sounds resonated like divine thunder, and all the elders of various sects, secluded seniors, and ancient beings raised their heads, gazing toward the forbidden zone. If the previous sound was perceived as an illusion or an accident, the continuous booming had clearly informed them that something was amiss in the forbidden zone. In that moment, all cultivators within 100,000 miles of the ancient mountain were shaken. Even some timid commoners knelt on the ground, trembling as they prayed to the heavens. Meanwhile, cultivators outside the forbidden zone, amidst the booming explosions, covered their ears and fled far away. Yet even so, the dull roar still resonated heavily in their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble. Even those of lower cultivation, despite retreating and covering their ears, were violently shaken. Some spitting blood. Hurry. Do not come too close. Many cultivators were hastily escorted away by their elders. Those without guardians either gritted their teeth and fled or were knocked unconscious, oblivious to their surroundings. In an instant, all cultivators retreated over 100 miles from the forbidden zone. How powerful! What kind of monstrous beings are the ancient creatures within the forbidden zone? My goodness! Although the sound posed no oppressive force, it was still terrifying. Could it possibly be the 7-star bell of the primordial sacred land being activated? Judging by the force, it certainly resembled it. Could it be that young man wielding an extreme weapon? This power must have fully unleashed the might of an extreme weapon. Such strength at such a tender age, could someone be on the verge of attaining the status of an emperor? The crowd stared intently at the sacred mountain within the forbidden zone, their awe reaching its zenith. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued to reverberate. Each tremor weighed heavily on the hearts of all cultivators. This is bad. I can't endure it any longer. If I continue to listen, my heart might explode. I must take my leave. I can't withstand it either. Soon, one formidable figure after another succumbed to the tremors and retreated. Not long after they departed, the sacred mountain within the forbidden zone finally returned to tranquility. For a moment, the world fell into a profound silence. The vast sky, once clouded, seemed to recollect itself, as if nothing had ever transpired. Was it over? The crowd fixed their gaze on the sacred mountain within the forbidden zone, their expressions still rife with vigilance, hardly daring to breathe. Meanwhile, within the forbidden zone, inside the sacred mountain's cave, there was an eerie stillness. All ancient creatures had vanished. Only a man stood upright, one hand grasping a beautiful maiden's hand and the other wielding the emperor's sword, pointed towards the ground. Where the sword's tip rested, dark crimson blood spilled forth, infused with a strange aura. Though deceased, it remained terrifying. At this moment, the entire cavern was littered with dark red blood and the severed remnants of ancient creatures. Whether upon the rock walls, the translucent divine source stones, or the cave walls leading to the exit. In stark contrast, Chen Xuan appeared immaculate, devoid of any bloodstains. His attire perfectly intact, as if he had emerged unscathed. Especially while calmly observing the scattered remains on the ground, he appeared exceedingly nonchalant. Witnessing this scene, Scherlinger immediately fell into a daze, gazing at her master's visage, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety. One sword battling 18 saints, single-handedly shielding her to enjoy peace. Such a master was rare throughout the ages. In that moment, she felt utterly enchanted. However, she was entirely unaware that Chen Xuan was not merely posturing, but rather deep in contemplation. Although he had vanquished the 18 great saints and the ancient creatures within the divine source, the peculiar curse and aura emanating from the blood and flesh eluded his understanding. The curse within the flesh was even denser than that in the forbidden zone by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Yet it was suffused with an uncanny atmosphere. After observing for a while and discerning no clues, Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation. Regardless, the ancient creatures in the forbidden zone had been completely eradicated. The curse could remain. At the very least, these ancient beings would no longer cause chaos. With that thought, Chen Xuan sheathed the emperor's sword and addressed Scherlinger, "Disciple, let us depart." "Huh? Oh, okay, master." Upon her master's sudden inquiry, Scherlinger's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat bashful. However, as if recalling something, she pointed to a drop of divine source on the ground. "Master, are we not taking these divine sources?" Chen Xuan replied. "Ah, so you were still a little money-minded." He shook his head and explained, "These divine sources have been tainted by the curse and are no longer usable. Come. The spiritual energy within our Primal sect is far richer than these divine sources." With that, he led the way outside. Soon, they arrived at the mountain peak. This time, Chen Xuan did not hold back, swiftly plucking 9 sacred fruits. Then, with a wave of his hand, he and Scherlinger vanished from the sacred mountain, returning to their sect. Outside the forbidden zone, numerous cultivators had waited for a while. Seeing that there was indeed no further commotion from within, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the battle within the forbidden zone had come to a definitive end. That young man must have perished within. Who would have thought that, relying solely on a pseudo-extreme weapon, he could contend with the ancient creatures for so long before meeting his demise? If he had survived, he would surely rise to become an emperor in the future. Alas, what a pity. Had he ascended to emperorhood before returning, perhaps his fate would have been different. Alas. Disperse. What a shame not to witness such a battle in person. A significant regret in life. Countless strong figures shook their heads, preparing to depart. But just then, 3 terrifying auras suddenly emerged, abruptly halting everyone's steps. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the top-tier experts from the primordial sacred land. The 3 elders floated outside the forbidden zone, gazing inward with looks of resignation. Alas, we arrived too late. Those sounds must have been the result of our sacred land's extreme weapon, the 7-star bell. It appears it was buried along with that individual in the forbidden zone. What shall we do? Our sacred land cannot be without an extreme weapon. Should we summon the sect's experts to retrieve another extreme weapon and see if we can reclaim it from those ancient creatures? Absolutely not. The ancient creatures here cannot be killed. Even an emperor can only temporarily pacify them for millennia, unable to eradicate them entirely. Thus, we should not entertain such thoughts. But without an extreme weapon, our sacred land will be reduced to an ordinary sect. Alas, such is fate. We can only return and gather materials anew to forge another. Fortunately, our sacred land has acquired a supreme bone with dual pupils. With diligent cultivation, the chances of her attaining emperorhood are exceedingly high. If she succeeds, she could easily compensate for the loss of countless extreme weapons. Let us go back and inform the sacred lord to fully cultivate Scherlinger. The leading elder shook his head in resignation, then vanished from sight. Chapter 057. New Rewards. 2 more emperor realms. Observing the powerful elder from the primordial sacred land hastily come and go, the gathered cultivators felt a profound sense of emotion. Even some who had once been oppressed by the primordial sacred land now secretly rejoiced. Reforging an extreme weapon? That is but a mere fantasy. The appearance of the seven-star bell relied entirely on the materials left behind by the ancient emperor, gathered over millennia. Now that the emperor is absent, a mere sacred land cannot possibly collect the materials needed for an extreme weapon. What a naive delusion. Those materials might not even be within the emperor's reach. However, after a brief moment of joy, those who had previously suffered oppression resignedly shook their heads and left the scene in despair. One by one, the crowd departed. Although the one who had ventured into the Forbidden Zone was now dead, his legend would endure eternally. Simultaneously, within the Forbidden Zone, inside the cave, silence reigned supreme. As time progresses, the blood upon the stone wall gradually shifts, merging with other blood and ascending to envelop the severed limbs and dismembered bodies. In a short span, hundreds of dismembered forms are ensconced in the dark crimson liquid, while the blood scattered around coalesces into numerous blood orbs. Within these orbs, the essence of the universe flows, seemingly harboring boundless mysteries. At times, myriad stars revolve, and at other moments, strange phenomena manifest, yet all is interwoven with cursed power and enigma, causing an oscillation of light and darkness, a perpetual cycle of life and rebirth. Gradually, the density of the blood orbs becomes lessened. A brand new, youthful primordial form flickers within the blood orbs. Within these hundreds of blood orbs, outlines of youthful primordial beings emerge, hinting at the commencement of yet another cycle. Alas, Chen Xuan remains utterly oblivious to all this, for he has returned to the confines of the mysterious sect. Yet, even if he were aware that these primordial beings cannot be truly vanquished, it matters not. He can always return to slay them once more. Indeed, should he desire, he could easily dispatch an emperor to reside amongst them, to cycle through and slay repeatedly, thus their fate holds no significance for him. After all, the cursed power eternally binds them, rendering them incapable of achieving true imperial status. Within the mysterious sect. Wow, is this truly the mysterious sect? The spiritual energy is so rich. It feels as though I have stepped into a realm of immortals. Shirlingo trails behind Chen Xuan, her curiosity akin to that of an innocent child, gazing about in wonder, utterly delighted. This place, it surpasses even the sacred lands. Before long, they arrive at the main peak. Chen Xuan summons the Grand Elder of the inner sect, Lutsong. Greetings, Sect Master. Lutsong promptly bows. Chen Xuan nods slightly and addresses Shirlinger. This esteemed individual is the Grand Elder of our inner sect. Accompany him to the Divine Techniques Pavilion to select your skills. Then return to the main hall to meet with me, at which point I shall assist you in cultivating your supreme bone. Understood. Shirlinger quickly responds obediently. Then bows to Lutsong. Linger pays her respects to the Grand Elder. Let us proceed. Lutsong smiles gently, exuding warmth towards Chen Xuan's disciple, leading the way amicably. Shirlinger, her eyes wide with wonder, eagerly follows Lutsong towards the library. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan strides directly back to the sect master's hall, seating himself upon the stone bed within. This is his place of rest and cultivation. Upon returning to the familiar stone bed, Chen Xuan can barely contain his excitement. System, activate the extravagant disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding. The extravagant disciple recruitment gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a celestial summoning card X1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Source Gathering Array. Note, the Divine Source Gathering Array can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to produce Divine Source liquid. The host may place it in a suitable location, yielding millions of pounds of Divine Source liquid daily. Congratulations, host. You have received the Potential Testing Ladder. Note, the Potential Testing Ladder possesses 999 steps, each representing different levels of cultivation potential. The closer one is to the top, the higher the potential. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Divine Weapon, Mother and Child Heart Mirror. Note, the Mother Mirror casts illusions, forcing one to confront their inner fears, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The Child Mirror can manifest scenes within the illusion for observation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired materials for an Emperor-level weapon, Innate Primordial Heavenly Stone. Congratulations, host. You have received a Cultivation Enhancement Card X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eternal Battle Body. Eternal Battle Body, born for battle. As long as one possesses an indomitable spirit, they can confront all adversaries. The more one faces adversity, the stronger they become. Unmatched throughout the world. Congratulations, host. You have received a special bonus reward, Emperor Summoning Card X2. Special rewards cannot be synthesized. In a flash, a cascade of rewards promptly arrives, especially with the integration of the Eternal Battle Body. Chen Xuan is jolted, his eyes ablaze with overwhelming combat intent. His combat prowess surges exponentially. Moreover, he senses that this is merely the surface effect of the eternal battle body. The latent power within this physique is boundless. It will continuously erupt with each battle. This eternal battle body, it seems even more formidable than the supreme body. Chen Xuan marvels. Next, he takes out 2 special Emperor summoning cards and activates them directly. The special summoning cards are unique rewards, incapable of synthesis, and retaining them serves no purpose. Furthermore, with the imminent commencement of disciple recruitment, it is the perfect moment to augment the sect with additional elders. Ding. Summoning of Emperor-level powerhouses in progress. Please assign identities for the hosts. Inter-sect elders. Ding. Summoning of Emperor-level elders successful. They are en route to the host. Please await patiently. Simultaneously, 2 extraordinarily formidable figures manifest in a corner of the sect. As they materialize, the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies instantly captures the attention of the 3 grand elders of the Sea of Stars. However, as Chen Xuan had preemptively assigned identities to them, the 3 grand elders of the Sea of Stars perceive them as sect elders and do not approach to apprehend them. The 2 figures appear, locking gazes before soaring towards the main peak. Their passage naturally draws the attention of other disciples. In an instant, Lin Fan, Yi Qicheng, and Murong Yingluo curiously follow suit. However, upon reaching the sect master's hall, they encounter Liu Yu emerging from a tree. Liu Yu stands at the entrance of the hall with them, peering inside with curiosity. Inside the hall, the 2 newly arrived emperor-level powerhouses, with their backs to the disciples, respectfully clasp their fists towards Chen Xuan. This subordinate, Wang Zhumo. This subordinate, Wang Mietian. We pay our respects to the sect master. Having said this, they both kneel before Chen Xuan, acutely aware of the difference in their statuses. The disciples at the entrance of the hall are left wide-eyed in astonishment. Indeed, they are sect elders. 2 more elders have emerged from seclusion. Their attire matches that of the other 3 elders. Could it be that with the upcoming disciple recruitment, the elders are exiting seclusion to assist? It seems these 2 elders are not weaker than the previous 3. Goodness, could they be 2 more super strong beings? Our sect is truly formidable. The group crouches at the doorframe, whispering amongst themselves. Even Liu Yu, filled with curiosity, mimics their posture, for heads aligned in a neat row. Chapter 058. The Powerful Supreme Technique. Chen Xuan enters the late stage of the Emperor realm in the hall, observing the 2 newly arrived Emperor-level powerhouses. Chen Xuan feels somewhat speechless. Wang Zhumo? Wang Mietian? It appears the system's naming truly is random. Previously, it summoned the 3 from the Sea of Stars, and now it has summoned those who annihilate the heavens and slay demons. However, at least their names sound far more formidable than those of the 3 from the Sea of Stars. Chen Xuan nods and says, "Rise." With that, he raises his hand, and a black stone materializes before them. It is the Emperor-level weapon material, the Primordial Stone, a reward from the system. Chen Xuan continues, with the sect's impending recruitment, use these materials to forge some sect tokens. Both elders and disciples must possess them. Off you go. Yes. We take our leave. Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian promptly accept the Primordial Stone, respectfully clasping their fists in farewell. As they approach the entrance of the hall, Lin Fan and the other disciples immediately greet the 2 newly emerged elders. Elders, greetings. The 2 elders nod, then step out to forge the sect tokens. Seeing this, Lin Fan and the others prepare to disperse. However, just at that moment, Chen Xuan's voice resonates through the hall, causing them to pause in surprise. Disciples, I have taken on a new junior sister, who is currently selecting techniques in the library. If you have nothing to attend to, feel free to go and get to know her. His voice echoes softly, leaving them momentarily stunned. Another junior sister? Their expressions brighten, and they hastily approach the hall entrance to bow to Chen Xuan in response. Yes. Having said that, they rush towards the library. Brimming with curiosity, a new junior sister, we must get to know her well inside the library. Scherlinger walks along, utterly awestruck by the sect's facilities and spiritual energy. Her senses overwhelmed, especially when the Grand Elder elucidated the functions of the sect's illusion tower, the library, and the wonders of the combat arena. She was utterly captivated. Thus, upon entering the library and being chosen by a particular tome, she found herself more receptive to the experience. As she gazed at the book in her hands, her pupils slightly contracted, and she could not help but recite the text aloud. Celestial Scripture, Supreme Law. The supreme law that her master spoke of turned out to be the celestial scripture. How astonishing! Scherlinger was overwhelmed with excitement. She had only heard of the supreme bone, never of the supreme body or the supreme law, and had thought her master was referring to some sage or emperor's scripture. Therefore, upon discovering it was the celestial scripture, She was utterly astounded and eagerly turned to the first page. The words on the first page resonated deeply within her. As the supreme body, to suppress all enemies. Boom. Scherlinger's heart raced wildly. The supreme body, so formidable? It was meant to dominate all foes. Could it be that her cousin's heavy pupil was inferior to her supreme body? In her excitement, Scherlinger quickly flipped through the pages. Soon, she was completely shaken by the content of the celestial scripture. For according to the scripture, the supreme body truly could suppress all adversaries. Moreover, it was the most powerful within the same realm. The celestial scripture recorded that its founder was also a supreme body, and a fully realized one at that. Once, at the sage's level, he single-handedly battled 3,000 saints and pushed back 800 states. After becoming an emperor, he reached the pinnacle of imperial power, encountering darkness prematurely. Ultimately, he contended against the Black Celestial, achieving a stalemate and solidifying his existence as the foremost being beneath the celestial realm. Thus, the scripture bore this immensely proud declaration as the supreme body to suppress all enemies. Of course, the supreme law contained another phrase, which the fully realized supreme body had uttered at the pinnacle of imperial power. I am invincible beneath the celestial beings. Above them, it is an exchange of blows. Indeed, it was that fierce. Such was the supreme body. Consequently, upon reading these lines, Scherlinger's heart quivered with admiration for her sect, and her master reached an unprecedented peak. She excitedly tucked away the supreme law and pushed open the door to the library, preparing to seek her master. However, just as she opened the door, 4 figures appeared at the entrance. Among them was one with a soul. In an instant, Scherlinger was startled, for upon her arrival, there had been only one elder guarding the door. Now, suddenly confronted with 4 figures, all gazing at her, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Reflexively, she looked towards the elder seated nearby. The elder smiled and said, "They are all your senior brothers and sisters. Go and make their acquaintance." Upon hearing the term senior siblings, Scherlinger finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, elder, for your guidance." At that moment, Lin Fan and the others approached, initiating greetings. "You must be the new junior sister." "Hello, I am Lin Fan." "Greetings, senior brother Lin Fan. I am Scherling." Scherlinger promptly responded with courtesy. Soon after, the other 3 young women introduced themselves in turn. "I am Yi Qingcheng." Yi Qingcheng nodded expressionlessly, embodying an elder sister's demeanor. "I am Morong Ingluo." Morong Ingluo's eyes squinted with a smile. "I am Lu Yu." Lu Yu also introduced herself with poise, then smiled sweetly. "Greetings, senior sisters." Scherlinger hurriedly responded, mentally noting their names. "Junior sister, have you chosen your cultivation technique? Next, would you prefer to go to your residence to cultivate? Or shall we explore the illusion tower? We can take you." Lin Fan said with a warm smile, embodying the role of a big brother. Scherlinger felt somewhat flattered, glancing at the other senior sisters, who were all looking at her. In that moment, she felt immensely honored and quickly stated, "My master instructed me to select a technique and seek him. He must have arrangements for me." "Oh, then we shall take you to find the master. We also need to return to cultivate." The group smiled slightly and headed toward the main peak. Lin Fan led the way, with the 4 young women following closely. Especially Murong Ingluo, as an enthusiastic and vivacious traveler, immediately struck up a conversation with Scherlinger, inquiring about her background. Before long, she learned of Scherlinger's experience of having her supreme bone extracted and being cast into a forbidden area to gather herbs. Upon hearing this, the senior brothers and sisters immediately expressed their indignation. "Lu Yu, how could there be such wicked people? It is simply atrocious. Out of jealousy, they extract the bones of others. If I encounter that person, I will certainly teach her a lesson." "Morong Ingluo, do not worry, junior sister. Losing your cultivation is of no consequence. Since master has taken you back, he will surely have a way to assist you. Cultivating here will be 1,000 times better than that so-called sacred land. Yi Qingcheng, cultivation relies on oneself. That Shi Yao Yao is overly greedy and is destined to go nowhere. Junior sister, rest assured, if we encounter her again, we will help you take revenge and poke her heavy pupil." Lin Fan, "Yes, from now on, we are one family. If you encounter any difficulties, come to us, and we shall face them together." "Thank you, senior sisters." "Thank you, senior brothers." Seeing the concern of her companions, Scherlinger felt a surge of emotion. Then, with unwavering determination, she declared, "I will personally avenge myself." "Indeed, we believe in you. Go for it. You have us." The group laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the main peak. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the sect master, after dismissing his disciples, Chen Xuan immediately took out a realm enhancement card to use. He was currently at the mid-level of the Great Emperor realm, belonging to the adult Great Emperor tier. Each enhancement card could elevate his realm by one minor level. This time, it would undoubtedly allow him to reach the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan felt quite exhilarated. The late-stage Great Emperor, a truly formidable force. Achieving that with just one card was exceedingly effortless. Moreover, with the myriad enhancements from the Eternal Sword Body, Eternal Battle Body, and Extreme Dao weapons, he believed that once he reached the late stage of the Great Emperor realm, he would likely have no rivals beneath the celestial beings. Ding. Power infusion in progress. Boom. The enhancement card vanished, and a vast, tremendous force surged into Chen Xuan's body, further evolving his flesh and blood. The imprint of heaven and earth deepened, the rhythm of the Tao flowed, and the energy contained in every drop of flesh and blood increased once more, as if each drop had undergone a second creation, each containing a miniature universe. In a moment, the breakthrough concluded. A late-stage Great Emperor, fully realized, emerged, perfectly formed. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes, two beams of chaotic light bursting forth, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and spanning the past and future. Was this the late-stage Great Emperor? Truly powerful compared to the previous adult Great Emperor. It was as if he were an adult and a child. With this strength, if he were to confront those ancient beings, a mere glance would suffice. Master suddenly. Scherlinger, accompanied by the other disciples, arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall, cupping her fists in anticipation of being summoned. Chapter 059, Holy Water Bath. Scherlinger reshapes her supreme bone. Upon seeing Scherlinger appear with her fellow disciples, Chen Xuan slowly withdrew his gaze and nodded, saying, Come in. Yes. Scherlinger promptly stepped into the hall, followed by the other disciples. However, Chen Xuan's next words left them utterly helpless. You need not enter. Return to your cultivation. Lin Fan. Yu Chi Cheng. Muronging Luo. Lu Yu. Oh. She was the first to turn and leave, heading toward her own tree of origin. The other three. Indeed, she is but a tree. Not a single thought in her head. The three felt resigned. Although they were curious about what their master intended to do, they had to leave when the master spoke. Thus, the three clasped their fists and turned to return to their chambers for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, silence enveloped the area outside the grand hall once more. Inside the hall, Scherlinger felt somewhat anxious as she approached Chen Xuan, speaking softly, Master, I have been chosen by the supreme law. Chen Xuan appeared to expect this, then beckoned towards the door of the hall with a gesture. In an instant, the grand palace doors closed, and the candles within the hall blazed to life, illuminating the space with brilliant light. Witnessing this scene, Scherlinger was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion as she inquired, Master, why do you close the door? Are you afraid of my embarrassment? Chen Xuan responded with a faint smile, then turned his gaze to the floor beside Scherlinger. The ground began to sink, forming a pool. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xuan produced a purple gold gourd, pouring in the chaotic holy water. Before long, the pool brimmed with the sacred liquid, and an extraordinary spectacle reflecting the primordial chaos appeared above. Disciple. Enter and absorb the holy water. I shall protect you, he declared. This holy water is sufficient to cultivate a new supreme bone for you. After completing this task, Chen Xuan stowed away the gourd and gradually closed his eyes, resembling a meditative monk. At this moment, Scherlinger fully comprehended her master's intention behind closing the door. It was a privacy matter. She bit her lip, glancing at the pool. And though her master had shut his eyes, she could not help but feel her cheeks burn. After all, even if he were blind, his prowess was such that he could perceive everything. Yet, he was her master, the one who saved and protected her. She would not hesitate, even if it meant sacrificing her flesh. With a determined demeanor, she reached for the sash at her waist. Just then, Chen Xuan's voice echoed softly, laced with confusion. What are you doing removing your clothes? Scherlinger blinked in surprise. How can I bathe in the holy water without undressing? And why close the door if not for that? She gazed at Chen Xuan, who had unexpectedly opened his eyes, seemingly puzzled by her actions. Master, I am undressing to soak in the holy water, she stammered, momentarily taken aback by her own explanation. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes and clarified. Who said you need to undress to soak in the holy water? You can simply jump in. What? Just jump in? Scherlinger was momentarily dumbfounded. Nevertheless, she instinctively questioned. But you closed the door. I closed the door to spare you the embarrassment of being wet later. Scherlinger realized the implication at that moment. Her face flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. She quickly bowed her head, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Stammering as she stared at her toes, Disciple, I understand. Then go in, Chen Xuan urged, closing his eyes once more, finally managing to suppress her shame. Scherlinger removed her shoes and socks, stepping into the pool. She sat facing her master, gazing at his serene visage. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and softly asked, "Master, do you feel unwell?" Chen Xuan remained in contemplation. "No. I have a question to ask." Shirlinga replied earnestly. "Speak. Which is more formidable, the innate dual pupils or the supreme body?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, for the answer would determine her path to vengeance. "Both are powerful, but the supreme body is superior," Chen Xuan answered with a calm demeanor. "The dual pupils are an invincible path. If the dual pupils are invincible, why is the supreme body even more powerful?" Shirlinga pressed, her heart racing with curiosity. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly at the end of the celestial path. "Who stands as the pinnacle? Even the supreme ultimately becomes void." Boom. Upon hearing this, Shirlinga was struck with awe. At the end of the celestial path, who is the pinnacle? Even the supreme ultimately becomes void. The supreme body was indeed astonishing. She gasped, feeling reassured. As long as she diligently cultivated, she need not fear the likes of Shi Yao Yao. With this thought, she closed her eyes, fully absorbing the chaotic holy water. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Although his previous words were accurate, they were not the entirety of the truth, for there remained another phrase at the end of the celestial path. Who stands as the pinnacle? Even the supreme ultimately becomes void. The supreme gazes upward toward the peak, with eternity contained within. Soon, the energy within the holy water was gradually absorbed by Shirlinga. Meanwhile, the area lacking a bone in her shoulder began to resonate with the essence of the Tao, revitalizing itself. In no time, a brand new bone was outlined. However, this was merely the beginning. The Tao's essence flowed continuously, drilling into the supreme bone, urging its growth. This time, however, her supreme bone seemed to exude an extraordinary aura, awakening little by little. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, focusing intently. As time passed, the supreme bone grew larger, beginning to connect with her skeletal structure. Yet, during this process, Shirlinga's rate of absorbing the holy water did not wane. On the contrary, it accelerated, surging towards her supreme bone with fervor. Suddenly, Shirlinga furrowed her brow, discomfort evident on her face. "Master, I feel unwell. My shoulder itches terribly, as if something is trying to emerge." Hearing her cry, Chen Xuan's expression relaxed, his face lighting up as he reassured her. "Do not worry. My disciple, your innate divine ability is awakening. You are activating the innate divine ability within your supreme bone." "What? Innate divine ability?" Shirlinga gasped, her excitement surging. Possessing the supreme bone, she had certainly heard the legends. The innate divine ability was a powerful art residing within the supreme bone, surpassing even the most formidable techniques. But was it not only activated upon reaching full maturity? To think she would activate it now. This holy water was indeed extraordinary. She could hardly wait to discover what divine ability would awaken. With newfound determination, she gritted her teeth and endured. As time passed, the holy water's hue gradually became clearer. Shirlinga found herself increasingly restless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she threw her arms open and called out, "Ah!" In that instant, her hair flew dramatically, and a radiant beam of light erupted from her supreme bone, shooting straight toward Chen Xuan. Chapter 060, Activating the Celestial Calamity Light, an endless source of divine energy. This beam of light seemed to descend from the heavens, carrying a vast aura of destruction, as if it aimed to annihilate everything in existence, racing toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's eyes glimmered with excitement as he beheld the radiant light. The innate divine ability of the supreme bone, the celestial calamity light, was said to have the power to obliterate all. Indeed, his disciple was worthy of her exceptional potential. To have just reshaped her supreme bone and already triggered the celestial calamity light, this was truly astonishing. Unhurried, Chen Xuan released a faint aura, effortlessly shattering the calamity light. Though he could easily dismantle it, it did not imply that the light was weak. The celestial calamity light, emanating from the celestial realm, possessed the capacity to annihilate all existence. The light just unleashed by Shirlinga had been released without any cultivation. Even so, it could easily pierce through the unprotected body of a King Realm warrior. Though lacking defenses, a King Realm expert's physical strength could rival that of low-grade divine weapons, rendering them immovable even against the might of the Sky Realm. It was evident that, once cultivated, this calamity light could indeed obliterate everything. Meanwhile, after releasing the calamity light, Shirlinga felt utterly drained and began to slump into the water. Chen Xuan swiftly swept her onto his bed. At that moment, the pool vanished, and the floor of the hall restored itself instantly. "Master, I feel so tired," she murmured weakly, lying on the bed as she gazed at Chen Xuan with weary eyes. "That's normal. The celestial calamity light wields immense power, so try to use it sparingly in the future. Here, take this sacred fruit. It will help you recover." Chen Xuan stepped down from the bed, tossing her a sacred fruit he had brought back from the forbidden zone. "Thank you, master." Shirlinga expressed her gratitude hurriedly, then lay on the stone bed, weakly nibbling on the fruit. Seeing this, Chen Xuan slowly made his way toward the hall's exit. The grand doors opened automatically as he stepped outside. Once he left the hall, Chen Xuan began to stroll through the sect, seeking a suitable location for divine energy production. Although the sect was rich in spiritual energy, the environment could not be disregarded. As the number of disciples increased, it became essential to provide them with support, enabling them to cultivate or expedite their training. Recently, he had acquired the God Source Grand Array, which could continuously produce God Source liquid, not only beneficial for the disciples' cultivation but also valuable as currency. After all, the God Source liquid was the most precious commodity in the ancient wilderness continent, sought after by all cultivators. With the God Source Gathering Array in place, the sect essentially possessed a money-printing machine, and it was the only one of its kind on the entire continent, an exhilarating prospect. Soon after, Chen Xuan arrived at a secluded corner of the back mountain and decided to position the God Source Grand Array there. He tossed the array onto the ground, and it took shape instantly. In an instant, spiritual energy began to surge, coalescing into ethereal mist. This mist thickened into dense spiritual clouds, some hovering at waist height, others reaching above his head, while some merely brushed his ankles. This phenomenon occurred because the abundance of God Source liquid produced within the spiritual clouds lowered their elevation. The higher the clouds, the less God Source liquid they contained. Conversely, the lower the clouds, the more they held. As large swathes of spiritual clouds drifted, the entire mountain became enveloped in mist, teeming with spiritual clouds. Suddenly, two clouds collided, causing the God Source liquid they carried to spill forth, resulting in a silent rain of God Source liquid that nourished the earth below. It turned out that the production of God Source liquid occurred much more rapidly than the slow dripping of ancient times. Truly, the system's rewards were formidable. Chen Xuan smacked his lips in satisfaction and exited the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, he waved his hand to erect a large stone, on which he carved the words God Source Mountain. Pleased with his handiwork, he slowly departed. After his departure, the spiritual clouds within God Source Mountain continued to gather, collide, and disperse over time. Within just a few days, thousands of spiritual clouds formed, with many compressed to within mere inches of the ground, allowing one to bend down and collect the God Source liquid with ease. To prevent an overflow of God Source liquid, Chen Xuan assigned tasks to the two women, Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu, who were advancing in their cultivation. He decided that they would collect the God Source liquid. After all, having two enchanting women sweeping at the entrance of the sect was detrimental to its reputation. In his recent observations of the outside world, he had noticed lecherous cultivators lurking near the sect, watching the two women as they swept, while secretly indulging in inappropriate behavior. Therefore, he changed their duties. Given their increasing cultivation levels, they were more than capable of handling the task of collecting God Source. Since they enjoy being productive, he allowed them to work in a more suitable environment. Hence, he instructed them to gather the overflowing God Source liquid from God Source Mountain daily and store it in the warehouse. Of course, as they were disciples in training, they should not be overburdened. Chen Xuan was generous, providing them with the privilege to consume the God Source liquid freely, along with an additional substantial supply as a reward. Naturally, the two women had no objections, especially since they were not accustomed to being in the public eye while sweeping. They joyfully set off to collect the God Source liquid. With the beautiful women gathering the essence, their efforts were indeed delightful to behold. Thus, God Source Mountain became home to two industrious figures, akin to diligent bees, bustling back and forth between the warehouse and the mountain. In the days that followed, everyone was busy, and the quantity of God Source liquid in the warehouse grew substantially. With the availability of God Source liquid, the disciples' training progressed steadily. Notably, Shirling Air's cultivation had skyrocketed since she awakened her supreme bone and activated her innate divine abilities. Her growth was astonishing, and her confidence swelled alongside her increasing power. Particularly after observing the supreme law, she exuded a domineering aura that became increasingly apparent. In situations where she found herself at a disadvantage in combat against her senior sister or faced challenges within the illusion tower, she would confidently exclaim, "I am the supreme body, destined to suppress all foes." With this declaration, she could unleash her latent potential, growing ever more formidable in battle. As she matured and strengthened, her demeanor transformed dramatically. Just standing there, she emanated an aura that discouraged any thought of confrontation. It seemed as if she was born with an imperial presence. A mere glance from her could intimidate the faint-hearted. This transformation completely altered others' perceptions of her, and they began to regard her with newfound respect. At this moment, the day for the sect's opening ceremony and recruitment of disciples approached ever closer. Within the main hall, Chen Xuan had just returned from the library when Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian entered, bearing the newly crafted sect tokens. Sect Master. The sect tokens have been completed, including those for inner and outer elders, as well as inner and outer disciples, among other categories. They also crafted badges to accompany the tokens, which could be worn on the chest for quick identification, eliminating the hassle of rummaging for tokens. Let me take a look. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. Wang Zhumo promptly presented the Sect Master token and badge with both hands. The token was palm-sized, engraved with the title Sect Master on one side and Piao Miao Sect on the reverse. The badge was even smaller, only as wide as a thumb and half a finger long, featuring a buckle for easy attachment to the chest, also inscribed with Sect Master. Upon examining these items and appreciating their durability, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Sect Master. These items are infused with Hunyuan stone, granting them formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, thanks to the unique properties of the Hunyuan stone, they can record the energy signatures of disciples. Even if the tokens are lost, one can identify a disciple through their unique energy. Wang Zhumo explained with a smile, lacking the demeanor of a great emperor, resembling a celebrated hero awaiting commendation instead. You both have put in a great deal of effort, Chen Xuan acknowledged, infusing his energy signature into the token. Indeed, it retained his information. An ordinary means could not remove it. Thank you for your praise, Sect Master. Both men bowed in respect. Very well. Now distribute these tokens. Additionally, create more for the new disciples who will be joining us. Chen Xuan affixed the Sect Master badge to his chest and waved his hand dismissively. The two men bowed and exited. As they left the hall, they first delivered the tokens to Lu Yu, who had sprouted several willow branches. Her once charred form now vibrant with life. Lu Yu, here is the identity token issued by the Sect Master, signifying your status within the sect. Please keep it safe. Upon hearing the elder's words, she emerged from her trunk, gratefully responding, Thank you, elder. Yes, I've placed it on your branch. Wang Zhumo carefully set the large and small tokens upon Lu Yu's branches and continued distributing them to others, including the esteemed elder Song Hai and the other 4 disciples, as well as the miscellaneous elder Yi Junlin and the 2 women collecting God Source liquid on God Source Mountain. However, the badges for Feng Hua and Shui Yu indicated their status as disciples in training. Sister, this little item is quite charming. Indeed, sister, we now have our own identities. Let's work hard and strive not to be expelled from the mountain. The 2 women stood amidst the swirling mist of God Source Mountain, their figures appearing and disappearing as they held the sect tokens, their faces radiant with joy. Although they needed to come to God Source Mountain daily to collect the essence, the abundant spiritual energy allowed their cultivation to progress even more rapidly than before. Despite the labor, as they toiled, breakthroughs occurred, and they had no desire to leave the mountain. Meanwhile, outside the Piao Miao sect, as the opening day approached, more and more cultivators gathered to participate in the sect's entrance examination. As the day approached, the number of arrivals surged, increasing by tens of millions daily, particularly in the past few days, when nearly 100 million cultivators gathered. This influx rendered the area outside the mysterious sect overcrowded. The closer one approached the sect's gates, the more congested the crowd became, leaving barely any space to stand. If one were to stand atop the sect and gaze down, they would behold at least several billion cultivators lingering at the mountain gate, filling the entire chaos ancient mountain range. The grandeur of the scene was such that many cultivators had never witnessed anything like it in their lifetimes. Goodness, there are just too many people, exclaimed one. Look, another wave is coming down from above. Brother, could you help me find a spot? I need to relieve myself 200 miles away. Can't you hold it in? The tests are starting in just a few days. I can't bear it any longer. I've held it for half a month. The arduous days dragged on slowly. Each day was a torment for the countless cultivators enduring this struggle. Yet, time somehow flew by. As they persevered, the much-anticipated day of the mysterious sect's founding had finally arrived. On this momentous day, all the elders and disciples of the mysterious sect gathered in the main hall, adorned with their sect badges, awaiting the pronouncement from Chen Xuan. Are we all prepared? Chen Xuan adjusted his badge and gazed sternly at the assembly. In the hall, everyone glanced at their badges and simultaneously clasped their fists in salute, declaring, We are ready. Excellent. Let us proceed. Open the sect for disciples. Chen Xuan nodded and stepped forward, followed closely by the 5 inner gate elders and their 5 disciples. Finally, the refined disciples Feng Hua Shui Yu and the attendant elder Yi Junlin trailed behind. The group emerged from the sect's main hall, soaring into the air towards the sect's gates. As they appeared, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd outside the sect. Look, they're coming out. The mysterious sect members are here. The founding is about to begin. Hurry. Let us check in the woods 200 miles away to see if the young master is done. Quickly notify the young lady 300 miles away. The mysterious sect may be starting to recruit disciples. Uncle, everyone is up. You should fly up. It seems the mysterious sect is about to start recruiting disciples. Xiaochen, wake up. Sorry, I can't sell anything right now. I'll resume once I join the sect. In an instant, hundreds of millions of cultivators gathered their spirits, all turning their attention towards the square in front of the mysterious sect, watching intently as they assessed the badges to discern identities. Aside from Zhang Haixiao, Feng Huashuiyu, and Yi Junlin, most of the others were unfamiliar to many. The sect leader Chen Xuan and his few strikingly attractive disciples were particularly eye-catching. Among them, Lu Yu stood out even more. She appeared as a soul entity, ethereal and exuding a pure aura, looking remarkably extraordinary. That woman seems to be a soul. Goodness, she truly is a soul. Her badge indicates she is a direct disciple. The mysterious sect is formidable. They even accept souls? Surely that can't be right. At the very least, she is still a person. How extraordinary. No wonder they dared to disregard the Soul Palace a month ago. It turns out they have a soul among their disciples. This soul is extraordinary. Its essence is incredibly pure. If the Soul Palace were to find out, it would be troublesome. Humph. The mysterious sect clearly does not regard the Soul Palace. They are unafraid. I must join the mysterious sect. Is that the 108th sect leader? He looks so young. I heard he killed 3 emperor-level cultivators with a single slap. It truly is a hermit sect. It seems they have few disciples. I wonder what the recruitment criteria are. Hey, ancestor. Look, that SRE family ancestor. Yes, that elder is one of us. The excitement surged among the hundreds of millions of cultivators. In response, Chen Xuan raised his hand, unveiling the testing celestial ladder. Suddenly, a towering white jade ladder, comprising 999 steps, materialized. Chapter 62. Everyone ascends the celestial ladder. Xiao Chun versus Han Pao Pao. The celestial ladder loomed majestically, its entire structure of white jade, seemingly reaching towards the heavens. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the ladder, the gathered cultivators fell silent, observing intently. At this moment, Chen Xuan spoke. This is the testing celestial ladder, the first phase of the assessment. It will gauge your future potential. While cultivation talent is one aspect of potential, having lower talent does not preclude one from possessing great potential. As long as you can ascend the ladder, you may still become a disciple of our sect. Moreover, this ladder comprises 999 steps, corresponding to 10-star potential. Those who reach the summit will possess 10-star potential and may choose to become a direct disciple of the sect leader or select any inner gate elder as their mentor. Those who ascend between the 900th and 999th steps will possess 9-star potential and may become inner gate disciples, personally taught by inner gate elders, with the option to select any inner gate elder, provided they obtain the elder's consent. Those who reach between the 600th and 900th steps will have 6 to 8-star potential and may become outer gate disciples, instructed by outer gate elders. Anyone who successfully ascends the celestial ladder will automatically enter the second phase, the temperament assessment. As long as there are no issues with temperament, they may directly join the sect. Chen Xuan's voice, though not loud, resonated like a drum, clear in the ears of every cultivator. Initially, he had planned to use other methods to assess the disciples' potential for recruitment, but unexpectedly, he had created the potential testing celestial ladder and the soul reflection mirror. Thus, he had not prepared other testing methods and decided to proceed directly with these 2 phases. Upon hearing this, the multitude of cultivators erupted in a frenzy. Just 1 phase? That seems rather simple. What is this potential testing celestial ladder? I've never heard of it. Is potential really more important than cultivation talent? If 10-star potential corresponds to 10-star talent, the mysterious sect's recruitment requirements seem quite high. After all, 9-star talent is already legendary. Moreover, it appears that 9-star potential might be more challenging than 9-star talent. With 9-star talent, one can enter the sacred lands and become a holy child, yet here one can only become an inner gate disciple. Which is more formidable? 9-star talent or 9-star potential? It matters not. The testing celestial ladder will not hinder my progress. Han Pao Pao, you run fast. I hope you don't fall behind. The crowd buzzed with discussions regarding the testing celestial ladder, each harboring their own thoughts and aspirations. Observing this, Chen Xuan promptly declared, "Begin." Boom. As the words left his mouth, the cultivators erupted in chaos. Countless cultivators, having prepared in advance, soared into the air the moment Chen Xuan finished speaking, rushing towards the first step of the celestial ladder. Charge. We 1T stop until we reach the top. Go, brothers. Push forward with all your might. I possess 7-star talent. I shall press on. Sister-in-law, stay safe here. I'm heading up. Uncle, be cautious. Don't act recklessly and hurt yourself. In an instant, thousands of cultivators sprang into action, racing towards the celestial ladder, fearing that a moment's delay would leave them behind. Meanwhile, on the sect square, Lu Tsong set up a row of tables and chairs with respect, inviting Chen Xuan to take a seat. Chen Xuan did not leave the scene. Instead, he nodded and took his place at the head of the table, observing the testing. This testing would last 7 days, and as the sect leader, he must make an appearance. While he could abstain in the following days, it was wise to personally oversee the first day, given his position. Soon, after Chen Xuan settled in, others took their seats in order and quietly watched. At the celestial ladder, thousands of cultivators reached the first step simultaneously, then leaped with all their might. Yet, before the ladder, no matter how high their cultivation, they could only ascend 1 step at a time, unable to skip any. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands had ascended the numerous steps, their speed astonishing. Those who arrived late could only scramble upwards amidst the crowd. Fortunately, the heavenly ladder was wide enough to accommodate millions of cultivators on each step. Although the ascent was somewhat crowded, it became increasingly sparse further back. Master, look quickly. The young master has surged to the front. Splendid. Extra rations tonight. Madam, look. The young lady is also near the front. Oh my darling, how exhilarating. You must press on, my dear. Your Majesty. The young prince has made it up. Though not among the top few, he has climbed over 30 steps, securing his place on the second tier. The young prince will surely enter the Misty Sect. Excellent. I have a successor. As long as he can join the Misty Sect, I shall release his beloved at once. At that moment, countless families accompanying their children were filled with excitement upon witnessing their offspring at the forefront. However, joy was mingled with despair for others. Some families could not find their children or watched in frustration as they lagged significantly behind. Where has my son gone? Why can't I see him? Master, look below. Goodness, what a waste. Is this truly my progeny? While others are racing ahead to the 100th step, he is still on the 10th. How infuriating. He can't even keep up with the warm food. The scene was chaotic. While some had already reached over 100 steps, throngs of cultivators continued to rush towards the first level of the testing heavenly ladder. The sheer number of participants meant that some were still far from the entrance, including Xin Ping. Watching as the young boy rapidly approached the 200th step, Xin Ping felt an urgent impatience. However, with his sister-in-law being an ordinary person, he could not ensure their safety up close, as it was a solemn promise to a fellow cultivator. Thus, he could only stand back, regrettably. Little did he expect that standing back would cost him dearly. When he finally reached the first step, others had already ascended to 600 steps, the minimum requirement for entry into the Misty Sect. Instantly, countless heads turned upward. Look, isn't that the boy Xiao Chun, who was previously pursued by the Soul Temple. He has actually reached the front. Remarkable. Miss, look. Young Master Xiao Chen is in first place. Princess, Xiao Chen has taken the lead. How wonderful. The princess truly has an eye for talent. He is exceptional. Wait, who is that behind Xiao Chen? He is incredibly fast. Suddenly, another individual emerged, rapidly closing in on Xiao Chen, drawing widespread attention. Although Xiao Chen was in the lead, there was a considerable gap behind him. The newcomer's appearance was particularly eye-catching. He is catching up to Xiao Chen. Incredible! What? Another genius has appeared. Isn't that Han Pao Pao? The one notorious for fleeing at the first sign of danger? Goodness, he possesses such potential. How can he run so fast? Han Pao Pao? The unfortunate one whose sect was obliterated by whichever sect he joined? Is that him? In an instant, the crowd was astounded. Chapter 63, The Chase, Xin Ping vs. Wuda. This was merely the first recruitment of disciples by the Misty Sect. Not only was the number of participants vast, but the presence of so many top-tier geniuses was entirely unexpected, especially the two leading figures on the platform, who had decisively distanced themselves from the rest of the cultivators. Moreover, Han Pao Pao's ill-fated reputation was well known. Disaster seemed to follow him wherever he went. Several mentors had already perished under his influence, leaving no sect willing to accept him. If he were to join his sect, would misfortune not follow? One could only hope that the 3 inner elders of the Misty Sect could withstand his bad luck. They were indeed formidable, capable of tearing through the void and annihilating 3 sects with ease, all possessing saintly strength. Let us hope for the best. Ah, that Han Pao Pao, the harbinger of misfortune. May the Misty Sect be able to contain his ill fate. Otherwise, if my clan's younger generation is selected, I fear for their safety. Some acquaintances of Han Pao Pao exchanged concerned whispers. Meanwhile, on the heavenly ladder, Han Pao Pao surged forward with increasing speed. In no time, he caught up to Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen, with the heaven-opening measuring ruler on his back, was focused on his sprint. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. Instinctively glancing back, he immediately spotted Han Pao Pao right behind him. Han Pao Pao, of similar age, greeted him with a friendly smile. Then, he abruptly accelerated, overtaking Chen and claiming the first position. Chen was taken aback. He thought to himself, indeed, the Misty Sect's recruitment is a gathering of prodigies. But the first position must be mine. With that thought, he too quickened his pace, instantly engaging in a fierce competition with Han Pao Pao, leaving the rest far behind. The entire venue was in shock. Everyone felt a tremor of excitement as the two raced up the steps, having reached over 700 layers. It was noteworthy that no one else had even entered the 600th step, and very few had managed to reach 500. The two geniuses had created a gap of 200 steps from the rest, showcasing their extraordinary potential. Clearly, those who emerged from the Misty Sect's recruitment were anything but ordinary. Miss, young Master Chen has been overtaken. Oh dear, what shall we do? Princess, Chen has become second. I believe you will reclaim the first position. Fear not. Young Master Chen is calm and collected. Unlike that other one who is solely focused on speed. I trust young Master Chen will certainly secure the first position. Some elder female cultivators, accompanying family members, looked up at the heavenly ladder, fervently praying for their Prince Charming, Chen. Yet, joy and sorrow coexisted. On the heavenly ladder, many cultivators found themselves constrained by their own potential, struggling to advance further. Why can't I ascend beyond 230 steps? I clearly possess 3-star talent. Even the family's discarded child has reached 300 steps. No, I cannot give up. I'm exhausted. Although I've reached the void control realm, I still rank among the top of my peers. Yet, I cannot progress further. Is 550 steps my limit? No, I refuse to accept that. My 7-star talent should set me apart. I will not concede. Sister, do not worry about me. Just focus on your ascent. The family's hopes rest on you. Quickly. You must enter the Misty Sect. 599 steps. Just one more step. If I can ascend, our family will be secure. Master. Young Master has reached the 600th step. He is now the 3rd. Ah, my son has secured a place in the Misty Sect. Marvelous. Marvelous. Aha. At this moment. As the testing progressed, both those on the heavenly ladder and those below were consumed with tension, especially those who had reached the 600th step. Their families and themselves were ecstatic, rejoicing with animated gestures. But just then, a figure darted through the crowd, stepping directly onto the steps beyond the 600th. Without pausing, he swiftly surpassed those above 600 steps, continuing to soar higher. 601, 602, 603. With each step he took, he outpaced 1 or 2 cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he had claimed the 3rd position. The emergence of yet another young talent left the crowd in awe. Wow, another genius. Look how effortlessly he ascends. Who is this person? It is indeed Shen Dao. My heavens, it is truly Shen Dao. I never expected him to possess such potential, soaring to over 600 levels. I thought he would falter. Senior, is the Shen Dao you speak of Shen Ping? He has reached 600 levels? Yes, sister-in-law. It is indeed Brother Shen. He has now ascended to 650 levels. Oh, how wonderful. Uncle, have you finally qualified to enter the mysterious sect? Daughter, look quickly. Your godfather has secured a place in the mysterious sect. When you grow up, you must also join the mysterious sect. I understand, mother. With godfather in the mysterious sect, we need not fear being bullied. Moreover, I too shall join the mysterious sect to support mother and avenge father. The mother and daughter embraced each other, weeping bitterly. The fellow disciples who accompanied them were at a loss for words, but witnessing Shen Ping's relentless ascent fueled their resolve to protect the mother and daughter. As the saying goes, once one achieves enlightenment, all will rise with him. Now that a good friend joins the mysterious sect, his status will surely soar. They must safeguard Brother Shen's sister-in-law, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. As he silently resolved this, all eyes turned toward him, buzzing with discussion. Especially Shen Ping's solitary figure, his unwavering speed stood out starkly among the towering steps. Although he was still some distance from Chen and Han Pao Pao, he had already distanced himself from the cultivators behind him, becoming a veritable 3rd place. Furthermore, as they climbed higher, Chen and Han Pao Pao found themselves increasingly strained, which slowed their rapid progress, granting Shen Ping a golden opportunity to close in. Whether it was due to the differing nature of the potential and talent tests, or perhaps the influence of sharing a space with his sister-in-law, every moment spent with her left him feeling invigorated, deepening his insights into cultivation. He was now perilously close to reaching 700 levels, yet he felt remarkably at ease. Perhaps this time, he could defy the odds and transform his fate, ultimately becoming a disciple of the mysterious sect. Go for it, Shen Ping. Once he enters the sect, it will be a path to the heavens. Shen Ping, thoroughly exhilarated, encouraged himself and charged forward. However, just as he surged up the steps, yet another figure appeared in the cleared space, claiming the 4th position, causing quite a stir. This individual was even faster than Shen Ping, rivaling the initial speeds of Xiao Chun and Han Pao Pao. Clad in simple garments, with a compass hanging at his waist. Though still young, he exuded an air of composure that was enigmatic. Yet, some recognized his identity. Isn't that the one who has been selling materials at the stalls lately? Indeed, it is him. He is quite formidable. It is Wu De, it truly is him. Goodness, it is he. In an instant. Those familiar with Wu De erupted in indignation. That person up there is the one who robbed the royal tomb. Your Majesty, I shall apprehend him at once. In the crowd, an old eunuch was visibly excited, forgetting momentarily where he was. Yet, the sovereign seated nearby, clearly more composed, furrowed his brow and replied irritably. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead. Can you not think? This is the mysterious sect's recruitment venue, even if you wish to act. Wait until he is disqualified. But he has already qualified for entry, Your Majesty. This is merely the first trial. There is a second one. If he secures entry, the matter ends there. If not, then I shall have him chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs. Yes, Your Majesty is wise. Having a servant like you is exhausting. You possess no wit. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the crowd. Those unfamiliar with Wu De merely asked curiously, only to provoke complaints from others nearby. Listening to the surrounding discussions, it seemed that the individual above had a penchant for tomb raiding and had offended many. Indeed, he is a grave robber. Last time I went to burn offerings, he suddenly emerged from my father's grave, scaring me to death. Now, I can't even stand. Surely, it was not just about burning offerings. Well, it was about that, but I also happened to bring 2 concubines for camping. Camping on a tomb? Is that the main point? The focus is that he was digging up my father's grave. Goodness, can you not distinguish the main issue? I never imagined he would secure a spot in the mysterious sect. What are we to do? The grudge against grave robbers is one that cannot be shared. I truly wish for a bolt of lightning to strike Wu De dead. My brother merely threatened him, and 3 of our ancestral graves were dug up. How infuriating. So do I. I had a minor dispute with him at the inn, slipped him a little poison to embarrass him, and he ended up uprooting my great-grandfather's grave. My father is still searching for him. I can't believe he has come here. Those who had suffered similar grievances seemed to find camaraderie in their shared plight, bitterly recounting their woes. However, many others remained unaware of Wu De, only recognizing his extraordinary talent and speculating on how far he might ascend. On the steps, Wu De was valiantly climbing, drawing ever closer to Shenping, completely oblivious to the curses being hurled at him from below. Of course, even if he were aware, it mattered little. After all, he had been a grave robber for life. It was of no consequence. Moreover, it was never his intention to dig up others' graves. His unique constitution, the extreme Yin physique, compelled him toward the tombs. Indeed, such a physique is exceedingly rare among men, yet he was a rare exception. The impact of the extreme Yin on him had fostered an invisible affinity for the Yin energy, compelling him to burrow into graves. Although he had contemplated resolving conflicts without resorting to tomb raiding for revenge, he simply could not resist. The exhilaration was intoxicating. He believed nothing in the world could bring him more joy than delving into a tomb. As for others' grudges, let them be. After all, he only excavated when others sought him out. Everything had its cause and effect. No wonder he, with such thoughts, would soon reach Shenping's side. After exchanging glances, Wu De was the first to greet him. Hello, fellow Taoist. I am Wu De. We shall be comrades from now on. So do look out for me. I will be waiting for you up ahead. With that, he accelerated, swiftly surpassing Shenping and claiming the 3rd position. Shenping, feeling a surge of determination, quickened his pace to pursue. Meanwhile, below on the steps, witnessing the 4 figures leading the charge, the crowd could not help but express their admiration. These 4 were truly destined for greatness. Even the 4th place had entered the 800 levels. It seemed they were all on track to become inner disciples. Sister-in-law, look. Shen Dao has already entered the 800 levels. Just 100 levels away from becoming an inner disciple. Wow, Han Pao Pao has reached the 900 levels. How impressive. Indeed. The first inner disciple is born. Miss. Young Master Xiao has also entered the 900 levels. Young Master Xiao is remarkable. Wow, the second inner disciple has emerged. The speed of the 2 behind seemed to slow, leaving uncertainty about their chances of entering the inner sect. Another has entered the 700 levels. Alas, my son is undeniably gifted, the subject of much contention among sects. Yet he can only ascend to 600 levels and cannot progress further. Steward, has the young master not returned from the restroom yet? Hurry, others have climbed to over 900 levels. My lord, it is terrible. The young master was bitten by a demon snake while answering nature's call in the square before the gate. Upon learning of the emergence of individuals who have ascended to the 900th tier, Chen Xuan, sipping his tea, subtly lifted his gaze. Although both Xiao Chun and Han Pao Pao had already reached the 9th tier of the celestial ladder, Han Pao Pao's pace had noticeably slowed. Only Xiao Chun continued to advance steadily, swiftly surpassing Han Pao Pao to reclaim the top position. Beneath the 900th tier, only Wu De and Xin Ping remained, steadily progressing in the 800 tier range, occupying the 3rd and 4th positions respectively. This remarkable scene piqued Chen Xuan's curiosity, prompting him to open the information panels of the 4 individuals for closer inspection. Name: Xiao Chun. Physique: no special physique, purely reliant on talent. Realm: 6th level of Sky Ascension. Potential: currently under testing. Click here for early view. Experience: a youthful genius who was mistakenly regarded as a waste due to the encounter with the medicinal spirit within a ring, leading to his fiancée's cancellation of their engagement. In anger, he established a 3-year pact, subsequently cultivating successfully with the medicinal spirit from the ring. And now he is on a journey to prove himself. Having fulfilled his promise, he now aids the medicinal spirit in regaining its corporeal form, which has led to a soul leak, resulting in a pursuit by the Soul Palace, forcing him to flee. Name: Han Pao Pao. Realm: 5th level of Sky Ascension. Physique: body of misfortune. Potential: currently under testing. Click here for early view. Experience: left home at a young age, joined a sect for cultivation, narrowly escaping after being subjected to the concoction of a human pill by his master. Upon discovering a broken celestial artifact, the little green bottle, he embarked on a path to rise. However, due to his body of misfortune, calamities followed him wherever he went, most notably causing disasters to his sect. Just months ago, he annihilated his own sect, leaving no survivors, and has since begun a life of wandering. Name: Wu De. Realm: 5th level of Sky Ascension. Physique: body of extreme Yin. Potential: currently under testing. Click here for early view. Experience: naturally born with an extreme Yin body, unable to resist the allure of the most Yin entities. Fond of tomb raiding, he sleeps in graves alongside corpses. His training and insights in tombs yield extraordinary results, leading to rapid progress. Name: Xin Ping. Realm: 2nd level of Spiritual Sea. Physique: dual cultivation body. Potential: currently under testing. Click here for early view. Experience: from a young age, he comprehended the principles of life, acting cautiously and never succumbing to temptation. After years of silent cultivation and seclusion, he emerged due to a neighbor's grievous injury while exploring a secret treasure realm, taking his friend's wife and child under his wing, seeking a protector. As the 4 detailed profiles appeared before Chen Xuan, he fell silent. This was utterly absurd. The top 4 ranks. Even Chen Xuan was taken aback. The bodies of misfortune and extreme Yin were one thing. After all, his elusive sect was powerful enough to withstand such adversities, and tomb raiding posed no concern. But the final individual, Xin Ping, possessed a dual cultivation body. Each encounter would enhance his comprehension, which was indeed outrageous. Did this mean that one could simply become invincible through mere intimacy? Among the 4 exceptional talents emerging today, Xiao Chun appeared to be the only one who seemed normal. Chen Xuan silently rubbed his forehead and shifted his focus back to Xiao Chun, eager to witness the potential this disciple would achieve. As for the option to click and view further details, he could not be bothered. The results would be revealed soon enough. As Chen Xuan looked up, the fervor among the crowd on the celestial ladder intensified, as if they were under scrutiny, each striving desperately to ascend and showcase their abilities. Particularly at the pinnacle, Xiao Chun had already ascended to the 991st step. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the immense resistance. Each movement was an arduous task, yet he did not cease, especially after sensing Chen Xuan's gaze. He felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the sect leader was astonished by my potential? No, this is not enough. I must ascend further to truly astonish the sect leader and let the name of Xiao Chun resonate throughout the world. Nailan Yin, do you not look down upon me? Today, I shall prove that I, Xiao Chun, can not only defeat you, but also achieve fame across the realms. Just 9 more steps to the summit. I must reach the top. With a mighty shout, Xiao Chun lifted his leg and ascended yet another step. Boom. The crowd below trembled once more as he climbed another tier. My goodness. Miss, look. Young Master Xiao has ascended another level. Sensing the attention from below, Xiao Chun continued his ascent. Boom. The 92nd tier. Boom. The 93rd tier. Boom. The 94th tier. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Xiao Chun's pace halted at the 98th tier. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself unable to ascend the final step. He could barely place a foot on the 99th tier, only to be pushed back by the overwhelming pressure, leaving him filled with frustration. Must I remain at the 98th tier? Xiao Chun murmured, still contemplating another attempt. But Elder Yao hurriedly interjected. Enough, Xiao Chun. This celestial ladder exerts immense pressure. Reaching this point is already a remarkable feat. A heart of invincibility is far more crucial than mere potential. Do not act impulsively. Hearing Elder Yao's comforting words, Xiao Chun recognized the wisdom in them, thus relinquishing the desire to conquer the final tier. While potential may constrain one's future and represent their innate capabilities, it does not signify that mortals cannot defy fate. A heart that relentlessly pursues forward is of utmost importance. With this realization, Xiao Chun dismissed his fixation on the final tier, turning gracefully to face the crowd below. In that instant, his long hair danced in the wind, and his elegant silhouette caused an uproar among the spectators. Wow, so handsome. Young Master Xiao, young Master Xiao. Miss, look, young Master Xiao has turned around. Countless infatuated women gazed at him with adoration. Even without stepping onto the final tier, he remained a prince charming in their eyes. At this moment, as they beheld Xiao Qin's striking figure, not only did the crowd below erupt in excitement, but even Han Pao Pao, Wu De, and Shen Ping, who had also reached the 900th tier, were taken aback. How astonishing that he had ascended to the 98th tier so swiftly. Though all three had surpassed the 900th tier, only upon reaching it did they truly grasp the overwhelming pressure that intensified with each step, surpassing even that of a Kuan. This test indeed gathered the most gifted individuals. With such stringent requirements, it was remarkable that 4 had ascended beyond the 900th tier. However, Han Pao Pao was determined to be the fastest. At that moment, Han Pao Pao steeled himself, clenching his fists and unleashing his hidden potential as he charged upward. Instantly, Wu De, who had been trailing behind, was taken aback. They had worked hard to catch up, only for Han Pao Pao to surge ahead once more. He was hiding his strength. Realizing this, Wu De too summoned his full power and rushed upward. In an instant, the two transformed into competitive spirits, neither willing to relent. Before long, they too reached the 97th and 95th tiers, securing the 2nd and 3rd positions. Unable to ascend further, Han Pao Pao halted at the 97th tier, turning to face the multitude of cultivators, while Wu De gradually turned as well. Thus, the top 3 positions were established. In that moment, the entire venue erupted in astonishment once more. How could one climb so high? Goodness! 3 of the top 4 contenders had halted, leaving the last one uncertain if they could surpass them. Uncle, persevere. Fellow cultivator Shen, you must strive hard. You must surpass them. Countless onlookers, comprised of various cultivators, all turned their gazes towards the still climbing Shen Ping. Shen Ping, sensing their scrutiny, took a deep breath, remaining calm and unhurried as he ascended slowly. He could not afford to rush. The pressure here was immense. A sudden sprint would lead to a swift fall under the overwhelming force. Thus, a steady and deliberate pace was the optimal strategy. He advanced steadily, neither hastening nor slowing down. 960 layers, 970 layers, 980 layers, 990 layers. At last, Shen Ping's figure came to a stop at the 990 layers, unable to progress further. Upon reaching his limit, he turned without hesitation, gracefully accepting the 4th place ranking. In an instant, the top 4 inner disciples emerged, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. The 5th place had merely reached the 700 layers, unable to ascend further. The gap between the top 4 and the 5th was more than 200 layers, highlighting the staggering difference in their abilities. It also illustrated the insurmountable chasm that lay between them and the countless others who could not cross it. Observing the halted 4, Chen Xuan, seated prominently, felt a tinge of disappointment. With so many participants, not a single one possessed 10-star potential. Although Xiao Qin was perilously close, he still fell short of the 10-star mark. This clearly demonstrated the rarity of 10-star potential. One could only hope that a few 10-star candidates would emerge in the following days. Chen Xuan mused silently before gesturing to Lu Song, indicating for him to proceed to the next phase of testing. Lu Song nodded, then called out, "Cultivators above 600 layers, please come forward in order to register your personal information, and then participate in the 2nd phase of the temperament test. Passing the temperament test is essential for entering the sect." Boom. As his words resonated, all those who met the requirements surged towards the central square for registration, while some still harbored hopes of climbing higher. The daunting prospect of ascending several hundred more layers to enter the inner sect made them abandon the climb and instead join the registration line. After all, ascending a few layers was feasible, but attempting to climb several hundred was a mere fantasy. Ultimately, a few layers would not alter their status as outer disciples. In no time, the crowd approached in an orderly fashion, with the foremost being Xiao Chun, Han Pao Pao, Wu De, and Shen Ping. The 4 advanced like triumphant heroes, their heads held high under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, eliciting envy and admiration as they passed. Chapter 66, The Mother and Child Mirror of Reflection. The ashamed cultivator among the millions of cultivators. Only 4 qualified for entry into the inner sect, highlighting the stringent standards of the Miao Miao sect. How frustrating. Why? Why can I not even ascend to the 100th layer? My talent is not lacking. Should these four succeed in entering the sect? They are destined to become formidable figures with limitless futures. I must cultivate a good relationship with them. Indeed, I heard that Yu Qingqing from the Yu family joined the sect over a month ago and has already reached the late stage of concentration. They say she is on the verge of becoming a celestial king. How terrifying. Goodness, is that true? Absolutely. Her breakthrough speed is astonishing. Incredible. I am tired of expressing envy. The crowd was filled with looks of jealousy and admiration as they turned their attention to those who had successfully qualified for the outer sect. Specifically the over 100 individuals who had ascended beyond 600 layers. Despite the fact that reaching 600 layers permitted entry, there were only just over 100 qualified candidates at this moment. Among the millions of cultivators, only about 100 had potential exceeding 6 stars. With the majority being 6 stars and only a few reaching 7 stars, the odds are daunting to contemplate. Although they were merely outer disciples, once they entered the sect, this group would undoubtedly develop into powerful individuals ruling their respective domains. Ha ha ha, my son is among them. Did you see? My son is in there. Humph. Do not celebrate too soon. There's still the temperament test to consider. Given your son's disposition, he may not pass. Haha, I refuse to believe it. With so many talents filtered down to just over 100, could they possibly exclude my son for a minor flaw? Unlikely. Just wait, once my son enters the sect, I will have my vengeance on you. As they gazed upon the more than 100 candidates, the onlookers outside the square were equally envious. After all, this was the Miao Miao sect. They would gladly have their children serve as menial workers if it meant being affiliated with such a prestigious sect. Alas, they were not accepting even menial workers. At this moment, in the central square, the registration tables and chairs were set up before Chen Xuan. Lu Hai was responsible for registering inner disciples, while Lu Xiao handled the outer disciples. Lu Tsong stood by Chen Xuan's side, providing commentary. Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian were tasked with administering the second phase of the temperament test. Additionally, Chen Xuan's direct disciples and various assistant disciples were assigned to maintain order and guide the participants. In short, everyone had their hands full. Everyone, this way. At that moment, Lin Fan arrived with Yu Qingqing, Murong Ingluo, Lu Yu, and Shi Lingo, all adorned with the true disciple insignias, directing Xiao Chen and the other four towards Lu Hai. Xiao Chen, Han Pao Pao, Wu De, and Shen Ping were extraordinary individuals, each possessing their own pride. Yet, upon witnessing the inscriptions on the insignias and sensing the profound aura emanating from the true disciples of the Miao Miao sect, they were taken aback, immediately tempering their arrogance. What a powerful presence! Stronger than my deceased master. The true disciples of the Miao Miao sect are indeed formidable. Gasped these senior sisters appear younger than me, yet possess such unfathomable strength. They must be formidable cultivators. The Miao Miao sect is truly not to be underestimated. Though they may be of similar age, the difference is akin to that between a sparrow and a swan, or a star and a grain of sand. The four exchanged glances, their earlier bravado quelled, and they cautiously approached, bowing in respect. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Thank you, senior brother, senior sister. Your hard work is appreciated, senior brothers and sisters. With gratitude, the four continued to Lu Hai, respectfully saluting. We pay our respects to the elder. Ah, one at a time. What is your name? How old are you? And where do you hail from? Lu Hai inquired amiably, leaning over the table with a brush in hand, looking first at Xiao Chen, exuding the aura of a kindly elder. Although his demeanor was warmer than that of the senior disciples, they dared not underestimate him, for he was capable of annihilating a super sect with a mere slap. Xiao Chun hurriedly clasped his fists and respectfully replied, Disciple Xiao Chun, age 23, from current realm. And you? Disciple Han Pao Pao, age. In no time, the registration of the four inner disciples was completed. The process also served as an introduction to their respective identities. Subsequently, under Lin Fan's guidance, they approached Wang Zhumo and Wang Mietian to await the collective temperament test. However, standing in a line, they couldn't help but feel anxious and apprehensive in the vast emptiness surrounding them. After all, the onlookers were all formidable figures. In the outside world, they were prodigies. But here, they felt insignificant. Fortunately, the registration for outer disciples proceeded swiftly. Before long, over 100 outer disciples, having completed their registration, gathered together under the guidance of Elder Yi Junlin and Feng Huaxiua, forming an orderly line. With the crowd assembled, Wang Zhumo, responsible for the temperament test, expressionless, produced a mirror and tossed it above his head. In an instant, the previously modest mirror expanded into a colossal reflective surface, enveloping all the disciples within its bounds and casting their reflections. Over 100 individuals curiously gazed at their reflections in the mirror, bewildered as to the nature of this test of character. At that moment, Wang Zhuma spoke calmly to the crowd. This is the mother and child heart-examining mirror. It allows you to enter a realm of illusion, revealing your thoughts and actions within it. Those whose hearts are deemed unqualified will see their reflections darken. The deeper the darkness, the more unqualified the heart. When the test concludes, those whose reflections remain unchanged may enter the sect. Are you prepared? After his explanation, the crowd fell into a momentary daze, clearly astonished. Particularly those with ulterior motives began to quickly devise strategies for escape. Yet, before they could ponder further, others shouted in unison, "We are ready." "Very well, let us commence." With those words, Wang Zhuma infused the mirror with his essence, instantly activating it. In an instant, the disciples were engulfed in darkness, each transported to their individual illusions. One individual with impure intentions found himself within the dilapidated confines of the Miao sect. Gazing upon crumbling walls, injured disciples, and the corpses of deceased elders, his mind immediately spiraling into malicious thoughts. The Miao sect has fallen? How splendid! I shall see if there are any treasures to pilfer before fleeing. As he acted on his thoughts, his reflection in the mirror turned pitch black. Especially when confronted by a male disciple of a lower realm attempting to stop him, he wasted no time in binding the youth, preparing to strip him. At that moment, his reflection blackened to the color of coal. Meanwhile, his true self appeared possessed, eyes vacant, wearing a lewd grin as he cackled. "What a splendid figure. Don't move. I'll be quick." At once he heard a bit witnessing this scene. Wang Zhuma's expression darkened. Those who were eliminated or their families were left speechless. This was merely the beginning, and already one had become so thoroughly blackened. Such a poor reflection of character. And what of that figure? What was he truly doing in the illusion? As the crowd stood bewildered, Wang Zhuma, unable to bear the sight, raised his hand and cast him from the square, stating flatly, "Unqualified." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They turned their attention to the fallen individual, who appeared utterly embarrassed. Upon being expelled from the illusion, he awoke to the realization that it was all an illusion, and in sheer mortification, he covered his face and fled. With the disciples' hasty retreat, the surrounding cultivators were filled with curiosity, unable to restrain their inquiries. "My friend, what did you do in the illusion? Your reflection turned pitch black. What did you mean by quick? Pray elaborate." "Brother, could you share the details? I harbor no ill intentions, merely curiosity. What transpired in the illusion?" "Friend, do not depart." Amidst the relentless questioning, the fleeing disciple did not look back, concealing himself in a corner, too ashamed to utter a word. As for explanations or justifications, he dared not. The members of the Miao sect might very well witness his actions within the illusion. If news of him bullying his fellow disciples were to spread, he would have no face left to show. Even his closest friends dared not approach him. As he vanished, the crowd shook their heads and returned their focus to the scene, for many others exhibited even stranger reactions than the prior disciple. "Aha, my lord. I have stolen the great void technique. Thank you, my lord, many thanks. What a pitiful sect, not a treasure in sight. An enemy approaches? No, I must flee. Please, do not kill me. I speak the truth. I am an undercover agent. I surrender. I will reveal the hidden treasures of the Miao sect. Spare me. I implore you. What of my fondness for men? I confess to peeking at my fellow disciples bathing, but we are all men. What does it matter?" Before long, one after another, figures began to darken. Those driven by fear of death, spies from other factions, and those with treacherous hearts were all too evident. Some family members, witnessing their kin's disgraceful behavior, felt their teeth grind with frustration, particularly Chen Xuan. Though he did not display anger, he was utterly speechless at the events unfolding within the illusion. Unlike the others, who could only infer from words what transpired, Chen Xuan had the unique ability to perceive clearly the actions of all within the illusion. He held the child mirror of the mother and child heart-examining mirror, providing him insight into the unfolding scenes. At that moment, the child mirror lay upon his table, revealing the scene of the disciple who had spied on his fellow disciples bathing. In the mirror's depths, a youth stood beneath the moonlight, pouring water over his chest, droplets glistening on his shoulders, creating a portrait of an unparalleled handsome youth bathing. Meanwhile, the voyeur concealed himself beneath a nearby tree, his eyes wide with longing. But soon, the elder discovered him, prompting a hasty defense from the voyeur. Sect leader, perhaps we should observe another scene." Standing beside Chen Xuan, Lu Song could not help but grimace, awkwardly suggesting a change. After all, compared to those who betrayed their sect, this behavior seemed even more egregious. As the disciple who had watched the bathing youth was expelled, Chen Xuan immediately redirected the mirror to focus on the four core disciples. As future inner sect members, their characters required assessment. Soon, the illusion of Xiao Chun appeared in the mirror. In the scene, a woman leading a group of powerful figures attacked the Miao sect. "Xiao Chen, now a core disciple, stood resolutely before the mountain gate, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his comrades, yet he steadfastly held his sword aloft. Nailan Yin, if you wish to breach the Miao sect, you must first step over my corpse. Kill. Within the illusion, Xiaochen resolutely defended the mountain gate, unwavering. Observing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, this youth possesses an upright heart. He is a talent worth nurturing. With that, he shifted the mirror's focus to Han Pao Pao. As the scene transitioned, Han Pao Pao's environment emerged. In his illusion, Han Pao Pao, gravely injured, carried a fellow Miao sect elder while fleeing from pursuing cultivators. The Miao sect has perished. Surrender at once. You cannot escape. Hand over the Miao sect elder, and we may spare your life. Master, let go of me. I shall hold them off. You must escape. One day, I will revive the Miao sect. No. I have already lost several masters. This time, I will not abandon anyone. Ah, little green bottle, assist me. With that, a small green bottle flew from his waist, rapidly enlarging into a gourd-like form, lifting both of them away to safety. What manner of weapon is this? Lu Tsong furrowed his brow, fixating on the small green bottle within the mirror. Its material resembled that of a supreme weapon, leading him to speculate that it might be a legendary, albeit broken, celestial artifact. However, the essence within had utterly dissipated, rendering it completely useless. Chen Xuan also scrutinized the small green bottle for a moment, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion. Regardless of its origins, that small green bottle had been rendered ineffective. Its material properties long since faded, leaving Chen Xuan disinterested as he continued to shift the scenes. The focus soon shifted to Wu Da, who found himself within a grand tomb, prying open a coffin to loot. However, as he lifted the coffin lid, he was startled to find one of the sect's elders inside. What on earth? Why is our elder buried here? Dumbfounded, he gazed at the treasures within the coffin, his eyes gleaming with greed, yet he refrained from taking anything. Instead, he gently closed the coffin lid once more, murmuring, I beg your pardon, elder. It was not my intention. Although I, as a disciple, have a penchant for grave digging, I would never desecrate the resting place of my own kin. Rest easy. I shall seal the entrance shortly. Observing Wu Da's demeanor, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction once more, then shifted the scene to the last disciple, Shen Ping. Shen Ping found himself in a picturesque valley, filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Prominently displayed was a badge, indicating to those within the illusion that they were in the realm of the mysterious sect. In this dreamlike state, Shen Ping was entwined with a woman of exquisite beauty, her allure unmistakable. Uncle, how could you treat me so unfairly? What if my husband finds out? She teased. Sister-in-law, your husband has passed away. He entrusted me with your care. I have honored his last wishes by raising his daughter to maturity. He would surely understand from the depths of the underworld. Indeed, had it not been for you, our fates would have been as tragic as those of other women. I believe my husband would not mind, even for our daughter's sake. As they exchanged tender words, an unfamiliar figure suddenly emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Ping. Enough. Shen Ping, how dare you dishonor my wife? I treated you as a brother, yet today I shall slay you and eradicate every member of the mysterious sect. Fellow cultivator, please allow me to explain. But wait. How did you breach the mysterious sect? Shen Ping was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. His sister-in-law stepped protectively in front of him, exclaiming, if you must kill someone, let it be me. I willingly offered myself to your uncle for protection. He has raised our daughter. Fellow cultivator, I am sorry. You have trespassed into the mysterious sect, and I must detain you for the elders to deal with. However, I will plead for your clemency. Strange events unfolded within the illusion. Regardless, Shen Ping's character was commendable, as he stood firm in defending his sect. As for his affair with his sister-in-law, Chen Xuan chose to remain indifferent, recognizing that each individual has their own choices. After observing the illusions of the four inner disciples, he leaned back in his chair, contemplating. Yet, the disciples surrounding him were utterly perplexed. Although the Shen Ping in the mirror had not turned malevolent, misunderstandings began to swirl, particularly among the female disciples, who increasingly regarded Shen Ping with suspicion. Sister-in-law? Fellow cultivator? Good heavens, what a tangled web of relationships. In an instant, Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, and Sherlinger averted their eyes in discomfort. Only Lu Yu, confused, inquired, what on earth has transpired? Why does his sister-in-law's husband wish to kill him? The group fell into silence, each lost in their thoughts. Finally, the more easygoing Morong Ingluo whispered something. However, Lu Yu remained baffled and pressed on. What does it mean to engage in such matters? The others exchanged exasperated glances. Ultimately, even Morong Ingluo found it difficult to explain to Lu Yu. She could hardly articulate the complexities of trigonometric functions to her. Noticing the silence, Lu Yu grew more curious but held back her questions. deciding to seek guidance from her master later. Soon, as the mental evaluations continued, another cultivator succumbed to darkness and was expelled, leaving only 105 individuals present. Yes, merely 105 from countless cultivators. Observing that the numbers had ceased to fluctuate, the overseer, Wang Zhuemo, raised his hand and withdrew the mirror. At that moment, the remaining disciples awoke from their reverie, glancing around in shock at the vacant spaces left by their peers. They were all earnest seekers of mentorship, yet some among them harbored impure intentions. Congratulations! You have passed the mental evaluation and are now officially disciples of the sect. Proceed to receive your sect tokens. Wang Zhumo's voice jolted the disciples into action. As they swiftly lined up to collect their tokens and badges, Chen Xuan's mind was inundated with system notifications. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a regular disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a regular disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Before long, all disciples had obtained their identities within the sect, and Chen Xuan had amassed 105 recruitment gift packs. Indeed, the unrestricted recruitment of disciples yielded remarkable results, with gift packs pouring in abundantly. However, he pondered whether the ordinary and luxurious packs contained valuable items. At that moment, Lu Tsang reported, Sect Master, Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian are awaiting your summons. He gestured toward the two individuals standing at the forefront of the crowd, surrounded by their kin, yet still maintaining a semblance of decorum despite the cramped conditions. Greetings, Sect Master, they exclaimed, bowing deeply, their faces painted with servility, attracting the attention of many. Although the second round of evaluations had concluded, numerous newcomers were still attempting to ascend the celestial ladder, and time remained before the day's end. Thus, the crowd persisted. And even Chen Xuan had no intention of departing early. He had previously promised Yu Changxing and Murong Zhantian that their family members would have the opportunity to join the sect, but the evaluations were still necessary. However, he would grant them a slight advantage. Now that he had a moment, he decided to address the matter. Calmly, he inquired, how many from your clans have been selected? Regrettably, none from the younger generation of the Yi clan have been chosen, Yi Changxing replied, his expression filled with shame. Even the elder Yi Junlin and Yi Qingsheng appeared equally disheartened, as their generation had only produced Yi Qingsheng, a remarkably gifted individual. Thankfully, their loyalty had won them the sect master's favor, which was a tremendous honor. Then I shall grant you 5 spots. Bring your 5 most promising individuals for registration and evaluation. Chen Xuan nodded, allocating 5 positions before turning to Murong Zhantian. One from my family has been selected. Murong Zhantian responded promptly. Very well. You shall also receive 5 spots. Go and choose. Chen Xuan affirmed. Hearing that both were granted 5 positions, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian couldn't contain their joy. After all, 5 spots were a significant opportunity. Out of billions of cultivators, fewer than 100 had been selected. To receive 5 spots was a monumental blessing, one that could propel their families to greatness. With gratitude, they bowed. Thank you, Sect Master. We shall take our leave. They turned eagerly to select their candidates. This scene ignited a wave of murmurs among the billions of cultivators present. Why do they get to receive spots? It's so unfair. Indeed, who are they to deserve such treatment? Shoo, you don't understand. Those 2 are vassals of the mysterious sect. Once, during the assault on the Piao Miao sect by the 3 clans, I brought my kin to lend support, fully prepared to sacrifice our lives. Do you think these slots were given freely? Ah, is that so? Well, I have nothing more to say then. After all, it was our entire clan's lives exchanged for this. But that cannot be. Our family is also willing to be vassals. Hee hee. They have relatives within the sect as direct disciples. Do you think anyone can just become a vassal? Ah, so there are indeed requirements for vassalage. Very well. As the explanation spread, countless dissatisfied individuals could only reluctantly accept. After all, with losses come gains. It has always been the principle of nature. As the 2 departed, Chen Xuan leaned back in his chair, as immovable as a mountain. He continued to wait for the test of disciples to conclude while silently activating the Disciple Recruitment Grand Gift Pack. After all, it was time for the sect to add some new members. System, open all the ordinary Disciple Recruitment Gift Packs. Ding. All ordinary Disciple Recruitment Gift Packs have been opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 101 Heavenly King summoning cards. Due to the current low level, a maximum of 2 syntheses is allowed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1,010 strands of Xian Huang Mother Qi. This qi is formed from the sedimentation of the chaos of heaven and earth, immensely heavy. A single strand can distort the void. making it an extremely rare alchemical material. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1010 saint level wash marrow pills. Anyone below the saint level can cleanse their tendons and marrow, expelling impurities from their bodies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 101 exquisite divine weapon class warships, immune to all attacks below the saint level. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 101 ordinary divine weapons, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, and various random divine weapons. The system continuously prompted the items obtained. However, after the system finished announcing the divine weapon rewards, it fell silent. Chen Xuan patiently waited a while longer, and upon noticing the system remained silent, he inquired, "Is that all?" Ding. "Yes, that is all, Chen Xuan. It truly is all. These rewards, aside from the synthesizable summoning cards, only the Xian Huang Mother Qi holds some value. As for the other rewards, they are essentially useless. For instance, the warships are merely for show and are generally unnecessary. Moreover, even the most ordinary divine weapons are too cumbersome for the newly arrived disciples. Even the direct disciples currently struggle to utilize the full potential of divine weapons, while saints look down upon ordinary divine weapons, resulting in a state of limbo. As for the wash marrow pills, even if they are of saint quality, they are entirely novice items since only those with low cultivation possess excess impurities in their bodies. As cultivation rises, the impurities will be refined away. Who would need wash marrow pills? It seems I must obtain useful items from the direct disciples. Chen Xuan shook his head, accepting these rewards with a sense of satisfaction. And then continued, System, synthesize all 100 Heavenly King summoning cards. Chapter 069. The Outer Sect Elders are all saints. The first day of the mountain opening perfectly concluded. Ding. 100 Heavenly King summoning cards synthesized successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 Emperor summoning cards. Would you like to summon? The system's notification sounded. Chen Xuan did not hesitate and continued. Proceed with the synthesis. Ding. 10 Emperor summoning cards synthesized successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Saint summoning card. Would you like to summon? Soon, 100 Heavenly King summoning cards transformed into a single Saint summoning card. Although the quantity drastically decreased, the quality soared. After all, a single saint is sufficient to traverse the entire continent. Thus, Chen Xuan continued, summon it. Appointed as an Outer Sect Elder. Ding. Identity assignment successful. Summoning Saint Elder. Ding. The summoning is complete and is on its way to the host. Please wait a moment. With the system's notification sounding, within the sect appeared a slightly older middle-aged man. Upon his arrival, he immediately headed towards the plaza at the entrance. In an instant, all disciples in the plaza, as well as cultivators outside, turned their curious gazes towards the newly appeared elder. After all, this middle-aged man also wore the elder's attire, albeit somewhat different from that of Lu Tsang and other elders, and he appeared a bit older. Subordinate pays respects to the sect master. The Saint Elder knelt before Chen Xuan, performing a respectful bow. Boom. At that moment, the entire place erupted in astonishment. They were shocked by Chen Xuan's authoritative position. After all, many sect masters, while nominally the highest authority, still needed to consult with the elders to make decisions. The act of kneeling and paying respects directly indicated Chen Xuan's dominant status within the Piao Miao sect. He held absolute control, with the elders obediently acquiescing to his every command. Well then, as an Outer Sect Elder, you shall be responsible for matters concerning the Outer Sect disciples. Go and take charge. Chen Xuan nodded slightly and instructed him. The Saint Elder immediately bowed again and headed towards the gathering of Outer Sect disciples. In an instant, the Outer Sect disciples grew anxious, hastily standing upright. Although this elder treated the sect master with utmost respect, he was still an Outer Sect Elder, and his status was naturally incomparable to them. No one dared to underestimate him. Upon the arrival of the Saint Elder, everyone immediately clasped their fists in unison, greeting. We pay our respects to the Elder. From now on, I shall be responsible for your affairs within the sect. After the test concludes, I will arrange your training. The Saint Elder nodded. With a wave of his hand, he instantly gathered all 101 Outer Sect disciples behind him. In an instant, all cultivators present trembled, especially the newly arrived Outer Sect disciples, their hearts quaking. They had barely felt anything before they were suddenly positioned behind the Elder. His methods were nothing short of terrifying. Hiss. How powerful. What kind of technique is this? Turning the tides? No. This seems to be a technique only saints can employ, teleportation. Could it be that he is a saint? That is impossible. Wait, a saint among the Outer Sect. Is the Piao Miao sect truly this formidable? Then what of the 3 inner disciples who annihilated the 3 clans? They should be stronger than the Outer Sect elders, right? Could those inner disciples be at the Saint King level? That shouldn't be. The Saint Kings are beings who may not even possess a holy land. Even if they do, they are likely sealed and barely alive. How could they show their faces? Heavens! The Saint Elder kneels before the Sect Master. The Sect Master's power is astonishing. No wonder one must reach the peak to serve under him. I finally understand. In an instant, the admiration of countless cultivators towards the Piao Miao sect reached its zenith. The mystery surrounding the Piao Miao sect rose several levels in their eyes, approaching that of a holy land. However, it was evident that everyone had guessed incorrectly. The inner sect elders were not saints, but emperors, and they were fully grown emperors. The outer sect elder is indeed a saint, but he is a half-step Saint King, merely a step away from the Saint King level. Yet, the half-step Saint King realm is still sufficient. After all, an ordinary saint can traverse the continent. A half-step Saint King can more easily sail through the starry skies. However, this summoning of a saint allowed Chen Xuan to understand the specific realm of the summoned individuals from the summoning cards. In simple terms, the higher the cultivation of the summoned strong individuals, the younger they appear. Conversely, the lower the realm, the older they seem. The Emperor summoning card summons adult emperors, appearing middle-aged. The Saint summoning card summons mature saints, who are infinitely close to a Saint King, appearing middle-aged, but with a more aged demeanor. Following this pattern, it is certain that the celestial beings summoned in the future will appear youthful or at least in their prime. However, Chen Xuan did not mind the age. After all, they were all meant to serve as subordinates. Youth or age was inconsequential. Thus, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, comfortably leaning back in his chair, continuing to open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift packs. System: open all luxury disciple recruitment gift packs. Ding. Luxury disciple recruitment gift packs opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8 saint summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sect facility, the Alchemy Tower, which has manifested in the sect, enhancing the alchemical success rate by 50%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sect facility, the Weapon Pavilion, which has manifested in the sect, allowing for the storage and nurturing of weapons. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 40 exquisite divine weapons, now stored in the Weapon Pavilion, including all previous divine weapons. Congratulations for receiving 40 tons of thunder cleansing water, infused with endless rules and Tao rhythms. Consuming it will enhance one's comprehension. Congratulations on obtaining 4 sacred soul melting pills, a remarkable elixir that stabilizes the soul and body, allowing for perfect harmony between the two. Following this cascade of rewards, the host entered Chen Xuan's system space. Upon inspection, Chen Xuan felt a lack of enthusiasm. Nothing particularly exceptional had appeared. However, it was certainly an improvement compared to ordinary packages. As for the Sage Summoning cards, he chose not to use them further. He had now acquired 8 Sage Summoning cards, in addition to the 6 he had previously collected, totaling 14. This allowed him to synthesize 4 powerful emperors. Yet, as the disciple recruitment test had only just begun on the first day, he decided to wait until the recruitment concluded before synthesizing the summons, hoping to gather a few more to create complete sets of emperors for summoning together. With these thoughts in mind, time flowed steadily, and soon the sun began to set. However, during this interval, no new cultivators had ascended to the 600th level. Observing this, Chen Xuan gestured for Lu Song to conclude the day's testing. Lu Song, upon receiving the command, promptly stood and announced, "The time has come. Today's testing is concluded. Those who have yet to ascend may come tomorrow. Those who fail to pass the ascension and leave on their own accord will face backlash if they attempt to reascend the heavenly ladder. The consequences will be borne by themselves." With that, he waved his hand to retract the testing ladder. Following this, Chen Xuan rose, surrounded by numerous elders, leading the newly initiated disciples back to the sect, leaving behind billions of cultivators, forlorn and resentful, standing in the fierce wind, wishing they could dispel their lingering heartache. Chapter 070. Exceptional Treatment and Benefits. Outer Sect Disciples of the Mysterious Sect Sacred Land Prodigies. As Chen Xuan and his entourage entered the sect, tranquility returned to the square in front of the sect. Billions of cultivators lamented in despair, pounding their chests in frustration. "Ah, how disheartening. This is not the outcome I desired. You promised you would never leave me. Yet here we are. Sigh. Joining the sect is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I suppose I shall return home. Humph. If I am not welcome here, there will be another place for me. Miss, young Master Shao has entered the sect. Let us depart. No, let us wait a moment longer. He has not yet left me a message token. Sister-in-law, Daoist Chen has entered the sect. How wonderful. From now on, you shall also have a support." In an instant, among the billions of cultivators, some wept profusely, some fumed with indignation, some gazed into the distance, and some harbored eager anticipation. Those who wept were the cultivators who had not met the requirements. while those who were indignant had failed the character test. The young girls gazed longingly, and relatives waited with bated breath. Yet, regardless of their feelings, as time passed, these individuals gradually dispersed, each awaiting their fate. Though some departed, others arrived. The 7-day test had just commenced on its first day. Those who left were swiftly replaced by newcomers, and although 4 prominent youths were absent from the billions, several unfamiliar faces emerged, embarking on a new narrative. Everything seemed to remain as usual, save for the change in protagonists. Within the mysterious sect, as the disciples entered, the dense spiritual energy instantly sent ripples through their hearts and minds. Not only had they never witnessed such richness in spiritual energy, but they had never even heard of its existence. The outside world's rumors were indeed not unfounded. The mysterious sect was a hidden super sect, its power immeasurable. Thus, upon entering, all 100 disciples became cautious, closely following the elders. Even the 4 inner sects dared not overstep their bounds. Chen Xuan walked at the forefront, discussing future arrangements with Lu Song as they proceeded. After all, he would not be present for the subsequent mountain opening tests. Those matters would be entrusted to the elders, necessitating careful planning. Lu Song, since the disciples have just entered the sect, if any have unfinished business at home, they may take a day to resolve it. The sect's training facilities, divine source liquid subsidies, and so forth can be distributed according to the different statuses of inner and outer sect disciples. The exquisite divine weapons in the arsenal can also be allocated to the elders in need. Ordinary divine weapons can be rewarded based on their performances. Furthermore, the sect's training resources are exceedingly advanced and singular. Most of these new disciples will be unable to utilize them. When you have the opportunity, venture out to procure some lower-tier resources for the disciples. Essentials such as pots and pans, sect attire, alchemical materials, refining materials, spiritual artifacts, and soul tokens. Evaluate what is necessary. Remember, ensure to purchase only the finest. The divine source liquid can be freely spent. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Song quickly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Very well. Then proceed with the arrangements. You shall lead tomorrow's mountain opening test. With that, Chen Xuan flickered and vanished without a trace. He had recently immersed himself in the library of all realms, gaining substantial insights, though he had yet to fully digest them. Now was the perfect opportunity to process this knowledge and deduce more formidable divine powers and skills. After all, possessing the most comprehensive repository of texts, filled with concepts that even emperors pondered throughout their lives, if he were to emerge with realizations akin to those of other emperors, it would indeed be a disgrace. Thus, progress was inevitable. Moreover, the procurement matter was essential, although he found little of value in the rewards from the package for ordinary disciples. Even the most mundane items were beyond their capacity to wield. For instance, even the most common divine weapon could only be fully utilized by a king. Additionally, while any elder could concoct ordinary elixirs using formulas from the library, materials were still necessary, which required procurement. After all, he could hardly use the elixirs of immortality and the peaches of immortality for concocting, lest he inadvertently harm these young aspirants. Therefore, procurement was indeed crucial. As Chen Xuan disappeared from sight, Lu Song pondered briefly before turning to halt the advancing crowd. The sect master has entrusted me with some matters to convey to you. Please listen attentively. Seeing the inner sect's grand elder about to speak, the disciples promptly stood at attention, anxiously pricking up their ears. Lu Song wasted no time and spoke directly. First, the sect master has declared, as this is your first entry into the sect, if you have family or unresolved matters outside, you may take a day to attend to them. You may go at any time during these 7 days of mountain opening and disciple recruitment. Second, once you enter the sect, you are members of the mysterious sect. Betrayal is intolerable, and mutual assistance among fellow disciples is mandatory, with fighting strictly forbidden. Violation of these rules will incur punishment. Third, the sect's training facilities are at your disposal without restriction. Outer sect disciples may choose one divine skill and one celestial or imperial scripture, depending on luck. Inner sect disciples have no limitations and may select freely, as long as you can comprehend them. Additionally, all techniques and skills must remain confidential. I need not elaborate on the importance of these rules, but be aware that should anyone breach them, you know the consequences. No sect will show leniency. Fourth, the sect will distribute a reasonable amount of divine source liquid for your cultivation each month. I hope you will cultivate diligently and repay the sect. Have you all understood? Understood. The crowd exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. The grand elder's words resonated deeply within them, causing their hearts to race, as if they were dreaming. They were all aware of the rules, hence they would never dare to transgress them. Thus, upon hearing the grand elder's declarations, none harbored doubts. After all, every disciple was well aware of these regulations prior to entering the sect. What truly thrilled them were the resources mentioned by the Grand Elder. Celestial scriptures, imperial scriptures, divine skills, source liquid. Good heavens! What kind of divine sect is this? The resources just mentioned are treasures even the sacred lands covet. Items that even direct disciples cannot easily obtain. Today, they can effortlessly obtain resources. Does this not imply that their access surpasses that of the true disciples from the sacred grounds? Are the outer disciples of the Misty Sect equivalent to the true disciples of the sacred grounds? No. Even the true disciples of the sacred grounds cannot fully indulge in the resources available. At most, they can enjoy a fraction, and only the most exceptional among them can experience it all. Therefore, one might say that the outer disciples of the Misty Sect are equivalent to the sacred sons of the sacred grounds. In fact, many of the cultivation resources they enjoy are beyond the reach of even the sacred sons. In an instant, excitement surged through the crowd. Fists clenched in silent vows to train diligently and repay the sect. No mountain or sea can obstruct this resolve. Now, the other elders will arrange your accommodations. If you need to take leave, please consult your respective elders. With that, Lutsong departed, for he had responsibilities beyond the morning's mountain tests. He also had procurement duties to attend to. Thus, the Grand Elder was rather occupied. After Lutsong's departure, the inner and outer elders began organizing the living arrangements for everyone. The inner disciples resided on the slopes of other peaks, while the outer disciples settled in the corners at the foot of the mountain. Yet, even in these corners, the spiritual energy was abundant. Some disciples, while wandering about, experienced breakthroughs. The awe of such occurrences radiated through the hearts of the disciples, igniting their aspirations for the future. Many disciples, upon entering their quarters, immediately sat cross-legged to enter a state of cultivation. Some were so eager that they didn't even wish to take leave to bid farewell. Upon hearing someone was going to say goodbye to their family, they rushed to ask for a message to be conveyed. Though this was somewhat desperate, they truly did not want to leave this paradise. Their families had witnessed their entry into the sect, and they knew they would return in due time. However, a brief outing could mean missing out on a potential breakthrough. Thus, many began to seek out those who were compelled to leave the sect personally, offering precious elixirs and treasures from home just to relay a message. Those who had to depart did not refuse, accepting no benefits, and said their farewells to the elders before stepping out of the sect. Among them was Shenping. Sister-in-law, I am here. Chapter 071. Sect Procurement, Treasure Pavilion's 10th Elder. Luo Feishuan. Before departing, Shenping took the initiative to approach the other three inner disciples to convey messages. However, Xiaochen, Han Pao Pao, and Wudo were all solitary souls, naturally having no messages to send. Their fondness for him grew as they witnessed his courteous demeanor. Since you have no messages for me to relay, I shall take my leave, Shenping said politely, bowing his fist in respect, and departed the inner sect under the watchful gazes of the three. At that moment, outside the sect, the sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight settled in. Families eagerly awaited the emergence of the disciples adorned with sect identity badges, their excitement palpable. Look, my son has donned the outer sect badge. He is now a disciple of the Misty Sect. Yes, that is my son. Son, I am here. Your Highness, the princess has come out. In an instant, the families of the disciples excitedly reunited with their kin, creating an emotionally charged farewell scene. Son, I am here. Father, please, do not be so overwhelmed. The benefits of the sect are exceptional. If not for your worry, I would not have come out at all. Now that I have joined the sect, you should return home, and I will come back when I have the chance. Why the rush? How long did the elder permit you to be out? The elder granted us a day to bid farewell. Yet, many of my fellow disciples did not come out. I must return to my cultivation swiftly. Otherwise, I will soon be left behind. How exaggerated. A day won't hinder anything. Your selection into the Misty Sect brings me joy. Our lineage finally has a remarkable figure. I wonder who will dare to bully us now. Come. Let me take you to Yechen Tower, 500 miles away. Let us indulge. Aren't you curious about what Yechen Tower has to offer? I will treat you. And we shall return at dawn. Father, you do not understand. The environment within the sect is akin to a celestial realm. Some disciples have even achieved breakthroughs while simply walking. Moreover, I have messages to relay for my fellow disciples. You can go alone. By the way, who is related to Wang Defa? Is anyone here? Or does anyone know him to help me convey a message? One disciple after another excitedly bid farewell to their families. The might of the Misty Sect was once again echoed through the voices of these disciples, continuously resonating within everyone's hearts. At this moment, as farewells unfolded, Shenping approached his sister-in-law. She held her daughter's hand, gazing anxiously at the disciples parting with their families. Mother, why hasn't our godfather come out yet? He wouldn't abandon us, would he? He would not. Let us wait a little longer. Indeed, friend Shun is not that kind of person. Others nearby chimed in. Seeing this, Shinping could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, I am here. Uncle. The woman paused momentarily, then joyously rushed into Shinping's embrace. Sister-in-law, let us go. I will take you to the city from now on. You can reside quietly outside the mountains, and it will be convenient for me to visit you often. Friend, I am truly grateful for your care of my sister-in-law. We must celebrate later. Haha, splendid. I shall treat you. Let us go. With a grin, the friend promptly followed Shinping and the others, leaving the scene to assist his sister-in-law in settling outside the mountains. Meanwhile, after arranging matters for the disciples, Lutsong proceeded to organize affairs for the elders. The gist was that the elders would continue their respective duties without disruption, and the subsequent tests for accepting disciples would not require as many personnel. He then made his way to the warehouse, taking some divine source liquid before hastily leaving the Misty Sect for an extraordinary power known as the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion, one of the transcendent forces of the Eastern Wilderness, has existed for nearly as long as the sacred grounds, controlled by an ancient lineage. With numerous shops scattered throughout the region and 10 branches for management, making it the largest procurement store for cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. Since the sect master had instructed to procure quality goods, he naturally endeavored to fulfill this task, heading directly to the branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Upon learning that the visitor was an inner elder of the Misty Sect, the branch head immediately offered the esteemed 8 treasure tea as a courtesy and personally went to invite the Grand Elder in charge of the branch. The 10 branches of the Treasure Pavilion each had an elder responsible for them. The reputation of the Misty Sect was formidable, having vanquished 3 sects and produced a sage, its renown rivaling that of the sacred grounds. Coincidentally, the jurisdiction of the 10th branch of the Treasure Pavilion encompassed the 9 provinces. Thus it had undoubtedly heard of the Misty Sect's fame. Not daring to be lax, they reported to Elder Luo. The inner elder of the Misty Sect has come to procure resources. Moreover, the visitor is the one who, with a mere slap, tore apart the void and obliterated a super sect. We dare not neglect this matter. Hence I have come to report. Within the inner sanctum, the responsible party respectfully bowed to a woman observing exquisite paintings of beautiful women upon the wall. The artwork depicted stunning figures in flowing gowns, graceful postures, and frosty expressions. Although breathtakingly beautiful, their eyes held a hint of haughtiness. The woman known as Elder Luo observed intently, but upon hearing of the arrival of a saint elder from the mysterious sect, she abruptly ceased her scrutiny and slowly turned around. As she did, a visage strikingly similar to that in the portrait appeared before her. Although not an exact match, it bore a remarkable resemblance, differing only in that she exuded less of the aloofness characteristic of the woman in the painting. Was she gazing at her own portrait? It seemed purposefully altered. Such vanity? The supervisor pondered silently, though outwardly, he dared not show any sign of it. As Luo Feishuan turned, her already curved posture became even more pronounced, and the politeness in her demeanor intensified. Despite the supervisor being a member of an ancient aristocratic family, Luo Feishuan was merely an external elder. Yet, her position as a division elder reflected her formidable strength, making her not to be underestimated. Even though he hailed from an ancient family, his status and prowess paled in comparison to Luo Feishuan's, compelling him to show respect. The saint of the mysterious sect has arrived? Luo Feishuan was slightly taken aback upon turning around. Indeed, their sect had recently commenced accepting disciples, citing that past resources were too plentiful, leaving new disciples inadequate in strength to utilize them, thus necessitating a representative to procure training resources. The supervisor responded earnestly. However, upon hearing this, both Luo Feishuan and the supervisor were momentarily dumbfounded. They were aware of the mysterious sect's recent recruitment, yet, to claim that their resources were too abundant, that lower-level resources were scarce, it sounded almost like boasting. Did they imply that the mysterious sect was overflowing with treasures? Such statements would even be too audacious for the Holy Land. No family possesses only treasures without ordinary items. Perhaps they had secluded themselves for too long, depleting their training resources and unable to show their face. After a brief moment of confusion, Luo Feishuan resolved to personally receive them, for the visitor's status demanded her presence. Moreover, a procurement from a super sect was a significant transaction, and for both emotional and logical reasons, she felt obliged to extend a warm welcome. Thus, she nodded and said, "Lead the way." Yes, the supervisor promptly guided Luo Feishuan towards the main hall. In the main hall, upon seeing Lutsong, who sat composedly with his untouched tea, Luo Feishuan smiled lightly and clasped her hands in greeting. "I am Luo Feishuan, the elder of the 10th Division, welcoming your esteemed presence." Though he was at the pinnacle of the royal tier, nearing the semi-saint level, He still referred to her as a junior in the presence of a saint. I am Lu Tsang. There is no need for formalities, Elder Luo, he replied, waving his hand dismissively, his expression neutral, not even casting a glance at her beauty. However, as beings of exalted realms, they naturally regarded mundane matters with less importance. Luo Feishuan remained unfazed, politely glancing at the untouched tea, assuming the other party had not recognized its origin. Therefore, she courteously explained, esteemed senior. This tea is known as three-leaf sacred tea, grown on the sacred island of the Eastern Sea, harvested once every 3,000 years. It is immensely beneficial for those of the saint realm. Would you care to taste it? Huh, such trifles would sully my stomach. Lu Tsang responded candidly, showing no reservations. Yet, his words left Luo Feishuan momentarily stunned. The supervisor beside her harbored disdain, silently thinking, trifles? This is a rare offering even among saints. It is presented to you solely due to your status. Surely, he must not have recognized it and now felt embarrassed to partake. Naturally, Luo Feishuan entertained a similar notion. However, Lu Tsang seemed to perceive their thoughts. To ensure he was not looked down upon during the procurement, he flicked his fingers, producing three-leaf sacred tea, and then quietly retrieved 2 leaves of enlightenment tea, stating nonchalantly, apologies, but I shall only partake of this. With that, he placed the enlightenment leaves into his cup and covered it to steep. In an instant, both Luo Feishuan and the supervisor's eyes widened, astounded by the revelation of the 2 leaves, exclaiming, enlightenment tea. I only drink enlightenment tea. Anything else induces my cough. Lu Tsang replied slowly, maintaining his impassive demeanor. Internally, he was elated. No wonder everyone enjoys putting on airs. It truly brings a small delight. Of course, he could not be blamed for this display. Given the substantial nature of his procurement, he felt compelled to showcase a semblance of strength, lest the other party hesitate to present their treasures. While he sought lower-level training resources, the term lower level was relative to the mysterious sect. To outsiders, such resources remained exceedingly luxurious. Thus, he resorted to this strategy, inadvertently demonstrating his sect's financial might. Your sect is indeed formidable. Luo Feishuan could not help but exclaim, beginning to believe the supervisor's earlier report. After all, enlightenment tea was an exceedingly rare commodity. Apart from extraordinary powers, ordinary factions, even saints, would find it challenging to acquire. Unlike the 3-leaf sacred tea, which only benefited saints, the former's utility was far broader. Moreover, his casual production of enlightenment leaves for tea further substantiated the depth of his resources. Elder Luo, you are too kind. My procurement this time is quite simple. Though they are all lower-level resources, they must not be subpar. Simply prepare resources used by the Holy Land, Lu Tsang replied, sipping his enlightenment tea nonchalantly. However, as soon as these words left his lips, Luo Feishuan and the supervisor were once again taken aback. Prepare resources according to the Holy Land standards? My heavens! Surely you are not aware of how superior the resources are that the Holy Land provides for its disciples. Each disciple consumes a vast quantity monthly, employing only the finest materials, which are exorbitantly priced. Esteemed senior. The resources utilized by Holy Land disciples are manifold and costly, including soul tokens, attire, weapons, elixirs, medicinal materials, tools, talismans, and more. Moreover, just elixirs and weapons are precious. Do you truly require everything? Luo Feishuan inquired, unable to conceal her disbelief. Yet, as soon as she posed her question, Lu Tsang's subsequent response left her utterly bewildered. Who said I intended to procure according to the scale for Holy Land disciples? Lu Tsang raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly incredulous. In an instant, Luo Feishuan was taken aback, left speechless. Had she misheard? How could it not be so? Thus, she cautiously probed. Did you not just say you would procure according to the resources used by the Holy Land? I did not say according to the Holy Land disciples. I said according to the Holy Son of the Holy Land. And this is the minimum requirement. The items used by the Holy Son must be available to our outer disciples. As for the resources for our inner disciples, they shall be procured according to the standards of the Holy Land elders. Boom. Upon hearing this, both Luo Feishuan and the Treasure Pavilion supervisor were left in shock. To procure resources for outer disciples based on the Holy Son standards, and for inner disciples based on the elder's specifications? Was the mysterious sect deranged? Or was this elder out of his mind? The resources utilized by the Holy Son were exceedingly precious. Even the clothing, spiritual tools, and treasures were of the highest caliber. Even the Holy Land could not allocate such resources for every disciple. Was the mysterious sect truly this affluent? Were they joking with them? For a moment, both remained silent. Observing their reaction, Lu Tsang stated nonchalantly, What? Is there a problem? Money is not an issue. I can pay with source liquid. With that, he waved his hand, releasing a pool of divine source liquid. In an instant, Luo Feishuan and the supervisor sprang to their feet, their understanding of the mysterious sect's resources transformed entirely. This was divine source liquid, not only used for cultivation, but it could also seal one's foundation. It was a scarce commodity throughout the ancient continent, coveted even by the Holy Land. The mysterious sect was indeed willing to trade with divine source liquid. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Feishuan waved her hand, promptly accepting the divine source liquid, and continued to politely inquire, "Esteemed senior, how much in resources do you intend to procure? After all, the resources utilized by the Holy Sun are treasures, and if your needs are extensive, we may need to gather them from the headquarters." In terms of source liquid procurement, even selling exquisite divine weapons, they in the treasure pavilion would be eager to oblige, regardless of what the other party purchases once the source liquid is released. She holds the reins. Let us begin with 5,000 sets of spiritual garments and 3,000 sets of exquisite spiritual artifacts. As for the medicinal herbs and equipment, let us acquire as much as possible. Upon seeing the other party accept the source liquid, Lu Tsong stated his procurement quantities. However, upon hearing these figures, Luo Feishuan and the person in charge were left utterly astonished. 5,000 sets of spiritual garments, 3,000 sets of exquisite spiritual artifacts. Although these numbers might not seem excessive, given that they were categorized under the saint level, it was indeed substantial. Moreover, resources for the elders were included. It was certain that many items would fall short of such quantities. In that moment, Luo Feishuan contemplated returning the source liquid. Observing her reaction, Lu Tsong smiled slightly and continued, "These are merely the deposits. Once the items are gathered, the remaining payment will be settled with the mysterious mist sect. I am aware that you may not be able to fulfill the entire order, but whatever you can gather will suffice. Additionally, please ensure there are more clothing styles, with clear distinctions of rank. Whatever you can gather will suffice." Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan, without a moment's hesitation, excitedly agreed. "All right. We at the Treasure Pavilion accept this order. I will contact headquarters and various branches to mobilize resources immediately." "Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Here is my communication talisman. Reach out to me if there are any issues." Lu Tsong nodded, tossing out a messaging talisman before rising and stepping away, vanishing in an instant. After watching Lu Tsong depart, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of excitement and immediately instructed the person in charge, "Contact headquarters and all branches at once." "Yes." The person in charge hurried to make the call, while Luo Feishuan sat back in her chair, exhilarated as she glanced at the source liquid. Upon seeing the source liquid peacefully resting within her spatial ring, she could hardly believe it wasn't merely a dream. She couldn't help but smile gently. Lifting her gaze towards the direction Lu Tsong had disappeared, her face alight with joy. To cultivators, the source liquid is an elusive resource for cultivation. Yet for top-tier powers, it is a rare treasure that preserves their heritage. Countless sacred places and transcendent forces expend vast efforts annually to acquire source liquid. Therefore, obtaining such a substantial amount of source liquid is undeniably a significant achievement for the ancient family backing the Treasure Pavilion. The exchange with the mysterious mist sect for source liquid will surely yield the pavilion's precious spirit stabilization pill. She hoped that the spirit stabilization pill would liberate her from the haunting voice echoing in her mind. Luo Feishuan clenched her fist, murmuring to herself. Chapter 073. The Rising Number of Registrants. A boon for business. Luo Feishuan's excitement stemmed primarily from the painting she had just seen. Recently, a voice in her mind had been urging her to venture to a particular location. More astonishingly, in those places that captivated her, she had encountered a figure nearly identical to herself, and from her subordinates' reports, she had sketched the likeness of that person. Her subordinates, upon seeing the drawing, had excitedly confirmed that it was indeed the person in the painting. This led her to believe that the voice in her mind was anything but ordinary, and she dared not follow its guidance. Although she was at the peak of the royal extreme realm, inching closer to semi-saint status, she remained cautious. Only she understood the enchanting power that voice held over her. She could not dispel the voice, let alone venture to the place it beckoned her to. However, even without following its guidance, the voice grew increasingly compelling, often leading her to unwittingly stray from her post. This filled her with immense dread. The ancient family behind the Treasure Pavilion possessed the spirit stabilization pill, known for severing external spiritual ties. Hence, she had longed to obtain the pill to sever her connection with the voice. Initially, she had contemplated relinquishing her freedom to join that ancient family for the sake of the pill. But now, with the source liquid arriving at her doorstep, such sacrifices seemed unnecessary. After all, joining the ancient family would bind her for eternity, making her one of them, with no room for dissent. Living her life in servitude to others, far too bitter a pill to swallow. Luo Elder, We have received a response from headquarters. Suddenly, the person in charge, who had been contacting various branches, exclaimed excitedly while holding the communication talisman. Yes, you may leave. Luo Feishuan's eyes sparkled as she approached the talisman, mentally preparing her argument for exchanging it for the spirit stabilization pill. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the rejected cultivators departed from the mysterious Mist sect, the sect's reputation began to spread anew, with waves of interest following one after another. The notion of the outer sect elder being a saint sent ripples across dozens of states. Furthermore, whispers of the sect's environment circulated, claiming it was a paradise, with an abundance of spiritual energy and the essence of Tao permeating the air, allowing cultivators to break through effortlessly. Hey, have you heard? The mysterious Mist sect is a paradise, with Tao essence everywhere. Of course, I heard that newly inducted disciples broke through upon entering the sect, continuously advancing several realms by the time they reached their lodgings. Is it really that exaggerated? What you're saying is unbelievable. What do you mean? The outer sect elders are saints, while the inner sect consists of sage kings. I heard some disciples even broke through while asleep. That's nothing. I heard of disciples breaking through while using the restroom. I can't chat any longer. The ship to the is about to depart, and I must go register. What? Didn't a ship to another state leave just yesterday? How can there be another today? You don't know? Because of the mysterious Mist sect. Ships are now running daily, although the prices are a bit steep. I'm off. Well, I'm going too. As news spread further afield, by the second day of the mysterious Mist sect's establishment, word had reached beyond the 9 states, with ships arriving one after another to transport people to the chaotic ancient mountain range where the sect was located. However, even then, many were unable to secure passage, leaving them in a state of urgency. Observing this scene, several minor sects with battleships couldn't help but entertain thoughts of transporting people themselves. Without delay, many small forces promptly prepared their ships for the task. Even those lacking ships sought to borrow from friends, all to profit from the influx of spiritual stones. Friends, we have a ship heading to, albeit a slower one that takes 3 days to reach. Is anyone interested? The fare is only half that of those dominant forces. Wow. There's a ship. Quick. I want 3 tickets. I'm going. I want to go. In an instant, countless cultivators surged forth, filling the ship to capacity. The same phenomenon unfolded simultaneously across dozens of major states surrounding. Especially among those sects that had dwindled to just a single ship, the profits were overflowing. The disciples of the sects beamed with delight as they took turns operating the ships, genuinely achieving a fortune. However, this led to an overwhelming number of registrations at the mysterious Mist sect, particularly on the 3rd day of recruitment. By this time, external ships were arriving in succession, bringing more and more people to the chaotic ancient mountain range. Some astute cultivators seized this opportunity to stockpile goods for high-priced sales. Even those slow-moving small sects prepared to sell their tickets to procure supplies, eager to cash in. Regrettably, those minor sects that fancied themselves exceptional were in for a rude awakening. Due to the nearby minor sects, this idea had already been conceived. This time, these local sects did not miss out. They were led by their sect masters, who brought all their disciples to set up stalls and sell goods. After all, since no one would look down on them even if they found bargains, selling items was far more practical. Consequently, many from the external minor sects found their businesses drastically diminished. Fellow cultivator, are you here to participate in the test? How about a high-quality fortune pill? I guarantee that once consumed, your fortune will soar, and you might just succeed in joining a sect. Moonwheel Sect is having a clearance sale. Everything must go. We have pills, spiritual herbs, everything you could desire. The local sects were selling with great enthusiasm. Some even took it a step further. Having sold all their goods but reluctant to leave, the sect master innovatively opened several public restrooms. Xiaoyao Sect Public Restroom, 1 spiritual stone per visit. Stay as long as you wish. This bizarre spectacle instantly captured the attention of countless cultivators. Some with lower cultivation levels hurried over, clutching their bellies, only to be frightened away by the prices. 1 spiritual stone just to use the restroom? Why not just rob someone? Hee, if you think it's too expensive, you can skip it. 300 miles away, there is no one. You could go there. 300 miles. By the time I return, my spot will be gone. But do you all really think this won't provoke the mysterious sect's displeasure? We're here for the test, and we can't let such trivial matters cause dissatisfaction. Rest assured, this is the Elder S artifact from our Moonwheel sect. We will collect it later. No need to worry. Elder S artifact? Impressive. Here is my spiritual stone. I'll go. Me too. And I. Chapter 074. The recruitment ends, the emperors gather, the sages abound. Strange occurrences unfolded in every corner of the chaos ancient mountains. If not for time and space constraints, many would have wished to open inns here, simply due to the astonishing flow of people, often reaching tens of millions. Newcomers arrived daily while the old departed, allowing the local minor forces to reap considerable profits, each one grinning from ear to ear. With newfound wealth, many factions immediately began formulating expansion plans. Of course, they might profit, but the mysterious sect would never incur losses. As days passed, the mysterious sect welcomed a new batch of disciples daily. However, the numbers remained modest. After 7 days, the average intake was merely over 100 each day. Soon, it was the final day of the mysterious sect's recruitment event. That afternoon, as the last group of disciples joined, Lutsong officially announced the conclusion of this year's grand recruitment ceremony. He then led everyone back to the sect. Witnessing this, the defeated cultivators outside the mysterious sect left in disappointment. Sigh. It's over. So many came, yet only over 100 were accepted daily. The mysterious sect's recruitment standards are stricter than that of the Holy Land. I want to come again. Haha. Disciple, we VE made a fortune this time. I'll arrange a low-grade spiritual weapon for you right away. A low-grade spiritual weapon? Really, Master? Thank you so much, Master. I am deeply grateful, bowing in thanks. Kneeling in appreciation, worshipping my Master. Is there a ship returning to Tsangzhou? Just 100 spiritual stones per person. We're setting sail soon. Is there a ship to Lingzhou? Master, everyone has left, but we still have some goods unsold. Should we dispose of them at a low price? After all, they're not worth much. All right, clear them out at a 10% discount, and hurry to promote it. After we sell out, let us celebrate at Chen Xuan Tower. I heard a few female cultivators are there. Great. I love sponsoring female cultivators. It's so fulfilling. The large crowd of cultivators gradually departed from the mysterious sect. Thus, a magnificent feast came to a close. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan sat upon a giant stone, continuing to deduce divine abilities, while Lutsong respectfully reported the outcomes of the recruitment event. Master, this recruitment lasted 7 days, during which we accepted 12 inner disciples and 1,010 outer disciples. I am aware. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Xuan remained calm, not even opening his eyes. After all, the news of the recruitment had spread across the 9 surrounding states, attracting over 10 billion test disciples. If they couldn't even recruit 1,000, that would indeed be unusual. He then calmly inquired, how is the procurement of resources you were assigned to handle? I have contacted the Treasure Pavilion for procurement. They should deliver in a couple of days. Lutsong continued to respond. You may leave. Chen Xuan nodded, his figure unmoving, akin to an immortal seated atop the mountain peak. Yes, I take my leave. Lutsong clasped his fists and departed. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to the mountain summit. System. Open all recruitment gift packs. After Lutsong left, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, eagerly unlocking all the gift packs. Congratulations. The host has received 899 ordinary recruitment cards. 8 luxurious recruitment cards. All opened successfully. Please check. Congratulations. The host has obtained 899 king summoning cards. Congratulations. The host has obtained 16 sage summoning cards. Congratulations. The host has obtained 8 ancient divine weapons. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1,000 ordinary divine weapons. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1,000 advanced divine weapons. Soon, a series of substantial rewards had been credited. Although the variety was limited, the quantity was quite impressive. Moreover, there were additional ancient divine weapons. Those were formidable weapons, even surpassing the best divine weapons, reserved for the holy kings. Chen Xuan felt a measure of satisfaction regarding this, particularly with the summoning cards, which had amassed significantly. With 899 king summoning cards combined with a leftover one, he had a total of 900. There were 16 sage summoning cards, combined with the 8 from Shao Chun and others, plus 6 from 3 direct disciples, totaling 30. Additionally, there were 6 emperor summoning cards and 2 immortal summoning cards. This time, he could finally synthesize them with great enthusiasm. The sect's strength would once again receive a significant boost. Chen Xuan, slightly excited, silently commanded, System, synthesize all powerful summoning cards. Ding. All synthesis complete. Congratulations. The host has obtained 90 Emperor summoning cards, can be synthesized once more, and 3 Emperor summoning cards, cannot be synthesized further. Quickly, the first synthesis was achieved. The 900 King summoning cards transformed into 90 Emperor summoning cards. However, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan immediately continued, continue synthesizing. Ding. All synthesis complete. Congratulations. The host has obtained 9 Sage summoning cards. After the second synthesis, Chen Xuan summoned, without a second thought. After all, with an increase in disciples. The elders must also increase accordingly. Utilizing 9 sage summoning cards and 3 non-synthesizable emperor summoning cards, all summoning cards would default to the elder identity based on their strength. Ding. Summoning successful. Identity engraving successful. The elders are on their way, please wait a moment. Simultaneously, in a corner of the mysterious sect, terrifying auras began to manifest. Boom. 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 In an instant, 9 sages and 3 emperors materialized from the void. After coalescing, they did not linger for a moment, all heading in unison towards Chen Xuan. Subordinates, pay respects to the sect master. Upon arriving behind Chen Xuan, they knelt in unison to pay their respects. Seek out Lutsong for your positions, you may go. Chen Xuan, with his back to the 12 powerful figures, waved his hand without turning. The 12 strong figures immediately clasped their fists and retreated. Their display of respect was quite evident. If this scene were to be known to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the continent. Emperors gathered. Sages in abundance. Who would dare to disrespect Chen Xuan? Such depth, merely contemplating it is enough to astound the heavens and earth. Seated upon the giant stone, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, continuing to deduce divine abilities. With the increase in the sect's elders, he had no need to worry. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would fear nothing. With 10 mature sages and 8 adult emperors, they could easily dominate not only the chaos ancient continent, but even the entire starry sky above. Thus, Chen Xuan did not exhaust the 2 immortal summoning cards and the 6 uncombined emperor summoning cards in his possession. After all, with just 4 more uncombined emperor summoning cards, he could once again summon an immortal, and immortals are essential for guarding against the Dark Sovereign. He felt it prudent to accumulate a few more. Chen Xuan closed his eyes once more, delving into profound contemplation, remaining steadfast amidst the swirling cosmos and the passage of time. As time gradually progressed, the myriad of divine arts within the library gradually became integrated within Chen Xuan. A formidable and unparalleled divine ability was quietly evolving within him, within the Ethereal Sect. As days swiftly passed, the newly arrived disciples experienced rapid breakthroughs, akin to being propelled by a rocket. Their accomplishments in a single day surpassed those attained in an entire year outside. This astonishing rate of advancement did not lead to complacency. Rather, it spurred them to work even harder. The driving force behind this was their senior brother, Lin Fan, who had achieved the formidable realm of Half-Step King at a mere 20-something years of age. Furthermore, he had entered the 6th level of the Ultimate Illusion Tower, a domain typically reserved for true kings. It was a staggering feat for someone merely at the Half-Step King level, instantly casting a shadow over the aspirations of all others. Even the 12 inner disciples regarded him as a lofty goal to aspire to. This led many disciples to remain in the Ultimate Illusion Tower day and night, relentlessly pursuing their cultivation. On this particular day, within the 6th level of the Ultimate Illusion Tower, an extraordinarily terrifying aura erupted. In an instant, both the disciples cultivating within the tower and those outside preparing to enter raised their heads, displaying expressions of astonishment. Especially the quartet of Xiaochun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Shen Ping. Though there were 12 inner disciples, these 4 had become inseparable companions, referred to by others as the 4 outstanding youths of the inner sect. At this moment, Xiaochun could not contain his shock, exclaiming, "What a terrifying aura! Could it be that senior brother Lin Fan has broken through to the king level? So fast. My goodness, is this even possible? Just a few days, and he has already reached the king level? Heaven above. This has utterly transformed my perception of cultivation speed. Indeed, there is nothing simple about direct disciples. I've heard that several senior sisters are nearing the Half-Step King realm as well. Truly frightening." With admiration etched on their faces, the 4 made their way toward the cultivation tower. Just then, Elder Lutsong's voice resonated in everyone's ears, announcing, "The sect's garments have arrived. All disciples and elders are to gather at the sect square to collect them." Upon hearing this, the 4 inner disciples paused, momentarily taken aback. "Brothers, the garments have arrived. Let us hurry and collect them. I've heard they're exceptional, procured from the treasure pavilion." Indeed, nothing from the treasure pavilion could be subpar. Let us make haste. The sect is truly benevolent. With such a paradise, they even provide us with resources. We mustn't delay. In an instant, everyone surged toward the sect square. Even the elders guarding the Peach Blossom Garden and the library joined in, as the Grand Elder's decree prompted everyone to act. At the sect square, Luo Feishuan had already arrived, utterly astonished by the sect's environment. She stood in dazed wonder, having previously heard tales of the Ethereal Sect being a paradise. But she had always thought them exaggerated. Now, upon her arrival, she realized those rumors were indeed true. Within moments of her arrival, She felt an inexplicable urge to break through the late Emperor level and enter the realm of half-saint. Were it not for her purpose in delivering supplies, she would have immediately sought to meditate. Moreover, since entering the Misty Veil sect, the haunting voice that had plagued her mind had vanished entirely. This was a voice so powerful that even the divine stabilizing pill had failed to suppress it. The fact that it had disappeared here left Luo Feishuan astounded. If she remained here, would she no longer have to fear the voice's seduction? This thought filled her with amazement. After all, that voice had been terrifying, and over time, her resistance to it had diminished. Although she had recently procured a stabilizing pill from the ancient family behind the treasure pavilion, it had still been ineffective against the voice, leading her to near despair. However, if she stayed here, not only would she be free from the voice's influence, but her cultivation speed would surely accelerate. Even if she could not resist the voice's allure in the future, her strength would likely keep her safe. With this in mind, the notion of joining the Misty Veil sect sprouted in Luo Feishuan's mind. Elder Luo, I have reviewed the resources, and there are no issues. Here is the final payment. Please take a look. At that moment, Lu Tsang emptied the contents of Luo Feishuan's spatial ring, forming several small mountains of resources. He then handed over the spatial ring containing the source liquid. He was quite satisfied with Luo Feishuan's performance, as she had not only clarified the details after his initial vague request, but had also ensured a rich supply of materials. For instance, the garments. While many did not meet Lu Tsang's expectations and were primarily ordinary spiritual treasures, compensated in style and quantity. In total, there were 10 styles, all crafted by powerful artisans, with each being at least a spiritual treasure level. The materials used were impervious to water and fire, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Equipped with formations for defense and automatic spiritual energy gathering to repair the body. Even if damaged, they would self-repair. Additionally, there were many high-grade spiritual tools and top-tier spiritual artifacts. Each disciple could receive several. Thus, Lu Tsang was pleased. He directly revealed the quantity of source liquid Luo Feishuan had requested. However, this time, Luo Feishuan did not accept it. Instead, she lowered her voice, adopting a more amiable tone, and said, "Senior, I only require half of this source liquid." Isn't this quantity what you initially specified? Why now only half? Lu Tsang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her intent, responding coolly, "Are you seeking something in return? However, this amount of source liquid is of little concern to our sect. You need not barter for it." Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan's heart trembled. She understood that he was subtly refusing her offer. She had not anticipated that he would regard such a significant quantity of source liquid with such indifference. This was several tens of portions of source liquid. With that in mind, she became even more humble, biting her lip and saying, "Senior, I do not dare to make any demands. I only wish to undertake a task within your esteemed sect, even if it is a humble role." Seeking a task? Trading several tens of portions of source liquid for a menial position? Hearing this, Lu Tsang was slightly taken aback. While the source liquid was inconsequential to him, it was exceedingly precious to other factions. To exchange such a valuable item for a mere task seemed unusual. Yet, given the enchanting nature of this paradise, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, even a mighty emperor like him coveted it, not to mention a mere cultivator below the saint level. Moreover, a late emperor-level individual could indeed qualify for such a role. Additionally, among the outer disciples numbering in the thousands, there were many female disciples. Currently, the sect was comprised solely of male elders. If any female disciple had a secret matter, it would be difficult for her to approach an elder. If a capable female attendant were to assist the elders, it would certainly make things more convenient. However, he could not make the decision alone. So he tossed the ring over, stating, "This matter requires the approval of the sect leader. If the leader consents, it can proceed." Boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan became instantly exhilarated. She hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Yes. Thank you so much, Senior. I am deeply grateful." With that, she rushed to the piles of resources on the ground, eager to begin sorting and classifying them, determined to demonstrate her worth. The elders who came to collect resources have gradually arrived and greeted Lu Tsang one by one. Noticing the gathering crowd, Luo Feishuan curiously looked up. However, upon seeing Luo Feishuan, the elders exchanged puzzled glances and began to inquire, "Elder, is this not one of our sect's disciples? I have never seen her before." "Oh, no. She is an elder from the treasure pavilion, here to deliver resources. It seems she has volunteered to assist the sect without even awaiting the sect master's instructions. So that's how it is. She appears quite diligent. By the way, the disciples should be arriving soon. You all come to distribute resources to them, and any surplus should be stored in the warehouse." "Understood." Upon hearing Lu Tsong's remarks and observing the elder's gazes, Luo Feishuan felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, merely offering a smile to the elders before continuing her work. Although surrounded by a group of men, she was the only woman squatting under the sun to organize the items. She felt no discomfort, for her strength and status were evident. However, a peculiar sensation lingered within her. Soon, waves of disciples began to arrive, increasing the crowd in the square. Upon witnessing the pile of resources on the ground, the disciples could not help but stare, whispering among themselves. Aside from Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shiling who maintained their composure, the others were filled with excitement, as any single item from the amassed resources would be a treasure to them. The high-quality materials had been crafted into spiritual robes, advanced spiritual instruments, spiritual shoes, and belts. My goodness, wearing these would undoubtedly rival the Holy Sun. After all, the Holy Sun of the Sacred Land only wore advanced spiritual robes and wielded top-tier spiritual instruments. Such remarkable items. Would we, the outer disciples, even be able to receive a single low-grade spiritual robe? Probably not. Those spiritual treasures must be reserved for the inner disciples. If we could acquire a pair of spiritual belts and a low-grade spiritual instrument, we would be fortunate. So many styles, especially the female cultivator skirts. They looked exquisite. There are both long and short skirts. Indeed, each inner disciple could likely claim several sets. I don't seem to see any ordinary clothing. Were we outer disciples not provided for? Or perhaps our clothing has yet to be distributed. Ah, how I envy the inner disciples. The outer disciples murmured among themselves, their eyes shimmering with envy, wholly unaware that all these spiritual treasures were indeed prepared for them. When the direct disciples came to collect their shares, each received 10 sets of top-tier spiritual robes and could select a divine weapon from the weapon pavilion. The elders promptly began distributing resources, starting with the direct disciples, providing them with the finest garments, which made both inner and outer disciples envious. Even the well-informed Xiao Chun and his companions could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy. However, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shiling remained unperturbed, their calm demeanor garnering immense admiration from the other disciples. Elder, can we collect on behalf of senior brother Lin Fan, who is still in seclusion? At this moment, Yi Qingcheng proactively suggested the idea of collecting on his behalf. Naturally, the elder did not refuse and directly handed Lin Fan's resources to Yi Qingcheng. After distributing the resources to the direct disciples, the elder continued, inner disciples, come forward to collect. Each shall receive 8 sets of advanced spiritual robes and 1 top-tier spiritual instrument. Boom. Upon hearing this, all 12 inner disciples erupted in excitement, eagerly stepping forward, which only deepened the envy of the remaining disciples. Advanced spiritual robes and top-tier spiritual instruments, these could easily rival the Holy Sun. Shortly after the inner disciples finished collecting, the outer disciples gazed longingly at the remaining spiritual robes, lamenting their lack of ordinary clothing. Perhaps they too could receive something. With bated breath, the elder finally called upon them. Outer disciples, come forward to collect. Each shall receive 3 sets of ordinary spiritual robes, 2 sets of advanced spiritual robes, and 1 advanced spiritual instrument. Wow! A wave of astonishment swept through all the outer disciples. Excitedly, they rubbed their hands together, eagerly lining up to collect 2 sets of advanced spiritual robes and 1 advanced spiritual instrument. While they may not compare to the Holy Sun of the Sacred Land, they were certainly not far off. Moreover, these were all equipment, not even including training resources. If they counted training resources, the Holy Sun would pale in comparison. Thus, no one was devoid of excitement. Being an outer disciple at the Miao Sect was far superior to being a Holy Sun in the Sacred Land. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands, filled with exhilaration. Of course, the inner disciples and servants also received their share. Everyone within the sect was included. Soon, all resources were distributed, with different garments. It would be easier to distinguish between inner and outer disciples and elders, eliminating the need for cumbersome name tags, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Elder Luo, come with me. At that moment, Lu Tsong interrupted Luo Feishuan, who was still tidying up the remaining resources. She paused her tasks, excitedly fixing her scattered hair before rising to follow Lu Tsong up the main peak. At this moment, Chen Xuan was still seated at the summit, providing guidance. When Lu Tsong brought Luo Feishuan to the mountain top, he instructed her to wait in place while he went to report. Luo Feishuan stood there, her heart racing as she gazed at the figure atop the boulder. Upon seeing the young man's tall and upright silhouette, her emotions surged with anxiety, her fingers tightening. Is this the sect master of the Miao Sect? What a commanding presence. I feel so nervous. Although she stood at the pinnacle of the royal realm and had lived for centuries, holding power in the outside world. She could not shake the nervousness that came from meeting the sect master of the Miao Miao sect. This was the intangible pressure brought on by the sect's reputation. At that moment, Lu Song stood behind Chen Xuan, yet before he could salute and report, Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and pointed to the sky, instantly capturing Luo Feishuan's attention. Unable to resist, she followed his finger upwards. Boom! A powerful and overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Xuan's finger. Immediately, the clouds in the sky were shattered, revealing a vast azure expanse, which suddenly fragmented, exposing a bottomless black hole radiating an ancient and heavy aura. In an instant, day turned to night, and the people within 1,000 miles could not help but look up, gasping in shock. Is this the heavens breaking? As countless individuals stood in astonishment, a colossal hand slowly emerged from the fractured void. As the hand descended, an aura capable of annihilating all existence spread forth. The already shattered void began to fracture at an accelerated pace, resembling a massive black hole that was voraciously expanding, devouring everything. That hand appeared to descend from the heavens above, carrying the power to obliterate all existence. Even from 1,000 miles away, innumerable powerful beings trembled in fear, sensing that this hand could turn the earth to nothingness with a mere touch. Even some ancient beings residing far within the sacred land felt their souls quiver in terror at this moment. Chapter 077. The Emperor Who Dismantled His Own Soul, the first female elder of the Miao Miao sect. Hiss. The mere appearance of a hand could shatter the very fabric of space. My goodness, how powerful must that hand be? That black hole, it seems to have turned into a vacuum. Though no aura emanated from it, I could feel the weight of that hand. An invisible pressure. Even a slight movement could compress the void. If it were to make contact, I fear even the saints would perish. What on earth is this? Countless ancient powerful beings trembled in their souls, as if witnessing the arrival of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, within the Miao Miao sect, all elders and disciples turned their gazes toward the main peak. They had long heard that the sect master was deducing divine abilities at the summit, and this overwhelming aura seemed to emanate from there, prompting everyone to immediately think of Chen Xuan. Could this hand be a manifestation of the sect master's power? How terrifying! Alas, my esteemed master recently mentioned the need to unravel the mysteries of divine powers. Could this be the extraordinary ability he has deduced? Such an astonishing manifestation of power. My master is indeed remarkable. With a mere illusion of a hand, he has caused the very fabric of the void to collapse. Should that hand stir even slightly, we would undoubtedly vanish along with the earth. The sect leader is truly no ordinary emperor. The appearance of a singular hand can shatter all presence, rendering the sky into utter nothingness. Although I, too, possess the might of an emperor, I am far inferior to the sect leader. In that moment, both disciples and elders of the sect were utterly captivated by Chen Xuan's display, especially the dazed Luo Feishuan. She had believed that the Misty sect was already formidable, yet she never anticipated that its leader would wield such overwhelming power. At this instant, Luo Feishuan was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief, trembling with trepidation, utterly at a loss. Overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's might, she found herself in a state of reverent admiration, humbled and awestruck, speechless and frozen in place. The divine power, a confluence of myriad extraordinary techniques, was indeed formidable. Merely coalescing a single hand could crush the expanse of the heavens. Moreover, I had infused it with but 1/10,000,000th of my strength. Were I to concentrate fully, the sheer mass of that hand alone could obliterate countless stars. Upon a massive stone, Chen Xuan murmured to himself, astonished by the strength of his own body after days of contemplation. What of celestial calamities and sword intents? In the face of absolute mass, they are utterly insignificant. Wherever the hand passed, the void shattered, and all reverted to vacuum. What shall I name it? This hand appears to descend from the heavens. Perhaps I shall call it the hand of the celestials. Yes, henceforth, it shall be known as the hand of the celestials. Soon, Chen Xuan bestowed a new name upon his conjured power and gently retracted his fingers. The colossal hand in the sky dissipated, and the shattered void began to mend. Albeit at a painfully slow pace, barely perceptible to the naked eye, it resembled a gaping chasm over 10,000 miles wide. If left to heal naturally, it would take an eternity. Thus, Chen Xuan raised his hand once more, instantly sealing the breach in the sky. In an instant, daylight returned. Everything resumed as it was. Observing this, all members of the Misty sect exhaled in relief, returning to their tasks. Yet their curiosity regarding Chen Xuan's power deepened. At that moment, Lu Song, who had remained silent, felt emboldened to speak, for the sect leader had returned to normal. Sect leader, Elder Luo Feishuan, the 10th elder of the Treasure Pavilion, of late Emperor Realm, seeks to join our sect as a menial worker. I have come to seek your guidance." Upon hearing Lu Zong's report, Chen Xuan turned slowly, noticing the distant Luo Feishuan, who appeared anxious and tense. Meeting Chen Xuan's gaze, she promptly lowered her eyes and bowed. "I am Luo Feishuan, paying my respects to the sect leader." Observing her apprehensive demeanor, Chen Xuan appraised her briefly. "Yes, mature, possessing grace. She appears obedient, quite commendable indeed. Moreover, the sect is indeed in need of female elders." Lu Zong had mentioned this to him before. The female disciples often find themselves in difficulties during their training, and when faced with uncertainties, they hesitate to approach the male elders due to embarrassment. Despite possessing numerous summoning cards, Chen Xuan had yet to summon a single female elder, which left him somewhat exasperated. Therefore, upon encountering Luo Feishuan, combined with her cultivation level, he did not outright refuse her, but rather inquired gently, "Why do you wish to join my sect as a menial worker?" The young woman felt a tightening in her chest, reminiscent of being questioned by an elder in her youth. However, after a brief hesitation, she resolved to speak her truth. "Your esteemed sect is akin to a paradise. I have long been tormented by an inexplicable voice in my mind, sensing an impending crisis. I seek to join the sect to hone myself. If I may enter, I pledge to serve diligently, without complaint." Luo Feishuan openly shared her internal struggles, swearing her loyalty. Since she desired to join the sect, she could not hold anything back. Furthermore, given the sect leader's strength and demeanor, he would not harm her without cause. Thus, when revealing her secret, she was prepared to lay everything bare. The voice in her mind? Hearing her words, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then promptly accessed Luo Feishuan's personal information. In an instant, a panel appeared. Name: Luo Feishuan, fragmented soul of the late Emperor Ningyue. Realm: late Emperor. Physique: none. Potential: 9 stars. Background: in her twilight years, the late Emperor Ningyue could not break through to the late Emperor stage, and upon nearing the end of her life, she fortuitously acquired the 9-turned celestial scripture, glimpsing a path to survival. To live again, she performed a self-obliteration, fragmenting her soul into 9 and reincarnating to cultivate anew. Luo Feishuan is one of these 9 fragments. Note: when the main soul awakens, it will devour the remaining 8 fragments, enabling her to defy fate and live again, restoring her power and regaining countless years of life to pursue the path of immortality. This fragment has fortuitously consumed a soul fruit, mending the fragmented soul, resulting in a brand new and complete spirit. Quickly reviewing Luo Feishuan's information, Chen Xuan understood. In essence, she was once a great emperor who, in her quest for a second life, fragmented her soul into 9 to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Luo Feishuan is one of these 9 reincarnated souls. The voice she hears is undoubtedly from her main soul, attempting to summon her to be devoured, thus completing itself and living again. Such instances Chen Xuan had encountered in the library of all realms. However, he never imagined he would encounter one himself. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He held no fear, even if an emperor were to descend. Thus, he revealed Luo Feishuan's identity as one of the reincarnated souls. "You were once a great emperor, and to live a second life, you fragmented your soul into 9 to reincarnate and cultivate anew. You are one of these 9 souls. And the voice in your mind likely belongs to your main soul, which has awakened and seeks to call you to it, to consume you, thereby completing itself and living again." Boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan trembled all over, completely stunned. The reincarnation of an emperor, one of the 9 fragmented souls, summoned to be devoured. Good heavens, how could such a terrifying fate exist? If consumed, what would become of her? Would she merely turn into a fragment of memory, or vanish entirely? In an instant, panic gripped Luo Feishuan. She had toiled for years, her talents commendable, though devoid of extraordinary encounters. She had steadily progressed. Now, to learn that she was merely one of someone's fragmented souls, destined for consumption, left her utterly bewildered. After all, she was still young, having yet to experience much. Her entire life had been devoted to arduous cultivation. Finally achieving the status of a late emperor and ascending to higher realms, how could she accept becoming sustenance for another? Fortunately, she had encountered the procurement of the Misty Sect, granting her the chance to evade the seduction of that voice. If she could not find refuge within the Misty Sect, she feared it would not be long before she would succumb to the whispers of her main soul, leading to her demise. With this thought, terror surged within Luo Feishuan. Faced with such a life and death decision, no ordinary person could maintain a tranquil heart. Thus, in desperation, she fell to her knees with a thud, trembling with fear. "Senior, please accept me. If I cannot remain within the sect, I fear I will soon be utterly ensnared by the voice in my mind. I swear to fulfill my duties and serve the sect diligently." As she spoke, Luo Feishuan bowed deeply, prostrating herself like a desperate child. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled gently and said, "To enter my sect is to become one of us. Bound by loyalty for eternity. Are you certain you wish to join? I am willing. I vow before the heavens to never betray the Misty Sect." Luo Feishuan immediately raised her finger, forming a gesture of communication with the Tao, and swore a toxic oath towards it. Throughout the process, she did not hesitate for even a moment. Seeing her sincere demeanor, Chen Xuan ceased his inquiries, nodded, and said, "Since you have entered my sect, I shall certainly lend you a helping hand. Allow me to sever the bond between you and your main soul." With that, Chen Xuan lifted his hand and made a sweeping motion towards Luo Feishuan. In an instant, an imperial breath surged forth, piercing into Luo Feishuan's soul. Feeling the immense power of this aura, Luo Feishuan did not dare to move, allowing it to penetrate her being. A shiver coursed through her, eliciting a soft gasp. Subsequently, the imperial breath completely severed all connections between her soul and the external world. All karmic ties of her soul were utterly erased. The ethereal passageway was abruptly sealed. Thus, she could no longer receive the alluring whispers from her main soul. Meanwhile, within a mountainous region of the eastern domain, a woman strikingly similar to Luo Feishuan suddenly opened her eyes and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "How powerful! To have severed the connection between this emperor and my avatar," she exclaimed. "Humph! What of the severance? My true form will merge with the other avatars just the same. Once this emperor regains some strength, I shall assimilate you. As for the one who dared to sever the bond between this emperor and my avatar, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." The woman, resembling Luo Feishuan, wore a cold expression filled with arrogance. After murmuring to herself, her gaze shifted to a corner of the cave. There lay two unconscious women, identical to her, discarded on the ground. "I shall first consume both of you." Ning Yu slowly rose and approached one of the figures, pouncing upon her. In an instant, the two began to merge, ultimately transforming into a singular entity. Following this, a pure and noble aura of a sage swiftly spread throughout the cave. Wherever this aura passed, all beings bowed in submission, and all creatures worshipped. Within the Misty Sect, sensing the absence of a particular essence from her soul, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of excitement. That innate connection she had once sought the guidance of the saint in the treasure pavilion was an existence even the saint could not comprehend. Yet Chen Xuan not only discerned at a glance that she was one of the fractured souls of an emperor, but effortlessly severed that connection with a mere motion. One could only imagine the terror of his capabilities. He is undoubtedly an existence of unparalleled strength. "Thank you, Sect Master," Luo Feishuan exclaimed, filled with emotion as she prostrated herself in gratitude. As she bowed, her form involuntarily arched, creating a picturesque scene. However, no one was there to appreciate it. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, his gaze unwavering, and with a slight lift of his hand, he raised her from the ground. "Rise. The female elders of our sect are currently in seclusion. Although your cultivation is somewhat lacking, there is no need for you to serve as a menial worker. You shall remain in the outer sect as a temporary vice-elder, assisting the regular elders in resolving the cultivation issues of the female disciples. Should you achieve the rank of sage in the future, I shall promote you to a formal elder." Boom. At this proclamation, Luo Feishuan trembled with exhilaration. To be appointed as a vice-elder of the outer sect? Achieving the rank of sage would grant her the status of a formal elder. Indeed, the elders of the Misty Sect are all sages. The rumors from the outside world are not unfounded. Perhaps she has truly joined a force far more formidable than the ancient aristocratic families. Thus, Luo Feishuan became even more animated, hastily bowing. "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." After a brief pause, she cautiously added, "Sect Master, as I have temporarily joined the sect, I still have some belongings to transfer to the treasure pavilion. I wish to return for a brief moment." With that, she glanced at Chen Xuan anxiously. After all, it was somewhat peculiar to leave the sect immediately upon joining, and it might raise suspicions. However, Chen Xuan was indifferent, replying nonchalantly, "Go ahead. Such trivial matters do not require my report. Just find Elder Lutsong." "Understood. I take my leave." Luo Feishuan sighed in relief, bowing as she departed. "I also take my leave." Lutsong similarly clasped his fists and left. Upon exiting the summit, Luo Feishuan did not forget to express her gratitude to Lutsong. Recalling their previous agreement, she promptly produced the spatial ring containing the spiritual liquid, respectfully offering it with both hands, saying, "I thank the elder for the introduction. I only need to take half of the source liquid for the treasure pavilion. The remainder, I ask the elder to reclaim. Merely a few dozens of source liquids. Consider it your salary for the past few months. Keep it for yourself." Lutsong replied with a faint smile. producing two identity tokens, one large and one small, before vanishing in a flash. Luo Feishuan stood there, stunned. She stared at the tokens, reading the words Vice Elder of the Outer Sect, her excitement soaring. Indeed, it is a powerful sect. A few dozens of source liquids as a few months' salary. She had thought those source liquids were treasures of the Misty Sect. No wonder they are so affluent. It turns out this is just the salary of a Vice Elder for a few months. Gazing in the direction where Lu Tsong had disappeared, Luo Feishuan clutched the identity token, her reverence for the sect reaching new heights. She was filled with dreams of her future life within the Misty Sect, even feeling an urgent desire to embrace the role of Vice Elder. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to deliver the source liquid to the treasure pavilion and subsequently sever all ties with them. With that thought, she stowed away the token, set her sights on the grand entrance, and took a step forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Soon, upon arriving at the plaza outside the Misty Sect's gates, she soared into the air, racing towards the treasure pavilion. Yet, as she flew, several figures darted beneath her, heading towards the Misty Sect. Initially, Luo Feishuan paid them no mind, but soon several small groups brushed past her, discussing matters concerning the Misty Sect, causing her brows to furrow as she abruptly halted her flight. Hurry! If we delay, the Misty Sect may be annihilated. Yes, we must quicken our pace, or we might miss it. I heard that the Soul Hall is deploying the 2 Xianming Saints this time. The Xianming Saints? The Soul Hall is only sending 2 saints? Can that be enough? I've heard that the Misty Sect has several saints. Several saints? That's merely a fabrication from the Misty Sect. Do you actually believe that? Indeed. Moreover, the Xianming Saints are not ordinary saints. Their combined strength can contend with several saints without faltering. Even regular holy lands would not easily engage them, and the Misty Sect, if it possesses saints, would likely have to yield. Exactly. I have long said that the Soul Hall will not let the Misty Sect off the hook. Especially since there are soul disciples within the Misty Sect. The Soul Hall is the nemesis of all souls. Look, they have already come. If the Misty Sect lacks saints, it will surely be destroyed. If it possesses saints, it must surrender its soul disciples. Regardless, this time, the Misty Sect is finished. Enough chatter. Let us hasten our journey. If we delay, we won't see a thing. After discussing, the cultivators immediately accelerated their flight, vanishing in an instant. Observing this, Luo Feishuan halted her departure and swiftly turned back towards the Misty Sect. The Xianming Saints are after souls. She realized that the Misty Sect had caught the attention of the transcendent force, the Soul Hall. Now that her sect was in peril, she could not remain idle. Although she believed the Misty Sect might be stronger than the Soul Hall, as a member of the sect, she felt a responsibility to return and notify the elders to prepare in advance. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the opponents were 2 formidable saints. Should they suddenly attack without any defenses, the sect could suffer significant damage. Hence, Luo Feishuan, feeling a sense of urgency, increased her speed to its maximum. At this very moment, outside the Misty Sect, a number of cultivators had gathered, standing upon distant mountain peaks or hovering in midair. As they steadied themselves, 2 shadowy figures suddenly materialized from the sky, appearing before the plaza of the Misty Sect. Both individuals were shrouded in black robes adorned with numerous strange patterns and lines, exuding an eerie aura. They are here. The Xianming Saints of the Soul Hall have arrived. At this moment, the crowd on the mountaintop grew animated, their eyes fixated on the Xianming Saints as they murmured to one another. When a true sage takes action, one can finally discern whether the Misty Sect possesses a sage. Is this what they call a sage? Why does it feel so eerie? The members of the Soul Palace are always ambiguous, oscillating between righteousness and wickedness, and their prolonged contact with souls has rendered them rather abnormal. Hush, do not speak. Look, someone from the Misty Sect is emerging, amidst the gazes of the crowd. Without waiting for the 2 sages of the Soul Palace to challenge them, an elder adorned with the Outer Sect elder badge of the Misty Sect stepped forward. Holding a broom, the elder calmly addressed the 2 sages of the Soul Palace, inquiring about their purpose for visiting. It turns out to be a mere cleaning elder. Pay attention. We are the 2 sages of the Soul Palace. You of the Misty Sect have slain our soul-chasing envoy. Immediately summon your sect leader to provide an explanation. It would be best if you also surrendered the female soul from your sect and the soul within Xiao Chen's ring. Otherwise, do not blame us for flattening your Misty Sect today. The 2 sages of the Soul Palace scoffed, entirely dismissive of the Outer Sect elder of the Misty Sect, directly demanding the souls and issuing threats. Previously, when their envoy was slain, the Soul Palace had sought to reclaim their dignity. However, the souls of sages in other regions had temporarily delayed their actions. They later heard rumors that a soul of extraordinary purity had appeared in the Misty Sect. far surpassing that of an ordinary sage. Unable to contain their impatience, the Soul Master decided to send others to capture souls. Yet, considering the Misty Sect's audacity in disregarding the Soul Palace, even daring to kill their soul-chasing envoy, and with whispers of a sage appearing, the Soul Master restrained their impulses, waiting for the return of the two sages to send them forth. These two sages, the most powerful in the Soul Palace, held the Misty Sect in contempt. Even if the sect truly possessed a sage, they remained unfazed. After all, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary sages. Even if they could not defeat them, they could still capture the souls and leave. This had always been the modus operandi of the Soul Palace: capture any soul they encountered. However, the words of the two sages failed to intimidate the outer sect elder of the Misty Sect, merely causing a slight furrow in his brow. Such arrogance! How dare they insult the sect leader? Seeking death. Without giving the other party a moment to respond, the outer sect elder raised his hand, conjuring two terrifying hands that instantly ensnared the two sages of the Soul Palace. This left the sages bewildered, not comprehending why the confrontation began before they had even spoken. Yet, before they could resist, the colossal hands firmly restrained them. Then, with a resounding crash, boom, the two sages of the Soul Palace were instantly crushed to fine dust, scattering across the ground. The two sages met their demise without ever understanding why the other party acted so swiftly and with such overwhelming force. It is worth noting that their physical forms were immensely powerful. Even a sudden strike from a sage of the same level should not have shattered their corporeal bodies so easily. Alas, they had already perished, leaving no opportunity to ponder these matters. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, countless spectators were struck with terror by the sudden display of power from the outer sect elder of the Misty Sect, especially upon witnessing the dust scattered on the ground, prompting gasps of astonishment. They had been crushed to death. A seasoned sage indeed. How terrifying. The Misty Sect is formidable beyond belief. The rumors were not baseless. They crushed even sages into powder. The outer sect elder of the Misty Sect was not only a sage, but at the very least, an accomplished sage. Flee. Do not linger. Beware of being implicated. Retreat, retreat, quickly retreat. In an instant, the once calm and collected practitioners atop the mountain were filled with dread. Initially, they had anticipated witnessing the downfall of the Misty Sect or observing the battle of sages for their own edification. But none had expected the demise of the Soul Palace's sages to be so decisive. If the Misty Sect were to discern their thoughts, it would surely lead to their doom. Thus, the crowd hastily turned and fled, vanishing without a trace. The outer sect elder of the Misty Sect paid them no mind, calmly walking to the place where the two sages had been reduced to dust, meticulously sweeping up their remains. It seemed as though he wielded the broom solely for the purpose of collecting their remains. Of course, he had only prepared the broom for the collection of their corpses, never intending to strike first. However, he had not anticipated that the adversaries would be so audacious. Merely two slightly formidable sages, not even having reached the level of accomplished sages, dared to come forth and insult his sect leader, threatening to raise the Misty Sect. If he did not eliminate them, how could he hold his head high within the sect? Thus, he acted without mercy. Who would dare insult anyone but the sect leader? If I do not slay you, it would be an affront to your bravery, the outer sect elder muttered as he swept up their ashes. Just then, Luo Feishuan hurriedly returned, appearing before the elder in a flurry. Observing the serene surroundings, she promptly produced her identity token, speaking urgently. Esteemed elder, I am Luo Feishuan, the newly appointed outer sect vice-elder. I just heard that the two sages from the Soul Palace were coming to trouble our sect, and I rushed back to report this. Please, elder, alert the sect leader at once and prepare for defense. No need for that. The people from the Soul Palace have already come and gone. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Luo Feishuan, the outer sect elder smiled faintly. What? They have already come? Luo Feishuan was taken aback, instantly alarmed, and anxiously glanced around. The expression of concern on her face left the outer sect elder somewhat speechless. Thinking that while this new vice-elder was indeed beautiful, she was rather prone to overreact. However, considering her cultivation level, it was somewhat understandable. Thus, while he continued sweeping, he quietly explained, Do not search any further. This pile of dust on the ground is those two sages, and I am currently sweeping it. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan's entire being trembled, and she stood there in shock. They were killed? Yes, they were killed. The sages of the Soul Palace showed disrespect to our sect leader and were justly executed. The outer sect elder calmly nodded. Luo Feishuan. They were truly killed? How did they show disrespect to the sect leader? This execution seems rather abrupt. Those were two sages. Her pupils constricted as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. Yet, there were no signs of battle. Could it be that an inner sect elder intervened? Or perhaps the sect leader personally struck with absolute strength to annihilate them. Contemplating this, Luo Feishuan felt another tremor run through her. The Misty Sect is far more powerful than I had imagined. Moreover, this incident inadvertently served as a reminder for her to be more cautious in her words and actions in the future. She feared that any misunderstandings might lead to the sect's powerful members executing her as well. With this thought in mind, Luo Feishuan quickly reassured herself, realizing she had been quite careful in her speech and actions, before secretly sighing in relief. She then politely clasped her fists toward the outer sect elder and said, "Elder, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave." MHM. The outer sect elder nodded. Only then did Luo Feishuan depart with composure. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had been overthinking everything. Firstly, the sect leader and the inner sect elders would never execute their own members for trivial matters. Furthermore, it was not the sect leader or the inner sect elders who had acted, but rather the outer sect elder she had just spoken to, a figure at the threshold of sagehood. Were she aware that the Misty Sect's outer sect elders were at least half-step sages, she would likely question her entire existence. After all, that was akin to an adult battling a child. Fortunately, she remained in the dark. Otherwise, she would be even more cautious within the sect, fearing to utter a word. Meanwhile, in a large state in the eastern region, within the headquarters of the Soul Palace, the Soul Master stood in the dim hall, leaning against the door, gazing up at the statue of the ancestral figure of the Soul Palace. At that moment, a Soul Palace elder rushed in, holding 2 shattered soul tokens. Urgently reporting, "Soul Master, bad news. The soul tokens of the 2 sages of the underworld have shattered." What? The Soul Master was taken aback. Instinctively turning to face the elder, his gaze darkening upon seeing the broken tokens in the elder's hands. In the Ethereal Sect, the strength of the mysterious sect was astonishing, capable of slaying even the 2 esteemed saints of the Nether Palace. Yet, do they truly believe that the members of the Soul Palace are easily vanquished? If that is the case, then it seems I must revive the ancestor ahead of schedule. His voice was a low murmur, akin to a whisper from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an icy aura. Upon hearing the term ancestor, the reporting elder felt a chill run down his spine. Paralyzed with fear, trembling silently within. Is the Soul Master truly about to resurrect the ancestor of the Soul Palace? The ancient continent is on the brink of a transformation. As he quaked in trepidation, the Soul Master commanded, "Listen closely, immediately summon all saints and gather every soul we have amassed to awaken the ancestor early. The ancient continent is due for a change." Yes. The subordinate shook with resolve and promptly set off to assemble all powerful beings at the altar, preparing for the resurrection of the ancestor. Within the mysterious sect, a half-step Saint King elder disposed of the refuse, and then turned to report the recent events to Lutsong. Upon receiving the report about the deaths of 2 saints from the Soul Palace who sought war, Lutsong dismissed the matter entirely. Killing merely 2 saints was trivial. The subsequent handling of the Soul Palace's provocation and the insult to the sect master required the sect master's direct intervention. Thus, Lutsong promptly made his way to the main hall to report the matter to Chen Xuan. Upon learning that the saints dispatched by the Soul Palace not only demanded souls but also insulted him, Chen Xuan responded decisively. The Soul Palace must be annihilated. His tone was calm as he pronounced the death sentence upon the Soul Palace. Yes, Lutsong respectfully nodded and departed. Their conversation was so matter-of-fact. It felt as though they were deciding the fate of a trivial entity rather than that of a substantial and transcendent force. Elder Zhuemo, the sect master has commanded the annihilation of the Soul Palace. You shall execute it. En route from the main peak, Lutsong communicated with another elder, Wang Zhuemo. Understood. Wang Zhuemo, still in meditation, did not even open his eyes, his consciousness rapidly expanding from the mysterious sect, encompassing millions of miles in the blink of an eye, swiftly searching for the whereabouts of the Soul Palace. Moments later, his consciousness enveloped a significant portion of the eastern region. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Found it. With that, he tore through the fabric of space, appearing above the Soul Palace. Gazing at the expansive and ancient architecture of the Soul Palace, Wang Zhuemo raised a finger, pointing at the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Heaven-piercing finger. Boom. A radiance of utter destruction coalesced at the tip of his finger, rapidly expanding into a colossal finger 100 miles wide. With a gentle flick of his wrist, that immense finger, brimming with destructive light, thrust toward the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Inside the headquarters, the resurrection of the ancestor was already underway. In a vast square stood a circular altar, 100 meters in diameter, upon which lay an uncovered coffin. Inside rested the ancestor of the Soul Palace, a corpse that had been dead for millennia. Despite the passage of time, the ancient corpse appeared merely skeletal, lacking any decay, resembling nothing more than an extremely emaciated body. The coffin lay serenely at the altar's center, resting upon a myriad of intricate furrows. Countless members of the Soul Palace poured souls from various sized clay jars into the furrows on the altar. The souls flowed through the channels and were absorbed into the coffin. Simultaneously, the Soul Master, accompanied by the 3 remaining living saints of the Soul Palace and nearly 100 royal-level powerhouses, began to leap around the altar. Their movements synchronized, hands raised in unison. They formed a circle, jumping and murmuring ancient, weighty incantations. Oh, you fool me, I fool you. You fool me, I fool you. Ah, the evening breeze brings the arrival of spring, as the flock grazes leisurely. With the collective singing, dancing, and pouring of souls, the ancient coffin trembled violently, and an aura of profound antiquity suddenly emanated from within. This presence seemed steeped in the passage of time, evoking a sense of the relentless march of years, as if merely inhaling its essence could age one to dust. Observing this, the participants, instead of fearing, were filled with elation. There is movement. This signifies success. For within the coffin lies the ancestor, a great sage from tens of thousands of years ago. Should revival be successful, the entire ancient continent would undergo a monumental transformation. Even if he does not return to his peak state, with sufficient souls, he might reclaim the great sage realm. Moreover, the souls they were feeding had been refined. Once the ancestor awakens, he will be influenced by these souls, rendering him under their control. This effectively means that the Soul Palace will gain a terrifying subordinate of the great sage realm. Just the thought of such a subordinate is enough to drive one mad. Thus, the crowd hastened their movements, even the incantations becoming more rapid. You fool me. I fool you, you fool me, I fool you. As the tempo quickened, a terrifying aura began to emanate from within the coffin. The emaciated corpse seemed to respond, memories from millennia ago surging forth in its mind. Who is it? Who has awakened me? The ancient corpse slowly opened its eyes. Yet, as it grasped the situation and realized it had been resurrected, a colossal beam of light surged into its sight. Instantly, its pupils constricted in terror. Holy hell! The Emperor's heaven-piercing finger! Who on earth has awakened me? At this moment, the ancient corpse was utterly bewildered. It could not even fully control its own body. The 100-mile-wide beam of light approached with relentless force, prompting the ancient corpse to abandon any thought of resistance and close its eyes once more. In this instant, everyone felt the brilliant light above them, halting their joyous movements, gazing upward in astonishment. The radiant beam drew ever closer. A formidable pressure descended, causing their hair and garments to flutter without wind. Soon, the pinnacle of the tower began to crumble into nothingness, followed by the tower itself, the buildings, and the earth. All disintegrated instantaneously under the aura of the beam. Soul Master run. Several saints, eyes wide with terror, scrambled in all directions. But it was too late. Just as the saints lifted their feet to flee, the heaven-piercing finger descended with unfathomable force, erupting with a thunderous roar. Boom! The sound reverberated through the heavens and echoed to the depths below. The original Soul Palace vanished, transformed into a bottomless abyss 100 miles wide. The Soul Palace was obliterated. All within perished silently. Even the hidden essence of the Soul Palace did not awaken, vanishing into the void. Gazing at the abyss that now spanned 100 miles, Wang Zhumo's expression remained impassive as he slowly turned away atop a distant peak. As he did so, a rift in space reopened. Just as he prepared to depart, 2 figures, one old and one young, appeared suddenly from the opposite side of the mountain, hastening towards the remnants of the Soul Palace. Boom! Hearing the commotion, the young man lifted his eyelids, discontented. I knew they would attempt to resurrect the ancestor. My father has truly lost his mind. Lord Solzi, the sound emanated from our Soul Palace. Perhaps the revival of the ancestor is at a critical juncture. We must hasten back, urged the elder beside him, also lifting his eyelids, prompting a quick response. However, hearing the reverence with which his subordinate spoke of the ancestor's revival only fueled Solzi's discontent. With unparalleled talent, he prided himself on surpassing all, rivaling even the divine bodies nurtured in secret by the sacred grounds. He scoffed. My father has lost his mind. Have you too lost your senses? Why go to such lengths to revive the ancestor? Give me time. I shall surpass him. Indeed, Lord Solzi will undoubtedly surpass the ancestor. Let us return swiftly. The elder dared not contradict him, nodding fervently. With that, the two hastened onward, cresting the mountain and entering a vast expanse. However, what met their eyes was not the familiar visage of the Soul Palace stretching 100 miles. Instead, it was an unfathomable abyss. Upon witnessing this scene, both individuals were left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's the Soul Palace? Where is my home? Did we take a wrong turn? Impossible. I have traversed this path for decades without error. The Soul Master wore a bewildered expression. His subordinate trembled in fear, staring at the abyss, stammering, "My lord, this is the Soul Palace. It's gone." "What? My home is gone?" The Soul Master was taken aback, finally grasping the reality. They had not taken a wrong turn. This was indeed his home. But how could it simply vanish? Where was his father? The ancestors? The powerful guardians of the family? A shiver ran through them as they hastily flew towards the abyss. However, before they could touch the ground, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended, instantly crushing the airborne duo into a mist of blood. The Soul Master and his loyal protector met a silent demise. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, Wang Zhumo wore an expression devoid of emotion, stepping into a spatial rift to report back to his superior. After his departure, several Soul Palace emissaries, who had been out capturing souls, gradually returned. These emissaries, joyful and carrying bottles filled with souls, were taken aback upon seeing the Soul Palace transformed into an abyss. The first to return was stunned, wandering around the abyss in search of the Soul Palace. "I didn't take a wrong turn. This is the Soul Palace. Where is it?" Following closely, the second returnee was equally bewildered, circling the abyss in search of the palace. Could it have been destroyed? Impossible. Who could annihilate the Soul Palace? Was it a relocation? But I never received any notice about moving. Even if the Soul Palace intentionally forgot me, it couldn't have forgotten everyone else. The returning soul-capturing emissaries, perplexed, encircled the abyss in search of clues. Soon, the third, fourth, and more began to return. Gradually, the number of returning emissaries swelled. After much investigation and inquiry, they were reluctantly forced to accept the grim truth. The Soul Palace had indeed ceased to exist. Furthermore, reports from distant onlookers revealed that the Soul Palace had vanished with a resounding bang. Simultaneously, a gigantic finger appeared in the sky. A gigantic finger? The location once occupied by the Soul Palace had entirely morphed into an abyss. Undoubtedly, the Soul Palace had been obliterated by someone. Yet they could hardly fathom what kind of being could so swiftly eradicate a legacy spanning thousands of years. Gazing at the desolate expanse, the crowd was left utterly at a loss. Even some cultivators who had grown up within the Soul Palace were now weeping inconsolably. Woe is me! How could the Soul Palace simply vanish? What shall I do now? Indeed, we are but soul capturers. Without the Soul Palace, where shall we go? Sigh, my friend, may you find solace in your grief. It was not easy for me to join the Soul Palace, and on my first mission, I ventured far to capture dozens of souls, believing I would be rewarded upon my return. Alas, fate is cruel. Here, take these 2 jars of souls. I shall take my leave now. Whoa, what use are these souls now that the Soul Palace is gone? The sound of jars shattering echoed as released souls fled in terror. While some mourned, others began to seek alternative paths. Among them was a man of lively spirit, hastening after the departing elder. "Old sir, please do not leave. I have matters to discuss with you. I possess over 100 divine sources. Take me with you." "Alas, young friend, I too have nowhere to go. I intend to wander." The obliteration of the Soul Palace sent surviving cultivators scattering in disarray. As news of the Soul Palace's destruction spread like wildfire, it captured the attention of major sacred grounds, ancient families, and transcendent sects across the Eastern Domain. The collapse of such a formidable entity, a cornerstone of the region for millennia, stirred a significant uproar among the elite powers. What? The Soul Palace has been destroyed? How shocking. The Soul Palace was no trifling matter. Could it be that a transcendent sect wielding ultimate weaponry struck? Yet, even a transcendent sect could not achieve such an outcome so silently. Just a single finger appeared, and the Soul Palace was no more. Rumors circulated that the Soul Palace had recently clashed with a reclusive sect known as the Mysterious Sect. The 2 heavenly beings of the Soul Palace were reportedly slain by an elder of the Mysterious Sect. It was said that several saints had emerged from within the Mysterious Sect. Even if the Mysterious Sect were involved, could they truly annihilate the Soul Palace? After all, the Soul Palace was not without its own foundation. If it truly was the Mysterious Sect, it only indicated that this sect was far more powerful than anyone had anticipated. Yet, if it was not the Mysterious Sect, who could it be? The ancient continent was descending into chaos. Within the transcendent sects, the news of the Soul Palace's demise spread rapidly. The Soul Palace has been destroyed. Is it related to the Mysterious Sect? Who would have thought another power emerged that rivals our own? It matters not. Throughout the ages, as the sun and moon traverse the heavens, even ordinary sacred grounds rise and fall, yet transcendent sects endure. What is our foundation? While ultimate weaponry and heritage serve as our backing, it is our ability to adapt to circumstances. When the peak retreats, we advance. When we age, we reclaim our dominance. As long as the true heritage remains unscathed, all else is inconsequential. Indeed, the Mysterious Sect is of little concern. We need only to remain vigilant. In an instant, The news of the Soul Palace's destruction resonated throughout the Eastern Domain. After all, the obliteration of a power that had long stood atop the regional hierarchy had immense repercussions for all, particularly for the scattered cultivators and sects beneath the sacred grounds. It became a topic of idle chatter. The might of the mysterious sect gradually echoed across the Eastern Domain. This news reverberated throughout the entire Eastern realm. It is important to note that only extraordinary powers like the Soul Palace could resonate across the Eastern Domain. Even superpowers that birthed saints could not achieve such widespread recognition. However, the fame of the mysterious sect did not last long, for an even more monumental event soon overshadowed it: the early opening of the Divine Void secret realm. Upon the announcement, all cultivators in the Eastern Domain were instantly stirred. Did you hear? The Divine Void secret realm is set to open early. What? The one that only opens once every millennium, and only for those under 100 years of age. Is this for real? I just turned 99 this year. I might actually make it. It is indeed true. Some have already sensed the emergence of the passage, expected to open in 3 days. I can hardly believe it. It has opened early. What a stroke of fortune. I might just experience this grand era. Every time the Divine Void secret realm opens, the saints and powerful figures from the major sacred grounds and ancient families appear. This time promises to be an era of fierce rivalry. No. This isn't just an era. It might be a great age of contention. Some saints cultivated in secret have declared they will sweep through the Divine Void secret realm to make their debut. Goodness. Saints from the sacred grounds are emerging. Indeed. Previously, saints would only practice in secrecy, but this time, many powerful saints and sons of the sacred grounds have made bold declarations. It appears the great age of contention has indeed begun. Information about the Divine Void secret realm spread like lightning across the Eastern Domain. Especially with the declarations from the young masters and saints of the major sacred grounds, discussions surrounding the secret realm reached a fever pitch. Yet, this sort of fervor was typical for the opening of the Divine Void secret realm, as it was one of the most significant treasures for millions of cultivators in the Eastern Domain. The secret realm does not exist in any part of the continent. It is a spiritual world accessible only through the mind, impervious to the physical body. The emergence of the secret realm is legendary. It is said that a great emperor discovered its existence at the age of 99 during a spiritual journey, thus opening the passage to the secret realm every millennium. Each time the secret realm descends, all cultivators under a century of age and above the spirit sea in the Eastern Domain can sense the existence of the passage. They can then meditate and experience the vastness of the cosmos, entering the realm of the Divine Void through this channel. However, although the Divine Void is a spiritual world, once the spirit enters, everything becomes materialized. The realm is also home to numerous ferocious beasts, divine powers, skills, legacies, and various extraordinary treasures that nourish the soul and spirit. Furthermore, all sensations within the realm are utterly genuine, and one cannot perish. Of course, while death is impossible, injuries or spiritual demise within the realm can inflict severe trauma on the soul. Once the soul is severely wounded, future breakthroughs will become unattainable. Its function bears some resemblance to the ultimate illusory tower of the mysterious sect, but the illusory tower poses no danger and contains no resources. Thus, when this news reached the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan immediately issued orders to the disciples. Outer disciples were to focus on their cultivation and refrain from entering the Divine Void. Other disciples were unrestricted and free to choose. However, those who wished to enter the realm must report to the elders. Upon hearing this news, the outer disciples of the mysterious sect had no objections and even felt somewhat relieved. After all, only those at the spirit sea level could transcend into the cosmos, which is the minimum threshold for entering the secret realm. The Divine Void is open to the entire northern domain, with countless cultivators seeking entry. Given their current capabilities, even if they could enter, they would only belong to the lower tiers, and the opportunities they would gain would surely be inferior to those of staying at the sect to cultivate. Moreover, the sect itself boasts the illusory tower, abundant spiritual energy, and superior resources. Thus, for those of lesser cultivation, remaining within the sect is the fastest path to advancement. Of course, the inner sect and direct disciples are different. Their cultivation levels are considerably higher, and after extensive periods of training, they naturally desire to challenge themselves further. Additionally, since the sect imposes no restrictions on them, many began to entertain the idea of entering the realm. On the eve of the realm's opening, within the inner sect, Chen Xuan gathered the other 11 inner disciples together. As the sole individual to ascend the 998th level of the heavenly ladder, his strength has also progressed rapidly, making him the master brother of the inner sect with a certain degree of authority. Looking at his fellow disciples, Chen Xuan directly addressed the matter of the Divine Void. Brothers, the Divine Void is set to open tomorrow. You have all been engrossed in your cultivation, yet none have mentioned the realm. Shall we venture forth together? Sure. Let's give it a try. Han Paopao was the first to express his agreement. Then, Wuda chimed in, let's go. But I wonder if there are tombs within the realm. I've been stuck in the sect for too long. Even though my breakthroughs have been swift. My hands are itching for action. Then let's heed Master Brother's call. I shall go too. I've heard many scions of Prodigious sects plan to attend. It would be an excellent opportunity to witness their prowess. A few of the remaining 8 also voiced their support. Only a few, still in the skyward realm, remained silent. Particularly Shen Ping, who seemed unusually contemplative, fiddling under the table, lost in thought. Observing this, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards him and inquired, Shen Ping, why so quiet? Come along. After all, there is little to occupy you in the sect. Experience something new. Perhaps you will cultivate faster upon your return. Indeed, Shen Ping. Are you perhaps still pondering your sister-in-law? Wuda teased with a mischievous grin. You send her messages daily. Why not take a leave and visit her if it comes to that? Shen Ping. Master Brother, Wu Brother. It's not that. You are all nearly at the condensation realm, while I remain in the skyward stage. Perhaps I should refrain from joining. Shen Ping, being inherently cautious, felt the risk of spiritual injury, even if the divine void did not involve physical bodies. Since he had yet to reach the condensation stage, he wished to be prudent. However, Xiao Chun immediately responded, no worries. Aren't you on the verge of a breakthrough? We'll wait for you. The divine void will remain open for some time. Let us all strive to reach the condensation stage together. Thank you, Master Brother. That's wonderful. I can break through to the condensation stage tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shen Ping cast aside his reservations and promptly acquiesced. Although he was cautious, having joined the sect, he understood the importance of camaraderie. All right. I shall focus on my cultivation. We will enter together as a group of 12. Excellent. Among the inner sect, we are the 12. We must not disgrace our master. We must achieve something remarkable within the divine void and elevate ourselves. Let us give our all. Simultaneously, atop the main peak, the quartet of direct disciples also prepared to enter the secret realm. However, they would enter in 2 batches. Morong Ingluo and Shilinger would enter first, followed by Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. This decision stemmed from the rapid rise in their cultivation levels. Recently, as Lin Fan was the first to ascend to the Heavenly King realm, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo soon followed suit. Although Shilinger joined later and had yet to reach the Heavenly King stage, her diligent efforts had enabled her to reach the 8th level of the condensation realm. Initially, the 4 had planned to enter the realm together upon learning of its imminent opening. However, in a critical moment, both Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing experienced epiphanies. One grasping sword intent, and the other comprehending divine talents, akin to Shirlinger's celestial tribulation light. As of now, they remained in a state of enlightenment. With no other option, Murong Ingluo and Shilinger resolved that if the secret realm opened the next day and their master brother and second sister had not awakened, they would proceed to enter first. After all, one was a heavenly king and the other at the 8th level of the condensation realm, making them formidable forces within the realm. After making this decision, they returned to report to their master. Chapter 083. Murong Ingluo and Shilinger enter the divine void first. The great prince of the super empire, Chen Xuan, had long stated that aside from outer disciples, other disciples were free to choose. Thus, he had no objections to Murong Ingluo and Shilinger entering the divine void, merely advising them not to bring shame upon him. And then he left them to their devices. Receiving their master's approval, Murong Ingluo and Shilinger assured him they would not disgrace him and returned to continue their cultivation. As the opening of the divine void approached, countless cultivators in the eastern domain prepared themselves. Some scattered cultivators even concealed their physical forms hundreds of meters underground, fearing ambushes from enemies when entering the realm. Meanwhile, powerful beings from beyond the domain gradually arrived in the eastern domain, eager not to miss the opportunity of the divine void. However, due to the hasty timeline, many factions could not arrive in time. Thus, this time, the divine void was destined to be the domain of the cultivators of the eastern region. In this era, cultivators from the eastern domain are fortunate yet unfortunate, for this generation of geniuses seems more abundant than any other, showing signs of a resurgence reminiscent of the ancient times of flourishing cultivation. On this night, countless cultivators stood ready. On this day, the cultivators of the eastern domain were particularly silent. With the arrival of the next day, a passage leading to the divine void quietly opened. Countless cultivators instantly connected with the realm, entering within. Atop the main peak of the mysterious sect, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing sat cross-legged, their eyes tightly shut. One was suffused with the essence of swordsmanship, while the other radiated an aura of temporal chaos. It appeared that Master Brother Lin Fan and Sister Yi Qingqing would not awaken anytime soon. Linger, let us proceed first. Observing the two in their state of enlightenment, Murong Ingluo suggested from the corner. Agreed. Sure, Linger nodded, and together they closed their eyes, seeking that wondrous passage. Soon, their consciousness intertwined and followed a thread of the passage into a brand new world. As the two individuals transformed into luminous points, they swiftly descended towards the earth below. At that moment, an immense congregation of cultivators had already gathered on the expansive ground beneath them. Countless other light points fell alongside them. And with a swift touch to the ground, these light points crystallized into their original forms, appearing indistinguishable from the tangible world. However, they were acutely aware that all present were manifestations of spiritual energy, their sensations and perceptions rendered astonishingly vivid, devoid of the ephemeral quality of illusions. Wow, this feels incredibly real. One exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts. Is this experience truly 100% authentic? If one perishes here, does it mean the physical body dies as well? I've heard that dying in this realm can severely injure the soul. If injuries don't heal, they can lead to devastating consequences. This place is indeed remarkable. My body feels unusually sensitive, making it easier to comprehend and transcend." Upon landing, Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger heard the excited chatter of those around them. While sensitivity was certainly heightened, the pace of enlightenment did not surpass that of the Misty Sect, creating a sense of discomfort. For instance, Scherlinger felt an odd sensation as Murong Ingluo grasped her hand, as though it were a direct connection to her very soul. Scherlinger felt a shiver run through her body, discomforting her. Yet, unperturbed, Murong Ingluo began to playfully rub her hands together, exclaiming, "Linger, your hands feel so delightful." Scherlinger stammered, "Sister, the tactile sensations here are more intense than in the outside world. I find it a bit overwhelming." "That's perfectly fine. I too am adjusting. But once we hold hands for a while, it will become second nature. With so many people around, if you lose your way, I want to be able to explain it to our master." Murong Ingluo tightened her grip and led Scherlinger towards the edge of the gathering. As they passed, the gazes of those around them turned, lingering on the two. Though all were cultivators, the male-to-female ratio was notably skewed. And the striking beauty of the two women drew admiring glances from many. Some even discreetly followed in their wake. Noticing this, Scherlinger furrowed her brow, preparing to confront them. However, Murong Ingluo, well aware of human nature, subtly squeezed her hand and whispered, "Ignore them. If they dare to follow, we can deal with them decisively. No need for unnecessary actions." Reluctantly, Scherlinger nodded and continued to be led away by Murong Ingluo. Yet, just a few steps later, a sudden flash of white light heralded the arrival of a multitude of figures on the ground. Observing these newcomers, the scattered cultivators promptly made way. For those who traveled in such a manner were typically significant talents from powerful factions, often accompanied by numerous protectors. Ordinary individuals would think twice before provoking them. What was particularly astonishing was that all the newcomers were women, and they were strikingly alluring. Clad in revealing attire, their forms left little to the imagination, each movement seemingly on the verge of exposure. Among these women stood a young man adorned in a yellow robe, his pallid countenance indicating exhaustion, a clear sign of overexertion. Despite this, no one dared to underestimate him, not due to his strength, but because of the significance of his yellow robe. It was widely known that the shade of yellow worn by royalty varied by dynasty. The deeper the hue, the more prestigious the dynasty. This young man wore the color of a super royalty, thus no one dared to approach him and invite trouble, especially after they had cleared a space for the group. The women then proceeded to engage in an utterly outrageous display. Several female cultivators reclined on the ground, spreading their limbs in peculiar poses, while others joined in, intertwining their limbs to construct a human-shaped palanquin. The spectacle left onlookers utterly bewildered, shattering years of ingrained beliefs with such an absurd scene. Are they truly using women as a palanquin? One gasped. Am I dreaming? These women's abilities are no joke, yet they have been reduced to this? The crowd was astounded, their shock momentarily eclipsing the memory of the previous two enchanting figures. While the beauty and physique of these women could not rival those of Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger, their revealing attire and the outrageousness of their actions captivated all attention. More than 20 women had formed a human palanquin, and even those from other powerful sects would find themselves speechless at such an extravagant display. As the palanquin was fully assembled, only 8 women remained, for positioned at the ends of the long legs, while the other 4 stood by the windows of the palanquin. The crown prince, please board. A female attendant at the window bent down to draw back the sheer fabric, revealing a lavish spectacle within. The pale crown prince, expressionless, stepped onto the outstretched bodies of the women serving as his footstool, entering the palanquin. Crown prince, which direction shall we go? Inquired the female attendant, leaning closer to the window. The crown prince surveyed the surroundings, his gaze suddenly fixating on the retreating figures of Murong, Yingluo, and Shiling. His eyes widened in surprise as he recognized their alluring forms and the graceful movements of their backs. To that direction, he commanded, pointing at the now diminutive silhouettes. A smile gracing his lips. Yes, lift the palanquin. The female attendant nodded and issued the command. In an instant, the four women hoisting the palanquin lifted their legs and sprinted towards the direction of Murong, Yingluo, and Shiling. Although they began to run, their speed escalated until they were airborne, soaring ever higher. As they ascended, more onlookers took notice of their presence, and some recognized the identity of the palanquin. That is the palanquin of Yu Sanqian. Yu Sanqian? The one from the Grand Imperial Dynasty, a lineage that has endured for thousands of years? Is it really him? He even brings so many women into the secret realm? Yu Sanqian? I feel like I've heard that name before, but I can't quite place it. Could he be the infamous figure known for his insatiable appetite for women, who once claimed to have courted over 3,000? Indeed, it was he, despite his pale complexion. It was said that his prowess was formidable. Every woman in his presence, from the most formidable ant to the most humble maid, has succumbed to his enchanting grasp. Incredible. With over 3,000 conquests, how impressive. Having a powerful background truly has its advantages. Yet, here I am, struggling to find a companion on my journey. This is merely a super dynasty. It shouldn't be this overwhelming, should it? Little do you know, this super dynasty is unlike any other formidable force. They possess a sage. Indeed, it is said that this Yu Sanqian is an astonishing prodigy of their dynasty, with a reputation rivaling that of the saints of the Holy Lands, perhaps even surpassing it, should he successfully rise to prominence. He is destined to elevate his status to that of an extraordinary power, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient clans and ordinary holy places. How remarkable! Yu Sanqian seems to be heading towards those two enchanting beauties. His greatest passion in life is for women. Those two will surely find themselves in peril. Let us observe the prowess of such a genius. I shall accompany you. In an instant, several audacious cultivators took to the skies, following Yu Sanqian's trajectory. Albeit from a distance, too fearful to approach. On the mountaintop, Murong Yingluo and Shiling had barely taken flight when they sensed pursuers behind them. The two exchanged a fleeting glance before descending onto a mountain peak. As they landed, a palanquin, carried by a group of women, descended at an angle. However, upon realizing that the palanquin was composed entirely of women, both ladies frowned in disgust. Indeed, they were being pursued. Yet, they never anticipated that the palanquin would consist solely of women. Such extravagance. As the mountain breeze stirred, the sheer fabric of the women's attire billowed, exposing the majestic mountains, caverns, and gorges to the open air, intensifying Murong Yingluo and Shiling's discomfort, as if their eyes were sullied. While this world may function in such a manner, witnessing it and hearing about it are entirely different experiences. Yet, having women serve as palanquins is somewhat acceptable. For there exist individuals of immense power with even more outrageous fetishes. It is rumored that some keep numerous female cultivators at their side, doing nothing but consuming their phlegm. Yes, consuming phlegm. They even refer to it as beauty spittoons. As the name suggests, it involves using beautiful women as spittoons. They claim to dislike spitting indiscriminately, considering it too unsightly, and insist on depositing their saliva into the mouths of lovely attendants. This is particularly true for those powerful figures who abstain from food and avoid using latrines. In some mundane dynasties, where cultivators possess lower levels of power and cannot fast for long periods, there are even those who keep beautiful women as toilet paper. Thus, the strong reign supreme. Many in the ancient continent chant about defying the heavens, oblivious to the countless dragon slayers who have ultimately become dragons themselves. With a resounding thud, the palanquin landed. Yu Sanqian slowly extended his finger, parting the delicate veil before him, his gaze fixated on Murong Yingluo and Shiling, filled with awe, as if marveling at the wonders of womanhood. Upon witnessing this, Shiling furrowed her brow once more, perplexed, and asked her senior sister, "Why is he pursuing us? We don't seem to know him." Despite being of similar age, Shiling was evidently less worldly and had no understanding of what it meant for a man to fixate on a woman. Thus, upon hearing Shiling's inquiry, Murong Yingluo rolled her eyes and instinctively replied, "What else could it be? He surely wishes to explore the depths of trigonometry." Trigonometry? Shiling was taken aback, clearly bewildered by this unfamiliar term. "What is trigonometry?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Shiling's question, Murong Yingluo found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, Shiling was evidently more knowledgeable than Lu Yu and would not persist in questioning. So Murong Yingluo leaned in to explain the concept of trigonometry. Once Shiling comprehended its meaning, her face flushed crimson, and she shyly stammered, "Senior sister. How can you speak of such things? It's so embarrassing. What's the harm in discussing it?" Murong Yingluo dismissed with a roll of her eyes. Yet, Shiling felt a twinge of embarrassment and hesitated to continue the topic. Nevertheless, their hushed conversation only served to irk Yu Sanqian within the palanquin. As he furrowed his brow in displeasure, he had been observing them for quite some time. It was one thing for them to be unafraid, but to blatantly disregard him? Such insolence was intolerable. Yu Sanqian's frown deepened, and he tightened his grip on the armrest of the palanquin, causing it to groan under the pressure. However, he paid no heed to the palanquin's discomfort, instead fixing his icy gaze upon the two ladies and declaring, "Submit to me, or perish." Chapter 085, A Clash of Power. Thousands of cultivators compete for the beauty's palanquin. Submit to me, or perish. Boom. At these words, the onlookers surrounding them shuddered involuntarily. Were they truly going to take action against these two goddesses? How infuriating. My divine goddess. Alas, at times, beauty can indeed be a curse. While the spectators were discontented, none dared to step forward. Some cultivators accompanying women even subtly distanced themselves, fearing they might catch Yu Sanqian's eye. After issuing his threat, Yu Sanqian relaxed against the comfortable human chair, awaiting their submission. What would happen if they refused? Many had refused over the years. Yet the outcome was always the same. Who among them did not endure a harrowing experience before ultimately complying? The process was inconsequential. He only sought the result. With that, the four maidservants surrounding him lunged toward Shiling and Murong Yingluo, not bothering to seek their consent, intending to drag them into the palanquin. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators could only sigh in exasperation. How shameless could one be? While the saintly son possessed an impressive background, he was merely arrogant. This man, however, was utterly unreasonable, infuriating to the core. May the two goddesses remain unharmed. Wait, why do those two women seem entirely unperturbed? Are they truly resigned to their fate? Oh no, you've reminded me. That seemingly enthusiastic one is a direct disciple of the mysterious Cloud Sect. I encountered her in the realm of rules. A direct disciple of the mysterious Cloud Sect? The mysterious Cloud Sect has been gaining quite a reputation lately, but they cannot possibly rival Yu Sanqian. After all, he is a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the Spirit Concentration Realm. Hiss. The 6th level of the Spirit Concentration Realm? How terrifying. Indeed, this is the epitome of genius. To achieve such mastery in one's 20s is nothing short of frightening. Frightening. It appears the two women from the mysterious Cloud Sect are doomed. So they are from the mysterious Cloud Sect. I sincerely hope Yu Sanqian manages to eliminate them. After all, this is the realm of divine void, and there are many formidable cultivators here. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the four maidservants continued their advance, approaching Shiling and Murong Yingluo from four corners. Yet, one was a transmigrator, and the other a supreme body. Both bore unyielding resolve, making it impossible for them to surrender. Seeking death, Murong Yingluo raised her hand and struck at the four maidservants. Boom. In an instant, the four women exploded mid-air, showering the surroundings in a crimson rain. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Hiss. How powerful. Did she just obliterate them with a single strike? Those four women appeared to be at the Spirit Concentration Realm as well. My goodness. Wasn't she in the Skyward Realm? In just over a month, she has grown strong enough to slay 4 Spirit Concentration cultivators with a single blow? This is impossible. In that moment, the crowd was engulfed in shock, unable to fathom how 4 Spirit Concentration female cultivators could be reduced to a bloodbath in an instant. It was utterly terrifying, especially since the opponent was so young. The last time she appeared, she was still in the Skyward Realm. Thus, no one was left unshaken. Even Yu Sanqian in the palanquin straightened his posture slightly upon witnessing his maidservants transformed into a rain of blood. However, his reaction was not one of surprise, but rather exhilaration. His voice, filled with an approving excitement, resonated as he remarked, "Excellent. You two are worthy of becoming my new maidservants." With that, he dove from the palanquin, charging toward the two ladies. Observing this scene, the onlookers collectively shuddered in disbelief. Goodness, Yu Sanqian is actually taking matters into his own hands. Although Yu Sanqian is a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, she can contend with those at the late stage of the same realm. This time, she and her companion are finished. Indeed, the talent that surpasses that of a holy son is not to be taken lightly. To think that on the very first day of her arrival, she would witness such an exhilarating scene. The onlookers were captivated by the spectacle before them. To be frank, witnessing 2 stunning young women, their figures enchanting, being taken away by another man left many feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, in the face of Yu Sanqian, Everyone felt utterly powerless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yu Sanqian's mighty hand surged forth. Yet, Morong Ingluo and Shilingo did not regard her as a threat. After all, a mere 6th-level spirit-gathering warrior was hardly noteworthy. They had descended here merely out of curiosity regarding the intentions of these individuals who followed them. If they sought to forcibly resolve the situation, then a decisive strike would naturally ensue. Thus, observing the actions of their opponents, the two resolved to show no mercy. However, before Shilinger could act, Morong Ingluo raised her hand and conjured a mountain-toppling seal, directing it towards Yu Sanqian. In an instant, a transparent mountain, accompanied by a fierce howling sound, descended rapidly. The mountain was not large, semi-transparent, yet it resembled a true peak, bearing an immense weight as it thundered down upon Yu Sanqian. Caught off guard, she hastily unleashed all her power against the descending mountain. Yet, even as the mountain loomed overhead, it did not quiver in the slightest. Boom! The mountain crashed down, striking the ground with such force that the towering mass trembled beneath it. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were astounded. Goodness! It was pinned down. Several formidable techniques failed to break through. What an astonishing display! Is this not the mountain-toppling seal? When did it become so powerful? It can't possibly crush her. Can it? The crowd collectively stared at the dust-laden earth. Even the 4 women carrying the palanquin turned their gazes towards the swirling dust. However, they had been tamed, their eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Soon, as the dust settled, the scene became increasingly clear. Yu Sanqian lay flattened, reduced to a puddle of mud, evidently lifeless. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. No way. Reduced to mud. Wait, that woman, what was her name again? Morong Ingluo, right? This is simply too fierce. TSK. Dying in the realm of the divine void, Yu Sanqian's soul must have sustained severe damage. It seems her future is bleak. Such a level of power should possess sacred medicines for soul recovery. Even if there are sacred medicines, her potential will undoubtedly plummet. Her path ahead is essentially severed. The crowd shook their heads in dismay. After all, if such a genius were to sail smoothly, they could eventually become an ordinary holy one. Now, with a severely damaged soul, the best outcome she could hope for would be to become an ordinary holy one. This result is indeed quite lamentable. The crown prince. Suddenly, the 4 women bearing the palanquin, witnessing the gradual dissolution of Yu Sanqian's flesh, charged towards Shilinger and Morong Ingluo. Morong Ingluo frowned at these women seeking their demise. Initially, she intended to spare them, but since they were courting death, she saw no need to play the benevolent one, raising her hand to obliterate them with a veil of blood mist. As for the remaining humanoid palanquin, it showed no signs of dismantling in pursuit of vengeance. Observing this, Morong Ingluo lost interest in them and departed with Shilinger. After the two left, the surrounding cultivators could no longer contain themselves and rushed towards the palanquin. Goodness, that palanquin is mine. Don't you dare snatch it from me. Seeking death, thunderous hand, sweeping leg. Brothers, let us join forces. This palanquin is ours to use together. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance. All right, together. In an instant, countless individuals surged towards the palanquin, engaging in fierce combat over the coveted prize. Onlookers were left bewildered. What is happening? These women don't even seek revenge for their master. But they don't flee when being robbed. Have they lost their minds, allowing themselves to be taken? If they are stolen away, they will undoubtedly face dire consequences. You are unaware, aren't you? Yu Sanqian's palanquin is composed of tamed female cultivators. Without Yu Sanqian's command, they perceive themselves as mere objects. Even if one were to harm them, they wouldn't react. How could they possibly escape? Goodness, so if someone manages to seize them, they can use them at will? Moreover, they won't resist? Chapter 086. The Emperor's Palace emerges, protected by imperial arrays indeed. Whoever seizes it claims it. Of course, this is only valid until the secret realm closes. My goodness, this is fantastic. The Divine Void secret realm opens for half a month. One could indulge for half a month. By the way, why aren't you going to snatch it? Do you not fancy the ladies? Whoever snatches it will meet their end. The Divine Void secret realm is not solely occupied by Yu Sanqian. There are also some seasoned geniuses of advanced age within. Goodness, now that you mention it, I understand. Such a vast power, every few decades, will surely yield some geniuses. While these talents may not be the most extraordinary, having trained for 70 to 80 years, their cultivation levels are unlikely to be low. Exactly, though they may be in their twilight years, as family geniuses, former holy sons. Their cultivation is still formidable, with many entering the late stage of spirit gathering before the age of 100. Even those who have broken through to the king level are not uncommon. These individuals may enjoy themselves for a while, but once discovered, their fate is sealed. I see. However, everyone's choices differ. Some may wish to relish the experience just once. In an instant, atop the towering mountain, the frenzy escalated. Countless techniques soared through the air, causing the mountain to shatter and collapse. Before long, half of the mountain peak had been reduced to rubble. Ultimately, the palanquin was seized by a highly skilled elder, aged 99. Ha! It's mine, it's finally mine. The elder, elated, hoisted the palanquin and soared away, pursued by countless furious cultivators. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the eastern domain's great Yu dynasty, a wail reverberated throughout the imperial palace. I am unwilling. Yu Sanxian sat cross-legged in his training chamber, his furious cry echoing as he gazed upwards. He felt indignant. He was enraged. He could not believe that he had been so effortlessly slain without a chance to retaliate. Within this cry lay a torrent of rage and resentment. The Divine Void's secret realm is unique. Regardless of whether one enters voluntarily or involuntarily, once they exit, re-entry is forbidden. Now that he has exited the realm, it is akin to missing a vital opportunity for growth, especially to have been slain by a woman. Thus, Yu Sanxian seethed with fury, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices in rage. However, he soon found his voice faltering. The relentless assault on his severely injured soul overwhelmed him, causing cold sweat to pour down his face, and within moments, he lost consciousness. At that moment, several elders stationed outside hurriedly entered. Upon seeing the crown prince collapsed on the floor, they were taken aback. The crown prince was killed within the secret realm. Quick! Immediately take the crown prince to restore his soul. A tremor ran through the hearts of the gathered elders as they swiftly lifted the unconscious crown prince and rushed out. As for the injuries of the maidservants, no one cared about their fate. At this moment, within the Divine Void's secret realm, as time passed, the number of entrants continued to swell. The Great Yu dynasty, upon reviving the crown prince and learning of the internal circumstances, began dispatching individuals to relay messages, urging their talented members to seek revenge against Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger, as well as to recover Yu Sanxian's palanquin. However, due to the inability to use communication talismans within the secret realm, contacting the dispersed powerful figures would take some time. Those who lacked the strength for vengeance could only relay messages while searching for Yu Sanxian's palanquin. After half a day of searching, this group finally located Yu Sanxian's palanquin in a secluded cave. Upon discovering the palanquin, they found an elderly man deceased inside, having just passed away. The conveyance was covered in the old man's remains, a case of demise in service, so to speak. Regrettably, the old man's form had begun to dissipate by the time they arrived, rendering his features unrecognizable, which complicated any future attempts to ascertain his identity. Consequently, any allegations of the old man defiling the imperial concubine's palanquin were likely to be fruitless, as identifying him would prove challenging. Alas, the old man was indeed fortunate, having left no trace of his appearance, making him exceedingly difficult to locate. Given that the palanquin had been used, the first prince would undoubtedly execute the women, deeming them tainted. Shall we not avail ourselves of it as well, lest it be wasted? Nay, the first prince would certainly not deign to execute them personally. We shall have our fill in the prison cells. Indeed, your cunning is remarkable. Let us grant them a swift demise and dispatch them hence. We must needs continue to apprise the other potentates. Having resolved their course of action, the group approached and summarily dispatched the imperial concubine's palanquin. The conveyance, composed of over 20 women, offered no resistance and perished instantly, their bodies gradually dissolving. At that very moment, a celestial radiance of 7 colors burst forth in the distant firmament, its beams ascending towards the heavens like a colossal pillar, connecting the terrestrial and celestial realms. The denizens of the great imperial dynasty were taken aback by this spectacle, their gaze collectively drawn towards the distant phenomenon. An auspicious omen. Surely, a treasure is to be unveiled. The potentates of our dynasty shall undoubtedly be drawn to it. Let us hasten forth. The group promptly took flight towards the direction of the auspicious omen. Simultaneously, countless cultivators in the vicinity were captivated by the celestial radiance and altered their course to converge upon its origin. Even Murong Ingluo and Sherlingo, who were en route, were enticed by the phenomenon and promptly adjusted their trajectory towards it. At the sight of the auspicious omen, a number of cultivators had already begun to arrive. However, upon discerning the location of the phenomenon, they were utterly bewildered. In close proximity stood a colossal, suspended palace. The palace hovered a mere few dozen meters above the ground. Yet the immense radiance emanating from within pierced the heavens. Good heavens! Is this not the Divine Void realm? How comes there to be a palace here? Could it be that someone dwells within? Behold, There are inscriptions upon the palace. The Great Emperor's Palace. Could this be the abode of an emperor? Good heavens! Could there be an emperor within? Impossible. Is this not a realm accessible only to the spirit? Furthermore, the scenery shifts with each entry, and the physical body cannot enter. How could anyone reside here? An emperor's relic. Good heavens! There must be treasures within. Strange, why can we no longer fly? How shall we ascend? Good heavens! I am unable to fly as well. There are limitations here. An array. It is an array. Is there anyone versed in arrays who can decipher it? Upon this revelation, a cohort of individuals proficient in arrays stepped forward. After a period of deliberation, a cultivator well-versed in arrays advanced, standing upon the void. A collective gasp of admiration arose from the crowd. Good heavens! Impressive. Indeed, it is an array. It appears that there are steps, but they must be deciphered to ascend. How advantageous it is to be versed in arrays. Many relics are guarded by arrays, and I have encountered numerous relics that I could not enter. Why has he ceased his advance? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the array expert offered a wry smile and retreated, lamenting, "The array is too profound. I cannot comprehend the subsequent formations. It seems to be a legendary imperial array." A collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the area. An imperial array? Who could possibly decipher that? What is the point of entering? A wave of dejection washed over the crowd. The palace of a great emperor. Who knows what treasures lie within? Perhaps this is the supreme opportunity within the secret realm. Even if we cannot enter, many remain here, unwilling to depart. After all, should the palace open of its own accord, even a mere brush with it could elevate one to an extraordinary existence. In short order, the throng swelled in size, and the number of individuals versed in arrays increased. However, no one could decipher the second tier of steps. As this transpired, Murong Ingluo, hand in hand with Shirling, soared above the crowd and descended directly towards the array's entrance. As the two figures with their curvaceous forms materialized, the assembled throng collectively craned their necks to behold them. As Murong Ingluo and Shirlinger traversed the area, the crowd followed their descent with rapt attention. Of course, the reason for their undivided attention was twofold. Firstly, the two women possessed physiques of exceptional allure, compelling all who beheld them to cast a glance. And secondly, they were descending towards the array's entrance. Observing the two standing at the array's entrance, scrutinizing the air, and seemingly intent on deciphering the array, a wave of disdain swept through the crowd. Two mere girls daring to dream of deciphering the array. A preposterous notion. I have studied arrays for years and cannot decipher it. They have even less hope. If they can ascend the first step, I shall perform a handstand and drink water on the spot. Hush! Refrain from such utterances. I have seen this individual before. She is a disciple of the Misty Cloud Sect, and she once deciphered a saint-level array. What? She deciphered a saint-level array? The elder who had boasted of performing a handstand was taken aback but retorted, so what? A great emperor-level array and a saint-level array are worlds apart. They cannot be compared. Behold, they are moving. Silence descended upon the crowd as Murong Ingluo addressed Shirlinger. Follow in my footsteps. I shall decipher the array. With that, she commenced her advance with peculiar strides, Shirlingo trailing closely behind. Before long, with a series of odd steps, the two gracefully ascended a tier of ethereal steps, appearing to stand suspended 20 centimeters above the ground. However, the crowd did not perceive them as flying, for flight was prohibited within the array. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators were collectively shaken, drawing in sharp breaths, and utterly astounded. Good heavens! They ascended. They truly ascended, I say. Impossible, utterly impossible. The crowd was left speechless, their gazes riveted to the two women's movements. Certain admirers, captivated by Murong Ingluo, immediately turned to the elder who had pledged to perform a handstand. You stated earlier that you would perform a handstand. Now that they have ascended, would you not demonstrate for us? What does ascending the first tier signify? Many have entered the first tier before. If she can enter the second tier, I shall immediately perform a handstand and drink water. I shall not renege. The elder huffed and puffed, refusing to concede defeat. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Murong Ingluo, hand in hand with Shirlinger, advanced once more. Ascending to the second tier, another wave of uproar swept through the area, and the elder was utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! This is impossible. Utterly impossible. I have dedicated nearly a century to the study of arrays. Can I truly be inferior to a mere girl? Nay, nay. The elder, agitated, collapsed to his knees, raising his head and bellowing. Those nearby cast sidelong glances and edged away, lest he suddenly descend into madness and wreak havoc upon the crowd. On the other side, Murong Ingluo appeared to have discerned a pattern, advancing step by step towards the great emperor's palace. Although each step was met with a pause, the pause never exceeded 5 seconds. Before long, the two had ascended to a height of over 10 meters, leaving the surrounding crowd dumbfounded, petrified, incredulous, awestruck, utterly flabbergasted. Scratching their heads, breathing heavily, and in a state of intense excitement. Quick, quick, have you memorized her movements? Good heavens, quickly record her movements. Alas, I cannot memorize them. Her steps are too enigmatic. I have memorized a fragment. Follow me. In short order, the crowd reacted, immediately attempting to replicate Murong Ingluo's movements as they ascended. However, could Murong Ingluo's steps be so easily replicated? These were the fruits of her innate Tao physique, coupled with her studies of immortal arrays within the scripture pavilion. Could they be replicated through mere observation? Once again, the crowd found themselves barred from entry, helplessly watching as Murong Ingluo led Shilinger higher and higher, ultimately arriving at the grand square before the royal palace. Despite standing on the precipice of nothingness, still 100 meters from the palace gates, both women understood that they had ascended the final step, with no formations left to obstruct their path. Without hesitation, they proceeded directly toward the palace, uninterrupted. Witnessing the vanishing figures of the two women, the multitude of cultivators below could no longer restrain themselves. Alas, they had truly entered. What to do? The emperor's relics would surely fall into their hands. What? Someone has already entered? Is it the people from the mysterious sect? Quick, let us venture westward to seek the goddess and implore her to break the formations. We must acquire the emperor's relics. Call for help. Summon the powerful members of our sect. I refuse to believe they will not emerge. What of the mysterious sect? Before the emperor's relics, none shall prevail. Immediately notify the family's experts to converge here. In a flash, numerous cultivators departed on their quests to seek out the formidable members of their respective clans. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, as the two women stepped inside, the scene unfolded before them. The palace was vast, with broken pillars rising in the center, each adorned with peculiar engravings, the core of the formation. However, many of the inscriptions had been worn away. Upon seeing these remnants, Murong Ingluo suddenly understood. No wonder it was so easily breached. It turned out to be a severely damaged emperor's formation. She murmured to herself and then followed the source of the strange light emanating within the palace. The light originated from a stone bed, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a resplendent dual-leaf flower blooming atop it. The flower, rooted upon the stone bed, bore two delicate leaves and radiated an endless brilliance. The seven-colored divine soul flower? Upon sighting this blossom, both women were astonished. For the divine soul flower, even the five-colored variant represented the pinnacle of talent, capable of complete restoration even after severe damage to the soul. And the seven-colored variant was a being only recorded in texts. This stone bed had actually nurtured a seven-colored divine soul flower. Consuming it would be an immense boon for the soul. In that moment, neither of the two could discern whether the stone bed was powerful or if the seven-colored divine soul flower was the true marvel. After all, where else could one find such a peerless treasure rooted in stone? Unless this was a stone bed frequently used by the emperor, imbued with his essence, thus giving birth to the seven-colored divine soul flower. With this thought, the two women were filled with excitement and immediately moved to pluck the flower. But just then, a sudden voice boomed, startling them. How dare you? The voice reverberated throughout the palace. The two women, taken aback by the unexpected sound, instinctively looked around. Who speaks? Step forth. Though startled, they felt no fear, responding with vigilant authority. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, a black dragon emerged from the crevice of the stone bed. It coiled beside the seven-colored divine soul flower, raising its upper half, and spoke in a deep voice. This emperor is here. With that, the echoing voice dissipated, clearly emanating from the stone bed. Upon hearing the title this emperor, Murong Ingluo and Shilinger were once again jolted, turning their gazes toward the stone bed. When they beheld the black dragon, they were momentarily stunned. A young dragon with a beard? Is this truly how you refer to yourself as this emperor? The black dragon, not only black, but also no thicker than a wrist and over a meter long, could only be described as a juvenile dragon. Yet, despite its diminutive stature, it sported several whiskers beneath its nostrils. However, upon hearing the teasing remarks, the black dragon felt humiliated. It grasped its own whiskers with a claw, displaying indignation, and proclaimed haughtily, "Impudence! These are my whiskers, not mere hairs. Do you not kneel and pay your respects upon seeing this emperor? What an affront! Ha! You do not truly believe that just because you are in the emperor's palace, you are truly the emperor, do you? Step aside. Do not impede our plucking of the flower, or else we shall discipline you." The two women clearly did not believe its claims, especially as they felt no trace of might emanating from it. They even doubted whether it was the soul of the emperor within the palace, for it simply lacked the gravitas. With that, Morong Ingluo raised her hand to pluck the flower. The black dragon dared not utter a word, shrinking back as it observed her hand approaching, comically retreating to the foot of the bed. However, Morong Ingluo ignored it, and, after successfully plucking the flower, divided the leaves with Scherlinger, stating, "Linger, let us each keep a piece for now. We shall find a place to consume it later." "All right," Scherlinger nodded, stowing away her portion of the divine soul flower's leaves. The two then made their way toward the exit, completely disregarding the dragon. For within the secret realm, no physical bodies existed. Everything felt ephemeral. Each time it opened, many things would transform. Even the fierce beasts within were no exception. Though they were puzzled as to why the emperor's palace and beasts had manifested this time, the absence of any threat led the two women to dismiss it. As they were about to leave, the black dragon grew anxious. It swiftly darted in front of the two women, exclaiming, "Wait, do not go yet." What do you desire? Do you intend to snatch our seven-colored divine soul flower?" Morong Ingluo's gaze sharpened, startling the black dragon. It quickly clarified, No. This flower is grown by this emperor, and I can offer it to you. I merely wish to inquire if you possess a means to exit." "You grew it? Huh. It seems you are the one trapped here. How audacious. We do have a means to leave. What of it?" Morong Ingluo scoffed, clearly unconvinced by the dragon's words. Yet the black dragon paid no heed to her tone, and upon learning that they indeed had a way out, it became animated, its voice becoming much more agreeable. "Fair maidens, might you take this emperor with you? I have been here for tens of thousands of years and have grown weary of this place. Moreover, I know several locations within that harbor treasures. If you take me out, I can guide you to them. What say you?" With that, it looked up at the two women with anticipation, its whiskers fluttering as it did so. The revelation that it was familiar with the secret realm's environment astonished both women. However, the appearance of beasts within the secret realm was indeed rather peculiar. Though the creature was of low strength, it was wise to probe carefully. Thus, she inquired earnestly, "It is not impossible to take you out, but who exactly are you? Why are you trapped here? What is your purpose for leaving? You must tell me everything honestly. Should you dare to lie, we shall not take you with us." "Not a problem." The black dragon agreed without a second thought. After all, it had been imprisoned here for far too long. If it could escape, it would be willing to do anything, even at the cost of its own lifespan. Thus, the black dragon promptly replied, "This emperor is called Long Outyin. I possess a home and land, living a carefree life." "Stop. We did not ask you to sing." Morong Ingluo interrupted, disallowing any further embellishments. The black dragon chuckled awkwardly, clearing its throat before continuing with a serious demeanor. "Ahem. This emperor, were you once an emperor?" Morong Ingluo interrupted again, "Were you a quasi-emperor?" The black dragon, feeling helpless, cast a resentful glance at Morong Ingluo, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I was a quasi-emperor." "May I continue? A quasi-emperor?" In an instant, both Morong Ingluo and Scherlinger were taken aback. Such cultivation was indeed formidable. Yet, who could ascertain the truth of its claim? Morong Ingluo rolled her eyes and prompted, "Go on." "Well, once, this emperor possessed the prowess of a quasi-emperor. However, during a moment of enlightenment, I ventured into the vast void, which led to my physical body being ambushed and refined by an adversary. Without a corporeal form, I was unable to seek vengeance and wandered through the cosmos, preparing to restore myself. Yet, my power diminished with each passing moment. Upon sensing my weakened state, those ruffians in the starry sky banded together to bully me, causing my cultivation to plummet. In my desperate flight, I inadvertently stumbled into a realm of auroras. Arriving in this wretched place, alas, there seems to be no exit once one enters this cursed location. I could only roam within, gradually uncovering the whereabouts of treasures. Eventually, while traversing with these artifacts, I fortuitously discovered the grand palace of the emperor. I initially believed I had found a refuge, but little did I know that the palace was filled with formations. As I reclined upon the stone bed, I inadvertently activated the emperor's formation, sealing myself for thousands of years. Throughout these millennia, I diligently sought methods to break free, and just moments ago, I successfully unraveled the seal upon the stone bed. After breaking the seal, I intended to rest and dedicate several more millennia to dismantling the external formations, only for you to intrude. The black dragon recounted its origins and the circumstances that led to its presence here in a single breath. Though the tale sounded somewhat far-fetched, boasting of quasi-emperors and surprise assaults, it bore an air of authenticity. Morong Ingluo fixed her gaze upon the black dragon's eyes, detecting no hint of evasion. After a moment's contemplation, she chose to place her trust in it. After all, having a guide in this treasure-seeking endeavor promised ample rewards. Even if it were to weave a falsehood, it mattered little, for its strength was woefully inadequate to pose any threat to her. However, she deemed it prudent to seek her junior sister's counsel. Thus, she turned to Scherlinger and inquired, "Linger, do you think we should take it along?" I'm uncertain. If you deem it acceptable, then so be it." Scherlinger regarded the black dragon, unable to discern the veracity of its words. Noticing this, Murong Ingluo nodded and addressed the black dragon. "We may allow you to accompany us. However, once we emerge, you must heed our commands and lead the way." "Absolutely, absolutely. I shall guide you to countless treasures." The black dragon eagerly nodded in response. Although it withheld part of the truth, everything it had articulated thus far was indeed factual. It had been ambushed, and its body had been forged into a supreme weapon. Yet, it was not an enemy who had done this, but rather its fiancée, a stunningly beautiful member of the Void Spirit clan. In its earlier days within the Dragon clan, it was gifted with extraordinary talents and a robust physique, taking the name Long Out Yen. Upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm, it was heralded as an undeniable contender for emperorhood. Coupled with a beautiful fiancée from the Spirit clan, it became the envy of all dragonkind. However, one day, its fiancée deceived it, claiming that opportunities awaited in the void, leading it to embark on a journey of astral exploration without a second thought. In its absence, she conspired with a group to refine its quasi-emperor dragon body into a supreme weapon. The dragon physique, inherently formidable, was indeed worthy material for such a weapon. Yet it was the betrayal by its beloved that left it utterly devastated. It had loved deeply and sincerely, only to be met with the callous remark, "This body is quite useful." Such a betrayal was intolerable. Thus, during its imprisonment, it harbored thoughts of escape, tirelessly striving to dismantle the emperor's formations for millennia. For only by breaking free could it hope to regain its cultivation and seek revenge upon its fiancée. Despite the passage of years, it held steadfast in the belief that its beloved would not perish so easily, convinced she would live on, awaiting its return for retribution. As these thoughts consumed it, the black dragon's claws instinctively tightened, rekindling the flames of vengeance within its heart. "Why are you clenching your claws?" Suddenly, Murong Ingluo noticed its actions. The black dragon quickly relaxed its grip and chuckled nervously. Just a moment of excitement. Best not to play any tricks." Murong Ingluo cautioned seriously. And then she and Scherlinger proceeded outward, leaving behind words that filled the black dragon with immense joy. "Follow in our footsteps. Of course, esteemed ladies." The black dragon exclaimed, eagerly trailing behind the two women, mimicking their gait while awkwardly walking upright on its hind limbs, dragging its long tail behind. Yet, even so, its head barely reached their waists. The sight of the dragon waddling along, tail swaying, exuded an air of pride. As the trio made their way out of the grand palace, the number of cultivators outside continued to swell, with increasingly powerful figures arriving. Saints, scions, retired champions, and even those who had once aspired to greatness gathered in throngs. The presence of divine offspring was also noted, each entrance marked by a display of grandeur. Some floated amidst a retinue of followers, while others stood in conspicuous locations within an aura of isolation. Even formidable figures of the heavenly king tier were present, yet none could breach the emperor's formations, merely casting envious glances at the palace's every movement. At that moment, three figures emerged from the grand palace, drawing the attention of countless cultivators below and above. They've emerged. The two women who entered earlier have returned. And a black dragon. By the heavens, they must have acquired the emperor's legacy. A chorus of fervent voices echoed, startling Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger, compelling them to halt abruptly at the staircase. They had not anticipated such a gathering outside after merely a brief sojourn within. Although most of the onlookers were weak, there were still formidable cultivators at the late-stage congealing spirit and early-stage heavenly king levels among them. A rough estimate suggested at least a dozen heavenly kings were present. While both women were capable of facing stronger opponents, the sheer number of adversaries posed a considerable challenge. "Linger, my junior sister. I sense today is not auspicious for venturing out. Perhaps we should postpone our departure?" Murong Ingluo tilted her head toward Scherling. The usually stoic Scherlinger revealed a hint of unease, echoing, "Sister, you speak wisely. The surroundings here are relatively safe. Let us consume the soulflower to enhance our cultivation before choosing a more favorable day to leave." "Very well, then we shall wait until another day." Once they reached a consensus, they promptly turned to return. This unexpected reaction left the black dragon perplexed, prompting it to exclaim, "Why delay? If we go out now, I can lead you to even greater treasures, far superior to the seven-colored soulflower." Before it could finish its thought, the black dragon abruptly let out a curse. As it had followed closely behind the two women, its view had been obstructed. Now that they had moved aside, the multitude of cultivators stood vividly before its eyes. For a moment, the black dragon was utterly bewildered. Where did all these cultivators come from? Why were they staring at it? It possessed no emperor's treasure. With a gulp, the black dragon swiftly turned to chase after the two women. They were right. Today was not a suitable day for venturing out. Wait for me, esteemed ladies. Do not leave without me. The trio quickly retreated back into the grand palace, leaving the multitude of cultivators below seething with frustration, yet powerless to act. I refuse to believe they will remain hidden indefinitely. They must emerge eventually. Fear not. More powerful figures from sacred lands and esteemed families are en route. If Primal Sect can breach the formations, I cannot believe others cannot as well. Within the grand palace, the black dragon lamented, "Esteemed ladies, what shall we do now? That throng must be seeking the emperor's relics. We cannot escape. Fear not. As we consume the seven-colored soul flower to make our breakthrough, we shall then venture forth." Murong Ingluo pouted and led Scherlinger towards the stone bed. The black dragon, in a state of urgency, explained, "But the seven-colored soul flower is a nurturing essence for the soul. Even if we can break through, it won't be by much. Why don't one of you go out first to distract those outside, while I and the other can escape?" Murong Ingluo. Scherlinger. The two women exchanged glances with the black dragon, clearly perceiving its desperate desire to escape. However, this ridiculous idea was far too ludicrous. "Be quiet," Murong Ingluo scolded. Then added earnestly, "If we cannot go out, so be it. Once the secret realm closes, we shall naturally be taken out." We can be automatically taken out? Oh my, no wonder I couldn't find the exit. As long as we can go out, that's all that matters. Upon hearing this, the black dragon was overjoyed and instantly became elated. It then curled up in a corner of the stone bed. Its concern was not about how to leave this wretched palace, but rather how to escape this cursed place outside. Therefore, as long as it could leave, it didn't matter where it stayed in the meantime. Excitedly, it lay on the bed, watching the two women sit cross-legged, sinking into a tranquil state. Its eyes blinked in anticipation of the life beyond. Meanwhile, the two women, seated on the stone bed once occupied by the emperor, consumed the seven-colored soul flower and closed their eyes to meditate. One aimed to ascend to the 9th level of concentration, while the other sought to comprehend her innate divine abilities. After all, as one with a special constitution, her seniors had all comprehended their innate powers, and even her junior sister Linger had grasped the heavenly tribulation light, yet she had achieved nothing. Thus, Murong Ingluo felt a twinge of urgency within her heart. Moreover, as long as both could break through, it mattered not whether they could leave or not. Thus, the emperor's palace fell back into silence. The two women completely entered their cultivation state, oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 90. Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing enter the secret realm, born with twin pupils. Shi Yao Yao and the Miao Miao sect. 2.5 days had passed since the secret realm opened. The disciples continued with their daily lives, practicing and attending to their duties. After Luo Feishuan returned from the treasure pavilion, she fully immersed herself in the sect's life, striving to showcase her abilities before Chen Xuan. However, the moments she could spend with Chen Xuan were exceedingly scarce, so she could only follow her routine diligently. Fortunately, she could also enter the illusion tower for cultivation and consult various books on divine powers and techniques. During this period, her cultivation had come perilously close to the saint realm, poised to enter at any moment. This newfound progress made her increasingly fond of the sect, entirely embracing it as her new home. At this moment, it was noon. Numerous disciples were on their way to the illusion tower for cultivation. However, at that moment, a sword intent surged from the main peak, soaring into the sky, coalescing into an unparalleled sword intent that pierced the clouds. Boom! All the disciples turned in unison towards the main peak, astonished by the overwhelming sword intent. Wow! Such a powerful sword intent. It emanates from the main peak. Could it be that the sect leader has broken through? This isn't the sect leader. The scene created by the sect leader wouldn't be so simple. Have you forgotten the last time that colossal hand? This must be Lin Fan's breakthrough. It is said that Lin Fan possesses a sword body. The sword intent reached the heavens, utterly unstoppable. Such was the might of an inner disciple. Heavens! In an instant, all the disciples were awestruck. But soon, the sword intent retracted, and tranquility returned to the world. Just as everyone was about to express their astonishment and depart, a wave of temporal energy suddenly spread from the main peak. Boom! In an instant, the temporal aura expanded. A chaotic temporal essence rushed toward them, causing their vision to distort. The flowers and trees blooming atop the main peak visibly changed under this chaotic aura. Countless flowers and trees rapidly transformed from lush to sparse, from ancient to youthful, from robust to slender. It seemed as though everything was regressing. In a moment, all the flora on the main peak reverted to a seedling state. Witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in awe. Who has broken through this time? Such formidable divine power can manipulate time, rejuvenating the flora. Wow. It must be Sister Qingqing. Aside from Sister Lu Yu in the inner sect, the only ones left are Brother Lin Fan and Sister Qingqing. My goodness. No wonder becoming an inner disciple is so difficult. It turns out each one is more astonishing than the last. In an instant, even the 12 inner disciples could not help but feel a sense of awe. Even Luo Feishuan, who was also en route to the illusion tower, could not suppress her wide-eyed astonishment, exclaiming, "Monstrous talent." The elders and the sect leader were impressive enough, having cultivated for countless years. But the sect leader's disciples were all equally extraordinary. How could one keep up with such brilliance? With boundless sword intent reaching the heavens and chaotic temporal auras, how could they compete? Clearly, everyone had once been rising stars or celebrated prodigies, but in the radiance of these few, they all appeared ordinary. Everyone, helpless, was left with nothing but admiration. As the temporal aura from the main peak dissipated and the trees returned to normal, the disciples could only helplessly continue their arduous cultivation. Especially the 12 inner disciples. Among them, besides 2 who were in closed-door breakthroughs, the others were filled with fervor, eagerly rushing towards the illusion tower. Determined not to leave until the other 2 brothers broke through, they would cultivate relentlessly. They must catch up to the inner disciples' pace, ensuring they did not fall too far behind. On the main peak, Chen Xuan gazed ahead, smiling knowingly at the 2 auras. He had not anticipated that these 2 disciples would simultaneously comprehend their innate divine abilities. One grasped the invincible sword intent, while the other mastered the power of time. Indeed, they were promising talents. Unlike the one beside him, lying on the grass and sleeping, Lu Yu. Although she was a reincarnated immortal, she spent her days in slumber. Noticing a gaze upon her, Lu Yu slowly opened her eyes and asked in confusion, "Master, what is the matter?" "Chen Xuan." "Nothing. You may continue to sleep." Chen Xuan smiled gently, displaying his amiable demeanor. As a master, he treated all his disciples equally. Although Lu Yu only slept, it was because she needed to recover. Thus, there was nothing amiss. However, her Navi demeanor truly worried him about her being deceived in the future. All right. Lu Yu nodded but did not return to sleep. Instead, she pondered for a moment and earnestly asked, "Master, do you know what it means to be pragmatic?" Chen Xuan. Suddenly hearing such a question from his innocent disciple, Chen Xuan nearly stumbled off the cliff. He scrutinized Lu Yu, his gaze filled with suspicion. Had she become enlightened? Had she regained her memories? After observing for a while and finding no signs of memory recovery, he rolled his eyes and said, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Go check the library if you're free." With that, he turned to head towards the sect leader's hall, leaving Lu Yu lying on the grass, perplexed. Although she still had not found the answer, it was evident she had discovered where to seek it. Thus, after a brief contemplation, she stood up and headed towards the library in search of answers. In the disciples' quarters on the main peak, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing simultaneously opened their eyes, observing their 2 motionless junior sisters seated cross-legged in the corner. The 2 turned to report to their master about preparing to enter the secret realm. After all, it had been previously agreed that the 4 would enter together. Their momentary epiphany had delayed them, and now that they were awake, they naturally needed to report before proceeding to the secret realm for training. However, before Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing could act, Chen Xuan's voice echoed in their ears. "Your 2 junior sisters have encountered some trouble in the divine void secret realm. You 2 should go in and find them." Swish. Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing's expressions instantly hardened. 2 junior sisters unexpectedly encountered trouble in the secret realm. Who possesses the audacity to cause distress to their own disciples? Such recklessness is tantamount to courting death. The 2 exchanged a glance and immediately clasped their fists towards the direction of the Grand Hall. "Yes, Master. Your disciples shall proceed into the divine void secret realm to search for our sisters." Having spoken, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing swiftly settled beside Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger, crossing their legs and instantly entering the secret realm. Simultaneously, outside the Emperor's palace, the number of cultivators was steadily increasing, though many were merely spectators, drawn by the arrival of powerful figures from various factions. Those of lesser cultivation were utterly incapable of competing, merely curious about what inheritance might manifest within the Emperor's palace. Alas, the subsequent formations are utterly insurmountable. The Emperor's formation is too profound. A maiden from the Cloud Sea sacred land murmured as she stood upon the 6th step. "How difficult. I did not anticipate the Emperor's formation to be so intricate." A divine son from the radiant sacred land stood proudly on the 9th step, his brow furrowed in concentration. Observing the formidable talents from the sacred land stymied, the countless outer sect cultivators could not help but sigh in awe. Who would have thought even the divine son could not enter? After 2.5 days of attempts, The furthest anyone has reached is merely the sixth step. Truly, the Emperor's formation is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. If only it were in the real world. Should the Emperor's relics emerge there, the radiant sacred land would undoubtedly deploy ultimate weapons to breach the formation. Alas, this is the realm of spirits, as the crowd lamented. Convinced that no one would breach the secret realm before its closure, a sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. Look, the from the Taichu sacred land has arrived. Boom. As this proclamation rang out, all eyes turned to behold the spectacle, including the Cloud Sea Maiden and the radiant Divine Sun, who could not resist glancing back. Chapter 091. Shi Yaoyao breaks the formation. The sisters of the Shi family meet in the sky. A young girl clad in a silk gown, accompanied by several elders, gradually appeared. Though she appeared youthful and her demeanor was aloof, she resembled an ordinary woman. However, as she drew nearer, her striking eyes became increasingly distinct. Upon gazing into her dual pupils, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all who beheld her. For within her irises lay a smaller pupil, creating a deep and peculiar effect that left those who met her gaze dizzy, as if the world were spinning. Indeed, she possesses a pair of eyes that see through all. Is she not Shi Yaoyao, the maiden of the Taichu sacred land? The is truly formidable. It is said she has even transplanted the supreme bone of her cousin. Oh, how insatiable, to have yet covet another's supreme bone. The alone should suffice on the path to invincibility. Why seek the bones of others? Yet, one cannot deny, more bones mean more paths. It is said she has already been revered as a goddess by the Taichu sacred land. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Naturally, some harbored grievances regarding Shi Yaoyao's acquisition of bones, but the facts were established, and no one dared to voice dissent. At most, they could only grumble quietly. As Shi Yaoyao descended at the entrance of the great formation, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land emerged, their eyes filled with admiration as they bowed respectfully to her. We have seen the goddess. Shi Yaoyao stood imperiously, her expression unyielding as she responded before fixing her gaze upon the Emperor's formation. Stand aside. I shall break the formation. Yes. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land quickly retreated, commanding those obstructing the way. The Taichu sacred land is breaking the formation. All shall step aside. As the command echoed, those engaged in dismantling the formation on the first, second, and third steps reluctantly moved aside or withdrew entirely. In no time, only a few divine sons from the sacred lands remained suspended in the void. Although their status was comparable to Shi Yaoyao's, the prestige of her and supreme bone overshadowed all. Thus, those hovering in the air promptly yielded a clear path for her. All eyes were riveted upon Shi Yaoyao, eager to witness whether she could indeed unravel the formation. Under the scrutiny of millions, Shi Yaoyao remained unfazed. Despite her origins in a dominant power, the years of cultivation and elevation had ingrained a sense of pride within her. She gazed steadily into the void, her pupils narrowing as her began to whirl. In an instant, all cultivators who dared to gaze into her eyes, regardless of their cultivation level, felt dizzy, teetering as if the heavens themselves were spinning. Some of the weaker cultivators even collapsed to the ground. Oh dear, I feel so dizzy. The world is spinning. Don't look into her eyes. Panic ensued among the less powerful as they averted their gazes, while the stronger cultivators emitted a formidable aura to steady themselves. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoyao's continued to whirl faster, revealing the intricacies of the Emperor's formation before her. She ascended the first step, then the second, and the third. Boom. The multitude of cultivators gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Shi Yaoyao climbing higher, their perceptions shattered. Truly, such a powerful constitution exists in this world, capable of deciphering the Emperor's formation. Indeed, the favored of heaven are beyond the reach of their efforts. She is ascending. Ha! The Emperor's formation cannot withstand the born of destiny. Splendid. With our goddess present, the Taichu sacred land shall surely rise. Goddess, long live the goddess. In an instant, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land erupted in fervor, their faces flushed as they cheered, as if the act of breaching the Emperor's formation was their own accomplishment. Though their cheers were somewhat awkward, none dared to voice dissent, for many among them were esteemed divine sons and daughters, or candidates for the position. To cheer for the goddess was their honor. Those who dared to trample upon their glory would surely face dire consequences. Thus, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon Shi Yaoyao as she drew ever closer to the palace. Meanwhile, within the Emperor's palace, Murong Ingluo and Shilinger remained engrossed in their cultivation. The black dragon, coiled at the foot of the bed, could no longer resist lifting its head to peer towards the palace. It was evident that it sensed someone approaching, drawing ever nearer. 2.5 days prior, it had witnessed millions of outer sect cultivators. If they were to enter, would it not be doomed first? The black dragon grew anxious, glancing back at Murong Ingluo and Scherlinger, who remained absorbed in their practice, oblivious to the unfolding events. In a state of turmoil, the black dragon oscillated between staring at the two women and poking its head out over the edge of the bed, torn between whether to awaken them. What to do? Should I hide, or rouse them? Or should I intervene? Yet, if I act, I shall surely suffer grave injury. But if I awaken them suddenly, who knows what impact it may have on them both? At this moment, the black dragon was in a state of deep conflict. Sensing the approaching individual, it ultimately resolved to awaken the two women. Thus, it slithered to their side, preparing to call out. However, just then, Scherlingo abruptly opened her eyes. In an instant, two white halos flashed from her gaze. What do you want? Upon awakening, Scherlinger, seeing the black dragon before her, furrowed her brow with a cold expression. Boom. The black dragon was instantly flung away by a surge of power, landing some distance away. Yet, it bore no resentment, instead rising with excitement. Wonderful. Wonderful. You have finally awakened. Someone is approaching and is on the verge of breaching the formation. You must think of a way. HM? Someone is coming? Scherlingo paused. Then immediately expanded her consciousness, detecting a girl nearing the pinnacle of power. Upon witnessing the visage of the young woman and her unique dual pupils, the fury within Scherlinger erupted like an uncontrollable tempest. Yaoyao, what? Do you recognize that individual outside? Perhaps you should awaken your senior sister. I fear the visitor may harbor ill intentions. The black dragon, noticing Scherlinger's escalating agitation, hastily directed her attention towards the seemingly motionless Murong Ingluo. At that moment, a divine radiance enveloped Murong Ingluo, exuding an air of profound mystery, as if she had grasped some elusive truth. Scherlingo cast a glance at her senior sister, remaining silent, then abruptly rose from her bed, her demeanor icy as she strode purposefully towards the exit. No need to summon my senior sister. This person I shall slay with my own hands. Can you truly manage it? Don't leave. The black dragon was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Yet, its words failed to deter Scherlinger even a step. Consequently, it had no choice but to follow swiftly behind. Otherwise, should this haughty woman encounter any misfortune, the one resting in bed would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon it. Although these two women were not directly connected to it, if it wished to venture outside, it indeed required their assistance. Soon, the pair, a woman and a dragon, emerged from the imperial palace, standing amidst the void, their eyes fixed intently downward. Meanwhile, as Yaoyao dismantled the final tier of the formation, the sight of Scherlinger and the black dragon at the palace entrance caused her pupils to constrict in alarm, instinctively halting her actions. Scherlingo? She momentarily froze, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Chapter 092, The Inescapable Battle of Destiny, Invincible Dual Pupils versus Innate Supremacy. Upon seeing Scherlinger and a black dragon at the entrance of the imperial palace, Yaoyao was engulfed by a storm of disbelief. Wasn't Scherlinger supposed to have perished in the ancient mountain range? And alongside the ultimate weapon of the sacred land, no less. How could she possibly appear here? Could it be an illusion? In an instant, Yaoyao swiftly activated her dual pupils to scrutinize Scherlingo closely. However, after thorough examination, she confirmed that the individual was indeed her cousin, Scherlinger. In that moment, Yaoyao was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Of course, she was not alone. Even the cultivators below stared in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Many among them had witnessed the events that transpired in the ancient mountain range firsthand. Good heavens, look! I see that the woman whose supreme bone was extracted and who was cast into the ancient divine vein? Indeed, it's her. She is alive. How could she possibly be here? So the disciple of the Misty Sect who entered the imperial palace was actually her? If she survived, does that mean her master is also alive? Could her master be a member of the Misty Sect? I know. She is a direct disciple of the Misty Sect, and her master is the sect leader, which means the man who seized the 7-star bell from the primordial sacred land and brazenly stormed the ancient mountain range is the leader of the Misty Sect. Incredible. The leader of the Misty Sect is truly formidable. In an instant, the cultivators who had previously encountered this revelation were shaken to their core, swiftly disseminating the information. Even the members of the primordial sacred land were utterly flabbergasted and filled with excitement. It's her. It's truly her. Our ultimate weapon was seized by her master. The Misty Sect, it was the Misty Sect that took our ultimate weapon. This is splendid. If that is the case, our ultimate weapon still remains. Let us return and report to the sovereign at once. The members of the primordial sacred land immediately severed their ties to the current situation, hastily returning to spread the news. The revelation of the Misty Sect leader seizing the ultimate weapon from the primordial sacred land and emerging unscathed from the ancient mountain range set the scene ablaze. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was engulfed in disbelief. Even the members of the primordial sacred land present were taken aback. Even as the members of the primordial sacred land rushed back to report the news, many remained skeptical. After all, the might of the ancient mountain range was enough to instill fear in anyone. It can't be. Even a holy king would struggle to emerge from the ancient mountain range. The few who had escaped previously did so only because they had not encountered the ancient beings. Indeed, historical records speak of a great sage of humanity who ventured into the ancient mountain range in search of secrets, never to return. Is it possible that the leader of the Misty Sect surpasses even a great sage of humanity? Impossible. This cannot be. However, the leader of the Misty Sect wields an ultimate weapon. If they possess an ultimate weapon, combined with the cultivation of a great sage, as long as they do not awaken all the ancient beings, it is not outside the realm of possibility to escape. The Misty Sect has a great sage? Incredible. A living great sage likely surpasses even the ultimate sacred lands. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their estimations of the Misty Sect's power escalating rapidly. Meanwhile, at the final tier of the staircase, Shi Yaoyao remained in a state of shock. The supreme bone within her trembled subtly, compelling her to accept that the individual before her was indeed her cousin. After all, they shared a bloodline, which inherently fostered some degree of connection. Shi Lingyu, you are alive? She incredulously inquired. Upon encountering the one who had extracted her bone, Shi Lingyu was engulfed in unquenchable rage, her expression icy as she declared, I have not perished, much to your disappointment. I dare not die without avenging the theft of my bone. Come forth and meet your end. Boom. The last words resonated like thunder across the heavens. However, Shi Yaoyao dismissed her with a scoff, her laughter ringing out like silver bells. Ha ha ha. You think you can seek revenge? You don't genuinely believe that by taking on a master and emerging alive from the ancient mountain range, you have truly become formidable. Do you? Shi Yaoyao wore an expression of arrogance. Especially after confirming that this was not an illusion, she regarded Shi Lingyu with even greater disdain. With that, she stepped up to the final tier of the staircase, her demeanor dripping with contempt, inciting immense ire. Yet, having cultivated the supreme law, Shi Lingyu's aura had grown increasingly potent, rendering her impervious to such provocation. In this moment, she could scarcely be bothered to respond, merely clenching her fists in silence. Shi Yaoyao, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Shi Lingyu leaped forward, launching her assault towards Shi Yaoyao. Boom. A tremendous force surged through the air, generating waves of piercing sound. Shi Yaoyao remained rooted in place, her dual pupils spinning rapidly, and with a swift motion, she intercepted Shi Lingyu's attack. I can see every flaw you possess. Her pupils were deep and her expression haughty. She retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Shi Lingyu's face. Shi Lingyu raised her hand to block. Boom. The two forces collided, creating a gap of several dozen meters between them. Witnessing this spectacle, the black dragon in the distance was startled, instinctively retreating to the threshold of the palace. Although both combatants were at the 9th level of concentration, it was evident that their energies eclipsed those of ordinary heavenly kings. Better to maintain a safe distance to avoid collateral damage. Meanwhile, the onlookers below gaped in astonishment. Utterly captivated, the battle of concentration was proving even more exhilarating than that of the heavenly kings, an exceptionally rare occurrence. I never imagined you would not only recover from your injuries, but also enhance your cultivation so swiftly. It seems you have encountered numerous fortuitous events. Observing that Shi Lingyu was unharmed, Shi Yaoyao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, taking a step forward as her figure began to flicker in the void. Leaving a multitude of afterimages, the phantoms encircled Shi Lingyu, simultaneously extending their hands to unleash dozens of waves of light. Boom. Dozens of avatars attacked simultaneously. Shi Lingyu conjured a defensive barrier. In that moment, the two figures weaved through the void, leaving a flurry of afterimages in their wake. Above, the air was filled with explosive sounds and shockwaves. From a distance, it appeared as if countless avatars were scattered across the sky, striking various poses. Yet no one seemed to make a move. Though it appeared as if they were merely posturing, the air crackled with bursts of light from unseen explosions. This spectacle left all the cultivators on the ground in a state of bewilderment, their hearts trembling with awe. Some of the less experienced cultivators, unable to withstand the intensity, felt their heads throb painfully as though they might explode. Oh, my head hurts so much. Cultivators below concentration level, avert your gaze. This is an esoteric principle beyond your comprehension. Ouch. It hurts, my head is pounding. Why can't we see them? What are they doing? Is this the result of such extreme speed? To our eyes, it appears almost as if in slow motion. I see now. I understand. In an instant, Some were left bewildered while others gained profound insights from the fierce clash between the two. Excitedly, they sat on the ground, cross-legged, delving into meditation to grasp that elusive sensation from the void. Outside the imperial palace, after a prolonged confrontation, neither party emerged victorious. At this moment, Shi Yaoyao's fury ignited. She had never anticipated that her once submissive sister would grow so rapidly. Even with her dual pupils and supreme bone, she found herself unable to secure a decisive advantage. Standing firmly, she fixed her gaze on Shi and coldly declared, "Be obliterated, my world." Chapter 093. The four direct disciples gather. Morong Ingluo comprehends divine light with that. One of Shi Yaoyao's eyes morphed into a gray hue, unleashing a surge of gray light imbued with an overwhelming aura of destruction, hurtling towards Shi. Witnessing this scene, countless cultivators, including the Black Dragon, stood in shock. It was the innate divine ability of the dual pupils. She had actually comprehended the devastating power of her innate gift. This was terrifying. The crowd gasped in astonishment, but at that moment, Shi refused to hold back any longer. She spread her arms wide, leaning back, as her left shoulder began to gather radiant white light, coalescing into an even more potent aura of destruction. Ah, the heavens! The calamity light! With a fierce cry, Shi abruptly straightened her posture and surged forward. Instantly, a blinding white light erupted from her shoulder, colliding with Shi Yaoyao's gray obliteration. A dazzling brilliance exploded at the point of impact, enveloping the heavens and earth in a sheer white void, rendering all ears deaf and erasing all semblance of reality in that moment. Have I perished? Why is there silence? Why does everything appear white? Have I transcended to another realm? As the two forces of destruction clashed, countless cultivators felt as though they had entered a world of white, enveloped in a profound silence. Even the mightiest among them, celestial princes and half-step kings, found themselves caught in this deafening whiteness, unable to perceive or grasp their surroundings. Fortunately, some began to regain their hearing, faint gasps of astonishment growing louder. Gradually, the blinding light receded, and their vision returned, revealing that everything remained unchanged: the mountain range, the imperial palace above them. Yet, the two once proud figures now appeared wretched. Both knelt weakly upon one knee, hands braced against the void, their garments tattered, exposing patches of white skin, though fortuitously not in critical areas. Shi, however, bore the greater toll, her heavy breaths echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, after several labored gasps, Shi Yaoyao stood. Observing Shi's weakened state, a smirk crept upon her lips. Shi, I never anticipated you would not only reclaim your supreme bone, but also awaken your innate divine ability. Had this been the past, I might not have been your match. But now, I possess the invincible dual pupils and supreme bone. You are no match for me. Prepare to perish. With that, Shi Yaoyao leaped once more, charging towards Shi. In her current state of exhaustion, Shi could barely hold herself upright, let alone mount a defense. As she helplessly watched Shi Yaoyao's fist draw nearer. Be careful. At that moment, the Black Dragon, hidden behind the threshold of the imperial palace, shouted anxiously. Yet, Shi was beyond resistance. Just over a month ago, she had pledged herself to Chen Xuan, embarking on her path of cultivation. In less than 2 months, she had risen to a level comparable to Shi Yaoyao, which was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering Shi Yaoyao had cultivated for years. Yet, the bitter memory of betrayal by her kin lingered, fueling her determination. As she braced herself against the ground, she raised her head at the last moment, declaring with fierce indignation, "As a supreme body, I shall suppress all foes." Boom! A powerful aura erupted from within her, her hair soaring as if caught in an unseen wind. She then grasped Shi Yaoyao's fist with her own. A resonant thud echoed as their energies clashed, distorting the very fabric of the void. Shi Yaoyao gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Ah, anything is possible, Shi replied with a cold smirk. And the battle resumed. Thunderous impacts reverberated as waves of energy rippled through the air. However, after a brief exchange, Shi once again found herself at a disadvantage. A month's time was insufficient for her to attain invincibility among her peers. Soon, she was forced to retreat, collapsing at the threshold, utterly drained. Seeing this, Shi Yaoyao proclaimed proudly, "I told you, you are no match for me. Since you cannot rise, prepare to die." With that, she leaped once again, summoning a colossal illusory seal to crush Shi, seemingly poised to banish her back to reality. In that moment, the Black Dragon, concealed behind the threshold, was taken aback, swiftly preparing to launch a desperate rescue. The multitude of onlookers gasped in shock, awestruck by the might of the invincible dual pupils. It's over. The disciple of the Misty Sect is finished. Remarkable. The battle of concentration can be so thrilling. Yet, alas, the supreme bone cannot rival the dual pupils. The crowd lamented. Suddenly, two figures, a man and a woman, burst through the crowd, shouting furiously, "Stop! Little junior sister, get away." The voices belonged to Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. Their faces taut with anger as they clenched their fists. They had not anticipated arriving too late, with the imperial array separating them from the battlefield. They could do nothing but prepare their strongest techniques, hoping to breach the barrier and intervene. But at that moment, a sharp, commanding voice rang out from within the palace, causing Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing to pause in surprise. "Dare to harm my junior sister? You seek death." With that declaration, a radiant figure burst forth from the palace, delivering a punch that shattered Shi Yao's colossal seal. The impact sent Shi Yao flying. After sending Shi Yao reeling, the glowing figure descended gracefully. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Murong Ingluo. Her silhouette was striking, standing tall and radiant, exuding divine light that was blinding. It appeared as though she were a vessel of celestial energy, streams of divine light pouring forth from her being, obscuring the very source of her brilliance. Upon witnessing Murong Ingluo's emergence, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this not another disciple of the Misty Sect? How did she become so formidable after merely hiding in the palace for a few days? Does she harbor the sun within her? It's dazzling. The disciples of the Misty Sect seemed to outshine one another. Amidst the crowd's awe, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It appears that Ingluo has also comprehended her innate divine ability. Thank goodness she is with us. We can rest easy. They wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved that Murong Ingluo, being a celestial king, brought them reassurance, especially since it seemed she had also gained enlightenment. Her presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. However, while they found solace, the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land were left in shock. What now? Another powerhouse has emerged, seemingly even stronger than the goddess. What if the goddess is in peril? We shall not let any harm befall her. Lady Goddess, return at once. Do not act impulsively. In a frenzy, the Taichu Holy Land disciples cried out in alarm, drawing the attention of Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. The two exchanged a glance, and without further ado, they charged at the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 094. The demise of Shi Yao and the overturning of all cognition with two moves. Boom. Boom. Two formidable auras of the Heavenly King level surged forth, enveloping all within the Taichu Holy Land. In an instant, the cultivators below were left dumbfounded, collectively struck by the overwhelming force. Goodness, the aura of the Heavenly King. How could these two dare to attack the Taichu Holy Land? Wait, aren't those Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing from the Miao Miao sect? Bold indeed. This will certainly bring shame to the Taichu Holy Land. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the Taichu Holy Land's members, still in shock, attempted to resist. However, their most powerful goddess was suspended in the void, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the two 10-star, gifted heavenly kings. Boom. In a heartbeat, members of the Taichu Holy Land fell one after another. The Taichu Holy Land will not let you escape. Goddess, do not descend. There are two heavenly kings below. Before long, every member of the Taichu Holy Land had been vanquished by Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. In the void above, Shi Yao, having been repelled by a punch from Murong Ingluo, was stunned by the sudden turn of events below, halting her escape. Two heavenly kings, and they are youthful heavenly kings. If I descend, it would be certain death. In that moment, Shi Yao found herself in a predicament, caught between the two heavenly kings below and the radiant goddess above. She could only raise her head and howl inwardly. What on earth are these monsters? Of course, she could not voice this out loud. It would be too embarrassing. Consequently, she began to sway uncertainly, contemplating her next move. At the front of the emperor's palace, after sending Shi Yao flying, Murong Ingluo immediately descended to check on Shi Linger, who appeared to be in a dire state. "Lingo, are you all right?" she inquired with concern. "I'm fine." Shi Linger shook her head as she leaned against the threshold. Then, looking at the divine light radiating from Murong Ingluo, she genuinely expressed her happiness, squinting her eyes. "Fourth senior sister, have you comprehended the divine ability?" "Indeed. What do you think? Am I not impressive?" Seeing that Shi Linger still had the spirit to care for her, Murong Ingluo felt relieved and teased. "Do you think I can now rival the aura of our master?" Shi Linger replied. "You are impressive, but still a tad lacking compared to our master. Moreover, it's quite blinding. I can barely open my eyes." Murong Ingluo was at a loss for words. Before she could respond, Shi Yao, poised at the steps, made a decisive choice in an instant. Instead of fleeing further down, she opted to confront Murong Ingluo. After all, the two heavenly kings on the ground were already confirmed, while the one in the void remained uncertain. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Thus, she turned and charged towards Murong Ingluo, seeking to launch a surprise attack. Be careful behind you. Suddenly, the black dragon, who had been hiding behind the threshold, pointed at the ambushing Shi Yaoyao and warned her. Yet, Murong Yingluo remained calm and collected, seemingly prepared for this moment. Linger, today your fourth senior sister shall reclaim the supreme bone for you. When we meet again in reality, you can personally slay her. With that, Murong Yingluo transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards Shi Yaoyao with astonishing speed, rendering her almost invisible. Soon, with a muffled thud, Shi Yaoyao found herself frozen in the void as Murong Yingluo appeared before her, one hand already stealthily embedded in her shoulder. So fast, Shi Yaoyao trembled, the excruciating pain causing her brows to furrow. Before she could react, Murong Yingluo seized the supreme bone from her body with a swift motion. With a splatter of blood, a piece of glowing white bone was forcibly extracted from Shi Yaoyao. Ah! She screamed in agony, her cries of pain barely escaping her lips before Murong Yingluo struck her head with a palm, not allowing her a moment to react. Boom! Shi Yaoyao's head contorted grotesquely, blood gushing from her mouth, cascading like a meteor into the void. In that moment, Shi Yaoyao was filled with regret. She had carefully chosen her opponent, believing they would be evenly matched. Little did she expect that she couldn't withstand even a single move. Had she known, she would have charged down to battle those two heavenly kings. They should have been easier to handle. Unwilling, Shi Yaoyao closed her eyes, her body crashing into the void, slowly dissolving into nothingness. Watching Shi Yaoyao's demise, Shirlinger felt her own anger subside somewhat. However, the grudge of having her bone extracted and her foundation destroyed could not be easily settled. To not slay her personally would leave a lingering fury in her heart. The next time they met, she vowed to take her own revenge. Shirlingo pondered silently. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Suddenly, the black dragon, noticing Shirlingo lost in thought, couldn't help but remind her. Shirlingo then relaxed her clenched fist, shaking her head. I'm fine. With that, she rose from the ground and walked towards Murong Yingluo. Meanwhile, on the ground, all factions and wandering cultivators fell into a profound silence. The invincible heavy I had actually perished, and by a single slap, no less. That radiant woman is truly extraordinary. Could this be the inheritance within the Emperor's palace? With this thought, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement, especially among the super factions, the holy sons of the Holy Lands, and the ancient aristocracy. A fervor ignited as they eagerly prepared for action. Seeing this, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they addressed the two women above. You two junior sisters may descend. Today, I wish to see who dares to touch our Miao Miao sect. Boom. As these words echoed, all eyes in the arena turned towards the two. Yet, facing millions of gazes, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing remained utterly unfazed. They strode boldly to the entrance of the passage, turning to face the multitude of people. In that moment, they resembled a pair of gatekeepers, embodying the spirit of one holding back 1,000 armies. Seeing this, Murong Yingluo and Shirlinger were filled with profound emotion, quickly descending with the black dragon towards the steps of the void. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. The atmosphere turned extraordinarily eerie. Even some elder holy sons quietly began to form their divine ability seals, sensing an impending storm. Noticing this, some cultivators wishing to avoid involvement or of lower cultivation hurriedly distanced themselves from this side of chaos. As the two women and the dragon descended, the number of surrounding cultivators dwindled, yet those who remained all possessed formidable realms. Soon, as the two women and the dragon completely descended from the final step, detaching from the Emperor's formation, someone finally could no longer contain themselves, shouting from the crowd, "Kill them! Seize the Emperor's inheritance!" Boom! In that instant, countless cultivators surged forth, unleashing their various divine abilities upon the four disciples of the Miao Miao sect. A torrent of divine abilities descended upon them. The black dragon, who had just descended, was startled, grabbing hold of Murong Yingluo and Shirlinger's arms, shouting in panic, "Holy moly! We must flee!" Yet the two women remained steadfast, calmly observing the silhouettes of their senior brother and sister. If their senior brother and sister did not retreat, they certainly would not either. Seeing this, the black dragon was frantic, unable to fathom how these two could withstand millions of cultivators. But what unfolded next would utterly shatter the black dragon's understanding of genius. Chapter 095, The Unrivaled Sword Intent and the Void of Eternity. Each person possessing divine abilities faced with the assault of countless powerful cultivators. Lin Fan frowned, disdain evident in his tone, ignorant of your own demise. With that, he casually released a wave of light to deflect the myriad of attacks, then pointed towards the crowd, nonchalantly uttering a single word, sword. Boom. Thousands of sword intents erupted forth, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, weaving through the ranks of cultivators. Puff, puff, ah. In an instant, countless cultivators were sent reeling, their ranks thrown into disarray. Even many elderly candidates for the Holy Sun, having reached the Heavenly King level, found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Only those of the same Heavenly King rank among the divine sons and daughters could manage it with ease. This illustrated just how formidable these sword-intent imbued flying swords were. An extraordinary scene unfolded, rendering the previously anxious black dragon utterly silent, as it stared blankly at Lin Fan, astonished by his prowess. Yet, what left it even more bewildered was yet to come. As the Celestial Realm cultivators parted the flying swords, they all surged toward the members of the Mialian Sect, seemingly intent on forming an alliance. At that moment, Yi Qingqing quietly raised her hand, directing her palm toward the approaching crowd, and spoke softly, "All is void for eternity." Boom. A formidable force instantaneously radiated from Yi Qingqing's palm, dispersing outward and causing the Black Dragon and Sherlinger, among others, to have their hair and whiskers blown back, squinting against the onslaught. Following this, a vast power of time and space erupted, causing several newly ascended celestial cultivators to plummet back to the peak of the concentration realm. With Yi Qingqing's move, those who had come to join forces witnessed their cultivation levels plummet dramatically. Celestial cultivators found themselves reduced to the peak of concentration, while those at that level fell to the 6th or 7th stage of concentration. In an instant, the multitude of formidable opponents was struck with terror. "What is happening? My realm? Why has my cultivation diminished?" they exclaimed in shock. "It's the power of time and space. She has mastered the divine art of time and space, forcibly reverting my cultivation to what it was a decade ago. Run!" In that moment, fear surged within their hearts, prompting them to scatter in all directions. Even the seasoned Holy Sun and the divine offspring could not help but turn tail, disregarding their esteemed identities. Despite their numbers and noble status, they found themselves utterly defenseless against the terrifying abilities of these two individuals, one wielding a myriad of swords with an aura of chaos, the other unleashing the very fabric of time and space to diminish their powers. Such awe-inspiring divine abilities could only be described as monstrous. Quickly, the crowd dispersed, fleeing into the distance. However, Lin Fan's flying swords showed no signs of halting. Some of the slower ones were swiftly overtaken and pierced through by Lin Fan's swords, resulting in immediate fatalities. Several aged holy sons fell before their time. Witnessing this, countless cultivators felt their spirits tremble, gasping in disbelief. What kind of divine art is this? It is utterly terrifying. Sword intent, the power of time and space, divine light, and the heavenly tribulation light. Good heavens! These four individuals are simply beyond comprehension. By the gods, slaying the holy sons as if they were mere dogs, the disciples of the Mialian Sect are astonishingly formidable. In that fleeting moment, one could almost feel their own cultivation waning. Such youth, yet they surpass even the holy sons and divine offspring. It is likely that the Mialian Sect will soon dominate the ancient continent. Those cultivators standing at a distance shuddered, their eyes filled with reverence. After all, to achieve the celestial realm at such a young age is to be among the elite, and here they stand, surpassing even the divine offspring. It is worth noting that some sacred lands do not even possess a divine offspring. Yet, the Mialian Sect has produced four. One can only imagine how powerful the sect will become once these individuals fully mature, or how profound their foundation and strength must be to cultivate such prodigious talents in such a short time. Without a doubt, ordinary forces could never produce so many formidable geniuses. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Fan, Yi Qingqing, and Murong Yingluo did not pursue those who escaped. This battle had already sufficed to establish the Mialian Sect's reputation, deterring any future covetous glances from others. Lin Fan turned to Sherlinger. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Linger, how are you? Do you need to rest? You need not worry with your senior brother and sister here. Indeed, if you feel unwell, please do not hesitate to speak up." Yi Qingqing and Murong Yingluo echoed, their gazes filled with concern for Sherlinger. This harmonious scene left Sherlinger immensely touched, a warm sensation enveloping her heart. Though she appeared somewhat frail, her attire tattered, this was merely a spiritual realm. With time, her clothes would mend alongside her recovery. Moreover, she had simply exhausted herself using the heavenly tribulation light and was not in any serious danger. Thus, she shook her head and replied, touched, "Thank you, senior brother and sister, for your concern. I am fine. Let us allow Long Outyin to lead the way in search of opportunities." Long Outyin? Who is Long Outyin? Suddenly, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing exchanged puzzled glances, searching for Long Outyin's figure. At that moment, the black dragon, previously overlooked, wore an expression of exasperation. However, it felt no discontent and eagerly emerged from behind Sherlinger, excitedly introducing itself. I am Long Out Yin. I have been here for many years, leading the way for you. So rest assured, you are Long Out Yin, the Emperor? Upon hearing the Black Dragon's self-identification, Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing were momentarily taken aback. Yet, before they could voice their confusion, Long Out Yin eagerly began recounting its lineage. It was no wonder, as these individuals were simply too extraordinary. They were not in the slightest inferior to its younger self. Each of the four possessed their own divine talents. Such potential undoubtedly foretold their future ascension to imperial status. Imagining four emperors, the scene would be nothing short of breathtaking. Furthermore, if its fiancée were still alive, she would at least be at the level of a great emperor. This motivated the Black Dragon to actively showcase itself, seeking to forge strong ties and secure its place in their company, lest it find itself unprepared should it encounter its fiancée in the future. Thus, the Black Dragon rapidly recounted its entrapment and its encounters with Murong, Ingluo, and Sherlinger, culminating in pointing out a direction to a treasure trove, vividly describing the treasures within. This left Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing stunned, as it seemed the dragon was intimately familiar with the area, as if it had visited before. Since that is the case, let us take a look. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan harbored no further doubts and agreed to proceed. After all, the prowess of Long Out Yin was evident, and a mere glance from the group could easily dispatch it, so there was no need for concern. Moreover, it appeared that his two junior sisters had already grown familiar with it, further alleviating any worries. Excellent. This time, I shall ensure you reap abundant rewards. With the unanimous approval of the four, the Black Dragon was elated, promptly leading the way toward the direction it had indicated. Chapter 096. Chen Xuan's Identity Exposed. The Taichu Sacred Lands split operations as the Miaolian Sect's quartet departed. Countless cultivators remained rooted in place, watching with awe, daring not to follow. As for the imperial inheritance, none dared to harbor any further hopes. After all, even the Sacred Land's pride, the divine offspring, had been chased away. They, the mere mortals, had no desire to court death. Moreover, it was rumored that their master had seized the ultimate weapon from the Taichu Sacred Land, entering and exiting the ancient mountain range with ease. Such formidable beings, let alone them, even their ancestors would likely not dare to make a sound here. Should they inadvertently harm them and detract that man's ire, the Sacred Land would be in for a reckoning. Thus, thousands of cultivators shook their heads, departing with tales of the Miaolian Sect's four, their legends resonating through the secret realm once more, especially regarding the esteemed reputation of the Miaolian Sect's direct disciples. It soared to heights unprecedented, eclipsing even the divine offspring of the Sacred Lands. Of course, with fame comes trouble. At this moment, within the Taichu Sacred Land, following the return of disciples reporting the events within the secret realm, the name Miaolian Sect echoed throughout the higher echelons of the Taichu Sacred Land. The elders understood that the individual who had seized their ultimate weapon was none other than the sect leader of the Miaolian Sect. Initially, they had believed the weapon was lost within the ancient mountain range, but now, it had come to rest within the Miaolian Sect. Consequently, the elders of the Taichu Sacred Land convened an urgent meeting to discuss how to reclaim the ultimate weapon. The Miaolian Sect has gone too far. We must take decisive action to retrieve our ultimate weapon. Indeed, if we do not reclaim the ultimate weapon, our sacred land's dignity will be utterly shattered. Even if it means waging a holy war, we must retrieve it. But have you considered how the sect leader of the Miaolian Sect managed to escape the ancient mountain range? Can we defeat him? Perhaps there are special methods. Others have successfully emerged from the ancient mountain range before. Moreover, we certainly possess the depth to succeed. However, let us not forget that our adversary is exceptionally formidable, now armed with an extreme Dao weapon, while we remain devoid of such power. If they choose not to return it, it appears we may stand no chance in combat. Indeed, should we provoke them, they might wield that weapon against us with devastating consequences. This notion holds some merit. In a fleeting moment, the Sacred Land Conference found itself ensnared in a new dilemma, the possession of an extreme Dao weapon by the enemy, while we lack one. However, now that we are aware of its whereabouts, failing to reclaim it would jeopardize our future. Moreover, in the absence of an extreme Dao weapon to suppress them, our two strongest assets would soon be laid bare, facing inevitable demise. If that were to occur, the Sacred Land would undoubtedly plummet into disarray, never to regain its former glory. For both emotional and logical reasons, this weapon must be reclaimed. Thus, the discussion continued, and at last, an elder proposed a fresh solution. Sovereign, esteemed elders, why not issue a direct demand for it? If they send someone to retrieve it, even if they refuse, they would not dare attack us simply for asking for the extreme Dao weapon. That holds some truth. But what if they refuse? If they refuse, what then? Is that not disgraceful? Alas, This seems to be our only option. However, we can simultaneously spread the word while enlisting our two ancestors to execute a stealthy retrieval. With their prowess, it should not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Our two ancestors are half-step sacred kings, truly formidable. Without the extreme Tao weapon to restrain them, their survival is limited. After all, death is inevitable. If we can successfully reclaim it, all our resources will be preserved. Yes, it is said that the mysterious sect possesses abundant divine source liquid. Once our ancestors secure the extreme Tao weapon, we shall eradicate the mysterious sect and utilize the divine source liquid to restore them to their former power, a triumph of threefold benefit. What an excellent idea. Let us act swiftly. The sacred elders shall accompany me to awaken our ancestors. The rest will immediately disseminate the news, applying pressure on the mysterious sect and issuing a stern condemnation. Understood. In no time, the primordial sacred land had finalized its resolution. With the plan established, a sense of relief washed over all. Several sacred elders, led by the sovereign, made their way to the entrance of the clan grounds, kneeling in prayer. All sacred elders of the primordial sacred land, we beseech our ancestors to awaken. As the multitude of sacred elders prayed, within the clan grounds, two ancient figures, sealed within an ethereal presence, simultaneously opened their eyes. Enter. The two furrowed their brows, sensing the gravity of the situation, and permitted the outer disciples to enter. Upon hearing their ancestors' summons, the sovereign rose and, accompanied by several sacred elders, entered the cave dwelling, where they knelt and respectfully recounted the events and the plan. Upon learning of the intent to steal, the two ancestors were taken aback. Fools, they exclaimed in disappointment. However, understanding the significance of the sacred land's legacy, they agreed to proceed. Prepare the divine source to restore our strength. Once we are rejuvenated, we shall steal. Yes, the sovereign and others were filled with excitement as they hurried to gather the divine source, bringing it to the ancestral cave for the two elders to absorb and regain their power. In a heartbeat, the entire primordial sacred land's spiritual energy began converging towards the ancestral grounds, perplexing countless observers. Yet, this plan remained a closely guarded secret, inaccessible to the uninitiated. All they knew was that the sacred land had commenced its denunciation of the mysterious sect. The content of the denunciation was simple, albeit lacking in conviction. Once the denunciation was disseminated, it became a subject of ridicule among many cultivators, as the message read. It is common knowledge that the extreme Tao weapon, the seven-star bell, was forged by the primordial sacred land over thousands of years, representing a vital aspect of our heritage. The mysterious sect has unlawfully seized our extreme Tao weapon and slain our elder, exhibiting extreme irresponsibility. In response, the primordial sacred land vehemently protests and demands the mysterious sect promptly return the seven-star bell and provide reasonable compensation to appease our elder. Upon hearing this, the entire eastern domain was taken aback, particularly the leaders and elders of various sacred lands and ancient powers, who were collectively dumbfounded. Are you certain this message originated from the primordial sacred land? Goodness, has the primordial sacred land lost its extreme Tao weapon and become so timid? A strong protest? Is this truly their method of reclaiming the weapon? They cannot even utter a warning about the consequences? Utterly disgraceful. They have brought shame upon our sacred land. What of the loss of the extreme Tao weapon? What of emerging from the ancient mountains? Ultimately, death is merely death. What is there to fear? Indeed, death is merely death. Are they too afraid to confront the mysterious sect? Perhaps the mysterious sect fears them as well? Mockery echoed from rival factions. However, such derision stemmed from the powerful, while the reactions from ordinary factions and cultivators were starkly different. TSK, how dare they issue a condemnation? Resorting to denunciation when they cannot prevail? What of their past transgressions in seizing the supreme bone from their disciples? How brazen of the sacred land! They have the audacity to issue a condemnation. Clearly, they fear the strong. They dare not even mention their past transgressions. I heard that the double pupil was killed in the secret realm. A splendid deed, a marvelous act, causing the primordial sacred land great distress. It seems the primordial sacred land has cowered. Understandably so. After all, the primordial sacred land's lineage lacks the blood of emperors. It is said that they were established by subordinates of the emperor after inheriting his legacy. In previous years, they exhibited bravado with the extreme Tao weapon. But now that it is lost, they no longer dare to act tough. In an instant, the cultivators of the eastern domain began to chatter, and the prevailing sentiment was one of disdain towards the primordial sacred land. After all, the incident involving the bone extraction was truly shameful. Though it pertained solely to internal affairs within the Shi family, as a supporter of Shi Yao, The primordial sacred land bore undeniable responsibility, especially regarding Li Chuan, who had not even attained the status of a sacred being yet once sought to compel the mysterious sect's leader to gather herbs for them, a notion that invites laughter. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, the members of the primordial sacred land were left fuming, their faces flushed and their necks taut, yet they found themselves unable to refute. For these rumors were indisputable facts. Thus, they could only harbor thoughts of revenge. Once our ancestors reclaimed the extreme Tao weapon and seized the divine source, we shall see who dares to mock us. A bunch of worthless fools, forever confined to the lower tier, unaware that we dwell in the third tier. When we reclaim the extreme Tao weapon and our goddess matures, let us see who in the ancient continent dares to speak against us. The members of the primordial sacred land could only indulge in their fantasies internally, refraining from voicing them. For if their plans were to be exposed, they would truly stand no chance of reclaiming the extreme Tao weapon. Yet, the suppression within was quite uncomfortable, and many could only retreat to their chambers, whispering to themselves. As the news spread over the course of 2.5 days, it swiftly reached the mysterious sect. This was a deliberate transmission from the primordial sacred land. The mysterious sect would find it difficult not to notice. Naturally, accompanying the news were two ancient elders, acting separately. The dissemination of information and the presence of the two elders proceeded concurrently. Under the cover of night, the two elders approached the mysterious sect, searching for weak points in the formation, hoping to breach it or find an opportunity to infiltrate the mysterious sect to execute their thievery. However, the formation of the mysterious sect was exceptionally flawless. The two half-step sacred kings circled for quite some time without discovering any vulnerabilities, leaving them feeling quite vexed. What a ridiculous formation! How can it be so perfect? Were it not for the possession of the extreme path weapon by the adversary, I would have charged in directly to reclaim it. The two continued to lament while searching for a way to break the formation. After all, without the suppression of the extreme path weapon, their lifespans were nearing their end. Thus, retrieving the weapon was akin to tying their fates together, compelling them to exert every effort in their quest. Little did they realize that their every move had long been under the watchful gaze of the mysterious sect. On the summit of the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the moonlight, while Lu Tsang reported the swirling rumors from the outside world. Particularly, when it was mentioned that the primordial Holy Land dispatched individuals daily across various continents to disseminate slanders against the mysterious sect, Lu Tsang could hardly contain his amusement. However, considering the matter's importance to the sect, he stifled his laughter and inquired, "Sect Master, should I eliminate them?" Unnecessary. Their expressions are merely reflections of truth. Expressing condemnation is not a grave offense. Moreover, the primordial Holy Land is a thorn in my disciple's side, so I shall leave it to him to address the issue. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unaffected by the situation. After all, a holy land is vast, with numerous factions, while a swift eradication would simplify matters. Since the incident involving Li Chuan, they had neither defamed nor attacked the mysterious sect. At most, they had merely sent a couple of old men to pilfer. Very well. How shall we deal with the two outside the sect? Lu Tsang nodded and continued his inquiry. Eliminate them. They won't live long anyway. Consider it a warning to the primordial Holy Land. Upon uttering these words, Chen Xuan closed his eyes. Lu Tsang, with a slight bow, instantly released a surge of energy toward the two old men outside the mysterious sect. The two elders felt a tremor throughout their bodies as they sensed the overwhelming aura approaching them. This is bad. We've been discovered. Run. Their hearts quaked. And without a moment's hesitation, they attempted to flee. The aura was utterly formidable, leaving them with no capacity to resist. Yet, just as they contemplated escape, the aura surged upon them, invading their very beings. Boom. Their bodies convulsed and then exploded into a fine mist, their actions transforming into mere fragments of dust. With the explosion, the area fell into silence. Sect Master, the matter is resolved. Lu Tsang reported calmly after dispatching the two half-step Saint Kings. Proceed, Chen Xuan nodded, continuing to lounge in his chair. The death of two half-step Saint Kings seemed as trivial to him as squashing two insignificant ants. Meanwhile, within the primordial Holy Land, an emergency elder meeting was convened under the cover of night. The elders were aflame with excitement, fervently discussing how to exact revenge on the mysterious sect after acquiring the extreme path weapon. Suddenly, an elder guarding the soul token pavilion burst into the meeting. Clutching a shattered soul token, his face pale with urgency. Holy Master, it's grave. It's dire. He gasped, his eyes wide with terror. The Holy Master furrowed his brow, halting his discourse, displeased. I am well. Your Excellency, it is not you who is unwell. It is It is the two ancestors who attempted to steal the extreme path weapon. Their soul tokens have shattered. Boom. With this revelation, a heavy silence enveloped the grand hall as all eyes fixated on the broken soul token. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. The elder tasked with guarding the soul token pavilion, trembling, spread open the fragments for all to see. As the shattered tokens were revealed, the hall fell into stunned silence. It truly belongs to the ancestors. They are really dead. A wave of desolation swept through the hall, plunging everyone into despair. Some elders could not contain their outrage, clamoring for war to avenge the ancestors. Let us assault the mysterious sect, reclaim the extreme path weapon, and uphold the dignity of the primordial Holy Land. Indeed, better to stand and die than to kneel and live. The crowd bristled with indignation. Yet many elders remained silent, aware that a Holy Land without the extreme path weapon could never rival a force that possessed it, especially with the loss of their ancestors. Sensing the tension, the Holy Master sighed and attempted to calm the impulsive elders. Esteemed elders, please, let us remain composed. We must not act rashly. Not act rashly? Shall we simply let this pass? Indeed, the mysterious sect has gone too far. This indignation cannot be swallowed. Holy Master, what is there to fear in death? We can go to the Soul Palace. The Holy Master and other elders exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Esteemed elders, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Consider this. If we truly engage in battle, we will surely be annihilated by the extreme path weapons. Even if we procure weapons from other holy lands, we lack the powerful ancestors to wield them. What does it matter if we lose the weapons or our ancestors? We still possess the Divine Maiden. With her unparalleled dual pupils and supreme bones, if we nurture her well, we will eventually avenge this grievance. Boom. Upon hearing this, several elders jolted back to reality, shaking off their impulsiveness. Indeed, we still possess the dual pupils and supreme bones. Although sure Yao Yao is slain by disciples of the mysterious sect in the secret realm, healing her with the resources of the Holy Land will not pose a challenge. As long as we cultivate her properly, we will eventually have our revenge. The ancestors will return, and the extreme path weapons will too. With this thought, the elders found renewed clarity. One elder promptly concurred. The Holy Master speaks wisely. We should retract our condemnation of the mysterious sect, allowing them to believe we are no longer pursuing the matter, thus alleviating their dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, we will secretly cultivate the Divine Maiden. Precisely. Let it be so. Sixth elder promptly summoned back the elders who were denouncing the mysterious sect and cease all condemnations. From this moment forth, all disciples are forbidden from causing disturbances outside. We shall nurture in secrecy. When the dual pupils reach their zenith, the Holy Land shall not emerge. Yes, understood. In an instant, the primordial Holy Land regained its fervor, embarking on a new course of action. They first halted their verbal condemnations of the mysterious sect, and then clandestinely nurtured the Divine Maiden, Shi Yao Yao. However, to the external cultivators and factions, it appeared as though the primordial Holy Land had become timid. The previously vigorous denunciations met with no response from the mysterious sect, which had not even acknowledged the situation. The withdrawal of the accusers suggested that the primordial Holy Land had not suffered the loss of the extreme path weapon, leaving many onlookers baffled. Why the silence? Why have they retreated? Have they given up? Or have they perhaps retrieved the extreme path weapon? The mysterious sect appears unresponsive. Remarkable. They depart without a word. It seems the primordial Holy Land has been rendered powerless. Do not approach this Holy Land in the future. The mysterious sect is so formidable. Has the primordial Holy Land conceded? But that weapon is the extreme path weapon. Oh, how disappointing. I anticipated a holy war. Let us disperse. The primordial Holy Land has yielded. As the primordial Holy Land retreated, the eastern regions swiftly returned to normalcy. However, following this incident, the reputation of the primordial Holy Land plummeted. The might of the mysterious sect spread like wildfire, gradually establishing itself as an entity on par with the extreme path, transcendent, Holy Land. The extreme path Holy Land, also known as the Transcendent Holy Land, stands as the most powerful faction among all. The reason the mysterious sect could rival the extreme path Holy Land was quite simple. First and foremost, the leader of the mysterious sect has emerged from the ancient divine pulse, possessing an unfathomable realm. Secondly, the mysterious sect wields extreme weapons of power. Thirdly, the mysterious sect has cultivated 4 top-tier disciples who are not inferior to the sons of gods. Thus, based on these 3 points, it is entirely reasonable for the mysterious sect to be recognized as an extreme sect. As the reputation of the mysterious sect as a supreme holy sect solidified, people gradually came to understand the capitulation of the primordial Holy Land. Upon reflection, ordinary Holy Lands simply lack the qualifications to contend with supreme Holy Lands. The primordial Holy Land was once formidable, but it has now become a sect devoid of extreme weapons, while the mysterious sect possesses such formidable armaments, rendering their combat spirit incomparable. Therefore, their surrender becomes understandable, as the two sides are no longer on the same level. Many had not considered this perspective before, but now, upon realizing it, they find it entirely logical. After all, should one provoke the other, an extreme weapon could obliterate everything in its path. Consequently, the renown of the supreme holy sect, the mysterious sect, began to resonate throughout the Eastern domain. Yet, just as the name of the mysterious sect was spreading far and wide, another monumental event sent shockwaves across the Eastern domain. The son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, Tang Yin, has betrayed them. Moreover, the news was released directly by the Purple Mansion Holy Land itself. Upon the announcement, the entire Eastern domain was instantly shaken. As the saying goes, when one wave recedes, another rises. Just as the primordial Holy Land had quelled its turmoil, the son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land chose to rebel. The stage in the Eastern domain has become exceedingly lively. After all, the son has historically represented the face of a holy land, a figure destined to become a future holy master, a pivotal character meticulously nurtured by the sect. The implications of such a betrayal are beyond comprehension, particularly since the son of the Purple Mansion not only defected but also escaped from a pursuit, now having fled into the wild province, causing a tremendous uproar. Countless cultivators are fervently discussing this topic. Have you heard? The son of the Purple Mansion, Tang Yin, has betrayed them. I heard about it long ago. The news is simply unbelievable. I couldn't believe it at first, but it turned out to be true. Tang Yin has already escaped into the wild province. Of course, it's true. I heard that the son of the Purple Mansion had an affair with the saintess. Tang Yin couldn't bear the humiliation, which is why he betrayed them. Nonsense. The son of the Purple Mansion has just returned from the secret realm, gravely injured. How could he have been with the saintess? In fact, it seems that Tang Yin did not enter. He appeared to be secluded somewhere. Perhaps he was asleep for a while. However, I heard that Tang Yin seemingly discovered an unbearable secret about the Purple Mansion, leading to his defection. Speculations abound, but none are accurate. Is there any confirmed news? What truly transpired within the Purple Mansion? I don't know. However, the news that Tang Yin has fled is absolutely true. It is said that the royal elders of the sect have already entered the wild province to pursue him. Impressive. A holy son has managed to flee this far. If memory serves, the Purple Mansion is located at the eastern edge of the wild, yet he has made it all the way here. It is said he has been on the run for several months, completely losing track of Tang Yin's whereabouts in the interim. Only recently have we learned that he appeared in the wild province. Incredible Chapter 099. The Trident of the Sea King Tang Yin, the sixth disciple of Chen Xuan. In the wild province, a disheveled youth, battered and bruised, staggered to the gates of the mysterious sect. His eyes were somewhat clouded, his body marred with wounds. Yet his hand clutched tightly onto a high-grade divine weapon, the Trident of the Sea King. This divine weapon was acquired during his trials in the Endless Sea. A relic of a powerful royal from the ocean, immensely strong. Though its rank isn't high, it can conceal heavenly secrets, rendering one's precise location indeterminate. It was precisely because of this weapon that he managed to escape from the numerous strong figures of the Purple Mansion. However, now he could scarcely hold on. The betrayal of his beloved was one thing. After all, he had always known that the saintess had merely been acting. But the fact that the Holy Land had nurtured him for so long solely to seize his imperial bloodline was something Tang Yin could not accept. Having joined the Purple Mansion since childhood, he was fully nurtured by the sect, treated as an heir. He had tirelessly worked to meet the sect's expectations. Yet months ago, he stumbled upon the shocking truth that the sect's interest in him was not born from genuine regard, but rather from the imperial bloodline he possessed, which could be enhanced through diligent cultivation. The sect's intent was to augment his blood purity for the son to absorb and awaken the latent imperial blood within him, all at the cost of draining his own life essence. When he first discovered this secret, he could hardly believe it, attempting to ascertain the truth through indirect means, which ultimately aroused the sect's suspicions. Several within the sect conspired to extract his blood in advance, storing it away for when the son had recovered. However, he, being foresight, managed to deduce the truth and fled the sect in desperation. Once the sect realized the secret had been exposed, they immediately initiated a manhunt. Relying on the Trident of the Sea King, he escaped to the wild province, where the Purple Mansion could no longer contain their fury and publicly declared his betrayal, all to force him into the open. And indeed, he was compelled by this revelation. Was I, Tang Yin, destined to become mere fodder for another's cultivation? How I resent this fate. A wave of sorrow washed over Tang Yin, his steps faltering and his pace slowed. The combination of grief and injury rendered him weaker with each passing moment, his head spinning with every step. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he collapsed onto the grass. Meanwhile, several miles away, shadows of pursuers appeared stealthily in the sky. This was the territory of the mysterious sect, and although they hailed from a holy land, they dared not act recklessly, proceeding with caution in their search. After all, in recent times, with the exposure of their might, the mysterious sect had grown increasingly powerful, bolstered by the extreme weapons of the primordial Holy Land. Thus, they were not a group that could be trifled with lightly. I sensed Tang Yin's position. It lies ahead. Suddenly, one cultivator pointed towards the location of the mysterious sect. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. The mysterious sect? Could it be that he has sought refuge within? What should we do? Report to the Holy Land or investigate first? Let us investigate first. If the opportunity arises, we'll capture him. If not, we'll report back. After a brief discussion, they reluctantly set off towards the mysterious sect. As they approached, Tang Yin's outline gradually came into view. I see him. Wonderful. He hasn't entered the mysterious sect. Hurry, let's capture him. In an instant, the group rejoiced, hastening towards Tang Yin within the mysterious sect. Atop the main peak. Ding. 10-star talent disciple detected. Please prepare for disciple recruitment. The system's notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, rousing him from slumber. He opened his eyes to the gentle sun and lazily stretched. With his movement, the rocking chair resting on the grass swayed back and forth. Another 10-star disciple has come knocking? It has been a while since I took in a disciple. I find myself rather yearning for it. Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Since the last incident where the primordial Holy Land attempted theft was resolved, he had enjoyed a remarkably peaceful couple of days. Of course, it was somewhat mundane. The 12 inner disciples had all entered the secret realm, leaving only the outer disciples laboring diligently. Now, with the arrival of a 10-star disciple, he could finally indulge in the excitement of opening a treasure. Reflecting on the treasure, Chen Xuan felt a rush of exhilaration. It had been far too long since he had last opened a package, and he was a bit out of practice. He glanced at the system's location. The disciple was just outside the mountain gate. It appeared there were also pursuers. However, Chen Xuan was unconcerned. Pursuers were merely a standard accompaniment for a 10-star disciple. Thus, he turned over and directly transmitted a message to the inner sect elder, Lu Song, to handle the recruitment. Lu Song, a disciple has arrived at the sect's entrance. Bring him before me. The voice resonated softly in Lu Song's mind. Understood. Lu Song respectfully replied, and then vanished in a flash within the sect. When he reappeared, he stood before the weak and fallen Tang Yin, who clutched a trident tightly in his hand. Lu Song's eyes flickered with suspicion. This must be the person the sect leader spoke of. Murmuring to himself, Lu Song gestured grandly and brought Tang Yin into the sect. This scene immediately halted the pursuers from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, who had not yet approached. What the hell? Tang Yin has been taken in. What should we do now? Should we go demand him back? Demand him back? Are you seeking death? Return and inform the Sacred Lord. Let us go. The group cast one last glance at the entrance of the Misty Sect, reluctantly turning away. After all, the incident of the Misty Sect slaying the two holy beings of the Xianming had only recently transpired. Even though they hailed from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, they lacked the qualifications to demand anyone from the Misty Sect. If they were to demand someone, it would require the Sacred Lord to dispatch a sage-level elder. Meanwhile, atop the summit of the Misty Sect, Lu Song appeared with the frail Tang Yin. Tang Yin lay on the grass, utterly bewildered as he gazed at the two individuals before him. He had intended to ask a question, but before he could speak, he was brought here. The powerful figure who brought him was now standing respectfully before a rocking chair, addressing the man seated within it with utmost reverence. This made Tang Yin realize that the man in the rocking chair was no ordinary individual, and he dared not be careless. Thus, for the first time, Tang Yin released his grip on the Sea King trident and, supporting himself, transitioned from lying down to kneeling. He looked weakly towards Chen Xuan, who was also observing him, his gaze revealing every detail. Name, Tang Yin. Realm, ninefold spirit condensation. Physique, none. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, due to possessing a faint imperial bloodline. He was adopted by the Sacred Land from a young age, which sought to enhance and activate his imperial blood to empower their divine child. Upon discovering this secret, Tang Yin escaped in despair, leading to a decree of pursuit against him by the Sacred Land. After reading Tang Yin's information, Chen Xuan remained relaxed in his rocking chair, his expression unchanged. The notions of imperial blood and purity held no novelty for him. After all, he and many inner sect elders bore imperial blood themselves. However, Tang Yin, who had been scrutinizing him, could no longer contain his unease. With a hint of trepidation, he clasped his fists and inquired of Chen Xuan, Senior, "Why have you brought me here? You are Tang Yin, and the Purple Mansion Sacred Land has set its sights on your imperial blood. Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile, avoiding the question and revealing Tang Yin's secret instead. Tang Yin was instantly taken aback, his vigilance heightened. How does the senior know this? Are you planning to deliver me back to the Purple Mansion Sacred Land for a reward? A reward? Huh. Even if the utmost weapon were to be offered, it would hardly concern me. Chen Xuan scoffed dismissively. Yet, Tang Yin clearly did not believe him. The idea of him being worthy of such a reward was absurd. If a supreme weapon were truly put on the line, it would likely mobilize every force on the ancient continent. Even sacred kings could be captured. Of course, Tang Yin sensed the formidable strength of the two before him. So he refrained from questioning their words further, only expressing his confusion. Since you are aware of my pursuit by the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, why dare take me away? Do you not fear the repercussions? Repercussions? Huh. You are quite the clever one with your insinuations. To be frank, the Misty Sect operates without fear of explanations to any sacred land. Chen Xuan replied calmly, revealing his identity. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Misty Sect? Is this truly the Misty Sect? The one that has gained immense renown recently, even striking fear into the Taichu sacred land, which lost a supreme weapon. My heavens! Tang Yin felt a surge of admiration within him, for the legends surrounding the Misty Sect had been on the rise, and none could remain ignorant of its exploits. Thus, his admiration was genuine. At that moment, Lutsong interjected, this esteemed individual before you is our sect leader. The sect leader of the Misty Sect? Boom. Tang Yin was once again shaken, utterly exhilarated. Not only had he arrived at the Misty Sect, but he had also encountered the sect leader. Heaven knows, it was said that the sect leader's personal disciple had caused quite the upheaval in the secret realm, slaying even those with dual pupils. If only he could join the Misty Sect. Alas, the Misty Sect is powerful, but they certainly wouldn't offend the sacred land for a mere fledgling like me. Moreover, with such a formidable disciple already, why would they deign to take me? I am merely being overly ambitious. Quickly coming to terms with reality, Tang Yin sighed and relinquished his hopes of joining the Misty Sect. Yet, while he could abandon the desire, he could not forsake his gratitude. They had brought him into the sect, granting him respite from the pursuit of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land, a tremendous kindness. Thus, he bowed respectfully, I am Tang Yin, paying my respects to the sect leader. Thank you for granting me refuge from the pursuit of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. I will take my leave now, ensuring that I bring no trouble to your esteemed sect. As he spoke, he reached for the Sea King trident on the ground, preparing to rise and depart. This decisive action pleased Chen Xuan somewhat, prompting him to speak directly. Tang Yin, do you wish to join my sect and become one of my disciples? What? Tang Yin, in motion, suddenly froze, thinking he had misheard. He quickly turned to Chen Xuan, but the latter's earnest demeanor awaited his response, making everything feel all too real. At this moment, Tang Yin's arm, grasping the Sea King trident, trembled slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on the ground, excitement bubbling within him. Sect leader, I wish to join the Misty Sect. Please accept me as your disciple. Very well. Since you are willing, you shall be my sixth personal disciple. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Tang Yin shook with disbelief, hardly able to trust his ears. A personal disciple? Good heavens! What incredible fortune has befallen me? No, this is not mere luck. It is an extraordinary opportunity. Tang Yin was instantly filled with elation. Disciple Tang Yin greets the master. I bow to my master. With 3 loud thuds, his forehead struck the ground, sincerity radiating from his posture. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a 10-star potential disciple and received a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Please check your inventory. As the gift pack arrived, Chen Xuan beamed with delight. He nodded approvingly at Tang Yin. Rise. Afterward, he instructed Lutsong, instantly calming Tang Yin's heart. Lutsong, take him to heal and publicly announce his induction into the sect. Once he is part of our sect, he is one of us. Should anyone dare to harm our sect members, be they from the sacred land or ancient clans, they shall bear all consequences. Understood. Lutsong nodded and turned to lead Tang Yin away. Tang Yin, overwhelmed with excitement, quickly clasped his fists in gratitude to Chen Xuan before following Lutsong closely. Treading carefully, he was once a man on the brink of death. And now he had not only been granted a new lease on life, but had also become a personal disciple of the sect leader, a debt of gratitude he could never repay. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming rush of determination to remain loyal to the sect, to train diligently, and to treat every disciple with respect, not wanting to disappoint his master's expectations. As he contemplated this, Tang Yin felt his injuries gradually healing. It was then he realized the unparalleled cultivation environment within the sect. However, before he could further marvel, Lutsong waved his hand and completely healed all his external wounds. Tang Yin, astonished, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your assistance. No need for formalities. I am Lu Tsong, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to consult me. Now, let us head to the library to select your cultivation methods and techniques. Lu Tsong replied expressionlessly, lifting Tang Yin as they soared towards the library. Tang Yin, now airborne, gazed at the wondrous surroundings of the sect, astonished by the outer disciples flying below him. Because those disciples were all clad in spiritual garments and wielding high-grade spiritual artifacts. It is known that such equipment is reserved for the most elite disciples of the sacred land. The individuals who just passed by were all adorned with these items. Some even donned gear that was not inferior to any other. Moreover, he clearly observed that these individuals wore insignias on their chests, all bearing the mark of Outer Sect disciples. This implies that those who had just flown past were all from the Outer Sect of the mysterious Cloud Sect. Goodness! Outer Sect disciples are equivalent to the pinnacle disciples of the sacred land. The mysterious Cloud Sect is truly formidable. Tang Yin was utterly astounded, his heart brimming with excitement. His reverence for the sect surged to an unprecedented height. On the main peak, after Tang Yin departed, Chen Xuan continued to recline in his rocking chair, comfortably opening his disciple recruitment gift pack. It had been quite some time since he last opened a package, and he wondered if he might uncover something extraordinary. Chen Xuan smacked his lips and addressed the system in his mind. System, please open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Emperor summoning cards and 2 Sage summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have received an Emperor ring. It possesses a self-contained realm capable of sustaining life, with an expanse of billions upon billions of square kilometers, accommodating thousands of large stars simultaneously. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extreme challenge tower. There are no boundary restrictions. It is a cultivation facility aimed at challenging 1S limits and is now manifested in the sect. Congratulations, host. You have received a sect expansion card. This card can multiply the sect's area several times. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 disciple realm enhancement cards. Note, the enhancement cards can elevate the corresponding disciples by at least 3 minor realms. They can be transformed into elixirs to reward disciples and boost their cultivation enthusiasm. Congratulations, host. You have received the strongest cultivation talent in history. Note, no one can surpass the host's cultivation talent. If a stronger talent emerges, the host's talent will automatically evolve, remaining perpetually supreme. Chapter 101. The Outer Sect Grand Competition of the Mysterious Cloud Sect. The anger of the Purple Mansion's sacred land soon. A series of rewards arrived. Upon gazing at these rewards, Chen Xuan could not help but slow his movements. Wow! The Emperor Ring and the strongest cultivation talent in history. These 2 rewards seem exceptionally impressive. Chen Xuan eagerly examined these 2 rewards. First, the Emperor Ring. The interior of the Emperor Ring forms a self-contained realm, capable of housing thousands of large stars and sustaining life. Goodness, if one were to be thrown inside, they would likely never reach the boundary in their lifetime. And that strongest cultivation talent in history is even more outrageous. No one can surpass him, should a stronger talent arise. His unparalleled talent will automatically evolve into something even greater. This is truly extraordinary. Chen Xuan was filled with excitement. He immediately donned the Emperor Ring on his finger, and his consciousness seamlessly melded with it to explore. As his consciousness entered, the space within the ring materialized. It was an expanse of void. It resembled being in the cosmos, with no end in sight, surrounded by an infinite darkness. However, this was not the darkness of night, but rather an emptiness caused by the vastness of space. For instance, while standing here, everything else appeared dark. Yet he could see himself clearly. It evoked a sensation of being in an infinite world. It seems that in the future, he could place some stars inside for decoration, otherwise, it looks a bit desolate. Chen Xuan murmured to himself, then exited the Emperor Ring. Since the Emperor Ring was a reward from the system, it required no refinement or acknowledgement of ownership. It was directly bound to him. Thus, Chen Xuan did not delve further into it. After exiting the Emperor Ring, he was eager to merge with the strongest talent in history. There was no turning back. This was indeed a valuable asset. Since arriving in the ancient wilderness continent, his setbacks had stemmed from a lack of talent. Now that he possessed an extraordinary talent, he naturally desired to merge with it. After all, he had suffered from a lack of talent for far too long. Chen Xuan silently declared in his mind, "System, merge with the strongest talent in history." Ding. The strongest talent in history has been successfully merged. Boom. As the system's voice echoed, Chen Xuan's inner body trembled, and his being underwent a monumental transformation. akin to the birth of the universe. Although he appeared unchanged, his talent had been irrevocably altered. He had achieved the strongest cultivation talent in history. While becoming an emperor or an immortal is contingent upon potential rather than talent, possessing multiple talents offers multiple pathways. Moreover, stronger talents yield even greater potential. Now, his potential has likely reached an unprecedented level. After merging with the talent, Chen Xuan lay back with a smile, continuing to sway in his rocking chair. As for how to utilize the other rewards, he was still contemplating. Firstly, the Extreme Challenge Tower, being a sect facility, would automatically manifest without requiring his intervention. The summoning cards should also be saved. There is no need to use them yet. The only item he could utilize was the Disciple Realm Enhancement cards. But how should he employ them? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan quickly devised a plan. He immediately transmitted his thoughts to Lu Tsong, instructing him accordingly. The sect's Extreme Challenge Tower will be temporarily opened to Outer Sect disciples. Additionally, inform all Outer Sect disciples that to encourage their cultivation progress, a chaotic battle competition will commence in 7 days. At that time, the sect master will personally attend. The top 3 in the chaotic battle will receive an elixir with no adverse effects that can enhance their realms by at least 3 minor stages, along with a peach of immortality that grants 1,000 years of lifespan. The 4th to 10th places will each receive a cultivation enhancement elixir and collectively share a peach of immortality. If this event is successful, it will be held annually with rewards each year. Swish. The news swiftly traversed distances, entering Lu Tsong's mind. Yes, I will attend to this immediately. Just after sending Tang Yin to the library, Lu Tsong, upon receiving Chen Xuan's notification, did not dare to delay and promptly began transmitting the news to the elders of the Outer Sect. Upon learning that this message was personally delivered by the sect master, the elders hastily relayed the information about the chaotic battle competition in 7 days to every Outer Sect disciple. In an instant, the news of the chaotic battle competition spread throughout the Outer Sect, even reaching the inner disciples who learned of the inaugural Outer Sect disciple competition. Especially the rewards for the top 10 in the competition ignited excitement among all disciples. Have you heard? We are hosting the Outer Sect chaotic battle competition in 7 days. It is said to be the first competition of our sect. If one secures a top 3 position, they will be rewarded with a cultivation enhancement elixir with no side effects and a peach of immortality that bestows 1,000 years of life. Yes, it is said that even those in the 4th to 10th places will share a peach and a cultivation enhancement elixir. The rewards are simply astonishing. That is a peach of immortality. Even sages covet it. For several individuals, to share one is remarkable. Indeed, our sect master is incredibly generous, offering up 4 peaches as rewards. I suspect this competition will drive everyone to madness. Precisely. If one is fortunate enough to secure a top 3 position and obtain a peach, it equates to having an extra 1,000 years of cultivation time compared to peers. Their future prospects will be absolutely boundless. I heard the sect master will personally observe the finals. Let's give it our all, brothers. We have 7 days. I must enter seclusion. Even if I cannot break into the top 10, I must make my mark so the sect master notices my efforts. Yes, the sect master is watching. We must not disappoint him. Let us head to the Extreme Challenge Tower. I've heard it's a newly unsealed facility where one can challenge their limits. I will not leave until I break through my own limits. In an instant, all Outer Sect disciples eagerly rushed into the Extreme Challenge Tower to push their limits, while the disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect vied to enter seclusion and cultivate. Another piece of news rapidly spread, causing another uproar in the outside world. Extra! Extra! A major incident has occurred. The traitor Tang Yin from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land has been captured. Have you heard? Tang Yin has become a disciple under the sect master of the mysterious Cloud Sect. The Misty Sect proclaimed that Tang Yin had joined their ranks, declaring that anyone who dared to harm a member of the Misty Sect, be they from a sacred ground or an ancient family, would face dire consequences. This announcement reverberated across the eastern region, causing a widespread uproar. Tang Yin, branded a traitor by the Purple Mansion Holy Land, was now under the protection of the Misty Sect, an act perceived as a direct challenge to the Purple Mansion's authority, sparking considerable speculation and debate. In response, the Purple Mansion Holy Land voiced its displeasure, dismissing the Misty Sect as a mere upstart with a pseudo-supreme weapon, and demanding Tang Yin's immediate surrender under threat of a supreme war. The ultimatum ignited a frenzy of discussion throughout the eastern region, with many expressing the Purple Mansion Holy Land's assertiveness. Conjecture arose that the Purple Mansion might be eyeing the Misty Sect's supreme weapon, the 7-star bell, using Tang Yin's presence as a pretext for conflict. Meanwhile, within the Misty Sect, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed. reclining in his rocking chair as Lu Cong relayed the Purple Mansion's demands, dismissing the threat of a supreme war. Chen Xuan casually remarked that he would gift Lu Cong a supreme weapon should the Purple Mansion dare to attack. Chen Xuan then vanished to adorn his emperor's ring with celestial bodies, while the Misty Sect continued its activities, seemingly unaffected by the external pressures. Tang Yin diligently trained. Driven by gratitude for his master's acceptance. Seeking respite, Tang Yin retreated to a secluded grove, where he fell asleep by a pond. Unbeknownst to him, a white rabbit observed him with curiosity. In another part of the mountain, Lu Yu immersed herself in romantic novels, captivated by tales of love and intrigue. In the meantime, high-ranking officials in the Purple Mansion Holy Land were indignant at the Misty Sect's silence, interpreting it as a sign of arrogance. Purple Mansion Holy Master Zikuan, along with his elders, voiced their determination to assert their dominance and eliminate the Misty Sect. They emphasized the importance of Tang Yin's capture to facilitate the absorption of his imperial blood by their divine son, whom they viewed as the hope of their holy land. The elders unanimously agreed that the Misty Sect, despite possessing a supreme weapon, was not a formidable opponent. The esteemed Lord Zikuan, upon observing the unanimous consensus among the assembly, pondered momentarily before decisively issuing the command to commence hostilities. Thus, the battle of the extreme path shall be ignited, and the mysterious sect shall be trampled. Elder, you are tasked with mobilizing the divine source, preparing to awaken the Holy Ancestor. The Holy Ancestor shall personally oversee the activation of the extreme path weapon, ensuring an unstoppable advance. Second Elder, immediately issue the war readiness notice, summon all sovereign-level elders and above to return, and prepare the warships. We shall set sail in 2 days, heading straight for the mysterious sect. Third Elder, you will be responsible for inviting the aging Supreme Elders aboard, should formidable foes arise. Let those elders take precedence. As preparations for war were laid down, the elders of the Purple Mansion's sacred lands swiftly engaged in urgent preparations. News of the sacred land's mobilization spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing the entire eastern region. The region trembled with anticipation. Is war truly upon us? The extreme path battle, heavens. Will both sides wield the extreme path weapons? How terrifying. Flee. The wasteland is doomed. In a frenzy, countless cultivators from the wasteland desperately fled to other regions, especially those of lower cultivation, who rushed with all their might. The sacred war was upon them, and their slow pace filled them with dread, fearing they might be trapped. Thus, as the news spread, cultivators from the wasteland were seen fleeing in droves. Yet, cultivators from other regions reacted quite the opposite. Instead of fear, they surged toward the wasteland, particularly those from surrounding superpowers, ancestral families, and millennia-old dynasties. Of course, even they dared not venture too deeply into the wasteland, only daring to linger at a safe distance to observe the mysterious sect. After all, the mere activation of the extreme path weapon could obliterate those who sought to spectate. However, the rare spectacle of the extreme path battle was not to be missed, especially among the strong scattered cultivators. All yearned to witness the might of the extreme path. In this moment, the entire eastern region was stirred into a tempest. Only the ancient families and other extreme path sacred lands remained silent. Of course, they were not entirely inactive. They dispatched individuals to glean information, reluctant to involve themselves directly. After all, the ancient continent had seen many sacred lands fall over the years. Even the extreme path could be severed. Yet, viewed through the lens of time, it appeared as if the extreme path had never truly been extinguished. Thus, it remains true. To maintain a long lineage, is it reliant solely on extreme path weapons? Perhaps. But most importantly, it hinges upon the ability to adapt to the shifting tides. You yield in your prime, and when you age, I shall seize the opportunity. Hence, the other extreme path families and sacred lands remained silent, merely observing from the shadows, seizing the chance to probe the depths of the Purple Mansion and mysterious sect. Meanwhile, after wandering the starry expanse for several days, Chen Xuan returned to the mysterious sect. During his travels, he had collected dozens of stars of varying hues, which he stored within the Emperor's ring as embellishments. Now, upon entering the Emperor's ring, one would behold a wondrous sight. The stars rotated, radiating diverse colors across the endless void. Even if a sage were to be cast within, they would scarcely believe themselves to be within a ring, but rather, lost amidst the stars. Upon his return to the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan reclined in a rocking chair, awaiting the commencement of the outer sect competition. However, shortly after his arrival, Tang Yin approached him, troubled by the impending battle. Master, disciple has heard that the Purple Mansion sacred land is preparing for war. I have caused trouble for you in the sect. Perhaps it would be best to hand me over, with the blood of the Emperor within me. The Purple Mansion will not rest until they have me. Tang Yin knelt, Worry etched across his face. The news of the extreme path battle had spread like wildfire, especially the preparations of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, echoing in every disciple's ears. While no elder had sought him out regarding this matter, he felt a deep sense of guilt, believing all of this chaos stemmed from his joining the mysterious sect. Thus, upon hearing of his master's return, he hastened to propose a solution, albeit underestimating the mysterious sect and Chen Xuan. Observing his sixth disciple kneeling with utmost reverence, Chen Xuan bore no hint of reproach. Rather, he spoke earnestly. Tang Yin, this matter is not your fault. Why do you burden yourself so? Do you think your master cannot protect you? No, that is not it. Master possesses boundless power, a life of celestial blessings, and surely does not regard the Purple Mansion. Tang Yin hastily clarified, not daring to doubt Chen Xuan's prowess. Knowing full well he could traverse the ancient mountain range with ease. Seeing Tang Yin's reverence, Chen Xuan smiled and nodded. Since you understand, focus on your cultivation. There is no need to concern yourself with the Purple Mansion. Should they dare to approach, I shall obliterate them. Obliterate the Purple Mansion? Tang Yin's pupils constricted slightly in shock at Chen Xuan's words. Yet, upon observing his master's nonchalant demeanor, it seemed he spoke with conviction. Perhaps the mysterious sect truly possessed such strength. With this thought, Tang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master. Well, in light of your filial piety, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Opportunity? Tang Yin's expression shifted to one of confusion as he looked up. At that moment, Chen Xuan raised his hand and gently pointed at him. Instantly, a surge of energy from Chen Xuan entered Tang Yin's body. Almost immediately, Tang Yin's blood seemed to be guided, beginning to boil, burn, and regenerate. Ah, so hot, so scorching. In an instant, Tang Yin's skin flushed crimson, his face reddening as he transformed into a small red figure. Though the heat was uncomfortable, he could distinctly feel the Emperor's blood within him awakening. A resonance from the celestial realms began to echo within him. Buzz, buzz, ma, me, hong. The sound resonated from within his blood, gradually penetrating outward. Soon, it reverberated across the sky. In that moment, all present heard the sound of the celestial resonance. Buzz, buzz, ma, me, hong. With each tremor, it seemed to strike at the hearts of those outside, compelling them to gaze toward the main peak. Meanwhile, Tang Yin's blood radiated boundless energy, transforming his very essence. In a brief span, he completed the transformation, his cultivation nearing perfection. Though the increase was modest, at that moment, he felt his combat prowess had multiplied manifold. My Emperor's blood has awakened? He reveled in the change within his body, overwhelmed with excitement, and immediately continued to bow deeply to Chen Xuan. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Go forth, Chen Xuan replied, still reclining in his rocking chair, swaying gently, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. This left Tang Yin deeply shaken, in awe of his master's extraordinary prowess. Yes, I take my leave, filled with exhilaration. He performed his bow and hurried off to the secluded woods behind the mountain to share his joy with a rabbit. Outside the mysterious sect, as the Purple Mansion's sacred land proclaimed its intention to engage in the extreme path battle, the number of cultivators gathering outside the mysterious sect continued to swell. One could not fathom why these individuals were so drawn to the spectacle. Wherever there was commotion, their presence was assured. Is this the mysterious sect? The spiritual energy is truly abundant. Ah, Huang, you have come too. A pleasure to meet you. Well, the spiritual energy here seems to emanate entirely from the mysterious sect. The closer I get, the denser the energy becomes. It surpasses even my royal palace. Last time I visited, the energy was not nearly this rich. It has increased several-fold since then. The emergence of the mysterious sect has transformed the surrounding environment. Impressive. Indeed, I have visited many sacred places. Yet the external environment here is nearly on par with other ordinary sanctuaries. The extreme Tao sacred sect is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 104. 100 warships heading straight for the Misty sect. Reinforcements from the two clans arrive. What a splendid place, truly a splendid place. Fellow cultivator, I must retreat and strive for a breakthrough. Remember to call me when the people from the Purple Mansion's sacred land arrive in the wilderness region. Do not forget me. Some cultivators who arrived early felt the rich spiritual energy and pointed towards the chaos ancient mountain range. Although it is still some distance from the Misty sect, those who have been here before can already sense the changes in the environment. Some cultivators even took the opportunity to cultivate, reminding their companions not to forget to call them, fearing they might miss the action when the fighting begins. However, at that moment, a sudden sound of the great Tao resonated from within the Misty sect, instantly shaking the cultivators present. Buzz, buzz, ma, me, hong, boom. The sound of the great Tao struck the hearts of the many cultivators. Everyone turned in unison towards the Misty Sect. At that moment, the Misty Sect became shrouded in mystery once more. It is the sound of the great Tao. Hiss. Has someone within the Misty Sect attained enlightenment? Goodness. The mystery surrounding the Misty Sect only deepens. The crowd marveled in astonishment, unaware that this was merely an anomaly caused by a disciple. For those within the Misty Sect, this sound of the great Tao evoked no curiosity, as only by joining the Misty Sect could one truly comprehend its immense power. Recently, there have been numerous instances of the sound of the great Tao emanating from within the Misty Sect. For instance, when a certain outer sect elder was cultivating, the sound of the great Tao resonated, or when a disciple broke through in realization, causing some anomalies. Moreover, when a certain female temporary deputy elder was cultivating, it even caused an influx of purple energy. Even the twin disciples of the sect, who were engaged in their training, produced a melodious sound that echoed through the cultivation building late at night. It created an impression that something mischievous was occurring, prompting the female deputy elder, Luo Feishuan, to investigate, only to find it was not as she had imagined. It was merely the manifestation of the training of those twin sisters. Those who were near the cultivation building that night all heard it. In the Misty Sect, anomalies have never ceased. Recently, there were even sightings of stars vanishing from the sky, yet no one was alarmed. Furthermore, no one expressed concern about the impending extreme Tao war. While the sect members remained untroubled, individuals from the outside world were deeply concerned, particularly the head of the Yi family, Yi Changsheng. Upon receiving news of the impending conflict between the Purple Mansion Sacred Land and the Misty Sect, he set off once more with his kin. Although this time they faced the extreme Tao Sacred Land, Yi Changsheng remained undeterred, telling his family, "If the enemy can advance, so can we." He then led his clan as warriors directly to the Misty Sect. In addition, reinforcements from the Murong dynasty also set off under the leadership of ancestor Murong. The actions of these two families stirred quite a commotion in the wilderness region. Reinforcements? This is the extreme Tao war. A group of insignificant forces would be of no use, merely marching to their deaths. Indeed, it would be wiser to flee far away and return only after the battle is over. See, I have always said, being a vassal power is perilous. When the master is in trouble, the vassal can only brace for impact. If they do not act, whether the master wins or loses, they will face dire consequences. Yes, if they lose, the enemy will surely hold these vassal forces accountable. If they win, the master will demand to know why no assistance was provided. Thankfully, we are not vassals of the Misty Sect. How frightening. The small forces of the wilderness region debated fervently, believing the Yi and Murong families were foolishly overreaching. Yet, such discussions did not sway the decisions of the two clans, who resolutely pressed on towards the Misty Sect. The Purple Mansion Sacred Land. After a period of preparation, 100 warships soared into the sky, emerging from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. Instantly, countless enormous ships appeared, capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Look, warships, so many warships. Hiss. It bears the insignia of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. They are setting sail. The warships of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land have departed. My heavens. They are truly going to battle. In an instant, countless cultivators on the ground ceased their training or emerged from their chambers, gazing up at the magnificent scene of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land's expedition. Unfortunately, they were too far away to witness it up close. At this moment, in the sky, the warships of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land gradually accelerated, showing no concern for the Misty Sect. Even the saints and elders aboard wore relaxed expressions. For this expedition against the Misty Sect, nearly all of their strongest fighters were mobilized, including the sect master. Additionally, there were dozens of powerful artifacts and the mightiest Tao weapons, the demon-suppressing steel. It must be noted that these are among the most elite entities of the ancient continent. When the Tao weapons are activated, which faction could not be subjugated? Even if they encounter a great saint, they possess the strength to contend. Thus, the task of subduing a sect recently designated as an extreme Tao sacred sect seemed effortless to everyone, as if it were merely an outing. As for the reason behind deploying so many warships, it was naturally to transport spoils of war and to demonstrate the might of the sacred land. To show the world that the extreme Tao sacred land cannot be insulted. Soon, the warships flew faster and faster through the sky, slicing through the air currents, transforming into streams of light, heading straight for the wilderness region. Meanwhile, at the Misty Sect in the wilderness region, Yi Changsheng and his kin were the first to land at the sect's entrance, followed closely by Murong Zhantian. Thanks to their enhanced cultivation, they arrived in a timely manner this time. Upon their reunion, they clasped hands and greeted each other. Fellow cultivator Murong, long time no see. head of the Yi family. I trust you are well. Hee. Please. After their formalities, the two of them walked side by side into the sect. At the main peak of the Misty Sect, Master Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian have come to offer their support. Chen Xuan, arrange a place for them to rest. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes slightly, never expecting that these two clans would dare to come for the extreme Dao war. At that moment, he was unsure whether to laugh or feel moved. By the way, remember to extend proper hospitality. Finally, Chen Xuan reminded him once more. Lu Tsong clasped his hands and withdrew to make the arrangements. The reception was quite simple. They were taken to the guest hall for their accommodation. Then, the Dao Enlightenment tea was brewed, and the plate of peaches was prepared. The two clans had no complaints whatsoever. Upon seeing the fruit platter and the Dao Enlightenment tea laid out on the table, the two men kept smiling at Lu Tsong. Moreover, since entering the sect, they had noticed the serene atmosphere within, completely unlike the time of the previous crisis. There was no sign of imminent battle. Thus, they felt even more at ease. For this demeanor signified that the Misty Sect could easily handle the situation with the Purple Mansion's sacred land. Thinking of this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were prepared for the worst, being able to survive brought them immense joy. Head of the Yi family, young friend Murong, please take a moment to rest here. I will not keep you company any longer. Once the fruit platter and Dao Enlightenment tea were ready, Lu Tsong rose from his seat and headed out. Take care, Grand Elder. The two men dared not slacken their pace and immediately followed Lu Tsong to the door. Once Lu Tsong's figure disappeared completely, they straightened their bent bodies, exchanged glances, and simultaneously rushed towards the Dao Enlightenment tea in the room. Head of the Yi family. You took the wrong one. That plate over there is yours. Cough cough, this is extra. Let us share it. Chapter 105. The Gift of Cultivating Disciples. Sisters as beautiful as flowers. Faced with the Dao Enlightenment tea and the peaches, neither of the two leaders wished to yield. Thus, they finally decided to divide the surplus according to the number of people. Consequently, both parties began to share the excess peaches in a rather ceremonious manner. Soon, everyone received their share. All right, now that it's distributed, let us indulge, Yi Changsheng declared. And he was the first to seize a piece of the chopped peach and shove it into his mouth. The others, not to be outdone, followed suit as they witnessed their leader's actions, hastily stuffing their mouths, fearing that a moment's delay would result in someone else snatching their portion. The sound of chewing filled the air. Ah, mm. They all immersed themselves in devouring the peaches. Even a single drop of pulp that fell to the ground was promptly retrieved. Not even the arrival of their clansmen, Fenghua and Shuyue, alongside Yi Junlin, garnered any attention. They resembled a horde of starving ghosts come to life. At the entrance, Yi Junlin observed the scene, speechless, while Fenghua and Shuyue exchanged glances, equally bemused. Upon learning that their clan members had joined the sect, they had rushed over for a reunion, only to be met with such a spectacle. Yet, upon reflection, their reaction was entirely understandable. After all, these were heavenly peaches. Before joining the Piaomiao sect, they had never even had the chance to smell them, let alone taste them. Unlike the three of them, who had become disciples of the sect and had grown weary of the occasional rewards from the sect leader. Seeing this, Yi Junlin walked in with a concerned expression and remarked, Changsheng ancestor. Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Changsheng immediately lifted his head, his face lighting up with joy. The other Yi family members mirrored his excitement, all greeting in unison, greetings, ancestor. In that moment of recognition among the Yi family, on the other side, Fenghua and Shuyue also entered together. Although they had no direct ties to the Murong dynasty, they were still considered part of it. Now that they stood before the ancestral figures and powerful beings of the dynasty, it felt akin to visiting family. Therefore, it was only fitting that they should pay their respects. Greetings to the ancestor and esteemed guests. The two women followed Yi Junlin's lead, bowing respectfully to the members of the Murong dynasty. However, this gesture startled Murong Zhantian and the other powerful figures of the dynasty. After all, Fenghua and Shuyue had previously served the sect leader, and although it seemed they had no formal connections, they were not in a position to disregard such courtesy. Thus, everyone quickly waved their hands and clasped their fists in return, exclaiming, Your Highnesses, please, there is no need for such formalities. Since you have joined the sect, you need not bow to us. It is we who should pay our respects to you. In an instant, the status of Fenghua and Shuyue elevated significantly. This deepened their affection for the Piaomiao sect, for all of this was bestowed upon them by the sect and Chen Xuan. Please, have a seat. Murong Zhantian courteously gestured for the two women to sit, his gaze careful not to linger too long, as they seemed to radiate an even greater charm than before. Clad in contrasting black and white attire, their elegance shone through, exemplifying the distinguished atmosphere of the sect. After spending some time there, even their demeanor had transformed. Their presence was a tremendous honor, and thus, it was essential to foster this relationship with utmost respect. Consequently, Murong Jiantian was exceedingly polite, maintaining a constant smile. Meanwhile, as Murong Jiantian entertained Feng Hua and Xu Yue, Yi Junlin had already engaged in lively conversation with his clan members. Changsheng, fret not. The Purple Mansion sacred land is of no concern to the sect leader. Since you are here, take this opportunity to cultivate for a couple of days. This is my offering as your ancestor. I have more than enough, so please distribute it among the clan members. As Yi Junlin spoke, he produced several vials of divine essence from his spatial ring. The instant the vials appeared, everyone present was left utterly astonished. Even Murong Jiantian couldn't suppress his envy. Divine essence, even if not used for personal cultivation, could be exchanged for a plethora of resources. A mere disciple, or rather, Yi Junlin was not just a disciple, but also a deacon elder with a formal position. At this thought, Murong Jiantian felt a pang of envy. Just then, Yi Changsheng seemingly sensed his longing gaze and discreetly glanced at Murong Jiantian before pulling Yi Junlin towards the courtyard. Ancestor, let us discuss this outside. Murong Jiantian. The powerful members of the dynasty. Jiantian, ancestor suddenly, Feng Hua's voice pulled Murong Jiantian from his reverie. He quickly turned around, smiling politely, Your Highness Feng Hua. We too have some surplus divine essence you can take. Feng Hua raised her hand, producing several vials of divine essence, surpassing even the quantity Yi Junlin had presented. In an instant, Murong Jiantian and his companions stood in stunned silence. Especially Murong Jiantian, who gazed at the vials in disbelief, exclaiming, Is this a reward from the sect leader? As a disciple, there was no salary. The fact that Feng Hua had produced more divine essence than Yi Junlin could only mean it was a reward from the sect leader. Otherwise, he could not fathom any legitimate means of acquiring such wealth. Murong Jiantian was astounded, even suspecting that Feng Hua and Xue Yue had won the sect leader's favor. No. We sisters are responsible for sourcing within the sect. This is our remuneration. Feng Hua, noticing Murong Jiantian's misconception, felt her cheeks flush slightly as she clarified. Meanwhile, her sister Xue Yue lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this explanation, Murong Jiantian felt a hint of disappointment but quickly reassured himself that it was indeed commendable for them to secure employment, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Your Highnesses, since this is your salary, it would be best for you to keep it. Murong Jiantian politely declined Feng Hua and Xue Yue's generous offer. However, they regarded this divine essence with indifference, as it was not their entire salary, and they had little use for it in such a celestial realm. They smiled and insisted. Please accept it. We sisters cannot utilize much. Well, if this is your kind intention, then I shall graciously accept. Murong Jiantian gratefully took the vials of divine essence, his face beaming with wrinkles from his smile. Seeing this, the two women nodded and slowly rose, stating, We must find the sect leader to report on other matters. So we cannot linger. Of course. The sect leader's affairs are of utmost importance. I bid farewell to your highnesses. Murong Jiantian immediately led the powerful members of the dynasty to escort the two women to the entrance. Only after their figures vanished completely did he dare to straighten his back and return to his former state. Once they departed from the reception hall, the two women made their way directly to the main peak. What they had just said was the truth. They indeed needed to meet the sect leader. The reason for this meeting was straightforward. They required clarification regarding their cultivation, which had seemingly encountered some obstacles. Recently, while practicing the celestial scripture Great Allure technique, they had unwittingly gone astray in their training. Each time they cultivated, disconcerting melodies would fill the air, disrupting Yi Junlin's sleep and leaving him staring blankly at the ceiling every night. Although Elder Luo Feishuan had personally examined the situation, she too could not comprehend the celestial scripture and began to suspect it might be due to their physical constitution. Chapter 106. Disconcerting melodies distract the mind. Your supreme weapon has been delivered. After Elder Luo expressed her concerns regarding their physical constitution, she diligently searched for relevant materials in the library, nearly exhausting herself in the process without uncovering any answers. Consequently, Elder Luo advised them to pause their cultivation while she sought counsel from other elders. As a result, upon learning that the two had previously served the sect master, the other elders hesitated to conduct any inspections, claiming they could not discern the specific reasons. Furthermore, due to the propriety of male-female interactions, they deemed it inappropriate to investigate closely, insisting that Luo Feishuan accompany them to seek the inner door elders or the sect master himself. Each elder pushed the responsibility onto the others, none daring to take action against the two women, leaving them and Luo Feishuan feeling quite helpless. Consequently, Luo Feishuan resolved to take them directly to the sect master. After all, If the outer door elders were reluctant to conduct an intimate examination, the inner door elders would certainly be even more cautious. Ultimately, they had no choice but to seek out the sect master. However, just as they decided to do so, Luo Feishuan entered seclusion, aiming to break through the crucial barrier of becoming a sage. Reluctantly, this matter had to be postponed. Yet, as days passed, even when they merely rested and did not cultivate, the alluring melodies began to echo around them, preventing the two from sleeping soundly at night. Every time they attempted to slumber, the enchanting sounds would emerge, causing distress not only for them, but also for Yi Junlin, who resided in the same building, leading him to take cold baths at the foot of the mountain at night. Thus, seeking the sect master became a last resort. After all, who knew how long they would have to wait for Elder Luo to emerge from her retreat? Sister, do you think the sect master will be angry if we go directly to him? I do not know, but we cannot keep postponing this. Recently, the alluring melodies have started to manifest while we are asleep. If we delay further, they might even occur while we are awake. At that point, we will be unable to face anyone. Indeed, it's just that I wonder if the sect master will be willing to assist us. The two sisters conversed as they made their way to the main peak, their thoughts consumed with concern over whether the sect master would be displeased by their visit and if he would be inclined to help. As for whether the sect master possessed the capability to resolve their predicament, they held no doubts. The deeper their understanding of the Primal sect, the more they recognized the tremendous power of the sect master. In their eyes, he had long since become a figure of omnipotence, where the only question was one of willingness rather than ability. Soon, the two arrived at the main peak, where they beheld Chen Xuan reclining on a rocking chair at the cliff's edge. The chair creaked rhythmically, and the figure swayed gently in sync with it, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Slightly anxious, the two approached with timid steps. Upon nearing, Chen Xuan's serene visage came fully into view, his calm cheeks and gentle breath swaying with the rocking chair. Instantly, their faces flushed, and they lowered their gazes, respectfully greeting. Fenghua Shuyue pays respects to the sect master. What brings you here? Chen Xuan inquired, opening his eyes to regard the two. As they met the imposing gaze of the sect master, their hearts inexplicably tightened, and they hastily relayed the unusual occurrences afflicting them, along with Elder Luo Feishuan's inability to resolve the issue and her seclusion. Such peculiar matters? After listening, Chen Xuan paused for a moment before scrutinizing the two with intense focus. The sisters, sensing the gravity of his gaze, stood in silence, their heads bowed and their bodies still. Yet at that moment, they felt the alluring melodies within them resonate once more, causing their faces to flush red. Forget. Forget it all. Sway with my rhythm. Sway and sway again. With a glimmering light, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, his body instinctively straightening. He had indeed activated the great enchantment technique within them, but he had not anticipated such an absurd outcome. The alluring melodies were unmistakable, especially the fluctuating tones that intertwined with soft murmurs, giving the impression of a scandalous scene. The fact that there was singing involved was utterly bewildering. Sect Master, it's this sound. We do not know where it originated, but now it emerges whenever my sister and I attempt to sleep. Elder Yi residing in the same building says he hears it every night. Fenghua explained, her cheeks flushed. She too found the melody peculiar, let alone a solitary elder. Chen Xuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he earnestly traced the source of the sound. The great enchantment technique. He had encountered this celestial scripture while perusing the archives. It was a technique that could only be cultivated by those adept in enchantment, containing numerous minor enchanting spells. When mastered, it could deceive reality, blurring the lines between illusion and truth, akin to a fleeting dream, making it difficult to distinguish between what was real and what was not. However, the fact that the alluring melodies incorporated singing rendered the situation quite perplexing. Thus, Chen Xuan meticulously examined the two using the great enchantment technique. He soon pinpointed the source of the melodies. At a certain juncture in your practice of the great enchantment technique, you have deviated. The alluring melodies stem from an illusory spell. Your cultivation was incorrect, and due to your physical constitution, it resulted in the emergence of these sounds without any accompanying illusion. Having identified the cause, Chen Xuan raised his hand and pointed towards their navels. Instantly, the great enchantment technique began to rectify itself, and the alluring melodies ceased. Simultaneously, the surrounding scenery transformed, transporting the trio to a peach grove. Although Chen Xuan remained reclined in his rocking chair, the environment had drastically changed. Surrounded by peach trees with petals swirling about, several ethereal maidens clad in sheer garments emerged, laughing melodiously as they approached Chen Xuan, swaying their alluring figures. The moment they heard the familiar sound, Fenghua and Shuyue understood the origin of the melodies and quickly halted the maidens' advance, drawing back the surging energy within them. In an instant, the scene shifted once more. The maidens vanished, the peach blossoms dissipated, and the three returned to the peak of the main cliff. It turned out that the previous scene had been an illusion. After this experience, the alluring melodies had indeed vanished, and the two women had acquired the ability to conjure illusions. Feeling the shift within their bodies, Fenghua and Shuiyue were filled with excitement, promptly bowing to Chen Xuan in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your guidance. It was but a trifling matter. You may go." Chen Xuan waved his hand with a serene expression, exuding a refreshing aura. "Yes, we take our leave." The two women nodded slightly before departing with exhilaration. Shortly after they left, a multitude of radiant points appeared at the horizon, growing ever brighter, akin to 100 dazzling shooting stars. Observing this spectacle, Chen Xuan remained unfazed and sent a thought to Lu Tsong. "Lu Tsong, your ultimate weapon has arrived." Chapter 107. The Purple-Robed Saint King, Ji Wuxiu, and the world-destroying strike of the Demon Suppression Monument. Over 100 warships hovered in the sky, their colossal forms casting shadows that darkened the earth. The ancient vessels bore scars from countless battles, filled with the weight of time and the intertwining threads of history. As the immense shadows loomed, the waiting cultivators below erupted in excitement. "It's coming! It's coming! What massive warships! Each one feels as enormous as a mountain. I can already sense the pressure from these colossal vessels. The Holy Land's warships are indeed immense. Hurry, let us go take a look. Yes, perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to glimpse the ultimate weapon." In a frenzy, many cultivators soared into the sky, reaching heights level with the warships. As they ascended, the scene of the Purple Mansion Holy Land's warships unfolded before their eyes. On the decks, countless disciples stood tall and ready for battle. Each ship bore an increasing number of disciples, particularly those on the forefront vessels, where the cultivators possessed higher realms of cultivation. Notably, on the leading ship, a group of white-bearded elders were animatedly gesturing towards the Primal Sect, discussing matters with fervor. This group of individuals, clad in flowing white or gray robes, exuded an ethereal presence, unmistakably signifying their formidable status within the sacred realm. They were not merely saints, but rather beings of quasi-saintly stature, perhaps even half-saints. Astonishingly, numerous powerful figures had gathered, implying that the mighty forces of the Purple Mansion's sacred land had indeed arrived. The air crackled with tension. This was no mere masquerade. The Purple Mansion's sacred land was poised for battle. Saints, saints, so many saints. But wait, who is that elderly figure in purple robes at the center? Indeed, while many elders stood, he alone was seated, and prominently so. His stature must be significant. Suddenly, keen-eyed observers noticed the aged figure surrounded by numerous elders. His visage appeared extremely frail, almost skeletal, draped in a purple robe, and he sat serenely on an ancient bronze chair. Due to the throng of saints standing guard, it was easy to overlook his presence at first glance. However, upon recognizing the purple-robed elder, a wave of confusion swept over the crowd. In this sacred land, aside from its profound heritage, it was difficult to conceive of anyone holding a rank higher than that of an elder, even among peers of similar sanctity. Rank was typically confined to one's own lineage. The purple-robed elder. I realized he was the purple-robed Saint King, a figure who roamed the ancient continent 2 millennia ago. A powerful being from another sacred land suddenly unveiled the elder's identity. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The Saint King? Is it possible that a Saint King still exists in the ancient continent today? It seems improbable, as a Saint King cannot possibly live for 2 millennia. Without the aid of any elixirs, living 5 or 6,000 years is already a remarkable feat. Indeed, it is the purple-robed Saint King. I have encountered records of him in various texts. Yes, he must have sealed himself within the divine source liquid. The combination of the divine source liquid's sealing powers and the suppression of an ultimate weapon could indefinitely prolong the lifespan of a Saint King. Thus, he must have been in a deep slumber within the divine source liquid to mitigate the consumption of his life force. Heavens! An ultimate battle has unearthed a Saint King. The ultimate sacred land is indeed as terrifying as rumored, possessing even the legacy of a Saint King. No wonder they dare to challenge the Misty Sect. As individuals began to ascend into the skies, the name of the purple-robed Saint King reverberated anew, rapidly spreading among the cultivators. Some recognized his illustrious title, while others were oblivious. In a fleeting moment, the name of the purple-robed Saint King stirred a tempest of excitement. The purple-robed Saint King? I seem to recall hearing about him. Is he not the one who once declared, "Who among the world is worthy of the purple robe, save for me"? The Saint King Ji Wuxiu? Yes, it is indeed him. Astonishing. He is said to be immensely powerful, having faced 9 peak saints while gravely injured during his breakthrough to the Saint King level. He single-handedly repelled all 9 with his peak saint prowess, successfully advancing to the rank of Saint King. He is my idol. Indeed, that proclamation, "Who among the world is worthy of the purple robe?" was uttered by him at that time. He achieved fame in a single battle, shaking the world, and became one of the most gifted individuals of the ancient era. Alas, despite his prodigious talent, he could not escape the ravages of time. Without ascension to the emperor's level, one is destined to fade into nothingness. Now that even the purple-robed Saint King has emerged from his seclusion, how will the Misty Sect respond? If they cannot produce a Saint King capable of wielding an ultimate weapon, the Misty Sect is surely doomed. A Saint King is not a title that just any ultimate legacy can bestow. In my view, the Misty Sect's fate is sealed. Their ultimate weapon will likely be seized. Perhaps this era will belong to the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. The crowd murmured in contemplation, with many already pondering whether to send their most talented disciples to the Purple Mansion Sacred Land as attendants. After all, becoming an attendant would grant them a solid backing. Of course, this was merely a segment of their thoughts. Many retained their pride, preferring to nurture their own talents rather than relinquish them. Meanwhile, amidst the discussions, the people of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land began to take action. The purple-robed Saint King, Ji Wuxiu, waved his hand. The saints surrounding him immediately parted ways. Subsequently, the purple-robed Saint King rose majestically, confronting the Misty Sect, and waved his hand once more. In an instant, a massive black steel, towering over a person, soared from the cabin and hovered above the head of the purple-robed Saint King. The ancient and weighty steel bore the inscription Demon-Suppressing Steel, the ultimate weapon of the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. As the purple-robed Saint King commanded it, the aura of the demon-suppressing steel began to circulate, distorting the surrounding space and revealing fissures of darkness. The awakening of the steel emanated an overwhelming pressure that even the void struggled to withstand, fracturing and swiftly mending, only to fracture again. Just witnessing the scene left many powerful figures in awe. Simultaneously, they wondered if merely touching the demon-suppressing steel could result in instant demise. Under the tense and expectant gazes of the crowd, the purple-robed Saint King suddenly commanded the steel with a chilling command: suppression. Boom. The demon-suppressing steel expanded 1,000-fold, hurtling toward the Misty Sect. Incredible. It can grow larger. If it descends, the Misty Sect might well be turned to ashes. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers as they beheld the steel enlarging, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Meanwhile, within the Misty Sect, Lu Tsong watched the approaching steel with elation. He had refrained from intervening earlier, waiting for the opponent to reveal their ultimate weapon. His patience was not in vain. The steel had finally emerged. Though it was merely a stone tablet, its appearance was somewhat peculiar. He did not mind. With excitement coursing through him, Lu Tsong charged forward. At that moment, as Lu Tsong's figure appeared, the crowd outside erupted in astonishment. Look, someone from the Misty Sect is flying out. No way. He is heading straight for the demon-suppressing steel. Isn't that Lu Tsong, the Grand Elder of the Misty Sect? Does he intend to confront the ultimate weapon head-on? Chapter 108. Gratitude to the kindred for the ultimate weapon, perfect for testing. Many recognized Lu Tsong at a glance. After all, during the Misty Sect's establishment and recruitment, he had been in control of the entire process, except for the first day. The crowd regarded him as the strongest figure in the Misty Sect. However, the strongest being daring to oppose the demon-suppressing steel alone? Did he not comprehend the might of such an ultimate weapon? The spectators were left utterly perplexed. Mockery erupted from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. No way. Could he truly believe he can withstand the demon-suppressing steel? I thought the Misty Sect was formidable. It seems they are nothing special. Humph. Attempting to withstand the demon-suppressing steel without an ultimate weapon? Seeking death. Crush him. The purple-robed Saint King scoffed disdainfully, then pressed down forcefully on the steel, directing it toward the ground. Instantly, the demon-suppressing steel radiated a heavy aura, as if it were a celestial being descending from the heavens, intent on subduing all that existed. Boom. The atmosphere trembled. Even at a distance of several thousand meters from the ground, the descending steel forced the air to churn violently, causing the surrounding trees to sway alarmingly. In that moment, all cultivators felt the formidable power emanating from the steel, especially those closer to it, who felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they could be crushed into oblivion at any moment, prompting many to retreat in haste. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lu Tsong did not back down. Instead, he grew increasingly exhilarated, raising his hand to grasp the steel. In an instant, the demon-suppressing steel rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it was cradled in his hand. Lu Tsong transformed into the steel holder, observing the artifact with rapt attention, his eyes brimming with joy. The visage of joy was akin to that of a student receiving a mobile phone, a teacher enjoying an unexpected vacation, or a bachelor marrying a charming young bride. However, as Lu Song meticulously scrutinized the demon suppression steel, the onlookers and the members of the Purple Palace were left utterly bewildered. What the hell? Look. He has seized the demon suppression steel. He has truly grasped it. My goodness. This is an ultimate weapon. How is he holding it? What just transpired? How did the demon suppression steel end up in his hands? In an instant, the gathered cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before them. Those who had just turned away from the scene were particularly perplexed. Even the elders aboard the warship of the Purple Palace were in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how their ultimate weapon had fallen into the hands of someone from the mysterious sect. Consequently, the crowd turned their confused gazes toward the Purple Robe Sage King, who had been manipulating the steel. Ancestor, why did you give him the ultimate weapon? Why aren't you attacking? Quickly, retrieve the ultimate weapon. The Purple Robe Sage King, with a grim expression, retorted, Did I bestow it upon him? If I could reclaim it, would I stand here helplessly watching? Are you all blind to my confusion? His countenance darkened further under the relentless inquiries of the several saintly elders, leading him to exclaim, He forcibly took our ultimate weapon. It is no longer under my control. A collective shockwave rippled through the crowd. What? He forcibly seized it? That is impossible. How could he take the ultimate weapon? It is a weapon of the Emperor. Confusion and disbelief engulfed the onlookers. At that moment, Lu Song, having savored his acquisition of the demon suppression steel, gleefully addressed the people of the Purple Palace. Ah, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar to present me with this ultimate weapon, I shall not be polite. With that, Lu Song waved his hand, severing the bloodline connection between the demon suppression steel and the members of the Purple Palace. In an instant, panic surged among the latter. The Purple Robe Sage King shouted anxiously, This is bad. He has severed our connection to the demon suppression steel. Everyone, act swiftly to summon it back. The other saints, apprehensive of the dire situation, immediately directed their efforts toward reclaiming the steel. However, despite their combined might, the steel remained immovable, which incited greater distress within the Purple Palace. Lu Song, now that he possessed the ultimate weapon, had no intention of relinquishing it. Without hesitation, he proceeded to refine it anew, infusing it with his own essence. In a brief moment, his essence entered the steel, transforming it into his weapon. The members of the Purple Palace, after exerting considerable effort, still found themselves unable to re-establish contact with the steel, their expressions growing increasingly grim. No one had anticipated that they would face the same fate as the Primordial Palace, losing their ultimate weapon so swiftly. This is utterly absurd. He must have a method to deal with ultimate weapons. We were too careless. What should we do? Must the Purple Palace also follow in the footsteps of the Primordial Palace? They were desperate, their gazes fixated on the Purple Robe Sage King, who understood their plea for intervention. Acknowledging their silent request, he nodded and began to ascend into the air. After all, he had sealed his divine source to protect the legacy of the sacred land. Emerging from the divine source was also a means to confront the crisis facing the sect. His fate had been sealed the moment he entered that divine realm. Yet, without the ultimate weapon, engaging in battle again would surely drain his life force. But the wheel of fate had already been set in motion, and all was a product of his choices. With a proud demeanor, the Purple Robe Sage King soared higher into the sky. The saints below felt the chilling aura and knelt in reverence, crying out, Ancestor. As the saints bowed, the other members of the sacred land joined in their mournful cries. The air was filled with their lamentations, echoing throughout the heavens. Seeing his descendants bid him farewell in such a manner, the Purple Robe Sage King glanced back, memories of his youth flooding his mind, an era where he dominated the continent, overshadowing all prodigies. That was his time, but this era was no longer his. In that moment of reflection, a profound sorrow enveloped him, and he stood suspended in the air, facing Lu Song. He recognized that the one who had seized the ultimate weapon was undoubtedly formidable. This battle could very well lead to his demise. Yet, he pressed forward undeterred. In that instant, he felt himself return to his youthful peak, challenging the heavens with a defiant roar. Who dares to claim the title of Purple Robe? Only I, the Sage King, Ji Wuxiu. A terrifying aura erupted, spreading in all directions, causing countless cultivators to feel a weight upon their chests and dread in their eyes. Then, before everyone's gaze, the Purple Robe Sage King transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Lu Song, intent on reclaiming the ultimate weapon. Meanwhile, Lu Song, expressionless while holding the demon suppression steel, murmured, Let us test the might of the demon suppression steel against you. With that, he waved his hand, and the steel hurtled toward the Purple Robe Sage King. Chapter 109. A million miles of destruction upon the Purple Palace. The demon suppression steel strikes perfectly, shaking the eastern domain. The demon suppression steel hurtled toward the Purple Robe Sage King. enveloped by the aura of the ultimate weapon. He found himself unable to evade and hastily invoked his most terrifying divine power to flee. Yet, after barely a few thousand meters, the steel closed the distance, crashing down upon him. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens. The void trembled violently. The purple-robed Sage King, akin to fragile tofu, shattered upon impact, disintegrating into a cloud of bone ash, carried away by the wind. Subsequently, the demon suppression steel turned and flew back into Lu Song's hand. Witnessing this scene, the entire assembly inhaled sharply, stunned by the astonishing spectacle. What the hell? The Sage King is dead. Is it true? Just a mere touch and he perished? The demon suppression steel, is that terrifying? How was I unaware of this before? Ah, ancestor, ancestor. The echoes of the Sage King's voice still resonated in their ears. Yet his figure had vanished. In a moment, chaos erupted within the purple palace. Let us go. Retreat. Quickly. The saintly elders shouted in panic, abandoning all thoughts of resistance. Instantly, hundreds of warships revved up, turning to flee through the skies. Surrounding cultivators stood in sheer disbelief. Are they really leaving? This is happening too fast. The purple palace had suffered defeat. Not only had they lost their Sage King, but also their ultimate weapon. My heavens, the mysterious sect is terrifying. Just one individual could repel the purple palace. It's simply unimaginable. Quickly, send word to the sect master. The mysterious sect has triumphed. Not only have they won, but they have effortlessly annihilated the purple-robed Sage King. The onlookers erupted into chaos, with those from the sacred lands or possessing saintly powers hastily sending messages home. The hundreds of warships above scrambled to change direction in a frenzy. But would Lu Song allow their escape? Clearly not. For the sect master had decreed that should the purple palace dare to approach, they would be annihilated. Lu Song was resolute in obeying every command. Thus, he hurled the demon suppression steel, propelling it toward the fleeing warships. At the same time, a chilling voice echoed through the void. Leaving? Do you truly think the mysterious sect is a tourist destination where you can come and go as you please? By the order of the sect master, the purple palace shall be obliterated. You shall all remain. Boom. The demon suppression steel expanded rapidly, hurtling toward the hundreds of warships. Ah, quick, defend yourselves. The saints aboard the warships swiftly joined forces, instantly forming a formidable defense at the ship's bow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The latent power within the cabin awakened simultaneously, collectively contributing to the defense. In an instant, waves of energy surged forth from within the ship, rapidly reinforcing the protective barrier. However, all efforts proved futile. The demon suppression steel merely grazed the shield, shattering it like glass. Boom. Consequently, all the warships were obliterated in an instant. The sky fell into an eerie silence. All the cultivators who had come to spy on the events were left bewildered. Despite the united defense of so many powerful beings, they could not even slow the pace of the demon suppression steel. Indeed, the extreme weapon was terrifying beyond measure. It was over. The forces of the Purple Mansion had been completely annihilated. The Purple Mansion was utterly finished. Alas, the mysterious sect was destined to rise. With two extreme weapons. The ancient continent had now entered the era of the mysterious sect. The crowd gasped in awe, hardly daring to breathe, fearful of provoking Lu Song. Yet Lu Song, representing the mysterious sect, was not a capricious individual, merely an observer who had no intention of indiscriminate slaughter. Nevertheless, intimidation was still necessary. Lu Song, holding the demon suppression steel, scanned the distant cultivators with an impassive expression. Then, he raised his other hand and tore through space. On the other side of the rift lay the Purple Mansion. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators grew even more anxious, their hearts racing violently. Good heavens! Not this move again! Last time, he annihilated the three major sects like this. Was he aiming to destroy the Purple Mansion stronghold? Oh my! Could it be that he truly intends to obliterate the Purple Mansion? This was too terrifying. The crowd felt a surge of panic, their scalps tingling. After all, such a powerful being could effortlessly tear through space to locate another stronghold. If they were to offend him, it would be the end for all. Amidst the collective trepidation, Lu Song did not traverse the fearsome rift. Instead, he directly transmitted a message to the other side of the space. The Purple Mansion has declared war on the mysterious sect without cause. Today, by the order of the sect leader, I shall annihilate the Purple Mansion. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Song's voice reverberated throughout the Purple Mansion. In an instant, all the inhabitants looked up in confusion, scanning the sky for the source of the voice. What was happening? Had the mysterious sect appeared? Was the expeditionary army defeated? That was inconceivable. Even the Holy King had gone. What was going on? Who was playing tricks? The people of the sacred land were riddled with doubt, unable to believe that their army had been annihilated. Thus, some of the remaining powerful beings immediately took to the skies, eager to uncover the source of the mischief. Yet, just as these powerful beings took flight, a gigantic stone tablet suddenly descended from the heavens. Our sacred land's demon suppression steel? Everyone was momentarily stunned, their expressions transforming into delight, believing that the expeditionary army had completed their mission and returned. However, before their joy could fully manifest, the demon suppression steel came crashing down. Although it did not touch the ground, the immense pressure instantly created a shockwave that resonated with the earth, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the skies. Boom! Alongside the deafening noise, the entire continent trembled violently. Everything beneath the demon suppression steel was reduced to dust in the wake of that colossal sound, creating a sunken expanse of yellow sand. In an instant, the cultivators and forces residing in the vicinity were startled by the sudden tremor, hastily rising to fly towards the Purple Mansion. However, when these individuals arrived at the Purple Mansion and beheld the boundless desert, they were left dumbfounded. Good heavens! I remember this being the Purple Mansion. When did it transform into a desert? By the heavens! Could it be that the enormous steel was responsible? The Purple Mansion has been obliterated? Good heavens! The Purple Mansion has indeed been destroyed. In an instant, the news of the Purple Mansion's annihilation spread like wildfire, leaving shock in its wake. At that moment, outside the mysterious sect, after delivering a decisive blow to the Purple Mansion, Lu Tsong withdrew the demon suppression steel into his spiritual sea and then entered the mysterious sect to report. Those outside, witnessing the slowly closing rift in space, finally regained their composure from the shock. A lineage that had endured for nearly 100,000 years had been utterly obliterated. In that instant, a myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of the onlookers, and their fear of the mysterious sect reached an unprecedented peak. Even those from other extreme sects, equally powerful, trembled internally, gazing up at the mysterious sect with a newfound reverence. We must depart, return to report to the sect leader. A new overlord has arisen in the eastern domain. Good heavens! To obliterate an extreme sect so effortlessly, surely no other force could rival the mysterious sect's strength. Withdraw. Immediately return to report to the sect leader. Soon, the cultivators who had come to observe the mysterious sect began to disperse. And when the other sects and ancient forces learned of this event, they were all left astounded by the news. Especially the elders of the Taichu sacred land, who nearly lost their composure upon hearing it. Chapter 110. Various forces seek favor. The mysterious sect's outer sect competition begins. What? The Purple Mansion has been destroyed? Its location has become a sea of sand? What? The extreme weapon has also been seized? Even the Holy King has perished? Good heavens! If even the Holy King can be slain, and without the use of the extreme weapon, our two ancestors died without injustice. Convey my orders. All disciples are prohibited from appearing near the wilderness state. Return immediately to undergo covert development. The Taichu sacred land once again contracted its sphere of influence. They even declared the wilderness state a forbidden zone, prohibiting any disciples from lingering. Naturally, the other sects and ancient forces fared no better. Upon hearing that the mysterious sect had annihilated the Purple Mansion, they all issued new orders to their disciples, informing all disciples and clansmen to avoid offending the mysterious sect. The Soul Palace has fallen, Taichu has retreated, and now the Purple Mansion has perished. It seems this era truly belongs to the mysterious sect. From now on, everyone must be cautious. Do not provoke those of the mysterious sect. Relay the command to withdraw from the vicinity of the wilderness state to avoid inciting the displeasure of the mysterious sect. With the issuance of these commands from various sacred lands, the reputation of the mysterious sect for annihilating the Purple Mansion began to sweep across the entire eastern domain. No one expected that in an era without emperors, such a terrifying force could emerge. The foremost sect in the eastern domain is undoubtedly the mysterious sect. At the pinnacle of power, who stands as the peak? One glimpse of the mysterious sect, and all shall become empty. The mysterious sect has truly risen. The foremost sect in the eastern domain has emerged. Quickly, prepare gifts at once, and follow me to pay homage to the holy sect. The holy sect is in the neighboring state. Other super forces have already gone to pay their respects. Let us go as well. Where is the ancestor? What? The ancestor has gone to the mysterious sect to present gifts? Hurry, announce to the outside world that we have no connection with the Purple Mansion, and send family elders to the mysterious sect to offer apologies and seek favor. Prepare the dragon carriage. Depart for the mysterious sect. In an instant, across the eastern wilderness, countless forces and rogue cultivators sprang into action, heading straight for the mysterious sect, especially the major super forces that had previously been vassals of the Purple Mansion, who not only distanced themselves from the Purple Mansion, but also dispatched ancestral-level powerhouses bearing gifts to seek favor. Additionally, various powerful rogue cultivators were equally stirred to pledge their allegiance, making their way to the mysterious sect. The entire eastern domain seemed to be vying to curry favor with the mysterious sect. At this very moment, within the mysterious sect, no one anticipated that merely annihilating one purple mansion would lead to the entire eastern domain recognizing them as the foremost sect, with many forces arriving to offer their goodwill. However, the disciples of the mysterious sect had no time to concern themselves with external affairs. For today marked the day of the first outer sect competition of the mysterious sect, with bountiful rewards and the sect leader's personal attendance. This event held far greater allure for the outer disciples than any worldly upheaval. The combat arena resembled a gladiatorial coliseum, with a towering platform at its center surrounded by tiered seating. The steps were grand, clearly defined in elevation, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators simultaneously. At this moment, many elders from both the inner and outer sects had already taken their seats around the main stage, despite the sect leader not mandating attendance. The elders regarded this first external competition of the mysterious sect with utmost seriousness. After all, if the sect leader was attending, could they afford to be absent? Moreover, every table was furnished with enlightenment tea. Thus, aside from those tasked with guarding the mountain gate and those in seclusion, almost all the elders who could attend did so voluntarily. Even disciples Feng Hua and Shui Yu, along with the auxiliary elder Yi Junlin, managed to enter without any formal invitation. Master, over here. Here we are, ladies. As the three entered, the head of the Yi family and ancestor Murong immediately spotted them, rising excitedly to beckon their allies. Consequently, Yi Junlin and Feng Hua Shuiyu felt no hesitation and made their way directly to their respective families. After all, aside from sitting with their kin, where else could they go? Unless they wished to sit alone. But with their own people present, who would want to sit solitary? Hence, all three settled into the main seats of their families. Furthermore, the two main seats were adjacent, facilitating easier communication. Hee, ancestor, have you finished cleaning? Are you tired? Quick, have some tea. This is enlightenment tea, available at every table. The sect leader is exceedingly generous. Ladies, please sit here. This is the honored position. As the three seated themselves, they instantly transformed into prominent figures at the table, especially with the enthusiastic welcome from the leaders of both families. The trio swiftly felt the shift in their status. Yet, Yi Junlin remained unfazed, no matter where he was. He always held the title of ancestor of the Yi family. However, for Feng Hua and Shui Yu, the transformation was palpable. Before joining the sect, these individuals were ones they revered. After joining, they were to respect the various elders of the sect, relegated to the societal lower echelons, figures no one could afford to offend. Yet, after spending some time in the mysterious sect, they could suddenly ascend to the upper echelons. Although they all appeared to be at the bottom, their statuses were worlds apart. The two ladies felt a surge of emotions, nodding modestly and sitting upright, responding to Ancestor Morong's compliments with measured words. They had completely transformed into exalted little fairies, utterly unconcerned about whether others might feel displeased by their demeanor. Moreover, the gazes of those around them were filled with deference. This genuinely allowed the two ladies to experience the elevation of their status. However, not long after they sat down, an intersect elder approached, none other than Elder Wang Zhima, the organizer of the event. Elder Zhima. The crowd quickly rose to pay their respects. Elder Wang Zhima acknowledged with a faint sound, not engaging in conversation, but instead fixing his gaze upon Feng Hua and Shui Yu, inviting them. Feng Hua, Shui Yu, please switch places, stand beside the sect leader, and serve him tea. Yes. The two ladies promptly rose and followed Elder Wang Zhima. The members of the Murong family exchanged delighted glances, secretly thrilled. Meanwhile, the Yi family could only watch with envy, their expressions sour, particularly Yi Junlin, lamenting as he watched the two ladies depart. Alas, I too wish to serve the sect leader tea. If only I were a woman. Yi Changxing. Ancestor, please refrain from such remarks. If you continue, the Yi family's reputation will be in tatters. Ancestor Murong. Goodness. If you were a woman, the sect leader's leftover meal would likely be regurgitated. Both sides fell silent, contemplating. Just then, a soft exclamation from a clan member ignited excitement in both families. Look, the outer sect disciples are entering. Swiftly, everyone turned their attention to the entrance of the plaza. There, over 1,000 outer sect disciples were entering in succession, standing proudly at the edges of the combat arena. Members from both families began to search for their respective disciples, their spirits lifting upon spotting their kin. I see Yi Fan. Look, it's my nephew Yi Fan. Hee, my son is also among them. I hope he secures a good ranking. Morong Guangbua. Ancestor, look, it's the son of the third prince, our dynasty's little genius. Guangbua has become stronger despite turning dark. Chapter 111. A thousand disciples clash. The top 10 emerge in an instant, with the outer sect disciples entering. Both the Yi and Murong families surged with excitement. On the other side, as Fenghua and Shuiyu took their positions beside the main seats, sect leader Chen Xuan slowly made his entrance. Accompanied by Lu Tsang, Chen Xuan made his way toward the main seat. His two disciples, however, were absent. Tang Yin was in seclusion, breaking through to the king level, while Lu Yu was uninterested in the event and had retreated to the back mountains to read novels. Chen Xuan paid no mind. After all, even as a spiritual entity, she did not need to exert effort like other disciples, only needing to focus on recovery. And she would eventually return to her peak. Sect leader, please this way. Lu Tsang carefully led the way. Upon noticing the sect leader's arrival, the seated elders and subordinate factions fell silent, halting their conversations, and promptly rose to greet him. Fenghua and Shuiyu immediately bowed in respect, welcoming Chen Xuan to take his seat. Acknowledging the two ladies with a slight nod, Chen Xuan settled into his chair. Seeing this, the others dared to gradually resume their seats. Let us commence. Once everyone was seated, Chen Xuan leaned back in his chair and spoke to Lu Tsang. Understood. Lu Tsang clasped his fists, then turned to face the combat arena below, proclaiming loudly, "This competition is for exchange and testing purposes. All actions should be restrained. Furthermore, any disciple who falls outside the combat arena will be automatically eliminated. Those who concede will be automatically eliminated, and those who lose combat capability will also be automatically eliminated. The top 10 will be ranked according to the order of elimination. Is that clear?" Boom. The voice echoed throughout the combat arena, clearly resonating in the ears of every disciple. The 1,000 disciples were filled with excitement, instantly responding in unison. Understood. Good. The competition officially begins. Step onto the stage. Lu Tsang waved his hand. In an instant, the 1,000 disciples surged towards the combat arena. The arena was vast, and once one fell out, they would be automatically eliminated. Thus, many aimed to rush to the center position as quickly as possible. The further one was from the edge, the longer they could remain in the arena. However, as the crowd surged, the battles erupted instantaneously. Some cultivators who had rushed to the combat arena halted at the edges. They began to engage in combat, instantly forming the first barrier for the newer disciples. This was not an isolated disciple's action. Rather, it was a strategy employed by many of those who had rushed forward. They aimed to eliminate a portion of their competitors in advance. After all, the fewer the participants, the greater the chances of securing a high rank. Wow, how cunning. Oldly, let me through, you fool. What the heck? You guys beat me to it. How did I end up down here? What the? I'm eliminated. In an instant, several careless disciples found themselves kicked out, swiftly eliminated. Among them were members of the Yi family. The elders and leaders of the Yi family were infuriated. Yet they dared not shout, only rolling their eyes repeatedly in exasperation. Soon, however, a new strategy emerged, either taking the long way around or teaming up, or even charging together as a group. This scene instantly illuminated the minds of all disciples, as if a new world had opened before them. Damn. Let us break through from the side. Team up. Let us take him down. Let us charge together. I can't hold on anymore. I'm going in. Damn. A bunch of people are attacking me. You guys lack integrity. I'm out. Team up. We'll team up too. Yikes. Too many people. Retreat. As the cultivators below coordinated their charge, those defending the stage could no longer withstand the onslaught. However, the crowd below was simply too numerous. Often, just as the 3 to 5 individuals on stage had gathered, dozens more surged forward from the ground, overwhelming them. Before long, those stationed at the edge of the square commanded their peers to rush toward the center, seizing advantageous positions. The disciples on the ground charged in waves, and soon, aside from the initial group that had been eliminated, all others ascended to the battle square, engaging in chaotic combat. Charge, ghostly steps, stellar shifts, grounding golden light, sky-rending palm. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, various mystical arts clashed above the battlefield, with colors colliding, and one disciple after another, of lower cultivation, was expelled from the square. Before long, all disciples from the Murong and Yi families had been eliminated, inciting fury in the two leaders who huffed and puffed in despair. Upon the main seat, Chen Xuan's gaze flitted about, scrutinizing the performance of the disciples. At that moment, some disciples, sensing Chen Xuan's watchful eye, grew increasingly excited, their fighting spirit ignited, charging forth once more. Nevertheless, the battle square was incredibly resilient, able to withstand the might of emperors without crumbling, thus showing no signs of damage under the onslaught of these individuals. Soon, one disciple after another was cast from the square, and the number of competitors dwindled. Gradually, those who were physically exhausted or felt inferior began to concede. In the blink of an eye, Merely a dozen remained. These few stood with heightened vigilance, each positioned at different angles, fearful of being unceremoniously kicked off. Yet, maintaining such caution was not a solution. The top 10 still needed to be determined. The question remained, how could they ensure their ranking? If they were to band together and attack? No, absolutely not. While there was no prohibition against teamwork, having reached the upper echelons, it would be profoundly dishonorable to do so, especially with the sect master and various elders observing. In this situation, they would rather forfeit than engage in underhanded tactics. Cautiously, everyone sized each other up. Moments later, they all reached a consensus to seek opponents of equal strength. No one would bask in another's glory. With this thought, the dozen individuals promptly leaped toward their chosen targets, swiftly forming several pairs to commence their duels. Seeing this unfold, Chen Xuan on the main seat nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, the disciples within the sect upheld a sense of justice. Observing the sect master's approval, the outer elders breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the disciples might resort to chaos in their quest for rankings. Thankfully, they were all righteous individuals. A group of fine young disciples. After the competition, I shall treat you all well. The elders relaxed their expressions, watching the fervent battles of the disciples on the square. Their spirits lifted. Before long, one faction swiftly eliminated half the remaining competitors. With fewer than 10 left on the square, it mattered not, as the elders would rank them according to the order of their exit. Thus, the remaining competitors resumed their pairwise confrontations, continuing the battle. Soon, the top 10 were determined. Upon witnessing this, an outer elder immediately stood up, accompanied by 2 semi-holy king elders, making their way to the square. However, the 2 accompanying elders carried enormous trays. One bore 3 large peaches and a sliced peach divided into 7 parts, while the other held 10 cards transformed into cultivation enhancement elixirs. The usually stern elders transformed into tray bearers at that moment, astonishing the top 10 disciples and causing them to feel a surge of excitement. Good heavens! What an immense honor this was! At once, the 10 disciples felt as though they had been extraordinarily favored, their blood boiling like water on the verge of boiling over. Filled with the fervor to find an enemy of the Miao sect to battle, eager to demonstrate their loyalty, and they yearned to fight fiercely, not shying away from injury. Any sign of cowardice would be a disservice to the sect. Yet, presently, no enemies were available for them to engage. Even if there were, with so many elders present, it was not their turn to make a fool of themselves. In no time, amidst the excitement of the crowd, the 3 elders descended and began announcing the rankings while distributing rewards. 10th place, Chen Xuan. Step forward. Chen Xuan, overwhelmed with joy, hurried forth to claim his reward. 9th place, Shuang Yuyu. The young female cultivator stood tall and proud, eagerly advancing. Those eliminated disciples looked on with envious eyes. However, this scene, as observed by Chen Xuan, took on a different hue. Watching the elders personally distribute rewards, he frowned slightly, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate. While the distribution of rewards was acceptable, having elders serve as tray bearers seemed a waste of their stature. Thus, Chen Xuan pondered whether to recruit some attendants. After all, as the sect expanded, the role of those handling menial tasks was essential. If all responsibilities fell to the elders, it not only wasted their talents but also diminished their authority among the disciples. The vast sect should not lack even a few capable individuals. With this in mind, Chen Xuan resolved to recruit some attendants. They should possess a certain level of cultivation, lest they be unable to assist the elders effectively. Just as he turned to assign this task to Lu Tsong appeared to have received some information. As Chen Xuan turned, Lu Tsong had already risen and clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "Sect Master." Several individuals claiming to be from super families wish to pay their respects at the gate. Oh, they seek to pay homage to the sacred sect? Allow them to enter. Chen Xuan replied with a hint of skepticism, then nodded in agreement to meet them. Lu Tsong immediately conveyed this to the elder guarding the mountain gate. Just as he finished, the elder reported back. Elder, yet another family claiming to be a super family requests an audience, also here to pay their respects. Lu Tsong, let me report to the sect. Before he could finish, the elder again transmitted. Elder, yet another family claiming to be a super dynasty has arrived, also here to pay their respects. Lu Tsong, is there more? Are there more in the heavens? Understood. I shall report to the sect master. Rolling his eyes, Lu Tsong helplessly clasped his hands toward Chen Xuan, saying, Sect master, 2 more super forces have just arrived at the outer gate, both here to pay their respects. And it seems others are still on their way. So many forces? Let them all in. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan decided to meet them. Paying homage is a form of submission from the weak to the strong. In essence, it is an act of goodwill and gift-giving. Although he did not accept gifts, since they had come, it would not hurt to meet them. Very well. Lu Tsong received Chen Xuan's response, and promptly instructed the attending elders to welcome the visitors. After all, the grand competition on the battle square had concluded. Thus, several elders hastened to the mountain gate to receive them. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, as the various factions awaited, one after another arrived to pay their respects, quickly gathering 7 or 8 super forces. All were formidable factions. After all, only super forces had the standing to pay homage. Other factions lacked such qualifications, especially since the Miao sect had become the foremost sect in the eastern region, far surpassing other sacred lands. However, as they awaited a response, impatience grew among the crowd. Although they were all super forces, none boasted a sage among them. Moreover, they were here to pay respects to the foremost sect of the eastern region, which felt somewhat shameless. After all, such esteemed sects typically would not regard their goodwill with any seriousness. Why have we yet to receive a response? It appears we may be destined to miss the opportunity to pay respects to the sacred sect. It is only natural that the foremost sect of the eastern region would not acknowledge our presence. We are insignificant in comparison. I hope the Miao sect will accept my offerings and show some leniency in the future when they find me displeasing. Uncertain whether the mysterious sect is still accepting disciples, I lament that our prodigy missed the last recruitment event. Alas, in that moment of folly, I failed to grasp the terrifying power of the mysterious sect. Numerous factions anxiously awaited in the front square, for the elder on guard had not dismissed them, and thus they dared not leave. Yet, after a brief wait, several elders appeared, announcing to the crowd, "The sect master requests your presence. Please follow us." What? The sect master requests us? Incredible. The sect master is willing to meet us in person? Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of anxiety? At that moment, the crowd trembled, caught between shock and joy. After all, it is a rare occurrence for a sacred lord to personally meet visitors. Merely encountering a representative would suffice. Yet now, they were to meet the sect master. Consequently, everyone excitedly followed the elders into the sect. As they entered, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, causing yet another collective shiver of disbelief. Indeed, it was as rumored. The spiritual energy was extraordinarily rich. The barrier between heaven and earth was thin, with occasional wisps of Taoist essence escaping. Goodness! The environment here is thousands of times more potent than any sacred ground. If I could cultivate here for a year, I would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the imperial level. No wonder this has become the foremost sect in the eastern region. The ambience here surpasses all sacred grounds combined. Initially, I thought the external rumors were exaggerated, but they not only proved accurate but understated. If only I could remain here for cultivation. I wonder if the sect would accept us as vassals. A wave of excitement coursed through their hearts, akin to obedient students following their elders, navigating cautiously as if walking on thin ice. Although they were all esteemed ancestors or patriarchs, here they were mere insignificant figures, truly inconsequential. Beneath the sacred domain, they were but ants. Even if some superpowers produced a saint or two, they remained insignificant, especially beneath the first sect. They were less than mere ants. Their purpose in coming was to curry favor, hoping to become familiar faces, anticipating future opportunities to bring their clansmen for cultivation. After all, should they join the supreme sacred sect and successfully rise as notable figures among the sons of the saints, their families would surely benefit. However, upon entering, a subtle thought began to seed in their minds that it would be far better to cultivate for themselves than to bring their descendants in. Heaven forbid. That would be a gross waste of opportunity. To offer such a chance to the next generation is far less appealing than seizing it for oneself. What was that saying? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Nurturing the next generation pales in comparison to enhancing oneself. As they approached the battle square, where numerous elders gathered and disciples remained present, the sudden arrival of these guests drew the attention of all. In an instant, the pilgrims felt an involuntary shiver of trepidation. Why do those gentle gazes instill such fear in my heart? Could it be that they are all saints? To witness a disciple-esque duel and suddenly be confronted by so many saints? The mysterious sect is truly terrifying. In an instant, their scalps tingled, and they dared not meet the elders' eyes, lowering their gazes as they approached the main seat. Only after pausing could they raise their eyes to the figure of Chen Xuan seated there, quickly bowing and greeting. "Greetings, sect master. You're too kind," Chen Xuan replied. "Since you have come, please take a seat." Observing the respectful demeanor of the guests, he lifted his hand slightly, instantly elevating everyone, profoundly shaking their hearts. The sect master of the mysterious sect is indeed an extraordinary figure. After rising, they hesitated to take their seats, instead producing their gifts and introducing themselves in turn. "Sect master, I hail from the Huangfu family of Iron State. This is a token from my family, a fine material known as heavenly essence gold silk. Impervious to water and fire, with formidable defensive qualities, presented to congratulate the mysterious sect on its ascendance. The elder from the Huangfu family humbly offered his treasure, providing a straightforward reason to celebrate the rise of the mysterious sect. After all, a pilgrimage should not merely involve a visit. There must be a valid rationale. The emergence of the mysterious sect was the most reasonable justification at present. Sect Master, I come from the Jiang family of Cloud State, and this is a small token. A sacred water known as yellow spirit water, used to nurture medicinal herbs and promote their growth, to congratulate the mysterious sect on its ascendance. Sect Master, I. One after another, individuals eagerly presented their gifts, each vying to showcase themselves. The disciples surrounding the battle square swelled with pride, for these elders were significant figures within superpowers. Most of them hailed from minor hegemonic factions or were independent cultivators, with the mightiest among them merely from major hegemonic powers. To them, superpowers were entities they could not afford to offend. Now, witnessing the respect shown by the superpowers elite towards their sect master, their emotions naturally fluctuated. It is said, a strong sect fosters strong youth strengthens the sect. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pilgrims continued to introduce themselves and their treasures. Yet not a single elder rose to accept their offerings. Even the two maidens attending Chen Xuan remained motionless, staring blankly at the group, causing those who had already introduced themselves to feel a touch of awkwardness, standing beside them in discomfort. Noticing this, Chen Xuan smiled lightly and stated, "Esteemed guests who have traveled far, there is no need to present your gifts. After enjoying some tea, you may take your leave." With that, he gestured, and cups filled with tea flew toward the guests. Though the gifts remained unpresented, witnessing the sect master personally serving tea left everyone astonished. They hurriedly accepted the cups, preparing to enjoy their tea and depart. However, as they grasped the cups, the tea leaves floating within revealed themselves, causing the leaders to freeze in place. They stared at their cups, their pupils dilating in disbelief. It was as if they beheld something extraordinary. They quickly turned to observe the cups of others. Upon realizing that everyone bore the same expression as they did, their hearts trembled in astonishment. Indeed, each cup contained enlightenment tea. My heavens, has the mysterious sect brought the enlightenment tea tree home to serve them? Such extravagance. In a moment, the guests were overwhelmed with excitement, hastily bringing the tea to their lips, chewing the enlightenment tea leaves with expressions akin to those of Yi Junlin and Murong Zhantian during their first encounter with the tea, both amusing and pitiable. After all, at their age and stature, they had never tasted enlightenment tea before. Admitting this was undeniably disheartening. Meanwhile, as the guests savored their tea, Chen Xuan prepared to take his leave. However, before departing, he needed to ensure subsequent matters were in order, so he instructed Lu Tsang, "At your service." Lu Tsang immediately bowed, attentive, as those enjoying tea perked up their ears to listen. Should anyone come to pay homage, manage it as you see fit. There is no need to inform me. Additionally, when time permits, recruit some higher-level attendants from the outside to assist the elders with sect affairs. Recruiting attendants? Upon hearing this, the leaders from the superpowers were taken aback, their minds racing with possibilities as they hastily set down their teacups and excitedly clasped their fists, exclaiming, "Sect Master! Sect Master! Chen Xuan? What is it, Master? I just heard you mention the need for higher-ranked servants. May I inquire what you think of me? I currently stand at the 6th level of the sovereign realm." The man gazed earnestly at Chen Xuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Observing this, others from the major factions, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward in unison, clasping their fists. "Master, I too am of the sovereign realm. May I join your esteemed sect as a servant?" "Master, I am at the initial stage of the sovereign realm and wish to join the Misty Sect." Chen Xuan, Fenghua Shuiyue, the vassal clans, the 1,000 outer disciples. In an instant, everyone was stunned, utterly unprepared for such words to come from a sovereign realm expert. Good heavens, this is indeed a sovereign. In any major faction, they would be at the helm. Yet they wished to become mere servants? The crowd was filled with astonishment. Naturally, this shock was only felt by those inexperienced in the world. Chen Xuan pondered briefly, then inquired, "Is this truly what you desire? For a servant receives only 2 portions of divine source liquid as a monthly stipend. You must consider this carefully." "What? Servants receive a stipend? And it's 2 portions of divine source liquid?" Boom. The crowd trembled with excitement. "Will you truly provide divine source liquid, Master?" "We are more than willing." Chen Xuan, did I perhaps offer too much? Chapter 114, A Storm Rising. Thousands of elders gather at Misty Sect at this moment. Chen Xuan felt somewhat bewildered. After all, these individuals hailed from elite factions and were formidable within their ranks. It was rather absurd that they were willing to become servants. He had assumed that 2 portions of divine source liquid would seem insufficient, offering them a way to save face. Little did he expect that they would consider it generous. It appears these elite factions are truly impoverished. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Chen Xuan could not immediately acquiesce. Although they were to be servants, their intentions must be noble. Only those of integrity may serve. Furthermore, he did not wish to recruit merely a few. He sought many. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly devised a reasonable plan. Very well. In 3 days, we shall officially recruit servants for 1 day. At that time, those who pass the character assessment may join our sect as servants. The stipend will be 2 portions of divine source liquid per month. You may return in 3 days. 3 days hence? Officially recruiting servants? For just 1 day? With 2 portions of divine source liquid? The leaders trembled with excitement. As long as they could join the sect, they would gladly accept even the role of a servant. They sensed that remaining here for cultivation would undoubtedly lead them to greatness in the future. Moreover, should they perform well, they might even gain favor with the sect. After all, this sect had the power to easily obliterate even the most formidable holy sects, whether they sought to gain favor or achieve enlightenment. The benefits for themselves or their factions were immeasurable. Overcome with fervor reminiscent of their youth, they clasped their fists in unison and declared, "Yes. Very well. Please take your leave." Chen Xuan nodded, rising to depart. The guests, under the guidance of the elders, exited the sect. Although the official recruitment of servants would not commence for 3 days, Chen Xuan would not allow unrelated individuals to linger within the sect. Lutsong, you will disseminate the news externally that Misty Sect is recruiting 1,000 servants for 1 day, on a first-come, first-served basis. Those who meet the recruitment criteria and pass the character test may join the sect. As for the criteria, there is no age limit. But the minimum cultivation level is Sovereign Realm. As he walked, Chen Xuan instructed Lutsong. The decision to recruit 1,000 individuals was also to prepare for the sect's future development. Now that Misty Sect had established itself as the foremost sect in the eastern region, it was time to reopen its doors and recruit disciples once more. This time, he anticipated an influx of applicants far exceeding the last recruitment. Thus, it was imperative to have servants in place prior to the second recruitment. Once a sufficient number of servants were gathered, he would await the closure of the Divine Void secret realm to announce the next recruitment. This was Chen Xuan's current plan for the sect's development. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately. Lutsong responded with a bow after receiving the instructions. Satisfied, Chen Xuan nodded and then vanished from sight. After his departure, Lutsong promptly set about carrying out the orders. As news of Misty Sect's servant recruitment spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the eastern region. Particularly the requirement that the minimum cultivation level be Sovereign Realm stirred a tremendous uproar. Have you heard? In 3 days, Misty Sect will recruit servants. What? Servants? Is that true? 3 days is far too short. We can't possibly make it. Huh, don't even think about it. Misty Sect's servant requirement is a minimum of Sovereign Realm. Good heavens, this is utterly absurd. Sovereign Realm experts are prominent figures everywhere. They are willing to serve as mere servants? Who would do that? Huh. The sovereign experts from the neighboring elite families have already set out. I've heard many powerful factions are signing up. As the news spread, countless cultivators were left astounded, filled with a fervent curiosity and admiration for this sect. After all, every event surrounding this sect had sent ripples through the eastern region. It was impossible to ignore. In no time, throngs of Sovereign Realm experts were rushing towards Misty Sect. These experts, whether emerging from seclusion or bidding farewell to others, all harbored the intention of becoming servants. Some sovereign experts from elite factions, currently in seclusion, were even roused by their kin. For instance, in the Tuoba family, the patriarch, accompanied by a group of esteemed elders, knelt at the entrance of the secluded Elders Valley, collectively imploring, "Please, ancestor, emerge and join Misty Sect as a servant. Please, ancestor, emerge and join Misty Sect as a servant." Their resounding voices echoed throughout the valley, even startling cultivators outside. Yet none mocked them, for those cultivators were similarly beseeching their own ancestors elsewhere, with the surrounding factions all participating if they did not act. It would not be long before they were overshadowed by others. Therefore, they too had to go, to prevent being outdone by rival families. Soon, the Tuoba elder emerged from seclusion, accompanied by his son and the prepared luggage of the esteemed elders, soaring into the sky. After the Tuoba elder departed, distant voices from another clan could be heard calling for their ancestor. "Please, ancestor, emerge and join Misty Sect as a servant. Please, ancestor, emerge." Before long, another elder ascended into the sky. Such an extraordinary scene unfolded throughout much of the eastern region. In a short time, thousands of Sovereign Realm elders emerged, each fervently making their way to Misty Sect. This remarkable spectacle left countless cultivators in awe. After all, sovereign realm experts were figures they had seldom encountered in their lifetimes. Yet now they were within reach. And thus, Misty's sect became a new sanctuary in the hearts of countless young cultivators, as the sect reverberated throughout the eastern region. With innumerable sovereign realm experts flocking to it, the Divine Void Secret Realm also approached its final day of closure. Within the Divine Void Secret Realm, everyone sensed the imminent closure, driving countless cultivators to pursue their objectives with even greater fervor. Some seized treasures at will, while others concealed themselves in corners, quietly absorbing their acquired riches. In any case, those who remained until this final day had reaped abundant rewards, their cultivation levels significantly enhanced. Even the least fortunate among them had ascended one or half a level. Thus, as the final day of the secret realm approached, the crowd became increasingly frenzied in their treasure hunts. Some formed teams, others allied, while some resorted to ambushes. The entire secret realm was abuzz with activity. Yet, there were some who remained vigilant in the shadows, simultaneously searching for treasures while engaging in hushed discussions. It was peculiar. Why hadn't there been any news from the disciples of the mysterious Ethereal Sect in recent days? The disappearance of 4 individuals and a dragon was one thing. But what of the 12 others? Chapter 115. The Sea of Ethereal Flowers, Nailin Yan's new support goodness. Let us not even mention those 12 individuals. Though their cultivation levels were not particularly high, each was more outrageous than the last. They surpassed even the 4 formidable beings, leaving desolation in their wake. Nothing but barren ground remained wherever they went. It was not merely a lack of vegetation. The term devastation would not be overstating it. They seemed like greedy specters, pillaging every location they touched, leaving nothing behind. When those 12 suddenly appeared, some cultivators couldn't contain their frustration. First, there were the 4 absurdly powerful members of the mysterious Ethereal Sect, which was tolerable, as they largely ignored those of the nascent spirit realm in their treasure hunts. The disparity in level was too vast for them to regard the newcomers as competition. However, the entrance of 12 self-proclaimed disciples of the mysterious Ethereal Sect turned the tide for those in the nascent spirit realm, who found themselves utterly outmatched. These 12 individuals had varying levels of cultivation, with the weakest being in the early nascent spirit stage and the strongest merely in mid-stage. Yet when united, they could effortlessly overpower those in the late nascent spirit realm. Moreover, they behaved as if they had never encountered treasures before. Upon hearing of any potential riches, they rushed over like madmen. Wherever they appeared, whether it was a grand treasure or a modest one, they swept it all away. Even items that those in the nascent spirit realm deemed worthless were hoarded by them as treasures. Truly, they left no trace behind, as if the very earth was stripped bare. Since their arrival, many cultivators were left despondent, feeling as though they might bleed out from frustration. And those 12, within a short span, had swept across an entire region, forcing many nascent spirit cultivators to retreat to more distant locales. Thus, at the mere mention of these 12, many cultivators felt the urge to curse. Damn it! The heavenly treasures were already monopolized by those 4 powerful beings. And now the nascent spirit treasures were being scavenged by these 12. If it weren't for their recent disappearance, this cursed place would have been unbearable. Indeed. Thank goodness they have vanished. Otherwise, we would have to search even farther for our explorations. Sigh, let us not dwell on them any longer. The secret realm is about to close. We must seize this opportunity to uncover more treasures. Yes, let us hurry. A group of wandering cultivators shook their heads and accelerated their flight, scanning the skies for any glimmering lights. Meanwhile, in a small valley nestled among the mountains, vibrant soulflowers bloomed abundantly. The flowers densely populated the entire valley, radiating a faint glow that reached for the heavens. Yet, due to the valley's remote location, surrounded by towering mountains and veiled in mist, it would be difficult for anyone passing by to notice the peculiar phenomenon. However, in this seemingly inconspicuous place, there were 16 figures seated amidst the myriad flowers. These 16 individuals were sitting cross-legged, their heads just above the blooming soul flowers. If anyone were to arrive here, they would undoubtedly recognize these heads, for they were none other than the long-missing quartet from the mysterious Ethereal Sect, along with the 12 disciples who had been plundering treasures. At this moment, the group of 16 sat with closed eyes, continuously devouring the soul flowers around them, creating a void in their vicinity. Particularly, the 4 individuals among them had a more significant empty space around them, absorbing the flowers at an accelerated pace. This prompted the 12 inner disciples to envy them immensely, striving to enhance their own absorption, reluctant to fall behind their esteemed peers, especially Xiaochen, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Shen Ping, who were working particularly hard. Ah, how tedious. It's been 2 days, and yet they seem utterly unbothered. Suddenly, a voice of complaint echoed amidst the flowers. A dragon's head emerged from the blossoms. It was the black dragon, Long Outyen. Though his cultivation was not high, his spirit was formidable, rendering him unnecessary to absorb these flowers. Yet, he could not stray far, especially as the moment of the secret realm's closure approached. He dared not wander too far, fearing that once the others departed, he would be left alone in the secret realm. Without the Emperor's formation to suppress him, if he remained here, he would surely succumb to the passage of time, potentially meeting his demise. Thus, in order to accompany the group when they were sent out of the secret realm, he could only meander amidst the flowers, guarding them. After peeking out to observe the others, the black dragon retreated back into the blossoms, continuing his aimless wandering until he reached the entrance of the valley. Upon arriving at the entrance, the black dragon casually brushed aside the fallen leaves of the soul flowers, preparing to rest. Just then, a large foot descended from above, crashing down beside him. Above, a flowing lotus skirt gracefully descended. As the gentle breeze stirred, the skirt swayed, revealing a glimpse of its splendor beneath. However, the presence of white undergarments obscured any view, leaving the black dragon bemused as he rolled his eyes and turned away. At the same time, more male figures began to stride into view. The foremost among them bore an air of arrogance, exuding the demeanor of a young master. He gazed at the sea of flowers with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, this place holds great fortune. Nailin Yin, you shall share in the benefits of this find." "Yes, thank you, young Master Yuan," replied Nailin Yin, her voice tinged with excitement. Her gaze lifted, revealing a glimmer of joy on her face, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yet, the two were so engrossed in the sight of the floral expanse that they failed to notice the dragon beneath their feet. After all, such a vast field of flowers was a treasure beyond compare for anyone, especially for Nailin Yin. Though she was a key disciple nurtured by a dominant power, the Cloud Sect, she was merely prominent within Yunzhou. Beyond its borders, she was but a mere figure. After all, while dominant powers may reign within their own state, they are but grains of dust when viewed alongside superpowers and neighboring states. In the broader East region, dominant sects were scarcely more than inconsequential entities. Thus, upon entering the secret realm, she had remained cautious, only venturing near the periphery. Little did she anticipate encountering Yuan Tuo, the young master affiliated with her sect. Yes, the very man beside her, Yuan Tuo. Hailing from a superpower beyond Yunzhou, her Cloud Sect was merely a vassal of the Yuan family. Since her defeat at the hands of Chen, her master had intended to introduce her to the Yuan family, although the opportunity had yet to present itself. However, she was taken aback when, shortly after entering the secret realm, she crossed paths with the Yuan family's eldest son, Yuan Tuo. Chapter 116. The 12 Guardians of the Mysterious Ethereal Sect. You know, I am the leader. Upon learning that she was a key disciple of the Cloud Sect, Yuan Tuo took her under his wing, promising that after leaving the secret realm, she would have the chance to develop within the Yuan family. Of course, she was well aware of his intentions. He was drawn to her beauty. Yet, as a woman from a lesser background, she had little choice. Especially after being defeated by Chen, her options were even more limited. Having once forcefully called off her engagement to Chen, her subsequent training within the sect had culminated in a humiliating defeat that shattered her image as a prodigy, filling her with regret. Now, being close to Yuan Tuo presented a tremendous opportunity, a new pillar of support. Thus, when Yuan Tuo mentioned that the soul flowers here would benefit her, she was naturally thrilled. After all, to her, they were invaluable treasures. Only by growing stronger could she seize her destiny. As for how Yuan Tuo would treat her in the future, she could only take it one step at a time. However, it is fortunate that the unique technique cultivated by Yuan Duo temporarily hinders his ability to engage deeply with women, granting her ample time for self-preparation. "Young Master Yu, let us swiftly enter for our cultivation," Nailin Yin exclaimed, eagerly fidgeting with her fingers, barely able to contain her excitement. Just as the group prepared to venture inside, a sudden commotion caused by the black dragon weaving through the sea of flowers immediately captured their attention. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Yuan Duo furrowed his brow and abruptly raised his hand to launch an attack at the area where the dragon had disturbed the blossoms. Boom. In an instant, a portion of the flower sea erupted into chaos, and a black dragon emerged from within. What the hell? To strike without warning, truly uncouth. The black dragon was startled. This time, rather than fleeing stealthily, it boldly darted inward, realizing it had been discovered and needed to rouse the cultivators within. As it soared, it shouted, "Hey, wake up! Someone's coming in! Hurry and wake up!" Before its voice could finish, 16 pairs of eyes suddenly opened deep within the flower sea, reflecting a brilliant light. What on earth? So many people? In that moment, Yuan Duo's two subordinates were taken aback, abruptly halting their steps. Naturally, Yuan Duo and Nailin Yin were equally astonished. their expressions tinged with disbelief. Goodness! Had we recklessly rushed in, we would have truly stumbled into their encirclement. How careless! They pondered, their vigilance heightened. Yet, just as they were lost in thought, the 16 pairs of eyes were fixated upon them, particularly Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen gazed at Nalin Yin, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected to encounter his former fiancée here. As Xiao Chen's gaze lingered, Nalin Yin seemed to recognize him, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen? You know him?" Upon hearing Nalin Yin's exclamation, Yuan Duo was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan and the others were equally stunned, failing to react immediately. All eyes turned to Xiao Chen. After all, if he truly was a friend of his junior brother, perhaps they could share in this. However, it was evident that she was not. Xiao Chen clasped his fists toward Lin Fan and the others, explaining, "Senior brother, senior sisters. She is my former fiancée. Oh, since she is your former fiancée, do as you see fit." Lin Fan nodded, refraining from further involvement. Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and others remained silent, merely curious. Meanwhile, those from the inner sect, including Han Pao Pao and even the Black Dragon, also grew intrigued, for it hardly resembled a typical encounter with a former fiancée. However, before they could inquire, Nalin Yan's response immediately clarified matters. "Young Master Yu, he is Xiao Chen. Haha, he is the one who rose after you called off the engagement. Then cultivated for several years and defeated you at the Yun sect, isn't he? In that case." Yuan Duo paused, then proudly raised his chin and coldly addressed Xiao Chen, "Take your friend and get out of here, or face death." Xiao Chen, the others from the Qiaomiao sect, the Black Dragon. At that moment, everyone comprehended the relationship between Nalin Yin and Xiao Chen. Turning their gazes toward him, Xiao Chen stood his ground, undeterred by the intimidation, slightly lifting his chin as he calmly declared, "To insult my brothers and sisters. Despicable." With that, Xiao Chen did not hold back, unleashing a powerful technique without any hesitation, even with his former fiancée present among them. Instantly, the aura of a formidable practitioner surged forth, directed at Yuan Duo. As they felt the overwhelming power emanating from Xiao Chen, Yuan Duo and his companions were taken aback. They were fully aware of Xiao Chen's background and strength, yet they were utterly astonished by the rapid advancement he had made. Realizing he too had reached the same level of cultivation, and seemingly not to be underestimated. Consequently, Yuan Duo immediately led his two equally formidable subordinates to attack Xiao Chen. However, it was evident that Yuan Duo and his companions were at a disadvantage, far inferior to Xiao Chen's prowess. In a single clash of techniques, Yuan Duo and his companions were sent flying, crashing into the flower sea and creating a series of blank spaces. Following that, the profound technique struck the three of them, instantly knocking them to the ground. Hiss. "So powerful! Aren't you supposed to be in the Void Realm? How did you become so formidable?" In an instant, Yuan Duo and his companions were alarmed. They had assumed Xiao Chen was merely a Fade bolstered by some special means, but they were utterly mistaken. He was indeed powerful, and even their combined strength could not withstand a single blow. "Have perish." Xiao Chen, unfazed, sneered coldly before raising his hand again, preparing to deliver a lethal strike to the three. Just then, Yuan Duo, realizing that they were about to be expelled from the secret realm, was taken aback and quickly proclaimed, "You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Yu family." "Yes, Xiao Chen, do not act impulsively. The Yu family is a superpower that you cannot afford to offend. Please, do not strike." At that moment, a stunned Nalin Yin quickly interjected in explanation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen indeed halted his assault. However, it was not out of fear, but rather to ensure they understood the gravity of their situation, thus maintaining an expressionless demeanor. He held his technique firmly, casting a scornful glance, and replied, "The Yu family? Do you not realize that I have already joined the Qiaomiao sect? You know the 12 protectors of the Qiaomiao sect, do you not? I am the leader. If you truly have the courage, come find me at the Qiaomiao sect. Die." With that, Xiao Chen no longer held back, unleashing a technique that descended upon the grounded Yuan Duo and his companions. After all, they had insulted him, but they had also demeaned his brothers and sisters present, and he could not allow them to escape unscathed. Yuan Duo, watching the incoming technique, was left completely dumbfounded. Of course, it was not the threat of death that stunned him, but Xiao Chen's declaration. The 12 protectors of the Qiaomiao sect? He is the leader? Oh my heavens! He was one of the infamous 12 beasts that had emerged in the secret realm recently. But why had he joined the Qiaomiao sect? That woman never mentioned it. Ah! The three screamed in terror. They realized that this time, their deaths were in vain. After all, facing the mighty Qiaomiao sect, their Yu family truly meant nothing. Their pupils dilated as they stared wide-eyed at the descending technique. Boom! The earth trembled, and the three met their end. Afterwards, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, focusing instantly on Nalin Yin. In that moment, Nalin Yin trembled, overwhelmed with fear. Chen, are you going to kill me? Chapter 117. Do not believe her. I beg you to strike me. Nailin Yan's eyes were filled with a hint of fear, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. She had never anticipated that, after months apart, Chen had grown to the level of a formidable practitioner, reaching the same realm as her master. Even more astonishing was the fact that Chen had joined the recently renowned Ethereal Sect, becoming the leader of the 12 protectors dominating the secret realm. Had she known all this earlier, how could she have called off the engagement? How could she have become someone Chen despised? In that moment, Nailin Yin was filled with regret, and thus, facing the cold and powerful Chen, she did not flinch, seemingly prepared to face her fate. However, before the man who had previously bested her in battle, Chen did not harbor any intent to kill. After all, Nailin Yin had done nothing wrong upon entering the valley, and their grievances had long been settled after the previous agreement with the Yun sect. There was no need for further entanglement. Therefore, Chen averted his gaze and said flatly, "You may leave. Killing you would only tarnish my hands." Upon hearing this, Nailin Yan's heart leaped with joy, yet she did not depart. Instead, she gazed tenderly at Chen, her expression pained as she explained, "Chen, I know you cannot bear to kill me. In truth, I had no choice. I never wanted to break our engagement. I had my reasons. Our matters have long been settled. There is no need for further discussion. Depart." Hearing her mention the engagement once more, Chen sneered, unwilling to listen further. However, in the face of Chen's unceremonious words, Nailin Yin remained undeterred, showing no signs of anger. She chose to disregard Chen's demeanor. Gazing at his face and pursing her lips as she pleaded, "No, I must speak. I truly do not wish for you to harbor such misunderstandings. Chen, at that time, my father was gravely ill and required a rare medicinal treatment. That medicine was only available through the Yun sect. Furthermore, I never intended to call off our engagement. It was primarily due to your circumstances. You had lost your cultivation level, and the Yun sect looked down upon you, leaving me with no other options. Surely, you can understand this, can't you?" As she spoke, Nailin Yin fervently grasped Chen's hand, resembling a pitiful child, gazing at him with hopeful eyes, awaiting his forgiveness. Yet, before Chen could ponder further, the black dragon couldn't help but interject, "Chen, can you truly believe her? A person can concoct countless reasons to end an engagement. Just moments ago, I saw her chatting quite amicably with that young Master Yuan. She was practically glowing with joy at his compliments. Beware, for a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. The more beautiful she is, the more deceptive she can be. Be cautious, or she may very well ensnare you." Chen's gaze faltered, and he swiftly withdrew his hand from Nailin Yan's grasp. She stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, casting a resentful glance at the black dragon, wishing to strip him of his skin. However, recognizing the black dragon as an ally of Chen, she dared not voice her indignation. Continuing her explanation, "Chen, you know of the Yuan family, correct? They are a formidable power outside the Yun sect, which is, in turn, subordinate to them. He insisted I go to the Yuan family for training, and I lack the ability to refuse. You must understand. Furthermore, I did not agree immediately. I have always held you dear in my heart. When you defeated me, I was in fact pleased. I simply did not expect to encounter you here. Let us mend our relationship, shall we?" As she spoke, Nailin Yin once again took hold of Chen's hand, reminiscent of their childhood days spent playing together, when she would seek his forgiveness for her wrongs. Alas, those days were irretrievably lost. "Your words only repulse me. Do you truly think I would not harm you?" Faced with Nailin Yan's persistent entreaties, Chen's brows furrowed in irritation. In his heart, their past grievances had long been severed, and her relentless pursuit was becoming increasingly intolerable. "Yes, I am aware of the repulsiveness of my actions. If killing me would ease your anger, then do so. I would willingly perish at your hands." With a resolve firm, Nailin Yin closed her eyes and leaned her face closer, a sight that left onlookers speechless, particularly Yi Qiqing, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linger. As women, they found Nailin Yan's audacity utterly embarrassing, and her shameless justifications made them cringe. Yet, their innate curiosity compelled them to observe how Chen would respond. So they remained silent, watching intently. At that moment, all the male cultivators had also abandoned their training, eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at Chen and Nailin Yin, eager to see what further shameless acts she would commit. Even the black dragon felt a twinge of jealousy, smirking at the thought of his own fiancée. After all, with Chen's fiancée capitulating, he wondered if his own would follow suit, providing a prime opportunity to learn how to manage such a situation. Meanwhile, Chen found himself the subject of his fellow disciples' unwavering gazes, and despite his thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, His fiancée, he had called off their engagement, and now she was entangled in such a manner, pleading with him. It was utterly humiliating. Yet, as he looked at Nalan Yen, who had closed her eyes and leaned closer, he found himself at a loss. Their previous duel had been due to a 3-year agreement. If he were to strike her now, it would appear as though he were taking advantage of her. Besides, they had merely taken different paths at a crossroads in life, and it had not yet escalated to the point of mortal enmity. However, observing her audacious demeanor left him feeling helpless. Clenching his fists, he ultimately refrained from acting, instead stating coldly, "I already said that killing you would only soil my hands. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, Nalan Yin opened one eye slightly, and upon seeing the dark expression on Xiao Chen's face, she realized he had yet to forgive her. But his refusal to kill her presented a significant opportunity. Thus, she provocatively challenged him, "Xiao Chen, I publicly severed our engagement before your entire family. Are you truly content with merely having defeated me? Do you not wish to vent your frustrations? Are you not a man? Have you grown timid in these past days?" Boom. At her words, Xiao Chen's expression darkened further, as memories of their engagement's dissolution flooded his mind. Back then, he had bravely declared that fortunes would change, and one should not belittle the young and impoverished. Yet, that declaration had done little to alter the opinions of the elders, and he had become the subject of ridicule among his kin, ultimately forcing him to leave home to train and grow stronger. Now, having defeated her, she dared to insult his masculinity. The indignation he had suppressed surged forth uncontrollably. In that instant, Xiao Chen could no longer restrain himself. He raised his hand and struck Nalan Yen across the face. Slap. The sharp sound echoed, and Nalan Yen let out a cry of pain. She was sent reeling back, landing amidst a sea of flowers. The entire flower field fell silent, save for her pained whimper. After several moments, she gradually regained her composure, propped up on her elbows, revealing a bloodied lip. Yet, instead of fear, her eyes sparkled as she pouted. "That hurt. Xiao Chen, you're quite strong." Chapter 118. Xiao Chen's fury against Nalan Yen. The secret realm closes, and everyone returns. "That hurt. Xiao Chen, you're quite strong." Nalan Yen pouted, her eyes blinking playfully. Upon hearing this, the others were left speechless, particularly the Black Dragon, who seemed incredulous that Nalan Yen would utter such absurdities. After being struck, she still praised him. Was she a masochist? The mere thought of treating his fiancée in such a manner sent shivers down the Black Dragon's spine. Yet he couldn't help but feel a thrill at the idea. On the other hand, Xiao Chen stood there, his expression darkened and utterly bewildered. The former Nalan Yin had been the epitome of aloofness and cold beauty, especially as they matured. She had become an untouchable goddess, one whom even he had once felt inferior to. Yet now, she boldly made such brazen comments, leaving him flustered. Strangely, he also felt a flicker of delight, albeit a minor one. The humiliation of their broken engagement still lingered in his mind, unrelenting. Thus, he furrowed his brow and admonished Nalan Yin once more, "This is your last chance. Leave. Otherwise, I truly will end you." With that, he slowly raised his hand. However, Nalan Yin showed no fear. Instead, she tilted her chin defiantly and leaned her face closer. "Xiao Chen, wasn't that slap quite satisfying? If it helps you release your pent-up frustration, feel free to strike me again." With that, she closed her eyes once more. Xiao Chen. Everyone else. Black Dragon. In an instant, all present were left utterly dumbfounded. With his hand raised, Xiao Chen found himself engulfed in an excruciatingly awkward silence. Despite his repeated threats, she remained steadfast, inviting his blows. If he did not act now, how would his senior brothers, sisters, and even the dragon perceive him? They would undoubtedly consider him a coward, a spineless individual. Upon this realization, Xiao Chen ceased his hesitation and unleashed a palm strike towards Nalan Yen. Boom. Nalan Yen shuddered. Her seated form amidst the floral expanse instantly propelled skyward. An excruciating pain surged from her chest, engulfing her entire being. Her figure soared, rapidly ascending into the heavens. The force exerted far surpassed the earlier slap. In that moment, Nalan Yen believed she was facing her demise, yet she offered no resistance. Instead, she gazed at the receding valley, muttering, "To perish by your hand is a fitting end." Swoosh. Nalan Yan's silhouette transformed into a fleeting meteor, ultimately crashing upon a distant mountain peak, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Oh, I am not dead." Sensing the throbbing agony coursing through her, Nalan Yen slowly opened her eyes. Though her body was racked with pain and injury, she was undeniably alive. "Indeed, I knew Brother Xiao Chen couldn't bear to kill me. Even within the secret realm, Brother Xiao Chen, await me. I shall undoubtedly earn your forgiveness," Nalan Yen murmured with newfound conviction before staggering to her feet. She retrieved the soul-nourishing flower given to her by Yuan Tuo and began to absorb its essence for recuperation. Meanwhile, witnessing Nalan Yan's receding form, Xiaochen secretly sighed in relief. He turned to face his utterly dumbfounded fellow disciples, offering an awkward smile as he declared, "A personal matter, now resolved. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, let us resume our cultivation." He spoke as he returned to his original position, preparing to cultivate. The others remained silent, closing their eyes in unison. However, one among them remained fixated on the matter. At that moment, the black dragon couldn't resist slithering towards Xiaochen, rearing up to commend him. "Well done, lad. Such a woman deserves no forgiveness. She must be tormented severely, made to rue her past transgressions, preferably spending her days in perpetual regret." Hearing the black dragon's words, Xiaochen paused, then nodded in agreement, echoing its sentiment. "Indeed, Senior Black Dragon speaks wisely. This junior shall bear it in mind." With that, he closed his eyes. The black dragon was rendered speechless, retorting irritably. "And then what? Just a mere bear it in mind suffices? What does senior mean?" Xiaochen inquired, perplexed. "Black dragon, do you not wish to lament and commiserate with this emperor? To discuss methods of dealing with such a woman? Such as, upon your next encounter, delivering another resounding blow, or perhaps breaking her legs to ensure she never leads a normal existence." The black dragon spoke with utter seriousness. Xiaochen, the others, who knew this dragon harbored such vindictiveness. It seems he too was deeply wounded by a former betrothed Linfan, Meronging Luo. And others mused silently. "Ahem, senior is too severe. Such women are best dispatched swiftly. Such torment is pointless." Xiaochen responded with a forced smile. He couldn't comprehend the black dragon's vehement animosity towards his former fiancée, even suggesting crippling her for life. However, before Xiaochen could finish, the black dragon interjected with dissatisfaction. "No killing. Such a woman is wicked and deserves no easy death. Where would one vent the grievances and suffering endured? She must be tormented ruthlessly, tortured to the brink of death. If the opportunity arises, keep her close, tormenting her endlessly, lest the hatred fester unappeased." The black dragon grew increasingly agitated, as if it were the one wronged, not Xiaochen. Xiaochen was left unnerved, but could only nod in agreement. "Yes, yes. Senior Black Dragon speaks true. This junior shall remember. Remember well. Never show leniency to such a woman." Satisfied, the black dragon nodded before turning and slithering towards Linfan. Xiaochen shook his head helplessly before closing his eyes and resuming his cultivation. Absorbing the essence of the soul-nourishing flower, he reasoned that he would likely never see Nalan Yin again, and whatever the future held, it could wait. For now, he would humor the black dragon. Soon, time passed. The disciples' spiritual power grew increasingly potent, far surpassing their current cultivation level. At that moment, the portal to exit the secret realm began to open. "Junior brothers, awaken. Cease your cultivation. The portal is open. It is time to return." As the portal materialized, the eldest disciple, Linfan, was the first to open his eyes, rousing the others. The disciples awoke and immediately sought to connect with the portal for their return. Simultaneously, the black dragon leaped to its feet, swiftly coiling around Linfan. Linfan lowered his defenses, allowing the dragon to merge with his spiritual power, thus enabling the black dragon to be transported. This method had been devised by the black dragon, who, upon learning that the disciples were spiritual entities entering through a mystical portal, had conceived this plan. As a former quasi-emperor, such ingenuity was not surprising. Soon, the disciples' figures transformed into streams of light, soaring into the heavens. In a blink, only the 4 direct disciples remained. Seeing this, Linfan nodded and addressed his 3 junior sisters. "Junior sisters, let us depart together." "Very well." The 3 women nodded, and together, the 4 closed their eyes, transforming into a single stream of light, ascending into the sky. Outside the misty cloud sect, the number of gathered patriarchs continued to swell. Within the sect, serenity prevailed. As the day for recruiting servants had yet to arrive, everything proceeded as usual. Those who were to cultivate did so, and those who were to seclude themselves did so. At that moment, within the inner sect, as the spiritual energy departed from the divine void secret realm, it gradually returned to its respective owners. The 12 inner sect disciples opened their eyes one after another. Phew, finally back. Having fully regained control of his body, Xiaochen exhaled deeply. From within the ring on his finger, Elder Yao sensed Xiaochen's awakening and materialized. As soon as he appeared, Elder Yao exclaimed, "Xiaochen, you're finally back. I have something to discuss with you." "Hold on, Elder Yao." I am about to advance before Elder Yao could speak. Xiaochen felt an uncontrollable surge of power within him, prompting him to close his eyes and enter a meditative state. The others, upon awakening, exhibited similar reactions. After all, The enhancements gained within the divine void secret realm would manifest in their physical bodies upon their return. Seeing this, Elder Yao could only wait anxiously, for he indeed had something important to convey, his desire to apply for the servant position being offered by the sect. Since Xiao Chun had joined the sect, the elders had not troubled him, as long as he remained obediently within the ring and refrained from wandering the sect grounds. Thus, he had remained within the ring, afraid of being discovered and expelled from the sect. Having entered the sect, Elder Yao was utterly awestruck by the environment of the Misty Cloud sect. He felt as if he had entered a celestial realm, dreaming of the day Xiao Chun would cultivate to become a saint and help him restore his physical body so that he could join the Misty Cloud sect for cultivation. However, upon learning that the Misty Cloud sect was recruiting servants, he could no longer remain passive. This was undoubtedly an opportunity to join the sect. Moreover, the sect had not stipulated that spiritual entities were ineligible to become servants. As for the requirement of a royal-level cultivation base, his cultivation during this time was sufficient for his spiritual body to temporarily exhibit royal-level strength. Thus, he eagerly awaited Xiao Chen's return, hoping that Xiao Chun could inquire with the elder in charge of the matter about his eligibility to become a servant. If he were to become a servant, he could cultivate freely within the sect, and he would not need to wait for Xiao Chen to mature before refining a physical body himself. He had been growing increasingly anxious these past few days, fearing that he would miss the servant recruitment. Fortunately, it was not too late, as Xiao Chun had returned. Amidst Elder Yao's anxious anticipation, Xiao Chen broke through several minor realms in succession before opening his eyes. Elder Yao immediately voiced his desires to Xiao Chen. After listening, Xiao Chen rose to inquire with the elders about the matter. After Xiao Chen's departure, Xin Ping cupped his fists in farewell to his fellow disciples and left the room to request leave from the elders. He had been separated from his sister-in-law for nearly a month. He felt compelled, both emotionally and rationally, to return and offer some solace to his sister-in-law's heart, while also leaving her and her daughter with some financial support. Aside from this, the other inner disciples had no pressing matters and dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Meanwhile, within the main peak's disciples' abode, Lin Fan and his companions gradually opened their eyes, having entered a state of breakthrough. Shilingo immediately ascended to the Heavenly King realm, while Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing made successive breakthroughs to reach the 5th heavenly layer of the Heavenly King realm. Simultaneously, as the four achieved their breakthroughs, the black dragon eagerly emerged from Lin Fan's body, transforming from ethereal to corporeal, soaring around the room in excitement. Ha ha ha! I am free! I am free! I am finally free! Its exuberant roars filled the air. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy began to uncontrollably surge into its spiritual form. After being sealed for thousands of years and suffering repeated setbacks in its cultivation, it now experienced a complete restoration of freedom and reality, leading to an explosive increase in its power. In the blink of an eye, it achieved an extraordinary breakthrough, ascending through ranks from Great Demon to Demon King, then to Demon Emperor, and on to the Semi-Saint and Saint realms. The waves of immense spiritual energy surged forth, each breakthrough consuming ever greater amounts of energy. In an instant, Lin Fan and the others found themselves unable to compete with the Black Dragon's absorption of spiritual energy, forcing them to halt their cultivation. Upon opening their eyes, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The room was filled with swirling spiritual energy, coalescing into a vortex that continuously funneled into the Black Dragon's body. Its aura swelled rapidly, and before long, the Black Dragon reached the Saint King realm, with its level still on the rise. Could it be that it was truly a semi-emperor before? They gasped in disbelief. Such a speed of breakthrough. Heavens! We have unwittingly brought back a monster. All were taken aback and hastened to shout at the Black Dragon. Senior Black Dragon, please cease this at once. There are intersect elders on guard outside. Do not provoke them, or it will spell disaster for you. Lin Fan and Mu Rong Ing Luo spoke simultaneously to dissuade it. After all, the strength of the intersect elders was not to be underestimated. Even if the Black Dragon was merely a spiritual entity, should it attract the ire of the elders, there would be dire consequences. Moreover, since they were the ones who had brought it back, they would undoubtedly share in the repercussions. However, the Black Dragon, once a semi-emperor of the Dragon clan, was now filled with excitement and hardly heeded their warnings. Even if it could not regain its former strength, it would not regard a mere sect lightly. Thus, it declared with pride, if I provoke them, so be it. Not only would the elders bow to me, but even your sect leader would address me as senior. After a pause, it added, but I must say, your sect's spiritual energy is truly abundant. From now on, I shall remain here to protect you. With that, the Black Dragon resumed its frenzied absorption of spiritual energy. Just then, a more formidable presence suddenly descended upon them. The once bustling room fell silent. forcing the black dragon to halt its intake of energy. Viewing the dissipated energy with discontent, it growled, "Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Are you seeking death?" With a furious rush, the black dragon burst out of the room, only to collide head-on with Lu Tsong, who approached with measured steps. It was evident that Lu Tsong had been the one to intervene. "You, impudent dragon, dare to disrupt my cultivation?" Lu Tsong's expression remained impassive as he raised a hand, instantly immobilizing the black dragon. Now restored to the Saint King realm, the black dragon found itself powerless against such overwhelming force. Realizing the magnitude of Lu Tsong's aura, it felt a wave of panic wash over it. No way. Am I to be captured again after just regaining my freedom? This person must possess at least the strength of a great saint. And I've never even heard of this sect. How can it be so powerful? In a flurry of panic, the black dragon stammered, "Wait, I'm not just any dragon. I am a dragon, but I am your sect disciple's good friend. You cannot capture me." The black dragon flailed desperately, attempting to break free from Lu Tsong's grasp, yet it was ensnared as if bound by an unyielding natural law. This left it in a state of dread, fearing for its life. It had begun to grasp the formidable strength of the Piao Miao sect. Although it previously dismissed the sect, its perspective had dramatically changed. In utter despair, the black dragon pleaded with an almost pitiful tone, yet Lu Tsong remained unmoved. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Lin Fan and the others, concerned for the dragon's fate, rushed out to follow. Seeing the black dragon captured, they all exhaled in relief. Mu Ronging Luo quickly stepped forward, cupping her hands in apology. "Elder Lu Tsong, it is true that we brought it out from the secret realm. We did not anticipate its sudden surge in power. Please, impose any punishment you deem fit. It was I who brought it back, so if there is to be punishment, let it fall upon me." Lin Fan echoed, bowing deeply. "I too, Elder." This was a decision made by all four of us. Yi Qingqing and Shilinger added in unison. They all recognized that bringing the black dragon out was a collective decision, and none had foreseen its explosive rise in strength. Had Lu Tsong not acted in time, who knew how far the black dragon's power might have soared? If it had caused any trouble within the sect, they would have been unable to face their master. Seeing their earnestness, Lu Tsong did not reprimand them, but rather, his eyes softened with understanding as he smiled slightly. "Since you brought it out, it should rightfully belong to you. However, given the dragon's considerable power, it is beyond your control. So it shall be entrusted to the sect leader for proper handling. You have no objections, I trust?" "No objections. Thank you, Elder," they replied, bowing once more. They recognized that managing such a dragon was indeed beyond their capabilities. While the dragon appeared harmless, its rapid spike in strength warranted the sect leader's oversight. "Very well. I shall entrust it to the sect leader. You may now focus on consolidating your cultivation." Lu Tsong nodded, grasping the black dragon and turning toward the cliff at the main peak. This caused the black dragon to panic greatly. It had expected Lin Fan and the others to come to its aid, especially since they had shared a strong bond in the secret realm. It had helped them find treasures, and they had brought it along. Heavens! Just like that, they abandoned me? It acknowledged that it may have raised its voice a bit too much, but surely they would not leave it to its fate. In a state of desperation, the black dragon pleaded with a quavering voice, "Fairies, free fairies, please save me. Do not let him take me away. We are friends, are we not? Fairies, oh fairies, save me." The four could only remain silent, allowing Lu Tsong to carry the dragon away. This left the black dragon in a state of despair, filled with dread. How would a being of such unfathomable power choose to deal with it? Would it be subjected to soul refinement or bound to some bizarre weapon to enhance its might? The myriad possibilities of its demise flooded its mind. Yet, who among the living wishes for death? Despite being a dignified semi-emperor black dragon, it could still regain its strength to the great saint realm, even if merely as a soul. Waiting for the day when I can find an opportunity to restore my physical form, perhaps there is still a chance to become an emperor. If I were to die, it would be an immense loss. With this thought, the black dragon forced a rather unpleasant smile and addressed Lu Hao in a conciliatory tone. Senior, how do you intend to deal with me? I was once a quasi-emperor. Now I can immediately recover to the great sage level. Why not let me go, and I could join your esteemed Piao Miao sect?" Lu Tsong remained unmoved, his gaze unwavering and without response. Observing this, the black dragon grew increasingly anxious and continued, "Senior, I assure you, I shall hold no grudges after regaining my great sage power. Moreover, having more powerful allies opens up multiple paths for all of us, Senior. Could you please say something? Also, is your sect master male or female? Have there been any recent activities involving weapon forging or other peculiar actions?" The black dragon continued to grovel, but Lu Tsong remained entirely silent. This left the black dragon on the verge of despair. Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Tsong slowed his pace and walked towards the edge of the cliff. The black dragon sensed something unusual and looked up to see a young man reclining in a rocking chair. He appeared youthful, eyes gently closed, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, this very man commanded Lu Tsong's utmost respect. Approaching him with caution, Lu Tsong respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Sect Master." When Lin Fan and the others returned, they brought back the soul of a black dragon from the secret realm. This dragon has now recovered to the Sage King level. I am unsure how to handle this matter, so I seek the guidance of the Sect Master after speaking. Lu Tsong waved his hand, bringing the black dragon before Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan slightly opened his eyelids and casually glanced at the black dragon. The black dragon was not foolish. It immediately discerned the man's identity. With a quick flick of its eyes, it hastily clasped its claws in a flattering manner. "I am Long Ao Tian, honored to meet the Sect Master of Pyamyao. I am friends with several of your disciples and help them find many treasures in the secret realm. Might the Sect Master consider releasing me? I am willing to join Pyamyao Sect as an elder to guard the sect and ensure its safety." Such audacity. Does Pyamyao Sect allow anyone to join at will? Chen Xuan said expressionlessly, leaving the black dragon utterly flabbergasted. Nevertheless, this place was indeed a suitable environment for cultivation if it wished to recover. It truly needed to remain here. Furthermore, Lu Tsong was immensely powerful. Even if the dragon regained its great sage strength, it would likely still be no match. For the sake of survival, the black dragon quickly boasted of its potential, claiming it could immediately restore to the great sage level, suggesting that having more great sages would lead to more options. Additionally, once it regained its physical form, it might even have an opportunity to ascend to become an emperor. At that time, Pyamyao Sect would have an emperor to oversee it, and so on. Moreover, it required no significant position or power. Merely a title as a venerable elder would suffice. Listening to the black dragon's self-aggrandizing remarks, both Chen Xuan and Lu Tsong felt a tinge of amusement. Not to mention the dragon was not an emperor yet. Even if it were, it had no qualification to be a venerable elder. Thus, upon hearing the dragon's words, Chen Xuan did not respond, but instead gestured to Lu Tsong. Understanding the cue, Lu Tsong revealed a devilish smile and unleashed his emperor's aura. Boom. A terrifyingly potent aura surged forth instantly. The black dragon trembled, its eyes widening in shock. An emperor? Upon sensing the aura emanating from Lu Tsong, the black dragon was bewildered. It had never anticipated that the other party was an emperor. Oh heavens! This is utterly terrifying. When did emperors become so numerous? To encounter one upon arrival? And here it was, making demands of an emperor? It realized that not even when it had been a quasi-emperor did it possess the right to make demands of an emperor. In an instant, the black dragon's heart raced, overwhelmed with anxiety. However, before it could gather its wits, Chen Xuan's emperor aura erupted once more. Boom. Another terrifyingly powerful presence emerged. Following this boom, boom, boom. In every corner of the sect, waves of emperor auras appeared. In that moment, the black dragon felt a prickling sensation on its scalp, its entire body covered in goosebumps. Goodness. Emperors, all emperors. Had it inadvertently intruded into a den of emperors? Or were all the emperors of the cosmos hiding here? Gulp. The black dragon struggled to swallow, immediately kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "Emperor Sect Master, this old dragon pays my respects to the Emperor Sect Master. Please forgive my recklessness. I am willing to follow beside the Emperor Sect Master, to toil and serve, hoping the Emperor Sect Master will grant me this opportunity." Saying this, it lowered its proud dragon head, making intimate contact with the ground. Seeing this, Chen Xuan knew his objective had been achieved and withdrew his imperial might. He had previously observed the secret realm and was already aware of the dragoness existence. The reason for unleashing the imperial aura to frighten it was to prevent the dragon's arrogance from leading to disobedience and chaos. Furthermore, the development of the sect could indeed benefit from having a guardian beast, thus he entertained the idea of subjugating it. After all, a dragon with the potential to ascend to the emperor realm was quite difficult to find. So upon witnessing the black dragon submit, Chen Xuan did not continue with the intimidation but directly stated, "Our sect has just emerged and is in need of a guardian beast. Henceforth, you shall serve as the guardian beast of our sect." Guardian beast? The black dragon was momentarily taken aback but then rejoiced, exclaiming, "Yes, this old dragon shall diligently protect the mountain gate. I will not allow a single scratch upon it." "Very well, Lu Tsong, when you have the opportunity, procure a dragon body to assist it." "Understood." Lu Tsong nodded, preparing to lead the black dragon away. The black dragon, filled with excitement, immediately began to bow. "Thank you, Emperor Sect Master." "Many thanks, Emperor Sect Master. This old dragon shall not disappoint you." With that, it rose and obediently followed Lu Tsong, eager to leave. After all, having the emperor assist in finding a body would undoubtedly be far more efficient than pursuing one on its own. If it were to seek one itself, it would only find a lesser form. With the Emperor's intervention, it could potentially find a dragon body of great sage caliber. However, just as the duo was preparing to depart, an outer sect elder suddenly approached, accompanied by Xiaochen and a soul entity named Yao Lao. The outer sect elder began to bow from a distance, followed closely by Xiaochen and Yao Lao, who also bowed respectfully. Disciple Xiaochen. Alchemist Yao Guang. Greetings. Sect Master. The three of them held their breath, fearing to make a sound. Chen Xuan, already aware of Yao Lao's existence, was only now introduced to the name Yao Guang. He calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Sect Master, it is like this." Upon being questioned by the sect master, the outer sect elder quickly explained Yao Guang's desire to participate in the auxiliary trial, mentioning that although he was a soul entity, he could exert royal-level strength and had the capability to concoct all pills below the saint level. Hearing this, Chen Xuan became immediately intrigued. After all, alchemists are hard to come by. Moreover, the development of the sect indeed relied heavily on alchemists. After a brief consideration, he turned to Yao Guang and said, "Given this, it would be a waste of your talents to serve as an auxiliary. How about remaining in the sect as an elder of the alchemy chamber? Would you be willing?" Boom. Yao Guang was shaken to his core, instantly filled with excitement. Initially seeking merely an auxiliary position, he never expected to attain the status of an elder. Without a second thought, he raised his trembling arm, excitedly clasping his fist in a bow. "Yes. Thank you, Sect Master. I will strive to fulfill my duties in alchemy." "Very well. Lu Song, find him a suitable body as well." "Understood." Lu Song nodded before leading the group away from the cliff's edge. After all, it was merely a matter of finding a body. He inquired about Yao Guang's capabilities and dispatched someone to seek a suitable body. The task was assigned to Wang Yetian, who was swift in both departure and return. That very night, he returned with a dragon body of great sage caliber and a body of saint level. The two bodies, one belonging to a revered saint and the other to a long-deceased dragon of the great sage realm, were remarkably intact. Neither the human nor the dragon held any disdain for the other, and that very night, they were utilized. That night, the atmosphere of the mysterious sky sect was imbued with a terrifying aura, now bolstered by a saintly alchemist and a great sage guardian beast. The four direct disciples, upon learning that the black dragon had become the guardian beast, collectively sighed in relief. After all, their interactions over time revealed that the dragon's nature was not malevolent, and it had even led them to numerous treasures, allowing them to break through several minor realms, with Scherlinger, the one with the lowest cultivation, reaching the third layer of the Heavenly King realm. Retaining such a creature within the sect would indeed be a fortuitous outcome. As time swiftly passed to the following day, news of the new alchemist and guardian beast spread throughout the sect. Many disciples flocked to the main peak to witness the beast, while the black dragon jovially teased the inexperienced outer disciples. All was harmonious. However, amidst the usual activities within the sect, the recruitment of miscellaneous workers was about to commence at the entrance. In the sky above, countless elderly figures with graying beards and stooped postures gathered. Although their numbers were considerably fewer than during the last recruitment, every individual present was a formidable ancestor in their own right, or at the very least, an exceptionally powerful rogue cultivator. A glance revealed that at least several tens of thousands of ancestors had arrived. Their ages varied, with the youngest being several centuries old and the oldest exceeding 1,000 years, with some even nearing 2,000 years of age, just a breath away from death itself. If their ages were to be summed, they would likely surpass the combined legacy of all the sacred grounds on the primordial continent. Their strength was unfathomable, and if they were to unite, even the sacred grounds would tremble. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the eastern region. Many factions, hindered by distance, were unable to arrive within a few days. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even greater. The turnout today is quite overwhelming. Indeed, it is said that the mysterious sky sect only requires 1,000 individuals, yet it appears that at least 80,000 have come. I never expected that I would one day be vying for a mere miscellaneous worker position. With such a multitude, the method of assessment was uncertain. If it comes down to strength, I stand no chance. Look, an elder is emerging. Suddenly, as the crowd murmured, Lu Song stepped forth from the sect to announce the requirements for miscellaneous worker recruitment. The criteria were simple. A cultivation level of at least the Emperor Extreme realm was required, followed by a test using the heart-questioning mirror. After stating this, the tens of thousands of ancestors descended in unison, behaving as obedient students, for Lu Song was a being capable of obliterating a Saint King with a single strike, a force that could not be countered solely by numbers. Thus, the Emperor Extreme cultivators dared not act recklessly. Soon, once all had landed, Lu Song raised his hand and unleashed the heart-questioning mirror, swiftly eliminating those with impure intentions. Before long, only 5,000 remained beneath the mirror, including several half-saints. Furthermore, these 5,000 were entirely without fault. Witnessing this, Lu Tsong felt helpless. After all, the sect master had requested 1,000 individuals, and despite his efforts to increase the difficulty of the assessment, he had not anticipated retaining so many. To put it bluntly, these individuals were somewhat extreme in their beliefs. Viewing the mysterious Sky Sect as an omnipotent entity, even if the sect were to face annihilation, they would remain convinced that it was merely a fade. And even upon discovering the truth, they would believe in the sect's resurgence. There was hardly any trace of malevolence or personal ambition among them. With no other option, Lu Tsong sent a voice transmission to Chen Xuan, allowing him to decide the fate of these 5,000 candidates. Master, 5,000 individuals have passed the test for miscellaneous workers. They have successfully navigated several levels of the heart-questioning assessment. Should we increase the difficulty to reduce their number further? Or should we accept them all? So many? Chen Xuan, upon receiving the transmission, was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had not anticipated that recruiting miscellaneous workers would attract such a multitude. Indeed, the number of powerful contenders surpasses 80,000. Please provide guidance, Master. 80,000. Chen Xuan murmured, astonished. It seems the mysterious Sky Sect's reputation has truly spread far and wide. 80,000 is not merely a number, it represents 80,000 formidable cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to accept all of them. The sect's disciple count had indeed dwindled, barely exceeding 1,000. For the continued growth of the sect, he needed to recruit disciples. However, with the sect's rising prestige, this recruitment would undoubtedly incite a tremendous influx of talent, with countless prodigies converging upon the mysterious Sky Sect. Hence, having a larger number of miscellaneous workers would not be a drawback. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan promptly instructed Lu Tsong to accept everyone and announced the timing for the second recruitment, requesting Lu Tsong to disseminate the information. Upon receiving the directive, Lu Tsong waved his hand, retracting the heart-questioning mirror, and addressed the crowd. The recruitment of miscellaneous workers is now complete. A total of 5,000 have been accepted. Follow me into the sect to receive your identities as miscellaneous workers. Yes, the selected 5,000 were filled with exhilaration, hastening to follow Lu Tsong into the sect. This scene evoked envy among those present, especially among the descendants of these individuals, who were positively brimming with excitement. They could hardly contain their desire to share the news, boasting about their ancestors. My ancestor has been selected. He has become a miscellaneous worker of the mysterious Sky Sect. Haha, my ancestor has also joined the ranks of the mysterious Sky Sect's miscellaneous workers. How splendid. Who would dare to bully us now? Indeed, just recently, several powerful factions attempted to test our limits. Let us see if they dare to act recklessly now. I love my ancestor. You are magnificent. Yet, amidst the jubilant celebrations, there were those who felt despondent. The rejected candidates watched helplessly as the 5,000 entered the sect under Lu Tsong's watchful gaze, shaking their heads in dismay and sighing heavily. How disheartening. This is not the outcome I desired. Why? I thought I performed admirably. Why was I still eliminated? I refuse to accept this. Hey, what about Tuobadogdan? Was he selected? I must return and arrange a marriage with his talented offspring. Certainly. I need to secure my position. Confusion reigned among the crowd, each feeling the sting of disappointment. After all, they were notable ancestors yet could not even secure a position as a miscellaneous worker. In truth, returning home would be a matter of shame. Some of the more extreme elders even entertained thoughts of leaving home, torn between the desire to flee and the reluctance to return. However, at that moment, as the 5,000 miscellaneous workers entered the sect, Lu Tsong suddenly halted, standing outside the sect. With a single statement, he astonished all the ancestors, causing them to cease their contemplations. Everyone, the sect master has decreed that on this day in 3 months, the mysterious Sky Sect will hold its second recruitment. If there are any suitable disciples at home with commendable talent, they are welcome to participate in the entrance test. Boom. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Just when they thought all hope was lost, another opportunity had arisen. Tens of thousands of ancestors trembled with excitement. Wow, the mysterious Sky Sect is holding a second recruitment. This is incredible. Just as my ancestor has joined the sect, if I have a disciple, they too could enter. Who would dare to bully us in the future? Heavens, the mysterious Sky Sect's second recruitment is marvelous. I must return and inform the talented members of my family to prepare for this opportunity. I refuse to believe that I am unworthy of being a miscellaneous worker, but with so many young disciples in my clan, surely one of them will secure a chance to join the sect. In an instant, the crowd was filled with exhilaration. After bowing to Lu Tsong, they hurriedly departed, eager to relay the news to the talented young members of their families. Lu Tsong, witnessing their enthusiasm, could only smile gently. The last time disciples were accepted, It was when the Misty Sect had just emerged, and many had yet to hear its name. The attendees were predominantly disciples from dominant factions, resulting in the selection of merely over 1,000 individuals. However, this time, the Misty Sect's reputation resounded throughout the eastern region, drawing all the prodigies from the entire area. As soon as Lu Tsong concluded his announcement, he promptly began to disseminate the news about the Misty Sect's recruitment of disciples. Soon, the entire eastern region was in an uproar. Wang Defa, have you heard? The Misty Sect is recruiting disciples again. Goodness, is that true? Did the Misty Sect not just open its doors a few months ago? It is indeed true. It has been confirmed. Rumor has it that the Misty Sect has also recruited 5,000 miscellaneous workers, all of whom are of royal caliber. This is in preparation for the second recruitment of disciples. Wow, 5,000 royal-level workers. This is extraordinarily impressive. It far surpasses the might of the extreme Tao Sacred Land. Indeed, the Misty Sect is undoubtedly more formidable. After all, it single-handedly annihilated the extreme Tao Sacred Land. Surely, I must join the Misty Sect. If I can become a disciple, I will undoubtedly soar to great heights. In no time, tales of the Misty Sect spread to every corner of the eastern region, especially with the announcement of this recruitment. The remarkable achievements of the Misty Sect were brought to light, including the silent annihilation of the Soul Palace. The sect leader's fearless venture into forbidden territories that left the primordial sacred land in silence, and the swift destruction of the extreme Tao Sacred Land by merely dispatching an elder. These legends swept through the eastern region. As the fame of the Misty Sect soared, a new wave of enthusiasm for joining the sect surged among countless talented individuals who eagerly prepared for the upcoming recruitment test scheduled for 3 months later. Chapter 123. The talented depart early, completing sect expansion and reaping rewards in the eastern region's wilderness state, located at the heart of the eastern region. The news of recruitment spread swiftly. Talented individuals from distant lands immediately set forth toward the Misty Sect, particularly those scattered cultivators or smaller factions surrounding the eastern region wasted no time in their departure upon receiving the news. After all, the distance to wilderness state was considerable. Without an early start, they could not possibly arrive in a few months. Consequently, numerous individuals, who believed themselves to be talented, packed their belongings and bid farewell to their families. Father, mother, I will surely bring glory to our family by joining the Misty Sect. Child, the Misty Sect is recruiting disciples. You should descend the mountain. I have packed your belongings, and take this ox with you. With this journey spanning millions of miles. Eldest brother, second brother, you must take good care of father and mother and my sister. This time, I will prove myself to everyone. Child, your grandfather may not live to see your growth. Here are the spirit stones I accumulated. Use them to buy a ticket to wilderness state. I cannot accompany you any longer. Grandfather, please don't leave me. I can't bear to lose you. On this day, countless individuals departed from their hometowns. Some emerged barefoot from the wild mountains, heading westward, while others, in tattered clothing, journeyed eastward. Young children, orphaned and alone, only remembered their destination, the Misty Sect and wilderness state. The wheels of fate for these individuals began to turn. Of course, those who set forth early were primarily from modest backgrounds. In contrast, those from powerful factions, who had access to warships or could afford tickets to the sacred land vessels, were not as hasty. These individuals, unburdened by travel worries, instead chose to enter secluded cultivation or secret realms, diligently enhancing their skills. At this very moment, in Cloud State, the Cloud Sect, even Nailin Yen was stirred upon learning that the Misty Sect was recruiting disciples again. Without hesitation, she sought her master's permission to enter the sect's ancestral grounds for a period of seclusion to prepare for the Misty Sect's entrance test. Naturally, the Cloud Sect leader did not refuse this request. In fact, he was delighted to agree. Since returning from the Divine Void secret realm, the esteemed Yuan clan had treated both of them with newfound courtesy. This change stemmed from Nailin Yan's former fiancé being a disciple of the inner sect at the Misty Sect, and he held a prominent position among them. Although they had called off the engagement, which seemed to create some tension, one could only speculate whether the engagement had truly been annulled. After all, men often seek to regain face after such matters, striving to showcase their growth. As the saying goes, returning home in wealth is like walking in fine clothes at night. After Xiaoqian's ascension, would he rekindle his relationship with Nailin Yen? No one could say for certain. Thus, upon learning of these events, the Yuan clan's attitude towards the Cloud Sect shifted dramatically. Otherwise, if Xiaoqian were to find a reason to annihilate them in the future, they would have no grounds to contest. Consequently, upon returning from the secret realm, Nailin Yen felt an intangible elevation in her status, and her obsession with Xiaoqian deepened. Sitting in the ancestral grounds of the sect, she clenched her fists and murmured, "Brother Xiaoqian, wait for me. I will earn your forgiveness." The eastern region was wholly engulfed in excitement over the recruitment of disciples by the Misty Sect. Meanwhile, within the Misty Sect, everything continued as usual, albeit with an increase in miscellaneous workers. The sect was filled with elderly men with gray beards, diligently performing their tasks, their faces adorned with smiles. The environment was simply too splendid to feel anything but joy, even though they could only cultivate at night after working during the day. Some had already begun to sense shifts in their realms within just a few days of arriving. It is worth noting that royal-level cultivators typically required years or even decades of arduous training to break through even a minor realm. Yet, some individuals, having only arrived for a few days and merely practicing at night, felt a loosening of their realms. This speaks volumes about the potency of this place. No one would shy away from performing even the most menial tasks, such as mucking out stalls. Many were even eager to do more for fear of being expelled from the sect. Everyone was striving to demonstrate their worth, especially since the sect leader had initially mentioned a need for only 1,000 workers, and now they were accepting 5,000. No one wished to be left behind. In summary, the growth of the Misty Sect was steadily ascending. Atop the main peak, Chen Xuan sat at the edge of a cliff, observing the scenes within the sect with a sense of satisfaction. Particularly, Long Outhian had swiftly integrated into the Misty Sect, spending his days wandering about when not asleep, leading the entire sect to become aware of the protective mountain beast. Additionally, the alchemical prowess had formally commenced, continuously producing low-grade elixirs to amass for the upcoming second recruitment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for developing the Misty Sect into the premier sect of the Eastern region. Special rewards for sect development are as follows. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Chen Xuan's contemplation. Upon hearing the system's rewards, he became more alert and began to attentively examine the list of rewards displayed before him. He had not anticipated that merely achieving the status of the Eastern region's foremost sect would yield rewards. He had assumed that only attaining the title of the ancient region's best or beyond would qualify for such accolades. As Chen Xuan focused, the virtual panel unveiled the rewards for this occasion. The system diligently reported the items displayed on the panel. Congratulations, host, for receiving sect development rewards. Golden Silk Date Tree X1 ripens once every 1,000 years. Each date can extend life by 100 years. Congratulations, host, for receiving sect development rewards. Sect Transformation Card X can transform the sect's peaks. The transformed peaks will possess a powerful gathering spirit formation, enhancing the sect's prestige and cultivation environment. Congratulations, host, for receiving sect development rewards. Enlightenment TX 10 tons for replenishing the host supplies. Congratulations, host, for receiving sect development rewards. Saint King Summoning Card X10. Special reward cannot be synthesized. Congratulations, host, for receiving sect development rewards. Imperial Body Enhancement Card X1 can enhance the Imperial Body to its utmost limit. Soon, all rewards were distributed. Upon witnessing these rewards, Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, the sect has developed into the foremost in the Eastern domain, and the rewards are quite substantial, particularly the Imperial Body Enhancement Card. If utilized, it would bestow upon him the potential to become the mightiest among emperors in terms of physical prowess. It is known that he already possesses the most formidable cultivation talent in history. Thus, enhancing the Imperial Body would be akin to the perfect union of two swords, rendering him invincible. One cannot help but wonder what remarkable rewards await when the mysterious sect reaches the pinnacle of the ancient era or even the realm of the celestial heavens. As Chen Xuan mused silently, he raised his hand to extract the first reward, the golden silk jujube tree. The tree materialized, suspended in the void, adorned with thousands of jujubes radiating an extraordinary aura, appearing quite exceptional. Although the golden silk jujube tree is merely a tree, it possesses the capacity to transform an individual of decent talent into an emperor. Each jujube can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. And with thousands of jujubes on a single tree, even if the effects diminish with excessive consumption, the sheer quantity is overwhelming. Moreover, the tree bears fruit once every 1,000 years. With such a boon to longevity, one could surely endure long enough to ascend to the status of an emperor. This far surpasses the efficacy of any solitary immortal elixir, which only extends life by 10,000 years. Any household fortunate enough to cultivate such a tree would undoubtedly see an emperor emerge from their ranks. However, as Chen Xuan currently did not require an extension of his lifespan, he casually waved his hand and planted the jujube tree at the edge of a distant cliff. Following this, he took out the sect renovation card. As he retrieved it, he remembered that he also possessed a sect expansion card, prompting him to extract both and use them simultaneously. After all, as the mountains were about to be opened, it was indeed time for a renovation of the sect. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan shattered the 2 cards in succession. Instantly, the sect underwent a remarkable transformation. The first card utilized was the expansion card, and as it activated, the territory of the sect visibly expanded. What was once merely a few steps in distance now stretched several-fold. The space between the mountains became more open, capturing the attention of countless onlookers, particularly the newly arrived disciples and the Black Dragon. These individuals, unaccustomed to such spectacles, were bewildered and could not comprehend the cause of these changes, leading to widespread panic. What on earth is happening? Why is the sect expanding? Could it be facing a crisis? Quick, report to the elders. Amidst the chaos, the Black Dragon, equally bewildered, looked around. Its whiskers swaying as it searched for the source of the disturbance. This is impossible. With so many emperors present, who would dare cause trouble here? However, after a brief observation, the Black Dragon could discern no explanation. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the sect leader resonated from above the main peak. Do not panic. I'm currently renovating the sect. It will be completed shortly. Boom. The voice echoed throughout the sect, alleviating the collective anxiety. Ah, it is merely the sect leader renovating the sect. What a relief. Indeed, the commotion was significant and shrouded in mystery, leaving others unable to fathom its depth. Thank goodness it is the sect leader at work. Truly impressive. As the crowd resumed their tasks, a new transformation took place. In addition to the expansion, the major peaks began to thicken and lengthen. Particularly, the main peak and its surrounding mountains grew at an astonishing rate, soaring upward like swords piercing the heavens. Wow, these 9 peaks have become enormous and towering. Indeed, they seem to stretch endlessly into the sky. Look, the spiritual energy surrounding these peaks appears to be more abundant. Yes, the spiritual energy is converging towards these 9 peaks. Wait, there are stone tablets atop the peaks. The main peak has been renamed to First Peak. Unbelievable. It has truly been renamed. Look at the other peaks. They are now called Second Peak, Third Peak, Fourth Peak. I understand now. These 9 peaks must be the training grounds for the inner disciples. The 12 inner disciples will reside within these peaks. The remaining 7 are surely reserved for future disciples. Impressive. The spiritual energy atop these peaks is far denser than that of the lower hills. With 9 peaks emerging, they will surely select some disciples to work there. I wonder if they will recruit from the ranks of the auxiliary disciples. Absolutely. We must finish our tasks quickly and inquire with Elder Yi about any updates. With the expansion of the sect, the auxiliary disciples became increasingly excited, eager to gather intelligence and seize opportunities to work atop the 9 peaks. Their motivations surged anew. On the main peak, after completing the renovations, Chen Xuan stood amidst the clouds, surveying the transformed sect with a satisfied smile. The mysterious sect had not only grown larger, but each peak had risen higher, particularly the 9 main peaks, which now stood majestically, piercing the clouds. The 9 peaks, each helmed by a Saint King, were perfectly matched. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan utilized the Saint King's summoning card, assigning them to positions as peak masters. The 2 remaining individuals would replace the elders overseeing the Peachtree Garden and the library, as the 2 emperors deemed those roles too trivial for their stature. As the summoning unfolded, 10 auras of Saint Kings emerged, each proceeding to their designated posts. With the arrival of the 10 Saint Kings, the sect began to find its rhythm. System. Utilize the Imperial Body Enhancement card. After expending the other rewards, Chen Xuan commenced using the final reward. Ding. The Imperial Body Enhancement card activated successfully, initiating the enhancement of the Imperial Body. 1, 5, 20, 99, 100 boom. With a muffled sound, Chen Xuan's body underwent a transformation, reaching its pinnacle of strength. At that moment, even he found it challenging to easily breach his own physical form. Wow, this body is truly formidable. With this physique alone, I could take on several emperors of equal rank. As he marveled at the newfound strength of his body, Chen Xuan was both astonished and contemplative. Ding. A 10-star potential disciple has been detected. The disciple currently faces peril. Please, host, take action to recruit. Suddenly, the system's alert disrupted Chen Xuan's revelry. He regained his composure and glanced at the system's pinpointed location, which startled him upon realization of the distance involved. Wow, this location is quite far away. It seems to be nearing the southern domain. Observing the indicated position, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of helplessness. Ding. The location is at the edge of the southern domain. The system promptly responded. Ah, indeed, it is in the southern domain. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xuan gradually rose from his rocking chair, ultimately deciding to embark on the journey himself. Although he could easily dispatch a subordinate for this task, he had not left the sect in quite some time and thought it would be refreshing to breathe some fresh air and clear his mind. Remaining cooped up in the sect was rather dull. With this in mind, Chen Xuan left a message for Lute Song and tore through the fabric of space. Departing from the mysterious sect, at the edge of the southern domain, amidst a great mountain range, a sheep bleated. The sound emanated from a secluded valley, where a massive fissure had opened, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. Within this crevice, a time-worn tomb revealed itself, albeit just the entrance. Yet this modest opening exuded an overwhelming aura, reaching skyward and manifesting a colossal lotus phenomenon in the heavens. This lotus phenomenon spanned miles across the sky, strikingly conspicuous. Numerous powerful factions at the fringes of the southern and eastern domains hastened to the scene the moment the lotus appeared. At that moment, outside the valley, various factions encircled it, pointing and murmuring among themselves. Chapter 125. The Emergence of the Demon Emperor's Tomb. The malevolent divine thought, here lies a tomb. Undoubtedly that of a saint king or a great sage. Behold the azure lotus phenomenon, it is astonishing indeed. Surely there must be an immortal divine herb within. No, this phenomenon does not appear to be emanating from a treasure. Look quickly, it seems there is a stone tablet at the entrance of the tomb. It bears the inscription, Azure Lotus Emperor's Tomb. Do you see it? Azure Lotus Emperor's Tomb, Azure Lotus Phenomenon. Does it not evoke certain thoughts? Good heavens! It truly is the Azure Lotus Emperor's Tomb. Could this be the mausoleum of a great emperor, named Azure Lotus? How ludicrous! The Azure Lotus Phenomenon. The Azure Lotus Emperor's Tomb. This bears a striking resemblance to the tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor. It is said that the last demon emperor of the demon race, the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor, was originally an Azure Lotus. Perhaps this is indeed the tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor. What? The Azure Lotus Demon Emperor? My word, is that possible? The Azure Lotus Demon Emperor, unparalleled in might, sweeping aside all foes across the starry skies. Has he truly perished? It seems this is indeed the tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor. Look at the celestial phenomenon. Does it not resemble the form of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor? I cannot believe it. The Azure Lotus Demon Emperor has actually fallen. By the heavens! He was the mightiest emperor among the demon race. In the eternal azure sky, the azure lotus blooms in full, casting its shade upon the heavens. The last great emperor of the demon race has found his final resting place here. Whoever obtains the legacy of the Azure Lotus Emperor will undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Quickly, notify our formidable warriors to explore the Azure Lotus Emperor's tomb. Expedite the message to the elders of the sacred grounds. Inform them that the tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor has been discovered at the southern domain's edge. Heavens! It is indeed the tomb of our demon race's emperor. Immediately inform the demon race and prepare to receive the relics of the emperor. In an instant, as speculations ran rampant, the identity of the tomb's master was fully unveiled. Countless powerful factions, upon learning that this was the tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor, descended into frenzy, hastening to convey the news to their sects and sacred grounds. Among them, the young talents of the demon race were particularly agitated. This is the tomb of the demon emperor, and it is only fitting that the descendants of the demon race claim the relics of their emperor. Those from other races cannot even contend theoretically. Before long, as various messages spread, the southern domain trembled with activity. Numerous powerful figures from sacred grounds set forth, especially those superpowers closest to the tomb of the Azure Lotus Demon Emperor, who could not contain their eagerness and arrived ahead of the sacred ground warriors, hoping to seize their share of the treasures. Alas, as these superpowers mobilized, formidable sages had already arrived. Boom! The sky erupted with thunderous sounds as a woman clad in white, adorned with a white veil, led several female subordinates through the air. These women, all dressed in white, possessed flawless figures that could not be concealed beneath their garments, exuding an aura of grace. With a mere glance, they stirred the hearts of onlookers, especially the leading lady, whose veiled visage concealed eyes brimming with breathtaking beauty. Coupled with her slender waist, she resembled a celestial fairy descended from a painting. Upon their arrival, those gathered in the valley quickly recognized the identities of these women. They belonged to the Jade Maiden Pavilion. How did they come to be here? Indeed, it is the Jade Maiden Pavilion. The leader appears to be Miao Yundi, the esteemed head of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. But isn't the Jade Maiden Pavilion situated on the opposite side of the southern domain? When did the head come to this side? In an instant. Upon realizing the identities of these women, the crowd in the valley was taken aback and hastily made way for the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion to descend. Though the Jade Maiden Pavilion is composed entirely of women, none dared to underestimate them. For the Jade Maiden Pavilion is a legitimate superpower, wielding extreme weapons. With the head of the pavilion leading the charge, no one dared to act recklessly, especially since the head possesses sage-level prowess. Soon, the women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion landed gracefully, each one a striking figure that captivated the eyes of all. Notably, Miao Yundi stood tall, her form perfectly proportioned. Her white garments enveloping her entirely except for her delicate hands and eyes, yet failing to conceal her ethereal beauty. One could hardly resist the urge to unveil her attire and behold the purity beneath. Of course, such thoughts were merely the musings of a few. For the Jade Maiden Pavilion is a revered superpower, far beyond the reach of disrespect from the likes of them. Once steady, Pavilion Master Miao Yundi stood at the valley's edge, gazing intently at the imperial tomb below, thoughtfully analyzing the implications of this discovery. The protective formations of such tombs, having aged over time, lack offensive capabilities and cannot deter a sage's advance. Yet, being a tomb of an emperor, the interior is fraught with peril. It is not merely a matter of breaching the protective formations to safely acquire treasures. Thus, she refrained from entering immediately upon her arrival. As she observed the tomb, several superpower experts who had arrived early could no longer contain their impatience and began to breach the formations. After all, this is the tomb of an emperor. Even discovering a fragment of treasure could lead to their ascension. If they delayed further, the powerful figures from the sacred grounds would arrive, and they would have no share in the spoils. Consequently, several emperor-level experts from various superpowers united their efforts to breach a corner of the protective formation. Descending toward the entrance of the tomb, as they descended, they remained wary of Miao Yundi's presence. However, she did not impede them, merely observing quietly. With Miao Yundi's apparent lack of intervention, the united experts felt reassured and proceeded directly to the entrance of the imperial tomb. Everything is fine, nothing to worry about. Let us enter. The treasures within shall all belong to us. The few united emperor-level experts charged eagerly toward the entrance. Yet, just as they lifted their feet, a formidable aura surged forth from within the tomb. Boom. As the aura erupted, the figures of the emperor-level experts instantly froze, disintegrating into dust. They did not even have time to react. Witnessing this scene, the gathered crowd atop the valley gasped in shock. Good heavens. They're dead. Every last one of them? What on earth just happened? Several emperor-level experts perished in an instant. By the heavens. Is the imperial tomb truly so terrifying? In that moment, fear gripped everyone. The other emperor-level figures who had intended to follow suit were equally startled, suppressing their impulses to advance. Some elderly figures, caught midair, promptly turned and fled back to their original positions. My heavens, this is too dreadful. The divine thought of the emperor. What? Divine thought? Does this mean that this is indeed a genuine emperor's tomb? After all, a false emperor's tomb would not harbor divine thoughts. Hiss. Divine thought. Heavens. Is it not something that can only be birthed by the most formidable of emperors? The Azure Lotus Emperor is indeed mighty. Has he reached the level of manifesting divine thought? The Azure Lotus Emperor truly deserves the title of the most powerful emperor among the demon race. Even divine thought has emerged. It seems the resurgence of this imperial tomb may not bode well. In an instant, those learned individuals present began to analyze the source of the earlier aura. For within a normal tomb, no living guardians could exist. Divine thought is a manifestation of an emperor's obsession, born from the utmost power after death, eternally safeguarding the emperor's remains and annihilating any who dare approach. Chapter 126. The crystal clear body. The rift in the void appears though divine thought exists to guard the emperor's remains, it is not a benevolent force. Once its power surpasses that of its original form, it may seek to inhabit another's body to fulfill the unaccomplished wishes of the original, to achieve the emperor's desires. Divine thought can become exceedingly frenzied, employing any means necessary. Historical records recount a tale of divine thought surpassing its original form, ultimately inhabiting another's body to fulfill the original's wishes, mimicking the original's actions, and even ruthlessly eliminating anyone who recognized the original, leaving no one alive. Not even a worm from the emperor's lineage. This illustrates the terror that divine thought can invoke. At this moment, as the crowd sensed the earlier aura, they were all astounded. Even Miao Yundi of the Jade Maiden Pavilion was taken aback. For if divine thought were not powerful, it would not be such a concern. However, if one grows too powerful, no one can enter the tomb. They can only watch helplessly as the divine entity matures, ultimately leading to a day when it might resurrect. All will live under the oppressive dominance of this divine being. Nonetheless, the emergence of this divine entity serves as undeniable proof that within this tomb lies the corpse of a great emperor, a true imperial mausoleum. Contemplating this, Miao Yundi furrowed her brow and instructed her attendants, "You must return to the pavilion immediately and summon the elders. I shall venture in first to test the prowess of the divine entity." With that, several of the young women departed to fetch assistance. Although there were alternative means of sending messages, the considerable distance necessitated their hurried return to the pavilion. Subsequently, Miao Yundi slowly turned to face the valley's emperor, raising her hand to summon the supreme weapon she had brought along, the Yin Yang Bagua furnace. Instantly, the furnace appeared, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Goodness! Look! Is that not the ultimate weapon of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, the Inyang Bagua Furnace? Incredible! It truly is the ultimate weapon of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. How could she bring such a weapon with her? Wait, if she carries an ultimate weapon, could it be that the Demon Emperor's legacy will fall into the hands of the Jade Maiden Pavilion? As the Inyang Bagua Furnace materialized, the onlookers were taken aback. Miao Yundi then waved her hand to position the furnace above her, enveloping herself in its protective aura. Cloaked in a veil, the crowd could only glimpse her exquisitely beautiful eyes, unable to discern her expression. Indifferent to the gossip of these mundane beings, Miao Yundi focused intently on the imperial tomb and soared toward the valley below. At that moment, another figure suddenly streaked across the sky, blocking Miao Yundi's path. This was a man adorned with golden wings, who coolly interjected, "Miao Yundi, the Qinglian Demon Emperor is a sovereign of my demon clan, and this matter does not concern you. Depart immediately." The voice reverberated throughout the valley, shaking the hearts of those present. As they beheld the man, astonishment rippled through the crowd. With wings, could he be from the Golden-Winged Rock clan? Indeed, he is from the Golden-Winged Rock tribe. They are the royal family of demons. And it seems he is the clan leader, Ping Wanli. What? He is the revered Ping Wanli of the demon clan? I heard he wields an ultimate weapon as well. Wow, with two ultimate weapons appearing just as the imperial tomb emerges, this is bound to be quite the spectacle. Indeed, this is more than a spectacle. The Rock clan is the sworn enemy of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Do you think the Pavilion Master carries an ultimate weapon for no reason? I know they're rivals. The Rock clan has abducted many beauties from the Jade Maiden Pavilion to serve as concubines. Hence, the two clans have always been at odds. But as for why the Pavilion Master frequently carries an ultimate weapon, I'm not aware. You truly do not know. The reason is quite simple. Rumor has it that the Pavilion Master is extraordinarily beautiful, resembling the legendary ice crystal jade body. Anyone who cultivates with her can experience a rapid increase in strength. Countless individuals from the southern region covet her. Although she is a saint, if she does not carry ultimate weapons when venturing out, she would be snatched away for dual cultivation in an instant. Is that so? How was I unaware of this? It's entirely normal for you to be oblivious. Many are. After all, no one has succeeded, and who dares to spread such tales? It is said that the Pavilion Master encounters saints who attempt to abduct her every time she leaves. In our southern region, half of the saints have secretly disguised themselves to take action against her. Is it really that shocking? Half of the saints have attempted to kidnap the Pavilion Master? Yes, but none have succeeded. This explains why the Pavilion Master wears a veil wherever she goes and carries ultimate weapons. Otherwise, she would be snatched away for dual cultivation in no time. As this revelation spread, the surrounding discussions erupted into a frenzy. However, regarding Miao Yundi's secret, those in the know dared only to speak softly, fearing that their words might reach her ears and provoke her wrath. Meanwhile, above the valley, Miao Yundi had no time to heed the gossip surrounding her. Faced with the arrogant leader of the Rock clan, she was compelled to halt her advance, fixing her gaze on Peng Wanli while letting out a melodious laugh. Hee, Peng Wanli, this tomb does not belong to your Rock clan. It is the resting place of the Qinglian Demon Emperor. Surely you are overstepping your bounds. Her voice resonated like celestial music, captivating the hearts of all who heard it. Such was the allure of the Jade Maiden Pavilion's master, whose innate charm stirred desires even among the most dignified saints, prompting them to disguise themselves in hopes of abducting her. Yet, while they could hear her enchanting voice, the absence of her visage left them yearning to unveil her veil. Regrettably, before the imperial tomb, Ping Wanli, despite his own inner turmoil, swiftly summoned his ultimate weapon, the Thunder Rod. In an instant, a long white jade staff appeared in his grasp, demonstrating his determination to claim the imperial tomb. All demons share a common goal. The Qinglian Demon Emperor is also the revered sovereign of my Rock clan. This matter does not concern you. His voice rang out with conviction, devoid of emotion. Observing this, Miao Yundi's expression darkened as she discreetly heightened her control over the Inyang Bagua furnace, wary of a sudden attack. For a moment, neither party moved, each standing resolute in the valley. However, Miao Yundi understood that the longer they waited, the more unfavorable the situation became. The distance to the Jade Maiden Pavilion was considerable, and various factions harbored ulterior motives. The demons, united in purpose, would heed the call of the Rock clan leader, and should other demon experts arrive ahead of time, it would spell disaster for her. Thus, with a furrowed brow, Miao Yundi contemplated making the first move, seeking to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb and strive to uncover some treasures. But just as she prepared to act, a sudden ripple in the void emanated from the opposite side of the valley. It seemed as though someone was tearing through space to teleport. Instantly, everyone present, including Miao Yundi and Peng Wanli, turned their attention to the source of the disturbance. After all, This was before the Imperial tomb. Should a formidable figure emerge from the void, it would be acceptable, but if something terrifying were to appear, all would suffer the consequences. Thus no one dared to be careless. As the crowd watched intently, the void completely ruptured, forming a gaping rift. Soon after, a handsome man stepped forth from the breach. Chapter 127. Chen Xuan enters the Imperial tomb alone, a clash of ultimate powers immediately. The handsome man who emerged from the rift found himself the focal point of astonished gazes. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, bewildered. What on earth? Who is this person? Well, if someone is coming through a spatial rift, what else could it be but a person? No, this doesn't seem like a typical space transfer. It's different. Who is he? He seems lost. Could he really be lost? The crowd was engulfed in confusion. Miao Yundi, in particular, observed the man who had emerged from the rift, her beautiful eyes glimmering with curiosity as he scanned his surroundings. Meanwhile, Peng Wanli, while equally intrigued, furrowed his brow, sensing a tightening in his chest. Both he and Miao Yundi could perceive that the recent spatial rift was not caused by a formation but was instead torn open by raw power. This ability was exclusive to saints. However, the stronger the individual, the greater the distance they could tear. The aura emitted from the rift was significantly more potent than their own strengths. Additionally, since a human emerged from the rift, Peng Wanli felt compelled to remain vigilant. Could he also be here for the Imperial tomb? Peng Wanli tightened his grip on the thunder rod, wary of a potential alliance between the newcomer and Miao Yundi. On the other side of the valley, Chen Xuan, having just stepped through the rift, was perplexed by the multitude of gazes directed at him. Why is everyone staring at me? This left him somewhat bewildered. However, he was there to take on a disciple and had no desire to concern himself with trivial matters. He promptly activated the system locator to begin his search for his future apprentice. After all, the system had indicated that this disciple was currently in peril, and if he were to arrive late, he might squander the opportunity to gain a disciple altogether. Thus, Chen Xuan began to look around and soon pinpointed the location of his apprentice. To his astonishment, the disciple had ventured into a tomb. The disciple recommended by the system was indeed a source of worry. Gazing at the grand tomb beneath him, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. For the locator indicated that the entrance was directly beneath his feet. Moreover, observing the throngs of people around him, it was evident that they were there to excavate and seek treasures. If he were to suddenly appear, he would certainly resemble a competitor for the treasures. No wonder they were looking at him with suspicion. In that moment, Chen Xuan grasped his current predicament. Nevertheless, he dismissed these concerns, for he was merely there to take on a disciple. He raised his head to survey the crowd, and then descended directly towards the entrance of the Qinglian Emperor's tomb. As he passed through, the protective barrier of the tomb seemingly faltered, allowing him to enter without any hindrance. The onlookers could only watch in astonishment as Chen Xuan descended unimpeded to the mouth of the tomb, leaving them utterly perplexed. What just happened? He went in. Why didn't the protective barrier react? Could he be another formidable figure? He appears even more impressive than the average sage. As Chen Xuan casually stepped into the tomb, the spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Peng Wanli, feeling a sudden jolt, immediately flew downwards to intercept him. Meanwhile, sensing the unusual presence behind him, Chen Xuan turned slightly to glance back. At that very moment, the white-clad maiden, Miao Yundi, seized her opportunity, controlling the Yinyang Bagua furnace to strike at Peng Wanli from behind. Recognizing the immense power of the weapon, Peng Wanli was taken aback and had no choice but to turn and block the attack with his thunder staff, exclaiming, "Miao Yundi, are you seeking death?" With that, he furiously swung his thunder staff towards her. Miao Yundi, realizing she had indeed drawn his ire, displayed a hint of a smile as she defended herself while calling out to Chen Xuan at the tomb's entrance. "Brother, you needn't worry about me. Please, hurry inside." Chen Xuan replied, "Why should I concern myself with you?" Observing the escalating conflict above, he chose to disregard it. After all, he was merely there to take on a disciple, and he had no intention of entangling himself in their affairs. Without hesitation, he turned and slipped into the emperor's tomb. Miao Yundi thought to herself, "What an extraordinary individual. He truly does not care about me." Watching Chen Xuan's figure vanish, Miao Yundi felt somewhat speechless. Here she was, the most beautiful woman of the southern region, actively creating an opportunity for him to enter the tomb, yet he showed no interest. Though she was modestly dressed, was her figure not appealing? Was her voice not enchanting? Did he not desire to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? If all else failed, couldn't he at least put on a show in front of a beauty? It mattered not if he couldn't defeat her assailants. What if she were moved by his gallantry? Such an odd man. Miao Yundi silently grumbled, and then resumed her battle with Peng Wanli. As long as the treasures within the emperor's tomb did not fall into Peng Wanli's hands, it mattered little who else obtained them. Otherwise, the demon clan would surely seize the emperor's legacy, and she would not be spared by the Yu Pavilion. After a series of fierce exchanges, Peng Wanli, witnessing Chen Xuan enter the tomb without triggering any divine defenses, became increasingly agitated. After a final clash with Miao Yundi, he distanced himself and shouted, "Miao Yundi, if you wish to fight, then let us see it through to the end." Fury evident on his face, he cast aside his thunderstaff and bellowed, "Awaken, thunderstaff." A terrifying aura erupted from the staff, surging toward Miao Yundi. Realizing she had provoked his wrath, Miao Yundi could not afford to be careless and quickly revived her own ultimate weapon. Awaken, Yinyang Bagua Furnace. The Yinyang Bagua Furnace emanated an overwhelming power. In an instant, the two forces collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that flattened the surrounding hills. Incredible! The ultimate weapons have awakened. Run! The onlookers were taken aback, hastily retreating into the air. The awakening of ultimate weapons was genuinely fearsome. Mere contact could prove fatal. No one dared to gamble with their lives. As the two ultimate weapons clashed, the heavens reverberated with thunderous roars, and the mountains beneath them disappeared one after another. Before long, the rugged terrain transformed into a vast expanse of golden sand, revealing the concealed emperor's tomb within the valley. Yet even so, the two combatants continued their fierce struggle. However, due to their excessive exertion, their powers began to wane. At that moment, the emperor's tomb began to sink slowly into the sea of sand. Noticing this, Miao Yundi's lips curled upwards, and she prepared to withdraw her ultimate weapon and escape. Chapter 128. Miao Yundi enters the emperor's tomb. Who killed me? Since she could not obtain the emperor's legacy, neither could the demon clan. But just as she was about to retract her ultimate weapon, a series of terrifying divine abilities suddenly surged toward her from the skies. The demon clan's powerful figures had arrived with astonishing speed. Sensing their presence, Miao Yundi was alarmed and quickly retrieved her ultimate weapon for defense. However, as she withdrew her weapon, Peng Wanli's ultimate weapon also lost its balance and simultaneously launched a fierce attack against her. The impact pierced through the defenses of the Yinyang Bagua furnace and struck Miao Yundi directly. Ugh! A soft gasp escaped her lips, and her veil was instantly stained crimson. At that moment, 6 formidable sages had gathered from all directions, forming a natural encirclement around her. Seeing the approaching demon clan sages, Miao Yundi furrowed her brow, catching sight of the half-submerged entrance of the emperor's tomb. Without a second thought, she turned and dove toward the entrance of the tomb, which was being engulfed by the sands. Despite the dangers within the tomb, a young man had just entered without triggering the divine defenses. It suggested that the internal divine will might not be particularly strong, or perhaps it was unwilling to act readily. Thus, entering the emperor's tomb was her only hope of survival. After all, she had just endured a devastating blow from the thunderstaff, leaving her severely injured. And the forced activation of her ultimate weapon had severely drained her spiritual energy. With 6 demon sages now in pursuit, she stood little chance. Even if she managed to escape using her ultimate weapon, she could not guarantee that this group of demons would abandon the tomb in favor of chasing her. If they pursued, her fate would be unimaginable. After all, Peng Wanli was of the Dapeng clan and wielded an ultimate weapon, granting him a natural advantage in speed. As the saying goes, the Dapeng can rise with the wind and soar to great heights. In her weakened state, she would not only be unable to outrun him, but would also be defenseless against his ultimate weapon attacks. Thus, when the emperor's tomb began to sink, without hesitation, she plunged into its depths. Even if death awaited her, she preferred to perish within the emperor's tomb, dying with dignity. Not good. She has entered the emperor's tomb. The tomb is sinking fast. Quick, let us all rush in. I shall clear the way with my thunderstaff. The demon clan members were taken aback by the rapidly descending emperor's tomb. Peng Wanli furrowed his brow, grasping his thunderstaff and leading the charge toward the tomb entrance, eager to enter before it was completely submerged. However, just as Peng Wanli reached the entrance, the narrative continues. As it happened, Miao Yundi, who had just stepped into the tomb, did not immediately delve deeper. Instead, she concealed herself in the shadows, waiting for the moment when Peng Wanli descended. At which point she suddenly emerged and unleashed her full power upon him with the Yinyang 8 trigrams furnace, delivering a fatal strike. Boom! The furnace trembled violently, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Miao Yundi coughed up blood once more, staining her veil crimson. Nevertheless, this strike was immensely powerful, infused with her utmost strength. Hurtling towards Peng Wanli, who was preparing to land outside the tomb. By the heavens! He dared to ambush me, how despicable! Peng Wanli's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his thunderstaff to defend himself. Boom! The colossal force collided with his staff, instantly sending him flying several miles back. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the demon emperor's tomb erupted with thunderous roars, before sinking completely into the yellow sands, fleeing towards an unknown direction. Ah, damn it. The Demon Emperor's tomb is escaping. Quick, pursue it. Watching the vanishing tomb, Ping Wanli's eyes blazed with fury as he immediately led 6 supporting demon saints in pursuit of its path. However, after only a brief chase, the tomb had entirely vanished beneath the vast expanse of the southern land, leaving no trace behind. Ah, Miao Yundi. I shall one day destroy your Jade Maiden Pavilion and make you my servant. The passage of the tomb was shrouded in darkness. Within the entrance lay a long corridor that led directly to the outer chamber of the tomb. The outer chamber was simply adorned, filled with ancient and weathered tables and chairs, along with starry murals, remnants of countless millennia, all infused with the marks of time. Even the luminous pearls hanging high on the walls appeared somewhat dim. Yet, within this dimly lit chamber stood 2 figures. No, to be precise, it should be 1 figure. As for the other, it was Shindinian, for Shindinian cast no shadow. Standing there like a specter, he instilled a chilling dread in all who beheld him. Before Shindinian stood the true figure with a shadow, a youth clad in tattered garments, his face etched with terror, trembling under Shindinian's gaze. Meanwhile, Shindinian, devoid of a shadow, glared with a fierce countenance, incessantly repeating a single question to the youth. Who killed me? Who killed me? The voice echoed hauntingly through the tomb chamber. The youth, terrified, stammered, I don't know. I don't even know who you are. You are not dead, are you? Who killed me? Who killed me? Shindinian seemed oblivious to the youth's words, persistently repeating the question. This relentless inquiry nearly drove the youth to the brink of madness. I am but a shepherd. I truly do not know who killed you. The youth cried out, retreating in panic. Yet Shindinian pursued him relentlessly, clinging to him like a shadow. Who killed me? Who killed me? Senior, I genuinely do not know who killed you. The youth backed against the wall, feeling cornered, his heart racing wildly, his clothes visibly trembling. However, Shindinian seemed convinced that the youth knew the identity of the murderer, continuing his relentless repetition. Yet, mid-sentence, Shindinian suddenly sensed something, his voice abruptly ceasing as he turned to gaze at the tomb passage. Immediately after, an aura of terrifying intensity radiated from Shindinian, surging toward the corridor. In the corridor, Chen Xuan walked slowly, heading towards the tomb chamber. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure approaching, his expression remained unchanged. He did not even attempt to defend himself, continuing on his leisurely path, allowing the oppressive force to wash over him. Boom. The pressure dispersed upon contact with Chen Xuan's body, dissipating effortlessly as though it were nothing. It turned out to be the great sage realm Shindinian. If given another several millennia, he might truly ascend to emperorhood. Feeling this aura, Chen Xuan found it rather intriguing. After all, he had previously only read about the existence of Shindinian in books. This was his first encounter with a genuine one. Chen Xuan stepped forward, slowly entering the tomb chamber, his figure illuminated by the dim glow of the pearls. Shindinian, sensing Chen Xuan's strength, immediately became alarmed, retreating toward the inner chamber. Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer. Hee. How amusing that you would fear. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, continuing his steady advance. With each step he took, Shindinian retreated further. At that moment, the youth, already trembling in fright, saw the terrifying Shindinian flinch before the suddenly arrived figure. As if he had found a savior, and frantically rushed to Chen Xuan's side. With a thud, he fell to his knees, repeatedly banging his head on the ground, pleading for salvation. Senior, save me. Senior, save me. I truly do not know who killed him. Chapter 129. The shepherd, Li Qiye, of unparalleled beauty, noticing the youth approaching. Chen Xuan paused his steps, gradually observing the youth's information. Name, Li Qiye. Realm, ordinary person. Physique, mundane body. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, shepherd boy. Inadvertently slipped and fell into a valley while tending sheep, entering the demon emperor's tomb. Due to being tainted by the residual dark energy within the tomb, he was mistakenly identified by Shindinian as a fellow dark entity. Soon, the details of Li Qiye's information appeared. Upon seeing this, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Recalling Lu Yu's experience, Lu Yu had been ambushed by the Dark Sovereign during her ascension, resulting in severe injuries and amnesia, nearly leading to her demise. Could it be that the emperor entombed here was also attacked by the Dark Sovereign? This thought left Chen Xuan puzzled. What exactly is this Dark Sovereign? Why does its presence linger everywhere? Fortunately, he possessed the Celestial Summoning card, so he was not overly concerned about encountering it during his own ascension. Just as he pondered, the tomb suddenly trembled. Looking again at Shindinian, he had already vanished without a trace. Of course, none of this escaped Chen Xuan's keen perception. Shindinian's disappearance was due to retreating into the inner chamber. The tomb's tremor indicated it was attempting to flee. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan did not dwell on these matters. The fleeing tomb, the enigmatic Shindinian, and the Dark Sovereign were all of little consequence in his mind. What mattered now was the matter of taking on a disciple. Thus, he retracted the display of information, addressing the repeatedly bowing Li Qiye with a gentle tone. Young man, I am the master of the Piao Miao sect. Do you wish to join my sect and become my disciple? Boom. Upon hearing this, Li Qiye trembled all over. Halting his bowing, his expression one of disbelief. Become a disciple? This esteemed senior wishes to take him on as a student? In an instant, Li Qiye was overwhelmed with excitement. As a shepherd with but a single sheep at home, he never imagined he would have the opportunity to embark on a path of cultivation. Moreover, the senior had just repelled the terrifying presence from before. And he was the sect master. In that moment, Li Qiye felt as though he had ascended to the heavens, filled with excitement. I am willing. Disciple Li Qiye greets my master. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding bows followed. The disciple recruitment gift package instantly arrived. Excellent. From this moment on, you shall be my 7th disciple. Rise. Chen Xuan's expression was kind as he gently raised his hand, lifting Li Qiye to his feet. Once upright, Li Qiye hurriedly moved a few steps closer to Chen Xuan, expressing concern. Master, that person just now that was Shindinian. He pursued you because you were tainted with dark energy upon entering. Had you not carried this aura, you would likely have been killed by him. But now that I am here, you need not fear. Chen Xuan offered a brief explanation to reassure Li Qiye. Although Li Qiye did not fully understand the concepts of dark energy or Shindinian, he grasped enough to realize that his survival until now was due to this aura. Despite being pursued and questioned by Shindinian due to the dark energy, he was fortunate to have encountered his master. After hearing the explanation, Li Qiye felt a sense of relief, elevating his master's status in his heart. Master, shall we leave now? He asked respectfully. No rush. Let me first check the inner chamber for any clues regarding the darkness. Chen Xuan replied, preparing to enter the inner chamber to investigate. After all, he was genuinely curious about the secrets of the Dark Sovereign. The fact that this great emperor has a tomb suggests that he did not perish immediately at the hands of the Dark Sovereign. Perhaps, akin to Lu Yu, he ultimately succumbed to his own demise. However, at that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the passage behind. Li Qiye was startled and quickly hid behind Chen Xuan. Before long, a woman in white, her veil stained with blood, stumbled into the room. It was none other than the woman who had earlier told Chen Xuan not to bother with her. At this moment, Miao Yunzi was staggering, and upon seeing Chen Xuan in the tomb, she immediately sighed in relief, struggling to say, fellow Taoist, save me. Having uttered these words, she could no longer hold herself up, her legs giving way as she fell towards Chen Xuan. Although she leaned forward to fall, she was not in a panic, for she believed he would surely catch her. Until a resounding thud echoed, Chen Xuan remained unmoving. Miao Yunzi thus collided hard with the stone slab. Miao Yunzi lay sprawled at Chen Xuan's feet. Chen Xuan, Li Qiye, Master Shi seems to be gravely injured. Suddenly realizing, Li Qiye pointed at Miao Yunzi, his face filled with concern. At that moment, Miao Yunzi lifted her head, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Fellow Taoist, why didn't you catch me? Why should I catch you? Chen Xuan rolled his eyes. Miao Yunzi, truly an unromantic man. Silently grumbling, Miao Yunzi slowly rose from the ground and shot Chen Xuan an exaggerated eye roll. Then, she gently peeled away her blood-soaked veil. Instantly, an unparalleled beauty emerged, stunning the entire tomb. Even Chen Xuan couldn't help but pause in astonishment, for he had never encountered such exquisite beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as a pearl. Her perfectly symmetrical features resembled those of a descending celestial being. Her crimson lips exuded myriad charms. Yet, despite her extraordinary beauty, Chen Xuan merely blinked in surprise. His cultivation had long bestowed him with remarkable composure. However, his unflappable demeanor did not extend to Li Qiye, who was clearly mesmerized by Miao Yunzi's beauty, his eyes wide with disbelief and his heart racing. He vowed she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. On the other hand, Miao Yunzi was quite pleased with Li Qiye's reaction. Yet, she was somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Xuan's indifference. After all, she had never met anyone who remained so composed in the presence of her beauty. This man was unnaturally calm. Nevertheless, Miao Yunzi brushed it off, rolling her eyes once more, gently wiping the blood from her lips, and then consuming a healing pill and a recovery pill. She then clasped her hands to Chen Xuan, saying, fellow Taoist, I am Miao Yunzi, the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. I wish to explore the Imperial Tomb alongside you. May I ask how you are addressed? No need. I can explore on my own. Chen Xuan shook his head, scrutinizing Miao Yunzi's face before slowly turning away. Disciple, let us proceed. Not receiving a response. Chen Xuan paused and turned to look at Li Qiye, who was still staring blankly at Miao Yunzi. Miao Yunzi wore a smirk. gazing at the master and disciple duo with a hint of pride, as if to say, just because you don't appreciate beauty doesn't mean others don't. Look at your disciple, lost in a daze. Of course, Miao Yunzi felt confident, for despite her injuries, she possessed an extreme weapon, which quelled any fear of Chen Xuan's intentions. After all, the combat prowess afforded by an extreme weapon was incomparable. Pathetic, Chen Xuan scolded, abruptly snapping Li Qiye back to reality. Realizing his earlier behavior, Li Qiye was instantly filled with embarrassment, hastily lowering his head as he approached Chen Xuan. Speaking in a remorseful tone, "Master, let us go." Chen Xuan did not reprimand him further and prepared to leave once more. At this moment, Miao Yunzi grew anxious and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, please do not depart. There are divine thoughts within this tomb, and surely, there are imperial corpses. Imperial corpses cannot be approached by mere saints. Can we not join forces? I possess an extreme weapon that can aid you, and should we acquire treasures, we could split them evenly." Miao Yunzi expressed her desire to collaborate due to her possession of an extreme weapon. However, Chen Xuan had no need for such cooperation. Moreover, he held little interest in the emperor's inheritance or treasures. His sole curiosity lay in uncovering the true nature of the Dark Sovereign. Thus, he lightly declined, "No need. I do not require your extreme weapon." "What do you mean, no need?" Miao Yunzi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered that someone would refuse an extreme weapon. This is the corpse of an emperor. Which saint could approach without one? Believing Chen Xuan doubted her claim, she promptly retrieved her extreme weapon from her spiritual sea. Her unique physique allowed her to naturally resonate with the extreme weapon, the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams furnace, permitting her to place it in her spiritual sea even at the saint level. As the extreme weapon emerged, a smile appeared on Miao Yunzi's lips, seemingly saying, "See, I'm not lying." In response, Chen Xuan fell into silence. Miao Yunzi felt confident that he was intrigued. However, before she could speak, Chen Xuan raised his hand and drew the Taiwan sword. "I have one too." Miao Yunzi. Staring at the Taiwan sword, Miao Yunzi was left speechless, her mind racing with countless thoughts. What? He has an extreme weapon too. Heavens! Was the value of extreme weapons diminishing? Impossible. This cannot be happening. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Miao Yunzi's mind. On the other hand, as she stood stunned, Chen Xuan sheathed the Taiwan sword and led Li Qiye into the inner chamber. Realizing her dazed state, Miao Yunzi snapped back to reality, her heart pounding with fear. How careless I was. He possesses an extreme weapon too. I foolishly assumed I was the only one and unveiled my veil before him. With this thought, Miao Yunzi felt an impulse to slap herself. Observing the master and disciple entering the inner chamber, she found herself at a crossroads. Entering was not an option, but retreating was utterly impossible. Surely, he does not harbor ill intentions towards me. After all, he agreed to accompany me. Reflecting on his earlier indifference towards her beauty and his disregard for the extreme weapon, Miao Yunzi felt a wave of relief wash over her. For no matter how one looked at it, he did not seem like someone with malicious intent. Otherwise, he would have acted when she unveiled her veil or revealed her extreme weapon. With this realization, Miao Yunzi felt a sense of ease and followed Chen Xuan's footsteps with her extreme weapon in tow. The inner chamber was vast, several times larger than the outer chamber. Its dome was arched, adorned with countless gemstones of various hues, resembling an endless starry sky upon looking up. At the very center of the domed ceiling lay a stone coffin, slightly ajar, emanating a terrifying pressure. As the trio entered, the overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, as if seeking to crush them into dust. Caught off guard, Miao Yunzi was startled and instinctively waved her extreme weapon to shield the three of them, attempting to counter the oppressive force. However, given her prior injuries, her sudden action took a toll on herself, causing a metallic taste in her throat, nearly leading her to spew blood, though she managed to suppress it. Be cautious. There is the oppressive aura of an imperial corpse. Without extreme weapons, we cannot withstand it. She swallowed the blood and warned Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan glanced at Miao Yunzi, surprised by her resilience. This woman indeed possessed a compassionate heart, having shielded him and his disciple despite her injuries. He then raised his hand and tossed her a medicinal pill crafted by an inner sect elder, saying, "This pill can heal your wounds. Also, put away your extreme weapon. This level of pressure does not affect me." With a flick of his finger, he returned the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams furnace back into Yun Miao Yi's body. Seeing this, Miao Yunzi was taken aback. Especially as she sensed the absence of oppressive force around them, she was profoundly impressed by Chen Xuan's strength. No wonder he wielded an extreme weapon capable of countering the imperial corpse's pressure. Relieved, she lowered her gaze to the floating pill before her. However, upon noticing the exquisite glow emanating from the pill, she gasped in astonishment, "A supreme sacred medicine. There's no need for such theatrics, just consume it." Chen Xuan urged, slightly annoyed. Realizing her reaction was indeed excessive, Miao Yundi felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the fact that he casually presented her with such a precious pill indicated that he did not hold it in high regard. Acknowledging her overreaction, she silently marveled at his prowess. With a determined breath, she opened her mouth and swallowed the pill without using her hands. Boom! As the pill hit her throat, a terrifying aura erupted, rapidly mending her injuries until she was restored to her former self. Experiencing the pill's miraculous effects, Miao Yundi was utterly astonished by Chen Xuan's mysterious abilities, her attitude shifting completely as she clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, friend." Without replying, Chen Xuan continued towards the entrance of the passage. The entrance, a wall standing at the corridor's mouth, allowed access to the inner chamber from both sides. Yet, as the three stepped through the entrance, they beheld a stone coffin beneath the vaulted ceiling. A crack gaped open in the coffin. Surely, this was the imperial coffin. Before Miao Yundi could express her excitement, her gaze caught sight of a terrifying figure kneeling before the coffin, none other than the entity she had sensed earlier, the Divine Envoy. Upon witnessing the Divine Envoy kneeling before the imperial coffin, Miao Yundi felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively drawing her extreme weapon to shield the three of them once more. "This is bad. It's the Divine Envoy." Chen Xuan remained silent, while Li Qiye merely observed. Before Chen Xuan could voice his incredulity, the Divine Envoy noticed their presence, panicking and scrambling towards the coffin, desperately trying to squeeze through the gap in the lid. "Wait, you needn't be afraid. This Divine Envoy fears my master." Li Qiye suddenly chimed in. Miao Yundi snapped out of her stupor, realizing that it was not the Divine Envoy's fear of the extreme weapon, but rather of this man. Glancing at Chen Xuan's profile, she found him even more enigmatic, particularly as his features grew increasingly captivating. With her eyes gleaming, Miao Yundi spoke melodiously, "Friend, let us unite our efforts to drive the Divine Envoy out. If we do not eliminate it, it will surely retaliate if we disturb anything here." "Humph. It's merely a Divine Envoy. There is no need for teamwork." Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, then gestured towards the imperial coffin. Boom! The imperial coffin trembled, and the Divine Envoy was uncontrollably drawn out. Startled, the Divine Envoy struggled, appearing to want to burrow back into the coffin, as if only by doing so could it attain safety. It was evident that the Divine Envoy instinctively recognized that its true form could offer protection. Unfortunately, it had encountered Chen Xuan, an abomination. It should not exist, Chen Xuan stated flatly. In an instant, the Divine Envoy ceased its struggles, then exploded into dust. The entire inner chamber fell silent, as if it were a tomb steeped in death. Witnessing this, Miao Yundi gasped sharply, her pupils dilating in shock. Oh my! It was obliterated in an instant. He defeated the Divine Envoy without even using an extreme weapon. My goodness! Miao Yundi's mind was engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment, while Li Qiye's eyes sparkled with newfound respect for his master. Chen Xuan, however, remained impassive, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. After vanquishing the Divine Envoy, he strode directly towards the imperial coffin. The other two hastily followed suit, and soon the trio stood before the imperial coffin. Chen Xuan then flicked his finger, and the coffin lid opened with a resounding boom. In that instant, a more terrifying aura erupted from within the coffin, an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Just a glance could shatter one's spirit. Yet, as this aura reached Chen Xuan, it vanished along with its source. The tomb returned to normalcy. What manner of sorcerer is this man? How could he be so fearsome? Even a sacred king would likely not achieve such a feat. At this moment, Miao Yundi was left in a state of shock, her senses overwhelmed by the extraordinary abilities displayed before her. But as the imperial tomb lay before them, her dulled nerves left her no time for contemplation, and she peered into the coffin alongside Chen Xuan. However, upon looking inside, the three were taken aback. For within the coffin lay not an imperial corpse, but merely a piece of human skin. The imperial body has decayed from within? Miao Yundi was utterly confused. No, he escaped. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying truth. What? Can a corpse escape? Li Qiye asked, equally perplexed. Indeed, if the Qinglian emperor were truly dead, how could the Divine Envoy have come into existence? Miao Yundi echoed her confusion. Feigning death. He deceived us with a ruse of death, thus giving rise to the Divine Envoy. After the Divine Envoy emerged, it shed its skin and fled, leaving behind all its obsessions and outer layer, living anew. Chen Xuan explained as he scrutinized the piece of human skin. He could sense that this skin had once belonged to a being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, nearly transcending to immortality. Of course, Miao Yundi and Li Qiye could not grasp the implications, but after hearing Chen Xuan's elucidation, they found themselves bewildered. How could one feign death to the extent of deceiving oneself? If one could fool themselves, would that not equate to true death? Nevertheless, they did not doubt Chen Xuan's words. The empty coffin bore witness to the absence of any relics. If it were not for a feigned death, it was impossible for there to be nothing left behind. Moreover, an imperial body, if not subjected to external destruction, would not decay even after lying in this tomb for countless years. This hollow grave might indeed be the result of the Qinglian emperor shedding his skin and taking all his belongings with him. Miao Yundi contemplated silently. At that moment, Chen Xuan suddenly made another move, beginning to form seals towards the imperial corpse. Miao Yundi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his intentions. Friend, what are you doing? Let us see what the Dark Sovereign looks like. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a massive ripple surged through the air above the imperial coffin, quickly distorting into a tapestry of stars. The three of them took a step back, gazing into the starry expanse. At this moment, the night sky is shrouded in darkness. Only a few nearby stars and distant bright points are clearly visible. Above the visible stars, there exists a profound silence, devoid of any signs of life. The entire expanse of the cosmos is filled with an oppressive and eternal stillness, so suffocating that a mere glance induces a sense of breathlessness. Suddenly, amidst this celestial canvas, two figures, one cloaked in black and the other in azure, intrude. These two silhouettes engage in combat. The figure in black launches an attack while the one in azure defends, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught, sending shockwaves radiating into the tranquil void. Ultimately, these forces collide with distant stars, creating immense mushroom clouds that erupt across the heavens. The aftermath of such power is staggering. Planets are obliterated under the residual force, disintegrating in the vacuum of space. It is evident that even the aftershocks of their confrontation possess the capability to annihilate celestial bodies, underscoring the formidable prowess of these combatants. In that very moment, Li Qiye and Miao Yundi, standing beside Chen Xuan, suddenly let out a cry of anguish. Ah, my head hurts. Miao Yundi clutches her head, her face contorted in pain, while Li Qiye collapses into unconsciousness. It is clear that neither of them is prepared to witness the battle between the Emperor and the Dark Supreme, especially Miao Yundi, who is visibly suffering, her voice choked with distress, revealing the extent of her torment. At that moment, she desperately wished to faint, just like Li Qiye, for remaining conscious was excruciating, as if her very soul were on the brink of explosion. Fellow cultivator, save me. She gazes at Chen Xuan, her eyes brimming with desperation. In this instant, Chen Xuan contemplates that if he were to make an unreasonable request, she would likely acquiesce. However, this thought is swiftly cast aside. Indeed, beauty stirs the heart. With a wave of his hand, the agony within Miao Yundi dissipates completely. She exhales heavily, her chest rising and falling, and gratefully clasps her fists towards Chen Xuan, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, fellow cultivator. My cultivation is insufficient. I shall refrain from watching. You may watch now." Chen Xuan replies succinctly, returning his gaze to the battle atop the emperor's coffin. Miao Yundi, taken aback by his words, contemplates, "I may watch now?" Intrigued, she cautiously steals a glance. After all, this is an imperial battle. Countless saints have perished in pursuit of witnessing such a spectacle, never to behold an emperor. The potential for enlightenment is immense, and she is reluctant to forego this opportunity. Boom. The battle in the void rages on. Miao Yundi realizes she can indeed see, her excitement surging. She understands that this is due to the man beside her. Gratitude fills her heart, yet now is not the time for such feelings. She focuses intently on observing the imperial conflict. However, as the two concentrate on the battle, the two figures in the void abruptly cease their struggle and turn in unison towards Chen Xuan and Miao Yundi. Chapter 132, Exiting the Emperor's Tomb. Shocking the great wind god kingdom's saints. With a swish, their gazes seem to transcend time and space, locking onto Chen Xuan and Miao Yundi. Miao Yundi's pupils constrict, her heart racing as she stifles a gasp, hurriedly covering her mouth to suppress any sound. Despite her efforts, the constriction of her pupils betrays her anxiety. She glances nervously at Chen Xuan, who remains expressionless, casually waving his hand to dissipate the overwhelming sensation. Although he is merely at the later stages of the emperor level, far from ascension, his combat prowess does not pale in comparison to the two figures in the cosmos. The two combatants appear to have been insulated from their feelings by Chen Xuan's gesture, displaying confusion before resuming their battle. Witnessing this, Miao Yundi exhales a sigh of relief, her curiosity towards Chen Xuan deepening. Seizing the moment while Chen Xuan is engrossed in the imperial struggle, she discreetly glances at him, finding herself increasingly captivated. Whether it is a woman's inherent admiration for a powerful man or the allure of his presence, it brings her a sense of joy and elation. Before long, the intensity of the battle escalates, as if time itself were quickening, the scenes flickering with greater velocity. Until the surrounding stars shatter, chaos reigns in the cosmos. Concluding with the Azure Lotus Emperor's retreat, severely wounded. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan loses interest in the spectacle, retracting the celestial projection. After all, he merely sought to ascertain the nature and capabilities of the Dark Supreme. From the earlier projection, it becomes apparent that aside from its ominous appearance, the Dark Supreme is not dissimilar to a human, merely possessing greater strength. Thus, his apprehension towards the Dark Supreme dissipates entirely. Fellow cultivator, have you finished watching? As tranquility returns to the tomb chamber, Chen Xuan withdraws his gaze, and Miao Yundi, for reasons unbeknownst to her, feels her face flush, awkwardly greeting him. Yes. Chen Xuan nods, then gently calls to the unconscious Li Qiye disciple, awaken. With that, he steps forward. As Chen Xuan moves, Li Qiye opens his eyes in response. Huh? What just happened? He queries, confusion etched across his face as he rises. However, before he can ask further, his master has already moved past him, prompting him to hastily follow Chen Xuan's lead. Miao Yundi quickly joins as well. Now, the three find themselves deep within the earth, uncertain of how far they are from the surface. If she were to attempt to exit alone, Miao Yundi realizes the difficulty she might face. Soon, they arrive at the outer chamber. Chen Xuan sweeps his hand, parting the void to reveal the outside world. With a single step, they find themselves outside a range of mountains. We are at the 10,000 Great Mountains, the southern edge of the southern domain. Miao Yundi exclaims, astonished by the familiar landscape. After all, she had traversed here by interdimensional vessel to reach the border with the northern domain, taking several days. Yet, their return took less than an hour. The swiftness of their journey is truly astounding. Catching a glimpse of the departing master-disciple duo, Miao Yundi, still reeling from her astonishment, quickly invites Chen Xuan, fellow cultivator. Now that we have arrived in the southern region, which lies far from the eastern part of the southern domain, and with the sun nearing its descent, why not rest at my Yenu pavilion? It is nearby, and I can arrange for a vessel to escort you at dawn. No need. Chen Xuan chuckles lightly, declining her offer. For him, such distance is trivial. He could traverse the entirety of the ancient continent in an instant. Yet, Miao Yundi seems reluctant to part ways, hastily clasping her fists and inquiring, fellow cultivator, I still do not know your. Before she can finish, several auras descend from the sky. Moments later, several men appear before them. The leader, dressed in a python robe, bears an arrogant countenance. He strides forward to block Chen Xuan and Miao Yundi's path, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Xuan before turning to Miao Yundi with a hint of displeasure, exclaiming, Yundi, did you not go east? When did you return? And who is this man? Miao Yundi, momentarily taken aback, retorts, Zhen Tianwang. Where I go and whom I befriend is none of your business. Also, do not call me by my name. Refer to me as Pavilion Master Miao. With that, she disregards him and cautiously turns to Chen Xuan, anxiously explaining, fellow cultivator, he is the prince of the emperor of the great wind god kingdom in the southern domain. I assure you, we have no connection. Chen Xuan, why must you explain the nature of your relationship to me? It seems irrelevant. Chen Xuan remained somewhat speechless, choosing not to open his eyes to regard the prince of the divine wind kingdom. Although the divine kingdom was equivalent to the sacred land, perhaps even superior, Chen Xuan held it in little esteem. He merely clasped his fist towards Miao Yundi and answered the question she had been about to pose. No worries. I am Chen Xuan, the head of the Misty Sect in the eastern region. Until we meet again. With that, he prepared to take Li Qiye and depart through the void. However, as he sought to leave, someone was intent on preventing his exit. At that moment, the prince from the divine wind kingdom once again obstructed Chen Xuan's path, coldly stating, You wish to leave? You must clarify your reasons for being beside Uni before you can depart. Chen Xuan remained silent. Before he could respond, Miao Uni hurriedly stepped beside him. Her voice tinged with anger as she addressed Feng Zhentian. Prince Zhentian, I have treated you with respect as a prince of the divine wind kingdom. But you are being excessive. My friend wishes to leave, and that is none of your concern. Following this, she unleashed a formidable weapon to intimidate. Then turned to Chen Xuan with a gentle smile, saying, Daoist Chen, you may leave. I will handle the rest. Chen Xuan thought to himself, this little girl truly has a kind heart. Despite hardly acknowledging her since their meeting, she has repeatedly come to my aid. With this in mind, he hesitated to leave. Shaking his head as he raised his hand to forcibly retract Miao Yuni's weapon, calmly addressing Feng Zhentian, care to repeat that? In an instant, Feng Zhentian felt a tremor within, startled by the intensity in Chen Xuan's gaze. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that he was the prince of the divine wind kingdom, a formidable being in the Saint Realm, and a brother of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. His status rivaled that of a sovereign. Who would dare show him disrespect? Resolving to cast aside his fear, Fu Zhentian furrowed his brow and slowly raised his finger, pointing at Chen Xuan with a chilling tone. I say, you shall not leave until you clarify your intentions. Is that so? Chen Xuan replied with a chilling laugh, which instantly transformed into a powerful force that reverberated through Fu Zhentian's mind. Boom, boom. Fu Zhentian trembled, his pupils contracting, and then, in an instant, he exploded into a cloud of smoke. Chapter 133, The Crisis of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. The two underworld sects unite to attack us. In that moment, gasps of shock echoed around them. No one anticipated that such a cold laugh concealed the energy capable of obliterating a saint, especially Fu Zhentian's subordinates, who were now in a state of panic, fleeing skyward. Chen Xuan made no attempt to pursue. He simply observed with an impassive expression. Soon, the others in the sky also erupted, dissolving into wisps of blue smoke. Witnessing this, Miao Yuni was nearly struck dumb. The figures in the sky were all formidable entities in the Saint Realm, yet they had been so effortlessly dispatched by Chen Xuan. My goodness, just how strong is this man? For a moment, Miao Yuni stood in shock, her face devoid of color. Daoist friend, I hope I have not caused you any trouble. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's voice roused her from her stupor. Miao Yuni responded, and no, not at all, with a wry smile. That is good to hear. Chen Xuan nodded, clasping his fist once more as he prepared to leave. Just then, a figure approached from another direction in the sky. This figure was a bust maiden. At first glance, one could not help but glance towards her ample form, for it was indeed striking. However, Chen Xuan swiftly averted his gaze, while Li Qia lowered his head in deep modesty, for the maiden's attire was tattered, exposing her fair skin, with the rips extending from her armpits to her prominent curves. Upon seeing this figure, Miao Yuni's pupils constricted, and she reached out to pull the maiden before her. The maiden twirled in confusion, and upon steadying herself, she realized her master stood before her. Looking at Miao Yuni, she appeared dazed, incredulously testing, Master? Miao Yuni, noticing her disciple's lack of recognition, cast a furtive glance at Chen Xuan before replying with some irritation, It is I. Su Rou, what has happened to you? Is there trouble? Master, it truly is you. Su Rou exclaimed joyfully, before hurriedly kneeling, exclaiming, Disciple pays respects to Master. At this point, there is no need for such formality. Rise. Miao Yuni raised her hand to assist Su Rou. Only then did Su Rou realize it was not a time for pleasantries, and her expression shifted to one of deep concern as she urgently explained, Master, there is grave news. The Jade Maiden Pavilion is under siege by the two underworld sects. The ancestors within are barely holding their ground, and I was fortunate to be sent out by the elders to seek help from the Divine Wind Kingdom. The Divine Wind Kingdom? Chen Xuan pondered, realizing he had just dispatched the prince of that very kingdom. Miao Yuni, however, was oblivious to Chen Xuan's thoughts. Upon hearing of the crisis at the pavilion, her brow furrowed, and her expression turned icy as she coldly demanded, What? How dare the underworld sects do this? Master, they know you have ventured far, and they wish to take advantage of your absence. Su Rou began to explain but suddenly paused, perplexed, Master, I thought you were out? How could you be here? We will discuss this later. The underworld sects have united, and their formidable weapons must be combined. I must return immediately. Miao Yuni waved her hand dismissively, then turned to Chen Xuan, apologetically clasping her fists, Daoist friend. I have urgent matters in the pavilion and must take my leave. Should you visit the southern region again, please do not hesitate to rest at the Jade Maiden Pavilion. With that, she hurriedly took Su Rou and soared towards the direction of the pavilion. Observing this, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. This woman, not only beautiful but also courteous in her speech, had inadvertently severed her retreat by slaying the very ally she sought. With a shake of his head, Chen Xuan took to the skies alongside Li Qia, swiftly catching up to Miao Yuni and her disciple. Upon noticing Chen Xuan approaching, Miao Yuni was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed in delight, Daoist friend, you. I shall accompany you to take a look. Chen Xuan responded, his gaze unwavering, stirring a tempest of emotions within Miao Yuni. Though the underworld sects each wielded half of a formidable weapon, their alliance could indeed contend with the Jade Maiden Pavilion. However, they had chosen to strike while she was away, resulting in significant casualties among the pavilion's defenders. In such circumstances, driving off the two sects would undoubtedly come at a heavy cost. The longer they delayed, the more likely other forces would be drawn in, leading to the complete downfall of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Thus, Chen Xuan's presence would help instill some dread in their adversaries. Moreover, he possessed a formidable weapon as well. With these thoughts in mind, Miao Yuni felt a slight easing of her tension, casting a discreet glance at the resolute Chen Xuan. Silently reflecting, This individual is rather remarkable. Before long, the quartet arrived above the Jade Maiden Mountains, heading straight for the heart of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. The Jade Maiden Mountains served as the site of the pavilion, with many peaks resembling feminine forms, thus earning their name. Particularly, the mountains housing the pavilion were vivid and lifelike, some appearing as alluring maidens in half-draped garments, others as reclining figures, and a few resembling two women engaged in conversation, creating a unique spectacle. However, at this moment, the Jade Maiden Mountains were steeped in murderous intent, filled with an atmosphere of hostility. In the sky directly before the pavilion, thousands of powerful figures had gathered, members of the two underworld sects. The two saint-level leaders of the Ethereal Sect were jointly wielding a formidable weapon, attacking the severely cracked protective array of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Currently, thousands of strong practitioners surrounded them, effectively encircling the entire pavilion. As they observed the sect leaders manipulate the formidable weapon, their excitement surged, eagerly awaiting the shattering of the protective array to rush in and plunder. After all, the young women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion were truly captivating. Merely listening to others' descriptions can drive one to madness. At this moment, the two leaders of the sects were jointly wielding the formidable weapon, the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister, delivering another fierce blow to the protective formation of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Boom! The Swallowing Sky Demon Canister trembled, exuding a powerful aura that surged towards the fissured protective array. Instantly, the formation quivered, its cracks deepening, causing a group of elderly matriarchs maintaining the formation atop the main peak to spit out blood. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding members of the two sects could barely contain their excitement, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. It's about to break. Haha, just one more strike, and this formation will surely collapse. They had not anticipated that the incomplete Imperial formation would prove so formidable, allowing a group of elderly women to withstand several assaults from the supreme weapon. Yet, without the protection of such weapons, the formation would undoubtedly fall. Indeed, in the past, the Jade Maiden Pavilion was unafraid of anything, relying on their Imperial formation and supreme weapons. Soon we shall charge in and see if they remain fearless. Haha, they will surely be terrified. Just one more strike, and the formation will shatter. Whoever captures the most will claim them. Understood. Let us see who captures more. Alright. Let us prepare. With the next strike, the Jade Maiden Pavilion's formation will surely break. I must capture several half-saints to nurture. Thousands of powerful beings around excitedly discussed the beauties within the Jade Maiden Pavilion, their focus sharpening as they looked towards their leaders, readying themselves for the impending assault. Once more, the two sect leaders commanded the supreme weapon to unleash a lethal strike upon the Jade Maiden Pavilion. This blow would surely shatter the formation. Chapter 134. A single word slays thousands. Chen Xuan again seizes the demon canister in the sky above. The leaders of the two underworld sects wore expressions of madness as they controlled the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister, simultaneously swinging their arms towards the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Boom! The Swallowing Sky Demon Canister shook violently, unleashing a formidable force directed at the pavilion's cracked Imperial formation. It was over, atop the main peak of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister, countless half-saints and even elderly saints felt despair wash over them, envisioning the formation's destruction and the tragic fate of tens of thousands of disciples. In that moment, a leading elder closed her eyes and telepathically conveyed to the young female disciples, "Once the formation is breached, you must not resist. You must immediately rush out to find the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master possesses supreme weapons and can certainly restore the Jade Maiden Pavilion. This command must not be disobeyed." Boom. Upon hearing this, all members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion turned their gaze towards the main peak. The Grand Elder. Countless women wore expressions of despair, their eyes misty with rising hatred, reaching a boiling point. Many had secretly resolved that whoever avenged their Jade Maiden Pavilion would earn their lifelong servitude. The crowd mournfully gazed at the sky, watching as the attack of the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister drew nearer. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." Suddenly, a familiar weapon appeared, forcefully blocking the attack of the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister. Boom! The sky trembled, and the residual force shook the cracked Imperial formation. However, instead of fear, the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion displayed astonishment, looking up at the sky. Two men and two women appeared, among them their Pavilion Master, Miao Yundi. Heavens! The Pavilion Master has returned. Wonderful, she didn't go east. Pavilion Master, you're back. Quickly, support her, otherwise she cannot handle the multitude from the two underworld sects alone. Let us go. Whoosh. Several elderly women shot into the sky without hesitation, rushing to Miao Yundi's side. Although they were gravely injured, this was no time for rest. However, Even with their assistance, the members of the two underworld sects remained unafraid. For aside from the supreme weapons, the other powerful figures were all significantly weakened. Even upon seeing Miao Yundi return with the supreme weapon, they felt a thrill of excitement. After this battle, perhaps every member of the two underworld sects would arm themselves with the supreme weapon, instilling fear throughout the entire southern region. Aha! Miao Yundi is back. How splendid. The upper underworld sect leader was filled with excitement, while the lower underworld sect leader scrutinized Miao Yundi and her disciple. Indeed, they are stunningly beautiful together. If they were to serve. Upon hearing this, Miao Yundi and Su Ro's expressions turned icy. How dare they think they could make them serve together? Such delusions. However, as Miao Yundi prepared to respond, the two leaders could not help but once again command the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister to strike at Miao Yundi and her companions. Seeing this, Miao Yundi furrowed her brow, realizing that even with her return, the battle could not be avoided. She immediately raised her hand to unleash the Yin Yang 8 trigrams furnace to block the incoming attack, although she successfully shielded against the assault. The Swallowing Sky Demon Canister emitted a fierce power, ensnaring the Yin Yang 8 trigrams furnace, plunging both sides into an intangible confrontation. Ha! Miao Yundi, you are finished. Suddenly, the leader of the two underworld sects burst into ecstatic laughter, manipulating the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister to suppress the Yin Yang 8 trigrams furnace. While commanding the thousands of sect members around him, listen up. The Yin Yang 8 trigrams furnace has been suppressed. All of you, capture those around Miao Yundi. Yes. Thousands of powerful beings surged forward, charging towards Chen Xuan, Su Ro, and the Grand Elder behind Miao Yundi. Upon witnessing this, Miao Yundi's heart raced. She intended to forcibly retract the supreme weapon to protect Chen Xuan and the others. But at that moment, Chen Xuan stopped her. Do not panic. I will handle them. His calm voice resonated in Miao Yundi's heart, instantly providing her with reassurance. Meanwhile, Su Ro and the Grand Elder turned to look at Chen Xuan. They had assumed these men were merely entanglements for their pavilion master, thus had not paid Chen Xuan much heed. Now that this man was willing to assist them, they were more than willing to accept his help. The Grand Elders swiftly drew their weapons, while Chen Xuan instructed, "Be cautious, friends. Let us form a defensive circle back to back. Yes, Holy Maiden, come to our center. And you, young man, come as well." The Grand Elders spoke quickly, nearly in unison, arranging their defense. However, before they could finish, Chen Xuan made his move. Not with a physical strike, but with a single word that silenced the Grand Elders. Die. Boom. The utterance of this word caused the thousands charging forward to momentarily halt, only to explode into a vast cloud of blood mist. In an instant, silence engulfed the arena. Some of the underworld sect members who had not yet reached were left wide-eyed, nearly driven mad with fear, retreating wildly from their companions. Meanwhile, the Grand Elders and the countless young beauties gazing up in the pavilion simultaneously gasped, "Heavens! Is this man truly the pavilion master's suitor? How extraordinarily powerful." This was truly formidable. A single word had slain thousands of powerful beings. Unbelievable. And how fortuitous that the pavilion master returned just in time. Indeed. Although most of them were of the royal extreme realm, there were several saints among them. This massacre was astonishingly effortless, akin to bullying. Wonderful. Our Jade Maiden Pavilion is saved. Whether they were elders or ordinary disciples, they were all utterly astonished by Chen Xuan's display. Even the leaders of the two underworld sects, who had been manipulating the Swallowing Sky Demon Canister, were momentarily stunned. Having never anticipated the presence of such a powerful figure among their adversaries, one who might have even reached the Saint King realm. Yet, what did that matter? Their fury remained unbridled. The individuals who perished moments ago were indeed formidable members of the two sects. In an instant, the leaders of the two sects were enraged, their eyes turning crimson with fury. "Ah, even if you are a Saint King, today you shall find no rest in death," they proclaimed, as the two of them exerted their full strength to activate the devouring demon jar. With their combined might, the jar began to tremble violently. Subsequently, it was aimed at the crowd, soaring into the air, a powerful force of attraction sweeping over Chen Xuan and the others, attempting to draw them into the jar. "This is bad. They've opened the jar. Quick, scatter." The crowd gasped in shock. Miao Yundi hurriedly retracted her ultimate weapon, warning Chen Xuan and the others. However, just as she was anxiously alerting them, Chen Xuan raised his hand. The crowd was momentarily bewildered, unsure of his intent. Before anyone could speak, Chen Xuan flicked his fingers lightly, and the devouring demon jar instantly reassembled, landing in his grasp. At that moment, the entire gathering was astounded. The leaders of the two sects were equally dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell?" Chapter 135. The Mighty Man, please protect us. Senior witnessing the sudden retrieval of the devouring demon jar, the leaders of the two sects were completely at a loss. They could not comprehend how their ultimate weapon had slipped from their control. Heavens! Is today truly a day unfit for stepping outside? Their hearts ached at the sight of Chen Xuan holding the jar, their eyes nearly bursting with despair. Yet, they understood that the ultimate weapon had fallen into chaos. If they lingered, they would surely meet a gruesome end. Exchanging a glance, they shouted in unison, "Flee!" Without a moment to mourn their precious weapon, they turned and ran, determined to escape. Observing this, their surviving subordinates were left in shock, watching their leaders flee in terror. By the time they regained their senses, the leaders had already covered considerable distance, leaving their fates unheeded. Panic ensued among the remaining sect members as they cried out, "The leaders have fled. We must run too. Retreat, retreat, hurry. Leaders, wait for us." As the second sect's members also processed the situation, they scattered in every direction, with some loyal followers chasing after their leaders, shouting fervently. However, the two leaders paid them no heed, furiously transmitting messages. "Damn it! You worthless fools, scatter. Don't follow me, just run." As they observed the members of the two sects beginning to disband, everyone in the Jade Maiden Pavilion sighed in relief. Yet, as the pavilion master, Miao Yundi was not one to simply let things go unpunished. Those who dared to provoke the Jade Maiden Pavilion would face the consequences. Now that their enemies had lost their ultimate weapon, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. With a cold expression, she wasted no time in summoning the Yin-Yang Bagua furnace, launching a formidable attack at the leaders of the second sect from miles away. Boom! Two powerful energies surged forth, striking the leaders with immense force. The ensuing explosion resonated through the air, obliterating the leaders into a mist of blood, though the three were of equal rank. The might of the ultimate weapon was simply unparalleled. As the two leaders were annihilated, the fleeing sect members were struck with terror. Oh no! The leaders have exploded! Quick! Run! Scatter! Scatter! Don't let them catch you! The sect members fled in a frenzy, some guardians desperately urging their loyal subordinates to escape, fully grasping the meaning behind the leaders' earlier commands. After all, if they clustered together, a single strike from an ultimate weapon could spell doom for all. If they scattered, perhaps they could elude the attack. Thus, the once authoritative guardians were now filled with rage and urgency. Fortunately, no one pursued them, allowing them to flee with the greatest fear of their lives, distancing themselves further. Of course, the lack of pursuit was simple to understand. While the pavilion master was absent, all the strong members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion had banded together to maintain a fractured imperial formation against the opponent's ultimate weapon, leaving them all wounded. Miao Yundi couldn't be bothered to hunt down every single one of the remaining foes. With the powerful adversaries eliminated, the few remaining weaklings posed no threat. Thus, Miao Yundi waved her hand to retract the ultimate weapon and turned to Chen Xuan, preparing to express her gratitude for his assistance. The other elders also returned their gazes to the pavilion master. However, upon seeing Chen Xuan's demeanor, they were left speechless. At that moment, Chen Xuan held the lid of the devouring demon jar in one hand, while peering into the jar with the other, his eyes nearly pressed against its opening. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in astonishment. What on earth? He.S. aiming the devouring demon jar at himself? Is the man brought back by the master truly this reckless? This jar contains immense demonic power capable of refining all things in existence. Even a Saint King would not dare to face it directly. But wait, how is he unharmed? Why has he been drawn in? Confusion enveloped them as they observed Chen Xuan's actions, momentarily frozen in shock. It was as if they had witnessed a great terror unfold before their eyes. Chen Xuan, however, paid them no mind, engrossed in his examination of the peculiarities within the jar. After a thorough inspection, he concluded that aside from its self-contained realm and inherent magical energy, it possessed no other remarkable features. In essence, its corrosive magical properties paled in comparison to his Emperor's ring. Furthermore, the jar was rather large, akin to the size of a baby formula canister, rendering it unsuitable for use as a spatial ring. Having conducted his research, Chen Xuan capped the jar once more. After all, one could never have too many ultimate weapons. Even if he had no use for it, he could bestow it upon his subordinates. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a hint of exasperation. It seemed that each time he ventured out, he returned with another ultimate weapon. It appears I should make it a habit to explore more often. Muttering to himself, Chen Xuan stored the jar within his spiritual sea. Meanwhile, the crowd, still in shock from witnessing his handling of the ultimate weapon, was once again left astounded by his ability to store it within his spiritual sea. For a sage, enduring an ultimate weapon was one thing. To carry it with him was an extraordinary feat. Miao Yundi could manage it due to her exceptional physique and innate affinity with the Yin-Yang Bagua furnace, allowing her to summon it at will. Yet, Chen Xuan appeared to lack any such innate connection with the ultimate weapon. The realization struck them. This individual's strength must at least be that of a Saint King. As this thought crossed their minds, they felt a shudder of fear. In the midst of their astonishment, Miao Yundi's mind raced, grappling with her thoughts. Finally, when Chen Xuan had fully retracted the jar, Miao Yundi made a momentous decision that went against her ancestors' teachings. Biting her lip, she knelt on one knee in the void before Chen Xuan, clasping her fists in respect. Senior, I am willing to lead the entire Jade Maiden Pavilion to submit to you. Please, protect us. At her declaration, several elders around them gasped in surprise. However, after a brief pause, they seemed to grasp the implications, swiftly kneeling in unison, fists clasped, proclaiming, "We are willing to submit to you, Senior. Please, protect us." Chen Xuan was taken aback. Is this how easily they yield? I merely came to take on a disciple, not to acquire an ultimate sect. Moreover, this was a sect comprised solely of women. For a moment, Chen Xuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Yet, upon reflection, if he were to accept an ultimate sect as a vassal, it could indeed prove advantageous. Furthermore, by doing so, he would establish a foothold in the south region for the Misty Sect. Once he had more disciples, he could create a teleportation array, allowing them to train in the south region, thereby saving tremendous travel time. Otherwise, relying solely on his disciples, it would take ages to reach the south region. With this realization, Chen Xuan formulated his plan. Thus, she reaffirmed, "Are you certain you wish to pledge fealty to me?" Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Miao Yuni was immediately stirred with elation, especially recalling his various feats within the Emperor's tomb, coupled with his effortless acquisition of the supreme Tao weapon. She was certain that his cultivation far surpassed that of an ordinary sage, reaching the realm of a sage king, and a living, youthful one at that. Though merely a single realm above a sage, the entire desolate ancient continent lacked a living sage king. Those sage kings within the supreme Tao Holy Lands were all sealed within divine sources, their lifespans nearly exhausted. They would only emerge in times of dire crisis for the Holy Land, and even then, they were unlikely to survive for long. A living sage king, however, could roam the ancient continent unhindered. He was entirely worthy of her allegiance and capable of safeguarding her Jade Maiden Pavilion. Although they were also a supreme Tao power, they relied solely on their supreme Tao weapon and a fragmented emperor formation to maintain their stability. Even so, some would still disregard the Jade Maiden Pavilion, secretly abducting their disciples, taking advantage of their shallow heritage and coveting her ice crystal jade physique, all desiring to capture her. Now, although the crisis had been resolved, the pavilion's experts were either dead or wounded, and the emperor formation was in ruins. Without aligning themselves with a powerful figure, all the women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion would eventually become objects of amusement for others. Therefore, upon hearing Chen Xuan's response, she was overjoyed and replied without hesitation. "We are certain. We are willing to forever pledge fealty to you, to serve you in any capacity." "Very well, then. From this moment forward, you shall be an affiliated force of my Misty Cloud sect. Rise, all of you." Chen Xuan nodded, accepting her pledge. Miao Yuni immediately exclaimed, "Yes, sect master." With that, she led everyone to their feet and extended another invitation. "Sect master, the hour is late. Please, sect master, rest within the pavilion for the night. Allow us to extend our hospitality." "Very well, then, I shall stay for the night. Moreover, your emperor formation is in disrepair and unable to defend against enemies. I shall assist you in restoring it." Chen Xuan nodded and began to descend. Upon hearing of the formation's restoration, everyone was deeply moved. This was an emperor formation. Heaven! Was their fortune truly so great, to have pledged fealty to one who could restore an emperor formation? In that instant, they were overcome with excitement and hurriedly followed him down. After landing, some elders went to direct the cleanup of the ravaged scene, while others hastened to arrange the evening's entertainment. Only a few remained, trailing behind Miao Yuni and her disciple, accompanying Chen Xuan and his disciple throughout. However, while they were not weary, Li Qiye was utterly exhausted. Li Qiye had been an ordinary shepherd boy with no cultivation. He had first fallen into the emperor's tomb and been frightened by the divine consciousness, then followed Chen Xuan, flying here and there, witnessing the assassination of a divine kingdom's prince and the slaughter of thousands of experts. He was now at his limit, barely managing to stay upright beside Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan noticed Li Qiye's fatigue. Besides familiarizing himself with his new subsidiary force, he also wanted to allow Li Qiye to rest. Thus, Chen Xuan said to Li Qiye, "Qiye, go and rest." Then, he looked towards Miao Yuni. Clearly, everyone understood, and an elder immediately said politely, "Young friend, please follow me. I will take you to your resting place." "Thank you, elder." "Master," disciple takes his leave. Li Qiye quickly bowed to both of them and followed the elder to his resting place. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay. But he simply couldn't endure it any longer, especially since he had lost his sheep. It was a source of tears, but it was perhaps for the best, as he couldn't very well bring a sheep into the sect. He was merely somewhat disheartened. After Li Chia left, Chen Xuan began to wander about, restoring the Jade Maiden Pavilion's Emperor formation. With each restoration, Miao Yuni's admiration for Chen Xuan grew. By the time the Emperor formation was repaired, Chen Xuan had become a supreme figure in her heart. Her gaze towards Chen Xuan was filled with smiles, increasingly pleased. Even her astute disciple, Su Rou, noticed her master's unusual behavior but wisely kept it to herself. Meanwhile, the Jade Maiden Pavilion's young female elders led a bevy of beautiful Jade Maiden Pavilion disciples, arranging the reception in the main hall. Within the hall, tables and chairs were arranged neatly on both sides. A smaller chair and table were added to the side of the Lord's dais. Countless young women, dressed in vibrant attire, continuously placed food on the main table. Of course, these were not simple victuals, but precious items. Among them were a plate of heavenly spirit fruits, 6 leaves of enlightenment tea, a serving of golden dragon fish, and a flask of sacred spirit wine. One after another, precious items were brought forth and placed upon the main table. The tables below, however, were far more meager. Although each item was present, they were incredibly scarce, serving only as embellishments. Moreover, without exception, these items appeared to have been preserved for some time. For example, the enlightenment tea leaves appeared somewhat curled and yellowed. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't even recognize them as enlightenment tea. Yet, even so, the maidens carrying the plates to arrange the items had eyes that gleamed with envy. These were all treasures of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, rarely used even by the elders, let alone by them, ordinary disciples. Envy was inevitable. Of course, it wasn't just the disciples who were envious. The elders directing the arrangements were also in high spirits. They would finally have the chance to partake in such delicacies once more. In that moment, these elders were inwardly rubbing their hands together, eagerly anticipating the upcoming feast. Soon, dusk fell. All items were arranged. The elders were in place, and Li Chia was the first to be seated on one side. Then, Chen Xuan, led by Miao Yuni, slowly arrived, heading straight for the main seat. Sectmaster, please, take your seat. Miao Yuni led him to the main seat with delight. Chen Xuan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Only then did Miao Yuni sit on the newly added small chair beside the main seat. And with a wave of her hand, the elders below dared to take their seats one after another. As everyone settled in, Chen Xuan inadvertently glanced at the items placed on the table. He paused slightly, seemingly in disbelief, then turned to look at Miao Yuni. Noticing that hers were the same as his, he then looked up towards the sides below and discovered that everyone's items were the same, only differing in quantity. Chen Xuan was even more bewildered. But this scene, as perceived by Miao Yuni, led her to believe that her meticulous preparations had moved Chen Xuan. For the Jade Maiden Pavilion, items like enlightenment tea and sacred spirit wine were treasures of immense benefit to sages. Even the Holy Lands would only bring them out when entertaining their most esteemed guests. This time, to entertain Chen Xuan, she had brought out all the best items from the treasury. Therefore, seeing his dazed expression, Miao Yuni thought it was perfectly normal for him to be moved. Just like Yun Miaoi, if someone were to entertain her with such things, she would be deeply grateful and moved from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of this, Miao Yuni smiled brightly and raised her head slightly, saying to Chen Xuan, Sect Master, there is no need to stand on ceremony. This is the least we can do for your first visit. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Wow, so the Sect Master is moved. I knew it. With so many good things, the Sect Master would definitely be moved. Today is a good day. Our meticulous preparations have not been in vain. Everyone was excited and looked towards Chen Xuan, awaiting praise. Chen Xuan, they don't think I'm going to praise them, do they? Chen Xuan was helpless. He swore he had never heard of a supreme Tao power being so impoverished. Is it true that only the Jade Maiden Pavilion is in such dire straits? Yet, being impoverished while possessing a semblance of reason seems rather incongruous. Reluctant to ponder further, Chen Xuan, in a state of bewilderment, gingerly lifted a few yellowed and somewhat curled leaves of the Tao Enlightenment tea with 2 fingers, scrutinizing them closely. Is this the Tao Enlightenment tea? He inquired. Indeed, Master. Miao Yuni promptly replied with a cheerful smile. This is the rare Tao Enlightenment tea. Rare? Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow. You didn't tea, by any chance, retrieve these from a rubbish heap, did you? Rubbish? In an instant, Miao Yuni and her companions were momentarily stunned, questioning if they had misheard. Was the master implying that these leaves were subpar? Yet, the essence of the Tao remained intact. Realizing the peculiar shift in atmosphere, Miao Yuni understood she had been slighted. However, who scrutinizes the appearance of Tao Enlightenment tea? The true value lies in its Tao essence. Feeling a tinge of grievance, she explained, Master, this is indeed fine Tao Enlightenment tea, The essence has not diminished in the slightest. Yes, yes, master. These are treasures of our Jade Maiden Pavilion. The others chimed in hastily. Though they may not look exquisite, they undeniably contain complete Tao essence. Rest assured, master. Noticing the awkwardness, Chen Xuan, after a moment of silence, chose not to further complicate matters. Perhaps, for others, Tao Enlightenment tea truly held great significance. Therefore, he generously waved his hand, and thousands of pristine Tao Enlightenment tea leaves soared into the air, landing in each person's dish, with each receiving at least several dozen. Instantly, their expressions transformed, shock evident in their eyes. Some composed matriarchs could not suppress exclamations of astonishment. Fresh Tao Enlightenment tea? So much. My goodness. Is this for us? No wonder the master deemed our tea unworthy. It turns out he is so affluent. At that moment, the crowd was utterly astounded. Even Miao Yundi, who had been observing Chen Xuan intently, could not conceal her surprise. Seeing this, Chen Xuan gestured, "Enjoy the fresh tea. Keep the old ones for yourselves." With these words, excitement surged through the assembly. They quickly rose to express their gratitude to Chen Xuan, inwardly speculating where the pavilion master had acquired such abundant treasures, his generosity astonishing. Miao Yundi, too, had not anticipated Chen Xuan's wealth, feeling increasingly fortunate in her choice. After all, a young powerhouse, a sect leader, possessing an extreme weapon, and abundant Tao Enlightenment tea, while also being unworldly in his desires, such individuals are virtually non-existent. Especially the latter trait. Aside from those with peculiar inclinations, such men are rare. This was precisely why she dared to submit to him. If it were any other man, even if he were equally strong, she would lack the courage to yield. For submission entails adhering to most of his commands. Thus, a slight smile crept upon Miao Yundi's lips, rejoicing in her fortuitous luck. As she pondered this, a troop of dozens of beautiful women entered the hall to perform a dance. It is a well-known fact that women, by nature, prefer not to compete fiercely. They are more inclined toward the arts of music, dance, and literature. Thus, it was only natural that their form of hospitality would involve a performance of talent. Soon, the hall was filled with the harmony of song and dance. After observing for a while, Chen Xuan excused himself to rest, not because he lacked an appreciation for dance, but rather because he found the formal performances rather tedious. Therefore, as the first dance concluded, he rose to depart. The others, witnessing this, could only gradually disperse. Meanwhile, in the southern domain of the Wind God Nation, a jade cup shattered upon the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. The ruler of the Wind God Nation, with a cold expression, addressed the kneeling figure before him with fury. "My brother has been dead for hours, yet you have failed to find the murderer. What are you doing? Your Majesty, we truly cannot find any clues." The man knelt, his face filled with distress. "Perhaps we should request the National Master to intervene. If the National Master can discern the murderer's identity, I shall risk everything to bring him to justice." The man on the ground was acutely aware that the Northern Guardian King was the ruler's biological brother. Yet, they genuinely had no leads. It seemed as though the Thunder King had vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind, making their search nearly impossible. Thus, they could only place their hopes on the National Master. He cautiously glanced at the National Master seated in the distance. Upon realizing he had been mentioned, the National Master slowly rose, voluntarily offering, "In that case, I shall deduce the matter and assist the ruler in locating the murderer." With that, the National Master closed his eyes, a confident expression adorning his face as he began to calculate, mumbling incantations of ancient spells. As he continued, he retrieved relics belonging to the late Winjintian to enhance his divination. Soon, the void before the National Master began to shimmer, as if a revelation were imminent. Witnessing this, the ruler of the Wind Nation set aside his ire towards his kneeling subordinate and focused intently on the unfolding spectacle, his eyes filled with anticipation. Gradually, the void twisted more and more. The ruler's heart leaped with joy as he widened his gaze. Yet, at that moment, the National Master suddenly opened his eyes and immediately spewed a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the blood surged forth, the distorted image dissipated, and the National Master fell rigidly to the ground. The opponent is too powerful, unable to deduce. I have suffered backlash. With that, the National Master's head tilted, and he fell silent. Chapter 138. The ruler claims no siblings. Turmoil in the southern domain. Too powerful? The ruler was taken aback, unable to process the situation. Before he could react, the National Master's head tilted, and he fell silent. However, before he could speak, the former kneeling subordinate scrambled over to check on the National Master. After a thorough examination, he nervously looked up. "Your Majesty, he is dead." "What?" The ruler trembled in shock, utterly horrified. "He died just from a deduction? Is it not said that even if one were to deduce a holy king, it would only result in severe injury? How could he die?" Suddenly, the ruler felt another wave of dread wash over him, incredulously pondering. If the backlash from a holy king results in severe injury, could the adversary be someone beyond a holy king? Could the murderer of my brother possibly be from the central divine domain? He thought, and the realization struck him with fear. Other than the central divine domain, no one else possesses strength surpassing that of a holy king. As this realization dawned, the ruler felt a chill run through him, instinctively beginning to worry for his safety. He inhaled deeply and quickly gestured to his subordinate. Hurry, find a place to bury the national master. Claim he perished due to an error in cultivation. But what about the Thunder King? The subordinate asked, bewildered. This inquiry only served to infuriate the ruler further, who coldly retorted, what Thunder King? When did our Wind Nation ever have a Thunder King? The subordinate, confused, stammered, but the Thunder King is your brother. Silence. The ruler interjected. And then, with utmost seriousness, clarified, I have no biological brothers, I only have sisters. The Thunder King matter need not be investigated further. You may leave. The subordinate was left in a state of confusion, recalling that the Northern Guardian King was indeed the ruler's brother. Had he misremembered? With a bewildered expression, he could only comply, yes. I take my leave. He cradled the National Master's body respectfully as he departed. Watching the subordinate leave, the ruler secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the individuals involved hail from the realm of the divine, as long as one refrains from further entanglement, the matter can be deemed conclusively resolved. The Jade Maiden Pavilion. The room where Chen Xuan rested was exquisitely arranged. However, it seemed that the time taken to tidy up was rather prolonged, as the air was imbued with the lingering fragrance of femininity, which left Chen Xuan feeling somewhat helpless. It must be said, the Jade Maiden Pavilion truly is a sanctuary for women, even though he was the sole occupant of the room. The essence of women's presence was palpable. System. Open the luxurious disciple recruitment package. Sitting on the bed, Chen Xuan did not rest. Instead, he seized the opportunity to open the package, eagerly anticipating some splendid rewards. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment package has been successfully opened. The system's voice echoed, followed by a cascade of rewards being credited. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Emperor Summoning cards. 2 Sage Summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1-to-1 replicated avatar. The avatar will perfectly mirror the host's cultivation and aura, enhancing alongside the host's growth, and will automatically repair if damaged, but requires the host's spiritual consciousness for perfect replication. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 tons of enlightenment tea. Ding. All rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. Chen Xuan. Is that it? Nothing more. Ugh, it's disappointing to receive such a scant reward. Couldn't there be a change next time? Yet again, it's more enlightenment tea. I've already accumulated over 20 tons of it. Gazing at the mountain of enlightenment tea in his inventory, Chen Xuan felt a wave of resignation. However, it was evident that the system adhered strictly to protocol, as it merely responded with an "oh" and fell silent. Chen Xuan. I can't be bothered to argue with the system. Shaking his head, he glanced at the 1-to-1 replicated avatar beside the enlightenment tea, then lost interest. The avatar bore a resemblance, but it was of no use to him. After all, he had no intention of embarking on adventures or trials. Even if he were to venture forth, he wouldn't need an avatar. His own cultivation was sufficient to sweep away all obstacles, not to mention the sage summoning cards stored in his inventory. Oh well, I never expected to receive anything remarkable. I shall reserve the enlightenment tea as rewards for my disciples. Chen Xuan mused silently. A night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, upon awakening from his meditation, Chen Xuan summoned Li Qiye to prepare for their departure back to the Eastern Domain sect. At this moment, Miao Yundi learned of his impending departure and immediately set aside her tasks, bringing her disciples and several esteemed elders to bid him farewell. Following their interactions yesterday, coupled with the night's contemplation, Miao Yundi had been thoroughly captivated by Chen Xuan's charismatic presence. Although she felt somewhat discontent upon hearing of his departure early in the morning, she understood that powerful individuals have their own destinies, which cannot be retained through mere revelry. To leave an impression in the hearts of such formidable beings, the only recourse was perhaps unconditional support. Having come to this realization, she adjusted her demeanor before approaching Chen Xuan with grace, subsequently proposing to send him to the Eastern Domain via worship. However, Chen Xuan immediately declined her kind offer. Before departing, he presented her with a token bearing the insignia of the mysterious Cloud Sect. This is the token of my sect. Since you have pledged allegiance to us, should any matters arise within the pavilion, feel free to come to the Eastern Domain Mysterious Cloud Sect, and we shall provide you with our support. With that, Chen Xuan tore open a rift in space and, alongside Li Qiye, stepped through. Farewell, Sect Master. The crowd quickly clasped their fists in salute. By the time they straightened, the spatial rift had vanished. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Yet, Miao Yundi remained transfixed, her gaze lingering on the recently opened rift, reluctant to look away. It was only when her disciple, Su Ro, reminded her that she snapped back to reality. Master, you're still watching. The sect master has probably gone far. Miao Yundi regained her composure, realizing her disciple was observing her with a teasing smile. A rare flush crept across her cheeks as she quickly adopted a stern expression, saying, "What? Are you idle? If so, go assist the elders with the aftermath, quickly." "All right, I take my leave." Su Ro nodded, resigned to the consequences of her playful banter. Yet, as long as everything remained stable at the Jade Maiden Pavilion, she was willing to endure any hardship. However, matters seldom unfold as one wishes. Shortly after Chen Xuan's departure, news began to spread throughout the southern domain like wildfire. Miao Yundi, the pavilion master of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, had obtained a legacy of the Imperial Tomb. Alas, I heard the Imperial Tomb has emerged? Miao Yundi of the Jade Maiden Pavilion has entered the Imperial Tomb. I've heard as well. It's said that the Imperial Tomb harbors divine thoughts, surely a genuine Imperial Tomb. Goodness, divine thoughts have surfaced? Are we to expect chaos in our southern domain? It is said that after Miao Yundi emerged, she annihilated the leaders of the underworld sect and seized the supreme weapon, the devouring demon cauldron. She must have obtained the Emperor's legacy. Humph. The legacy of the great demon must belong to our demon clan. Immediately inform all demon clan factions in the southern domain. We must reclaim the Emperor's legacy. Chapter 139, Returning to the Sect. Embracing ordinary life one after another, reports regarding the Jade Maiden Pavilion's acquisition of the Emperor's legacy surfaced. Sanctuaries began to cast their gaze upon the Jade Maiden Pavilion, particularly the demon clan of the southern domain. Although the surface appeared tranquil, beneath the facade, the southern domain had already commenced extensive coordinated actions. Nevertheless, these were tales for another time. At this moment, the southern domain was still processing the recent news of the Imperial Tomb's emergence. Miao Yundi had not yet become a target of ire. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, accompanied by his novice disciple, had just returned to the mysterious Cloud Sect. At the main peak of the mysterious Cloud Sect, the master and disciple stepped forth from the rift in space. Li Qie gazed upon the opulent sect, its naturally advantageous environment leaving him feeling as though he were floating in a dream. He could hardly fathom his transformation from a mere shepherd to a disciple of a sacred sect. It all felt surreal. Consequently, this extraordinary turn of events rendered him more self-conscious. Just then, from a distance beneath a tree, Lu Yu, who had been engrossed in a novel, noticed the return of her master with a young boy and curiously approached. "Master, you've returned." After greeting him, she turned to Li Qie, puzzled. "Is this my little junior brother?" "Greetings, senior sister." Li Qie quickly bowed, too timid to meet Lu Yu's gaze. Observing Lu Yu's presence, Chen Xuan gestured towards her, saying, "Yes, this is Li Qie. Since you have some free time, take him around the sect, help him familiarize himself, and assist him in selecting a cultivation method." "Of course, master." Lu Yu nodded, guiding Li Qie to arrange his accommodations and get acquainted with the sect. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan did not remain idle. He summoned Lu Tsang to discuss the promotion of outer disciples. After all, the status of disciples should not remain stagnant. Avenues for advancement needed to be established. Moreover, the criteria for inner disciples were excessively stringent, resulting in a scarcity of numbers that required supplementation. After a thorough discussion, it was ultimately decided that the requirements for this round of disciple recruitment would be lowered for inner disciples, allowing those with 8-star potential to qualify. Furthermore, all outer disciples would undergo assessments every 5 years. Meeting certain criteria would permit them to enter the inner sect. As for the specifics of the assessments, Chen Xuan left them entirely in Lu Tsang's capable hands. Thus, the requirements for recruiting disciples in the mysterious Cloud Sect were revised to 6 to 7 stars for outer disciples, 8 to 9 stars for inner disciples, and 10 stars or higher for direct disciples. To ensure fairness for all disciples, Chen Xuan instructed Lu Tsang to initiate the pathway for outer disciple promotions ahead of schedule and commence the assessment for inner disciple candidates. Upon the announcement of this news, the outer disciples were electrified, each one invigorated as if injected with a surge of energy, fervently striving to enhance their cultivation in hopes of joining the inner sect. Meanwhile, on another front, Luo Feishuan had also broken through to the sage level. Upon learning of this news, Chen Xuan wasted no time in promoting her to an official elder of the outer sect, enhancing her benefits as a form of encouragement. After all, she was the sole female elder of the sect, and matters concerning female disciples and auxiliary roles were inextricably linked to her. Thus, the moment Luo Feishuan emerged, she found herself entangled in a whirlwind of busyness. assisting female disciples in checking their health and guiding the disheartened female attendants who harbor secret affections for the elders of the sect. Chen Xuan could only hope that this opening of the mountain to accept disciples would summon some female elders to alleviate the sect's lack of such figures. Within just a few days of Chen Xuan's return, Li Qiye gradually composed himself. Under the guidance of Lu Yu, he became acquainted with all his senior brothers and sisters, including Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing, and then immersed himself in the bustling practice of cultivation. However, as an ordinary body, his reliance solely on cultivation did not yield rapid advancements in his prowess. After several days of training, he merely managed to enter the second level of qi refining, a breakthrough pace that fell short even of the outer disciples upon their arrival. Nevertheless, Li Qiye still felt as though his cultivation was advancing at an astonishing rate. On this day, having just entered the second level of qi refining, Li Qiye experienced another breakthrough and excitedly sought out his senior brothers and sisters to share his joy. However, he was met with the sight of his sixth senior brother, Tang Yin, deeply engrossed in a profound realization. This sight struck a blow to Li Qiye's spirits. Feeling dejected, he exited the room to confide in his master about his inner turmoil. "Master, do you think I am too dull-witted? Is that why my cultivation speed is so slow? Perhaps I should remain outside, as I truly do not deserve to be a direct disciple. Child, remember, you possess an ordinary physique. There is no need for you to toil like others. Your path is to simply embrace the ordinary. From now on, you shall tend to fish and flowers, chop wood, and water the plants atop the main peak." Thus, under Chen Xian's arrangement, Li Qiye shortened his training hours and began tending to fish and flowers, chopping wood, and fetching water on the main peak. Surprisingly, he found that his breakthroughs became even easier as a result. At times, while engaged in these tasks, he would inadvertently achieve a breakthrough. Within a mere few days, his realm surged to the later stage of foundation establishment, astonishing his senior brothers and sisters who first noticed this anomaly. Especially Tang Yin, who had just comprehended a new divine ability, was left utterly bewildered upon hearing the news, unable to believe his ears. Curious about how this junior brother managed such swift breakthroughs, the group unanimously made their way to the summit of the main peak to observe the process. They were eager to witness how this junior disciple achieved his advancements. As they watched, Li Qiye, with a bucket in one hand and a ladle in the other, slowly appeared. However, while he had left earlier at the later stage of foundation establishment, he returned having reached the threshold of the Spirit Sea realm. The speed of his progression left several senior brothers and sisters in a state of shock. I recall that when the junior brother left this morning, he was still at the later stage of foundation establishment, and now he's already at the Spirit Sea realm? Goodness, how absurd. He merely went to water the plants and returned with yet another breakthrough? My heavens, where did Master find such a prodigy? To think he can break through as effortlessly as drinking water when he's not even practicing. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Li Qiye rolled up his sleeves and made his way up the winding path, catching sight of his bewildered senior brothers and sisters. He immediately greeted them courteously. "Good morning. Senior brothers and sisters, aren't you all going to practice today?" The five of them exchanged glances, speechless. "Junior brother, how have you managed to break through so quickly these past few days? Have you discovered some secret technique? Could you share it with us?" Morong Ingluo smiled gently, presenting a facade of sweetness. Subsequently, Yi Qiqing could no longer contain her curiosity and pressed further. "Yes, junior brother, what did Master impart to you? How is it that you've broken through without practicing?" Upon hearing his sister's inquiry, Li Qiye blinked in surprise, glancing at the others. Though they remained silent, their gazes were fixed upon him, clearly awaiting his response. Thus, Li Qiye replied candidly, "I honestly don't know. Master advised me to practice less and instead tend to fish and flowers, chop wood, and fetch water. So I did those tasks, and while doing so, I achieved breakthroughs." "Are you certain? You broke through while working? Are you sure you weren't practicing on the side?" "Junior brother, don't think you can pull a fast one on us. We are already putting in enough effort." The group teased him, though Li Qiye, misunderstanding their playful banter, grew anxious. Fearing that his senior brothers and sisters might misinterpret his words, he hurriedly clarified, "I truly did not practice secretly. Senior brothers and sisters, I was genuinely working." As they watched the flustered junior brother defend himself, the others felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was fine to practice secretly, after all. They were merely joking. Reluctantly, they offered words of consolation. "We believe you, junior brother." "Yes, Qiye, don't overthink it. We meant no harm, just curiosity." Only then did Li Qiye grasp that they were not upset with him. After a quiet sigh of relief, he continued, "Senior brothers and sisters, the reason I break through while working is that my mind is solely focused on the tasks at hand, with no other thoughts distracting me. Why not join me in this work and see for yourselves?" The group collectively rolled their eyes, silently thinking, "You sly trickster, knowing we can't replicate it. Yet you still suggest it." You just want to show off. They promptly declined his invitation. Seeing their reaction, Li Qiye conceded, well then, if you won't join me, I shall return to my tasks. I still need to feed the goldfish I raised yesterday. With that, Li Qiye resumed his work, appearing like a diligent laborer. The others shook their heads and prepared to leave. Just then, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from above Li Qiye's head, capturing everyone's attention. What the? Another breakthrough, Tang Yin exclaimed, while the others stood in astonishment. Indeed, Li Qiye had once again broken through, advancing from foundation establishment to the spirit sea realm. Yet, he himself remained oblivious, continuing his work. At that moment, everyone fully understood Li Qiye's unique method of breaking through. He truly advanced while working. This junior brother is no ordinary individual. In disbelief, they reflected on their assumptions that breakthroughs occurred when one approached a critical point of accumulated experience until they encountered this junior brother. The group couldn't help but marvel at the inevitability of fate. However, belief in destiny does not negate the need for hard work. It seems we cannot afford to slack off, lest we find ourselves surpassed by this junior brother, Tang Yin remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Indeed. With more disciples in the sect, we must push ourselves. Lin Fan agreed, nodding thoughtfully. He then addressed the group, sisters, and junior brother Tang Yin. Why not venture into the outside world for some experience? While breakthroughs within the sect may be rapid, only through the trials of life and death can we gain greater rewards. Upon hearing the proposition for training outside, the group paused in surprise and then turned in unison to Lin Fan. Yi Chen, in particular, asked earnestly, Senior brother, where shall we go to train? With our current cultivation, we fear we may find no equal among our peers. Simple. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he declared 4 words, the central divine domain. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. Tang Yin exclaimed in shock, Senior brother, are we truly going to the divine domain? It is fraught with danger. Moreover, the powers within the divine domain do not take kindly to us outsiders. Indeed, Senior brother, the divine domain is extraordinarily distant, separated by endless seas. Even though we are all at the heavenly king realm, it might take decades to reach the central divine domain. Murong Yingluo expressed her concerns. Lin Fan replied, who said we need to fly such a long distance? We can utilize the sect's resources to reach the divine domain. If all else fails, we can use the teleportation array. A few extra spirit stones and a little more time is all it takes. With a roll of his eyes, Lin Fan earnestly looked at the others and asked, are you going? Yes. Soon, the other 4, without a moment's hesitation, agreed, eager to embark on this journey of experience. After reaching a consensus, the 5 of them quickly approached Chen Xuan to express their request to train in the divine realm. Upon hearing their request, Chen Xuan did not refuse, recognizing the value of gaining experience outside. Thus, he consented, if you wish to go, then go. Let Lusong escort you there. Thank you, Master. The 5 expressed their gratitude with excitement and hurried off to find Elder Lusong. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan did not neglect his 5 disciples. He issued a command to the Black Dragon, Long Aotian. Long Aotian, my 5 disciples are heading to the divine realm for training. I entrust you to protect them in secret. Do not reveal yourself unless their lives are in peril. This supreme weapon, the 7-star bell, is temporarily bestowed upon you. If you perform well, it shall be yours. Boom. The voice resonated instantly in the mind of the Black Dragon, who was coiled on the mountainside of the main peak, causing it to shudder with excitement as it opened its eyes wide. Gazing at the 7-star bell before it, the dragon's heart raced. Supreme weapon. Oh my, could I? An old dragon possess a supreme weapon? Haha. Long Aotian was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. It recalled how, during its days as a quasi-emperor, its fiancé, he had secretly refined its physical body to obtain materials for a supreme weapon. The notion of a supreme weapon had since become an obsession for it. Now, an opportunity to acquire such a weapon lay before it, filling its heart with indescribable exhilaration. Long Aotian promptly replied with utmost seriousness, yes, Sect Master. I shall protect them diligently and will not reveal myself unless their lives are at stake. With that, Long Aotian concealed the supreme weapon and stealthily sought out Lu Tsong, ensuring that the 5 did not notice its presence. Observing this scene, Chen Xuan felt reassured, knowing that his disciples required a guardian in the divine realm to deter potential threats. After all, other ordinary sacred lands and even formidable superpowers had their protectors. As the direct disciple of the foremost sect in the heavens, he certainly could not lack a guardian. That would be quite an embarrassment. However, deploying an inner sect elder, essentially a great emperor, would be overkill, while an outer sect elder, a saint king, might not adequately manage the situation. Hence, sending the great sage-level Black Dragon was the most fitting choice. Moreover, Long Aotian was among the few who practiced the Great Void technique. allowing it to conceal itself within the void without leaving a trace. As the rift in the void closed, the 5 members of the Misty Sect finally set foot on the land of the Divine Realm, surrounded by the rich spiritual energy and the extraordinary environment. They couldn't help but marvel. Is this really the Divine Realm? It doesn't seem so extraordinary. Indeed, this environment pales in comparison to our Misty Sect. Morong Luo and Tang Yin murmured as they surveyed their surroundings. However, before they could finish their thoughts, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted from afar. Powerful divine abilities exploding in the sky. Someone is fighting. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and he promptly led the others towards the source of the commotion, completely oblivious to the black dragon stealthily following them through the void. Chapter 141. The arrogant son of the Divine Realm, come at me together. When the 5 members of the Misty Sect arrived at the site of the battle, they found a multitude of cultivators gathered around. At the center stood a young and an old cultivator engaged in combat. The younger cultivator displayed an air of arrogance, looking down upon all. The elder, having lost an arm, clutched a token inscribed with the words Medicine King Order. It was evident that the powerful divine abilities unleashed earlier had come from their confrontation. However, the battle had concluded, and the elder was gravely injured and utterly defeated. Surrounding spectators were abuzz with discussion about the 2 combatants. I've heard that when the Medicine King Order appears, the secret realm opens. I never thought it was true. Even the Divine Sons are hunting for the Medicine King Order. Did you just learn that? Countless talented cultivators have entered the Endless Mountains seeking the Medicine King Order. So far, hundreds of them have been unearthed. That many? It seems the rumors hold weight. If the Medicine King's secret realm has been lost for thousands of years, the herbs within must have matured by now. Whoever enters the Medicine King's secret realm will surely soar to greatness. Of course, the emergence of the Medicine King Order presents a tremendous opportunity for us. But it's unfortunate for that elder, despite his hard-fought acquisition of the Medicine King Order. He was forced to yield it to the Divine Son, Bei Haojuan. He could have given it up voluntarily earlier, but now look at him. Beaten to a pulp yet still required to hand it over. Humph. The Medicine King Order was discovered by that elder first. How dare he try to seize it just because he is a Divine Son? Are those from powerful factions so arrogant? There's nothing to be done. Those from powerful factions do not need to explain themselves to others. Besides, Bei Haojuan did not ambush him. He acted openly. And with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Heavenly King Realm, he struck down the elder, who was at the 9th level, with just one blow. Such strength leaves us in awe. Humph. The sacred lands have the capability to acquire the Medicine King Order. Yet they insist on sending their disciples to the Endless Mountains to seek it out under the guise of training. They may have trained, but we have become mere stepping stones. The crowd murmured among themselves, expressing their astonishment. In the midst of it all, the elder, bloodied and in agony, was indeed the elder of the Heavenly King Realm that everyone spoke of. The unscathed man before him was none other than the Divine Son, Bei Haojuan. At this moment, Bei Haojuan looked down at the bloodied elder with disdain, sneering, "You couldn't withstand even one of my strikes. What do you have to protect the Medicine King Order? Hand it over and bow to me in apology. I may spare your life." Never. The bloodied elder's expression hardened, his anger flaring. Although he was not a genius, he had lived honorably, always acting with integrity. How could he allow someone to humiliate him, even if that person was a Divine Son? Thus, the elder's eyes burned with fury as he declared, "A man may be killed, but must not be humiliated. Do not think that just because you are the Divine Son of a sacred land, you can act with impunity. An elder at the 9th level of the Heavenly King Realm may be inferior to you, but I would rather give the Medicine King Order to another than to you." With that, he raised the Medicine King Order and called out to the onlookers, "Fellow friends, this is the Medicine King Order, which grants entry into the Medicine King's secret realm when it opens. The Medicine King's secret realm is a legacy left by the Supreme Forces thousands of years ago, undoubtedly. It contains countless rare treasures. Whoever enters will surely rise to prominence." With these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Countless individuals stirred with excitement. Even Lin Fan and his companions, who had just arrived, felt their hearts race. From the discussions, they learned that they had arrived at the Endless Mountains of the Divine Realm, the very place where the Medicine King Order had been unearthed. The Medicine King Order was the key to unlocking the Medicine King's secret realm, a relic of the once mighty Supreme Forces. Though long ransacked after thousands of years, the herbs must have regrown. Hearing this news ignited a fervor within Lin Fan and the others. To think that they had barely arrived in the Divine Realm and were already presented with such an opportunity. Thus, the 5 members of the Misty Sect exchanged glances, each preparing in secret to seize the Medicine King Order. The surrounding cultivators were equally eager. Yet, at that moment, Bei Haojuan, the Divine Son of the Bei family, suddenly uttered a statement that doused everyone's enthusiasm with cold water. "If you are not afraid of offending my Bei family, then feel free to compete." Boom. As these words fell, the crowd was struck by a wave of shock, rendered speechless. Had he not issued such a warning, they might have dared to contest for it. But with the Divine Son's declaration, who would still be bold enough to vie for it? Only those who wished to invite their own demise would dare to do so. Upon realizing this, the crowd exchanged glances and discreetly relaxed their raised arms, surrendering their contention. Witnessing this scene, the elder Heavenly King Cultivator's expression turned somber, his heart already comprehending the gravity of the situation. However, at this juncture, losing the Medicine King order was inevitable. Better to stand and perish than to kneel and survive. Among so many cultivators, surely a few would be unafraid of death. Thus, the elder cultivator steeled his resolve and hurled the coveted order into the throng. The Medicine King order soared directly towards Lin Fan and his companions. Yet, none of the cultivators surrounding Lin Fan made a move to catch it. Observing this, Lin Fan's heart surged with joy. He stepped forward and seized the order, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Incredible! Someone truly dared to take it. Could it be that he is not afraid of the Beijia sacred grounds? The youth truly possesses audacity. Yet, the fate of these individuals would undoubtedly be dire. The crowd buzzed with chatter, swiftly retreating to create a wide space around Lin Fan and his companions, making them appear somewhat exceptional. Seeing this, the elder deity smiled, and then leaped away from the scene. Beijia Jun did not intervene, nor did he even glance back. Rather, he raised his hand and unleashed a force into the sky, instantly bringing the fleeing elder crashing down. He then turned to Lin Fan and his group, his expression dark and foreboding. You all possess remarkable courage, daring to disregard my words? Boom. As these words echoed, the onlookers shuddered, silently worrying for the five. After all, their cultivation was no trifling matter. The leading man possessed a Heavenly King's sixth realm prowess, while the others, though slightly weaker, were also of the Heavenly King realm. Clearly, they were formidable talents in their own right. If they were to perish, it would indeed be a grave loss. Yet, it was apparent that the crowd underestimated the five from the mysterious sect. Although their cultivation was not as high as Beijia Jun, each of them possessed exceptional innate talent. As for fighting beyond their level, they had commenced this practice even in the sky control realm. Thus, they held Beijia Jun in little regard. The lively Mu Ronging Luo was the first to retort. Who do you think you are? Does everyone have to heed your commands? Indeed. This item was given by others. It is not yours. Yi Qingcheng nodded in agreement, adding her voice. Lin Fan, with a tone of displeasure, declared, I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. Junior sister and junior brothers, let us depart. With that, Lin Fan intended to lead his companions away. However, at this point, if they were to leave smoothly, Beijia Jun would no longer be Beijia Jun. In an instant, Beijia Jun sprang forward, confronting the five, coldly stating, I, Beijia Jun, am not unreasonable. A mere Medicine King order holds little significance for me. Wish to leave, then defeat me. The crowd erupted once more. All eyes fixated on Lin Fan and his companions. Chapter 142, The Rules of the Guardian, The Legend of Five in the Face of the Divine Son as Provocation. Although Lin Fan and his companions' cultivation was slightly inferior, they exhibited no signs of fear. Among them, the junior disciple Tang Yin proactively offered, Senior brother, senior sisters, allow me to challenge him. Grant me the chance to showcase my abilities. Tang Yin, you have only just joined the sect and lack cultivation. Allow me to take this on. Mu Ronging Luo countered without backing down. No need to argue. I shall handle it. Yi Qingcheng stepped forward as well. Even Shiling Air obediently presented herself, addressing the group. I can also fight. The surrounding crowd was left bewildered, as none of these individuals matched Beijia Jun's cultivation. Moreover, Beijia Jun was the divine son of the sacred grounds. Those who could attain the status of divine son were always the most extraordinary among their peers. It was well known that even those of slightly higher realms dared not provoke a divine son. Yet, these five, with their relatively lower cultivation, exuded such audacity. What were their origins? Surely they had not truly never heard of the Beijia sacred grounds. As the crowd stood in bemusement, Beijia Jun's expression darkened, as if he felt insulted, and he shouted in anger, There is no need for discussion. You may all come at me together. Together? The five were taken aback, then turned in unison to Beijia Jun, asking, Are you certain? To deal with you all, one hand is sufficient. If you can compel me to use my other hand, I will no longer pursue the Medicine King order. Attack! Beijia Jun proclaimed with pride, seemingly regaining his composure. As he raised one hand behind his back, his hair flowing without wind, gazing down at the crowd with arrogance. Seeing this, the five exchanged glances and grinned. Since that is the case, why hold back any longer? They simultaneously focused their energy and launched their most formidable assault. Indomitable sword intent. Eternal void. Chaotic divine light. celestial calamity light, endless entanglement. Boom. In an instant, 5 devastating auras surged forth, bearing down upon Beijiajun, who was at the 7th realm of the Heavenly King. Beijiajun trembled, his pupils dilating in shock. He had never anticipated such ferocity from these 5. Each aura seemed intent on annihilating him. With no time to react, he exerted all his strength to form a defense with the speed of his life, his eyes glinting with excitement as he braced himself against their divine abilities. Ha! How powerful! I never expected to encounter worthy opponents. Excellent! You shall serve as my stepping stones. A manic smile lit his eyes as he withstood the first divine ability, endless entanglement. Initially, he felt no sensation upon impact. He thought his opponents too weak. But as he realized his body was being ensnared, he paused in surprise. Yet, he merely shrugged it off, though his movements were restricted. Breaking free was not beyond his capability. As he began to gather strength to break free and prepare for the second divine ability, Beijiajun soon discovered that the more he struggled, the tighter his bindings became. Before he could amass sufficient power, the second divine ability arrived. Boom. The temporal aura swept over him. Beijiajun's cultivation plummeted 2 minor realms, forcibly reducing him to the 5th realm of the Heavenly King. What the heck? Where is my cultivation? Why has it vanished? Feeling the drop in his realm, Beijiajun was taken aback. After all, with his realm diminished, breaking free became increasingly arduous. And there were still 3 more divine abilities to contend with. Beijiajun began to thrash violently. Yet it was too late. The subsequent 3 divine abilities followed in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. Sword intent surged forth, annihilative light, divine light enhancement. In an instant, Beijiajun was engulfed by the divine abilities. 3 resounding explosions reverberated through the mountains, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by his anguished screams. The onlookers trembled, frowning in concern. However, due to the tumultuous clash of divine abilities and the myriad colors of energy erupting, it was impossible to discern the extent of his injuries. Just when everyone assumed Beijiajun was on the verge of demise, a terrifying aura materialized. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Beijiajun, shielding his vital points. Simultaneously, an elderly figure appeared before him. A sage. It was a sage from the Beijia sacred grounds. The guardian, Beijiajun's protector. In an instant, everyone recognized the elder's identity. The guardian cast a fleeting glance at the 5 from the mysterious sect, causing them to feel a wave of anxiety, preparing to flee. After all, no matter how gifted they were, they could not possibly contend with a sage. Fortunately, at that moment, the sage made no move against them, merely casting a piercing gaze before lifting the battered Beijiajun, who was bloodied and barely alive, into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Seeing that their adversary had indeed departed, the 5 released a collective sigh of relief, especially Lin Fan, whose back was already drenched. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring in confusion, "Why did he leave? Indeed, I thought we would be stuck here. Strange." He did not seek vengeance against the divine son. Tang Yin and Mu Ronging Luo also murmured, lost in perplexity. However, soon the people around them provided an explanation, allowing the 5 individuals to comprehend the situation. The figure they had encountered earlier was a guardian, who is prohibited from intervening in the cultivation of the protected unless it is a matter of life and death. Is that permissible? The 5 were momentarily taken aback. A kind-hearted rogue nearby chuckled, "Indeed. Quite curious, isn't it? Nevertheless, this is a rule acknowledged by the divine realm. Otherwise, if everyone had guardians at their side, who would allow their disciples to cultivate and grow. Thus, the guardians are solely responsible for ensuring the disciples' safety. However, do not let your guard down. Although guardians may refrain from action, other disciples or elders may still intervene. You should leave promptly. Now it all makes sense. Thank you, kind sir." After hearing the explanation, the group felt enlightened. They clasped their fists in gratitude and swiftly departed from the area. Of course, escape was not truly feasible. Firstly, that divine child was protected by a sage and would undoubtedly survive. The older generation of strong beings theoretically would not seek vengeance against them. Moreover, with the imminent emergence of the Medicine King's secret realm, the 5 individuals held but a single token and needed to find 4 more, making it imperative that they do not miss this opportunity to enter the Medicine King's secret realm. Thus, the quintet continued to wander through the endless mountains, searching for additional Medicine King tokens. Naturally, to avoid offending excessively powerful individuals, they adopted a low profile. Regardless of whom they encountered, they did not aim to kill, but rather to gather resources. As long as they secured their gains, they would depart without lingering. They had no desire for prolonged conflict. And so, in pursuit of the Medicine King tokens, the 5 embarked on an extraordinary treasure hunting adventure. Together, they traversed mountains and forded rivers, delving deeper into the endless mountains. Their experiences were vividly colorful, encapsulated in a single phrase: slaying dragons in swamps, raiding beast dens for cubs, bathing in mists, and even resting within the tombs of ancient forebears. Consequently, token after token of the Medicine King was collected by the group. Each opportunity fostered their growth. As time passed, the endless mountains grew increasingly lively, attracting more and more prodigies. The group continually reaped benefits, their fame soaring. Especially after the tale of the Northern House's divine child being bested by their hands spread, numerous divine children sought to challenge the group. This led to the quintet, initially intent on maintaining a low profile, being discovered multiple times, ultimately having to engage in combat against other divine children who sought trouble. They believed that vanquishing these challengers would diminish their troubles, yet they were entirely unprepared for the ensuing complications. With each divine child they defeated, their renown surged, drawing even more challengers to them. Some elder strong beings even suspected that the group possessed valuable treasures and began to harbor ulterior motives. In a bid to establish their reputation, the five did not hold back in eliminating many greedy individuals, only to find that the fearless grew in number. Left with no choice, the group resorted to hiding, biding their time until the secret realm opened, occasionally venturing out to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 143: The Grand Feast of the Sea and Sky. The second test of the mysterious sect commences in the eastern region. Outside the mysterious sect, a throng of figures filled the landscape. Whether atop the mountains or within the valleys, as far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people, numbering in the billions, gathered in this place. Compared to the mysterious sect's inaugural recruitment, this event had undeniably transformed into an immensely grand celebration. Moreover, the majority of attendees were young men and women. The older individuals present were either accompanying family members or conducting business. Despite the large crowd, the order in the wilderness was notably better than during the previous recruitment. Inns, restrooms, taverns, and other essential facilities were abundantly available. Furthermore, not only were basic amenities provided, but many larger and more standardized establishments had also emerged. The influx of visitors astonished those from superpowers, who flocked to this venue to conduct business. And when these superpowers finally did engage, they introduced high-grade facilities such as luxurious inns and taverns. Not only were they larger in capacity, but they also appeared more organized and opulent, instantly becoming sought-after establishments among countless cultivators. Although considerable effort was expended to create these amenities, resulting in some regret among the superpowers for modifying existing treasures, the moment business commenced, these lavish venues became immensely popular. This led to substantial profits for the superpowers, who were overjoyed and quickly forgot their earlier grievances. After all, the high returns were sufficient to allow them to forge even more treasures. However, as occupancy rates soared, these establishments began to face new dilemmas. With rooms fully booked, how could they continue to earn? Although their initial costs had been recouped, who would wish to settle for a fixed income? Thus, various inns began to introduce services such as wake-up calls, notification services, nighttime accommodations, and meal provisions, ensuring a steady stream of income from these affluent young patrons. Naturally, those fortunate enough to stay in the luxurious inns were also wealthy and eagerly made reservations. Once again, the superpowers reveled in their good fortune. Finally, the time had arrived for the second official commencement of the mysterious sect, though no one had yet emerged from within. The sight of arranged tables and tea had many innkeepers proactively rousing their guests. Bang, bang, bang. Guests, wake up. The mysterious sect's test is about to begin. With the announcement, guests in the inns energetically opened their doors and stepped out. Among them, a particularly lavish suite was the first to reveal a beautifully adorned woman. Leaning against the balcony railing on the second floor, she gazed intently at the mysterious sect's plaza, murmuring, "Chen Xuan, brother, I have come to find you." Indeed, this woman was Yan. She had dressed exquisitely and appeared particularly alluring, clearly having put in considerable effort for her appearance. The reason behind her newfound confidence in being accepted into the mysterious sect was simple. She had practiced a secret technique that consumed part of her lifespan, forcibly enhancing her innate talent. Although the improvement was minimal, it was sufficient to ensure her successful entry. In any case, she had made up her mind to seek Xiao Chen's forgiveness at all costs, willing to sacrifice anything. As Yan pressed the decisive button, doors on either side of her room swung open, and one by one, talented young men and women emerged, casting glances toward her. It must be said that Yan's beauty was indeed striking, especially after her meticulous grooming, which captivated many men. However, her thoughts were solely focused on the Xiao Chen within the mysterious sect, utterly oblivious to those who stole glances at her. Thus, while others admired her, she remained fixated on the mysterious sect. In that instant, they formed a dazzling scene. Time to rise. Time to rise. Wake up quickly. The test is likely to begin soon. Pinyin, brother, wake up. The test is about to start. Before long, as the commotion spread, countless cultivators were roused from their slumber. Those who could not afford a room or had not secured accommodation began to emerge from their tents, caves, behind boulders, or haystacks, tidying themselves for the day. Once everyone was prepared and ready to go, daylight broke, and several elders slowly emerged from the mysterious sect, heading straight for the plaza. Notably, the sect leader was absent, with Lu Tsang leading the group. Following the elders were several disciples and miscellaneous workers assisting them, forming a considerable procession. Among those assisting were Chen Xuan and his companions. As the elders took their seats beside the respective elders they were to assist, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. In the distant luxurious inn, upon spotting Xiao Chun, Nailin Yan's heart raced, her grip on the railing tightening, excitement coursing through her veins. Especially since Xiao Chun was seated next to an elder, it is evident how highly the elders regard the other party. In an instant, Nailin Yan's admiration soared to the heavens. However, the number of participants in the test was overwhelming, and being situated far from the inn, Xiao Chun completely overlooked her presence. Soon, everyone was seated. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tsang unveiled the celestial ladder used for testing. The moment the ladder appeared, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting the excitement of all the cultivators present. The celestial ladder, indeed. It was rumored that this was the very same one used in the last test. Is it about to commence? How exhilarating, how nerve-wracking. It is said that anyone who ascends to the 600th level shall become a disciple of the outer sect. 600 levels? Ha! Fortunately, I have been well prepared. Having practiced climbing for over a month at home, I refuse to believe that this mere ladder poses any significant challenge. Instantly, countless eyes were fixed upon the majestic celestial ladder. Lu Tsang, without further ado, announced the commencement of the test. He relayed the recruitment rules and the alterations in the admission testing details, then waved his hand, officially declaring the test to begin. Boom, boom, boom. The sound resonated. In that moment, a multitude of cultivators surged forward like a frenzy, racing towards the celestial ladder. These fervent cultivators swarmed in droves, akin to a locust invasion. The spectacle utterly magnificent. Charge forth, my sons. We must enter the sect. Ah, who the hell is pushing me? Ouch, someone stepped on my head. Where are my shoes? Who knocked my shoes off? Press forward, do not stop. Believe in yourself. I can do this. Outside the celestial ladder, the vast throng surged densely, then began to ascend. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tsang felt immense satisfaction. Stroking his beard and imitating Chen Xuan, he cheerfully sipped his enlightenment tea. Meanwhile, the cultivators, determined, climbed higher and higher. However, compared to the first mountain opening event, this time, the number of geniuses present was evidently greater. Some, who had just reached the 6th level and were exuberantly shouting, were inadvertently knocked down by others, only to start their ascent anew. Chapter 144. The first day of recruitment, 20,000 new disciples. Summoning 200 saints. The celestial ladder test was akin to a great wave sifting through sand. Although the number of participants was substantial, those with boundless potential remained exceedingly rare. As countless individuals ascended the ladder, Nailin Yan reached the 600th level. Yet, she was unlike the rest. While others continued to surge forward, striving to climb higher, she, fully aware of her own talents, settled into a corner to wait for the conclusion. After all, as long as she reached the 600th level and passed the hard examination, she would enter the sect. Acknowledging the difficulty of gaining entry into the outer sect, she had no intention of climbing further. Soon, wave after wave of individuals surpassed Nailin Yan, continuing onward. Among them was a frail-looking youth who appeared to have exhausted himself, drenched in sweat as he rested on the steps. Upon seeing this youth, Nailin Yan cast a fleeting glance but paid little mind. After all, it was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for an untrained youth to climb further. The youth, however, did not linger on her and, after a brief rest, resumed his ascent. This time, the youth climbed several hundred steps in one breath before pausing again. After resting for a moment, he ascended once more. Such an astonishing spectacle soon drew the attention of the entire assembly. Who is that youth? He appears rather formidable. Li Pingyan? No way. How could it be him? He seems to possess only one-star talent, the most ordinary and inferior of mortal bodies. 1 star signifies the mundane, while 10 stars signify the celestial. Impossible. How could he, with merely a 1-star talent, ascend to 800 levels? My heavens. A 1-star mortal body has actually reached the 800th level. Is that not Li Pingyan above? The youth we brought along? Indeed, it is Li Pingyan. Ha ha, it truly is him. I was the one who brought him along. Father, look, that youth we aided along the way has climbed to the 800th level. In an instant, Li Pingyan's figure resembled a towering mountain, capturing the gaze of all cultivators. Although he seemed diminutive within the celestial ladder, his unwavering determination to ascend was profoundly inspiring. Despite being drenched in sweat and his legs trembling, he persevered onward. Those who were climbing, those whom he surpassed, could not help but lift their heads, following his silhouette as he moved. Grandfather, I have reached the 800th level. I have become a disciple of the Primal Sect. The world claims that mortal bodies cannot cultivate. Yet I shall prove to everyone that even a mortal body can slay demons and vanquish evil. Li Pingyan clenched his fists, allowing his sweat to flow freely. Fueled by the light of hope within his heart, as he continued his ascent, his diligent figure instantly inspired countless others. Who could have anticipated that a youth, who had once faced starvation multiple times on his journey, would now shine brightly, leading the charge through the skies? In that moment, hearts surged with emotion. Li Pingyan surpassed one cultivator after another, reaching the 998th level, then suddenly turned around. At that moment, Li Pingyan stood like a monarch at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the endless sea of people. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. They excitedly scrambled to ascend. Meanwhile, within the sect's plaza, Xiao Chan's gaze also sharpened, for he knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that person would soon become his junior disciple. Before long, a day had swiftly passed. Those who passed the test began to line up for the second hard examination. However, this time, the number of successful candidates was markedly higher than during the first mountain opening, with a staggering 20,000 reaching the 600th level. Although no one achieved a 10-star rating, over 200 individuals reached the inner sect, marking a bountiful harvest. Consequently, during the second hard examination, the assisting disciples and workers were particularly occupied. Even Nailin Yen was among them, unnoticed by Xiao Chuan due to the overwhelming busyness. As multiple lines progressed simultaneously, diverting his attention. After the hard examination concluded, everyone gathered once more, further obscuring Nailin Yen's presence from his view. As dusk approached, the first day of tests came to a definitive close. The elders led the 20,000 new disciples into the sect, beginning the allocation of accommodations, personal tokens, and garments. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong brought the recruitment data to the main peak for reporting. Sectmaster, on the first day of the mountain opening, we recruited a total of 20,000 outer sect disciples and 200 inner sect disciples. Among them, there is one disciple named Li Pingyan who ascended to the 998th level. Very well. Nurture him with care. You may leave. Yes. Lu Tsong respectfully departed. Chen Xuan sat in a rocking chair at the cliff's edge, quietly glancing at the incoming rewards. Luxurious Recruitment Gift Package X20, 000. Lavish Recruitment Gift Package X200. Chen Xuan. It was his first encounter with such a plethora of recruitment packages that he was momentarily at a loss on how to utilize them. Although the luxurious and lavish packages did not contain particularly exceptional items, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. If he were to open them all, he feared there would be considerable rubbish among them. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Chen Xuan finally murmured, "System, open all the packages." Ding. All packages opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 180 King Summoning Cards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 40 Sage Summoning Cards. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10,000 Millennium Snow Ganoderma. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 2,000 various basic medicinal pills. Congratulations, host. Soon, a cascade of substantial rewards flowed in. Upon seeing these rewards, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Although the quantity had increased significantly, most items were suitable for those below the sage level. Furthermore, the summoning cards were overwhelmingly numerous, over 20,000. Thankfully, they could be synthesized. Otherwise, having just accepted over 20,000 disciples and now adding more than 20,000 elders would surely drive one to madness. System, synthesize all the summoning cards for me. Congratulations. Host, synthesis successful. Current summoning cards. Emperor Summoning Card X4 cannot be synthesized. Sage Summoning Card X201 cannot be synthesized. Royal Summoning Card X8 can be synthesized once more. Chen Xuan. Goodness, on the very first day of establishing the sect, I have acquired 4 Emperor cards and 200 Sage cards. If I continue to recruit disciples for 7 days, will it not be the case that sages are as numerous as dogs? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. However, he was too apathetic to ponder it further. After all, the system's directive to develop into the foremost sect of the realms and having a few more sages seemed entirely reasonable. Thus, Chen Xuan took out all the previously accumulated Emperor summoning cards and began the synthesis process. To his delight, he synthesized yet another celestial card. Henceforth, Chen Xuan possessed 3 celestial summoning cards for Emperor summoning cards and around 200 sage summoning cards. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan slowly stored the celestial summoning cards and, without a second thought, initiated a new wave of large-scale summoning. System: summon all cards that cannot be further synthesized, excluding the celestial cards. Ding. Batch character engraving in progress. Chapter 145. Establishing the Hall of Justice. Crisis at the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Boom. 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 As the system engraved the summoners, powerful beings began to materialize within the mysterious sect. In no time, 4 emperors, accompanied by 200 half-step sage kings, arrived majestically at the main peak. As they passed, countless individuals looked up in awe. Particularly the aura exuding from the 200 figures sent a shiver through the hearts of the newly initiated 20,000 disciples and 5,000 miscellaneous workers. As if they had encountered a great terror. What just flew past? I didn't catch a glimpse, but it felt terrifying. Is the sect in trouble? Goodness. I just joined. I've never seen those individuals before. Could it be that the sect is truly in peril? That aura seemed to belong to sages. Goodness. Many among them appear to be sages. What on earth has happened in the mysterious sect? Why are there so many sage auras? In an instant, countless new disciples and thousands of miscellaneous workers were shaken to their core, each startled and beginning to speculate about the unfamiliar powerful beings that had rushed past. However, before they could utter more than a few words, Lutsong's explanation arrived, causing everyone to tremble in shock. Silence. What just passed was the elders of our sect who had been in seclusion. With the opening of the mountain and the increase in disciples, the elders have merely emerged from their retreats. Boom. With this revelation, the 2,000 disciples and 5,000 miscellaneous workers were instantly astounded. Goodness. Those who just flew by were all elders? My heavens, surely that group wasn't entirely composed of sages. What have we stumbled upon? A place where sages abound. It has long been said that the mysterious sect has an abundance of sages, but this is simply too much. In an instant, the understanding of countless individuals regarding the mysterious sect was dramatically transformed. Especially for the newly initiated disciples, their spirits soared with excitement, filled with pride at belonging to such a formidable sect. On the other side, led by the 4 powerful emperors, the 200 individuals arrived at the main peak. Subsequently, everyone knelt in unison, paying homage to Chen Xuan, who sat in a rocking chair. We pay our respects to the sect master. Amidst the uniform voices, there were a few feminine tones. Although scarce, they were distinctly heard by Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan's face brightened, and he eagerly turned around, spotting several female sages among the crowd. Witnessing this, he felt immense satisfaction. Although the ratio of summoned individuals was relatively low, as long as the base number was substantial, there would indeed be women. At last, the sect would have formidable female elders. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded approvingly and addressed the 4 individuals who knelt at the forefront, asking kindly, "What are your names?" His tone was as gentle as speaking to children. The 4, standing before Chen Xuan, trembled slightly and immediately raised their fists, reporting in unison, "I am Du Zhantian. I am Du Baidian. I am Du Chadian. I am Du Padian. We pay our respects to the sect master." The last phrase echoed in unison. Chen Xuan, do you hold a grudge against the heavens? The 4, no grudge, sect master. If there were no grudge, would we bear such names? Chen Xuan silently pondered this, yet outwardly refrained from delving deeper into their names, smiling warmly as he raised his hand, instructing, "Rise. From this moment forth, the sect shall establish the Hall of Justice to oversee the misconduct of elders, disciples, miscellaneous workers, and those undergoing training. You 4 shall serve as the justice elders, directly obeying my commands, and the 200 sages shall be your justice members. Go forth." "Yes, we accept the order." The 4 expressed their gratitude with a bow and then departed to swiftly establish the Hall of Justice. The news of the mysterious sect's establishment of the Hall of Justice gradually spread, reaching the ears of every disciple. Especially after learning that all members of the hall were drawn from the very group that had gathered that night, the hall's authority surged to unprecedented heights. But this was not the end. As the number of newly recruited disciples continued to swell, the disciples encountered a new batch of emerging elders every night. At first, everyone was astonished. However, over time, they became accustomed to it. With each new wave of summoned elders, the various departments of the sect began to fill. The personnel of the mysterious sect started to thrive. During the days of opening the mountain and recruiting disciples in the mysterious sect, the southern region also experienced a new wave of turmoil. particularly after Chen Xuan had initially emerged from the Emperor's tomb with Miao Yundi, vanquishing the two dark sect factions. Rumors regarding the Demon Emperor's legacy obtained by Miao Yundi began to spread wildly, especially with the annihilation of the two dark sects, the swallowing of the celestial demon cauldron, and the restoration of the Jade Maiden Pavilion's shattered imperial array after more than 2 months of fermentation. Everyone came to believe that Miao Yundi had acquired the complete legacy of the Demon Emperor, otherwise relying solely on the strength of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. It would have been impossible to obliterate the alliance of the two dark sects, let alone repair the imperial array. Thus, it was certain that she had received the legacy of an emperor. Consequently, as time passed, the ultimate holy lands and common holy lands of the southern region began to stir restlessly. Among them, the demon clans were the most impulsive. Upon learning of this news, Peng Wanli, the patriarch of the Great Peng clan, armed with ultimate weapons, united with the Red Tiger clan, Ancient Ape clan, Black Bear clan, and Celestial Beetle clan, and approached the Jade Maiden Pavilion, demanding the legacy of the emperor and asserting that it was only right for the demon clans to reclaim their treasures. Should they refuse, they threatened to obliterate the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Once this news spread, the southern region was thrown into utter turmoil. This left Miao Yundi within the Jade Maiden Pavilion feeling helpless, for she truly had not obtained any legacy of an emperor. Fortunately, the imperial array strengthened by Chen Xuan provided a sense of security against potential breaches. Of course, while feeling secure, she lacked the strength to resist. Thus, Miao Yundi thought that it was better to avoid trouble. So she informed Peng Wanli that she had not obtained any legacy in the emperor's tomb, and that the demon emperor had not perished but had transcended into the next life. However, upon hearing this, the demon clans collectively disbelieved, accusing her of deceiving them. They persisted in their threats, declaring that if the legacy was not produced, they would indeed resort to violence. Left with no choice, Miao Yundi could only continue to seek assistance from other holy lands to collectively confront the demon clans of the southern region. However, it was evident that everyone coveted the legacy of the emperor, and upon learning of Miao Yundi's request, they seized the opportunity to demand portions of the emperor's legacy as a condition for their support. This only deepened Miao Yundi's frustration. She had clearly not received any legacy, yet everyone insisted she had. Goodness, even if she spoke until her tongue fell off, she could not clarify. Helplessly, Miao Yundi abandoned her outreach to other forces and placed her hopes on the upper sect far away in the eastern region. Within the grand hall of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, a grand teleportation ritual, founded upon the principles of supreme weaponry, is underway. Within the teleportation array, Saintess Su Ro, holding the token of the Misty Sect in one hand and a sword in the other, resolutely declared, "Master, your disciple is ready. We may commence the teleportation." Excellent. The journey to the Eastern Domain is long and arduous. Although we possess the support of supreme weaponry, we cannot ascertain where you will emerge in the Eastern Domain. Be cautious along your path. Lord Miaoyun reiterated her warnings before joining all the Supreme Elders to activate the teleportation formation. As the formation was set in motion, the abundant divine source liquid and exquisite spirit stones on the ground were absorbed at a visible pace. Subsequently, a protective barrier enveloped Su Ro, and the void cracked open, swallowing her whole. Chapter 146. The Saintess Seeks Aid. The entire sect stands as one as the rift in the void vanished. A sense of emptiness settled in Miaoyun's heart. She could only silently pray for her disciple's safe arrival at the Misty Sect. Although it seemed cruel to send a blossoming young maiden to the Eastern Domain, there was no alternative. In recent days, she had attempted to dispatch disciples from the Jade Maiden Pavilion, but as the number of demon clans grew, any attempt to venture out was met with capture or destruction by supreme weaponry. Thus, they were left with no choice but to resort to the teleportation array. Ordinary teleportation arrays were incapable of long-distance transmission and could be detected by supreme weapons. The current array was the only one that could evade detection and facilitate long-range transport. However, this array was incomplete and could not bear the transmission of beings at the saint level, only allowing for the transportation of those below the Heavenly King rank. Hence, sending Su Ro was a reluctant decision. As Su Ro was drawn into the spatial rift, she felt the world spinning, with countless stars darting around her at a speed that rendered the surroundings indistinguishable. This sensation of traversing through the void instilled a sense of dread within her, as if she had entered an unknown realm. Without the protective barrier, she would likely have perished in the endless expanse of space. Fortunately, the duration of the teleportation was brief. With a sudden jolt, Su Ro emerged into a vast expanse of clear skies. Is this the Eastern Domain? Master, you must hold on. I will surely find the Misty Sect. Bewildered by her surroundings, she steeled her resolve and chose a direction. soaring forth to seek out the whereabouts of the Misty Sect. Friend, please wait. Have you heard of the Misty Sect? The Misty Sect? You must be heading there to seek a master, right? Follow me. My ship is also bound for the Misty Sect. Where is this? This is not the Misty Sect. Haha, what a beautiful girl. You've brought back quite the catch. Come on, take her to my chamber. Ah, my hand is broken. Run. Run. She is a formidable practitioner. Friend, might I inquire where the Misty Sect is located? The Misty Sect? Huh, please, do not kill me. This is my first time robbing someone. Woo, shopkeeper, have you heard of the Misty Sect? The Misty Sect? You're too late. The last ship has already set sail. However, there seems to be a ship from Yunzhou heading towards Huangzhou nearby. You might want to check. Meanwhile, within the Misty Sect, Chen Xuan was unaware that a woman was traversing the vast eastern domain in search of him, having been deceived multiple times along the way. Fortunately, being a saintess, she remained vigilant and, after numerous twists and turns, drew closer to the Misty Sect. Of course, Chen Xuan was oblivious to this, as today marked the culmination of the sect's recruitment of disciples. As the sect leader, though he did not need to be hands-on, he still had numerous reports to attend to. Just then, Lu Song had finished relaying the details of this recruitment. After 7 days of assessments, the Misty Sect successfully enrolled 100,000 outer disciples and 1,000 inner disciples, with 100 possessing 9-star potential and 900 boasting 8-star potential. Although no direct disciples emerged, Chen Xuan was quite satisfied with this outcome. Recognizing the significance of maintaining the stability of the foremost sect in the realms through a substantial number of disciples. However, Lu Song did not depart immediately after reporting. He began to discuss the necessity of an induction ceremony for the new disciples. The implication was that the new disciples had not yet met the sect leader and required a gathering to behold his visage, ensuring that they recognized him. Additionally, a speech during the ceremony would deepen their loyalty to the sect and clarify their future paths. In essence, it was a welcoming ceremony for the newcomers. Chen Xuan did not refuse, agreeing on the spot and delegating the responsibility to Lu Song, stating he would make an appearance when the time came. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's consent, Lu Song promptly began arranging the induction ceremony for the new disciples. At this juncture, Chen Xuan had the opportunity to summon the remaining powerful summoning cards. System. Summon the recently synthesized cards. Ding. Character rendering successful. They are en route to the host. Please be patient. Soon, another wave of 100 elders was rendered, and upon gathering, they flew over the Misty Sect, heading straight for the main peak. However, this time, the Misty Sect disciples remained unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, if one were to find it peculiar, it would be the sheer number of elders emerging from the sect. How could there be new elders appearing every night in such abundance? The exact count of elders was likely known only to the sect leader. Atop the main peak, observing yet another wave of elders coming to pay their respects, Chen Xuan waved them off to report to the relevant elders. He silently began calculating the current number of elders within the Misty Sect. To his astonishment, he realized that the count had reached an astounding 28 great emperors and a staggering 1,018 half-step saint kings. Over 1,000 saints? 28 great emperors? What an astonishing number. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had been opening packages daily and synthesizing summons, but had not anticipated such an overwhelming total. Alarmed, he recalculated. The initial recruitment of 100,000 disciples meant 100,000 Heavenly King cards, and the secondary synthesis resulted in 1,000 saints, correct. Then the inner disciples with 9-star potential, 100 of them, translated to 200 saint cards, yielding 20 great emperors after synthesis. All checks out. Adding in those summoned previously and the 8-star disciples from the inner sect. My goodness, I must not have miscalculated. After several calculations, Chen Xuan was left in a daze. The numbers were indeed extraordinary, particularly the 28 great emperors. Perhaps the entirety of the great emperors born in the ancient wilderness continent over countless years could not rival his current count. With such a formidable force at his disposal, he could likely sweep through the entire ancient wilderness continent and perhaps conquer the entire starry expanse. Yet, he pondered whether 28 great emperors could contend against a dark sovereign. The image of the dark sovereign he had witnessed in the emperor's tomb resurfaced in his mind, where the mere residual waves of their power could obliterate stars and traverse time to detect prying eyes. The prowess was evident. 28 fully matured great emperors might indeed face a formidable challenge. However, it mattered little. The summoned great emperors could cultivate and grow stronger. Not to mention, he still had 3 immortal summoning cards yet to be utilized. With this in mind, Chen Xuan felt no trepidation whatsoever. Thus, he merely tossed the meager rewards from his gift package into the sect's warehouse. Although the number of disciples recruited was significant, aside from the summoning cards, there was little of value in the rewards, merely divine weapons, sacred herbs, and materials. Thinking of the materials. Chen Xuan recalled his intention to construct a teleportation array for the Jade Maiden Pavilion in the southern domain. After the induction ceremony tomorrow, I shall have Lu Song attend to it. With this thought, Chen Xuan returned to the main peak. As Chen Xuan returned to the main peak, Li Qiye was still hard at work. More precisely, he was feeding the fish. Since bringing Li Qiye back 2 months ago and assigning him daily tasks, Li Qiye's cultivation had remarkably progressed to the initial stage of spirit consolidation, breaking through without encountering any bottlenecks. Master, upon seeing Chen Xuan, Li Qiye hurriedly set down the earthworms in his hands and greeted him. Chen Xuan glanced at the plump goldfish in the tub, nodded in approval, and remarked, "You've done well feeding the fish. Remember to rest early. Tomorrow, we shall attend the new disciples' initiation ceremony together." Yes. Li Qiye respectfully clasped his fists and watched as Chen Xuan walked away, before returning to his room to rest. However, that night, he dreamed once more of his sheep. Chapter 147, The Youth's Unyielding Spirit, relentlessly pursuing Nailan Yin. The initiation ceremony for the new disciples of the mysterious Cloud Sect was held in the battle square. 100,000 disciples donned their neatly arranged sect uniforms, standing tall and proud, radiating the vigor of youth. On the central platform, Chen Xuan occupied the main seat. Surrounded by elders, resembling a constellation of stars encircling the moon, unmistakably commanding attention. Upon the appearance of the sect leader, the 100,000 new disciples erupted with excitement, all clasping their fists in unison. The synchronized movement produced a sharp, resounding echo. Subsequently, the disciples collectively shouted towards Chen Xuan. Disciples pay their respects to the sect leader. The sound surged forth, spirited and resonant, instantly breaking through the heavens. This was their first encounter with the leader of the mysterious Cloud Sect, and likewise, it was Chen Xuan's inaugural meeting with them. Observing the brilliance radiating from the young disciples, Chen Xuan gently pressed his hand down and gestured for Lu Song to take the floor. Seeing this, Lu Song promptly stepped forward, retrieved a sheet of paper from his pocket, and began his speech for the initiation ceremony. Although Chen Xuan had nodded in agreement to the event, he had not anticipated Lu Song would resort to reading from a script, leaving him momentarily taken aback. However, he chose not to comment and returned to his seat. Lu Song cleared his throat and began to read. As the red sun rises, its path shines brightly. Chen Xuan felt an odd familiarity with the script and glanced towards the corner where Elder Yi Junlin stood. Indeed, Yi Junlin, engrossed in the content, wore a broad smile, nodding along as if the script were his own creation. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan decided not to dwell on it, as it was expected that the Yi family could author such compelling material, evident from their patriarch, Yi Chongqing. Returning his focus to Lu Song's speech. Lu Song's voice grew increasingly powerful, his emotions surging as he continued. When the river flows, it cascades into the vast ocean. The hidden dragon rises from the abyss, its scales and claws soaring. The young tiger roars in the valley, causing all beasts to tremble. The youth is free, the youth is wild. As Lu Song concluded with fervor, the atmosphere erupted with a tremendous momentum, soaring toward the clouds. Every young disciple felt their spirits ignite, their expressions alight with fervor. The essence of youth's unyielding spirit echoed within them, affirming, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." What a powerful statement. What a formidable elder. What an inspiring sect leader. I have suddenly fallen in love with this sect. Historically, sects often suppress their disciples, leading them to self-doubt. But this was the first time witnessing encouragement towards the disciples. The excitement was palpable. Who dares to claim youth is weak? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young. The elder's words resonated deeply. The young tiger roars in the valley, and today it is solely our youth. Young disciples felt invigorated, filled with ambition. They felt an undeniable energy coursing through them, as if they were ready to break through the clouds. It must be said, the Yi family's script was indeed remarkable, filled with stirring phrases. Lu Song continued, "When the youth thrives, the sect flourishes. Now that you have joined the sect, I hope you will cultivate diligently and not disappoint the expectations the sect has for you. Next, I invite the sect leader to address the assembly." With that, Lu Song stepped down from the platform and approached Chen Xuan, whispering, "Sect leader, would you like to say a few words?" "I have another script here," Chen Xuan replied. "I shall speak briefly. There is no need for a script." Waving his hand to dismiss the script, Chen Xuan slowly ascended the platform, gazing at the 100,000 disciples. Instantly, they were filled with excitement, standing tall and proud. Clearing his throat to gather his thoughts, he began. "You have passed the sect's tests, proving your extraordinary potential. Though you are still young, you will undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. I hope you will maintain your original intentions and strive to cultivate No matter where you find yourselves or what challenges you face, never abandon your self-belief. You must believe that you can succeed, that you will achieve the path to becoming an emperor. Although the path to becoming an emperor is fraught with obstacles and thorns. Remember, the wind begins at the tip of the green reed. The waves arise from gentle ripples. The journey to becoming an emperor is no different. Strive on, youth. His words floated on the wind, reaching every disciple's ears. In an instant, the 100,000 disciples, along with 5,000 subordinates, were all shaken. Profoundly moved by Chen Xuan's speech. The wind begins at the tip of the green reed. The waves arise from gentle ripples. Such wisdom. Indeed. The sect leader speaks true. Every emperor has commenced their journey from humble beginnings. We must not belittle ourselves. I too can become an emperor. Roar, roar, roar. Strive. The 100,000 disciples, their faces flushed and necks strained, shouted strive. In response to Chen Xuan's encouragement, even as Chen Xuan announced the ceremony's conclusion and the elders began to depart, many disciples continued to stand, fervently chanting strive. This spectacle left the elders within the sect entirely aware of Chen Xuan's extraordinary ability to galvanize emotions. With just a few words, he ignited the passionate spirits of 100,000 young souls. Let us go. Cultivate. Strive. Strive. After a brief moment, the disciples on the square began to awaken from their excitement, gradually dispersing as they hastened towards various cultivation facilities. Even Xiaochen was among them. At that moment, he, along with 3 close companions and the newly joined Ping and brothers, excitedly headed towards the illusion tower. However, they hadn't ventured far when someone noticed Nalan Yin trailing behind them. At that moment, upon being discovered, Nalan Yin, startled, immediately hid behind a tree, peeking out to feign an interest in the scenery. Seeing this, Xiao Chun was bewildered. He could not comprehend how Nalan Yin had entered the sect. Nonetheless, irrespective of how she had become a member, the grievances between them had long been resolved, leaving no need for further entanglement. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Chun instructed his companions to go ahead while he approached Nalan Yin directly, intending to clarify matters. However, before he could speak, Nalan Yin revealed a joyful smile and exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Chun, I thought you would pretend not to know me. I'm so happy you came over." Xiao Chun replied, "Nalan Yin, now that you are part of the sect, there is nothing more to say. Our grievances are settled. I will not trouble you in the future. I merely came to advise you to conduct yourself appropriately within the sect and not to disappoint the expectations placed upon you." After leaving those cold words, Xiao Chun turned to leave, showing no semblance of warmth, not even glancing at her carefully arranged appearance today. This left Nalan Yin feeling a pang of grievance. However, she understood that this was the result she had earned, so she felt no resentment, quickly grasping Xiao Chun's sleeve and softly imploring, "Brother Xiao Chun, I was wrong before. Please don't be upset. As long as you're not angry, I will do anything you ask. Let go." Xiao Chen's voice was calm, his gaze icy. "No, unless you call me Yenner." Nalan Yin pouted, locking eyes with Xiao Chun, yet she refused to release her grip. Chapter 148. Confrontation with Nalan Yin. Request for sect intervention. Observing Nalan Yin's playful demeanor, Xiao Chun could not help but recall the innocent days of their childhood. Back then, she would cling to him, calling him Brother Xiao Chun and coaxing him to address her as Yenner. However, all the beauty of those moments shattered completely after a certain engagement dissolution. The memory of her haughty demeanor during that tumultuous time made Xiao Chen's brow furrow in distaste. With a slight exertion of his arm, he brushed aside Nalan Yan's delicate hand and coldly remarked, "Junior sister, please refrain from being so shameless." "Shameless? Junior sister?" Nalan Yan paused for a moment, then flashed an unabashed smile. "Brother Xiao Chun, do you wish for me to be shameless?" Xiao Chun replied, "Your behavior only increases my aversion." "Is that so? Then why not strike me? Teach me a lesson for being such a wretch." As she spoke, Nalan Yin leaned closer, her eyes squinting with mischief. For reasons unknown, Xiao Chun felt a sudden itch in his palm, instinctively clenching his fist to ease the sensation. Not wanting to engage further, he turned to leave. Yet, to Nalan Yin, this action revealed everything. She swiftly positioned herself in front of him, once again bringing her face close. "Brother Xiao Chun, you wouldn't truly want to part with me, would you?" "Part with you? I relish the opportunity to take you down." Xiao Chen's annoyance peaked, yet he refrained from acting. Their grievances had long been settled, and he knew that any physical confrontation would erode his standing. However, events rarely unfold as anticipated. Despite his silence, Nalan Yin continued to provoke him. "Brother Xiao Chun, please hit me. If you don't, my heart will ache. I had no choice during the engagement dissolution." "Humph. Brother Xiao Chun, do not hold back. If you truly cannot find a reason, just remember how I humiliated you back then. Yes, I not only humiliated you, but also your father and grandfather." Boom. Upon hearing about his father and grandfather, memories surged in Xiao Chen's mind. Fury ignited within him, and he coldly stated, "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare strike you? Wretch, then strike. Strike. If you don't, I shall inform my roommate about the engagement dissolution, and soon all the outer disciples will know." Slap. Before she could finish, Xiao Chun, unable to contain his rage, struck Nailin Yan. She fell onto the grass, rolling thrice in the process. "You wretch, do you crave punishment that much?" His eyes reddened as he stepped closer to her. Yet, rather than fear, Nailin Yan met his gaze defiantly. "I must say, you are merely a waste of space that I discarded." Another slap silenced her, turning her face away. Yet, undeterred, she twisted back to meet his eyes. Before she could continue her taunts, Xiao Chen gripped her collar and unleashed another barrage of slaps. "Yes, just like that. It hurts. Please, stop." After several strikes, Nailin Yan's cheeks were swollen and tears streamed down her face. Xiao Chen, having acted in a fit of impulse, released her. Looking at her bruised visage, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Aware that such feelings were inappropriate, he masked his emotions and left with a final warning. "If you dare to entangle me again, this will be your fate." "Humph, I fear nothing. I am determined to pursue you," Nailin Yan defiantly retorted, though her swollen face rendered her words somewhat unclear. As she watched Xiao Chen disappear, she gingerly touched her throbbing cheek, wincing at the pain. Yet, despite the discomfort, her heart soared. She understood Xiao Chen's character. His willingness to strike meant there remained a chance for her. If he were to ignore her completely, then her hopes would indeed be dashed. With that thought, she cheerfully began to circulate her energy to reduce the swelling on her face, preparing to seek him out again when the pain faded. Main Peak. After concluding the sect's initiation conference, Chen Xuan had just settled into his rocking chair, intending to summon Lu Song for arrangements concerning the construction of a teleportation array in the southern region when Lu Song entered, holding a token. "Sect Master, a female cultivator awaits outside the mountain gate. She claims to be the saintess of our sect's vassal force, the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Here is her token." The Jade Maiden Pavilion? Recognizing the token he had previously bestowed, Chen Xuan nodded. "Indeed, they are our vassal force. However, what brings them from the southern region to the eastern region?" Though slightly suspicious, Chen Xuan instructed, "Bring her in. I shall meet her personally." "Understood." Lu Song clasped his fists, then waved his hand, summoning a frostbitten young woman to the main peak. It was none other than Su Ro, the saintess of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. However, her current state bore no semblance to that of a saintess. She appeared weary, her attire in tatters, particularly around her legs, exposing her pale skin, marred either by beastly bites or thorny scrapes. Steadying herself, Su Ro spotted Chen Xuan in the rocking chair and instantly regained her composure. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, she fell to her knees on the grass, her smooth legs beneath her, and exclaimed with fervor, "Disciple Su Ro of the vassal force. The Jade Maiden Pavilion pays respects to the sect master. Su Ro, what has happened to you? Did you encounter trouble on your journey?" Chen Xuan inquired with concern, straightening slightly at her respectful demeanor. Hearing the sect master's concern nearly brought Su Ro to tears. Her beauty had attracted unwanted attention, and on several occasions, she had narrowly escaped abduction. Thankfully, she had been vigilant, but the journey had been fraught with peril. To reach the Misty Sect swiftly, she had traveled tirelessly, even disguising her beauty with paint to ward off potential dangers. Despite her efforts, she had faced numerous threats, battling beasts in the forest, honing her skills beyond the forbidden zone, and dealing with deceit in the cities. Yet, now was not the time for recounting her trials. With a grave expression, she hurriedly relayed the news of the southern region's demonic clans conspiring against the Jade Maiden Pavilion and how she had been sent by the elders for aid. Upon finishing, Su Ro humbly pleaded, "Please, Sect Master, take action to save the Jade Maiden Pavilion. We are willing to pay any price for your assistance." Chapter 149. Lu Song ventures into the southern region. One man is sufficient with imploring eyes. Su Ro yearned to prove her worth. Even if Chen Xuan proposed an outrageous demand, she would comply without hesitation. However, Chen Xuan was not the type to exploit such situations. The Jade Maiden Pavilion served as a pivotal base for him in the southern region. Being his vassal force, he could not simply ignore their plight. Thus, upon hearing Su Ro's explanation, Chen Xuan reassured her, "You need not worry. I will send someone to address this matter." With that, he turned to Lu Song. "Lu Song, you shall handle this. Additionally, install a teleportation array at the Jade Maiden Pavilion to facilitate swift communication between the two regions. Inform the Pavilion Master that since they have become vassals of our sect, they may select 100 individuals for training within our ranks." "Understood." Lu Song bowed, then tore through the void, departing for the southern region. Observing this, Su Ro hastily rose to pursue him. However, just as she stood up, the space had already closed. There was no time left for her to enter. Watching the space restore itself, Su Ro appeared utterly bewildered. Casting a pitiful glance at Chen Xuan, she softly inquired, "Sect Master, must I fly back again?" Chen Xuan replied, "I did not instruct you to fly back. You look utterly exhausted. It would be best for you to remain in the sect for a few days to rest. Once matters are settled over there, you may return." After saying this, Chen Xuan summoned Lu Yu to arrange a resting place for Su Ro. Only then did Su Ro secretly breathe a sigh of relief and take her leave. Although she harbored concern for her master, at this moment, she felt a stronger faith in the sect's power. From the moment she arrived at the mountain gate, she sensed the sect's formidable strength. Even the elder guarding the gate exuded a presence more potent than her masteress, especially that elder Lu Tsang, who had effortlessly torn through space. All signs indicated that the sect was indeed powerful, dismissing the southern domain's demon clan with ease. Thus, she felt secure in staying. "Miss Su, you will reside here. This is the main peak, where no other disciples usually appear. If you need anything, just call for me. I reside within the willow tree at the entrance of the Great Hall." After arranging a resting place for Su Ro in the corner of the main peak, Liu bid her farewell at the door. Living in a tree? Su Ro was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Nevertheless, she promptly stepped outside to see Lu Yu off, watching as she vanished into the willow tree. At that moment, she finally understood what Liu meant by living in a tree. Truly, living in a tree. Su Ro was momentarily dazed, feeling somewhat foolish. Even when she returned to her room and immersed herself in the bath, her mind lingered on how one could possibly reside within a tree. Meanwhile, in the southern domain's Jade Maiden Pavilion, after several days of settling, an increasing number of powerful demon clan members began to establish themselves in the Jade Maiden Mountains. Through a series of trials, the demon clan discovered that they could not breach the imperial formation of the Jade Maiden Pavilion using extreme path weapons. Yet, unwilling to relinquish the legacy of the demon emperor, they resolved, after discussions among several clan leaders, to implement a strategy of containment. Since they could not break through, they would trap them. Thus, spurred by several demon clans, many rogue demons and minor demon races flocked to the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Intending to permanently seal it within the demon clan, they aimed to exhaust the Jade Maiden Pavilion over time. As soon as this policy was announced, various factions of the demon clan gathered, surrounding the Jade Maiden Pavilion in a firm grip. At this moment, within the Jade Maiden Pavilion, to avoid waiting idly, Miao Yundi selected 2 exceptionally talented female disciples from her inner circle to send to the eastern domain, following Su Ro's footsteps to seek assistance from the Misty Sect. After all, previously only 1 disciple had been sent. The eastern domain was far, and should anything happen to a single female disciple on the journey, it would be in vain. Moreover, being trapped in the Jade Maiden Mountains, they could not gather information from the outside world, nor could they ascertain whether Su Ro was faring well or facing danger. Thus, the only course of action was to continuously send people to the eastern domain. Now they were preparing to dispatch the second batch of disciples, consisting of 2 individuals. Looking at the 2 young women standing tall and poised within the formation, Miao Yundi spoke gently, "My dear disciples, the journey to the eastern domain is fraught with peril. Are you prepared?" "We are ready, Master. No matter how dangerous the road ahead, we vow to find the Misty Sect and not disappoint your high hopes." The 2 female disciples displayed unwavering determination, their resolve palpable, as if ready to swear an oath of blood. This filled Miao Yundi with immense satisfaction, feeling that her efforts for them were not in vain. Nodding, she raised her hands to activate the teleportation formation alongside the other elders. However, before they could exert their power, the void suddenly rippled. Following this, the void split open, and a middle-aged man emerged expressionlessly from within. The sight of this startled everyone present. After all, the Jade Maiden Pavilion was protected by an imperial formations, personally repaired by the sect master, impervious even to extreme path weapons. How could this man have appeared so silently? Did he come from the Misty Sect? Suddenly, upon recalling the Misty Sect, Miao Yundi and the esteemed elders felt a surge of excitement. After all, based on the behavior of the Misty Sect's master, it was indeed capable of such feats. With this thought, Miao Yundi quickly clasped her fists and inquired, "Might I ask who you are? What brings you to the Jade Maiden Pavilion? Is this the Jade Maiden Pavilion? Who among you is the pavilion master?" Lu Tsang replied, unfazed, casting a casual glance at the crowd. Seeing this, Miao Yundi promptly responded, "I am the pavilion master, Miao Yundi." "Ah, here are your belongings." Lu Tsang glanced at Miao Yundi, casually tossing the vassal token back to her, before introducing himself, "I am Lu Tsang, the great elder of the inner sect of the Misty Sect, sent by the sect master to resolve your troubles. Now, please tell me, what is the current situation?" "The great elder of the inner sect of the Misty Sect?" A wave of joy surged through the crowd, especially upon retrieving the vassal token, leading everyone to firmly believe in Lutsong's identity. Thank you, Misty Sect. Please, take a seat, Elder. Miao Yundi expressed her gratitude excitedly while inviting Lutsong to sit. Explaining the current situation, Lutsong, not one to be polite, immediately took a seat in the prominent position. After listening to Miao Yundi's explanation, he grasped the current state of affairs. Essentially, the southern domain's demons were numerous and had managed to trap the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Lutsong then stood up and declared, "These mere demons are nothing to be concerned about. Let me there. I shall disperse them. Elder Lu, the opposing demon clan is quite powerful. Why not wait for the other elders of the sect to arrive before we go together?" Miao Yundi cautiously suggested, seeing Lutsong's eagerness. However, Lutsong's subsequent response left her utterly astonished. "There are no other elders. I come alone." "Only one person?" Miao Yundi. "Other elders." For a moment, all present in the hall were left speechless. Even Miao Yundi's two other disciples were taken aback. To traverse such a distance for aid. And only one elder had come? Was this not undermining the demon clan too much? Elder Lu, perhaps Su Rou did not convey the situation clearly. The demon clan possesses two extreme path weapons, and their gathering strength is increasing. Miao Yundi did not state her concerns outright but made her meaning clear. Lutsong merely smiled faintly and replied, "Who said I need your help? I alone am sufficient. Lead the way." Chapter 150, The Terrifying Misty Sect. Striking fear in the southern domain, Lutsong's nonchalant demeanor left Miao Yundi and the others feeling helpless. However, what needed to be said had been expressed clearly. The sect elder remained so confident. Perhaps he had his own methods to repel the enemy. Moreover, she possessed extreme path weapons. Even if the sect elder could not negotiate successfully, she could still lead everyone back into the Jade Maiden Pavilion. With this thought, Miao Yundi ceased her delay, swiftly stowing away the extreme path weapons from the teleportation formation and beginning to guide Lutsong. Thus, a group of several individuals flew straight from the Jade Maiden Pavilion towards the stronghold of the Demon Clan within the Jade Maiden Mountains. However, as soon as they flew out of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, the patrolling demons and spies from other sacred lands immediately spotted them. "Look, the people from the Jade Maiden Pavilion are coming out, and they are accompanied by a man. The Jade Maiden Pavilion has emerged. They must have summoned reinforcements. Quickly send news to the sacred land. Inform the sacred land that the Jade Maiden Pavilion might be about to surrender the Emperor's legacy. They have exited the pavilion and found a guarantor." In an instant, spies from the sacred lands rushed to notify their respective sects, urging preparations for acquiring the Emperor's legacy. The demon clan's powerful members rushed in from all directions. Miao Yundi, you dared to come out. Let us see where you run now." The first demon clan member to appear was Peng Wanli from the Golden Winged Rock clan, followed closely by the twin demon saints of the Red Tiger clan. The demon saint of the Ancient Ape clan, the demon saint of the Black Bear clan, the Tian Yo clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and dozens of other demon saints arriving in succession. Before long, Lutsong and his companions found themselves surrounded by over 30 demon clans and more than 20 demon saints. Throughout the ordeal, apart from Miao Yundi summoning an unparalleled weapon to shield everyone, Lutsong remained silent, not lifting a finger. This was not due to fear, rather. Lutsong intended to wait until all the demon clans were gathered so he could resolve the matter in one fell swoop, thereby avoiding future complications. Soon enough, the various demon clans assembled, and Miao Yundi, accompanied by several esteemed elders, wore an increasingly grim expression, with over 20 demon saints present. Even with the protection of an unparalleled weapon, escaping was a daunting task. Their hopes rested solely on Lutsong. Consequently, as the demon powerhouses eyed them with predatory intent, all attention shifted to Lutsong. Seeing that the demon clans had gathered, Lutsong spoke calmly. "I am Lutsong, the Grand Elder of the inner sect of the mysterious Cloud Sect in the eastern region. The Jade Maiden Pavilion has submitted to my sect, and is now a subordinate force of ours. To oppose the Jade Maiden Pavilion is to oppose the mysterious Cloud Sect itself. I advise you all to disperse quickly, or face the consequences." His voice resonated through the air, reaching the ears of every demon saint. Instantly, laughter erupted among the demon leaders, particularly from the golden-winged Great Peng Wanli, who scoffed. "So, you've brought in reinforcements from the eastern region. Miao Yundi, your audacity is impressive. Is this how easily you were deceived? A mere elder dares to boast before us demons? Pray tell, who has bestowed upon you such courage? Do you think a force from the eastern region can meddle in our southern region affairs? You think you are worthy?" Their mocking laughter filled the air, none taking Lutsong seriously. Lutsong remained unfazed, replying indifferently, "If you do not depart within 3 counts, then do not expect to leave at all." 1. 3 counts? Who do you think you are? Even with your unparalleled weapon, we are not afraid. They retorted. Count? Very well, we shall count to 3 as well. If you do not leave after that, then you shall also remain. Some of the demons, dismissively counting along, while others, impatient, suggested, why waste words? Let us just attack. We'll restrain Miao Yundi and force her to reveal the Demon Emperor's legacy. Yes, I agree. Now that she has appeared, we cannot let her go. Suddenly, a decision was made among a few, and an unparalleled weapon was summoned. They combined their efforts to strike at the Yinyang 8 trigram furnace. Miao Yundi, startled by their immediate aggression, quickly joined forces with several esteemed elders to defend. However, at that moment, Lu Tsang also took action. He had not anticipated that his offer of mercy would be met with such ignorance from the demon clans. With a stern expression, he raised his hand and pointed at their unparalleled weapon. Instantly, the oppressive force emitted by the weapon dissipated, and it flew uncontrollably into Lu Tsang's grasp. Executed with the same finesse as when Chen Xuan had reclaimed the netherworld's devouring demon jar. Seeking death, after stowing away the unparalleled weapon, Lu Tsang let out a cold snort, then waved his hand. An explosion echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The few demon saints controlling the unparalleled weapon were obliterated in an instant. Having no chance to resist, witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in shock, momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, it was not long before Ping Wanli summoned his thunderstaff, shouting, Everyone, unite your strength and crush him. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 demon saints immediately joined forces, wielding the thunderstaff against Lu Tsang. The remaining demon saints, still stunned, failed to react. I offer you a chance, yet you prove inept. Since that is the case, let us send you all to meet your ancestors. Sighing, Lu Tsang remained calm and unhurried, raising his hand again. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, sweeping toward the crowd. The united demon saints, unable to react, trembled violently and then exploded, turning into a mist of blood. The thunderstaff slowly drifted toward Lu Tsang's hand. At this sight, the remaining demon saints and the spies from afar were utterly paralyzed with fear. Even Miao Yundi and the esteemed elders of the Jade Maiden Pavilion were left stunned. Ignoring the unparalleled weapon, Lu Tsang had effortlessly annihilated nearly 20 demon saints. My goodness! Could this be a great sage of the human race? In an instant, everyone was left speechless. The few surviving demon saints were so terrified that they immediately knelt in the void, trembling, pleading, Predecessor, please spare us. We will leave at once. Please let us go. Observing the demon saints' frantic pleas, Lu Tsang chose not to eliminate them further. After all, his objective had been achieved. And these demon saints had not been particularly offensive. Lu Tsang replied calmly, You have one day to withdraw all demon clans from the Jade Maiden mountain range. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Yes, yes, we will leave at once. Hearing that he would not pursue them further, the demon saints felt a weight lifted from their shoulders, hastily expressing their gratitude before fleeing down the mountain. The demons below, having witnessed the spectacle, quickly followed suit, eager to escape. The name of the mysterious Cloud Sect from the eastern region firmly etched itself in the minds of all demon clans. Chapter 151, Constructing a Teleportation Array. Departure of the 100-woman team for training. As the demon clans hastily retreated, the hidden spies from various sacred grounds, upon witnessing the dispersal, dared not linger any longer. Reporting their observations back to their respective sanctums. Master, the crisis at the Jade Maiden Pavilion has been resolved. The demon saints have been annihilated, and 2 unparalleled weapons are lost. Oh no, the Jade Maiden Pavilion has summoned a powerful ally who effortlessly killed 20 demon saints. What? Killed 20 demon saints with a mere gesture? Goodness! The ally summoned by the Jade Maiden Pavilion is so formidable? From the eastern region? Is this true? The Jade Maiden Pavilion has become a vassal to someone else? Not a force from the central divine region, but from the eastern region? How can such a powerful force exist in the eastern region? In an instant, the news left the sacred grounds of the southern region in shock, unable to believe their ears. Yet, despite their disbelief, the facts remained undeniable. The name of the mysterious Cloud Sect from the eastern region began to circulate among the major sanctums of the southern region. As many sacred grounds learned of this news, they could no longer remain idle, promptly dispatching representatives to the Jade Maiden Pavilion to establish goodwill and ascertain the truth of the matter. In the sky above, Miao Yundi and her companions remained in a state of daze, their eyes wide and mouths agape, feeling as if they were in a dream. As the saying goes, long hair, short knowledge. Yet despite their lengthy hair and ample bosoms, they had never witnessed such terrifying prowess. With a single strike, over 20 demon saints were obliterated, sending the demon clans fleeing in panic, akin to a receding tide. And this was merely an inner sect elder of the upper sect. One could only imagine how formidable the upper sect's strength truly was, capable of suppressing the entire demon clans of the southern region with a mere wave of the hand. Although they possessed unparalleled might, they were still profoundly shocked. Meow Pavilion Master, the situation has been resolved. Let us return. At that moment, Lu Song's voice broke the stupor of the women. As they regained their senses, their gazes toward Lu Song transformed entirely. Yes, yes. Let us return. Miao Yundi hurriedly stowed away the unparalleled weapon, her tone exceedingly polite. The other esteemed elders were equally tense, hardly daring to breathe. Soon, the group made their way back to the Jade Maiden Pavilion. Upon landing, Miao Yundi courteously gestured Lu Song toward the main hall. Elder Lu, this way please. No need. Lu Song shook his head, regarding Miao Yundi with a calm demeanor. The sect leader has commanded that I construct a teleportation array here for ease of communication between our two sects. Choose a suitable area for me to install the teleportation array. A teleportation array? Upon hearing this, Miao Yundi's expression brightened, her heart racing with excitement. The upper sect intended to establish a teleportation array for mutual access between the two regions. This was an enormous undertaking. Currently, there are few capable of creating them, and the previously existing teleportation arrays are all incomplete. If one could indeed be successfully constructed, the travel between the two domains would merely be a blink away. And who would dare to bully the Jade Maiden Pavilion? Moreover, such long-distance teleportation, if utilized for transport, could potentially yield immense profits. Of course, wealth is trivial in comparison to the fact that possessing a teleportation array connecting the two domains would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Jade Maiden Pavilion in the southern domain, signifying the sect's favor towards them. Thus, Miao Yundi was filled with exhilaration and eagerly pointed to a prime location, saying, Elder Lu, what do you think of that piece of land? Excellent. Elder Lu Song glanced at the site, expressing no dissent, and promptly moved towards it, seemingly preparing to begin the construction. Observing this, Miao Yundi hurriedly followed and inquired, Elder Lu, are you starting the construction right away? Do we need to prepare any materials? Our Jade Maiden Pavilion has limited resources, but the neighboring Great Wind Divine Nation has plenty, and we can send someone to procure them immediately. You need not prepare anything. There is no need for your assistance here. Upon arriving at the site designated for the array installation, Lu Song paused briefly and continued, By the way, the sect master has decreed that, as you are now my sect's vassals, he grants you 100 training slots. You may select 100 individuals to enter our sect for training. What? We can still go for training? Miao Yundi's entire being trembled with excitement. While it is understood that the major sacred lands are fairly comparable, everyone knows that the results of cultivating alongside strong individuals vastly differ from solitary training. Furthermore, Elder Lu and Sect Master Chen Xuan's own, judging from various deeds, are at least of the Holy King realm, likely even greater saints. Such a sect is undoubtedly formidable, even among the divine realms. To be able to train alongside a Holy King promises an immeasurable future. Miao Yundi stood in a daze, even doubting whether she was hallucinating. It was only when Lu Song continued that she realized she had indeed heard correctly. Yes, go ahead and select. But do not disturb me while I set up the array. Lu Song waved his hand, turned, and began retrieving the materials needed for the array. Upon seeing this, Miao Yundi excitedly bowed to several elders and hurried off to choose her disciples, leaving Lu Song to refine the materials required for the teleportation array. Although refining materials was exceedingly simple for Lu Song, he still exerted considerable effort to forge an exceptionally stable long-distance bidirectional teleportation array. After all, while the materials were complete, many needed to be refined before use. Additionally, as this was a bidirectional array, double the materials had to be refined, which delayed the process. Before long, with all materials prepared, after Lu Song had successfully installed the teleportation arrays in both the Piao Miao sect and the Jade Maiden Pavilion, he began personal testing of the teleportation. Standing on the teleportation array of the Piao Miao sect, he instructed the other elders to activate the array. With a flash of white light, Lu Song's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself at the teleportation array of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, watching Lu Song successfully teleport. The female elders guarding the array outside were overwhelmed with excitement and immediately rushed forward to flatter him. Even though Lu Song was not fond of flattery, hearing the praises from the female elders made him feel somewhat buoyant. He smiled faintly and declared, The teleportation array is now operational. My task is complete. By the way, have you selected the training disciples? Yes, we are coming right away. The female elder promptly replied, then conveyed to the pavilion master. In no time at all, Pavilion Master Miao Yundi arrived with 98 carefully selected young beauties. These maidens were all tall and graceful, possessing not only extraordinary talents but also exquisite appearances. After all, Those sent for training in the upper sect were also meticulously chosen by Miao Yundi. Elder Lu, here are the 98 female disciples for training. Adding myself and Su Ro from the sect, that makes exactly 100. Upon arriving at the array, Miao Yundi appeared somewhat bashful. After all, as a pavilion master, to join the ranks of training disciples to visit the upper sect was indeed a bit embarrassing. However, it was evident that she was overthinking. Lu Song showed no signs of disdain, merely nodding calmly and stating, "Very well. Then let us proceed to the sect together." With that, he took the initiative to lead the way onto the teleportation array. Miao Yundi quickly followed with her 90-plus female disciples. Soon, the 100-strong group of beauties disappeared in a flash of white light. Chapter 152, Ethereal and Divine. A collective breakthrough after Miao Yundi and her group headed to the upper sect. Individuals from the southern domain's extreme sacred lands began arriving at the Jade Maiden Pavilion in succession. However, they were unfortunate enough to only encounter the attending elders. Despite this, the representatives from various sacred lands confirmed the fact that the Jade Maiden Pavilion had become a vassal of the eastern domain's Miao sect. The elders of the Jade Maiden Pavilion showcased their strength by guiding these representatives to observe the cross-domain teleportation array and the complete Imperial array. The presence of a complete teleportation array and Imperial array subtly highlighted the might of the Miao sect. Constructing such things undeniably illustrated the formidable power of the Miao sect. Consequently, during subsequent receptions, the representatives from the extreme sacred lands adopted a much friendlier demeanor, while those from ordinary sacred lands grew increasingly complimentary, allowing the elders of the Jade Maiden Pavilion to relish in the sweet taste of rising status. Unfortunately, the pavilion master was absent, preventing her from experiencing the sensation of standing on equal footing with other extreme sacred lands. Miao sect. With a flash of white light, Miao Yundi and her group found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, sensing the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding them. Everyone felt a surge of astonishment and began to grow reserved. Even those on the verge of a breakthrough struggled to control themselves, resisting the urge to break through immediately. After all, to break through upon arrival would make them appear inexperienced. However, despite their restraint, the exceptional environment filled with heavenly energy left everyone brimming with curiosity about the upper sect, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Is this truly the upper sect? It feels so comfortable here. Indeed, the spiritual energy is so abundant. I've never encountered anything like it in my life. As expected of the upper sect. Look over there at that tower. It's so large and round. As the disciples spoke in hushed tones while walking, Lu Song led the way, advising Miao Yundi on the relevant regulations. Pavilion Master, the training disciples are individuals specially approved to enter our sect for cultivation, and they may practice alongside ordinary disciples within the sect. There are many cultivation facilities within the sect, but if the training disciples need to utilize any resources, they must seek permission from the relevant elders and cannot enter without authorization. I will now take you to the training peak, where the training elders will distribute the relevant items. Understood. Thank you, Elder Lu. Throughout the journey, Pavilion Master Miao Yundi appeared exceedingly reserved, constantly nodding in response, embodying the demeanor of a well-behaved child. The other disciples were even more anxious, closely following behind Miao Yundi, fearful of falling behind. Before long, under Lu Tsong's guidance, they traversed the secluded teleportation area and arrived at a bustling main thoroughfare. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, especially following the conclusion of the mountain opening ceremony and the arrival of 100,000 disciples, which made the Miao sect lively. Lu Tsong, leading 100 extraordinarily beautiful young women, instantly attracted a multitude of gazes. Particularly, these 100 women, possessing not only top-tier figures and features but also youthful beauty, stirred the hearts of countless young men. As they passed through, all disciples stopped to watch, their eyes filled with passionate and fervent admiration, causing the female cultivators to blush and speak in hushed tones, their hearts racing and gazes drifting. Although they hailed from extreme powers and possessed noble statuses, they were acutely aware of their place in the upper sect. However, rather than deterring attention, their demeanor only ignited the interest of countless young disciples. Wow, so many women. Heavens, where did this group of fairies come from? Behold the one at the forefront. My word, she is stunning, simply exquisite. Is she a new disciple? When did our sect gain such a bevy of beauties? Soon enough, some sharp-eyed disciples spotted the extraordinary Miao Yundi, who was following Lu Tsong. Especially since Miao Yundi had arrived without a veil, her breathtaking visage left many inexperienced youths dumbfounded and their hearts racing. As Miao Yundi felt the myriad gazes upon her, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained composed, standing tall with her chin held high. Wherever her gaze landed, it made countless young men blush. Even the 12 inner sect guardians, passing by, could not help but pause and watch from a distance as if they had never seen a woman before. As the crowd grew, Lutsong frowned and remarked, "What are you all doing gathered here? Disperse at once." With a start, the disciples jolted and hastily turned away. Thus, Miao Yundi and her companions were finally freed from the multitude of eager eyes. Watching the crowd depart, Miao Yundi's lips curled into a slight smile. Feeling even more invigorated by the atmosphere of the Primal sect, a sect composed solely of women, often filled with soft whispers, contrasted sharply with the overwhelmingly masculine sects, where the very air brimmed with a fervent energy. The group proceeded onward, soon arriving at the refinement peak, where Lutsong entrusted them to the elder of the peak. After receiving them, the elder began to register their names and distribute tokens and attire. Once they obtained their belongings, they officially became disciples of the Primal sect and headed straight to their accommodations. However, the refinement peak was not bustling. In fact, they encountered no one along the way. It was only upon reaching their quarters that they vaguely spotted an elderly man radiating vitality beneath a stone pavilion. He sat there, sipping enlightenment tea while engrossed in a book. From afar, the aura of the tea swirled around the cup, giving the elder an ethereal presence. Noticing this, the disciples dared not be careless. Miao Yundi promptly led her disciples to pay their respects. "Disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, we greet the elder. Are you the one in charge of our accommodations? May we inquire where we shall reside?" Upon hearing her voice, Yi Junlin instinctively set down his book and sprang up from the stone bench, glancing around. "Elder? Where is the elder? Is there an elder here?" "Miao Yundi." The other disciples, seeing Yi Junlin's bewildered expression, the women of the Jade Maiden Pavilion were equally perplexed. "What on earth? He is not an elder. Why is he drinking enlightenment tea if he is not an elder? What is he doing sitting at the entrance?" Miao Yundi felt a slight embarrassment and asked in confusion, "Aren't you the elder in charge of accommodations?" "Yi Junlin." In that moment, Yi Junlin realized he had been mistaken for someone else. Relaxing, he chuckled and clasped his hands in greeting. "Haha, I am not an elder. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Junlin, the ancestor of the Yi family, a subordinate force of the Primal sect, and I am also a disciple here for refinement." "You are here for refinement as well, I presume? Refinement disciple?" Miao Yundi grasped the situation and let out a silent sigh of relief, immediately returning the greeting. "Indeed. I am Miao Yundi, the leader of the Jade Maiden Pavilion from the Extreme Path Forces. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Extreme Path Forces? The leader?" Yi Junlin was taken aback, clearly astonished. Has the sect grown so powerful that even the leader of the Extreme Path Forces comes to refine here? Yi Junlin cautiously inquired about Miao Yundi's strength but could not perceive her cultivation level at all. Realizing this, he refrained from being presumptuous and courteously invited her. "Ah, esteemed senior, please, come in. Currently, at the refinement peak, besides you, there are only 3 others. Any available room is yours to occupy at will." "Thank you, fellow cultivator." Nodding, Miao Yundi led her disciples into the building to select their rooms. Soon after selecting their quarters, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion could hardly contain their excitement and were eager to break through right there. "Master, I can't hold back any longer. Master, I too cannot resist." In an instant, several eager female disciples seated themselves to meditate. Even Miao Yundi felt her own energy surging upward. Thus, she waved her hand and said, "Let us cultivate here." With that, she also sat down to meditate. In no time, the other disciples followed suit, entering a state of deep focus. Subsequently, at the refinement peak, the sounds of breakthroughs and the astonished cries of the young women filled the air. "Oh my, senior sister. I have broken through to the concentration stage. I have also broken through. My heavens, it is so easy to advance here. I thought it would take me a whole day, but I succeeded in the blink of an eye." With each breakthrough, the female disciples were left in sheer amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief. Some disciples, having barely settled in, completed their breakthroughs before even beginning to cultivate. The speed was surreal, akin to a dream. What kind of environment is this? It is absolutely terrifying. This place is truly a paradise for cultivation. If I could remain here, achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor would be within reach. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can carry half the sky. More breakthrough energies surged skyward, and a sense of gallantry arose within them. The cultivation environment of the Primal sect instilled boundless confidence in these female disciples. Meanwhile, at the main peak of the Primal sect, Lutsong was reporting back to Chen Xuan. "Sectmaster, the crisis with the Jade Maiden Pavilion has been resolved. We eliminated over 20 demon saints and acquired 2 extreme path weapons." As he spoke, 2 extreme path weapons materialized. However, Chen Xuan was currently uninterested in the extreme path weapons, waving his hand dismissively. "You can keep them for yourself. Keep them for myself? Lu Tsang was momentarily taken aback, then instantly elated. Although he already possessed an extreme path weapon, his two brothers did not yet have any. He excitedly inquired, "May I share them with my two brothers?" Chen Xuan, didn't he expect you to be quite amiable? With a casual glance at Lu Tsang, Chen Xuan nodded in agreement and then asked, "What of the Jade Maiden Pavilion's refining disciples?" Reporting to the sect master, 100 disciples from the Jade Maiden Pavilion have already arrived at the refinement peak. Leader Miao has joined as one of the refining disciples. Lu Tsang reported hastily, causing Chen Xuan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had anticipated Miao Yundi's arrival, but did not expect her to come as a refining disciple. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He was too lazy to concern himself with it. Chen Xuan waved his hand and resumed his meditation. Seeing this, Lu Tsang retreated cautiously, eager to share the extreme path weapons with his brothers. Meanwhile, within the refinement peak, the disciples continued to complete their breakthroughs. Miao Yundi fully entered the late saint stage, achieving a qualitative transformation. This filled her with immense excitement. After years of arduous training, she had finally made the last leap. And it was merely a visit to the upper sect that had allowed her to break through. It was indeed a momentous occasion in her life. After awakening, she focused on solidifying her cultivation. After all, the late saint stage was already at the pinnacle among the major extreme path forces. Moreover, she was still young. Having broken through now, she would surely ascend to the Saint King stage in the future. Thus, in her exhilaration, Miao Yundi had no desire to study the Primal Sect any further. Even when the holy maiden Su Ro came to visit them, wishing to take them for a stroll, Miao Yundi declined. She was solely focused on her cultivation. To this, Su Ro understood their sentiments and moved from the main peak to the refinement peak, beginning her own cultivation journey. Additionally, as the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion settled in, their identities gradually spread throughout the sect. When all the disciples learned that they were from the extreme path forces of the southern region, they were astounded. After all, the sect's ability to subdue extreme path forces was a testament to its strength. The fact that even the extreme path forces came to refine here illustrated the allure of the Primal Sect. Consequently, the disciples grew even prouder. As time gradually passed, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion slowly began to recognize the might of their sect. However, good times are often fleeting. Just a few days after joining, Miao Yun received a notice from the pavilion, summoning her back to take charge. It was said that other sacred places had invited the Jade Maiden Pavilion to collaborate on the development of certain regions. Reluctantly, with her cultivation not yet fully solidified, Miao Yun had no choice but to return and assume command. The only regret was that during her stay, she had yet to meet the sect's leader, which left her quite disappointed. Thus, before her departure, she specifically instructed Su Ro to keep her updated on the leader's personal achievements whenever possible. Before taking the teleportation array to leave the Misty Sect, Su Ro, adhering to her master's instructions, took it upon herself to investigate Chen Xuan's exploits, diligently recording them for her master in the future. However, before Su Ro could take any action, the refinement peak became a bustling hub of activity. Following Miao Yun's departure, several male disciples began flocking to the refinement peak, bringing gifts and writing letters to the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden Pavilion. There was an unspoken sentiment that they aimed to win over all the female disciples, leaving them both flattered and distressed, as they found it difficult to refuse such advances. However, there are no secrets that remain hidden for long. This matter quickly reached Chen Xuan's ears. Upon learning of it, he felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that his disciples would become restless so soon after their leader's departure, which was rather embarrassing. Yet, it was not unusual for the youth to be impetuous. If they were overly restrained, it could lead to adverse consequences. Thus, he knew he must find a way to channel their energy. On the same day he learned of the situation, he instructed Lu Tsang to create 2 ranking lists to redirect the attention of most disciples. The inner sect heaven ranking, the outer sect earth ranking. 2 grand stone tablets displayed these lists prominently along the pathways all disciples traversed, clearly inscribed with the rankings of all sect members. Heaven ranking first, Xiaochen. Heaven ranking second, Han Pao Pao. Earth ranking first, Luophone. Earth ranking second. The rankings were clear and easy to understand. Although space was limited, with each list only displaying the top 1,000 names, one could meld their consciousness with the stone tablet to access hidden ranks. In no time, countless disciples surrounded the lists, eager to discover their standings. However, upon checking, many were taken aback by their rankings. Chapter 154. Entering the Era of Internal Competition 2.0. The Apothecary King's Secret Realm opens. What the heck? I'm ranked over 80,000 on the Earth ranking. Damn. I used to be among the top 3,000 in the sect. This disparity is outrageous. What? 98,000. I can't endure this. I must cultivate. I will enter seclusion. If anyone drags me to the refinement peak again, they shall face my wrath. Wait, wasn't I just ranked 23,510? How did I drop to 23,518 in the blink of an eye? I heard from the elders that this list updates in real time. Any improvement will be instantly reflected. Goodness, a real-time updating list. This is going to get intense. Soon, as the rankings spread, both the inner and outer sects erupted into competition. 100,000 disciples began striving to enhance their skills, eager to improve their standings. After all, they were all newcomers. Why should anyone else rank higher? Isn't it just a matter of secret cultivation? If so, I shall cultivate tirelessly, 24 hours a day. I want to be outdone. In an instant, the internal competition surged, the names on the dual rankings appearing to dance wildly, rising and falling in a frenzy. The entire cohort of 100,000 disciples was plunged into this competitive fervor. Even those who previously frequented the refinement peak had ceased to appear, restoring tranquility to the place. Observing the dedicated efforts of all disciples, Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction atop the main peak. Seizing this opportunity, he imposed restrictions on the refinement peak and increased the rewards for top ranks. The top 100 in the heaven ranking and the top 1,000 in the earth ranking would receive additional supplies such as enlightenment tea and cultivation pills each month. The higher the rank, the more rewards one could claim. Once this news broke, the disciples went into a frenzy once again, particularly those ranked higher, who were determined not to slack off, lest they be overtaken, thus propelling the internal competition into its 2.0 phase. This led to a throng of disciples filling the sect's various training facilities, with no one daring to be idle. Even their pace quickened as they rushed about, unwilling to waste a moment. Witnessing the growing diligence among his disciples, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Look at you all. Do you think I can't manage you?" Humph. As the Misty Sect plunged into intense internal competition in the central divine domain, after more than 2 months, the Endless Mountain Range finally welcomed the day of the Apothecary King's secret realm's opening. On this day, deep within the Endless Mountains, the heavens and earth split apart, revealing a chasm spanning hundreds of kilometers. Countless wondrous colors burst forth from the fissure, illuminating the void with a kaleidoscope of hues, creating a surreal spectacle. It has opened. Finally opened. Is this the Apothecary King's secret realm? Good heavens. It appears as if the heavens have torn asunder. It is said that the Apothecary King's secret realm is a small world with vast internal space. I never expected the entrance to be so extraordinary. Let us go. Hurry inside. As the chasm opened, the geniuses from various factions, holding the Apothecary King's decree, soared towards the abyss. Although entry into the secret realm required the decree, many without one stood vigil outside the entrance, preparing to seize the moment once the realm concluded, targeting the unprotected loose cultivators. This notion instilled fear in many loose cultivators, who began plotting their escape even before entering. Senior Brother Lin Fan, everyone has gone in. We should join them. On a mountaintop, observing the multitude of geniuses flocking towards the chasm like locusts, the 5 members from the Misty Sect made their appearance. However, they did not reveal themselves immediately. Instead, they concealed themselves atop a certain mountain. During this time, they had made quite a name for themselves in the Endless Mountain Range, drawing the ire of many. Nevertheless, their cultivation had also progressed several realms. Even Tang Yin, the weakest among them, had reached the 4th heaven of the King realm, while Lin Fan had soared to the 8th heaven. Yet, they dared not expose their true levels, choosing to conceal their cultivation as if they had just arrived in the divine domain. No rush. We have offended too many people. Let them all enter first, and then we'll follow. Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon the rift in the void, whispering in response. The others nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. After all, they had indeed made numerous enemies, particularly among the top-tier forces in the divine domain, all of whom they had antagonized. Countless powerful beings across the Endless Mountain Range were now searching for them. With so many strong individuals converging, revealing themselves would surely lead to dire consequences. However, the 5 greatly underestimated the gravity of the situation. Even without making an appearance, their mere presence near the entrance of the secret realm had already attracted the attention of several powerful beings. In an instant, numerous strong gazes converged upon the mountain where the 5 stood. There they are. How dare they incapacitate my disciple? Today, I must capture 2 of them to take as my new disciples. Geniuses, not a whit inferior to any divine child or maiden. If they do not join my sect, it would be a shame. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple piercing gazes swept toward them. Oh no, we've been discovered. Quick, let us break in. Lin Fan and the others felt a chill run down their spines, startled. Yet before they could react, several powerful figures had already converged upon them, completely surrounding them atop the mountain. In an instant, the commotion drew the attention of countless nearby cultivators, all of whom turned to gaze at the encircled five from the misty sect. Upon recognizing the five who had oppressed them, many loose cultivators erupted in excitement. Good heavens! It's those five rascals. The five audacious individuals I had anticipated have indeed made their appearance. They are the boldest I have ever encountered, having offended not only the sacred grounds of the north but also daring to provoke other sanctuaries. Their audacity to venture into the secret realm is utterly reckless. Indeed, every formidable force that approaches the endless mountains has invariably faced their ire. Now that they find themselves cornered, the onlookers engaged in animated discussions. Lin Fan and his companions abandoned any thought of fleeing. Although they concealed their true strength, several among their pursuers were venerable saints from sacred lineages. Given their prowess, escape was futile. Nevertheless, the crowd remained undaunted. If necessary, they could call upon their sects to negotiate on their behalf. Moreover, the divine realm had always adhered to the principle that senior beings should not engage juniors under normal competitive circumstances. Thus, Lin Fan clasped his fists and addressed the leading saints with respectful defiance. Do you intend to lay hands on us mere juniors? What of it if we do? The leader of the North's sacred grounds retorted, rules merely restrain the weak, not the strong. Surrender without resistance. With that, he raised his hand towards Lin Fan and the others. The five were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the audacity of a sacred ground elder, shamelessly bullying the weak. Had they truly crossed a line? All they had done was defeat a few divine sons from the sacred lineages and inadvertently eliminate a few royal elders. Was this truly intolerable? The five, unwilling to succumb quietly, rallied their strength in a desperate bid to resist. Yet, their efforts were futile in the eyes of the saints. Chapter 155, The Protector emerges. The Black Dragon enters the Medicine King's secret realm. The elder from the North's sacred grounds raised his hand expressionlessly, aiming to grasp the five. The other sacred ground saints were equally unceremonious, also reaching for them, as if vying for possession of the five. As the saints acted, Lin Fan and his companions found it impossible to even resist. Despite their utmost efforts, it felt as though they were ensnared in a binding force, unable to summon their divine abilities. Feeling the shift in their circumstances, Lin Fan and his companions' eyes burned with fury, their hearts seething with indignation. They could only curse inwardly at the audacity of their assailants. As they watched their impending capture, their anger boiled over, and they exchanged determined glances, preparing to employ their ultimate technique, the Great Void Technique, to conceal themselves within the void. Although they could not counter the saints, they believed they could simultaneously harness their powers to hide within the void, albeit at a potentially grave cost. However, just as they were about to act, a figure clad in black suddenly materialized before them. In an instant, the restraints binding the five dissipated. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Fan and the others' pupils constricted, and exhilaration surged within them. It is the Black Dragon Elder. How did he end up here? Realization dawned upon them. Their master must have sent the Black Dragon Elder to protect them out of concern. Their master was truly benevolent, and they felt a surge of affection towards him. The five erupted in excitement, gazing at the Black Dragon in human form. They felt as though their master stood before them. Yet, they were entirely unaware that their praise for their master nearly caused the Black Dragon to spit blood. Well, it's me, the old dragon. You're thanking the sect master? I truly appreciate that. The Black Dragon rolled his eyes at the five but chose not to voice his annoyance. After all, he had indeed been dispatched by Chen Xuan and was also eager for the reward of a supreme weapon. Even without the weapon, he would willingly assist them, as they were his saviors. Having bided his time for months, he finally seized the opportunity to act. Turning his gaze towards the saints, the Black Dragon declared with chilling calmness, "Those who bully the weak shall face death without mercy." As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Black Dragon, surging towards the attacking saints. The saints' eyes widened in shock. They had not anticipated that Lin Fan and his companions would be under the protection of such a formidable being, and they hastily prepared to defend themselves. Yet, in a mere instant, the saints found themselves frozen, disintegrating into mere dust scattered across the sky. Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators collectively gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! One strike? No, merely a word, and three saints were obliterated. Who on earth were these five individuals to possess such a powerful protector? It was known that those three saints were seasoned veterans, on the cusp of the late saint stage. To extinguish them so effortlessly, could this protector possibly be a saint king? Oh my, a saint king? Surely not. This is beyond comprehension. Who would be willing to unleash a saint king as a protector? In that moment, the crowd was left in a state of shock, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. The half-saints who had not yet made a move were utterly petrified, hastily averting their gazes and feigning indifference as they fled the scene. "Ah, you've arrived too," one of them exclaimed. "Yes. I'm just here to send my disciples off." "Who are you? It's been ages. What do you mean you don't recognize me?" We met last time. Cough. Cough. Yes, the weather is quite pleasant today. Those who had come seeking trouble scattered in haste, some reuniting with others to reminisce. The scene turned comical. Yet no one dared to mock it. After all, the man had just effortlessly vanquished the saints of the extreme Tao, though the extreme Tao might retaliate. No one dared to provoke him further. Observing this, the black dragon chose not to pursue the matter. Delivering a cold yet resonant admonition, the young have their own paths to tread. Any who dare to bully the weak shall meet a similar fate. The sound was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the realm, sending shivers down the spines of all present, who dared not respond. This was a being who could even threaten the saints of the extreme Tao. Black Dragon Elder. So, you have been secretly safeguarding us all along. We are immensely grateful. At this moment, Lin Fan and his companions soared into the air to join the Black Dragon, especially Murong Ingluo and Sherlinger, who gazed at the Black Dragon with beaming smiles. Black Dragon Elder, you are looking more dashing than ever. Thank you for your assistance, Black Dragon Elder. They expressed in unison. Upon hearing their gratitude, the Black Dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement, abandoning all semblance of seniority, and earnestly implored, if you truly wish to thank me, how about treating me to a meal in the city? I have seen others indulge in fine food for months, and I cannot contain my craving. As he spoke, a hint of drool escaped his lips, leaving the five in a state of stupefaction. The esteemed Black Dragon, a being of great renown, wished to dine at a restaurant? Such a request was astonishingly humble. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, this dragon had been confined to the mystic realm for millennia and had only recently become a guardian beast, unable to descend the mountain at will. With this in mind, Murong Ingluo promptly agreed. All right, no problem. Once we exit the Medicine King's secret realm, we shall go. After all, we have yet to explore the city since our arrival in the divine realm. That sounds good. However, I must inform you of one thing first. The Medicine King's secret realm was created by an emperor, and there are restrictions based on cultivation levels, so I cannot enter. If you choose to go in, I will not be able to assist you. The Black Dragon cautioned them, fully aware of the enemies the five had made. They had been bolder than he had ever been in his youth. Yet, the five remained undeterred. If the Black Dragon could not enter, then neither could the other formidable beings. Hence, they nodded in agreement, unwavering in their resolve. Upon witnessing the scene, the Black Dragon ceased to persuade further, acknowledging the youthful bravado of the young men. After all, in his own youth, he had boldly traversed the cosmos, fearlessly challenging opponents beyond his level. Moreover, these individuals were the direct disciples of the emperor. It was inconceivable for the emperor's apprentices to exhibit cowardice. Thus, the Black Dragon nodded and said, "Very well. You may proceed. I shall await your return here." Yes, we shall take our leave now. Upon our return, we must invite Senior Black Dragon to the city for a drink. The group clasped their fists in respect before soaring into the vast rift spanning 100 miles. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 156, The Appearance of the Immortal Elixir. What are your intentions? Once the figures of the five had completely entered the rift, the Black Dragon too slowly faded from view, his whereabouts unknown. Observing this, the surrounding cultivators finally exhaled in relief, engaging in hushed discussions. Particularly, the kin of the recently slain individual expressed their outrage, voicing their dissatisfaction with the Black Dragon. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. He shows no respect for our North family's sacred ground. Indeed, how presumptuous. He is merely a Saint King. Does he truly believe himself invincible? How dare he provoke us? We must summon reinforcements. Alert the sacred ground. Humph. A mere squabble among the younger generation. Yet today, we elders shall also contend. Quickly, contact the powerful ones from the sacred ground for assistance. Several dissatisfied members of the Extreme Path Sacred Grounds issued threats to the crowd, though their words bore the taint of afterthought. Some cultivators, unable to endure the rhetoric, interjected. Be cautious. That powerful figure has not yet departed. Do not let him overhear. Upon hearing this, the members of the Extreme Path forces instinctively recoiled. However, not spotting the Black Dragon, they mustered their courage and declared, what of it if he hears? Our Extreme Path forces fear no one. Indeed, when our powerful ones arrive, he shall face justice. Their declarations grew quieter, and after speaking, they fell silent, each retrieving communication talismans to inform their respective sacred grounds. Upon learning of a Saint King who disregarded them, the Extreme Path Sacred Grounds wasted no time in dispatching their own Saint Kings for support. As the apex forces of the continent, they could not remain idle in the face of provocation, especially upon discovering that the opposing Saint King was accompanied by 5 prodigies who surpassed the talents of their own disciples. The major sacred grounds could no longer sit still. Initially, they lacked justification to act against these young prodigies, but the opportunity was now at hand. Thus, several extreme path sacred grounds sent forth formidable warriors, accompanied by powerful subordinates rapidly heading towards the endless mountains. The black dragon remained unperturbed, still concealed within the void. After all, he was a great sage, equipped with extreme path weaponry. To be swayed by mere words from these individuals would be beneath the dignity of a true powerhouse. Meanwhile, on the other side, passing through the 100-mile rift, a brand new world unfolded before the eyes of all cultivators. Here, the sun shone gently and remained forever unchanging. The mountains, rivers, and landscapes loomed large, resembling the intricate network of human veins. Endless islands and colossal peaks hung in the sky, embellishing the scenery of the world. Wow, what a beautiful place. Is this the Medicine King's secret realm? The place where the extreme path forces cultivated divine herbs? Goodness, such a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. There must be divine elixirs here. Look, is that the immortal elixir soaring in the sky? On the other side of the rift, countless cultivators who stepped into the secret realm were left in awe by the breathtaking scenery. In particular, a disciple from an extreme path sacred ground could be seen chasing after a half-human tall ginseng. The ginseng, humanoid in shape, seemed to possess sentience, darting away with remarkable speed. Goodness, it truly is the immortal elixir. How incredible that it exists here. Quick, let us seize it. If we acquire the immortal elixir, we shall prosper immensely. Present it to our sect to extend the elders' lifespans, and that would be a monumental achievement. In an instant, countless cultivators soared into the sky, racing towards the immortal elixir. Observing this, the disciple furrowed his brow and coldly admonished, I am the disciple of the heavenly heart sacred ground. The immortal elixir was discovered by me first. Do you dare to snatch it and provoke the heavenly heart sacred ground? Just because you discovered it, does that mean it's yours? You haven't even captured it yet. Such a great opportunity belongs to whoever seizes it. Exactly. Whoever lays claim to it owns it. If we adhere to the notion of ownership based on discovery, then no one should explore it all. There will always be those who discover it before you. What of the disciple? As long as we obtain the immortal elixir, our elder's lifespan will be extended. We fear you not. In that moment, countless cultivators descended into a frenzy, disregarding the disciple's words. After all, the immortal elixir could extend one's life for millennia, a millennium of time, and even if one could not become an emperor, they could certainly shape a great sage. Even if a great sage could not be formed, who among them did not have a few elders whose lives were waning, once presented to their ancestors, those ancestors could protect the family for thousands of years. Thus, the immortal elixir would incite madness in anyone who discovered it, let alone willingly relinquish it. Suddenly, the sky was filled with myriad spells, clashing violently, as the immortal elixir became ensnared by countless cultivators, leaving it with no avenue for escape. Witnessing the fervor in the sky, Lin Fan and his companions were equally eager, their eyes gleaming with determination as they joined the fray. With their combined strength, acquiring the immortal elixir would not be an arduous task. However, retreating unscathed afterward might pose some challenge. As more and more cultivators rushed in like wild beasts, Lin Fan promptly instructed everyone to conceal their cultivation levels and then surged into the chaotic battle, fighting their way towards the immortal elixir. While it appeared that no one would overpower anyone else, there was no concern regarding the immortal elixir being suddenly snatched away. However, just as Lin Fan and his companions were contemplating their strategy, he suddenly unleashed his cultivation, forcefully repelling several individuals with a single strike of his spell. Seizing the immortal elixir, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, clutching the immortal elixir tightly. Seeing this, Chen and the others dared not linger, immediately pursuing Lin Fan, leaving countless cultivators in a state of shock. Goodness, the immortal elixir has been taken. Stop fighting. Chase him. Don't let him escape. Damn. It's those 5 wretches. They concealed their strength, pursue together. After regaining their composure, innumerable cultivators went wild, their eyes bloodshot as they pursued Lin Fan and his companions. However, Lin Fan and the others surged ahead with unrivaled speed, growing ever more distant, while those left behind dwindled in number. In the end, only a handful could still catch sight of Lin Fan and his companions, and as they pursued further, they ultimately lost all trace of them. Those 5 wretches are infuriating. Should I ever cross paths with them again, I will ensure their demise. The men shall perish, and the women shall suffer. Forget it. Let us go. We wasted so much time chasing them. Others may have already discovered numerous spiritual herbs. Let's depart. After uttering their fierce words, they prepared to leave. Yet at that moment, the void suddenly split open, and the 5 from the Meow sect emerged, encircling the trio who had been boasting. Instantly, the 3 from the sacred ground were taken aback. Although they had been speaking boldly, they understood that these 5 could not even contend with the disciple, let alone them. Moreover, who would have thought that these 5 had been hiding in the void? At that moment, the three wished to call for help, but no words would come forth. Trembling as they gazed at Lin Fan and the others, stammering, What do you want? What do we want? Naturally, we wish to deal with you. Chapter 157. Linger strikes. Reinforcements from the sacred ground arrive one after another. Tang Yin delivered a resounding slap, leaving the opponent utterly bewildered, clutching their face in silence. Were they not boasting? Continue, then. Tang Yin seized a disciple of the sacred ground, her expression icy, instantly instilling fear in the disciple's legs, rendering him speechless. As the disciple beheld her fierce demeanor, he dared not utter a word, stammering, How dare you? Slap. As the words hung in the air, Tang Yin struck again, rendering his opponent momentarily stunned. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At that moment, Yi Qingqing stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to another disciple of the Holy Land. Smite the men, she declared fiercely, and the women too. Murong Ingluo pretended to saunter over and slapped the third disciple of the Holy Land with great flair. In an instant, each of the three disciples had received a resounding slap, but the onslaught had not concluded. Lin Fan and Linger were also dragged into the fray by Tang Yin and Murong Ingluo. Senior brother, you strike here. Linger, we are a team. I shall instruct you. Oh, do not be shy. Recall how they belittled us earlier. It would be far too merciful not to annihilate them. With a tentative slap, Linger joined in. Murong Ingluo beamed with approval. Yes, indeed. But it lacks ferocity. Observe me. What are you staring at? Look elsewhere. Wah. We were merely jesting. Please. Cease. Jesting, you say? Not at all. Oh no, please stop. Oh, is that so? In a flurry of slaps, the three Holy Land disciples approached the brink of collapse. Under Murong Ingluo's tutelage, Lingo gradually became more adept at delivering her blows. Lingo, utter something fierce. Incorrect, is it? With determination. Lingo managed to utter a phrase before delivering another slap. The Holy Land disciple whimpered. Wah. Yes, it is so. Again, Lingo struck. Gradually, the group became engrossed in their spirited endeavor. However, just as Linger was reveling in the moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the distant sky, heralding the arrival of a miraculous herb. The five were compelled to cease their antics and took to the skies, racing towards the phenomenon. On the grass below, the three dazed men clutched the earth, their spirits bruised by the absurdity of their humiliation. As they watched the five ascend, their eyes turned red, and a multitude of invectives surged from within. Demons, sorceresses, fiends, scoundrels, villains. Having left the scene of their humiliation, the five arrived at the site of the phenomenon. Indeed, a divine herb had emerged. Without hesitation, they commenced their struggle for possession, seizing it and fleeing. During their escape, they encountered other groups vying for the same herb, and without a hint of courtesy, the five inserted themselves into the fray. Before long, the five within the Medicine King's secret realm became renowned, instilling fear in all who heard their name. In terms of combat prowess, they were formidable, capable of battling above their rank. When united, they could overpower a multitude. Their combat strength was unparalleled, even against half-step imperial foes. Their combined might was sufficient for a contest. They had become the undisputed overlords of the secret realm. In no time, cultivators in the realm were filled with trepidation at the mere mention of the five. Upon hearing that the five had appeared, whether engaged in a struggle for a herb or locked in combat, all would immediately cease hostilities and unite against them. Yet, despite this, the five pressed forward unabated. Wherever they roamed, all divine herbs were swept away. Gradually, the five amassed a plethora of medicinal materials, each securing a divine herb. Following this, no further divine herbs emerged within the secret realm. Blast it. This cannot stand. All the divine herbs have fallen into their hands. At this rate, we shall not obtain a single one. Indeed, how can it be that a single group has taken them all? Let us deal with them. They are merely five prodigies surpassing the divine sons. We must unite. We will divide the spoils amongst ourselves. How is it that you only now consider unity? It is too late. Several elder factions have already begun to band together to find them. I have seen a group composed entirely of elder men. Quickly, assemble our Holy Land disciples. We must secure at least one divine herb. In an instant, countless forces were in a frenzy, seeking to notify their members to join in on the hunt for the five from the mysterious sect. As news of the divine herbs being taken by the five spread, more factions began to emerge. There were squads of 100 rogue cultivators, teams of elder powerhouses, and groups clad in uniform attire. Soon, hundreds, even thousands of squads appeared, sweeping through the secret realm in search of the mysterious Sect's five. Upon learning of this, the five were collectively taken aback. What in the world? Over 1,000 squads are coming for us? Have they truly united? Brother, look. A team of over 300 is flying overhead. They seem to be seeking us too. The allure of the divine herb was indeed immense. It appeared that their hopes of bringing it back to honor their master were dashed. Without the divine herb, that crowd outside will surely not relent. Yes, if we consume the divine herb ourselves, they will not waste time pursuing us. In swift agreement, the five resolved to consume the divine herb, though they had intended to bring it back for their master with their current strength. Confronting all within the secret realm was simply unfeasible. If they clung to it, it might be snatched away. Revealing themselves to seek shelter under the Black Dragon's protection was impossible, as they would undoubtedly be surrounded by countless powerful foes. Thus, consumption became the most prudent course of action. With their decision made, the five sought a secluded location to ingest the divine herb. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, thousands of teams frantically scoured the area for the mysterious Sect's five. Outside the secret realm, countless cultivators who had failed to obtain the Medicine King's decree remained steadfast at the entrance, unwilling to depart. News from within the realm trickled out, particularly regarding the divine herb, causing many cultivators' hearts to tremble with anticipation. After all, the divine herb was one of the rarest medicines in existence, coveted even by emperors. With reports of one divine herb after another surfacing, no one could remain unmoved. Even the Holy Lands and superpowers began to stir with interest upon hearing of the divine herbs. Look above. The people from the North Family Holy Land have arrived. Suddenly, the sky erupted with noise as a flag bearing the insignia of the North Family Holy Land unfurled. Beneath it stood several aged elders alongside hundreds of peak King Realm men. Chapter 158. The Five Holy Lands act in unison. The King Legion advances into the secret realm. The North Family Holy Land arrived with an imposing force of hundreds. All cultivators were left in stunned silence. What in the world? Why has the North Family Holy Land sent so many? It appears they are all peak King Realm cultivators. Wait, look at the elder leading them. He seems to be the North Family Holy King. Good heavens, how could he be here? Is the North Family Holy King here to avenge someone, or to send disciples into the secret realm? Would sending disciples really necessitate his personal presence? With the divine herbs' emergence, especially 5 of them, revenge pales in comparison. They must be here to claim the divine herbs. Yet, how can they bring so many? Do they possess that many Medicine King's decrees? Without them, they cannot enter. Who knows? They are all peak kings. Their intent is unmistakably to enter the secret realm. The royal level of the secret realm is inaccessible. Only kings can enter. They would not have brought so many otherwise. Remarkable. The extreme Dao Holy Land is truly formidable. They can easily gather several hundred peak kings. The crowd gazed at the individuals from the North Family's sacred grounds, their hearts filled with silent mockery. After all, bringing such a multitude but failing to enter was utterly futile. However, given their audacity to assemble so many, surely they had a means to gain entry? When the North Family's sacred king arrived, he did not immediately seek vengeance against the assailants. Instead, he focused his attention on the entrance to the secret realm. Revenge could be postponed, but the elixir of immortality could not afford to be delayed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sacred king raised his hand and summoned the supreme weapon, bellowing fiercely as it awakened. The supreme weapon trembled under the sacred king's control, forcibly reopening a new passage at the entrance of the secret realm. Yet, the passage was unstable, the spatial entry contorted, rendering it unusable. Nonetheless, this spectacle astonished the onlookers. After all, there was more than one elder from the North Family's sacred grounds. If it could be opened, it could certainly be stabilized. Soon, with the sacred king's guidance, several other saints joined forces. In no time, the passage into the apothecary's secret realm was thoroughly stabilized. Countless cultivators stood agape, their thoughts racing. Good heavens! The North Family's sacred grounds have invoked a cheat. Could it be that the means of the supreme sacred grounds were so plentiful? They truly could open it. Remarkable! It was as if possessing valuable treasures dispelled all decorum. In an instant, the crowd was filled with resentment. Yet helplessness ensued as they could only watch as hundreds of pinnacle sovereigns soared into the secret realm. Look, the people from the Heavenly Heart Sacred Ground are here too. Goodness! And the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, the Jiang family and the Jun family have arrived as well. Unbelievable! While the North Family's sacred grounds enter the secret realm, suddenly 4 teams of powerful figures emerged from the 4 cardinal directions. Each team, led by several elders, was followed by hundreds of pinnacle sovereign disciples, each exuding the distinct aura of their respective families, resembling celestial warriors. Goodness! The North Family, the Jun family, the Jiang family, the Heavenly Heart Sacred Ground, and the Radiant Light Sacred Ground. This is the gathering of the supreme sacred grounds of the divine domain, with the 5 sacred grounds and 5 sacred kings leading. It seemed that the other 4 families had undoubtedly brought supreme weapons as well. Oh no, this is disastrous. They all have the ability to reopen the entrance. And now the elixir of immortality will be divided among these 5 families. 5 elixirs of immortality, 5 supreme sacred grounds, and thousands of pinnacle sovereigns. What an unprecedented assembly. Alas, I am truly at my wit's end. After encountering the elixir of immortality, these supreme sacred grounds are acting as if they've lost their minds. Are we to be left with nothing? The crowd lamented, filled with frustration. Lacking supreme weapons, they found themselves utterly incapable of breaching the entrance to the secret realm. They could only watch helplessly as others feasted. What was originally a fair competition in the secret realm had transformed into a contest dominated by supreme forces, effectively sidelining the rest. No one could remain unperturbed. Yet, there was nothing to be done but stew in their indignation. Perhaps this was the essence of wanting but being powerless to act. Under the resentful gazes of the crowd, the 4 other supreme sacred grounds soon arrived. After exchanging glances, without further ado, they all retrieved their supreme weapons, and with the assistance of their respective elders, opened 4 passages. Brothers, we vow to seize the elixir of immortality. Charge. The disciples of the 4 sacred grounds, filled with excitement, rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. In no time, all disciples from the 4 sacred grounds had entered the secret realm. Shortly thereafter, the entrance sealed shut, and the 5 sacred kings sheathed their supreme weapons, exchanging knowing glances as they gathered to reminisce. Though they were rivals, those who reached such heights were few and far between, all hailing from the same epoch, thus sharing a mutual respect. Within the secret realm, as the armies of the 5 supreme sacred grounds converged with their disciples, a subtle tension enveloped the entire realm. Excellent. The reinforcements from the North family have arrived. We must locate those 5 rascals. Our reinforcements from the Heavenly Heart Sacred Ground have also arrived. Brother, we must find those 5 individuals and eliminate them. As one sacred ground after another appeared, the disciples from the 5 sacred grounds grew increasingly exhilarated, launching a full-scale search for the elusive 5 from the Misty Sect. Meanwhile, amid the extensive search by the sovereign army, the 5 from the Misty Sect were busy consuming the elixir of immortality. Boom, boom. As the elixir entered their bodies, the lifespans of the 5 surged dramatically. Their cultivation levels began to rise as well, especially Lin Fan, who, after fully consuming a single elixir, leapt 2 minor realms, instantly reaching the pinnacle of sovereign. Boom. The aura of his breakthrough soared uncontrollably into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Following suit were Yi Qiqing, Murong Ingluo, Shiling and Tang Yin, each experiencing a surge in their cultivation levels, unable to restrain their newfound power. In an instant, 5 distinct auras ascended skyward, clearly marking their coordinates. Damn it. We VE revealed ourselves. Lin Fan exclaimed, panic setting in. With no time to stabilize his cultivation or the surging life force within, he urgently called out to the others. Junior sister, junior brothers, let us flee. The elder black dragon will protect us. Understood. The other 4, not daring to delay, swiftly followed Lin Fan as they soared toward the exit of the secret realm. However, just as they took flight, a throng of figures appeared in the distance. Damn it. They truly are here. Quick, everyone. The elixir of immortality is right here. Don't let them escape. In an instant, countless powerful beings converged upon the 5, many of whom bore unfamiliar faces yet exuded the aura of pinnacle sovereigns. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and the others' pupils contracted in shock, clearly not anticipating such a multitude of pinnacle sovereigns. Thus, Lin Fan, without a moment's pause, led his junior sister and junior brothers to change direction, sprinting toward a less populated area while shouting, "Don't chase us. We've already consumed the elixir of immortality. Please disperse." Chapter 159, Lost in the In-Between Realm. Surrounded by graves, don't chase us. We've already consumed the elixir of immortality. Please disperse. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. All cultivators trembled, momentarily stunned. What? They've consumed the elixir of immortality? Goodness, that was remarkably swift. Look, they do seem to possess overwhelming life force. Could it be they truly consumed it? They surely haven't finished it all. Pursue them. We must capture them. The 5 sacred grounds, thousands of sovereigns, continued their relentless pursuit of the 5. This left the 5 utterly exasperated. They claimed to have consumed it yet continued to chase. Did they expect the elixir to be regurgitated? Curse be it. The 5 hastened their escape. However, being pursued by thousands of peers made fleeing no simple task. As they ran, obstructions appeared along the way, hindering their progress. While these barriers did not inflict harm, they nevertheless slowed their escape. Thus, the 5 could only run while shouting, "We truly have consumed the elixir of immortality." If you don't believe us, I have 2 tendrils left for you to see. 2 tendrils floated through the air, further inciting the ire of their pursuers. Damn it. They really did consume it. Pursue. We must capture them. They surely haven't fully digested it. Yes, they definitely lack the time to refine it. They must still have plenty left inside. Let us join forces. We 5 sacred grounds will cooperate, and then we'll divide it amongst ourselves. Agreed. Pursue. The disciples of the five sacred grounds reached a consensus, accelerating their interception and pursuit. Even after confirming that the elixir had been consumed, they remained relentless. After all, they had come in full force, and they could not return empty-handed. To do so would greatly disappoint the elders of their sacred grounds. Moreover, their urgent pursuit indicated that the five likely had no time to refine their gains. Even if one could only gather scraps, it would not be in vain to venture forth. In an instant, the crowd surged, and more people converged, leaving the five unable to choose an escape route, forcing them to flee towards the less populated areas. Fortunately, their speed was remarkable. Even if they could not completely shake off their pursuers, they would not be caught just yet. The thrill of being chased by such formidable foes stirred an exhilarating feeling within them. Brothers, we need a plan. If we don't think of something soon, we will inevitably be caught. Tang Yin glanced around, noting the throngs of cultivators, worry flickering in his eyes. Although the chase was exhilarating, being cornered would spell disaster. Thus, Lin Fan remained anxious, constantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a swirling vortex appeared on a distant floating island, its diameter spanning several meters and radiating a mesmerizing glow. Look to the east. Is that vortex the entrance to a secret realm? Lin Fan urged. The others quickly turned their gaze and confirmed the sight of the vortex on the distant island. However, whether it truly was an entrance remained uncertain. Brother, let us check it out. Perhaps it leads to an escape. Indeed, the area is crowded, but that way seems less populated, offering us our only opportunity to dash through. Let us go and see. A sudden vortex appearing in a tranquil secret realm cannot be a mere coincidence. As long as we can evade their sight, we will be safe. The group reached a consensus and swiftly altered their course toward the east. Yet, there were still pursuers in that direction, albeit only a few dozen heavenly kings, and not all were at their peak strength. Nevertheless, their excitement was palpable as they chased after Lin Fan and his companions, having been selected as the vanguard to encircle and outmaneuver them. Hurry, they can't escape now. Drive them toward the main force. Upon spotting Lin Fan and the others, the cultivators were filled with exhilaration as they soared toward them, eager to engage in a game of cat and mouse. Although they recognized the formidable combat prowess of Lin Fan's group, they were confident that resistance would be futile, as it would only waste precious time. Thus, they approached without concern. However, as the distance closed, the unexpected occurred. Lin Fan's group did not flee, but charged directly toward them. In an instant, shock rippled through the crowd. What? They aren't running? They're coming at us. What do we do, boss? They're approaching. Stop them. We must intercept them. The leader, sweating profusely, steeled himself to command the confrontation. The others, seeing this, hastily drew their weapons and formed a defensive line. Yet, as Lin Fan's group closed in, the freshly formed line scattered in panic, creating a clear path. Thank you, fellow cultivators. Lin Fan called out, not looking back as he surged toward the distant floating island. The would-be interceptors were left in an awkward state. However, without uttering further words, they regrouped and shouted after Lin Fan's retreating figure. Chase them. Don't let them escape. Stop. Stand your ground. Charge. You want to get away. As they shouted, they rushed after Lin Fan's group, completely forgetting their earlier trepidation. On the floating island, several startled rogue cultivators who had inadvertently opened the vortex were taken aback, retreating before daring to observe. What? This ISNTA ceiling formation. It's a spatial passage. How could a spatial passage appear here? Is it a way out? This is a secret realm. Surely, there can't be another secret realm within it. Should we venture inside? If it truly is another secret realm, there could be treasures. Don't act rashly. Who knows what dangers lie within? The bewildered cultivators discussed the vortex, unable to reach a consensus. As more and more individuals were drawn to the vortex, the gathering crowd only grew. Yet, none possessed the courage to step into the unknown first. Just then, several figures darted through the vortex, disappearing within. Someone has entered. Were those figures even human? What should we do? Should we follow? In a flurry, the crowd began to panic, but before they could make a decision, a dark mass of figures appeared in the sky, resembling a storm cloud sweeping toward the vortex. They've all gone in. We cannot wait any longer. Let us enter. There must be valuable treasures inside. With so many having entered, fear was cast aside, and they rushed in after them. Yet, as they stepped through the vortex, a chill ran down their spines. The other side was neither the outside world nor a treasure-laden secret realm, but a grim and eerie graveyard, littered with countless tombstones and skeletal remains. What unsettled the crowd was not merely the somber atmosphere, but the sheer number of graves, chaotic and accompanied by numerous small and large openings, resembling pathways for bodies to emerge. The sight of scattered bones, either on the ground or near the openings, instilled a deep sense of dread. This graveyard feels strange. Those bones can't possibly have crawled out of the holes, can they? Surely not. Can the dead really rise from their graves? A murmur rippled through the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. The environment was undeniably bizarre. Outside, the realm was teeming with life, filled with spiritual herbs and vibrant energy, yet hidden within was a chaotic burial ground, evoking a sense of life and death intertwined. How long has the Medicine King's secret realm been lost? Even the remains of saints would have turned to dust by now. There's no need to fear. Right. This mere graveyard cannot house the living. After thousands of years, it is impossible for anyone to still be alive. This area is not vast. Let us unite to find those five. They cannot escape now. The leaders quickly spoke to calm the crowd. Hearing their words, the group felt reassured and relaxed. After all, the Medicine King's holy land had been obliterated for millennia. Even if there were living beings, they would surely have perished long ago. However, as they descended, someone suddenly exclaimed in alarm, the corpses! They're moving. At that cry, everyone turned in unison to where the voice had pointed. There, in the distance, a corpse still bearing flesh and blood began to writhe. A wave of deathly aura emanated from it. What the? The corpse is truly moving. Don't be afraid. It's just a single corpse. But before the reassurance could finish, a torrent of deathly energy surged forth, filling the entire graveyard. One by one, corpses began to rise from the ground or crawl out of the graves. The lifeless beings emitted primal roars, instinctively charging at the multitude of cultivators. Though devoid of consciousness, they exuded a terrifying aura from their past lives, instilling fear in the hearts of countless cultivado alive. Alive, they're all alive. These corpses are all of semi-saint or saintly caliber. Good heavens, how terrifying. What robust flesh, it cannot be severed, not at all. Some nearby cultivators were compelled to defend themselves. Yet, when divine weapons struck the remains of the saints, it was as though they encountered an exceedingly hard substance, sparking but failing to inflict any harm upon the corpses. In an instant, all cultivators were besieged, forced to resist. Some, caught off guard or sluggish under the immense pressure of terror, were instantaneously crushed by the corpses. Such is the formidable nature of these remains. Witnessing this, the leaders of several sacred grounds felt a shiver run down their spines. The dead rising, commonly known as a corpse transformation, but one or two transformations could be manageable. Yet here, everyone has transformed into a corpse? What in the world is this place? It is utterly bizarre. The leaders felt a chill in their hearts. Yet they did not retreat. Instead, they took the initiative to attack the corpses, rallying the others. Fear not, everyone. They are but a horde of corpses. Even if they were all saints in life, they are merely cadavers now. Let us fight. We shall not leave until we find the elixir of immortality. Yes, let us fight. Never abandon nor forsake. Together we shall strive. Charge. Today we can combat the corpses of saints. One day we shall confront the living saints. Kill. In an instant, thousands of cultivators steeled themselves to resist. The graveyard was a chaotic scene, spells flying, yet none could inflict substantial damage upon the corpses. Hidden in the void, Lin Fan and his companions were also struck by the absurdity of the scene. Upon their arrival, they sensed something was amiss and hastily employed the Great Void technique to conceal themselves in the ether. Yet, they never anticipated that everyone would transform into corpses. The demise of this apothecary's secret realm might very well be linked to these transformations. Senior brother, should we take this opportunity to flee? They should be too preoccupied to notice us. In the void, Yi Qingqing suggested quietly. After all, witnessing so many corpses resurrecting and frenziedly attacking cultivators made the group of girls quite anxious. Were it not for the perilous situation, they would have surely screamed by now. Not yet. Although they are currently embroiled in chaos, should we reveal ourselves, they will undoubtedly pursue us. Let the corpses wear them down first. Lin Fan remained steadfast as a mountain, his keen eyes assessing everything. His several junior sisters gazed at him with admiration, nodding in agreement. However, just as these words left his lips, the ground of the graveyard suddenly trembled violently, causing everyone to stagger in fear. The earth split apart, and a chasm spanning dozens of miles formed in an instant. From the depths of the abyss came a deafening, low roar, reverberating through the realm. Roar. The sound was deep, penetrating the soul. It jolted all cultivators and the transformed corpses, halting their movements. Then, a terrifying aura, like an endless tide of dread, surged forth from the chasm, sweeping in all directions. Following this, a desiccated corpse gradually emerged from the abyss. Though it was a corpse, it exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of death, its crimson eyes coldly surveying the entire scene. It was as if one were plunged into the depths of hell. Upon witnessing this, all cultivators within the graveyard were rendered speechless. They realized that the terror permeating the area emanated entirely from that desiccated corpse. It weighed heavily upon their chests, making it difficult to breathe, as if they might explode at any moment. Even closing their eyes to avoid gazing upon it did not free them from that chilling presence. By heavens, another corpse has risen. What in the world is this monstrosity? Do not move. Do not breathe. Some, utterly shocked, resorted to methods of resisting the transformations, holding their breath and daring not to look. This tactic appeared to be somewhat effective. The terrifying corpse merely glanced over and then averted its gaze, turning its attention to several panicked cultivators. By heavens! Run! Ah! Monster! Do not come closer. A few cultivators, aghast, turned to flee. Yet, the moment they did, the corpse detected them, raising its hands and reaching out. In an instant, they felt a jolt, of visible energy being forcibly extracted from their bodies, streaming into the corpse's nostrils. Witnessing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, trembling as they held their breath. What the hell is this? My word, how powerful! Those were merely half-step monarchs, and they could not even muster the strength to resist. This corpse must have been a formidable presence in the apothecary's holy ground. Do not move, under any circumstances. The crowd communicated telepathically. The cultivators instantly transformed into statues, utterly immobilized. Chapter 161. Proving the Emperor with Corpses, the Black Dragon, and the Devouring Magic Jar. Nearly 10,000 cultivators stood frozen, maintaining bizarre postures. The corpse, with its blood-red eyes, scanned the surroundings, exuding waves of deathly energy, crashing over all like relentless tides. Though it did not inflict tangible harm, the aura left many cultivators feeling overwhelmed. However, the immobility of the crowd did not imply safety. For at that moment, another wave of individuals entered through the vortex passage. Roar! The corpse let out a furious howl, and in a flash, a swift figure disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already at the vortex passage, seizing the newly arrived cultivators and siphoning their life force. The newcomers, caught completely off guard, were swiftly immobilized by the corpse, helplessly watching as their lives were drained away. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all present. Fortunately, no additional cultivators entered thereafter, leaving the corpse in a state of confusion once more. Damn. It guards the entrance to the passage. We are utterly trapped now. What to do? What to do? This position is so uncomfortable, I can hardly endure it. I must hold on. Do not move. What is your position compared to mine? This is nothing but a golden rooster standing on one leg. My posture is far more excruciating. What position could possibly be worse than a golden rooster? I cannot see. What position? You would not believe it if I told you. Halfway through a backflip. Halfway through a backflip? By heavens. You are truly impressive. And I am not just impressive. Right now, I am leaning back entirely. With only my toes touching the ground. My back can barely take it. Incredible. A myriad of bizarre postures, all gritting their teeth to persevere. Though they could not employ their cultivation, their solid foundations allowed them to endure for quite a while. It was just that the corpses sniffing around them on the ground were somewhat unsettling, especially with the corpse guarding the vortex passage, effectively blocking everyone's escape route. While there was no immediate danger, the pressure was immense. Meanwhile, outside the vortex passage, wave after wave of deathly energy surged forth, quickly filling the entire apothecary's secret realm. The number of cultivators outside the passage increased. However, due to the thick, deathly energy within, and the fact that none who entered had returned, they dared not rush in. As time wore on, the deathly aura within the vortex passage only grew denser, saturating the apothecary's secret realm with a chilling atmosphere, further dissuading anyone from entering. Thus, some disciples of the sacred grounds, having pondered for a moment, decided to leave the secret realm and report to their elders. Yet, they entirely overlooked the penetrating nature of the deathly aura. Just as they prepared to exit the secret realm, the deathly energy had already spread beyond the apothecary's domain, emanating from the fissures in the void to the outside world. What is this aura? Such a sinister presence. It must be from the secret realm. No, wait. This is the apothecary's secret realm, where there should only be the life force of spiritual herbs. How can there be such a terrifying deathly aura? Good heavens. Could something have gone awry within the apothecary's secret realm? Astonishing. Could it be true? Fortunately, we did not enter. The cultivators outside the secret realm were filled with dread, their eyes fixated on the crack's entrance. Even the sovereigns of the 5 great sacred lands sensed a hint of something amiss within this overwhelming aura. The miasma of death pervaded the air. How could a place brimming with vitality be suffused with such a dense essence of death? It was inconceivable. Life emerges from death, and death begets life. Could it be that someone has arranged an abode of extreme darkness here, aiming for a rebirth through destruction? No way. It is indeed possible. The apothecary sacred land was once immensely powerful, its influence echoing across the ancient continent, dominating the realm of immortal elixirs, yet it suddenly fell into ruin. How peculiar. If someone truly intends to rise anew from the ashes, our disciples would be in grave peril. At this thought, the five sovereigns shuddered, their eyes betraying their disbelief. In unison, they summoned their ultimate weapons. As these formidable artifacts were unveiled, vivid scenes materialized in the void. Within these images, an ancient corpse of terrifying proportions clawed at the ground, seeking its prey amidst the graveyard. Above, tens of thousands of cultivators were paralyzed, as if caught in a binding spell. Witnessing this, the five sovereigns gasped in shock. The sea of extreme darkness, where all corpses transform, was indeed a treacherous ground for cultivating a corpse king. Heavens! The aura emanating from that corpse king was dreadfully potent, hinting at the presence of a quasi-emperor. Could it be that this corpse king is on the brink of achieving quasi-emperor status? To use a corpse to attain the imperial realm. The apothecary sacred land must have harbored grand ambitions, attempting to elevate the ancestors' remains into an emperor. No wonder it faced annihilation. Secrets must have leaked. However, this corpse king had evidently been forced into existence before attaining quasi-emperor status and would never have the opportunity to ascend again. The five sovereigns furrowed their brows, each voicing their astonishment at the unfolding scenes. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators were thoroughly terrified, their scalps tingling at the sight of the corpse king. Although it was merely a projection, the aura radiating from the corpse king seemed capable of piercing through the void, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Especially after hearing the sovereigns mention the corpse king's failed attempt to achieve emperor status, the implication was clear. That corpse would forever remain just a corpse? Goodness. If such a terrifying entity were to escape, even the combined efforts of the sacred lands might struggle to subdue it. Amidst the collective anxiety, the five sovereigns wrestled with how to rescue their disciples trapped in the realm of extreme darkness. These disciples represented the backbone of their five sacred lands, destined to ascend to imperial ranks, with some even fated for sanctity. They could not allow their disciples to perish within this secret realm. Yet, with their current cultivation levels, opening the nested realms to rescue their disciples would be exceedingly challenging. Just as the five sovereigns pondered their next moves, a middle-aged man suddenly materialized from the tumultuous void, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Incredible! It cannot be. Isn't he the protector who killed the Holy Land sage? How dare he show up at such a critical moment? Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The five sovereigns turned their gaze toward the black dragon, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. But sensing their hostility, the black dragon did not even glance at the five sovereigns. His focus was solely on the projection in the void. His purpose for appearing was straightforward: to rescue the five disciples of the sect leader. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, the black dragon acted. He slowly extended a hand toward the sky, and in an instant, an aura of ultimate power radiated from him as a ceramic jar expanded in size. Resting in his grasp, the sight left all cultivators in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief. Remarkable! It is indeed an ultimate weapon. Incredible! When did ultimate weapons become so commonplace? How could a mere protector possess one? It was normal for sovereigns to carry ultimate weapons, but for a protector to wield one was unprecedented. Who exactly is he? The crowd buzzed with speculation, exchanging whispers. Even the five sovereigns refrained from retaliating against the black dragon, prioritizing the urgency of the situation over vengeance, knowing that he wielded an ultimate weapon. However, despite their restraint, no one believed he could rescue those trapped in the secret realm. After all, this realm was fraught with limitations, not easily breached by a sovereign wielding an ultimate weapon. Even if he could open it, a terrifying corpse king awaited inside, one nearing quasi-emperor status. Thus, opinions on the black dragon remained divided. Unfazed by the murmurs, the black dragon unleashed the full might of the ultimate weapon. With a resonating hum, the jar trembled, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, far exceeding anyone's expectations. In the blink of an eye, a massive entrance was carved into the void. Realizing this, all present were momentarily stunned, their minds blank. He opened it. How is this possible? Even if he opened the apothecary's secret realm, he could not breach the nested realm. Yes, even if he unlocked the nested realm, the corpse king would surely target him. Shock and skepticism rippled through the crowd. Yet, just as doubts arose, the jar trembled once more. An awe-inspiring force erupted, as if descending from the heavens. This overwhelming aura was capable of annihilating everything in its path. Even the five sovereigns trembled before its might, feeling minuscule in comparison. What is this? A great saint. He is not merely a sovereign. He is a great saint. What? A great saint? It has been millennia since a great saint emerged from the ancient continent. Could it be that someone has attained such heights? Heavens! There are still living great saints in this world. The appearance of a great saint heralded the arrival of an era of great conflict. With the emergence of great saints, the path to emperorship unveils itself. In an instant, astonishment washed over the crowd. The 5 sovereigns felt their resolve falter, their desire for revenge dissipating in the face of such overwhelming power. They could hardly fathom which faction wielded a great saint as a protector, truly terrifying. With another tremor, the jar unleashed its vast power once more, breaking through another layer of space, establishing a true passage within the graveyard. Instantaneously, the eyes of all cultivators within the graveyard widened in shock. The Corpse King sensed the anomaly immediately. With a low growl, he sprinted into the newly formed passage. Seeing this, countless cultivators in the graveyard regained their composure and rushed toward the swirling vortex, desperate to escape. Run! Quickly! It is departing. The corpse is finally leaving. Retreat! Hastily, the legions of cultivators fled like a receding tide, eager to escape. However, the process was not without peril, though the threat of the Corpse King had subsided. The awakening of the surrounding corpses stirred the ground, sending the skeletal army in pursuit of the fleeing cultivators. Even though they lacked the terrifying aura of the Corpse King, their movements were as chaotic as locusts, surging through the air. Anyone caught would be crushed instantly, without a chance to resist. Marvelous! It is the Black Dragon, Senior. He has intervened. Do not rush. Let them escape first. We will retreat afterward. In the void, Lin Fan and the others were equally exhilarated, yet they held their ground, preparing to wait until the skeletal army had dispersed before making their own escape. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, as the double-layered secret opened, the crowd barely had time to react before the Corpse King appeared before them in a flash. Boom! An overwhelming aura of death emanated from the Corpse King, instantly engulfing the entire realm. In that moment, those present felt their scalps tingle, paralyzed by fear and unable to muster the courage to move. How terrifying! This is truly horrifying. My goodness! How did those cultivators in the secret realm endure this? Gulp, do not move, whatever you do. As the crowd trembled in fright, their eyes were fixated on the figure of the Corpse King, bracing themselves to flee at a moment's notice if it charged. However, it became evident that their concerns were misplaced. Upon emerging, the Corpse King ignored them entirely and fixed its gaze on the Black Dragon. Although the Corpse King was merely a mindless body, it instinctively refrained from rushing forward, instead continually roaring at the Black Dragon. Roar, roar, roar! The deafening sound echoed like a monster descending from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down the spines of all cultivators, altering the rhythm of their heartbeats. Yet, the Black Dragon remained composed, not only unperturbed, but also retorting with annoyance. Roar, roar, roar! You, a mere corpse, think you can deceive the heavens? You are simply delusional. Boom! The moment these words were uttered, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Even the 5 great holy kings were left bewildered. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, although everyone possessed supreme weapons. Provoking the Corpse King was hardly a wise choice, even if the Corpse King was merely a corpse with no cultivation at the late stage of a great sage. Its formidable physicality was enough to instill fear in everyone. Oh, right. It is a great sage. Perhaps it is worth provoking. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Corpse King was left dumbfounded. It seemed to comprehend the Black Dragon's insult, and smoke began to billow from its nostrils in response. After a low growl, it charged toward the Black Dragon. Hee. Today, I, Old Dragon, shall claim you. The Black Dragon, undaunted, raised his hand to activate the devouring demon jar, which instantly enlarged, capturing the Corpse King within. In an instant, the crowd was once again left speechless. What? It was captured? Is this how it ends? Good heavens! Is a great sage equipped with a supreme weapon truly this fearsome? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the Black Dragon activated the devouring demon jar again, directly refining the Corpse King into blood. He then opened the jar and poured it out. What the hell? It has turned into blood. How terrifying! Although the Corpse King possessed only instinct, its physical form was surprisingly refined so easily. In that moment, everyone was left agape. The 5 great holy kings felt a tremor in their hearts, swallowing hard. Chapter 163. Another great sage emerges. Oppression from Ningyu revenge? What on earth are you talking about? We should quickly draw a clear line instead. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the 5 great holy kings, the Black Dragon once more shook the devouring demon jar, resonating with a certain space within the realm. Instantly, the void rippled, and 5 youthful figures emerged from the emptiness. Stop hiding, let us go? The Black Dragon's voice echoed softly. The 5 did not hesitate, scratching their heads as they flew toward the torn void, quickly arriving beside the Black Dragon. Seeing this, everyone was once again rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that these 5 individuals had been hiding in the void. Their methods were indeed extraordinary. No wonder so many cultivators had failed to locate them within the mirrored realm. As the five returned to the Black Dragon's side, the scattered cultivators all turned to the five holy kings of the five great holy lands, sensing the multitude of anxious gazes around them. The five holy kings hurriedly averted their eyes, pretending to search the sky, clearly lacking the courage for revenge. In response, others merely scoffed inwardly. After all, it must be said that the realm of great sages is not one they could comprehend. Just based on that previous display, those five holy kings could easily be treated like children. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Their reaction was quite understandable. Thus, in the midst of silence, the Black Dragon enveloped Lin Fan and the other five, vanishing from sight. At this point, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The five great holy kings exchanged glances, sighed, and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly swept through the heavens and the earth, shocking everyone. And the five great holy kings were momentarily startled, fearing that the entity had returned. They quickly began to prepare explanations in their minds. However, before the five could ready themselves, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared before them. It was a woman. Her expression was icy, yet her figure was alluring. She stood in the air as if a visitor from the celestial realm. That terrifying aura undeniably emanated from her. Yet upon realizing that she was not the middle-aged man from before, the five great holy kings felt a wave of relief. After all, as long as she was not a great sage, it was acceptable. Naturally, due to the overwhelming aura she projected, the five great holy kings did not underestimate her. Politely clasping their fists, "Esteemed friend, do you require assistance?" It was evident that they regarded Ningyue as a formidable cultivator of the Holy King realm. In response, Ningyue merely smiled coldly, her voice dripping with disdain. "That man just killed your saint, and you let him go just like that? The supreme holy lands are truly lacking." The five were taken aback, bewildered. They looked at Ningyue anew, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The Holy King of the North family immediately expressed discontent. "Friend, whether we let him go or not seems to have nothing to do with you. Indeed, who are you to meddle in our holy land's affairs? Do you think that just because we call you friend, you can act with impunity?" The Holy King of the Heavenly Heart Holy Land scoffed. The other three holy kings, though silent, shared a similar attitude, glaring at Ningyue with annoyance. To this, Ningyue only laughed heartily. "Giggle such a bold group of individuals. When I was a holy king, if I had your cowardice, I would have never progressed further." Ningyue covered her mouth in laughter, her eyes filled with contempt. However, she did not grow angry. After her laughter subsided, her expression turned icy, and she stated flatly, "Today, I shall capture him. If you do not join me in action, none of you shall leave." Arrogant, bold, outrageous. Prepare yourselves. The five great holy kings furrowed their brows, fury igniting within them as they raised their hands to summon five supreme weapons. In an instant, the oppressive force of the five supreme weapons resonated throughout the area. However, before they could act, Ningyue waved her hand, instantly seizing their supreme weapons. And then her own aura erupted violently. Boom! A terrifying force trembled the very heavens and earth, her skirt fluttering without wind, revealing her fair legs beneath. "Hiss, this is the aura of a great sage? My goodness, this aura seems even more formidable than that of the previous great sage. Heaven above! What misfortune have our five great holy lands encountered today, to be graced by the presence of two great sages, both of whom we have offended? The long-absent great sage has now appeared one after another. The ancient wilderness continent is truly on the brink of transformation." In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. The five great sage kings were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Especially after losing the supreme weapons, their confidence dissipated entirely, leaving them feeling a prickling unease. "Elder, we were unaware of your esteemed identity. Please forgive us." The sage king of the north hurriedly bowed in apology, stumbling over his words. The other sage kings followed suit, offering their respects and apologies, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. "No need for apologies. I keep my word. Once I capture those five prodigies, I will share with you," Ningyu stated, her expression impassive as she returned a supreme weapon, specifically from the Tianqin sacred land. The Tianqin sage king was overjoyed and eagerly accepted it, though he did not dare to act recklessly. After all, without a supreme weapon, they might not even be able to contend with the great sage, especially now that the opponent possessed four supreme weapons. Cautiously, the Tianqin sage king remarked, "Elder, you are also a great sage. We may not, perhaps, be of much help. Moreover, since you already possess a supreme weapon, you should be able to subdue that individual. Would it not be best to spare us?" Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the other four sage kings widened their eyes in disbelief, glaring at the Tianqin sage king, inwardly cursing him. How could he think to escape after reclaiming the supreme weapon while the rest of them had yet to retrieve theirs? Infuriating. Now that he had the supreme weapon, he wanted to cut ties with them. They had to bring him into this, with a shared look of annoyance. They regarded the Tianqin Sage King, expressing their grievances silently. Before Ningyu could respond, the North Sage King stepped forward, clasping his fists, and addressed the Tianqin Sage King. Since the elder has spoken, how could we refuse to assist? With your presence, we shall undoubtedly remain unscathed. Yes, we can share a supreme weapon. Even if we are not a match for that individual, we will have the means to protect ourselves. The others chimed in, urging the Tianqin Sage King, who felt utterly frustrated. Just as he was about to explain, Ningyu interjected, "They are correct. If you wish to leave, you may do so. But you must surrender the supreme weapon. I will seek others." The Tianqin Sage King was taken aback, realizing that the argument had been taken from him. Reluctantly, he had to comply. However, even with his agreement, the difficulty of slaying a great sage remained a daunting prospect. Cautiously, the Tianqin Sage King ventured, "Elder, may I dare to inquire what grievances exist between you and that great sage? Why pursue him?" As soon as he spoke, the other 4 Sage Kings perked up, for this was indeed a matter of great significance. If mishandled, the 5 sacred lands could face dire consequences. Observing their reactions, Ningyu did not conceal her intentions and stated plainly, "I am not pursuing him. I am targeting those 5 prodigies." What? Targeting those 5 prodigies? Are they of such great significance that even the elder places such emphasis on them? Realizing that the elder's target was the 5 prodigies, they pondered how to divide them afterward. Indeed, if they were to capture the 5 prodigies but failed to eliminate the formidable opponent, what would happen if he retaliated against them? The group shuddered, anxiety creeping in once more. Nonetheless, Ningyu remained composed as she clarified, "You need not worry. The 5 have no significant backing. I intend to capture them to demand one person from their sect. Once I obtain that individual, I will ascend to the realm of Emperor, and at that time, I shall ensure your safety. Your task is simple while I contend with that great sage. You will seize the opportunity to capture those 5 individuals. Then we shall join forces to take down that great sage." Wow. Upon hearing this, the 5 were once again taken aback. To kidnap 5 prodigies for the sake of one person? Ascend to the realm of Emperor? How absurd. Moreover, if they exchanged those 5 for one, how would they divide the prodigies among themselves? Their eyes widened in confusion, left utterly bewildered. Yet, Ningyu merely cast a fleeting glance before uttering words that left everyone astounded. "I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Ningyu. I have cultivated the 9 transformations profound art, splitting into 8 avatars to defy fate and live a second life. Now, I have integrated 7 of those avatars, and only 1 remains before I can ascend to the realm of Emperor. If you assist me, once I achieve this, I will undoubtedly stand as your ally." Boom. The minds of the crowd reeled, utterly speechless. The reincarnation of the great Emperor? Cultivating the 9 transformations profound art to form 8 avatars? Only 1 avatar away from becoming an emperor. Though it sounded outrageous, they had certainly heard of the title Great Emperor Ningyu. Moreover, she appeared to be a young great sage, not resembling someone nearing the end of their years. Such a youthful great sage might indeed be capable of achieving what she claimed. If she truly ascended to the realm of Emperor, they would surely have a powerful ally. Not only would their 5 sacred lands become the most formidable force in the ancient wilderness, but they could also influence the celestial realm above. Even if her words were false, they could not dismiss the possibility. A young great sage had no reason to deceive them. With this thought, the 5 felt a surge of ambition. The North Sage King immediately clasped his fists and declared, "I, Beijia of the North Sage Land, pay my respects to great Emperor Ningyu." As the North Sage King bowed first, the other 4 Sage Kings hastily followed suit, expressing their allegiance. Tianqin Sacred Land, Jiang Sacred Land, Fuguang Sacred Land, Jun Sacred Land. We greet great Emperor Ningyu. There's no need for excessive formalities. Let us proceed. Ningyu nodded, then waved her hand, lifting the 4 Sage Kings as they vanished from sight, leaving behind a throng of stunned cultivators. What had they just heard? The Emperor? No way. Could it be that an Emperor has truly reincarnated? Not merely reincarnated, but an Emperor living a second life. There are records of such in ancient texts. It seems she has yet to fully enter her second life. Incredible. An Emperor is about to emerge. The ancient wilderness is indeed entering a prosperous era. How astonishingly swift. Quickly, contact the family, informing them of the Emperor's reincarnation. We must align ourselves with this mighty figure. Yes, contact the family at once. Clan leader, it's me, the 6th son. Hurry, hurry. Get in touch with the country's ruler. Contact the sect leader immediately. The ancient wilderness is about to change. In an instant, countless cultivators became frantic, bustling with activity. Meanwhile, In a secluded paradise within the endless mountains, 5 individuals and a dragon descended, oblivious to the fact that they were being watched. Black Dragon, we will first digest the immortal elixir within us to solidify our cultivation. Once we are stable, we shall return to our sect, and on the way back, I shall treat you to a grand time in the city. After landing, Lin Fan clasped his fists and spoke with a smile to the Black Dragon, who waved his hand dismissively in agreement and went to fish by the water's edge. The 5 wasted no time, heading to the cliff's edge, blasting 5 caverns, and burrowing inside. Just as they settled in, about to circulate their techniques, a sudden exclamation from the Black Dragon pierced the air. Elder Luo? What are you doing here? They all turned to look outside the cave, beyond the caverns. The Black Dragon stood at the water's edge, staring at Ningyu in bewilderment. The 5 were equally stunned, unable to comprehend how Elder Luo could be in the divine domain. Elder Luo? Huh, I am not Elder Luo. Ningyu sneered inwardly, yet maintained a slight smile on her face as she approached the Black Dragon, saying, I come on behalf of my sect master to deliver something to you. With that, Ningyu extended her fist, presenting it before the Black Dragon. In an instant, the Black Dragon, filled with curiosity, rushed forward to gaze intently at Ningyu's fist, questioning, What is this? You traveled all this way for it? Ah, what a splendid treasure. Ningyu smiled gently and then suddenly spread her fingers wide. In that moment, a vast power erupted from her palm, surging towards the Black Dragon's brow. The unexpected turn of events startled the group of 5 within the cave. But before they could warn her, it was too late. Boom. The light from her palm intensified, emanating an aura so terrifying it seemed capable of annihilating everything in its path. Ningyu's expression revealed a hint of pride, but before her smile could fully manifest, it was abruptly frozen. The overwhelming power of the ultimate weapon, shrinking in her palm, did not severely injure the Black Dragon. Instead, as it approached him, it was thwarted by a wave of energy radiating from his body. You actually anticipated this, Ningyu exclaimed in shock, instinctively retreating to create distance. Chapter 165, A Scheme Within a Scheme. Tang Yin captured. Haha. You were prepared, so why would I be caught off guard? The Black Dragon laughed heartily, raising his hand and beckoning. Suddenly, a sinister aura emerged from behind Ningyu. The celestial devouring cauldron had stealthily positioned itself behind her and was now hurtling toward her. Boom. The cauldron struck Ningyu's back with tremendous force. Ah! She cried out in anguish, propelled directly towards the Black Dragon. Upon witnessing this, the Black Dragon grinned widely, preparing to seize her, taunting, Though your aura is identical to Elder Luo's, he lacks your strength. I sensed your presence long before you appeared. Is that so? Suddenly, with her body in disarray, Ningyu lifted her forehead, her eyes gleaming with determination. In an instant, she adjusted her stance and struck downwards with her ultimate weapon, moving with lightning speed towards the Black Dragon's head. At that moment, another hidden ultimate weapon behind her also revealed itself. Clearly, the Black Dragon's strike had been intercepted by the weapon concealed behind her, leaving her unharmed. Her cries of distress and semblance of injury were all an act, so convincing that even the Black Dragon was taken aback. As a result, the Black Dragon's pupils constricted, and he quickly raised his hand to defend himself. Boom. The sound of impact reverberated as the Black Dragon was forced back several meters, and the residual force from their clash radiated outward, shaking the earth for miles around, snapping trees and shattering mountains in its wake. The 5 prodigies were taken aback and quickly fled the cave to avoid the collapsing rock. Hee hee. Did you think I didn't know that you knew I knew? Ningyu chuckled arrogantly, as if everything was under her control. The Black Dragon's expression darkened. Although he had been struck by the ultimate weapon, his dragon body was highly resilient, and with timely defense, he was largely unscathed. However, he was perplexed by her cryptic words, irritatedly retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? I can't understand a word. Who are you? Why are you masquerading as Elder Luo to ambush me? Ho ho ho, I am not masquerading. I am simply myself. A firework of a different hue." Ningyu, wielding an ultimate weapon in each hand, gazed at the Black Dragon and replied calmly, "As for ambushing you, it is simply because you are from the Misty Sect." With that, she wasted no time and charged towards the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon frowned, perplexed by her words. Nonetheless, facing an opponent of equal caliber, he could not afford to underestimate her. He immediately summoned the Celestial Devouring Cauldron to engage her, even though both combatants controlled their powers, directing their might skyward. Residual waves still surged outward, causing the land to tremble. In an instant, mountains exploded, rivers ran dry, the earth sank, and dust filled the air. The void itself was shattered, revealing an ancient, profound silence that seemed to ensnare anyone who dared to gaze upon it, as if drawing them into an endless abyss. My heavens, is this the clash of great saints? It is utterly terrifying. Even the void has been destroyed. The five were astonished. How strange. That woman looks exactly like Elder Luo. Could there truly be two identical individuals in this world? Forget it. Let us get further away. The five gathered and soared into the distance. However, before they had flown far, five more terrifying auras approached, and soon five elders appeared from all directions. Though they had yet to arrive, their oppressive presence was palpable. Not good. More people. We must flee. The five immediately turned to escape towards the black dragon. Yet, the moment they turned, the pressure bore down upon them, rendering them immobile, especially Tang Yin, the weakest among them. While his companions had managed to run a few meters before being stopped, he had barely turned when he lost the ability to move. "Ah, brother. I can't move. I can't move," he cried in panic. "Don't panic. We can't move either," Lin Fan and the other young women replied helplessly. At that moment, the five elders' figures converged, their faces adorned with smiles. "How simple it is. Ha! The mission is accomplished. You thought having a great saint would protect you, did you?" The five, with ill intentions, raised their hands to capture them. But just at that critical juncture, the black dragon engaged in battle with Ningyu since the arrival of the five auras. However, he could not free his hands in time, so it was only when the five great saints approached him that he could act. "Stop right there," the black dragon bellowed, rushing forward to break the five's confinement. Upon seeing this, the five immediately dashed towards him. Yet, the five great saints did not hesitate. They brandished their ultimate weapons and launched an attack at the four in front. Simultaneously, Ningyu, wielding her ultimate weapon, charged forward. In that moment, the black dragon found himself beset on both sides. Frowning, he had no choice but to use both hands. One to block Ningyu's assault, and the other to unleash his powers, cutting off Lin Fan and the other's escape route, intercepting the ultimate weapon. The resulting force created a powerful air current between them, halting Tang Yin's advance. "Whoa, Senior Black Dragon, I haven't made it yet. I haven't made it yet," Tang Yin exclaimed in fright, retreating while shouting. But before the black dragon could take further action, the five great saints reached his side, quickly restraining him once more, and then whisking Tang Yin away. "Let go of me. Let go of me. Senior Black Dragon, save me," Tang Yin cried out in alarm, never imagining he would be taken away alone. "Stop." The black dragon's brow furrowed again as he opened the celestial devouring cauldron to capture Lin Fan and the others, then pursued the five great saints. He unleashed his powers, bearing down on them. Yet just as he was about to suppress the five, a peal of laughter rang out. Your opponent is me." With that laughter, Ningyu appeared before the five great saints, blocking the black dragon's attack. Upon witnessing this, the black dragon's fury reached its zenith. This group truly had a plethora of schemes. They were intent on ensnaring him, a dragon. If he returned like this, how could he explain himself to the sect leader? Suppressing his rage, the black dragon coldly inquired, "What will it take for you to release Tang Yin? Little Tang?" That sounds quite affectionate." Ningyu smiled sweetly, then raised her hand, bringing Tang Yin to her side, and said nonchalantly, "It's simple. Go back and tell your sect leader that his disciple is in my hands. If he wants Tang Yin to remain unharmed, he must bring Luo Feishuan to me. Otherwise, prepare to collect his corpse." "Boo-hoo." Tang Yin stared wide-eyed, unable to utter a word. The black dragon clenched his fist tightly. Informing the sect leader? Wasn't that a slap in his face? The black dragon immediately retorted, "Preposterous. My sect is not something you can threaten. Do you not realize that every member of my sect is an emperor? Just one of them could easily suppress you all. If you do not wish to meet a tragic end, release Tang Yin at once." Chapter 166, A Trade of Lives, the Xian what? All are emperors? They can send just one to suppress us? Haha, I believe he must be out of his mind. In an instant, the five holy kings and Ningyu burst into disdainful laughter. If their sect had several great saints, or even a couple of dying half-emperors, they might have entertained some doubt. But an entire sect of emperors? They seemed unaware of just how terrifying an emperor could be. "Little Black, you sure know how to boast." Ningyu teased with a smile, but her expression quickly turned stern as she declared, "I must have Luo Feishuan. I want Luo Feishuan. If you do not bring her, let Tang Yin be prepared for his demise. Moreover, if one does not inquire, how can one know your sect's reluctance? After all, she is the direct disciple of your sect's master. Perhaps your sect master would also be willing to negotiate. I give you 3 days to bring Luo Feishuan to the North Family's sacred ground. If you do not bring her in 3 days, be prepared to collect Tang's remains." With a wave of her hand, Ningyu led her companions away, leaving the black dragon in a state of deep contemplation. If he were to return and inform the sect master, his pride as a dragon would be lost. Yet if he pursued them, it would only result in a stalemate, potentially endangering Tang Yin as well. After much deliberation, the Black Dragon ultimately resolved to return, for once the sect intervened, rescuing Tang Yin would be a mere formality. Thus, he promptly released Lin Fan and the other three, recounting the situation to them. Upon learning that their junior brother was merely captured and not in mortal danger, they all breathed a sigh of relief, suggesting they hasten back to the sect and seek assistance for their junior brother. The Black Dragon naturally had no objections. He once again confined the four within the Swallowing Sky demon jar, then tore through space to head back to the sect. Although he was merely at the Great Saint level and could not instantly breach the vast barriers separating them from the sect, his speed remained commendable. Each time he broke through the void, he found himself appearing hundreds of thousands of miles away in an instant. Soon, they arrived at the sect. Within the mysterious Cloud Sect, tranquility reigned. However, it was far more lively than before, with disciples bustling about everywhere. The Black Dragon dared not delay, releasing Lin Fan and the others once more before hastily leading them toward the main peak. Instantly, their presence sparked a stir among the disciples. Hey, are those beauties from our sect? I've never seen them before. Indeed, they possess such grace. I've seen many graceful figures in the sect, but I've never encountered them. Whoa, don't gossip carelessly. They are all direct disciples of the sect master. They were out training, so you wouldn't know them. What? They're the sect master as other disciples? Incredible! But the leading man looks a bit aged. He must be Lin Fan. Can we not make wild guesses? The one in front is our sect's guardian beast, the Black Dragon. The other one is Wait, where is Tang Yin? As the onlookers continued to scrutinize, the Black Dragon and his companions pressed onward. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered Luo Feishuan. Senior Black Dragon, you've returned. Luo Feishuan greeted cheerfully, holding a purple gold gourd filled with elixirs. In an instant, the Black Dragon and Lin Fan were taken aback, halting in reflexive caution. Are you Elder Luo? The Black Dragon inquired, subtly releasing his aura to assess her. Luo Feishuan looked momentarily stunned and replied, You don't recognize me anymore? I do. Upon confirming her identity, the Black Dragon sighed inwardly in relief, just as he was about to take his leave. He pondered that perhaps Luo Feishuan might know something about the situation, so he slowed his pace and shared the details regarding the other Luo Feishuan. Of course, he tactfully omitted the part about exchanging her for someone else. After listening, Luo Feishuan did not exhibit any exaggerated reaction. However, upon learning that Tang Yin had been captured, an understanding dawned upon her. She then shared her own circumstances, handing the gourd to a servant for assistance, and voluntarily followed the Black Dragon, eager to meet the sect master. With that, the Black Dragon led the group directly to the main peak without hindrance. Having once been at the threshold of becoming an emperor, he had yet to enter the realm of emperors, and thus remained unaware of the methods by which an emperor could defy the heavens and live a second life. The concept of one becoming 9 seemed almost absurd. Moreover, it was not lost on him that the person who had captured Tang Yin was none other than Luo Feishuan herself. However, despite this realization, the Black Dragon and Lin Fan did not harbor any animosity towards Luo Feishuan, for they had spent enough time together to discern that aside from their resemblance, they were fundamentally different individuals. Before long, the six arrived at the main peak, where the Black Dragon recounted the entire sequence of events, particularly the request to exchange Luo Feishuan, casting an apologetic glance at her. Yet, Luo Feishuan showed no sign of surprise. Instead, she stepped forward, her expression earnest as she clasped her fists, stating, Sect Master, this incident arose from my actions, and I am willing to go in exchange for Tang Yin. No regrets. Chen Xuan gazed at Luo Feishuan's determined demeanor, feeling no resentment. He simply smiled gently and replied, Elder Luo, I never said you should go. To me, every member of this sect is irreplaceable, and you need not sacrifice yourself. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of emotion. Grateful to have joined such a commendable sect, had she been at the treasure pavilion, they likely would have opted for her sacrifice. However, as the situation had stemmed from her, and now their sect had grown to a level that even the guardian beast did not regard lightly, she realized that if she did not step forward, Tang Yin would surely struggle to return safely. Furthermore, since the sect master had treated her well since her entry, now was the time for her to show her worth. With this in mind, Luo Feishuan resolutely insisted, Sect Master, this matter arose from my actions. Let me go. If I do not, they will not release him. I will go to exchange without any complaints. Her words were entirely heartfelt. Yet, the mysterious Cloud Sect did not require a mere saint to make sacrifices. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan felt a swell of pride at her determination, knowing that he had not raised her in vain. As his gaze momentarily dipped, he inadvertently caught sight of the pronounced curves of Luo Feishuan's figure as she bowed. Chen Xuan quickly averted his gaze and calmly stated, Enough. The sect does not need you, a mere saint, to make sacrifices. This matter I shall resolve myself. Lu Song, come here. After speaking, Chen Xuan addressed the void with a casual command. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through, solidifying Lu Song's form as he appeared before them. With a quick glance at the black dragon and Luo Feishuan, Lu Song keenly sensed that something significant was about to unfold. He respectfully clasped his fists and "Greetings, Sect Master. Indeed, my disciple Tang Yin has been captured in the divine realm. Please send an inner sect elder to resolve this matter." Chapter 167, Taking Action to Rescue. The emperors gather what? Tang Yin has been captured? Who dares to lay hands on the sect master's disciple? They are courting death. Upon hearing this news, Lu Song's expression darkened, revealing a hint of anger. He once again clasped his fists and solemnly declared, "Sect Master, I request permission to immediately eradicate those thieves and bring Tang Yin back." Chen Xuan merely glanced at Lu Song, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He himself was not angry, yet Lu Song appeared more incensed than if Tang Yin were his own disciple. This reaction showcased the unity and camaraderie within the mysterious Cloud Sect, a testament to the affection shared among disciples and elders. Feeling reassured, Chen Xuan stated, "The ones who captured my disciple are from the divine realm. You must send someone to join forces with the Black Dragon to resolve this. Remember, ensure Tang Yin's safe return." "Understood. I will dispatch someone at once." Lu Song solemnly clasped his fists and turned to leave, intent on notifying other available emperors. "Elder Lu, wait for me." Black Dragon hastily followed suit. Luo Feishuan, who had not received any orders, glanced around and, seeing that the sect leader had yet to issue a command, could not restrain herself any longer. She clasped her fists towards Chen Xuan and took her leave, quickly pursuing Lu Song. "Elder Lu, I shall accompany you. That person is my main body. If he does not see me, he will certainly not allow Tang Yin to make an appearance." As the crowd dispersed, only Lin Fan, Yi Qiqing, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linge remained. Their expressions were filled with guilt. Lin Fan took the lead, clasping his fists and saying, "Master, it is entirely my fault for not properly escorting junior brother Tang Yin. Please punish me." With that, he knelt on the grass. Observing this, Yi Qiqing, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linge followed suit, kneeling and bowing. "Master, I too am at fault." "Master, I share the same sentiment." Yi Qiqing and Murong Ingluo both voluntarily admitted their guilt. Shi Linge remained silent, simply bowing her head in submission. Seeing the four of them sincerely acknowledging their mistakes, Chen Xuan had no intention of reproaching them. After all, trials and tribulations come with both opportunities and dangers. Thus, he smiled gently and raised his hand to help them up, his gaze sweeping slowly over each of their faces. Upon meeting his gaze, Lin Fan dared not look him in the eye and immediately lowered his eyelids. His gaze then shifted slowly over Yi Qiqing and the others, causing the three female disciples' cheeks to flush slightly, and they all averted their eyes, nervously picking at their fingers. "You need not belittle yourselves." Chen Xuan's gaze finally settled on the four of them, and he spoke softly. "What we call trials and tribulations involve both gains and losses. I can see the vitality surging within you. Have you perhaps consumed the undying divine herb?" Upon hearing this, the four were taken aback, astonished that their master could see through their actions. They immediately recounted how they had intended to reserve the undying divine herb as a tribute for their master, but had been compelled to consume it due to being besieged. After sharing this, they promptly retrieved from their spatial rings the sacred and spiritual herbs they had accumulated in the Medicine King's secret realm, presenting them to Chen Xuan with both hands. Their eyes darted toward him with apprehension, as if fearing his displeasure over the undying divine herb. However, they were clearly overthinking it. To other powerful beings, the undying divine herb was a precious elixir for prolonging life, something they would go to great lengths to acquire. Yet to Chen Xuan, it was merely a large herb. Aside from the occasional use for making tea, he still possessed over 90 of them. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuan said, "This is your opportunity. I am already content with your intentions. Keep it for yourselves. I can sense your vitality is surging, indicating instability in the herb's effects. Return and absorb its power to solidify your cultivation." "Thank you, Master." We take our leave. The four sighed in relief, gathering the sacred and spiritual herbs and bowing in unison as they departed, their admiration for their master growing ever stronger. After all, which master in the world would bestow such a plethora of sacred and spiritual herbs upon their disciples? Surely, only their own master would do so. Upon returning to their residence, the four wasted no time and immediately entered seclusion to absorb the divine herbs and consolidate their cultivation. Of course, they also set aside many excellent herbs to share later with Li Qia and Lu Yu. Meanwhile, a portion of the inner sect elders of the Miao Miao sect received summons from Lu Song. "Esteemed elders, Sect leader's disciple Tang Yin has encountered danger in the divine realm and has been captured. The captors include a great sage, 5 holy kings, and 5 supreme weapons. The sect leader has commanded the safe retrieval of Tang Yin. Who among you is available to venture into the divine realm? Please come to the Elder Hall. The message echoed in the ears of the various intersect elders, causing them to halt their cultivation abruptly. Those engaged in chess or meditation also paused their activities simultaneously. 5 supreme weapons? My heavens! Is it finally my turn? Instantly, the notified intersect elders were filled with joy, hastening toward the Elder Hall. In the blink of an eye, the Elder Hall was filled with ripples of space, each ripple heralding the arrival of a mighty emperor. In no time, over a dozen emperors gathered in the hall. Witnessing this scene, Black Dragon's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. For it was his first time witnessing such a congregation of emperors. Chen Xuan was equally taken aback, never anticipating that so many intersect elders would eagerly volunteer for a perilous mission. In the midst of their astonishment, the first elder to arrive could not contain himself and eagerly declared, Great Elder, I am available. Let me go. Upon closer inspection, the eager volunteer was revealed to be Lu Tsong's brother, Lu Hai. However, before Lu Tsong could respond, Wang Zhima and Wang Mietian quickly clasped their fists and chimed in, I will go. Last time, it was the great elder who went to the southern region. This time, it is our turn. As soon as their words left their mouths, 4 others joined in, revealing themselves to be the 4 brothers of the Du family, who had grievances with the heavens. The 4 excitedly exclaimed, Great Elder, let us go. Seeing the enthusiastic volunteers, Lu Tsong felt a headache coming on, regretting notifying too many people. Yet before he could ponder further, other emperors surrounded him, all vying to take on the mission. I will go, and me. Great Elder, please allow me to go this time. Lu Tsong. Black Dragon, speechless. Chen Xuan, silent. The incessant chatter of the intersect elders in the Elder Hall, each vying for the chance to enter the divine realm, left Lu Tsong feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, he had only summoned a familiar dozen or so elders. Had he summoned 20 or more emperors, he might have lost his sanity. However, since he and Lu Hai had already received supreme weapons, it would not be appropriate to send more of their own people. After some contemplation, Lu Tsong finally turned to the Du family's 4 brothers and addressed the second brother, Du Baitian, saying, You shall go. Me? Du Baitian was taken aback, then immediately elated, clasping his fists and declaring, Thank you, Great Elder. I shall not disgrace the sect leader's mission and will ensure Tang Yin's safe return. Upon being chosen by Lu Tsong, the other 3 brothers from the Du family were equally thrilled. Meanwhile, the other emperors expressed their disappointment. Seeing this, Lu Tsong could only offer consolation. Brothers, do not be disheartened. Should there be future tasks, I will surely allow you to partake. Thank you, Great Elder. The crowd nodded in resignation before dispersing. In the blink of an eye, only Du Baitian, Lu Tsong, Black Dragon, and Chen Xuan remained in the Elder Hall. Following Lu Tsong's instructions, Chen Xuan and Black Dragon recounted the events and reasons to Du Baitian once more, suggesting that they accompany him to prevent the captors from hiding Tang Yin away. Du Baitian, however, did not take this concern to heart. Nevertheless, to ensure everything went smoothly, Lu Tsong had already agreed to let Chen Xuan accompany them. So Du Baitian did not refuse. I am already aware of the situation. Elder Lo need not worry. I shall not only safely retrieve Tang Yin, but also ensure that you suffer no harm. With a smile, Du Baitian nodded and then waved his hand, tearing through the void. Lu Tsong also turned to leave the Elder Hall. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Du Baitian's strength. However, considering his prowess, she could not help but ask without hesitation, Elder Baitian, won't you apply for a supreme weapon? They possess 5 supreme weapons. Haha, what need have I for a supreme weapon to deal with a mere great sage and 5 holy kings? My own strength suffices. Du Baitian chuckled lightly, utterly unconcerned. Yet inwardly, he thought, even if I apply, it is not mine. My purpose this time is to seek a supreme weapon. With 5 supreme weapons, the sect leader will surely not use them all. Perhaps I may be rewarded with one. With that, he stepped toward the void passage, followed closely by 1 person and 1 dragon. Chen Xuan, captivated by his boldness, still bore a hint of worry on her face. Upon witnessing the situation, the Black Dragon softly advised, Elder Luo, rest assured, you are well aware of the strength possessed by our sect's inner elders. To contend against them, the opposing party would need to possess an emperor. What? Luo Feishuan was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the Black Dragon's words. An emperor on the opposing side? Could Elder Baitian truly rival an emperor? That seemed implausible. Elder Black Dragon, what exactly is Elder Baitian's cultivation level? Is he in the late stage of the Great Sage? Late Great Sage? The Black Dragon was taken aback this time, Confused, he replied, "Do you not know the strength of our inner elders?" "I do. They should be great sages." Luo Feishuan responded dazedly. She had initially thought the inner elders were saints, later believed them to be saint kings, and now considered them great sages. However, when it came to specific cultivation levels, she realized she truly did not know. A great sage? You genuinely do not know? Elder Beitian is an emperor. How could you not be aware, especially since you've been in the sect longer than I have? The black dragon rolled his eyes in utter disbelief. Upon hearing the term emperor, Luo Feishuan shuddered, completely astonished, stammering, Did you say emperor?" "Indeed." Seeing her astonishment, the black dragon's lips curled into a smirk before dropping another bombshell. "Not just Elder Beitian. All the elders in our inner sect are emperors." Boom. With that revelation, Luo Feishuan was utterly bewildered. All inner sect elders were emperors? Good heavens. How could that be? Aren't emperors the pinnacle of cultivation? One could go a millennium without encountering even a single one. To think so many emperors were hidden within the sect? Luo Feishuan was dumbfounded. She did not believe for a moment that the black dragon would deceive her. Moreover, Elder Beitian had not refuted him, seemingly agreeing with the black dragon's assertion. In that instant, Luo Feishuan felt as if she were dreaming. However, before she could confirm further, the trio had already traversed the void, arriving at the divine domain. Within a mere moment, they tore through the boundaries of the great domain, further confirming Elder Beitian's cultivation. At that moment, Luo Feishuan could no longer harbor disbelief. After all, who but an emperor could execute such terrifying spatial leaps? With a determined direction, they continued onward. Only then did Luo Feishuan find the opportunity to inquire, "Elder Black Dragon, what about our sect leader's cultivation level?" "The sect leader is also an emperor," the black dragon answered succinctly. Boom. Luo Feishuan was once again left in shock. The sect leader was also an emperor? Incredible! Had she unwittingly entered a domain of emperors? No wonder the sect leader did not treat this matter lightly. No wonder the sect's environment felt like a paradise. It turned out there were so many emperors residing here. In that moment, Luo Feishuan's heart trembled with excitement. Completely convinced by the black dragon's words, the visage of Chen Xuan resurfaced in her mind, lingering and refusing to fade away. Certainly, with a newfound understanding of the sect's strength, her confidence in this mission grew immensely. After all, with emperors in action, there was nothing to fear. At the North Family Sacred Ground, Ningyue arrived with 5 great sages. The North Family Sacred Ground warmly welcomed them and concealed Tang Yin within the Secret Realms dungeon, preparing to assist her in retrieving the other 4 prodigies once she achieved emperorhood, allowing them to share the spoils. Following Tang Yin's capture and their return to the North Family Sacred Ground, Ningyue generously returned 2 supreme weapons to both the North Family and the Jiang Family Sacred Grounds. Thus, the Tianqin Sacred Ground, North Family Sacred Ground, and Jiang Family Sacred Ground all reclaimed their respective supreme weapons. However, having already offended the Black Dragon. Although the saints from the Tianqin and Jiang Family Sacred Grounds retrieved their supreme weapons, they dared not broach the subject of leaving, remaining to rest in the guest houses arranged by the North Family Sacred Ground. At this moment, having arranged for everyone, the North Family Sacred King quietly approached the Secret Realms dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Tang Yi was bound and sealed, being subjected to punishment. Boom. A supervising elder landed a punch on Tang Yin's abdomen. Tang Yin immediately retched. Ugh, boom. Another punch. Ugh, Tang Yin continued to retch. Boom, boom. Boom, several more punches followed. Tang Yin felt miserable from the relentless blows. He thought he was destined to perish upon being captured. Mentally, he prepared himself for death. But he never expected that his captors were merely targeting his stomach, attempting to force him to expel the undying divine medicine within. Goodness, the incessant retching was unbearable. He would rather they simply killed him and extracted his stomach. Luckily, during his training in the Endless Sea, he had learned a technique to protect his stomach, allowing the substances within to merge with his stomach, rendering them inseparable. He never anticipated that this skill would prove useful one day. Yet, enduring the constant beatings was untenable. In a moment, tears streamed down Tang Yin's face as he fought to control his stomach muscles, refusing to expel the contents. He had obtained a precious, undying divine medicine with great difficulty, having only absorbed a fraction of its efficacy. There was no way he would relinquish it easily. He would rather die than spit it out. Just retching. Finally, after enduring a series of blows, the dungeon elder grew furious and increased his force. However, after just 2 strikes, he was halted by the other elders. Stop. If this continues, we will injure him. Use the medicine instead. But using the medicine will diminish its efficacy. There's no choice. The Sacred King commanded us not to harm him. Losing a bit of efficacy is a small price to pay. Fine. Who knows where he acquired such skills? Even the saints cannot extract what is in his stomach without harming him. In no time, Special medicine was brought forth, and several individuals held Tang Yin's head, forcibly pouring it into his mouth. Chapter 169. Unable to endure, you have mistaken the person even as Tang Yin gritted his teeth. The actions of the saintly figures forced his mouth open, and the emetic was poured into his digestive system. As soon as the medicine entered, Tang Yin couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his tongue extending out. His stomach roiled violently, striving to separate the remnants of the divine medicine from his body, seeking to expel it. In that moment, it felt as though a tempest erupted within his stomach, each wave more violent than the last. As Tang Yin expelled a drop of gastric fluid, but still desperately held on. I cannot vomit. This is undying divine medicine, a treasure that even saints rarely encounter in their lifetimes. I must endure. Alas, it was so torturous. Ugh no, I must hold on. Brother Lin Fan, Sister Qingqing, Sister Ing Luo, and Sister Linger have all extended their lifespans by millennia. They will undoubtedly achieve emperorhood in the future. This is my chance to ascend to emperorhood. I cannot fall behind. Tears streamed down Tang Yin's face, feeling an immense sense of injustice. And in no time, he expelled a puddle of gastric acid. Yet not a single remnant of the medicine emerged. Goodness, how could he endure this much? Indeed, hasn't he vomited? Our medicine can make even saints retch for 3 days. The dungeon elders sighed in exasperation, pacing anxiously. Some could not contain themselves, and even fetched a bowl to collect Tang Yin's gastric fluid, which disgusted the others. Yet, they did not stop. Perhaps this gastric fluid could be refined, yielding some essence of the undying divine medicine, which could then be administered to the elders in their ranks, potentially adding another Saint King to their sacred ground. If a Saint King could advance further, extending their lifespan by 1,000 years, their sacred ground's power would escalate dramatically. Even if they could not break through, having 2 living Saint Kings would be enough to look down upon the entire divine domain. Ugh! Tang Yin's pain cries reverberated through the dungeon. Still, no remnants of the divine medicine were expelled. After collecting half a basin of gastric fluid, there were only insignificant traces of medicinal properties that could not exert their true efficacy. In an instant, the crowd grew anxious once more, preparing to strike Tang Yin again. His vision blurred, feeling as though his insides had been expelled, utterly miserable. If he endured a few more punches, he might indeed spit it out. However, just then, footsteps at the dungeon door halted the approaching assailants. The Sacred King. The crowd hurriedly bowed to the newcomer. Tang Yin slightly opened his eyes, tears streaming down, making it difficult to see clearly. Did the undying divine medicine come out? As the North family Saint King stepped into the dungeon, he eagerly inquired about the situation. Faced with the Saint King's questions, the elder of the dungeon dared not conceal the truth and hurriedly responded, "We have tried every possible method. He merely regurgitates bile, but does not expel the divine elixir." Oh, is that so? The North family Saint King was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Tang Yin. In an instant, he discerned the reason for Tang Yin's inability to expel the substance. It was apparent that Tang Yin had cultivated a formidable technique from the sea tribes within the endless ocean, allowing the contents of his stomach to merge with his being, rendering it impossible to forcibly extract what lay within. This was a method employed by the sea tribes to devour their targets, preventing them from causing trouble. However, it was perplexing why a human would cultivate such a technique. After all, although this ability was powerful, it was hardly of any practical use to a human. Intrigued, the North family Saint King approached slowly, disregarding any pleasantries with Tang Yin, and pointed at his stomach. In that moment, Tang Yin's stomach reacted violently. He opened his mouth wide, as if about to undergo a transformation. Simultaneously, the contents of his stomach began to rise uncontrollably. Oh no, it's about to come out. No, I must endure. I must endure. I can't hold it back anymore. Tang Yin's eyes turned crimson, his expression twisted in agony. Yet in the face of the Saint King's power, all his hidden methods were rendered futile. The divine elixir began to ascend through his esophagus, quickly reaching his throat. The surrounding elders gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with excitement. I see it. I see it. It's the divine elixir. Once the ancestor made his move, the truth was evident. It all depended on the ancestor. It seemed to be somewhat fragmented. In an instant, everyone was filled with fervor, fixated on Tang Yin's throat. Tang Yin, unable to hold on any longer, could only watch helplessly as the motions in his throat intensified. However, just as he was about to expel it, the North family Saint King suddenly trembled, halting his actions. Keep a close watch on this person. With that, the North family Saint King vanished from the scene. Immediately, Tang Yin swallowed the divine elixir back down in haste. Upon witnessing this, the elders grew frantic, having no time to ponder why the Saint King had abruptly departed. They rushed towards Tang Yin, attempting to pry his mouth open. Some even thrust their fingers inside, desperate to extract the divine elixir. But alas, it was too late. The divine elixir had already been swallowed by Tang Yin. Feeling the probing fingers in his mouth, Tang Yin revealed a triumphant expression, his pupils wide with glee. The blend of pride and astonishment on his face drove the elders to the brink of frustration. Damn it, he swallowed it back. They lamented, their hands reaching deep inside. In the North family's sacred land, within the garden of the side hall, Du Beitian appeared alongside the Black Dragon and Luo Feishuan, blocking Ning Yue's path. Upon encountering two identical women for the first time, both were momentarily taken aback. However, Luo Feishuan's eyes reflected shock, while Ning Yue's exuded excitement. Although she had come across Luo Feishuan, Ning Yue still promptly notified the other 5 great Saint Kings. In the blink of an eye, all 5 great Saint Kings arrived behind Ning Yue. In an instant, 2 opposing factions were formed within mere seconds of the arrival of the group from the Misty Sect. They looked so alike, as if carved from the same mold. If one were to focus solely on their aura, it would be impossible to distinguish one from the other. Indeed, what Elder Ning Yue said is true. She is truly on the path to becoming an emperor. Each member of the group internally marveled at the sight of Ning Yue and Luo Feishuan. Even the Black Dragon, who had seen it once before, couldn't he help but be astounded. As silence enveloped the gathering, Du Beitian scrutinized Ning Yue before straightening his posture and declaring, "Woman, this seat has come personally. Hand over Tang Yin at once. In consideration of your extraordinary revival, I may grant you a complete corpse." He, the sect master, is truly extraordinary. Speaking with such dominance, but fear not, your disciple is quite well. Ning Yue gazed at Du Beitian, covering her mouth with a light laugh, adopting the persona of a vivacious older sister as she conversed with him, leading any onlookers to believe they were old acquaintances. However, as soon as her words left her lips, the Black Dragon, Luo Feishuan, and Du Beitian were left dumbfounded. Sect master? Goodness, who is the sect master? The sect master hasn't arrived. The trio stood in shock. Du Beitian's expression shifted dramatically, fearing the implications of being associated with the sect master, which might incite displeasure. He quickly denied, "This seat is not the sect master. I am Du Beitian, an inner elder of the Misty Sect. While I possess some semblance of grace, I am in no way comparable to the sect master's grandeur. You have mistaken me for someone else." What? Ning Yue was taken aback, her smile faltering. The confidence she had just exhibited dissipated, leaving her visibly awkward. Yet, unwilling to appear overly embarrassed, she glanced at the Black Dragon and Luo Feishuan, seemingly seeking their confirmation. At that moment, both the Black Dragon and Luo Feishuan nodded in acknowledgement of Du Beitian's identity. In an instant, Ning Yue felt utterly humiliated. Particularly recalling how she had just been laughing and chatting with him, she wished she could disappear into the ground. Fortunately, she possessed a strong mindset. After a brief moment of embarrassment, she quickly composed herself, responding, "Ah, so you are an elder. No matter who comes, it remains the same. Hand over Luo Feishuan, and I shall return little Tang to you." With that, she cast a fiery gaze toward Luo Feishuan. It was said that as long as one was not embarrassed, the embarrassment would fall upon others, and Ning Yue embodied this sentiment. However, as soon as her words fell, Du Beitian furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "Do you think the seed is negotiating with you? Seeking death?" As he spoke, Du Beitian unleashed a powerful aura. Boom! Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the heavens to darken, and everyone felt their souls tremble and their bodies quiver. Yet before the 5 great Saint Kings and Ning Yue could respond, the pressure arrived as promised. Boom! Ning Yue's body jolted. She had barely summoned her ultimate weapon when she found herself stripped of all ability to act. Following this, Du Beitian raised his hand, extracting another ultimate weapon hidden within Ning Yue's body. Ning Yue watched in horror as the 2 ultimate weapons were seized, utterly powerless to resist. A quasi-emperor? Or perhaps a true emperor? Impossible. There are no emperors in the ancient continent. At this moment, Ning Yue was engulfed in terror. Though she doubted the existence of emperors in the continent, she instinctively felt that the individual before her was indeed an emperor. Fear surged within her. She had merely wished to merge her residual soul, yet she was unfortunate enough to encounter an emperor. Oh heavens! This is truly dire. At that moment, Ning Yue yearned to plead for mercy, but words failed her. She could only watch helplessly as the figure gestured toward her once more. Seeing the impending action, Ning Yue's pupils constricted, desperately wishing to plead for mercy, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Black Dragon, I require your devouring demon jar for a moment. After rendering Ning Yue unconscious, Du Beitian summoned the Black Dragon's devouring demon jar, opening it to absorb Ning Yue's body inside. Upon witnessing this, the 5 great Saint Kings, who had unwaveringly followed Ning Yue, were left dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and their hearts were stirred by tumultuous waves. Heavens! The great Saint Ningyue has been defeated? This is impossible. Even if he is at the peak of the great saint realm, he cannot defeat another great saint in a single move. Could he be a quasi-emperor? Oh heavens! What should we do now? How have we offended such a terrifying sect? In an instant, the 5 great saint kings trembled, paralyzed by fear. After all, who else but a quasi-emperor could suppress a great saint with a single hand? This individual must undoubtedly be a quasi-emperor. Du Baitian once again stored away the devouring demon jar and, holding the 2 supreme weapons seized from Ningyu, began the process of erasing their marks. However, as he gazed at the devouring demon jar, Hei Long was somewhat bewildered and inquired, Elder Baitian, why did you not kill her? Why capture her instead? It is not advisable to kill her. She is spiritually bonded with Elder Luo. Although the traces have been erased, there remains a subtle connection. If she is killed, Elder Luo will also bear the consequences. Hence, we shall bring her back for the sect master to handle, Du Baitian replied while continuing to erase the marks. Upon hearing that her predicament was due to her own involvement, Luo Feishuan felt a pang of guilt and hastily clasped her fists, stating, Elder Baitian, I am untroubled. Please proceed with your decision. Do not hold back on my account. It matters not. The sect master has not specified the course of action. So we shall see what he decides. Perhaps he possesses a solution, Du Baitian responded nonchalantly, disregarding Luo Feishuan's plea. After all, the essence of their sect was unity and prioritizing humanity, even if it involved an emperor. Thus, when dealing with issues that could harm their own, careful consideration was paramount. Unilateral decisions were not permitted. This deep-seated concern for their kin profoundly moved Luo Feishuan, further fueling her admiration for Chen Xuan, akin to an unceasing river. Soon, having effortlessly erased the marks from the 2 supreme weapons, a smile graced Du Baitian's face as he turned his gaze towards the 5 great saints. In an instant, the 5 great saints trembled and shivered in fear. Though the members of the mysterious Cloud sect had been engaged in conversation, not one of them dared to flee. What a farce! One flick of the wrist had subdued a great saint. If they were to attempt escape, they would surely be struck down with ease. Thus, they awaited anxiously. Seeing the situation unfold, the 5 hastily clasped their fists and begged for mercy. Please spare us, esteemed elder. We were coerced by that woman. We never intended to capture members of your sect. We implore you to see this clearly. Esteemed elder, I shall summon Tang Yin at once. Someone, quickly bring Tang Yin here. The 5 great saints were consumed by terror. The northern saint immediately sent someone to fetch Tang Yin. Moments later, Tang Yin appeared, dressed in a new outfit. At first, he had thought he was to be taken elsewhere for torment, refusing to change his clothes, but ultimately, he was forcibly dressed by the northern saint's men. He never anticipated that he was being rescued by the elders of the mysterious Cloud sect. Upon seeing the inner sect elders, Elder Luo, and Elder Hei Long in the garden, Tang Yin felt a wave of indignation rise up as memories of his recent torment flooded back, and he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Finally, the elders had arrived. He no longer had to suffer. With this thought, Tang Yin quickened his pace and approached the trio, bowing in greeting. Tang Yin humbly greets the 3 elders. Young lad, are you unharmed? Seeing Tang Yin's distressed expression, Hei Long inquired. However, this question inadvertently unveiled Tang Yin's grievances. Struggling to contain his emotions, Tang Yin replied, I am fine. It's just that they kept probing my throat, which was unbearable. Hei Long, Luo Feishuan, Du Baitian, the other 4 great saints, Northern Saint. An air of confusion enveloped the scene as none had anticipated that Tang Yin had endured such torment. Observing this, the Northern Saint hastily stammered, esteemed elder, young brother. This is all a misunderstanding. It is no misunderstanding. You seek the undying divine medicine within my stomach. Had the elders not arrived in time, I would have expelled it. Tang Yin retorted indignantly. The crowd. In that moment, the Northern Saint was at a loss for words. Yet, it mattered little. Du Baitian, uninterested in their excuses, turned to Tang Yin and declared, no matter. Since you are unharmed, I shall not implicate their holy ground, considering they were coerced. This matter shall end with the execution of the 5 of them. It shall serve as your vengeance. Upon hearing this, the 5 great saints were instantly gripped by terror, their hair standing on end. Chapter 171, A Price Beyond Measure for Life. Upon hearing the threat of their impending demise, the 5 great saints collapsed to the ground in fright, pleading for mercy. Esteemed elder, we were forced into this. We beseech you to spare us. We were all coerced by that wicked woman. If we did not obey her, we would surely meet a dire fate. Indeed, esteemed elder, the throat-probing incident was solely the Northern Saints' decision. We were not complicit. Please do not involve us. The 5 great saints, akin to frightened children, pleaded for leniency, with 4 of them hastily distancing themselves from the Northern Saint to absolve themselves of guilt. The Northern Saint, seething with anger, was left powerless. In response, Dubatian offered a calm reply, I am aware, thus I shall treat all equally and execute the 5 of you. As for the Northern Saint, I shall merely deliver a few blows. With that, Dubatian waved his hand towards the 5. In an instant, their courage evaporated, their eyes reflecting sheer horror, with the Northern Saint feeling a chill run down his spine. However, after the hand was waved, they were not killed. Instead, 3 of their supreme weapons were extracted and flew into Dubatian's grasp. Witnessing this, Tianqin Saint, Northern Saint, and Jiang family Saint felt a sense of relief wash over them, particularly the Northern Saint, who quickly exclaimed, Esteemed Elder, please spare us. We shall offer these supreme weapons to you. Yes, indeed, we shall bestow them upon you, echoed Tianqin Saint and Jiang family Saint. Yet, upon hearing this, the Floating Light Saint and Jun family Saint were momentarily taken aback, as they were unaware that their own supreme weapons had already been seized. After a brief moment of confusion, they too hastily chimed in, Esteemed Elder, we shall offer our supreme weapons as well. Please forgive us. In a desperate bid for survival, all 5 voluntarily proposed to surrender their supreme weapons. Although these weapons were treasured heirlooms of their holy ground, a living saint was far more invaluable. Especially considering this quasi-emperor from the mysterious Cloud Sect seemed particularly fond of supreme weapons. He had already claimed 2 when subduing the great Saint Ningyu, and was now eyeing the remaining 3 they possessed. If they did not comply, they risked their lives. And even if they perished, the supreme weapons would not return to their sect. A quasi-emperor surely possessed the means to erase the imperial marks within the weapons. Thus, even if they sacrificed themselves to protect the weapons, it would sever their ties to the holy ground. Consequently, it was far more prudent to remain alive. Without the supreme weapons, the sect would merely be weakened, but with a living saint, they could still safeguard the sect for many years to come. In the divine realm, a holy ground without a saint would inevitably degrade into a worthless entity. Thus, witnessing Dubatian collect the supreme weapons, the 5 reached a consensus and offered them willingly in exchange for their lives. Yet, those who had been defeated held no power to negotiate. Dubatian, hearing their pleas, sneered coldly, Bestow them upon me? Do I require your gifts? These are the spoils of war I shall claim after your demise. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the 5 great saints were once again rendered speechless. This seems reasonable. No, wait. This is not right. This. Why does it sound somewhat logical? Regardless, killing us would yield the same spoils. The 5 collectively fell into a stupor, their hearts racing as they sensed the gravity of the situation. Currently, it appears they have no justification for relinquishing their hard-won spoils, for that would be akin to offering stolen flowers to the Buddha. The 5 of them exchanged bewildered glances, utterly flabbergasted. Dubatian, indifferent to their plight, focused on erasing the markings of the extreme path weapons, preparing for a swift resolution to the matter at hand. Finally, after he had obliterated all traces of the extreme path, he turned his gaze back to them and raised his hand. At that moment, the Northern King conceived a desperate plan for survival and urgently exclaimed, Senior, please do not act yet. I am willing to offer compensation. Upon hearing the word compensation, Dubatian's hand froze mid-air, and he surveyed the other 4. Not daring to refuse, they all nodded in agreement, declaring, We are also willing to compensate. How much? Dubatian inquired. This matter must be reported to the sect leader, who will decide. If the compensation is insufficient, there will be no need for further discussion. Dubatian calmly withdrew his hand and spoke with an unchanging expression. He had no particular interest in killing these individuals, as they had been coerced into this situation without any malicious intent. Their demise would merely be collateral damage. Should they be amenable to compensation, sparing them would not be out of the question. After all, as the number of disciples within the sect increased, so too did the demand for resources. As an elder of the inner sect, he had to consider the sect's welfare and seek benefits for the disciples. Thus, Dubatian's willingness to relent upon hearing the prospect of compensation was primarily motivated by this rationale. Observing Dubatian's piercing gaze, the 5 contemplated fervently, calculating how much they needed to offer to salvage their lives. 100 million spirit stones? That seemed insufficient. Perhaps 500 million? Yet that still felt too little for a sect boasting a quasi-emperor. They exchanged furtive glances, communicating silently. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, the Northern King boldly proposed a figure, 1 billion. We are willing to compensate your sect with 1 billion spirit stones to atone for our transgressions. Indeed, we also consent to compensate 1 billion. Each family echoed, totaling 5 billion spirit stones. 1 billion spirit stones? Do you take me for a beggar? Dubatian frowned, clearly dissatisfied. I shall declare a figure. 50 billion spirit stones per family. Who agrees? Who opposes? Boom. The 5 sacred kings were momentarily stunned by this staggering number. 50 billion per family? Good heavens, that was exorbitant. They exchanged bewildered looks, utterly at a loss. 50 billion spirit stones? If they were to gather such an amount, they would have to sell their sacred ground. While they contemplated rejecting the offer, Du Baitian's impatient gaze compelled them to relent, especially with the ominous warning that anyone who dared oppose would be struck down on the spot. Thus, the Northern King was the first to grit his teeth and acquiesce. Very well, it shall be 50 billion. Following suit, the Jun family, Jiang family, Tianxin, and Fugong reluctantly agreed one after another. Satisfied, Du Baitian nodded and began to communicate with Chen Xuan from a distance, relaying the situation. Sect leader, I have successfully rescued Tang Yin unharmed, and the primary culprit behind his abduction has been subdued. The 5 families, seeking to preserve their lives, are willing to compensate 50 billion spirit stones each, requesting your forgiveness. I await your decision on this matter. At the peak of the Primal Sect, upon receiving Du Baitian's message, Chen Xuan hesitated briefly before consenting. After all, 50 billion from each of 5 families amounted to a staggering 250 billion. Such an immense sum would make the Primal Sect incredibly wealthy overnight. Though the sect did not require such riches, no one would ever turn down an abundance of resources. With greater resources, they could better provide for their disciples. Naturally, 250 billion was rather awkward to pronounce, so Chen Xuan replied, agreed. However, let's revise that to 300 billion. The news traveled across the vast expanse of the void, reaching Du Baitian's mind. Upon receiving the response, he immediately conveyed Chen Xuan's intent to the 5 sacred kings. Hearing that 250 billion had transformed into 300 billion, their heads buzzed with disbelief. 300 billion spirit stones in compensation? This would truly deplete their sacred ground's reserves accumulated over many years. Yet, the 5 sacred kings dared not refuse, despite the pain of parting with such wealth. Under Du Baitian's watchful gaze, they steeled themselves and agreed. Du Baitian, thoroughly satisfied, nodded, declaring, you shall have 1 month to prepare. Deliver the amount to the Primal Sect in the eastern region within that time. Otherwise, you 5 families should brace yourselves for annihilation. We take our leave. His final words were directed at Heilong, Luo Feishuan, and Tang Yin. With that, he tore through the void, leading the 3 into its depths. As the Primal Sect departed, the 5 sacred kings staggered to their feet, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief, their expressions filled with uncertainty. How would they amass 300 billion spirit stones? Indeed, each of our 5 families would owe 60 billion. If we truly pay that, our sacred ground would be stripped bare. How could we possibly develop further? What can be done? Can we refuse? The other party possesses quasi-emperor strength. None had anticipated the existence of quasi-emperors on the continent. In my opinion, we should refuse. Suddenly, the sacred king of Fugong snorted disdainfully, capturing the attention of the others. Seeing his discontent, they pressed him urgently. Refuse? Do you have a solution to this predicament? Of course. The sacred king of Fugong smirked coldly, then proudly declared, you are all aware of the Starry Sky Demon Clan, correct? The Demon King is also a quasi-emperor. Moreover, he has been on the path of quasi-emperor for 8,000 years, now perilously close to achieving the rank of emperor, making him the most promising candidate for ascension in the current Starry Sky. What? The Demon King? Instantly, the 4 sacred kings were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were well aware of the Starry Sky Demon Clan. Though it did not reside on the continent, it was a formidable race among the stars. The name of the Demon King was renowned, one of the most powerful beings in the cosmos. Yet, how could the might of a starry race possibly relate to their ancient continent? Could it be that the sacred king of Fugong had a connection with the Starry Sky Demon King? As these thoughts raced through their minds, excitement bubbled within them as they turned to the sacred king of Fugong. Brother, do you have a way to summon the Demon King? Indeed, brother. If the Demon King is willing to intervene, this crisis could surely be averted. If you can enlist the Demon King's aid, my northern sacred ground is willing to offer 500 million spirit stones as gratitude. As for how much you give the Demon King, that is for you to decide. My Jun family will also contribute 500 million. My Tianxin sacred ground will likewise offer 500 million. In a moment, everyone voiced their support. All eyes fixed on the sacred king of Fugong, awaiting his response. The sacred king of Fugong, with a haughty expression, raised a finger and stated, 10 billion. Gasp. The faces of the 4 sacred kings froze, utterly unprepared for such a brazen demand, leaving them momentarily speechless. However, before they could respond, the sacred king of Fugong continued. The Primal Sect requires 60 billion, and I asked for 10 billion. Is that unreasonable? This is not unreasonable. After a moment of hesitation, The northern sacred ground was the first to concede, asking earnestly, "But can you guarantee that you can summon the Starry Sky Demon King? He became a quasi-emperor 8,000 years ago. Will he heed your call?" "Indeed. If you can indeed summon the Starry Sky Demon King, what is 10 billion to us?" Others chimed in, eager to agree. Seeing their enthusiasm, the sacred king of Fugong ceased playing coy and confidently began recounting a tale. 8,000 years ago, before the Starry Sky Demon King achieved quasi-emperor status, he was besieged and gravely injured by other races of the Starry Sky, only to be saved by our previous female sacred king, who brought him back to our sacred ground for healing. Subsequently, when the Demon King recovered, he comprehended the Tao within our territory and, upon returning to the Starry Sky, attained quasi-emperor status, thus avenging himself. After the Demon King ascended to the rank of quasi-emperor, he expressed profound gratitude towards our clan's female Saint King. As her lifespan approached its end, he visited her, leaving behind a token of the Demon Clan, stating that should we face insurmountable challenges in the future, we could wield this token to summon assistance from the starry expanse of the Demon Ruins. The floating light Saint King, with an air of pride, recounted this to the gathered assembly of other Saint Kings, who were left in a state of astonishment. Yet, some voiced their concerns, questioning whether the Demon King, despite his connection to them, could rival the quasi-emperor of the mysterious Sky Sect. "Fear not," the floating light Saint King replied confidently. "The Demon King has spent 8,000 years attaining the quasi-emperor status, though he remains at that level. His realm is likely on the cusp of reaching the true emperor. Moreover, who says he must engage in battle? The mere act of his involvement would surely deter the mysterious Sky Sect from initiating a conflict among quasi-emperors." Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of confidence, exclaiming in agreement that should a battle among quasi-emperors commence, it would inevitably lead to devastating losses on either side, making it unlikely for either party to pursue such a course lightly. "Wonderful. Fellow practitioners, swiftly take the token to the Void Demon Ruins. We shall return and prepare 100 million spirit stones for you. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us disperse to gather our resources before the mysterious Sky Sect presses us for repayment." With urgency, the assembly hurriedly encouraged one another. The floating light Saint King nodded in agreement, declaring, "I shall return to prepare and embark towards the Demon Ruins shortly. In the meantime, ensure the spirit stones are ready, for I cannot visit the Demon Clan empty-handed." "Absolutely. We shall also prepare some gifts." After concluding their discussion, the five departed to make their arrangements. Meanwhile, in the eastern domain, within the mysterious Sky Sect, Du Baitian and his entourage returned to the main peak to report to Chen Xuan. Accompanying him were Black Dragon, Luo Fei Xuan, and Tang Yin, all of whom bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Master." At the cliff's edge, Du Baitian led the group in a deep bow before Chen Xuan, who observed Tang Yin's unscathed condition and nodded with satisfaction. He then addressed Tang Yin. "What insights have you gained from this journey?" "Master, this experience has profoundly enlightened me." Tang Yin responded eagerly. "Oh, please share your insights." "I have come to understand a crucial truth. A cultivator must have faith, for with faith, there is hope. With hope, the sect possesses strength." Chen Xian's expression softened, visibly pleased. "Indeed, such realizations are commendable. Return now and rest." "Yes," Tang Yin replied, bowing once more before departing. Immersed in the familiar flora of the sect, he felt a surge of joy and excitement as he sought out his senior sisters and brothers. Naturally, Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and others were deeply concerned for his safety and bombarded him with questions upon his return. Tang Yin recounted his experiences truthfully. Eventually, Li Qiye also returned, joining the eager audience. Particularly, when recounting the moments of being forced to vomit, concern grew among the group. "Did you manage to vomit?" one asked. "I happen to have some longevity elixirs. Take them." "I have some as well." "Me too." They all hastily offered their surplus elixirs, not wanting Tang Yin to feel disheartened for lacking the life-preserving medicine. However, Tang Yin declined graciously, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Thank you, brothers and sisters. I was indeed in great discomfort, yet I did not vomit. Even though my stomach was churning, I held my ground. How they must have fumed. Did you forget to leave them a little something as a parting gift? Let them savor your essence and be thoroughly disgusted. By the way, how did the elders punish them?" "Humph, they were given nothing. The elder took the main offender, Ningyu, back to the sect, while each accomplice was fined 60 billion spirit stones. Those accomplices were Saint Kings. Upon hearing the penalty, their faces turned ashen. Wow. As the narrative continued, Du Baitian promptly reported the battle outcomes and presented 5 supreme weapons of extreme Tao, bowing respectfully, "Sect Master, these are the spoils of war I have acquired." "Mine too." Black Dragon added reluctantly, revealing his own supreme weapon, his demeanor subdued. "I failed to protect the sect's disciples and feel unworthy to carry such a weapon." I implore you to reclaim it. The 6 supreme weapons floated in the air, astonishing Luo Feishuan, who marveled at their abundance. Such weapons were rare treasures, typically found in only one per sacred ground, yet here they seemed to be in excess. However, her astonishment deepened when Chen Xuan chose to accept only one of the 6 weapons, addressing the 2, Black Dragon. Despite the oversight during the disciples' trials, you have contributed effort. Keep the weapon as a reward. Du Beitian, you have rendered great service, securing 300 billion in reparations for the sect. Thus, the remaining 4 weapons are bestowed upon you and your brethren. In mere moments, the 5 supreme weapons were distributed, leaving Luo Feishuan in a state of shock. Her mind racing at the prospect of receiving such rewards in the future should she achieve great deeds. As Du Beitian and Black Dragon expressed their gratitude and joy while reclaiming their weapons, Du Beitian also reported on the situation concerning the main offender, Ningyu. Realizing he had forgotten about her, Black Dragon promptly activated the swallowing demon jar to release her. Instantly, a woman identical to Luo Feishuan appeared on the grassy cliff, though one was suppressed and incapacitated. As Ningyu regained her senses, she realized she had been brought to an unfamiliar place. Her gaze landing on the handsome man seated in a rocking chair, the sect master. Upon noticing Chen Xuan, her eyes widened in disbelief as she found herself unable to perceive his true strength. Panic surged within her as she thought, could the sect master also be a true emperor? Have I stumbled into the lair of a great emperor? Will he end my life? Filled with trepidation, Ningyu yearned to plead for mercy but found herself restrained, unable to utter a word, only able to emit muffled whimpers of fear. Observing this, Du Beitian addressed Chen Xuan, sect master. This woman possesses a lingering connection to Elder Luo. If we were to execute her, Elder Luo would undoubtedly face backlash. I request your guidance on how to proceed with her. Luo Feishuan chimed in, sect master. I assure you I can withstand any backlash. With both proposing the fate of Ningyu, her anxiety escalated, and her whimpers grew more frantic. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Xuan raised his hand, dispelling her restraints. Ningyu continued to whimper, oblivious to her newfound ability to speak. Chen Xuan frowned slightly and said, speak plainly. Huh? I can talk now? She stammered. Realizing her voice had returned, her complexion flushed with embarrassment. The words that had previously escaped her lips as mere sounds now transformed into coherent speech, making her feel somewhat humiliated. Certainly, this is not a moment for shame, but rather for survival. Ningyu, disregarding her embarrassment, hastily pleaded, Senior, please do not kill me. I am willing to surrender and serve the mysterious sect. Huh, you think that just because you plead for mercy, the sect master will spare you? Chen Xuan replied with a calm demeanor, his expression unyielding, causing her to feel an overwhelming pressure. Senior, I am prepared to sever all ties with Luo Feishuan to eliminate any ill intentions. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Furthermore, as a great sage, I will undoubtedly attain the path of emperor in the future. I am willing to serve you diligently, Senior. Please grant me this opportunity. Ningyu quickly presented various enticing terms in a desperate attempt to escape the clutches of death. Although she had once been an emperor, a formidable one at that, she was now merely a great sage. Faced with the might of 2 emperors, submission was her only option. If she were to perish, it would mean the complete obliteration of her existence. However, if she survived, there would still be a chance to become an emperor, which was far better than death. She had not committed any heinous acts. She had simply absorbed a few of her own souls. Perhaps she had been a tad excessive in compelling the 5 great sacred lands to assist her, but she had not harmed a single individual. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a great benefactor. Thus, Ningyu hastened to express her benevolence, hoping to reassure Chen Xuan. Surprisingly, her narrative exceeded Chen Xuan's expectations. After all, there was no evidence of malice emanating from her. But did he lack subordinates who were emperors? Especially those who would only become emperors in the future? Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile. He then glanced at Du Beitian, and in an instant, 2 vast auras surged forth, penetrating Ningyu's consciousness. The presence of 2 emperors. Ningyu was momentarily stunned. Although she had already surmised that both individuals were emperors, the clarity of her perception at that moment was still shocking. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon murmured to itself. Here we go again. The Black Dragon felt a flicker of excitement, eagerly watching Ningyu. After all, it had been subdued in a similar manner. On the other side, Ningyu was dumbfounded, fully confirming the reality that both were indeed emperors. Her desire to submit intensified, for she understood that after reaching the latter stages of emperorhood, the Dark Sovereign would emerge. With 2 emperors present, the threat of breaking through to immortality had significantly diminished. Thus, she fervently explained, I too shall become an emperor. And having more emperor subordinates is surely advantageous. Before she could finish her sentence, a series of emperor auras suddenly erupted within the mysterious sect, directly invading Ningyu's consciousness. At that moment, She was utterly bewildered, her words cut short. As she felt the presence of over 20 emperor auras surrounding her, she stammered. "TT 20 or more emperors. Do you still believe that I lack a subordinate who is not even an emperor?" Chen Xuan's expression remained unchanged, his voice calm. But to Ningyu, it felt as if countless mountains were pressing down upon her heart. "And no, I do not lack," she replied blankly, despair washing over her as the light in her eyes dimmed. Chapter 174, Devouring to Become an Emperor, Communing of Souls. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, waving his hand to completely release Ningyu from her restraints, granting her freedom. Yet, with over 20 emperors as witnesses, the prospect of escape was utterly futile. Thus, Ningyu could only offer a wry smile, resigning herself to her fate. Seeing this, Chen Xuan recognized that the moment had arrived. He gently tapped into Luo Feishuan's mind, implanting a special cultivation method within her consciousness. By following this method, she could devour Ningyu and thus attain the path of emperor. Upon hearing this, the despondent Ningyu immediately lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. However, after a moment's contemplation, she thought it prudent to seek assistance from the 20+ emperors. It was of little consequence if she were to be devoured, resistance seemed futile, and thus her sharp gaze dulled once more. Yet, inexplicably, she felt compelled to utter a warning. "I am the principal. Her soul is but a drop in the ocean before me. She cannot devour me." Chen Xuan found this unexpected. He had not anticipated her to offer such a kind reminder. However, the method he discovered from the library of the myriad realms was indeed capable of shaking the heavens. The key was to instill despair within her, diminishing her hope to ensure success. This was also why he had refrained from killing her, opting instead to frighten her. After all, with her past as an emperor, if he attempted to devour her directly, he could not guarantee success. Now, hearing her reminder, Chen Xuan's resolve remained unchanged. He still harbored intentions to spare her, simply responding with a soothing remark to comfort Luo Feishuan. "Fear not, this method can indeed shake the heavens and uproot the mountains. Elder Luo, consumer." This. Feeling the method within her mind, Luo Feishuan hesitated. Unable to suppress her discomfort, she implored, "Sect Master, would it not be better to kill her outright? I feel somewhat uneasy about devouring another." Ultimately, her discomfort stemmed from the notion of harming another. Observing her reaction, Chen Xuan smiled gently, explaining, "You and she are essentially one and the same. There is no need for concern. With over 20 emperors safeguarding you, you shall surely attain the path of emperor. Should you miss this opportunity, the chance to become an emperor may be distant indeed." Very well. After a moment's deliberation, Luo Feishuan gritted her teeth in agreement. After all, the sect master was correct. They were indeed one. Moreover, by devouring her, she would directly ascend to emperorhood. At that point, she could become a pivotal figure within the sect, serving it even better. With this thought, Luo Feishuan advanced step by step toward Ningyu, who merely lifted her gaze to meet Luo Feishuan's eyes without resistance, even offering a self-deprecating remark. "Come, after today, there shall be only you, Luo Feishuan, and no more Ningyu the great emperor." With that, she closed her eyes. Luo Feishuan continued unimpeded, swiftly reaching her side, and then their bodies began to merge suddenly, gradually becoming one. To an observer, it appeared as though one person was splitting into two, with limbs and heads intertwining in a chaotic dance of expressions ranging from grotesque to ecstatic. In no time, the two became entirely unified, their expressions returning to normal. They were on the brink of attaining the path of emperor. Chen Xuan watched intently, then raised his hand, activating the sect's protective formation, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. The formation unleashed a magnificent force, enveloping the main peak. At that moment, Luo Feishuan reopened her eyes. A terrifying aura, reaching up to the heavens and down to the netherworld, erupted from within her being. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated within Luo Feishuan's body. Her physical form was undergoing transformation, her aura ascending, and the surrounding void began to shatter. Fortunately, the protective formation held firm, preventing the energy from spilling forth, instead plunging the main peak into chaos. Seeing this, the black dragon hastily retreated to stand behind Du Baitian, gazing in awe at the spectacle of emperorhood, filled with envy. Is this what it means to attain the path of emperor? So impressive. When will I, the old dragon, return to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status? Sigh. As the black dragon marveled, the aura gradually settled. Luo Feishuan successfully entered the realm of the emperor. Thank you, sect master. After becoming an emperor, Luo Feishuan excitedly knelt on one knee, bowing to Chen Xuan. However, before Chen Xuan could respond, her expression shifted abruptly, her countenance turning icy. Then, with a sudden burst of power, she soared away into the distance. Wait. This is bad. She is not Luo Feishuan. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Springing from his chair in alarm, Debatian raised his hand, prepared to apprehend her. But just then, Luo Feishuan halted midair, then spun around and flew back. Sect Master. She is still here. She is fighting me for control of the body. Chen Xuan. Black Dragon. Debatian. The three of them were momentarily taken aback. Black Dragon even poked his head out from behind Du Baitian, bewildered, and asked, "Did we succeed or not?" Upon hearing this, Du Baitian became alert, wary of any sudden violence from the opposing side. Chen Xuan, equally perplexed, remained silent, as he too was unsure whether the fusion of Luo Feishuan and Ningyu had been successful. If it had not succeeded, then how could the other party have ascended to emperor status? Conversely, if it had succeeded, it seemed Ningyu was still present. With furrowed brows, Chen Xuan immediately summoned all the emperors to investigate the situation. In a short while, over 20 emperors had gathered, surrounding Luo Feishuan. However, after merely observing her for a moment, the gentle visage of Luo Feishuan vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Clearly, Ningyu had regained control of her body once more. Yet, as soon as Ningyu assumed this control, she was frightened by the sight of over 20 emperors surrounding her, causing her to tremble and collapse to the ground, her soul retreating once again. Consequently, Luo Feishuan regained control of her body. Witnessing this, the 20 emperors were astonished, their eyes widening as they began to study the phenomenon on the spot. Even Chen Xuan took out books from the library about devouring avatars to re-examine them, searching for any flaws. However, after thorough scrutiny, no one could identify any issues. At that moment, Luo Feishuan began to struggle anew, this time with even greater intensity. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, she exploded into two identical figures. The crowd was taken aback. The two emerged from the grass, instinctively wishing to explain themselves to Chen Xuan. However, before they could speak, they furrowed their brows in unison, seemingly sensing something terrifying. "I feel like I can communicate with her mind," Luo Feishuan exclaimed, lifting her face towards Chen Xuan. Mind communication? Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, his expression revealing disbelief. Chapter 175. Ningyu acknowledges her master, dual jade fusion. Chen Xuan could hardly fathom that after their fusion, they had developed a form of mind communication. This was truly extraordinary. The text did not suggest such an outcome. Thus, Chen Xuan meticulously examined the two, discovering that their spiritual connection had deepened exponentially. Moreover, it was an inexplicable bond that could not be deciphered. Chen Xuan. After a moment of confusion, he helplessly waved his hand and turned to the anxious Ningyu, saying calmly, "In that case, let us proceed with the execution." Upon hearing this, Ningyu was startled and urgently explained, wait, Sect Master. You cannot kill me. If you do, Luo Feishuan will also perish." "What do you mean?" Chen Xuan was taken aback, puzzled. However, Ningyu's subsequent actions once again shocked him. She raised her hand and slapped herself. Slap. The sound echoed. Ningyu did not utter a word, but Luo Feishuan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Chen Xuan. Black Dragon. The 28 Emperors. Sect Master, we can not only sense each other's emotions but also experience each other's feelings. If you kill me, Luo Feishuan will undoubtedly die," Ningyu explained hastily, her eyes shimmering with the hope of survival. Yet, Chen Xuan ignored her and turned to Luo Feishuan, asking, "Is this true?" "It seems so." Luo Feishuan nodded, then suddenly clutched her chest. "Ah," Ningyu gasped, immediately covering her chest. Chen Xuan. Black Dragon. The 28 Emperors. Goodness. Feeling each other's pain? Chen Xuan gazed at the two with exasperation. With his current pinnacle of emperor cultivation, it appeared he truly could not resolve this dilemma. However, he possessed a celestial summoning card that could call upon a celestial being for assistance. Yet, summoning a celestial being merely to eliminate someone seemed unnecessary. The combined efforts of the 20-plus emperors could indeed protect one of them while eliminating the other. But was it truly necessary to kill? Chen Xuan hesitated momentarily. Sensing the impending danger, Ningyu quickly formed a seal with her hands, forcing out a strand of soul power from within her body, pleading pitifully, "Esteemed one. This is my soul power. I am truly willing to submit to the Primal Sect without any ulterior motives. Please let me go." Soul power? Chen Xuan paused slightly. After all, soul power was derived from one's spirit. Relinquishing it equated to surrendering one's life to another. The recipient could entirely control their life and death through the soul power. Even without exerting control over life and death, one could impose mental punishments, akin to a tightening curse. It was evident that she was willing to pay a hefty price for her life. Yet, she had not committed any heinous deeds. Originally, Chen Xuan intended to have her devoured by Luo Feishuan. Now that the devouring had failed, it was not imperative to kill her. Moreover, even if he spared Luo Feishuan this time, Who could predict the consequences of eliminating Ningyu? With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan set aside his murderous intent and regarded Ningyu, stating calmly, "For the sake of survival, you are indeed willing to go to great lengths." Ningyu trembled all over, cautiously raising her head to meet Chen Xuan's gaze. Upon seeing that the murderous intent had dissipated from his eyes, her heart soared with joy. She hurriedly crawled to Chen Xuan's feet, clasping his legs with both hands, looking up with a pitiful expression, and softly pleaded, "Sect Master, I understand my mistakes and am willing to pay any price. I only ask for your mercy." Luo Fei Xian shivered, empathizing with her. Instinctively, she grasped the grass beneath her, struggling to contain herself. Chen Xuan, naturally, observed this scene, especially since Ningyu was openly courting him in front of so many emperors. It made him appear as if he were a slave to beauty. Should this news spread, it would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, Chen Xuan instinctively took a step back. And without hesitation, he kicked Ningyu away. In an instant, it seemed as though Luo Fei Xian had also been struck, causing her to fly backward. "Ah! Ah!" Two startled cries rang out. The two women fell to the ground in the same position. Chen Xuan, witnessing Luo Fei Xian's distress, Chen Xuan was bewildered. In a moment of carelessness, he had forgotten that they shared a bond of empathy. Punishing Ningyu also meant punishing Luo Fei Xian. With this realization, Chen Xuan entirely abandoned his murderous intent. He straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and addressed Ningyu. "The failure of Luo Fei Xian to devour you indicates that your life is not forfeit. In light of your previous lack of malevolence and your quest to reclaim your avatar, I shall spare your life. You will remain in the sect to serve us henceforth. Should you harbor any treachery, I possess means to suppress you." With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand, absorbing Ningyu's soul power. Upon seeing her life spared, Ningyu was overwhelmed with excitement, quickly transitioning from crawling to kneeling, fervently bowing to Chen Xuan. "Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Thank you, Sect Master. Rise." Chen Xuan temporarily appointed her as an outer door elder, instructing her to handle sect affairs alongside Luo Fei Xian. He then gestured for everyone to retreat. "Yes, we take our leave." The crowd collectively bowed and dispersed. The cliffside of the main peak returned to its previous tranquility. After the crowd departed, Chen Xuan reclined once more in his rocking chair, holding the books he had gathered from the library, embarking on a study of the intricacies of empathy. Though Ningyu has already pledged allegiance and harbors no thoughts of resistance, she remains curious about the reasons behind her empathetic feelings. Naturally, in the ensuing days, Chen Xuan did not entirely neglect the sect. While perusing documents, he discreetly observed Ningyu for any signs of unusual behavior. Ultimately, he discovered that she harbored no ulterior motives and was genuinely beginning to serve the sect. Her demeanor not only became more restrained, but she even transformed into a sect elder that very day, engaging in matters concerning the female disciples. During this period, her explosive temper vanished, and her previously frosty demeanor melted somewhat, leading many outer disciples to be perplexed about distinguishing between Luo Fei Xuan and Ningyu. They could only ascertain that there were two female elders who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, quickly becoming a hot topic of discussion among the disciples. Furthermore, in her spare time, she took the initiative to befriend Luo Fei Xuan, hoping to cultivate a good relationship with her. As Luo Fei Xuan gradually got to know her better, she also began to accept her. Over time, as the two grew closer, they spoke of their desire to merge once more to reach the Emperor realm. As their conversation progressed, both developed a yearning for the Emperor realm, and they spontaneously agreed to attempt another fusion to see if they could succeed again. Should they succeed, they believed that together they could sweep through the ancient wilderness. Consequently, they promptly approached Chen Xuan to apply for another fusion. Upon learning of this, Chen Xuan immediately consented and chose the combat arena as the site for the fusion, deciding to witness the event personally. Additionally, to ensure everything proceeded smoothly, he specifically summoned 4 esteemed emperor elders, Du Zhantian, Du Beitian, Du Chatian, and Du Patian, to oversee the proceedings. Chapter 176, Ning Luo Fei Yue's Declaration. Arrival at the Starry Magic Ruins. The combat arena is a facility capable of withstanding the might of an emperor's attack. At this moment, Ningyu and Luo Fei Xuan faced each other across the arena. Chen Xuan, accompanied by the 4 esteemed elders of the Du family, sat nearby to observe. "Let us commence," Chen Xuan uttered with a calm demeanor. The two women then took a deep breath and slowly approached one another. Due to their empathetic connection, they could sense each other's feelings. Hence, they were already familiar with one another. As their bodies began to make contact, an instantaneous attraction surged between them, drawing them closer. Soon, their forms began to merge, initiating a new round of fusion. Remarkably, this fusion proceeded smoothly, perhaps due to their lack of resistance. In no time, The two completely merged into a new existence. Although they appeared unchanged on the surface, their physique had grown taller and more voluptuous, accentuating their curves. Both front and back exhibited a fuller figure, rendering their previously fitting garments somewhat snug, revealing longer white legs and a more pronounced cleavage. Even their hair had grown significantly, cascading down their high hips. Master, I have succeeded. The alluring woman, now fused, gazed excitedly at the sect leader. However, her voice bore a peculiar echo, as if two individuals were speaking simultaneously. This result differed from their previous fusion. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, still processing the transformation of their figures when he found himself bewildered once more. Are you both able to speak at the same time now? Indeed. The echoing sound resonated again. Chen Xuan pondered, who is in control of this body now? Elder Ning or Elder Luo? Yet, the response he received was once again unexpected. It is both of us. Our souls seem to have merged into one. We cannot discern who is who, but we are both aware of each other. Chen Xuan, still in a daze, immediately released his spiritual sense to investigate. They offered no resistance, but after a thorough examination, he was once again left confounded. The two had genuinely become one in a profound sense. Although their souls could not fully harmonize, he could discern that they were entangled, forming a composite of two distinct essences, their flesh indistinguishable from one another. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan continued. Let us engage in some combat to test your abilities. Yes. The fused woman immediately unleashed her divine powers. In an instant, the combat arena erupted with thunderous sounds, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. Nevertheless, it was evident that the arena remained unscathed. She could indeed harness the power of an emperor. Without waiting for further instructions from Chen Xuan, the fused woman then crossed her legs and sat in meditation, commencing her cultivation right there. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy converged, transforming the arena's void into a vacuum. Clearly, the fusion had granted her the ability to cultivate, seemingly rendering her an entirely new individual. Yet, who was this individual? Was she Ning Yue? Or Luo Feishuan? Or perhaps Ning Yue Luo Feishuan? Chen Xuan felt his mind clouded with confusion, and he dismissed further contemplation, gesturing. Since you have become a singular entity post-fusion, I shall bestow upon you a new name. Otherwise, it would be unclear who you are now. Please grant us a name. Master. The fused woman bowed deeply. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment, then, based on the sequence of their soul entanglement, he declared, from now on, you shall be known as Ning Luo Feiyue Xian. Ning Luo Feiyue Xian? Yes. Thank you, Master. The newly named Ning Luo Feiyue Xian bowed in gratitude. However, before she could rise and retract her fists, she suddenly burst apart with a loud bang, reverting to her original form. Master, it seems we can only remain fused for this duration. However, I sense that as we grow more adept at merging or enhance our cultivation, the duration of our fusion will extend. The two women, now separated, quickly shared their insights. Chen Xuan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Having noted the duration of their fusions, the first lasted 10 minutes, while the second, initiated by them, extended to 20 minutes. He believed that the time would only increase in the future. Rising slowly, Chen Xuan instructed, this fusion technique shall ensure your safety and security. Focus on your cultivation from now on. Should you encounter any uncertainties, you may seek relevant text in the library. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing they could access the library, the two women were filled with excitement, especially Ning Yue. With her deepening understanding of the sect, she had completely surrendered. The allure of the Universal Library and the Ultimate Illusion Tower, among other facilities, ignited her aspirations. She believed this sect was a celestial sanctuary. Just by relying on these resources, she felt she could cultivate to the Emperor realm. Thus, being associated with such a powerful force, she wondered why she should struggle and face crises in search of opportunities. As the saying goes, by following the strong, one can also become strong. She was convinced that being with the Primal sect would eventually lead her to ascend to immortality. Even if she could not become immortal, she could still return to the peak of the Emperor realm, far easier than toiling away in search of opportunities. After bidding farewell to the master, Ning Yue took the initiative to grasp Luo Feishuan's hand, and they departed together to cultivate their intimacy akin to that of sisters. Although Luo Feishuan had grown familiar with Ning Yue, being suddenly grasped by the hand still sent a shiver through her body, as it was a dual sensation. Oh my, has my body become more sensitive? Luo Feishuan mused inwardly, though she maintained a facade of nonchalance. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Yue felt exactly the same way. Simultaneously, in the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the environment remained unchanged, exuding an aura of profound stillness. Yet, within this atmosphere, a figure of an old man with a white beard flashed by. Traversing the endless void of stars, This elder was Yin Yuan, the sacred king of the floating light sacred land. At this moment, he carried a small package filled with spatial rings, hurrying through the infinite void, heading straight for the starry magic ruins. As he journeyed deeper, he found himself increasingly distant from the ancient continent. Yet, he was aware that there remained a considerable distance to the demon domain. So he did not stop in the days that followed. In the days that followed, he ventured into the meteorite zone, traversing the desolate starry seas, pausing upon small celestial bodies, and even relieving himself amidst the shattered remnants of stars. After several days of hurried travel, he arrived at a vast expanse of ruins. Within the endless debris, colossal meteorites loomed overhead, while smaller stones lay in chaotic disarray, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Upon the massive meteorites, there were edifices, palaces, and even starry plants alongside demonic creatures. The deeper one ventured, the more pronounced the ecosystem became, resembling a celestial realm. The demons dwelling there bore much resemblance to humans, the sole distinction being their dual horns atop their heads and the black wings sprouting from their backs. Chapter 177, The Old Story. Demon King rose as the demons soared from one meteorite to another. They unfurled their wings, yet upon landing, they would retract them, causing a slight bulge on their backs. However, due to the wing's slenderness, if cloaked by clothing, they were hardly noticeable. Yet, as the demons frequently employed their wings, their garments were specially designed with 2 slits to facilitate this. Upon realizing he had indeed arrived in the demon ruins, Saint King Fuguei felt a tinge of anxiety and hastened deeper into the realm. However, shortly after entering, a menacing aura suddenly enveloped him, promptly followed by the appearance of a horned man with wings. The man hovered in midair, his black wings unfurled, blocking Fuguei's path. What brings a human powerhouse to the demon ruins? The demon inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Fellow, I come seeking an audience with the Demon King. Here is the token left by the Demon King. Fuguei hurriedly produced the demon's insignia. Although this demon was of similar cultivation to Fuguei, he did not dare show any negligence, his tone laced with courtesy. Indeed, it is the token of the Demon King, the demon acknowledged, glancing at the insignia but refraining from taking it, as it was not within his rank to do so. He then relaxed his guard and turned, saying, "Follow me. I shall take you to Demon King Island." "Thank you, fellow." The two set off once more, one leading the way while the other followed, soaring deeper into the ruins. After a brief yet rapid flight, they finally arrived at a vast island that obscured the sun. Countless palaces adorned the island, densely populated with starry flora, where towering gray trees reached for the heavens, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Before the grand entrance of a lavish palace, demon guards stood vigilant. Once the demon man descended and folded his wings, he calmly instructed Fuguei, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall report to the Demon King." Without waiting for Fuguei's response, he passed through the guards and entered. Observing this, Fuguei quickly clasped his hands in gratitude and adjusted his burdensome pack, anxiously awaiting in place. During this interval, his gaze flitted around, subtly scrutinizing his surroundings. When he accidentally locked eyes with one of the palace guards, he quickly offered a smile, but alas, the guard remained unresponsive, leaving Fuguei feeling awkward as he averted his gaze, embarrassedly chuckling to himself. Meanwhile, the guiding demon traversed through the palace, arriving at a courtyard adorned with towering pillars. These pillars, varying in height and protruding irregularly, filled the entire space. Atop the tallest pillar sat a demon woman, slender in form, her alabaster skin gleaming, her curves accentuated, and her horns notably finer than those of the demon man. Her exquisite black wings unfurled, so thin they seemed translucent. Though she appeared to be an extraordinarily beautiful demon woman, devoid of any fearsome demeanor, the guiding demon did not dare exhibit any complacency. For she was the Demon King Rose, whose name reverberated across the cosmos for millennia. Demon King Rose, a human Saint King seeks an audience, bearing your insignia. Hailing from the ancient continent, the demon man stood respectfully beneath the slender pillar, bowing deeply, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. The ancient continent. Upon hearing these words, Rose paused slightly, a sweet visage surfacing in her mind, awakening memories long dormant for thousands of years. Alas, like the shifting tides, that woman was no more. With a quiet sigh, Rose turned her attention to the demon man beneath the pillar, calmly inquiring, "Is he from the Fuguei Holy Land?" "Indeed," the man replied. "Bring him in," she commanded. At once. Soon, the demon man escorted Fuguei to stand before the pillar. Fuguei gazed up at the woman perched atop it and promptly bowed, saying, "I am Yin Yuan from the Fuguei Holy Land, honored to meet the Demon King." In a swift motion, Rose appeared before Fuguei, producing her own insignia, a delicate hairpin. She gazed at the pin, lost in distant memories. Ah, you, how did you get in? I was bathing. You must leave. Ha ha ha. We are all women. What does it matter? Let us bathe together. May I touch your wings? They seem so delicate. No, wings are essential to a woman. Akin to your waist, they must not be freely touched. Moreover, the more beautiful a woman, the thinner her wings. This is my husband, the former Holy Lord of Fuguwei. You must sleep alone tonight. I cannot accompany you. Oh dear, why are you here again? My husband will certainly return late tonight. What brings you here? I failed my breakthrough to the Saint Realm, my lifespan dwindles, and as I foresee impending crisis for Fuguwei Holy Land. I hope you can lend us a hand out of friendship. In that moment, Rose felt a wave of emotion wash over her, reminiscing about the past, which had slipped away over millennia. Demon King, I implore you to assist the Fuguwei Holy Land. Suddenly, Fuguwei knelt on the ground, rousing Rose from her reverie. What troubles your holy land? She inquired with calmness. Demon King, a sect from the ancient continent, the mysterious sect, has emerged, housing a quasi-emperor. We inadvertently offended them, resulting in the theft of our supreme weapon and a demand for 60 billion spirit stones, along with extortion from 4 other supreme sects. If we cannot produce the 60 billion spirit stones, they will annihilate us. We beseech your protection. Even a reduction in compensation would suffice. Fuguwei promptly recounted the matters concerning the mysterious sect. Then, he willingly removed a pack from his shoulder, revealing numerous spatial rings, and raised his head, stating, Demon King. These are the cultivation resources gathered by our 5 sects, including spiritual herbs, divine weapons, elixirs, materials, and more, valued at 20 billion spirit stones. This is our heartfelt offering. I humbly request you accept it. I see. Rose cast a glance at the scattered spatial rings, but did not take them. Instead, she replied, There is no need for such offerings. I have previously vowed to assist you. I shall not accept any benefits. Thank you, Demon King. Thank you. Upon receiving a response from the other party, the Holy King of Radiance expressed his gratitude with great excitement, insisting, These items are not a bargaining chip to summon the Demon King. The Demon King, whose might resonates throughout the universe, naturally holds little regard for mere resources. This is merely a token of our goodwill. I implore the esteemed Demon King to graciously accept it. Very well. In that case, I shall not be polite, replied the Demon King. Once I have made arrangements regarding the matters of the demon ruins, I will personally visit the Ethereal Sect to retrieve the supreme weapons for you and relieve you of your burdens. With a nod, Rose raised her hand to collect the scattered spatial rings. Although her cultivation rendered her indifferent to these resources, the current instability of the starry sky, where strength is paramount, made it essential for the inhabitants of the demon ruins to acquire such items to grow stronger. Since they were offered, she saw no reason to refuse. Thank you. Esteemed Demon King. Thank you. The Holy King of Radiance expressed his gratitude once more, feeling a deep sense of relief and growing assurance. Chapter 178. The arrival of the Demon King rose at the Ethereal Sect, summoning the Ascendant Emperor. With the support of the Demon King, the Holy King of Radiance felt entirely at ease. After spending half a day in the demon realm, he returned to the ancient continent. Following several days of travel, news of his return swiftly reached the other 4 Holy Kings. They hurriedly gathered, seeking the presence of the Demon King, yet after searching, they found no trace of him. Friend Yen, has the Demon King not arrived? Friend Yen, you didn't fail to persuade the Demon King, did you? What are we to do? Nearly half a month has passed, and time is running out. The group was filled with anxiety and urgency, observing their distress. The Holy King of Radiance calmly sipped from his teacup, smiling as he spoke. There is no need for alarm, my friends. I have already met with the esteemed Demon King, who has graciously agreed to intervene. I believe you will arrive at the Ethereal Sect within the next couple of days. We need only await his good news. What? The Demon King has agreed? Phew. You had us worried with your teasing. We thought the Demon King had declined. An agreement is all we needed. Now we can finally breathe easy. The 4 of them exhaled in relief, their earlier worries dissipating as they resumed their seats, smiling and enjoying their tea, preparing to await the anticipated good news. Meanwhile, outside the Ethereal Sect, having resolved matters concerning the demon ruins, Rose arrived at the designated location. In an instant, her translucent wings unfurled, revealing her stunning figure, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Look above, a woman with wings. What race is she? Incredible beauty. Such a physique, such wings. Is she gazing at our Ethereal Sect? Could she be seeking us? Strange, I've never seen this race before. They don't seem to be of the demon clan. Numerous disciples entering and exiting the sect paused, gazing upward in curiosity at this extraordinary being. Soon, however, a semi-saint or elder recognized her origins. This is not a demon clan member. This is a race from the starry sky, the demon clan. Indeed, I was beginning to doubt my memory. Goodness, how could the demon clan come to our sect? Of course, there are many races in the starry sky, and the demon clan is one of the more formidable. Quick, report to the elders. No need for that. The elders have already ascended. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sentinel elder, a demi-saint, soared into the air and approached Rose. Esteemed friend, I am the gatekeeper elder of the Ethereal Sect. May I inquire as to your purpose here? I seek someone, Rose replied, flapping her wings with a neutral expression. Inform your Ascendant Emperor that the Demon King Rose has come to pay a visit. Ascendant Emperor? The gatekeeper elder paused, pondering the implications. After all, her cultivation surpassed his, warranting a serious approach. Yet, it seemed their sect had no Ascendant Emperor. The sect leader was a great emperor, as were the inner elders. The guardian beast, the black dragon, was a great saint, and the elders, Luo and Ning, had yet to reach the Ascendant Emperor stage. The 10 peak masters were mere pinnacle holy kings. Where could an Ascendant Emperor be found? After contemplating, the gatekeeper elder bowed once more. You must have come to the wrong place. Our Ethereal Sect has no Ascendant Emperor. Rose replied, Is there misinformation? Or is this old man unworthy of knowing that our sect harbors an Ascendant Emperor? Momentarily taken aback, Rose maintained her composure and stated, Then direct me to your sect leader or the strongest among you. May I ask what business you have with our sect leader? The gatekeeper elder inquired again. Rose answered directly, I have come to discuss compensation for the Holy Land of Radiance. Oh, that matter. Allow me a moment to report it. The gatekeeper elder's demeanor shifted abruptly, his previous humility vanishing as he turned to return to the sect, leaving Rose momentarily irked. How could such a cordial attitude change so suddenly? It was unlikely even the great emperor would be pleased. Nevertheless, Rose concluded that this trivial matter was not worth her ire, merely furrowing her brow without further comment, waiting patiently. Though her cultivation rendered her capable of easily overpowering any Ascendant Emperor, her purpose here was to resolve issues, not to engage in conflict. Yet, as she watched the gatekeeper elder descend and then return, even Rose, at the level of Ascendant Emperor, could not help but feel displeased. Why did you not report and return? I have already received the sect leader's notice. Please follow me. The gatekeeper elder replied nonchalantly, turning to lead the way. Rose refrained from expressing her frustration toward the gatekeeper elder and followed him as he descended, entering the sect. Once on the ground and retracting her wings, her flawless figure drew yet more attention from the crowd, with many pausing to admire her beauty. However, the slight bulge of her folded wings piqued curiosity. Do you think those wings could be pried open? They look like 2 folding fans. Shoo, don't speak so carelessly. She seems formidable. Listening to the murmurs around her, Rose glanced at the elder leading her, noticing his feigned ignorance, and chose to remain silent, observing her surroundings instead. Gradually, she became enchanted by the environment. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the main peak hall. Please, the sect leader awaits you inside. The gatekeeper elder gestured for her to enter while remaining outside. Rose collected her thoughts and stepped into the hall. Upon entering, she felt the weight of numerous gazes upon her. To her astonishment, she found herself unable to discern the cultivation levels of those before her. Instantly, Rose heightened her vigilance. After all, it was rare to encounter beings capable of evading the perception of an Ascendant Emperor. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Rose lifted her gaze to the figure seated at the head, Chen Xuan. Are you the sect leader? Indeed, Chen Xuan replied, nodding slightly. His expression devoid of reverence or politeness, causing Rose's brow to furrow in slight dissatisfaction. What she did not realize was that the moment she descended, her presence had been detected. Not only that, but her intentions had also been overheard, prompting the appearance of several great emperor elders, keen to observe how this demoness intended to meddle in their affairs with the 5 holy lands of the divine realm. Does your Starry Sky Demon Clan wish to intervene in the compensation matters with the 5 holy lands? Chen Xuan asked, reclining casually with his leg crossed. Elbow resting on the table, chin supported by his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. Rose's brow furrowed further, her displeasure palpable. I demand that your Ascendant Emperor come forth to converse with me. Chapter 179, Taking the First Step into the Ancient Wilderness. The first vassal of the Starry Sky Power Quasi-Emperor? Upon hearing these 2 words, all the elders of the inner sect could hardly contain their amusement, their lips stretching into broad smiles. Chen Xuan shared their sentiment. Although this woman was a quasi-emperor, her demeanor and approach were rather juvenile. How audacious to come to a sect filled with emperors seeking a quasi-emperor. Clearly, she had not done her homework. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuan regarded her and calmly stated, Our sect has no quasi-emperors, only emperors. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, resonating like a thunderclap, enveloping the entire hall. In that instant, Rose's pupils constricted and her entire being tensed up. An emperor. You are indeed an emperor. She stared at Chen Xuan in disbelief, her fists clenching tightly, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. After all, she was dangerously close to the realm of the emperor herself. Even when faced with a formidable emperor, there was still a chance to escape if she exerted her full strength. Noticing her agitation, Chen Xuan seemed to read her mind, offering another calm smile before gesturing to the elders beside him. The elders promptly released their own emperor-level auras. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, an array of terrifying energies spread through the hall, saturating it with an oppressive atmosphere. Good heavens! Emperors, they are all emperors. What on earth are you all? In that moment, Rose's heart raced violently, feeling as though she had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves. Her mental fortitude fraying under the pressure. A group of emperors. She had never anticipated this. Hey, you seem to have misphrased your question. You should rather inquire about who you are and what brings you to our sect. Chen Xuan straightened slightly, countering her inquiry with one of his own. This unspoken challenge only intensified Rose's anxiety. The boldness she had previously displayed evaporated, her mind racing to concoct a suitable response. No wonder they were unfazed by her identity as a member of the demon race. It turned out the sect concealed so many emperors. If she were to reveal that she sought weapons from the floating light sacred land, would she even be able to leave the misty sect unscathed? Perhaps she would end up losing her life. With her thoughts racing, Rose felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, regret gnawing at her. She had been perfectly content in the demon ruins, and now, here she was, having walked straight into the lair of emperors. And that floating light sacred king, she had considered him an old acquaintance, yet he was scheming against her. How could she not even ascertain whether there were emperors present? It felt like a death sentence. If she misstepped in her words, she could very well be doomed. In a moment of desperation, especially recalling her earlier haughty demeanor when she had demanded a quasi-emperor to present themselves, Rose felt both embarrassed and terrified. As the intensity of the gazes upon her sharpened, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Without hesitation, she dropped to one knee, proclaiming with utmost respect, I come to represent the demon race and to submit to the emperor. Having spoken, Rose eagerly looked toward Chen Xuan, inwardly marveling at her own brilliance for devising such a clever ploy, though she was on the brink of emperor-level power and a ruler among the demon race. The vastness of the cosmos was filled with myriad races, and the demon race was not invincible. Now, having inadvertently arrived in the midst of emperors, she had no choice but to cling to this powerful ally. This arrangement would not only absolve her from any blame regarding the Misty Sect, but also grant her protection. A perfect win-win situation. As for the floating light sacred land, she would count herself lucky if she could avoid any repercussions. The idea of reclaiming weapons from the extreme path was nothing short of wishful thinking. Oh, submission? Upon hearing her response, Chen Xuan found himself momentarily taken aback. He had initially been inclined to meet this woman due to her non-hostile attitude. She had not stormed into their domain, but rather requested the elders to report her presence. Therefore, he had summoned the emperors to release their auras, intending to intimidate her into relinquishing her claims for compensation. To his surprise, this unexpected turn of events unfolded. However, he pondered that subjugating the demon lord of the starry sky might not hold significant value for him. He had no need for a quasi-emperor subordinate. Just as he prepared to refuse, a long-lost system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Take the first step into the ancient wilderness. Opening up new paths is the way forward. Please, host, subjugate a faction from beyond the ancient continent as a vassal to receive one immortal summoning card as a reward. The sudden announcement ignited a spark in Chen Xuan's eyes. Upon further reflection, aligning with this faction might not be entirely without merit. The annual tributes would surely not be negligible, and it could also establish a base in the cosmos, facilitating his disciples' future training ventures. With this in mind, Chen Xuan straightened up and met Rose's gaze, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual acknowledgement. In a condescending yet measured tone, he scrutinized the demon queen and inquired, "Are you certain you come to submit to our sect? Or is there another motive at play?" "Yes, I come to submit." Rose, feeling the weight of his gaze, could hardly maintain eye contact, quickly averting her eyes. "No, there are no other motives." "Oh, in that case, the demon race shall henceforth be a vassal of the Misty Sect. You shall pay tribute annually, and betrayal will not be tolerated, should that occur. The entire clan shall suffer the consequences. Can you comply?" Chen Xuan smiled slightly, articulating the conditions of their vassalage. Rose, upon hearing these terms, felt momentarily disoriented. Was it truly this simple? She found herself bewildered, as the demands from a sect boasting multiple emperors were remarkably lenient. Overwhelmed with excitement, she immediately began to prostrate herself, exclaiming, I can comply. Thank you, sect leader. I am eternally grateful." Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully subjugating a faction from beyond the ancient continent. The immortal summoning card has been successfully issued. Please check your rewards. As Rose continued her fervent kowtowing, Chen Xuan's reward had been delivered seamlessly. A furtive glance at the reward revealed he had accumulated 4 immortal summoning cards, prompting a broad smile to spread across his face. He waved his hand grandly, lifting Rose back to her feet. Rise. Now that you are a vassal of our sect, to foster future amicable relations, I have decided to construct a teleportation array for your clan to connect with ours. For now, rest within our sect. Once the teleportation array is completed, you may take it back with you. A teleportation array? Rose's heart leapt with joy, and she quickly clasped her fists in gratitude. Given the current instability in the cosmos, although she was a quasi-emperor, she was not invulnerable. She had intended to request that the sect send an elder to remain in the demon ruins. Now, with the teleportation array, it would be much more convenient, and there was no need for her to make such a request. However, she still found herself unable to linger in the sect for too long. Although she had now become a vassal of the Misty Sect, she wished to return to the Floating Light Sacred Land to return the items given to her by the Floating Light Sacred King. After all, she had come to repay a favor. Although her mission had not succeeded, it was time to settle her debts. Having expressed her gratitude, Rose cautiously clasped her fist once more and addressed Chen Xuan with apprehension. Sect leader, I still have an unresolved matter in the outside world. May I step out for a moment? Chapter 180. Arrival at the Floating Light Sacred Land. One good news and one bad news. You refer to the compensation matter concerning the Divine Domain Sacred Land, do you not? Chen Xuan directly articulated Rose's thoughts. Rose froze momentarily, her expression shifting to one of tension. After all, she had asserted that her purpose for coming here was solely to submit, not to address any other issues. However, it was evident that Chen Xuan would not dwell on such trivial matters, casually stating, I care not for your connections with the Divine Domain Sacred Land. However, since they have offended our sect, they must pay the price. Yet, considering your submission, I shall not make it difficult for you. The compensation from the 5 sacred lands shall be reduced by 10 billion from each. Wow. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within Rose. This concession was clearly a favor extended by the sect leader on her behalf. It was evident that he valued her. Thus, she hastily waved her hands, saying, there is no need. Sect leader, the subordinate has submitted to the sect and shall henceforth safeguard its interests. It is only natural that they compensate for any grievances against the sect. No matter. Let us proceed as per the wishes of our esteemed leader. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Observing this, Chong Wei felt it inappropriate to press on, thus she bowed in gratitude, her respect for the sect leader growing ever deeper. Thank you, sect leader. May I take my leave now? Wait a moment. Chen Xuan suddenly called out to Chong Wei, then inquired, what is your name? Chong Wei replied, I am called Chong Wei, currently the Demon King of the Demon Clan. Ah, Chong Wei, a fine name indeed. Here is your identity token. Go forth. Chen Xuan nodded and flicked a token towards her, prominently inscribed with the name Chong Wei, signifying her status as a vassal of the Demon Clan. Chong Wei accepted the token, respectfully clasped her fists, and departed, heading straight for the sacred domain of floating light. After her departure, those remaining in the hall did not disperse. Chen Xuan continued to arrange matters pertaining to the Demon Clan, first instructing Lu Tsang to construct 2 ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays, which Chong Wei would later take, and then convening the elders to discuss enhancing benefits for the disciples and related matters. In the Central Earth Sacred Domain, the Floating Light Sacred Ground was abuzz with the 5 great sacred kings gathered together, enjoying tea and conversation, eagerly awaiting good news. On this day, Chong Wei descended from the heavens, instantly igniting tremendous excitement among the 5 great sacred kings, who rushed out to greet her. We bow before you, O great Demon King. O great Demon King, you have triumphed. You are our benefactor. Please allow us to pay our respects. O great Demon King, please come inside. The finest ingredients have already been prepared to welcome you. The 5 spoke in eager tones, each vying to offer flattering words. Yet, Chong Wei stood motionless in the courtyard, leaving the 5 somewhat perplexed, forcing them to pause their flattery. O great Demon King, what troubles you? The Floating Light Sacred Ground inquired, confused. Seeing the crowd finally quiet, Chong Wei slowly spoke. I have failed. I could not retrieve the ultimate weapon for you. Here is the item you entrusted to me. I now return it. With that, Chong Wei tossed back the item sent by the Floating Light Sacred King. In an instant, the 5 were left dumbfounded. The Floating Light Sacred King instinctively reached out to catch the spatial ring. Gazing at the ring in his hand, the 5 sacred kings were momentarily struck with panic. Failed. But did not the great demon king attain the status of a quasi-emperor 8,000 years ago? How could she possibly fail? Is the Piao Miao sect truly that formidable? This cannot be. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their panic overwhelming them, forgetting to respond. Observing this, Chong Wei shifted the conversation. However, I have both good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear first? What? There is good news as well. The panicked crowd froze momentarily, then collectively released a sigh of relief. I told you the great demon king would surely succeed. Ah, so there is good news. The great demon king has a sense of humor. Even though the ultimate weapon was not retrieved, avoiding compensation is still a favorable outcome. Indeed, indeed. The spirits of the crowd revived, smiles returning to their faces. Yet, after a round of compliments, the five remembered that the great demon king had mentioned both good and bad news. Curiosity piqued, they politely urged, "Great demon king, might we first hear the bad news? Knowing the bad news will allow us to better accept the good news later." Yes, yes. Please share the bad news, great demon king. The five turned their gazes towards Chong Wei. She nodded and spoke calmly. The bad news is that I have submitted to the Piao Miao sect. From this day forth, I shall unconditionally obey all commands of the Piao Miao sect. Wow, the great demon king is remarkable. Congratulations, great demon king. This is indeed a joyous occasion. The Piao Miao sect possesses a quasi-emperor. For the great demon king to bring them under submission is truly a moment of great happiness. How can this be seen as bad news? Indeed, this is hardly bad news. It is splendid news. Although the great demon king has agreed to offer 5 ultimate weapons in return, the ability to subdue the Piao Miao sect is already a tremendous triumph. If the bad news is so favorable, then surely the good news must be even better. Great demon king, please share what the good news is. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement, showering her with praise. Their compliments left Chong Wei feeling exasperated. She seriously questioned whether these 5 had a hearing issue. How could they misinterpret such a clear statement? With a sigh, Chong Wei clarified, "It is not that I have subdued the Piao Miao sect. Rather, the Piao Miao sect has subdued me, and I am now one of their own." What? Boom. At her words, the 5 fell silent, their voices cut off. Frozen in place. The great demon king has submitted to the Piao Miao sect, not the other way around? This. Great demon king. You must be jesting. You are a quasi-emperor at the peak of power. Who could compel you to submit? They remained skeptical, cautiously glancing at Chong Wei. However, her subsequent words not only convinced them, but left them utterly stunned. The Piao Miao sect boasts over a dozen emperors. Had I not submitted, I fear I would not have been able to leave the Piao Miao sect. Chong Wei spoke with a calm demeanor, her gaze fixed on the floating light sacred king. Upon hearing this, the floating light sacred king trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. The other 4 widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. Over a dozen emperors? This cannot be true. How could it be? The ancient continent has not seen an emperor for millennia. How could a dozen suddenly appear? Has the great demon king made a mistake? I have not erred. Why do you question my words? Were it not for the presence of emperors, how could I have submitted? Chong Wei's cold smile struck fear into the floating light sacred ground, causing them to kneel in terror, pleading, "Great demon king, I truly had no knowledge of the emperors in the Piao Miao sect. Please forgive me. You need not panic. I hold no grudge against you. However, I have turned misfortune into fortune, finding a formidable backing. Rise." Chong Wei raised her hand, assisting the floating light sacred king to his feet. The floating light sacred king finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his legs remained weak. Over a dozen emperors. Good heavens. Could it be that all the living emperors in the cosmos have gathered within the Piao Miao sect? The crowd felt uneasy but harbored no doubts. After all, as a quasi-emperor at the peak, the great demon king had no reason to deceive them. Yet, they could not fathom how the ancient continent had transformed so drastically. Now teeming with emperors gathered in one place. Fortunately, they had not provoked the Piao Miao sect, only facing some compensation. Otherwise, they would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, the great demon king mentioned there was still good news. Thus, the crowd secretly exhaled and cautiously inquired, "Great demon king, what might this good news be?" Chapter 181. The sacred ground sells assets. Demon clan training quotas. Everyone pricked up their ears, placing all their hopes on this good news. After all, if even the demon king had submitted, they truly had no capacity for resistance. The thought of the myriad emperors was terrifying enough. Even if the Piao Miao sect were to return the ultimate weapons, they would hardly dare accept them. Thus, they eagerly anticipated what this good news might entail. Amidst their expectations, Chong Wei slowly articulated, "The good news is that the sect leader, considering my reputation, has decided to reduce the compensation for each of your families by 10 billion. Each family now only needs to prepare 50 billion in compensation. Gasp. A reduction of 10 billion for each family? Is that truly good news? Even with a reduced amount of 50 billion, it remains a considerable burden for them. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon reflection, given the presence of the sect's emperors, one disgruntled emperor could easily crush their 5 sacred grounds. Now, with a 10 billion reduction, it was evident that the sect bore no ill will towards them, which could be considered positive news. After a flurry of thoughts, the 5 great holy kings could only reluctantly accept their fate. Not to mention the elusive sect of Pyamyao, even this demonic lord was beyond their reach. Thus, they once again cupped their fists towards Rose, bitter smiles gracing their faces as they welcomed the good news. Indeed, it was splendid news. They were profoundly grateful to the demonic lord. How fortunate that the demonic lord was evidently held in high regard by the emperor of Pyamyao, as evidenced by the substantial compensation of 5 billion. Just like that, it was reduced. Demonic lord, please come inside. We have prepared the finest ingredients to welcome you. Although the crowd feigned smiles, their expressions were more akin to sorrow than joy, rendering Rose, a mere quasi-emperor, unable to bear the sight. However, having now submitted to the Pyamyao sect, the affairs of others no longer concerned her. She waved her hand dismissively and said coolly, "There is no need. The matter has been resolved. You should prepare the compensation to deliver to Pyamyao sect promptly. I shall take my leave now." With that, she soared into the sky. We bid farewell to the demonic lord. The 5 great holy kings quickly bowed. When they looked up again, Rose had vanished without a trace. In that instant, the bitter smiles on their faces evaporated, replaced by expressions of despair. 5 billion in compensation, coupled with the loss of a supreme weapon, how would they endure the days ahead? Anxiety swept through the crowd. The floating light holy king raised his gaze to his companions, secretly sighing, and addressed the 4 friends. Given the circumstances, let us each prepare. We have already displeased the Pyamyao sect. We must strive to deliver the compensation early and alter their perception of us. With that, the floating light holy king turned to depart. Seeing this, the northern holy king hastily called out, "Wait. Yan, my friend." The floating light holy king turned around. A look of confusion etched on his face. But before he could inquire, the other 3 holy kings approached, extending their right hands in unison. "Brother, what about the 10 billion spirit stones we lent?" The floating light holy king replied, "My apologies. In the heat of the moment, I forgot. Naturally, it must be returned since the matter was not accomplished." Reluctantly, the floating light holy king had no choice but to return all the spirit stones to the group. As they received their stones, smiles gradually returned to their faces, and they departed one by one. Only the floating light holy king remained, his expression darkening further. Compared to the other holy lands, floating light holy land was considerably poorer. He had initially intended to withhold a portion from each family before returning, but now, he would have to find a way to manage on his own. After a moment of inner turmoil, the floating light holy king summoned all the saints of the Holy Land, announcing a large-scale mobilization of resources from various strongholds, the liquidation of assets, and a reduction in all cultivation resources to cut expenditures. Meanwhile, the other 4 holy lands also commenced their own extensive resource mobilization and asset liquidation efforts. The simultaneous actions of the 5 holy lands naturally attracted considerable attention. However, due to their culpability, they dared not speak of offending the Pyamyao sect. So the news did not spread immediately. Additionally, while the 5 holy lands were in motion, Rose returned to the Pyamyao sect for a day and a half. During this time, she once again comprehended the immense power of the Pyamyao sect, her awe deepening. She discovered that the Pyamyao sect was not merely comprised of a dozen emperors. In fact, there were over 20. If one counted the sect leader and the 2 women in composite form, the number even reached a terrifying 30 emperors. 30 emperors. Such power was beyond imagination. It was not just her small demonic race that could contend with them. It seemed that all races across the starry expanse combined would not stand a chance against the Pyamyao sect. Thus, her sense of reverence grew increasingly outrageous. She even suspected whether there were immortals stationed within the Pyamyao sect. Of course, this notion was merely speculation and did not diminish her current admiration for the sect. Furthermore, during this time, she discovered that the vassal forces of the Pyamyao sect seemed to possess opportunities for advancement, while she did not. This perplexed her, yet she felt it inappropriate to inquire. Finally, a day and a half later, the ultra-long-distance teleportation array was successfully crafted, necessitating her return to install it, prompting her to finally ask about the advancement opportunities. "Sect leader, does my demonic race lack opportunities for advancement?" She cautiously glanced at Chen Xuan, her tone laced with self-doubt, leading her to question whether she was being overlooked. In response, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that the starry races were unaccustomed to life on planets, which was why they had not been granted opportunities. He anticipated that they would wish to cultivate here. Thus, Chen Xuan promptly waved his hand, allocating 100 advancement opportunities for the starry demonic race. With the opportunities secured, Rose's mood instantly brightened, and after expressing her heartfelt gratitude, she took her leave. Accompanied by Lutsong, she arrived outside the Great Hall. Just as she was about to bow and take her leave, Lutsong suddenly mentioned the sect leader's arrangement to send her back, stirring her emotions. Consequently, Rose followed Lutsong to the teleportation array, provided him with the coordinates of the demon ruins, and then stepped onto the array to return home. Although she was a quasi-emperor, the demon ruins were quite distant from the ancient continent. Flying back would still require a considerable amount of time. While a little time was inconsequential, long-distance flight could be quite taxing. Moreover, having a one-sided teleportation array made things far more convenient, allowing her to arrive accurately with just a single coordinate. Soon, as the teleportation array activated, Rose felt the surroundings shift, marveling once more at the might of the sect, further solidifying her resolve to send the demonic race's talents for advancement. After all, establishing a good rapport with such a sect would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for the demonic race in the future. Thus, upon returning to the demon ruins, Rose promptly set up the teleportation array and, through it, returned to the Primal Sect, inviting the elders to inspect the demon ruins. After Lutsong's visit, she also gathered various powerful figures and, in the presence of Elder Lusong of the Primal Sect, announced her allegiance and the possibility of sending 100 young talents for advancement. This declaration truly shocked the powerful figures of the demon ruins. They had never even heard of the influence of the Bi-Man Sect's emperor. Now that they had the chance to meet and become their superior, everyone naturally treated Lusong with utmost respect. They even insisted on keeping Lusong from leaving, offering a gathering of beautiful little demonesses to entertain him. Fortunately, Lusong, as the Grand Elder, possessed enough resolve to use his duty to return to the sect as his reason for departing successfully. The powerful figures of the demon ruins felt quite regretful about this. They could only place their hopes for the future on the advancement opportunities and began the process of selecting candidates with great excitement that day. Chapter 182. Conflict between humans and demons, reciprocity. In the ancient continent, with Rose's departure, the matters of the 5 holy lands could no longer be concealed. During this time, the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm were busy mobilizing resources and liquidating assets, drawing universal attention. Countless eyes were fixated on the 5 holy lands. Furthermore, the incident regarding the 5 families offending the Primal Sect and facing exorbitant compensation had also inadvertently spread. Once this news broke, it swept through the divine realm like a tempest, rapidly extending to the surrounding 4 regions. Have you heard? The 5 great supreme forces in the divine realm are in trouble. They are now liquidating secret realms and spiritual fields. I've long heard about it. They say the 5 supreme holy lands offended a force called Primal Sect and are now facing hefty compensation. They are scrambling to gather funds. Indeed, but it's hard to believe. I've never even heard of Primal Sect. How could they make the 5 holy lands pay compensation? It seems a bit absurd. Ordinary forces naturally could not restrain supreme forces, especially not 5 of them. But it was rumored that there were emperors within the Primal Sect. Perhaps it was true. What? Emperors? No way is that true. Are there already emperors emerging? It's impossible. How could an emperor suddenly appear out of nowhere? This is quite sudden. I don't know. Primal Sect is far in the eastern region. Who knows? Does Primal Sect really have emperors? Hurry and contact the holy lands of the eastern region to investigate whether this news is true. Whether or not there were emperors within the Primal Sect remained uncertain. But it was said that the Primal Sect was indeed formidable. Even the starry demonic race had submitted. My second uncle's brother's cousin's second uncle's third sister's husband works as a laborer in the mysterious sect. What? The Void Demon clan has submitted? That cannot be true. The Demon King of the Void is a genuine quasi-emperor level powerhouse. He has never set foot in our ancient continent. Indeed, a friend of mine in the eastern region has encountered a woman from the Demon clan. But who can be certain that she is indeed the Demon King? Who can ascertain that they have surrendered? In no time, news about the Starry Sky Demon clan was swept into the tide of public opinion. The name of the mysterious sect was thrust into the spotlight. The rumors regarding compensation from the 5 great sacred lands, the emergence of the mysterious sect's emperor, and the subjugation of the Starry Sky Demon clan became a fervent topic of discussion. Some curious individuals, eager to uncover the truth behind these legends, ventured billions of miles to the eastern region to investigate. Of course, there were also those with ulterior motives who began to cause trouble in the divine realm, secretly gathering a group to plunder the resources of the 5 great sacred lands. After all, large-scale resource transport and the dispersion of powerful guardians made it impossible to guard both ends, allowing many to seize the opportunity. The 5 great sacred lands were left in disarray, ultimately dispatching all their powerful members to suppress the chaos and initiate counter-raids. In no time, the divine realm was plunged into localized turmoil, and those who tried to take advantage of the chaos found themselves facing just retribution, ensnaring many surrounding smaller factions in the fray, leaving everyone on edge. This raised even more questions about what the 5 great sacred lands were hoarding resources for. Could it be that there truly exists an emperor within the mysterious sect? Were these resources genuinely compensation owed to the mysterious sect? Amidst the speculations in the divine realm, the mysterious sect remained tranquil, untouched by any disturbance. Especially today, the day the Void Demon clan was scheduled to arrive for training. As the news spread, many idle disciples flocked to the training peak, eager to witness the demeanor of the Demon clan disciples. Some even sought to forge connections with the female Demon clan members. Their aspirations grand indeed. However, Chen Xuan had already imposed a ban following the previous visit of the Jade Maiden Pavilion's disciples, forbidding sect members from casually approaching the training peak. After all, that time, the disciples had neglected their training in a bid to flirt with the female disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, a memory still vivid. Thus, this time, countless disciples anticipated being barred from entering the training peak, and so they early congregated along the obligatory path to the training peak, lying in wait for the arrival. Look! Look! They are coming! Suddenly, with a disciple's exclamation, thousands of disciples on either side of the path turned their gazes towards the road's end, and sure enough, a group of young men and women with horns on their heads approached slowly under the guidance of the elders. They were all quite young, and their physique was striking. As they drew nearer, the 2 vertical lines subtly raised on their backs only enhanced their unique aura. Wow. So, this is what the Demon clan living in the starry skies looks like. Quite appealing indeed. Those horns are so adorable, I want to touch them. Look at the leader of that group. So handsome, with a slightly cold demeanor. Can you see it? It's true. He is so handsome. Look. He is looking at me. He is looking at me. 2 female disciples gazed at a remarkably poised young Demon clan member in the first group, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Others around them, upon hearing the discussion, turned their attention to the same young Demon clan member. Indeed, though he appeared young, his expression was devoid of warmth, and he raised his chin slightly higher than everyone else, exuding an air of arrogance. While undeniably handsome, making some men feel inferior, the 2 girls' infatuated demeanor immediately drew the ire of the suitors nearby, who jokingly remarked, "Handsome, doesn't he fill the stomach? It's high cultivation that truly matters. He looks frail, clearly of low realm. What about me? My second uncle's third uncle's sixth uncle works as a laborer in the inner sect. I possess both strength and background." This remark instantly led the 2 girls to stifle laughter. However, before they could respond, the words fortuitously reached the ears of the young Demon clan member in the front row. He glanced at the outer sect disciple who was courting the female disciples. His expression still calm, his pace unyielding, yet he coldly uttered 2 words, "Trash." It was uncertain whether this was a deliberate statement directed at the outer sect disciples or merely amusing, but the tone was just loud enough for a few nearby to overhear. Immediately, several outer sect disciples were taken aback, their brows furrowing as they glanced at the humiliated outer disciple. Feeling the gaze of his peers, the outer disciple's face flushed with embarrassment. As sect disciples, were they not all prodigies? How could one be scorned as trash, especially in front of the 2 women he admired? If he didn't react, how could he continue to maintain his standing? Thus, the disciple's expression stiffened. He wiped the smile from his face and angrily stepped forward to confront the young Demon clan member. "Who are you calling trash?" With this exclamation, everyone turned to look at him. Even the elder leading the group halted, casting a glance at the disciple. The disciple felt a jolt in his heart and quickly clasped his fists, addressing the elder. "Elder, forgive my transgression. I merely discussed how looks alone cannot sustain one, and since he has low cultivation, I could not bear his retort of calling me trash. I could not tolerate it, lest I appear unmanly." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to regard him favorably. Observing this, the elder turned his gaze towards the young Demon clan member. Without waiting for the elder to speak, the young Demon clan member proactively admitted, "It was I who said it. He claimed I was weak, so I called his cultivation trash. A fair exchange." With the words "a fair exchange," a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The calm demeanor, indifferent tone, and striking presence, combined with the fact it came from a Demon clan member, elevated this young Demon clan member's stature in an instant. A few individuals even began to take an interest in him. "Wow, he is so handsome. I thought Demon clan members were dull, but he is surprisingly astute, proud yet unassuming, striking yet humble. He surpassed many affluent scions. This is what one calls charisma. Sometimes, it must be said, possessing good looks is also a form of capital." The surrounding disciples offered their praises. Meanwhile, this scene left the outer sect disciple feeling quite vexed. For in comparison, he, equally handsome, found himself lacking in confidence. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the elder raised a hand to interrupt him. Addressing both young men coolly, the sect prohibits internal conflict. Should any disputes arise, a friendly duel may be conducted. This elder is currently on official duty. Those who obstruct my duties will face penalties. Yes, please forgive me, elder. Logically, as they were newcomers to the sect, the senior should have shown leniency. But this matter concerned the disciple's pride, prompting him to request a moment with the elder. The outer sect disciple, aware that he had inadvertently affected the elder, quickly clasped his fists in apology and presented his request. His attitude was so proper that no one could find fault. The elder nodded in satisfaction, indicating for him to proceed. Thank you, elder. Receiving a response, the disciple turned back to the young Demon Clan member, speaking coolly. Young Demon Clan member. I was joking about your frail physique, and the tone I used was intentionally low to show I meant no provocation, merely to please the object of my affection. However, since you heard and replied that I am trash, I hereby challenge you today. If you can defeat me, I shall only speak well of you hereafter. If you lose, you must publicly apologize to me. Do you dare accept? Why would I hesitate? Once the elder has settled matters, I shall seek you out. The young Demon Clan member replied, still expressionless. He added, I am not merely a young Demon Clan member. Remember my name. I am Chen Lu. Or you may call me the Demon Clan's Chen Lu. The Demon Clan's training contingent entered the training peak. The disciples gathered on either side of the road below the training peak did not disperse. In fact, they were only growing in number. Hey brother, still training? Hurry to the training peak. What has happened at the peak of advancement? Are they really going to seek out the female disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion again? Junior brother, if it comes to that, let us take a leave and venture out. I shall take you to witness the spectacle. No need for you to pay. Consider it a treat from your elder brother. Ah, that is not it. Today marks the arrival of the demonic clan's disciples, and you seem to have forgotten. Our sect's disciples have clashed with a young man from the demonic clan, and a duel has been arranged. A duel? Right now? Quickly, take me to see. In no time, the news spread far and wide, and more disciples gathered at the peak of advancement. After all, training can be monotonous, and watching a commotion is a delightful way to unwind. Meanwhile, atop the peak of advancement, after arranging accommodations for over 100 demonic clan members, others began to comfort Zhonglu. Although they were all prodigies of the demonic clan, they dared not act too casually in the presence of the elders. With the elder now absent, they approached, seeking to console this youth, Zhonglu, who had risen to prominence through sheer effort despite a tragic background. Zhonglu, perhaps we should let this go? We are newcomers, and it would be wise not to offend them. Indeed, we are here to advance our skills, not to stir trouble. If we offend them, we might incur the elder's wrath. Several of Zhonglu's acquaintances urged him. Yet, Zhonglu maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly indifferent to their concerns. Even upon hearing their advice, he contemplated briefly but remained expressionless, displaying an air of pride as he declared, I have already given my word. If I do not attend, it would reflect poorly on our demonic clan's credibility. I shall simply show mercy in the fight. With that, he returned to organizing his belongings. The gathered demonic clan members found themselves at a loss. Fine. Since you have committed, let us engage in this duel. Zhonglu knows how to gauge his strength, so there should be no serious issues. Yes, if we remain silent, it may seem we are easy targets. Let us go together. But Zhonglu, please hold back and spare them some dignity. Understood. Zhonglu nodded. Soon, having completed his preparations, he strode down the peak of advancement, flanked by the support of his fellow demonic clan members. As he passed by, disciples from the Jade Maiden Pavilion, such as Su Ro and Yi Junlin, grew curious and gathered around. Upon learning that the newcomers were about to duel with the sect's disciples, everyone was taken aback, particularly the women from the Jade Maiden Pavilion and Fenghua Shiyue, who secretly mused that men are indeed men, always eager to compete, leaving women in constant worry. Thus, Su Ro and others attempted to dissuade them, but to no avail. Resigned, they decided to follow the demonic clan's group to witness the event. At that moment, at the foot of the peak of advancement, the arrival of the large contingent stirred excitement among the disciples, especially when they spotted over 100 female disciples following behind. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion have also come out. Wow, they finally decided to show themselves. I haven't seen them since the ban was imposed. Amidst the lively chatter, Zhonglu approached the outer sect disciple. The outer sect disciple looked up slightly, with a hint of admiration, and said, Indeed, you keep your word. Let us go to the battle square. Lead the way, Zhonglu replied calmly. Instantly, the crowd surged towards the battle square, creating quite a commotion. Many disciples exiting from the training tower or the library joined the throng. By the time they reached the battle square, what had begun as a few thousand disciples had swelled to several thousand. At the battle square, the elder introduced the combat rules to the two contenders, while the spectators flocked to the vicinity of the Jade Maiden Pavilion, seeking closer seats. Junior sister, is this seat taken? Junior sister, may I sit here? These are two esteemed seniors who once served the sect master. Are you sure you want to sit here? Oh, my apologies, esteemed seniors. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Yi. Soon, the disciples surrounded the female disciples of the Jade Maiden Pavilion completely. Those fortunate enough to sit beside the female disciples felt quite smug, constantly trying to strike up conversations. Only when some female disciples could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter did they remind everyone that the event was about to commence, prompting the male disciples to fall silent and turn their attention to the square. As the elder returned to his seat, Zhonglu faced the outer sect disciple. Both ready for battle. Begin. With the elder's command, the outer sect disciple initiated the attack, charging straight at Zhonglu. Look, it's starting. As the outer sect disciple made his move, the atmosphere fell silent. Every disciple, whether ordinary or advanced, was fixated on the scene, observing intently. However, Zhonglu's unmoving stance piqued curiosity. Why isn't he moving? Is he trying to show off? Indeed, while Ingio may not be the strongest in the outer sect, he is still a mid-tier contender. If Zhonglu is merely posturing, he may find it challenging. Some whispered amongst themselves, but the battle square remained relentless. The outer sect disciple, Ingio, leaped into the air, shouting, Sun Fist. With his voice echoing, a radiant energy gathered around his iron fist, resembling a sun that grew increasingly bright, charging directly at Zhonglu. At that moment, Zhonglu finally stirred, narrowing his eyes as he gathered energy in his hands, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, Zhonglu remained steadfast, while Ingio was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the square. No way. He lost. He actually lost. Instantly, gasps filled the audience. Those familiar with Ingio were left in disbelief. Impossible. How could he not withstand a single blow? Indeed, those who come to advance are all geniuses. Ingio is at least in the condensation realm, yet he couldn't endure even one strike. Could it be that all the demonic clan members who come to advance are this formidable? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd regarding the prowess of the demonic clan's 100 members. That can't be true. Only that one demonic youth is exceptional. The rest are no different from us. An inner sect disciple offered an analysis, alleviating the concerns of other outer sect disciples. Although they had only recently joined the sect, it was true that they could not compare to the carefully selected advanced disciples of the larger factions. However, if the advanced disciples were all this powerful, they would have nowhere to hide. At the battle square, after effortlessly defeating Ingio, Zhonglu did not gloat, but instead approached Ingio, extending a hand to help him up. However, Ingio declined the gesture, feeling disheartened. He had not anticipated that this demonic youth would be so strong, unable to withstand even one strike. After taking a deep breath, Ingio, feeling embarrassed to linger on the square, promptly said to Zhonglu, "You are quite strong. I am no match for you. I apologize and assure you that I will not speak ill of you within the sect from now on." With that, he immediately turned and jumped off the battle square, vanishing from sight. Observing this, Zhonglu wished to explain, but his long-standing reserved nature prevented him from speaking. So he prepared to leave and join his clan. Yet, his aloof demeanor led some disciples to feel slighted, believing he was overly arrogant and dismissive of them. In an instant, one disciple stood up, rebuking, "Halt. Do not think that by defeating one person, you deem yourself invincible. I am Wei Long, an inner sect disciple, ranked 780 on the celestial list. Dare you face me in a duel?" Another challenger emerged. Zhonglu was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze towards the disciple named Wei Long. The latter's face was flushed with indignation, and an aura of righteous vigor emanated from him, palpable in the air. In that instant, a surge of combative fervor ignited within Zhonglu, his brow furrowing as he coolly remarked, "What is there to fear? Come forth. Ha! You have the audacity. Prepare yourself." Wei Long erupted into a hearty laugh, then propelled himself off the ground with a forceful push, soaring through the air towards Zhonglu from the audience. His entrance was nothing short of spectacular, drawing the attention of countless spectators who craned their necks to behold him. Merely his entrance elicited a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Goodness, what a dramatic entrance! Is this what it means to be an inner sect disciple? Even his arrival is striking. It's Wei Long. He is at the late stage of the concentration realm. Surely that demon clan youth will be defeated without question. The crowd murmured in excitement, their eyes following Wei Long as he soared through the air. However, just as their gaze shifted to Zhonglu's head, an unexpected event transpired. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed, and Wei Long was sent hurtling backward, landing outside the square. Instantly, the venue descended into an eerie silence. Huh. What a foolhardy endeavor. Zhong Lu is the unparalleled prodigy of our demon clan's younger generation. He has appeared to the foremost disciples of the sect. He is not someone these ordinary disciples can contend with. Indeed, the king's third layer. Even the top disciples of the sect would find it hard to match his prowess. The demon clan members whispered among themselves, cautious not to raise their voices. Even without being overheard, many discerned Zhong Lu's formidable cultivation level. He was at the king realm, not merely the concentration realm. Is there no brother at the king realm here? Someone must teach him a lesson. Suddenly, another disciple leaped forth, also a king realm practitioner, albeit at the initial stage. Yet, just as he entered the fray, he too was swiftly knocked aside. Although the audience was primarily composed of idle disciples eager for entertainment, many were fervent king realm inner sect disciples. One after another, they stepped into the arena, only to be bested in turn. Even a disciple of the same realm as Zhong Lu could barely withstand a few strikes before succumbing. In a flash, Zhong Lu's reputation soared, igniting excitement among the demon clan's training disciples, who felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, the disciples of the mysterious sect faced humiliation as they suffered consecutive defeats, prompting them to seek reinforcements. As for the shame of losing, initially, they felt embarrassed. However, once the news of Zhong Lu being the demon clan's top prodigy spread, their sense of disgrace evaporated. One was the foremost prodigy of the demon clan, while the other was an inconspicuous disciple of the mysterious sect. A loss was only to be expected given their disparate statuses. If their sect's prodigies were to emerge, they wouldn't fear even 100 Zhong Laos. At this point, the situation had escalated beyond mere entertainment. It had transformed into a contest of prodigies, a matter of pride for both sides. Reinforcements were imperative. The demon clan must witness what true genius looks like. In the wake of this revelation, news spread rapidly, and the outer sect brothers hurriedly abandoned their tasks to rush to the battle square for support. Even Tang Yin, who had just recently broken through to the emperor level, was stirred by the commotion. What has transpired within the sect? Why does everyone seem so hurried? Tang Yin intercepted a disciple, his brow knitted with concern. He had merely been in seclusion, yet upon emerging, it seemed the sect was embroiled in a significant crisis. Brother Tang, disciples from the demon clan have arrived. One of whom, named Zhong Lu, is challenging our sect's disciples in the battle square. Already, more than a dozen of our disciples have been defeated, and the inner sect's experts are rushing to assist. Indeed, Brother Tang, that demon clan Zhong Lu is incredibly formidable. Apart from the foremost inner sect disciples, none can stand against him. Even those of the same realm have fallen to him. It is said he is the demon clan's top prodigy. Several disciples eagerly explained to Tang Yin. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin's expression soured. Among his few direct disciples, aside from the later joined Li Qi, he was the last to achieve a breakthrough. His mood darkened further upon learning of the demon clan's disciples challenging his fellow sect members, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. The title of the demon clan's top prodigy stirred his blood. Is he truly that formidable? His voice carried a hint of skepticism before he commanded, "Take me to see." "Yes, Brother Tang, please follow me." For the younger disciples, the demon clan youth seemed quite strong. Yet, for Brother Tang, he was merely a trivial opponent. Excitedly, the disciples led the way, praising him as they made their way to the battle square, their hearts brimming with anticipation to showcase the true talents of their sect to the demon clan youth. As they approached, they drew the attention of many other disciples eager to support or spectate. Upon learning that Brother Tang was heading to confront the demon clan youth, they all fell in line behind him. After all, direct disciples were the sect leader's students, holding the highest status within the entire sect. Thus far, everyone knew that direct disciples were prodigious talents, yet none had witnessed one in action. This opportunity was too precious to be missed. Soon, the throng surrounding Tang Yin swelled, with numerous inner sect disciples joining him, eager to be acquainted with the sect's direct disciple. As Tang Yin arrived at the battle square, a voice rang out, "Make way. Brother Tang is here." The crowd in the square, both seated and standing, turned their attention to Tang Yin. Upon seeing him, joy erupted among the onlookers. "Incredible. It truly is Brother Tang. Amazing. I can't believe even Brother Tang has been stirred. This is excellent. Let the demon clan witness what true genius looks like. Brother Tang is magnificent. Brother Tang is invincible." The crowd erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the demon clan youth looked on in confusion, bewildered by Tang Yin's presence. However, given Tang Yin's youthful appearance, the demon clan members did not regard him as particularly formidable, especially Zhong Lu, who, after a series of victories, had grown somewhat arrogant. Though he held respect for the sect, His continuous battles led him to perceive the sect's disciples as mere pretenders, and his previous restraint had quietly dissipated, replaced by an air of pride. Yet, this demeanor only disappointed Tang Yin, who had initially believed his opponent to be a formidable adversary. In reality, Zhang Lu was merely at the king realm. Having recently attained the emperor level, Tang Yin found little merit in the king realm. However, recognizing the demon clan's arrogance, Tang Yin resolved to teach them a lesson, stepping confidently onto the battle square. Zhang Lu sensed that this newcomer was a formidable rival and assumed a combat stance for the first time. No need to be anxious. After fighting for so long, you should be well matched. I dislike taking advantage of a vulnerable opponent, so I'll allow you to use both hands and feet. With that, Tang Yin straightened slightly, clasping his hands behind his back, presenting an air of confidence as he stood still, provoking a stir among the onlookers. The demon clan members, who had intended to protest the unfairness of the battle, were rendered speechless, muttering indignantly, "What arrogance! This fellow seems to have quite the reputation, yet he is utterly pretentious. To allow Zhang Lu to use both hands and feet? How disrespectful! Indeed, he is obviously a show-off. Zhang Lu is our demon clan's top prodigy, undefeated in his realm, able to battle beyond his level. This opponent is far too arrogant. How can one fight with both hands and feet? Is he overestimating himself?" The demon clan members continued to grumble, their words laced with disdain. Within the sect, the disciples were ablaze with excitement, their words imbued with fervor. After all, being a direct disciple was an esteemed status in their eyes. They would gladly relinquish both hands and feet for such an honor. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Zhang Lu remained silent, his brow furrowed in concentration. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly, he refrained from further discourse and leapt into action, unleashing his most formidable technique. A vast and overwhelming force emanated from him, as if intent on shaking the very heavens, and, in conjunction with his body, he charged directly at Tang Yin. The sheer power caused Tang Yin's garments and hair to flutter as though caught in a tempest, yet he remained expressionless and immobile. It was only when Zhang Lu had traversed half the distance that he calmly uttered 4 words: endless entanglement. In an instant, countless tendrils of dark energy erupted forth, latching onto Zhang Lu and ensnaring him within the void. No matter how he struggled, he remained utterly immobile. Witnessing this, the members of the demon race were momentarily rendered speechless, collectively gasping in astonishment. What? Zhang Lu is bound. Good heavens! What sort of power is this? To restrain Zhang Lu without the use of hands or feet? Impossible. This cannot be. Before they could finish their thoughts, another surge of formidable energy burst forth from Tang Yin, striking Zhang Lu down to the ground. The overwhelming presence emanating from Tang Yin left countless spectators wide-eyed in disbelief. Even the demons were momentarily stunned, for this aura unmistakably belonged to someone at the emperor level. Emperor level? My goodness! Tang's senior brother has broken through to the emperor level. The crowd murmured in awe. Is this what it means to be a direct disciple? This is simply terrifying. Achieving the emperor level in 1s20s is beyond imagination. Rumor had it that Tang Yin ranked 6th among the direct disciples. If he's 6th, how formidable must the top 5 be? Indeed, being a direct disciple was a mark of distinction, and the disparity was staggering. The first of the inner sect, Xiao Chun, seemed to be merely at the 6th or 7th level of the king realm. How frightening. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Upon hearing Tang Yin's name, the demons felt a tremor of fear. No wonder he was so powerful. He was the direct disciple of the sect leader. What would they do now? The Miao Miao sect truly deserved its reputation for housing several emperors. As my grandfather said, this place would be where we rise. Our number 1 could hardly match even a finger of a direct disciple. Having offended a direct disciple, how would we navigate our future? Panic swept through the hearts of the demons. Chapter 186. Apologies and reflections. The young demons were anxious, and naturally, Zhang Lu shared their concerns. Although he was the most talented of the demon race, he bore no background within his clan. Now, confronted by such an extraordinary young powerhouse, it was evident that the other's identity was exceptional, certainly among the strongest geniuses of the sect. Losing was one thing, but being drawn into the repercussions was another matter entirely. His grandfather was still waiting for him to succeed. If he were to be sent back now, it would break his grandfather's heart. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Lu felt a surge of trepidation and began to regret his actions. However, being of a naturally reserved disposition, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After some contemplation, he finally managed to gather his words and clasped his hands in acknowledgement of defeat. I concede. With that, he fell silent, hoping for the other's forgiveness. His endearing demeanor left his fellow demons feeling vexed and anxious for him. You fool, apologize. Speak up. Merely conceding does nothing. You've surrendered. You should quickly offer an apology to resolve this misunderstanding. Oh, this is killing me. Truly, even geniuses have their flaws. Chong Lu's silence left others helpless, yet Tang Yin required no apology. Seeing Chong Lu's honest admission of defeat dissipated his earlier misgivings, and he gently advised him as a senior brother, you possess great talent and potential. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from seeking the spotlight. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Chong Lu quickly expressed his gratitude. After a pause, he politely inquired, may I ask your name, senior brother? Direct disciple Tang Yin. Came the calm reply, after which he turned and exited the arena, instructing the onlookers, you may disperse now. With that, he departed. Seeing Tang Yin leave, the others found little reason to linger and gradually followed suit, discussing the direct disciple as they walked. Only Chong Lu remained, stunned by the revelation of Tang Yin's status, the direct disciple of the sect leader. No wonder he was so formidable. The Miao Miao sect truly lived up to its reputation. He pondered that great accomplishments awaited them in the future. As he contemplated, his fellow demons gradually descended from the arena, voicing their worries and subtly chastising Chong Lu. You could have at least shown a bit of strength in front of us. But now you've offended a direct disciple. Who knows what difficulties await us? Oh dear, how can we report this to the Demon King? It would only make us seem incompetent. To offend a direct disciple upon arrival, what a predicament. As the group gathered, they made their way towards the cultivation peak. Lamenting their plight, Chong Lu, though not eloquent, internally agreed with their sentiments. However, he felt that Tang Yin did not seem like the type to hold grudges. Thus, he relayed this belief to his kin. Upon hearing this, his companions shook their heads. You lack understanding of human affairs. He may appear amiable, but we cannot know his true thoughts. Indeed, if he is displeased, he could easily create obstacles for us. Chong Lu, why not approach Tang Yin and offer an explanation? We will provide the gifts. Yes, if this matter remains unresolved, we will never feel at ease venturing out again. For our sake, you must apologize. His companions fervently urged him. Chong Lu felt a twinge of resistance, yet he replied, but how can we approach a direct disciple? How can we explain? There is a way. When we arrived at the cultivation peak, I heard that the holy maiden Su Ro is friends with a direct disciple. We should seek her assistance. Suddenly, a young demoness word sparked a glimmer of hope among the group. They quickly pursued the young lady, seeking Su Ro's whereabouts. However, after some inquiries, they discovered that she had gone to the library pavilion. Reluctantly, the demons resolved to wait for Su Ro's return to request her help. In the meantime, they had ample opportunity to prepare gifts and coach Chong Lu on how to speak, lest he inadvertently offend the direct disciples. Meanwhile, Su Ro was en route to the library pavilion when she unexpectedly encountered the inner sect's foremost disciple, Xiao Chun, heading towards the battle arena. Upon seeing Su Ro, Xiao Chun's eyes lit up with delight as he approached her, exclaiming, Su Ro, what a coincidence. Upon recognizing him, Su Ro smiled warmly. After all, he was the most esteemed individual in the inner sect. While not everyone looked up to him, he was certainly admired by the vast majority. Indeed, senior brother Xiao. Where are you in such a hurry? She replied with a smile, her captivating beauty mesmerizing Xiao Chen. I heard that a demon disciple is challenging others at the battle arena, claiming to be the #1 genius of the demon race. I wanted to witness it for myself. Xiao Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy. Ever since their last meeting, he had been struck by her beauty and had developed a keen interest in her, often daydreaming about a serendipitous encounter. He had long sought an opportunity, but had only managed to gather some information about the other party. His visit was not primarily motivated by the renowned prodigy of the demon clan, Chong Lu, but rather by the news that the members of the Jade Maiden Pavilion had gathered, including Su Ro. This stirred his desire to come forth. He also wished for a chance to showcase his abilities against those from the Jade Maiden Pavilion. However, unexpectedly, he encountered Su Ro along the way. Now he was torn between whether to head to the battle square or to make an excuse to follow Su Ro instead. A moment of inner conflict ensued. Just then, Su Ro's response provided him with clarity. Brother Xiao, you intend to go to the battle square, but the battle has already concluded. Brother Tang Yin has defeated that person. Oh, it was Brother Tang Yin who took action. Xiao Chen quickly interjected. Upon realizing that a direct disciple had intervened, he felt assured of the opponent's defeat. However, Su Ro was displeased with Xiao Chen's disparagement of the demon youth. While it was true that Brother Tang Yin had triumphed, it was equally true that the demon youth had drawn the ire of the crowd. Their conflict had arisen due to the demon youth's reticence, not out of youthful arrogance. In truth, the demon youth's demeanor mirrored her own in her younger days. She understood the circumstances. Had the demon youth offered a few courteous words after his first victory, the situation would have unfolded differently. Thus, she felt a sense of empathy towards him. Moreover, The demon youth had already faced defeat, receiving the consequences he deserved. Further comments would seem lacking in grace, especially coming from someone of the inner sect's highest standing. Nevertheless, Su-ro refrained from saying much, as it was ultimately not her affair. She merely disliked others speaking without understanding the full context, which could skew perceptions. With a slight frown, she clasped her hands and said, "Brother Xiao, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." All right. Xiaochen scratched his head, wanting to inquire about her destination, but the words never left his lips as she walked away. This left him feeling quite helpless, speculating on what he might have said wrong. As he pondered while walking back, he was suddenly approached from behind by Nailin Yin, who had been observing everything. Brother Xiaochen. Chapter 187. Su-ro leads the way. Again and again hearing Nailin Yan's voice, Xiaochen did not even glance back and continued on his path. He was not surprised by her appearance, as she had been following him frequently of late, a fact he had caught on to several times. However, since she had not caused any trouble, he found no reason to confront her, opting instead to ignore her. It was unexpected, though, that she would emerge again at this moment, which was indeed somewhat bothersome. Nailin Yin seemed aware of his irritation yet still approached him, her tone tinged with jealousy. Brother Xiaochen, look, she is ignoring you. Perhaps you should just give up on her. Her words felt like pouring oil on the fire. Xiaochen felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted coldly, "My affairs are none of your concern." Feeling exposed before others, Xiaochen found himself somewhat humiliated. What puzzled him was how she knew about his inquiries into Su-ro, as he had only discreetly sought information without any overt actions. Moreover, she spoke so openly in public, showing no sense of discretion, which further fueled his dissatisfaction. Brother Xiaochen, you aren't thinking of hitting me here, are you? Nailin Yin feigned panic at the sight of Xiaochen's displeased expression. She cautiously glanced around and leaned in to whisper, "There are quite a few people here. It wouldn't look good if others saw you strike your junior sister. Perhaps we should find a secluded spot?" Xiaochen remained silent, realizing that once a tendency for masochism takes root, it is not easily altered. Ignoring her entirely, he turned and made his way towards the second peak. The inner sect area was off limits to outer sect disciples, so Nailin Yin followed him to the base of the second peak, unable to pursue him further. Though she escaped physical reprimand, she did not win his affection back, yet her heart raced with excitement. After all, Su-ro's indifference towards Xiaochen was the best news for her. When she first learned of Xiaochen's change of heart, she had nearly wept, consumed by sorrow and sleepless nights. But now, the truth was unveiled. Everything was as it should be. Xiaochen would inevitably belong to her. He must be hers. Forever hers. Only hers. Elated, she envisioned a future together while humming a tune as she walked towards the residence of the outer sect disciples. As night fell, Su-ro had just returned to the cultivation peak when the demon youth and his companions found her, bringing gifts from the demon ruins. After a day of arrangements and instructions, Chonglu found himself compelled to express his gratitude with polite words. "Senior sister, this is a gift I brought back from the demon ruins." "Thank you, Brother Chonglu. These hairpins seem to be for women," Su-ro remarked. "Oh, these aren't actually bought by Brother Chonglu. They are treasures he acquired while training outside the demon ruins. They can be beneficial for practitioners, having properties that clear heat and detoxify, enhance defenses, and so forth. Since he has no use for them, he forgot to sell them and decided to bring them for you, senior sister." "Ah, I see. Thank you, Brother Chonglu. However, these are your hard-earned possessions. I cannot accept them for free. Allow me to trade spirit stones for them." No, I have no idea of their value. I only hope that senior sister will support me more in the future. By the way, we actually have a small request," he added. Upon hearing this, Su-ro immediately understood the true purpose of their visit. She inquired further, and while Chonglu was not particularly eloquent, his fellow clan members swiftly conveyed their intentions. They wished to apologize to someone named Tang Yin and clarify the reasons behind the battle earlier that day, seeking her assistance in introducing them. After listening, Su-ro comprehended their motives and agreed to help. Yet she maintained her stance of trading spirit stones for the hairpins, and the demon clan members, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted a token amount. Once adorned with the hairpins, Su-ro wasted no time and led Chonglu towards the first peak. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere feeling somewhat peculiar. It was not until they had traversed half the distance that Su-ro initiated a conversation, inquiring about the realms beyond the stars. "Junior brother, are there places for exploration and adventure among the stars?" "Indeed, many, in fact. However, most are perilous, not suitable for the average person." "Oh, are there secret realms or ruins?" "Yes. Some stars have become desolate ruins, while others were shattered due to battles involving emperors. There are also native void creatures and areas of mutation. Numerous wonders await. It is not truly a void, It's simply that the cosmos is vast, and life is scarce, making it appear lifeless. That sounds intriguing. If the opportunity arises, I would love to see it for myself. By the way, this hairpin is quite lovely. Thank you. Senior sister, you are too kind. It is I who should be thanking you. As the two conversed, they soon entered the first peak, oblivious to a figure watching them from a distance, frozen in place. This individual stood in a secluded corner, holding a wildflower, gazing intently at the two engaged in cheerful conversation. With a resigned sigh, he tossed the wildflower to the ground and turned to leave. After their earlier encounter, Chen had been mulling over whether he had said something amiss, lost in thought until he learned of the demon youth's situation, realizing he had misunderstood everything. He had intended to gather flowers to apologize to Su Ro and restore his image, but fate had it that he stumbled upon her strolling with the demon youth, who had even gifted her a hairpin. Clearly, this was not merely a misunderstanding. It was evident that she held no feelings for him. Upon comprehending the situation, Chen had no choice but to concede. After all, nothing had truly commenced, so it was not regrettable. However, just as he turned around, a woman's silhouette unexpectedly materialized, nearly causing him to leap in fright. Gazing at the ghostly Na Lan Yen, fury surged within him. So, you dare to stalk me in the dead of night? You wretched woman? This is never ending, is it? In an instant, his brow furrowed, and his fists clenched tightly. Following him during the day was one thing, but trailing him at night? Did she truly believe he was devoid of temper? As the saying goes, patience has its limits. At that moment, Chen was inclined to obliterate Na Lan Yan's insolent head. Yet, ultimately, he restrained this impulse. Chen, is it true? You haven't given up? You intend to bring her flowers at this late hour? Unceremoniously, Na Lan Yan's words ignited Chen's pent-up rage. The veins in his fist stood out prominently. It's none of your business, he coldly retorted, suppressing his fury. Indeed, it's none of my business. But it seems she is with that top genius of the demon clan. Na Lan Yan teased, Chen, you're becoming increasingly ineffectual. It appears no woman is interested in you anymore. With a sly smile, she pretended to peer down the path leading to the training peak, even though the individual had long vanished. What do you mean, ineffectual? Chen's mind reeled, his anger flaring even more intensely. A man cannot be deemed ineffectual. This woman incessantly stalked him, infuriating him, mocking him time and again. If he continued to remain passive, she would surely take it too far. However, as the foremost disciple of the inner sect, he could not afford to lose his temper easily. But the urge was overwhelming. At that moment, two figures, one white and one black, emerged in his mind, each urging him on. The black figure proclaimed, strike her, hit her hard. She sought trouble. So it's not your fault. The white figure countered, no, you cannot resort to violence. You are a paragon of virtue, the foremost disciple of the inner sect. Besides, she merely uttered a few unflattering remarks. Reacting violently over mere words would be beneath you. The black figure argued, who says it's beneath you? People like her don't warrant such consideration. Besides, she might even enjoy it. Why not give it a try? The white figure insisted, do not attempt it. Trying it would lead to a bottomless abyss. You must uphold your integrity and act honorably. The black figure urged, stop hesitating. Strike her. She looks down on you at every turn. If you don't teach her a lesson, are you still a man? How will you ascend to greatness if you act like a coward? As the two figures bickered, Na Lan Yan noticed the fury he was desperately suppressing. She then leaned closer, teasingly stating, Chen, you're increasingly lacking in masculinity. I provoke you, yet you dare not raise a hand? Are you even a man? It's time to strike. Finally, Chen could no longer contain himself and raised his hand, delivering a powerful blow. In an instant, Na Lan Yan was sent flying, completely caught off guard by a sudden aggression. Yet, this unexpected turn played right into her scheme. Though her face throbbed with pain, she couldn't help but smile mockingly, covering her face as she taunted, you have courage, but it seems you're merely putting on a brave face to avoid humiliation before your seniors. Ha! With her words, the fury within Chen reignited. A forced smile? Did he appear to be smiling through the pain? If she sought her demise, he would gladly oblige. Enraged, he swiftly approached Na Lan Yan, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of punches. In a moment, she was left bloodied and battered, resembling a mere punching bag, utterly incapable of retaliation. Of course, lacking the strength to fight back, she had no desire to do so. She could only raise her arms to shield her face. After all, who could withstand a relentless assault upon their visage? Yet, this very act only incited Chen's wrath further. As she had provoked him, she now sought to defend herself? Not a chance. Seizing her arm, he bellowed, dare you block? Let go. I want tea. Let go. Please, not my face. Just the face. Thus, time slipped away, and before long, Na Lan Yin succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke from her stupor, Xiao Chen's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving her amidst the flowers, racked with pain. Nevertheless, even in her misery, she managed to muster a genuine smile, albeit one that appeared rather tragic upon her swollen cheeks. Meanwhile, atop the main peak, following her arrival with Su Rou, the elder did not intervene. Initially, when Su Rou sought assistance, it was Lu Yu who attended to her, and as they shared a mutual fondness for novels, a bond gradually formed. However, Lu Yu had ample time to indulge in her reading, while Su Rou had to focus on her cultivation, leaving her with less leisure. Yet, she often visited Lu Yu to share her literary discoveries. As a result, the elder became acquainted with their camaraderie and ceased to obstruct their visits. The two easily navigated through the checkpoints, making their way to a corner beside the sect leader's hall. As they successfully entered the main peak, a wave of apprehension washed over Zhonglu. He felt slightly anxious. After all, this was where the sect leader resided, and as a mere disciple, even if he was the top genius of the demon clan, he felt a sense of constraint. Not to mention, when he became the top genius, he was nothing at all. However, upon reaching the summit, seeing Su Rou guide him towards a corner of the main hall, he was perplexed. Su Rou, are we not here to find Lu Yu? What are we doing here? He asked anxiously. Unfazed, Su Rou replied, we are indeed looking for Lu Yu. At this hour, she should be asleep. Asleep? The personal disciple sleeps in a corner outside the main hall, while Zhonglu was in disbelief. The two arrived before a charred black willow tree. In that moment, Zhonglu witnessed the most astonishing scene of his life. A slender, graceful woman emerged slowly from the willow, radiating an air of elegance. This is Lu Yu. Quickly greet her. Zhonglu stood speechless, eyes wide in astonishment. After a brief explanation, Lu Yu understood their purpose for coming and promptly led Su Rou and Zhonglu to the residence of the personal disciples. Upon arriving, Zhonglu was again taken aback as he noticed a youth feeding fish at the entrance, his eyes widening in disbelief. As the boy fed the fish, an aura of breakthrough emanated from him, and within moments, he experienced two minor breakthroughs in quick succession. Could he also be a personal disciple of the sect leader? Zhonglu was utterly dumbfounded, his gaze vacant, experiencing this firsthand. Zhonglu, this is Li Qi, the seventh disciple of the sect leader. Quickly greet him. Greetings, Li. Before he could finish, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted from Li Qi, who had reached the sixth heaven of the heavenly king realm. Unaware of his own achievement, he turned with an amiable smile directed at Zhonglu. This left Zhonglu in a state of shock, feeling as though he were dreaming. Overwhelmed, he forgot to complete his greeting and numbly followed Su Rou into the courtyard. Inside, Lin Fan, Yiqing Cheng, and others were present, including Tang Yin. Upon his arrival, Zhonglu hastily recounted the events to Tang Yin, apologizing for his impulsiveness and insisting that he had no intention of challenging the sect disciples. After learning the full story, Tang Yin felt slightly embarrassed and took the opportunity to lecture Zhonglu. Once forgiveness was granted, Zhonglu promptly distributed the carefully prepared gifts from his clan to everyone, each gift unique and evidently well thought out. Even Li Qi and Lu Yu, who had just finished feeding the fish, were present. Li Qi held a unique emerald bamboo from the demon ruins, while Lu Yu possessed a romance novel penned by a member of the demon race. Lin Fan and Tang Yin held daggers and flutes, while Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shilinger were adorned with jewelry and other feminine items. All present were momentarily taken aback by the gifts from the advanced disciples, each eager to decline. However, after Zhonglu recited the prepared lines, he temporarily silenced their objections. He then hastily prepared to take his leave at this opportune moment to prevent the gifts from being returned. Yet, at that crucial juncture, Lu Yu, having perused a few pages, called out to him, inquiring about the contents of the book. Zhonglu, are the angels and spirit races described in this book real? Chapter 189, a detailed discussion on the starry sky, determining the starry sky training indeed. However, the story itself is likely fictitious. Zhonglu retracted his hands, which had not yet embraced the gifts, and replied earnestly. This answer only piqued Lu Yu's curiosity further, prompting her to eagerly inquire. Does the magic flute mentioned in the book resemble the one in Tang Yin's possession? The description seems to align. Yes, that is indeed the prototype of the magic flute described in the book. I discovered it amidst the ruins of a small star that had exploded. Alas, the explosion obliterated the relics, and its function remains unknown for now. Everything written in the book is a fabrication. Zhonglu answered Lu Yu candidly, leaving no detail unspoken. Murong Ingluo, growing curious, asked, So, is this book a new release? Yes, it is authored by my grandfather, Zhonglu replied, a hint of shyness flickering across his face as he mentioned his grandfather. Observing this, Lu Yu expressed her surprise, exclaiming, Your grandfather is quite talented. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Yu. My grandfather has been a writer since childhood. but due to poor sales, he eventually turned to painting for sustenance. At the mention of painting, a flush crept onto Chen Lu's cheeks. The others, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, marveled at the idea that a mere painter could support a prodigy, realizing that his artwork must be extraordinary to warrant such a career change. Lin Fan, intrigued, asked, "Might we have the opportunity to view your grandfather's original works?" Chen Lu replied, "Ahem. Brother Lin Fan, please forgive me. My grandfather has long since retired from painting. Retiring doesn't imply he lacks works." Lin Fan replied, somewhat puzzled. However, respecting Chen Lu's reluctance to discuss his grandfather's paintings, he shifted the topic back to the starry sky. Soon, the group engaged in an animated dialogue, thoroughly exploring their curiosities about the starry sky. Chen Lu, unwilling to provide superficial answers, elaborated on every inquiry with meticulous detail, leaving him no respite as questions continued to arise. The wormholes in the starry sky can be perilous, enabling one to traverse space to other star domains, akin to a long-distance teleportation array. However, both the location and safety are random, leading to various unforeseen incidents along the journey, making it quite dangerous. In the vastness of the starry sky dwell void creatures, such as void beasts, which roam the emptiness, preying on other beings and exhibiting considerable strength, comparable to the monstrous beasts of the ancient continent, and they are treasures in their own right. The starry sky is boundless and magnificent. Some meteorite zones were once fragments of life-harboring stars, now shattered, containing secret realms and numerous dangers, not to mention treasures. Some areas are utterly desolate. Should one lose their way, they may drift aimlessly through the cosmos until death. Thus, many unknown regions exist in the starry sky, accessible only to the most powerful beings of each race, whether in the ancient continent or the demon ruins. The starry sky appears as but a grain of sand in an ocean. Perhaps even an emperor could not explore every nook and cranny. Chen Lu's earnest responses captivated the disciples' curiosity about the starry sky. Although they possessed some knowledge, their understanding was limited by their cultivation levels, and they had previously assumed the starry sky to be a lifeless void. They were astonished to discover its enchanting allure, filled with adventures far richer than the tales of the ancient continent. As the discussion progressed, time slipped away, and soon it was well past midnight. Lin Fan and the others, despite their desire to engage Chen Lu in conversation until dawn, reluctantly fell silent, allowing him to return and rest for the following day's discourse. Chen Lu complied without protest. In the days that followed, he frequently visited the first peak to converse with the others about the starry sky. Su Rou seized the opportunity to stroll with Lu Yu around the main peak, while discreetly observing Chen Xian's actions, intending to report back to their distant master, Miao Yuni, in the southern region to assuage her admiration. Before long, days passed, and Lin Fan and the others had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the starry sky. Consequently, Chen Lu and Su Rou forged amicable relationships with the disciples. In a brief span, their reputations flourished among the students. Meanwhile, the reclusive Xiaoqian reaffirmed his suspicions, realizing that Su Rou indeed shared a closer bond with the demon race's Chen Lu than he did. This revelation cemented his decision to abandon any romantic aspirations and instead commit to intensive cultivation alongside the three junior brothers. On the other hand, upon learning about the starry sky, Lin Fan and the others could no longer contain their desires. They quickly conspired with a few junior sisters and Tang Yin to embark on a journey to experience the starry sky. However, Lu Yu and Li Qiye opted out. One, engrossed in reading, was advancing in cultivation at an unprecedented pace, while the other, busy with nurturing plants and fish, was also rapidly ascending in strength. The five felt an unspoken pressure, fearing they might soon be caught up by their junior brothers, which fueled their resolve to explore the starry sky and experience its grandeur. With their decision made, they wasted no time and promptly approached Chen Xian to express their intentions for training in the starry sky. To their delight, Chen Xian welcomed their proposal with open arms, recognizing the value of ambition, a rare trait indeed, given that their sect had established a foothold in the starry sky. The training mission would be straightforward. He immediately approved their request and assigned Luo Feishuan and Ning Yue as their guardians to ensure their safety during the expedition. During this period, Luo Feishuan and Ning Yue, having merged their powers, experienced a significant surge in their combat abilities, particularly Ning Yue, who had developed a stronger sense of belonging to the sect since their last fusion, was eager to prove herself and gain the trust of the sect leader. As for Luo Feishuan, she too harbored a strong desire to demonstrate her worth, having not yet undertaken any mission for the sect since her arrival. Thus, upon learning that they would serve as protectors in the starry sky, both were filled with excitement and pledged to safeguard the five disciples without fail. Chen Xian nodded approvingly, having kept a watchful eye on Ning Yue, which reassured him in entrusting the task to them. This expedition would mark their first mission for the sect. And given the support of the demon ruins, they could seek assistance if needed. With the backing of the demon ruins and the duo's ability to merge into a formidable entity, Chen Xuan felt confident in their undertaking. Looking at the two women, his voice was calm and filled with trust, evoking a sense of gratitude within them. Before they could respond, he continued, "This sect values both reward and punishment. Considering that after your fusion you will possess the strength of an emperor, if you perform well this time, upon your return, I shall reward you with an exceptional weapon." Chapter 190. 3 Guardians, equivalent to 1 billion spirit stones. An exceptional weapon? The two women were taken aback, their hearts racing with excitement, to the point that they completely forgot the words they had intended to express. They quickly clasped their fists and exclaimed, "Yes, thank you, Sovereign. We shall ensure the completion of the guarding mission. If we falter, we willingly accept punishment." "Very well. Off you go." Chen Xuan waved his hand, prompting them to prepare. In truth, the two women had little to prepare. Once they departed, their hearts filled with exhilaration as they hurried to reunite with their 5 close companions. Although their task was to protect someone, it felt invigorating. After all, it was an exceptional weapon. Upon their return from the trial, they would be awarded such a treasure. This kind of reward made it worth the risk of failure or even death. However, just as the two women left, the black dragon rushed in, expressing his eagerness to accompany them to the starry expanse. His anticipation was palpable. Chen Xuan consented, instructing him to join the 5 companions. The black dragon was overwhelmed with excitement, hurrying to the teleportation peak. At that moment, the 5 companions, along with Luo Feishuan and Ningyue, were already prepared, and the teleportation array was activated under the Elder's guidance. "Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet." The black dragon shouted in alarm, immediately accelerating. Although the teleportation array was swift, with the full force of a great sage behind him, he darted into the array in an instant, perfectly embodying the notion of arriving before the sound. "Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet." As the black dragon appeared in the teleportation array, his voice echoed back, resonating in everyone's ears. They all turned in unison to look at him. Despite the fact that the black dragon had not spoken, his anxious cries reverberated around them, creating a rather peculiar scene that made even the black dragon feel somewhat embarrassed. "Hee, the Sovereign allowed me to join you," he said, scratching his head sheepishly, grinning at the others. They rolled their eyes in response. The teleportation array was fully activated. Before anyone could speak, a flash of white light surged through, and instantly, the surroundings transformed, with countless stars and spaces swirling around them, moving at a speed that created strange light waves. They stood within the time-space tunnel, allowing themselves to be swept through space, heading straight for the demon ruins. As the direct disciples departed, the main peak once again fell into its familiar tranquility, and the sect continued its training in an orderly manner. Time drew closer to the day of compensation agreed upon between the mysterious Mist sect and the 5 great imperial sanctuaries. On that day, at the northern sanctuary, an elder clad in a tattered robe hurried into the grand hall, excitedly reporting, "Holy King Ancestor. Holy King Ancestor. The last batch of supplies has been successfully stored, and now the 50 billion spirit stones are all in place. Wonderful." The northern Holy King, turning from gazing at the portrait of the northern ancestors, was filled with joy. However, upon seeing the elder's appearance, he was instantly bewildered. The elder's spiritual treasure robe was riddled with cracks. The northern Holy King frowned, displeased. "As a half-saint elder of our clan, why have you not replaced your worn garments? You present yourself in such a disheveled manner. Holy King Ancestor, did you not order a reduction in all expenditures and monthly allowances? Although my robe is tattered, it is still a rare spiritual treasure robe. I can mend it with some materials." The elder's explanation left the northern Holy King speechless. Indeed, to gather the 50 billion spirit stones, the entire northern sanctuary had been nearly emptied. The living expenses of the elders had to be reduced. What was once deemed unworthy had now become precious. Realizing this, the northern Holy King felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the limited resources in his hands needed to sustain the entire sanctuary and the younger generation. He couldn't afford to waste them. However, given that the northern sanctuary had fallen to such a state, he believed the other 4 sanctuaries were not faring any better. Thus, the northern Holy King nodded, saying, "Well done. Once you enter the Saint Realm, you shall oversee the logistics and resource distribution, becoming a logistics elder." "Yes, thank you, Holy King Ancestor." The elder expressed his gratitude eagerly. While the term logistics may sound unappealing, it encompassed the management of the entire sanctuary's expenditures, wielding considerable power. In that moment, he was filled with exhilaration and felt somewhat elated. "Now then, since the spirit stones have been gathered, let us load the ships immediately." set sail for the mysterious Mist Sect. Yes. Soon, with the Northern Holy King's command, one by one, warships descended before the warehouse, beginning to load supplies. Although they could be stored in spatial rings, the occasion of offering an apology required an impressive display, so precious materials were kept in spatial rings carried by the elders, while ordinary supplies were loaded onto the ships for show. In no time, the entire northern sanctuary commenced mobilization. Elders assembled, and the Holy King appointed accompanying elders. Naturally, such a grand operation could not be concealed, and it quickly reached the ears of the other four great sanctuaries. What? The northern sanctuary's resources are being loaded onto ships? Quick, notify them that our June family's resources are also being loaded. Unexpectedly, their actions were swift. They had gathered everything so quickly. Inform them that our Tianqin sanctuary's resources are also being loaded. Those still en route should change their transportation direction and regroup later. The northern and Tianqin sanctuaries have gathered their resources. Where is our last batch of resources? How much longer until they arrive? What? They are already outside the sanctuary? Excellent. Load the ships, hurry. The Jun family, Jiang family, and Tianqin sanctuary immediately ordered the loading of their ships upon hearing the news. Even if some resources had not yet arrived, they instructed those en route to regroup. However, when it came to the Fuguei sanctuary, a profound silence enveloped them. The anxious Fuguei Holy Lord could not help but approach the Fuguei Holy King, respectfully inquiring, Holy King Ancestor, the resources of the four sanctuaries have arrived. Should we begin loading our ships? How much more do we lack in resources? How many teams are still unreturned for resource gathering? The Fuguei Holy King asked with keen interest. However, the response from the Fuguei Holy Lord left him utterly stunned. Ancestor, all the resource gathering teams have returned. And we are still short of 5 billion spirit stones. 5 billion short? The Fuguei Holy King was momentarily dumbfounded. The return of all teams indicated that there were no more resources left. Yet they were still lacking 5 billion. Were they truly to dip into the spirit stones reserved for sustaining the sanctuary? If that were the case, the young disciples and elders would face immediate cessation of monthly allowances, and all expenses would fall upon themselves. This would undoubtedly be an act of self-destruction. With this thought, the Fuguei Holy King felt utterly dismayed. But facing the emperor, he dared not cut corners. Just as he prepared to consolidate the sanctuary's scattered resources, the Holy Lord suddenly proposed an idea that intrigued the Holy King. Ancestor, what if we use the Holy Maiden to cover the 5 billion spirit stones? Although our Holy Maiden is slightly weaker than the Holy Sun, her talent is exceptional, and she is stunningly beautiful. Many have claimed that our Holy Maiden is worth 10 billion spirit stones. Fuguei Holy King. Chapter 191. 5 paths of compensation depart simultaneously. Unexpected events occur. Upon hearing the Holy Lord state that the Holy Maiden was worth 10 billion spirit stones, the Fuguei Holy King was rendered speechless. He rolled his eyes, casting a forlorn glance at his descendant, exclaiming, "You declare 10 billion as if it were a certainty? Moreover, she is your daughter. Can you truly bear to do this? Ancestor, for the sanctity of our sect, what is so difficult about sacrificing personal bonds? If she can be valued at 10 billion, it would be her fortune. Besides, we need not count it as 10 billion. Let us consider it as 5 billion. I believe the mysterious Mist Sect will not refuse." As he concluded, the Holy Lord sighed deeply. It is evident that the compensation of 5 billion has placed him in a predicament. In response, the Radiant Sage King felt a surge of satisfaction within. After all, such a significant sacrifice for the sacred land illustrates that this sovereign is indeed performing admirably. He nodded and declared, "Very well. Let us bring the Sanctus aboard and set sail. We shall depart. When we acquire spirit stones in the future, we will devise a way to redeem the Sanctus." Understood. Soon after, the last of the Radiant Sacred Lands ships began to be loaded. Throughout the day, the 5 sacred lands of the Divine Realm took action in succession, their armies converging, and the news spread like wildfire, utterly astonishing the Divine Realm. "Brother, have you heard? All 5 sacred lands are loading resources onto their ships. Goodness, could the rumors be true? Are these 5 sacred lands indeed sending resources as compensation? Is it possible that the Misty Sect has a great emperor? The rumors seem to be validating bit by bit. Hurry, let us prepare to see where the 5 sacred lands are sending these resources. If they are heading towards the eastern domain, the rumors of the Misty Sect having a great emperor might very well be true." In a flash, other forces within the Divine Realm began to take notice. Countless powerhouses focused intently on the 5 sacred lands. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all these formidable beings, that very afternoon, hundreds of warships from the 5 sacred lands simultaneously took to the skies, all heading eastward. The news once again converged, shaking the hearts of all. Attention! 100 warships from the northern sacred land have set sail towards the east. Goodness, the Jun clan's warships are also departing, heading east. Have the Heavenly Heart Sacred Land and the Radiant Sacred Land ships set off? Where are they headed? The Heavenly Heart Sacred Land and the Radiant Sacred Land ships have just departed, also heading east. Boom. The news of the 5 Sacred Lands warships flying eastward instantly astonished the entire Divine Realm. Initially, some who dismissed the rumors could no longer remain calm, quickly boarding teleportation arrays or their own warships to follow the 5 Sacred Lands eastward. They were determined to discover whether these 5 Sacred Lands were indeed heading to the Misty Sect and if a great emperor truly resided there. In an instant, the spirits of all powerhouses in the Divine Realm became highly tense, their gazes unified. As the warships soared, the 5 Sacred Lands fleet of 500 ships began to converge, ultimately forming an enormous armada. Wherever the ships passed, they obscured the sky, creating a scene of immense grandeur. News of their journey continued to spread among various forces, even reaching the other 4 domains, capturing the attention of the entire ancient wilderness continent regarding this large-scale mobilization of the 5 Sacred Lands. Reports poured in about the 5 Sacred Lands. Report. The 5 Sacred Lands have fully converged. 500 warships darken the skies as they head towards the eastern domain. Report. The 5 Sacred Lands have reached the boundary of the Divine Realm and are preparing to cross the Endless Sea. Report. The 5 Sacred Lands have entered the region of the Endless Sea, and their path has deviated. It seems they intend to circumvent the forbidden area of the Demon Island. All major forces across the ancient wilderness continent continuously received updates about the 5 Sacred Lands. At this moment, after half a day and night of rapid flight, the 5 Sacred Lands arrived at the center of the Endless Sea, near the shores of Demon Island, ready to bypass it and directly enter the eastern domain. Yet, just then, the skies trembled violently, and a chilling laugh erupted from the direction of Demon Island. Hee-hee-hee, the sound echoed, fluctuating in distance, and upon hearing it, the Sage Kings leading the 5 Sacred Lands were immediately struck with shock. The Sage Kings paled, their hearts sinking, for they recognized it as the voice from Demon Island. This is not good. It's a powerful being from Demon Island. Are they going to attack us? The brows of the 5 Sage Kings furrowed as they promptly commanded. Activate the defensive array immediately. We must break through this area with all our might. Understood. In an instant, 500 warships deployed their protective shields and accelerated away from the ominous vicinity. The 5 Sage Kings remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on a massive shadow looming over the sea, shrouded in darkness. Demon Island is a forbidden zone of the sea, home to a formidable race known as the Ancient Sea Demons. The Ancient Sea Demons, half human and half fish, were once the dominant beings in the Endless Sea, constructing palaces beneath the waves and ruling the entire ocean. However, due to their brutality, after countless millennia of tyranny, they were overthrown by an unparalleled sea emperor. This emperor, rising against the odds while the sea demons had an emperor presiding over them, ascended to the heavens and became immensely powerful, personally forging the supreme weapon, the trident. Armed with this weapon, he struck down the emperor of the sea demons with a single blow, instilling fear across the Endless Sea and earning renown throughout the ancient wilderness continent. Afterward, to prevent the resurgence of the sea demons, that emperor crafted a prison and sealed all creatures of the sea demon race within. Even some rogue sea demons who hid deep beneath the waves or fled to the mainland could not escape the emperor's retribution. With a resonant declaration, "Gentlemen, it is time to return," reverberating across the ancient wilderness. All remaining and hiding demon race powerhouses trembled in fear, unable to resist the pull and flocking into the prison. Since then, the sea demons vanished from the Endless Sea, forever imprisoned. The sea clans thus regained peace, and in honor of that emperor, thousands of sea clans revered him as the sea god, constructing underwater temples in his worship. The prison he built was subsequently named Demon Island. To this day, many powerful beings of the sea clan favor crafting weapons akin to the sea god's trident to display their admiration. Even Tang Yin's trident was acquired from the Sea King in the Endless Sea. However, that is a matter for another time. The current concern lies with the powerful beings from Demon Island. Although the voice of the beings from Demon Island echoed, the 5 Sage Kings were not overly fearful. The reason being, the Demon Island has spatial restrictions. The further its powerful beings venture from the island, the weaker their cultivation becomes, making them more susceptible to being vanquished by the Sea Clan. Having taken a detour, the distance between the 5 Sage Kings and Demon Island was considerable. And with all 5 present, they felt a sense of cautious confidence. They were merely on guard. However, just as the 5 Sage Kings believed they would successfully break free from the area, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, the sea beneath trembled, unleashing a colossal tsunami, followed by a violent shudder through the void. A powerful suction force, surpassing the strength of a great sage, surged toward the 500 warships. The ships quaked violently and then lost all control, being irresistibly drawn toward Demon Island. Chapter 192, The Forbidden Zone of the Sea. Demon Island. As hundreds of warships spiraled into chaos, the 5 sage kings were alarmed and hastily attempted to regain control. This is not good. The sea demons are making their move. Quickly, steer the ships with all our might and escape this area. The powerful beings of Demon Island are attacking. Everyone exerted their utmost effort to control the vessels. Damn it, this area is clearly beyond the bounds of Demon Island. Why are they still able to exert such tremendous power? Could it be that the island's restrictions have truly decayed over time? The 5 sage kings frantically commanded. Yet, despite their combined effort, they could not regain control, helplessly watching as the ships drew ever closer to Demon Island. Now that I have just entered the realm of Semi-Emperor, a bountiful supply of resources has arrived. Thank you, esteemed guests. Once this accursed seal is broken, I shall personally pay my respects. As the 500 warships approached Demon Island, a chilling and terrifying voice resonated, followed by multiple half-human, half-fish figures appearing above the island. The foremost among them emanated an aura so terrifying that it far surpassed the great sage presence they had sensed from the likes of Ning Yu and He Long. Sensing this overwhelming aura, the 5 sage kings were immediately taken aback, promptly abandoning their ships and leading their clansmen and elders in a desperate flight for safety. The situation was dire. A member of the Sea Demon clan had unexpectedly reached the threshold of Quasi-Emperor. We must flee. To think that one could defy the heavens and attain the path of Quasi-Emperor within the realm of confinement. Surely, this is no ordinary foe. Heaven help us. Retreat, everyone. Temporary abandonment of our ships. The elders aboard the warships were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing the thunderous sound echoing in their ears. What? Quasi-Emperor? Isn't the highest rank achievable in this sealed land merely that of the great sage? How could a Quasi-Emperor emerge? Good heavens. This must be an extraordinary individual. We must escape. Do not manipulate the ships any longer. Let us flee. In a flurry, all aboard the 500 warships scrambled chaotically towards the distance, offering no resistance whatsoever. Witnessing this scene from above Demon Island, the leading Quasi-Emperor of the Sea Demon clan erupted into a sinister cackle. However, he refrained from slaying anyone, instead directing his subordinates to seize the 500 warships with full force and transport them to the island. Although he had broken through to the Quasi-Emperor level, and had done so against all odds, he was still greatly constrained by the sea goddess seal. Thus, he resolved to first plunder supplies. Once these resources were secured, perhaps he could break through this ancient, dilapidated formation. Once freed, he would ensure that all lived under his oppressive reign. How wonderful it is to be in an era devoid of great emperors. As the 500 warships landed safely, countless members of the Sea Demon clan rushed forward to transport resources, and the Quasi-Emperor of the Sea Demon clan grinned ominously. Turning to one of his subordinates, he praised. You have done well to venture deeply into the divine realm, bringing news of the 5 holy lands transporting spirit stones. From this moment forth, I appoint you as my protective guardian. Yes, thank you, my king. The subordinate was overwhelmed with excitement, promptly kneeling and bowing deeply. On the other side, the 5 holy kings, accompanied by their kin, had escaped the confines of Demon Island. Yet, upon observing the desolate expanse devoid of warships, the 5 holy kings were on the verge of tears. This was compensation owed to the mysterious sect. How could it be snatched away by the creatures of Demon Island? Damn it, the creatures of Demon Island are utterly despicable. To think they could break through to Quasi-Emperor so quietly. They must have long been wary of the human factions. The 5 holy kings were indignant, but faced with a Quasi-Emperor from Demon Island, they felt utterly helpless. Indeed, it was not just the Quasi-Emperor, even against a great sage. They would be powerless at present. After all, this was the sealed land, the lair of the Sea Demon clan. Even with supreme weapons in hand, they would not dare to storm Demon Island. What could they do now? Exchanging glances, the 5 holy kings wore expressions of despair. What should we do? The compensation we painstakingly gathered has been taken from us. How shall we account to the mysterious sect? Indeed, not only have we exhausted our resources, but even if we had reserves, there is insufficient time to gather more. If we fail to provide adequate compensation, the mysterious sect will surely be displeased. And should the great emperor of the sect take action? Wait. The great emperor? Suddenly, a spark ignited in the mind of the northern family's holy king. And he exclaimed excitedly to the other 4, Good heavens, we almost forgot about the great emperor of the mysterious sect. That is the great emperor. Even if he is hiding in the forbidden zone, the Sea Demon clan would not stand a chance. Yes, quickly, let us warn them. If all else fails, we can request the great emperor of the mysterious sect to intervene. These resources belong to the mysterious sect. I believe they will not turn a blind eye. Excellent. Excellent. You all stay here. We shall head to Demon Island to reclaim the resources. With thoughts of the mysterious sect's great emperor, the five were filled with excitement. After leaving a message for their elders, they swiftly flew towards Demon Island. Meanwhile, the sea demons, busy transporting supplies, spotted the five approaching figures and immediately reported to the sea demon emperor. My king, those individuals have returned. Should we hide and capture them, continuing to demand resources from their clan? A splendid idea. All units, conceal yourselves. The quasi-emperor of the sea demon clan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he waved his hand, signaling for everyone to hide, leaving only the haphazardly positioned warships as bait. However, as the sea demons concealed themselves, the five figures suddenly halted, standing at the boundary of Demon Island, leaving the sea demons bewildered. Though the quasi-emperor had amassed energy far beyond the normal limits to acquire the 500 warships, this had been accumulated beforehand. Now, with no preparations made, the sea demon quasi-emperor found himself unable to gauge the humans beyond the island's confines. The sea demon clan was left in a state of confusion, murmuring among themselves. How strange. Why aren't they advancing? Indeed, have they uncovered our scheme? Let us not call it a scheme. It's a strategy. Perhaps you should read more. The demons buzzed with chatter. The newly appointed guardian, cautious, addressed the sea demon quasi-emperor. My king, the opposing party remains at the boundary, motionless. Should we reveal ourselves to lure them in? Upon hearing this, all the demons turned their gaze toward the quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor frowned, reminding them, that is not luring. It is enticing the enemy into our territory. Fool. Yes. Should I entice the enemy closer? The new guardian pressed on. It was evident that the sea demon quasi-emperor dismissed this notion. He subtly shook his head, rejecting the subordinate's proposal, preferring to remain hidden and observe the humans' intentions. After all, the resources were already in hand. Whether or not the five were captured was inconsequential. Thus, the sea demon clan continued their concealment, rendering Demon Island eerily tranquil, devoid of any signs of life. Chapter 193, Steadfast Resolve, summoning reinforcements from the mysterious sect. Meanwhile, at the boundary of Demon Island, the five holy kings were expressions of exasperation. Having survived in the ancient continent for so long, they were well aware of the intelligence and habits of the sea demon clan. Thus, they had chosen to stop at the edge. Yet, they never anticipated that the situation would escalate to this point, with the sea demons hiding away, making them believe the area was deserted. To be frank, such intellect is hardly better than none. The five exchanged glances, reading each other's incredulity. However, they were too weary to criticize and dared not underestimate their opponent's might. Despite their apparent lack of cleverness, their strength was undeniably formidable. With renewed focus on Demon Island, the Northern family's holy king clasped his hands and spoke solemnly towards the island, elders of the sea demon clan. This batch of supplies is compensation owed to the great emperor of the mysterious sect. To seize these resources is tantamount to declaring war against the great emperor. We kindly request you return them, lest you incur the wrath of the mysterious sect's great emperor. Boom. His voice resonated across the skies of Demon Island, reaching the ears of every sea demon. Startled by the mention of great emperor, the concealed sea demons gasped collectively. The new guardian cast a worried glance at the sea demon quasi-emperor. Yet, the quasi-emperor remained skeptical of their words. Though confined to Demon Island, he had not been cut off from news of the outside world, and promptly scoffed. Impossible. There are no great emperors on the ancient continent. Ignore them. Understood. The sea demons fell silent once more. In the distance, the five holy kings, witnessing the continued silence from Demon Island, had no choice but to escalate their threats, declaring, if you do not return these supplies and provoke the great emperor of the mysterious sect, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Are you certain you wish to anger a great emperor over these resources? Boom. The sound reverberated once more across Demon Island. Yet, still, no response came from the island. Seeing this, the five holy kings were utterly at a loss. They exchanged glances once more, and then decisively resolved to seek assistance from the mysterious sect. After all, this substantial batch of resources was meant as compensation to the mysterious sect. Having been stolen, it was unlikely that the mysterious sect would remain passive. Thus, the five individuals ascended in unison, departing from the cursed Demon Island and returning to the assembly of the elders. After a series of arrangements, the elders retreated to their sacred grounds, while the five holy kings jointly sought assistance from the mysterious sect. The rationale behind this was rather straightforward. Resources had dwindled, rendering a large entourage unnecessary. Furthermore, should the mysterious sect refuse to intervene and demand compensation, They would offer their lives in atonement, sparing their kin from repercussions. After all, their initial agreement to compensate had stemmed from a desire to preserve their own lives, and thus, dying in atonement would be a return to their original intent. With arrangements finalized, the 5 holy kings took to the skies, resolutely making their way toward the mysterious sect, observing the departing figures of their ancestors. The elders were acutely aware of the peril facing them, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They knelt in the void, their lamentations echoing across the sea, calling out to the 5 holy kings to convey their profound grief. Ancestors. Their voices resonated, carried by the winds. The 5 holy kings momentarily halted, casting a fleeting glance back at their kin, then, with hearts as steadfast as stone, continued onward. Simultaneously, as the 5 holy kings ventured forth, news of their plight spread across the endless sea, reaching the divine realm and the 4 great domains, igniting tumultuous waves of unrest. Sect leader. Sect leader. The resources amounting to over 200 billion spirit stones from the 5 holy lands have been plundered by the Sea Demon clan within the Demon Island. What? Did the 5 holy lands not circumvent the Demon Island? How could they still be robbed? Has the island's barrier failed? No, it has not failed. It is because a sea demon has attained the status of a quasi-emperor within the Demon Island. Moreover, the 5 holy lands have acknowledged the existence of an emperor within the mysterious sect in their quest to reclaim resources. What? Is there truly an emperor within the mysterious sect? Could this be a fabrication by the 5 holy lands to retrieve their resources? Who knows? The sea demons on the Demon Island have not returned the materials to them. The holy kings of the 5 holy lands have already dispersed their accompanying elders and are heading to the eastern domain to seek aid from the mysterious sect. Could it be that the mysterious sect genuinely possesses an emperor? In an instant, the query regarding the existence of an emperor within the mysterious sect transformed into an enigma. After all, beneath the emperor, all else are mere ants. Should the presence of an emperor within the mysterious sect be validated, every individual and faction would have to bow their heads in submission. Furthermore, the entire ancient continent would inevitably enter the era of the emperor. Of course, it could not yet be confirmed whether the mysterious sect harbored an emperor. But one thing was certain: the resources of the 5 holy lands were indeed destined for the mysterious sect. Otherwise, they would not have sent their resources there. The possibility of the mysterious sect possessing an emperor was exceedingly high. Thus, attention shifted towards the eastern domain's mysterious sect. Eager to discern whether they truly had an emperor or how they might reclaim the resources, amounting to over 200 billion, from the hands of a sea demon quasi-emperor. However, despite the entirety of the continent focusing on the mysterious sect, their response time could not rival that of the 5 holy kings. By dawn the following day, the 5 holy kings finally arrived at the grand hall of the mysterious sect and encountered the sect leader. Sect leader, you must take a stand for us, they cried, their voices laden with emotion. Inside the solemn hall, upon seeing Chen Xuan and the other elders enter, the 5 immediately began to weep uncontrollably, leaving Chen Xuan and Lu Song utterly bewildered, unable to refrain from asking, what has transpired? As their concern was voiced, the 5 holy kings could no longer maintain their composure and began recounting the arduous process of gathering resources, only to reveal that they had been ambushed en route by the Sea Demon clan on the Demon Island, leading them to offer their apologies. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan understood the source of their distress. The resources they had submitted had been seized. Moreover, it appeared these resources had been painstakingly assembled, and it would be nearly impossible to gather them again. Fearing retribution, they were anxious. However, Chen Xuan harbored no concerns regarding this matter. He did not blame them, but instead offered words of comfort, stating, no matter. If the resources have been taken, we shall reclaim them. As long as you 5 gather the resources once more, any offense against my mysterious sect shall be forgiven. Upon hearing this, the 5 were instantly elated, nearly brought to tears once more. They hurriedly clasped their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, sect leader. Your compassion humbles us, and we are eternally grateful. We shall be at your service henceforth. Indeed, sect leader, your presence is awe-inspiring, your might unparalleled, and your generosity is something we aspire to. We are willing to serve you in any capacity to repay your kindness. The sect leader embodies exceptional grace, and the sect flourishes magnificently, serving as our model. If you would have us, we would gladly pledge ourselves to the mysterious sect. We implore you to accept us. Friend Fugue speaks truly. We are eager to pledge our loyalty to the mysterious sect. We beseech you to grant us this honor. Our Heavenly Heart Holy Land also wishes to pledge. One after another, the 5 began to flatter Chen Xuan, but as the conversation progressed, it evolved into a plea for allegiance. In response, Chen Xuan gently waved his hand, dismissing their overtures. He was acutely aware of their intentions, having suffered the loss of their supreme weapons and already committed to substantial compensation. They were merely seeking to cling to the sect for support. Yet, the sect had no need for such hollow allegiances. While past grievances had been set aside, the debts owed to the mysterious sect remained, and Chen Xuan would not accept their allegiance. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for that." Without waiting for their response, Chen Xuan turned to the other elders present and calmly inquired, "Who among you is willing to venture to the Demon Island and retrieve the resources for our sect?" "At your command, sect leader. I am willing to go." Wang Zhuma stepped forward, taking the lead in volunteering. However, no sooner had he spoken than a second and third elder followed suit, expressing their willingness to undertake the mission. "Sect leader, I too shall go. I will ensure the resources are fully recovered." "Sect leader, I am willing to undertake this task. Should I fail to bring back the resources or return with insufficient quantities, I shall accept any punishment." Before long, 6 or 7 elders had all stepped forward. Observing this, Chen Xuan remained silent, but the 5 holy kings grew anxious, for they did not see the previously encountered emperor among them. They exchanged glances. Prompting the northern holy king to speak up, "Sect leader, there exists a quasi-emperor within the Demon Island. Perhaps it would be prudent to enlist the aid of your sect's emperor. Otherwise, reclaiming the resources on the sea demon's territory may prove challenging." His words were a diplomatic reminder, yet the moment they were spoken, laughter erupted among the crowd, particularly from Lu Tsang, who, with a cold smirk, delivered a line that stunned the 5 holy kings. Just take a look at these individuals. Which of them does not resemble an emperor?" Boom. At this proclamation, the 5 holy kings were collectively shaken. What? Which of them does not resemble an emperor? In an instant, the 5 were struck with disbelief, as if they had encountered an unfathomable terror. The true implication of this statement was that all present were emperors. My goodness, all of them are emperors? Did they not say that the mysterious sect had but one emperor? How could there be so many? This was utterly fantastical. In that moment, the 5 felt a chill run down their spines, their necks trembling in disbelief. After all, the mysterious sect could not possibly deceive them. The quasi-emperor of the Demon Island would not refrain from unleashing an emperor. Thus, the 5 holy kings found themselves akin to frightened chicks in a warm coop, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, they could not fathom that the mysterious sect possessed even more emperors than those present. These few had merely been summoned to create a semblance of strength. If all the emperors were summoned, it would surely terrify them beyond belief. Before the 5 holy kings could voice their thoughts, Chen Xuan interrupted their impending flattery. Gesturing towards an elder named Wang Zhuma, commanding, "Elder Zhuma, you shall go." "Yes, I shall not fail in my mission and will ensure the resources are fully recovered," Wang Zhuma declared, filled with fervor, as he clasped his fists to express his determination. After speaking, he turned to the 5 great sacred kings, his expression impassive, and said, "Everyone, let us depart." The 5 nodded in unison. However, before he could finish his words, Wang Zhuma waved his hand and swiftly traversed through space with the 5. As they experienced the sensation of the surrounding space reversing, the 5 great sacred kings felt a jolt of fear and immediately recognized Wang Zhuma's imperial status. After all, such terrifying speed and the phenomenon of spatial traversal could only be achieved by an emperor, especially considering the majestic demeanor he exhibited, standing proudly amidst the flow of time and space, his form perfectly upright, as if he had everything under control, exuding the aura of an emperor. Yet, this was merely the perspective of the 5. For Wang Zhuma himself, there was a slight thrill within, although he did not show it. After all, he had once executed the annihilation of the Soul Hall, a force of sacred land caliber, and thus he would not display his emotions on his face. Under his guidance, they soon arrived above Demon Island, where countless warships lay abandoned. The appearance of the group immediately attracted the attention of the Sea Demon clan and numerous forces stationed outside Demon Island. "Look, there are 6 people above Demon Island. Indeed, 6 of them. Wait, aren't those 5 the sacred kings of the 5 great sacred lands? According to their speed, they should have just arrived at the Misty Sect. How could they have come to Demon Island instead? Did they not go to the Misty Sect? No. Look at the one leading them. That person seems to be an elder from the Misty Sect. I recognize that attire. It belongs to an inner elder of the Misty Sect." "What? An inner elder from the Misty Sect? That is too fast. Indeed, that speed is astonishing. Quick, report to the sacred lands." Sacred Lord, it is I." Old 6. The 5 great sacred lands have returned to Demon Island with an inner elder from the Misty Sect. Breaking news. The 5 great sacred lands, accompanied by an elder from the Misty Sect, have re-entered Demon Island, seemingly preparing to reclaim lost resources. In an instant, everyone rushed to inform their respective forces. with the speed of their reports leading their elders to suspect that perhaps these scouts had been captured. After all, they had just reported that the 5 great sacred kings had gone to the eastern region. It was barely midnight, and they should have just arrived at the Misty Sect. How could they possibly have returned? Was their speed truly that extraordinary? Or had the 5 great sacred kings never gone to the Misty Sect? Or perhaps the scouts had been captured and were relaying false information. Thus, various factions began to test their scouts. Meanwhile, even the members of the 5 great sacred lands, who had been grieving all night, received news of the sacred kings bringing back the inner elder from the Misty Sect. These individuals had mourned overnight, and as dawn broke, they were just preparing to set off, having not strayed far. Upon receiving the news, they immediately turned around, rushing excitedly toward Demon Island. Simultaneously, within Demon Island, the Sea Demon clan heightened their alertness upon sensing the sudden presence, especially the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor, who quickly took to the skies with a group of subordinates. Approaching Wang Zhuma and the others, the 5 great sacred kings grew tense upon seeing the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor, and they quickly looked to Wang Zhuma, whispering, "Senior, that is the Quasi-Emperor of the Sea Demon clan." As they spoke, the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor locked his gaze upon Wang Zhuma and the others, unleashing a chilling yet familiar laugh. "Ha ha ha, to think you would dare return. Then, I shall take you as hostages." With that, he opened his arms wide, shaking his shoulders in ecstatic delight, as if he were overjoyed. Wang Zhuma, however, was repulsed by the sight of him, covered in fish scales, appearing neither fully human nor fish. Hearing the Quasi-Emperor refer to himself as this emperor made his brows furrow in displeasure. Is he truly an emperor, to call himself such? Truly, when the tiger is away, the monkeys claim to be kings. Yet, in pursuit of reclaiming resources, Wang Zhuma suppressed the urge to strike the being down. Though he could not contain his irritation, with a tone steeped in disdain, he addressed the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor. "You ugly creature. How dare you refer to yourself as this emperor in my presence? Hand over the resources you seized, or I shall pluck every scale from your body and roast you to feed the fish." Chapter 195, The Scarcity of Spirit Stones, The Despair of Demon Island Ugly Creature? Suddenly, the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor's laughter froze on his face, replaced by disbelief. He had always loathed being called ugly, and no one dared to speak of his appearance. Yet, he could hardly believe that a mere human would dare to call him so. This felt like a sharp blade piercing his very soul. In an instant, rage surged upon his face, the veins on his forehead bulging as he glared at Wang Zhuma, enunciating each word. "You dare say this emperor is ugly?" With a chilling tone that seemed to emerge from the depths of the abyss. His voice sent shivers down the spines of the 5 great sacred kings and the Sea Demon's subordinates. But Wang Zhuma remained unfazed, responding without a second thought, "Ugly fool. What?" Boom. The Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor's veins throbbed violently, his fury boiling over as he yelled, "You seek death." Boom. The final word, death, manifested as a written form, composed of an overwhelming, fearsome aura, descending towards Wang Zhuma with the intent to suppress him. The terrifying energy permeated the air, causing the space around them to tremble as if it were about to crush Wang Zhuma on the spot. Seeing this, Wang Zhuma remained calm, though slightly furrowing his brows. He had initially intended to reclaim the resources before dealing with the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor. But seeing that the opponent lacked any semblance of intelligence and was quick to resort to violence, he swiftly altered his approach and raised a finger towards the incoming death character. "Heavenly Poke," he uttered nonchalantly. In an instant, a vortex of vast spiritual energy formed at his fingertip, akin to the eye of a storm. Then, a colossal finger materialized out of thin air, piercing through the descending character of death. Boom. The Heavenly Poke ascended, and the character of death dissipated. Yet, the finger did not halt. It swiftly redirected towards the head of the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor. The Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor's pupils constricted, acutely aware of the supreme energy contained within the attack. And he hurriedly summoned all his strength to defend. However, his defenses crumbled before the Heavenly Poke as if they were mere film, shattering upon contact. The Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor let out a dreadful scream, his entire body being pressed down towards Demon Island by the enormous finger. Boom. Demon Island trembled violently, sending clouds of dust into the air. Countless gazes turned towards Wang Zhuma, collectively inhaling sharply. Is this person truly an inner elder from the Misty Sect? My heavens! This is outrageous. One finger pierced through the Quasi-Emperor's 2 layers of defense. Could it be he is indeed an emperor? Goodness, he seems to be an emperor. This means those rumors must be true. There truly is an emperor within the Misty Sect. The ancient continent is about to change. In an instant, numerous scouts began transmitting messages back to their respective forces, reporting the current situation. "Sect leader, it is I, Old Six. The Misty Sect has dispatched an emperor to demand resources. There truly is an emperor within the Misty Sect. A powerful figure from the Misty Sect has used the emperor's exclusive skill, the Heavenly Poke, to defeat the sea demon quasi-emperor, and is suspected to possess the cultivation of an emperor. Inform the sect. Report to the national leader. There truly is an emperor within the Misty Sect. In a flash, thousands of messages soared into the void, reaching their destinations through various means, ultimately conveyed to the major forces across the ancient 5 regions. Upon receiving this news, the leaders of all factions on the ancient wilderness continent, regardless of their size, were utterly astounded. Many factions immediately set their plans into motion. Goodness! The mysterious sect has truly produced an emperor. The foremost power of the ancient wilderness has emerged. Preparations must be made to pay a visit to the mysterious sect at the earliest opportunity. Who would have thought an emperor truly existed? The mysterious sect has concealed its depths well. With the emergence of this emperor, the threshold of the mysterious sect shall undoubtedly be breached. Preparations must be made for an upcoming visit. Haha. An emperor resides within the mysterious sect. Haha. My grandfather was a menial worker at the mysterious sect. Did you know? I aspire to be a menial worker there as well. Congratulations, congratulations. My great-grandfather was a senior menial worker at the mysterious sect, serving in the inner sanctum. Hee. My goodness. Who would have thought there was an emperor within the mysterious sect? My son is an outer disciple there. Does this mean we've latched onto the leg of the imperial sect? Alas, to think there is indeed an emperor within the mysterious sect. It seems we need not remain hidden any longer. Let us prepare to go to the mysterious sect and confess our misdeeds soon. Across the continent, the news spread like wildfire, igniting excitement in some and dread in others. Various factions hastily began their preparations to pay homage, eager to align themselves with the mysterious sect. Of course, all these preparations are contingent upon the resolution of matters concerning the Demon Island. Returning to the main narrative, on the ancient Demon Island, the sea demon quasi-emperor was pinned to the ground with a single finger, bloodied and battered, while the other sea demon clansmen trembled in shock, not daring to utter a sound. It is crucial to note that this is a quasi-emperor's physical form. Its strength is so formidable that even divine weapons cannot inflict harm upon it. Even a great sage would struggle to breach the innate defenses of a quasi-emperor's body. Yet now, their quasi-emperor lay in disarray. Thus, numerous sea demons could only watch in horror as Wang Zhumo and his companions descended beside their quasi-emperor, too fearful to approach. However, before Wang Zhumo could utter a word, the sea demon quasi-emperor's pupils constricted as he sensed true fear, quickly exclaiming, "Do not strike. I shall comply. I will return those resources to you at once." Very well, let us proceed with the loading. Wang Zhumo replied with a cold smile, refraining from further violence. He waved his hand, clasped behind his back, and left a chilling remark. "Dare to withhold even a single spirit stone, and I shall make you wish for death. Yes, yes. There will be no shortfall, absolutely none." The sea demon quasi-emperor scrambled to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and shouted at his kin, "Why are you all just standing there? Did you not hear the emperor's words? Get to loading immediately." Yes, the sea demon clan, trembling in fear, sprung into action. The sea demon quasi-emperor, eager to appease Wang Zhumo, hastily fetched a large chair and placed it on the ground, personally polishing it, urging him to sit. The 5 great sage kings watched in astonishment. Indeed, true strength breeds confidence. The 5 of them clasped their fists in admiration towards Wang Zhumo, ready to join the loading efforts and expedite the retrieval of these spirit stones. However, just as they took a few steps, they spotted their own kin rushing from the horizon. Consequently, the 5 had no choice but to abandon their loading efforts temporarily and soared into the air to greet their family. After the 5 departed, the sea demon quasi-emperor presented a list he had scavenged from the ship to Wang Zhumo for inspection. However, after merely glancing at the total at the bottom, Wang Zhumo furrowed his brow and glared at the sea demon quasi-emperor with barely concealed anger. This list indicates only 245 billion? Where is the remaining 5 billion? What? There's more? The sea demon quasi-emperor was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. He distinctly remembered only these 5 lists. Could it be that he had inadvertently misplaced one? In an instant, although doubts clouded his mind, he dared not show any signs of it in the face of Wang Zhumo's fierce expression, hastily turning to his subordinates to search. Yet, after scouring the Demon Island, they could not find the so-called list of 5 billion resources. This left the sea demon quasi-emperor in a state of panic. He hurriedly began to check again himself. To any observer, they would never suspect this was a quasi-emperor, for true dominion revealed its power, rendering a quasi-emperor obedient as a servant, devoid of any will to resist. Soon, the sea demon quasi-emperor completed a thorough search and found no additional lists. Finally, after counting the resources on site, he confirmed there were indeed only 245 billion. He hurried back to Wang Zhumo to relay the findings. What? Only 245 billion? Wang Zhumo's brow furrowed, his gaze piercing through the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor. His fierce eyes, filled with authority, caused the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor's legs to weaken in fear. Before the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor could continue his explanation, Wang Zhumo, without hesitation, raised his arm. In an instant, the Quasi-Emperor's pupils dilated, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm as it was forcibly wrenched from his body, flying towards Wang Zhumo. Ah, my arm! My arm! The Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor screamed in agony, watching helplessly as his disobedient arm soared away. Though he was a quasi-emperor with immense physical prowess, before the emperor, he was easily torn apart. Furthermore, the loss of an arm or leg would inherently increase the difficulty of proving himself as an emperor in the future. Thus, the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor panicked, his voice breaking as he raised his remaining arm, desperately explaining, "Please return my arm. I swear I am not deceiving you. There are truly only 245 billion. It's clearly written on the list. Just look. Fool. Do you think hiding the details implies their absence? You dare to embezzle 5 billion resources from our sect and refuse to admit it? I see you will not shed tears until you see the coffin." Wang Zhumo retorted coldly, not even glancing at him before raising his hand to pull again. Crack. Another crisp sound echoed. The Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor's leg was forcibly severed. As his severed limbs sped towards Wang Zhumo, the Quasi-Emperor was unable to scream or explain further. Wang Zhumo unleashed a forceful tremor in the air. Boom. The void quaked violently. The severed arm and leg were instantly reduced to dust, dissipating into the ether. The Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor was left with no hope of reclaiming his severed limbs. Witnessing this, his fury ignited, his eyes turning red. Yet, facing a true emperor, he could unleash no wrath, for he was trapped here and could not flee. Thus, the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor could only seethe silently, his hair standing on end without wind, as a means to express his suppressed anger. However, Wang Zhumo seemed displeased with his display, emitting a soft hum before raising his hand again, without uttering a word. In an instant, the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor was startled, hastily combing his wild hair, his enraged eyes returning to normal. He then took a few cautious steps back, fearfully stating, "Do not strike. I am no longer angry, not angry at all. Huh. Whether you are angry or not bears no significance to me. I was dispatched to collect spirit stones. Now that there is a shortfall, what do you propose we do?" Wang Zhumo asked coldly, his tone devoid of rage, yet chilling enough to send the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor into a state of despair. He was certain that should he continue to insist on the shortfall, he would meet his demise. Thus, the Sea Demon Quasi-Emperor dared not assert there were only so many spirit stones. He could sense that such an answer would not suffice. So, he steeled himself and replied, "There has been no shortfall. I recall where I placed the 5 billion spirit stones. I shall retrieve them immediately." "Then why are you not hastening?" Wang Zhumo commanded sharply. Yes. The Sea Demon Emperor nodded repeatedly, then conjured a leg of ethereal energy, swiftly leading several guardians into the depths of the Devil Island's cave. Once inside, the guardians dared to reveal their sorrowful expressions. Choked with emotion as they addressed the Sea Demon Emperor, "My king, where shall we find these 500 million spirit stones? Indeed, we have no hidden treasures. We have only seized this much. You must believe us." Their voices trembled with profound grief and a hint of fear, for they genuinely possessed nothing in secret. However, the Sea Demon Emperor evidently trusted them, letting out a sigh. "I harbor no doubts about you. I have searched already, and there is indeed nothing." The guardians stood momentarily stunned, bewildered that the emperor had not suspected them. They wondered about the promise made to that great monarch. In the midst of their confusion, the Sea Demon Emperor lamented, "If I hadn't agreed, I fear I would lose even more limbs. But how shall we conjure those 500 million spirit stones? Yes, my king, we cannot leave. Where shall we procure 500 million spirit stones?" The guardians were lost in despair, spiraling into panic. Yet the Sea Demon Emperor appeared to have his own plans. He gestured for them to calm down and commanded, "Do not fret. Over the years, we have amassed numerous resources on Devil Island. We shall offer them all. And what of the treasures being crafted in the palace beneath? We shall dismantle them all." Dismantle them all? The guardians were instantly stricken with profound sorrow, for that palace had taken countless years to establish. Although its resources were scant, they represented an accumulation of many years. To dismantle, it was akin to a warrior severing his own limb. Hence, they fell to their knees, weeping, "My king, oh, my king, enough. Go and take action." With a wave of his hand, the Sea Demon Emperor departed the cave without a backward glance. The guardians could only rise once more, hastening to scour for resources and dismantle the palace. Meanwhile, on Devil Island, the 5 sacred kings descended with their kin. They gathered beside King Zhuimo, awaiting instructions, while the other elders boarded the warships to fulfill their duties, meticulously accounting for resources and reporting their status to their respective sacred kings. Sacred Ancestor, our Jun family's resources are all aboard, not a single one missing. Report. Our Tianxin Sacred Land's resources have all been accounted for, not a single one missing. Report. The Jiang family South resources are in place. Report. The Bei family's resources are all accounted for. Report. The resources from the Fuguang Sacred Land have arrived. Upon hearing the reports, the 5 sacred kings promptly bowed to King Zhuimo. Elder Zhuimo, our resources are in place. Shall we set sail? King Zhuimo, slightly tilting his head, looked at the Sea Demon Emperor, who bore an innocent expression, as if to say, "See, I did not deceive you. There truly is nothing." Realizing the genuine shortfall of 500 million spirit stones, King Zhuimo lost interest in the Sea Demon Emperor and immediately turned his attention to the 5 sacred kings, his voice turning icy, whose resources are missing 500 million. With this declaration, the 4 sacred kings, Tianxin, Jiang, Jun, and Bei collectively froze in shock, while only the Fuguang sacred king shivered inwardly. King Zhuimo quickly discerned the culprit and coldly directed his gaze towards the Fuguang sacred king. Fuguang sacred kings, do you not wish to provide an explanation? This. Elder Zhuimo, please allow me to explain. Our sacred land is not lacking. Truly not lacking. The Fuguang sacred king trembled, hastily presenting his resource list, urgently gesturing to clarify. Elder Zhuimo, we also have 50 billion. It is truly not lacking. Although it states 45 billion here, there is a small line below, adding that gives us 50 billion. Oh, King Zhuimo's gaze shifted to the list, slowly reading the final line. Yin Ruyu, valued at 10 billion spirit stones, currently liquidated for 500 million. Boom. At this revelation, the other 4 sacred kings were left dumbfounded, casting scornful glances at the Fuguang sacred king, clearly aware of the nature of Yin Ryu. King Zhuimo, perplexed, inquired, "What is this Yin Ryu? I did not discover anything named Yin Ryu among these resources." This. The Fuguang sacred king stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words, forgetting all prepared vocabulary. At that moment, the Bei sacred land offered an explanation in response to Elder Zhuimo. Yin Ryu is a saintess of the Fuguang sacred land, as beautiful as her name suggests. The young lords of the divine domain have privately discussed that her beauty is worth 10 billion spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the Fuguang sacred king trembled, his legs growing weak. Even King Zhuimo appeared somewhat entranced, as if in disbelief. The realization struck him that he had indeed overlooked the Sea Demon Emperor, as the resources amounted to only 245 billion spirit stones. Yet, was the Fuguang sacred king being overly presumptuous? Just because others claimed her beauty was worth 10 billion spirit stones, did that justify liquidating her value? Is there truly such an expensive woman in the world? Was this an overestimation of his own kin, or a slight against the beauty of the mysterious sect? King Zhuimo gazed fixedly at the Fuguang sacred king, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. The Fuguang sacred king hastily signaled to the warriors aboard the distant warship to bring Yin Ryu forth, then mustered the courage to say, "The sacred land truly cannot produce the spirit stones. I implore the elder to graciously accept her." With that, a graceful maiden of stunning beauty approached, escorted by several elders. Clad in flowing silk, her attire was seamless, revealing nothing yet accentuating her exquisite form. Her waist was slender, and her features were flawless, her expression serene yet captivating. "Little girl Yin Ryu, I have met the elders of the mysterious sect." Yin Ryu slightly bowed, enhancing her dignified demeanor, captivating the attention of those around her, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Even King Zhuimo found himself momentarily entranced, scrutinizing Yin Ryu with newfound appreciation. Upon closer inspection, it was undeniable she was indeed a beauty. Although the claim of being worth 10 billion spirit stones seemed exaggerated, she certainly possessed a beauty that could bring nations to their knees. Yet would the sect master find her appealing? Moreover, the Fuguang sacred king had admitted he could not gather the spirit stones, and thus could only present her to the sect master. After all, he had come to retrieve resources, not necessarily to acquire 250 billion spirit stones. Whatever was prepared was what he would take, and the rest was of no concern to him. With these thoughts, King Zhuimo nodded. "Very well, then let us return with her for the sect master's judgment." "Board the ship." "Yes, board the ship." The Fuguang sacred king rejoiced and promptly clasped his fists, leading Yin Ryu back to the ship. The other 4 sacred kings, while bowing as they departed, secretly scolded the Fuguang sacred king for lacking integrity, while also feeling envious of him. After all, this was a gift for the mysterious sect. Though the resources might not meet expectations, potentially inciting the sect's ire, if Yin Ryu were to catch the sect master SI, it would bring immense glory and boundless prospects. Had they known the Fuguang Sacred King possessed such an asset, they too could have brought a beauty along as a delightful addition. Regretfully, with their journey already halfway completed, it was too late. The four were left with feelings of helplessness, their hearts heavy with regret. However, as the 5 sacred kings boarded their ship, King Zhumo did not move. For he had another matter to address. After all, those who dared to plunder the resources of the mysterious sect must face certain repercussions. It would be impossible to simply let it slide. Wang Zhumo, with a calm demeanor, turned slightly to glance at the Sea Demon Emperor, who immediately bowed and smiled profusely, as if believing that his servile demeanor would garner forgiveness. Yet, at that very moment, without uttering a word, Wang Zhumo suddenly raised his hand and struck down upon the top of the emperor's head. In an instant, the Sea Demon Emperor's pupils constricted, and he let out a terrified scream. Just as the horrified cry escaped his lips, a thunderous explosion followed. Boom! The Sea Demon Emperor was instantly obliterated. At the epicenter of the explosion, a powerful gust of air radiated outward. Those boarding the ship were taken aback by the scene, their bodies shaking as a wave of weakness washed over them, making even walking feel insubstantial. Especially since Wang Zhumo remained silent, they dared not pause in their boarding, forcing themselves to maintain composure as they gripped the handrails, their legs trembling. Meanwhile, the protectors who had just surfaced from the dismantled palace, having plundered all the resources of Demon Island, were also left in shock, frozen in place. In that moment, they could neither flee nor approach. Even when Wang Zhumo raised his hand in their direction, they were too frightened to think of escaping. Fortunately, Wang Zhumo merely confiscated the resources they had gathered before turning and soaring onto the warship. With Wang Zhumo aboard, the sound of the warship echoed, and 500 vessels ascended in unison, slowly making their way into the distance. Witnessing this, the protectors and other Sea Demon clans felt a wave of relief wash over them as they wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Thank goodness he left. That was terrifying. Phew, he only killed our Demon King. It's all good now, phew. I thought he would annihilate us all. To my surprise, he turned out to be rather amiable. Indeed, although our resources were taken, it is wonderful to be alive. The numerous Sea Demon clans began to smile and laugh as they exchanged words. One particular Sea Demon, grinning, gazed at the distant warships, marveling at how far they had flown. But just as he looked, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stood there, stupefied. It wasn't he until his companions noticed his strange demeanor that they all turned their eyes skyward. And then, they were collectively frozen in shock. At that moment, high above in the sky, an enormous finger was descending from the direction the warships had departed. This finger was immense, spanning hundreds of miles, and as it drew closer, the crimson glow at its tip intensified, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding sea for 1,000 miles, heading straight for Demon Island. Ah, the sky-piercing finger. Run. Oh no, he spared us. Run, run. Woe is me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. In an instant, countless sea demons were thrown into a panic, desperately fleeing in all directions. Even though leaving the vicinity of Demon Island would strip them of their powers, many formidable sea demons pressed on, heedless of the danger. However, the speed of the sky-piercing finger surpassed all expectations. As the sea demons fled, the finger accelerated, crashing down. Boom. The colossal finger struck the earth with a sound that resonated throughout the endless ocean. Demon Island, along with the palace beneath it, was instantly pierced by that finger. With the pressure released, the surrounding waters surged violently, creating towering waves that shot skyward. Observing this spectacle, the various observers and powerful cultivators hovering above Demon Island had no time to assess the starry sky before they were startled by the massive waves that erupted, fleeing in a panic to a safer distance. Some slower cultivators were drenched by the ocean spray, while those of lesser cultivation nearly found themselves swept beneath the waves, terrified and scrambling for safety. Once they had reached a sufficient distance, they dared to glance back at Demon Island. However, upon witnessing the phenomenon of the endless waters flowing into an abyss, all were left gasping in disbelief. For in that moment, Demon Island had vanished, replaced by a bottomless chasm as if a hole had been punctured into the vast sea. Surrounding waters poured endlessly into the abyss, creating waterfalls that could only be described as plummeting from 30,000 feet. The vast ocean, in the face of this chasm, appeared diminutive. Heavens! Has Demon Island truly vanished? Such is the power of a great emperor? This is terrifying. My goodness, how deep is that abyss? It looks as though it leads straight to the netherworld. Such terror. Such awe. The great emperor is indeed the strongest being. a casual strike surpassing the full might of a holy king. To think that the ancient demon island, existing for countless eons, has been obliterated just like that. This is simply inconceivable. The onlookers stood in shock before hastily turning their gazes toward the departing warships. At the horizon of the sky, the numerous warships grew smaller and smaller. Yet, just as the spectators turned their attention, another astonishing scene unfolded. A colossal space-time tunnel suddenly appeared at the edge of the sky, stretching for thousands of meters. The hundreds of warships surged into the tunnel in unison. Moments later, the tunnel closed, and tranquility returned to the heavens, as if the warships had never passed through. Witnessing this, the sea cultivators erupted in panic. Good heavens! This space tunnel is enormous. The might of a great emperor is truly formidable. Quickly, report this to the Holy Land. Master, urgent news. The great elder of the mysterious sect has not only reclaimed all plundered resources, but has also obliterated Demon Island with a mere finger, rendering it completely gone. Inform the sovereign. The great emperor of the mysterious sect has destroyed Demon Island, leaving behind a gaping hole in the sea. In an instant, countless messages spread from the endless ocean, reaching the ancient 5 domains. Upon receiving this news, all major forces in the 5 domains were left in utter shock, and soon mobilized. The great emperor has descended, and the mysterious sect has emerged. This is a monumental opportunity. Quickly, depart for the eastern domain to pay homage to the mysterious sect. Gather our strongest talents and accompany me to the mysterious Imperial Sect. The emergence of the mysterious Imperial Sect will surely stir the entire continent. We cannot fall behind. Let us set forth immediately. In a flurry, the major forces of the 5 domains responded, all making their way toward the mysterious sect. The name of the mysterious Imperial Sect began to spread through the lower tiers of society, reaching every corner of the ancient lands. Meanwhile, the 500 warships, led by Wang Zhumo, returned to the mysterious sect. At this moment, the fleet cast a shadow over the skies, hovering above the mysterious sect. One by one, they descended to unload their cargo. Chen Xuan, seated in a rocking chair at the cliff's edge, sipped his enlightenment tea while listening to the reports from the 5 Holy Kings clans, gazing at the warships lined up to unload their cargo. Report. The 30th warship of the Jun clan has completed unloading, totaling 87 million spirit stones. Report. The 51st warship of the Jun clan has completed unloading, totaling 69 million spirit stones. Before long, all 100 warships of the Jun clan had finished unloading, amounting to 5 billion spirit stones. Next came the Zhang, Bei, and Tianxin clans, who continued to line up to unload their cargo. Shortly thereafter, these 3 clans also completed their unloading, finally reaching the turn of the Floating Light Holy Land. However, as it was their turn to unload, the Holy King of Floating Light was sweating profusely, especially upon hearing the reports of each warship completing its unloading. His anxiety only grew. Finally, when the last warship finished unloading, the reporting elder provided the summary. Report. All 100 warships of the Floating Light Holy Land have completed unloading, totaling 4.5 billion spirit stones. Upon hearing the staggering figure of 4.5 billion, Chen Xuan slightly tilted his head to gaze at the Floating Light Saint King. Startled, the Saint King hastily waved for Yin Ruyu, who stood in the distance among the crowd, to approach. With palpable anxiety, he explained, Master, there is more. This is our holy maiden, Yin Ruyu, the daughter of the Saint Lord, whose beauty is unparalleled, worth 10 billion spirit stones. Our sacred land is unable to provide additional spirit stones at this moment, so we brought her here to compensate for the shortfall of 5 billion spirit stones. After a brief pause, he pulled Yin Ruyu closer to Chen Xuan, showering her with praise. Master, I know she may not be worth 5 billion spirit stones, but she is exceptionally gifted, wise beyond her years, and adept at serving others. If you do not mind, she could stay by your side to serve you with tea, wash your clothes, and clean your dwelling. With that, the Floating Light Saint King urged her, Hurry, serve the master some tea. The command from the Floating Light Saint King sent a tremor through Yin Ruyu's heart, and she timidly approached Chen Xuan. Her body trembling, whether from fear at meeting the leader of the Imperial Sect or the distress of being treated as a mere commodity, she could not tell. Observing this, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. After all, this woman represented a compensation from the Floating Light Sacred Land, and to refuse her would be tantamount to waiving 5 billion in reparations, a notion he could not entertain. Offending the mysterious sect was not an option, and he understood that the compensation must remain intact. He was merely assessing the worth of this woman, while the Floating Light Saint King awaited his appraisal. However, Chen Xuan refrained from offering an immediate response, instead observing quietly. Consequently, Yin Ryu bowed her head and soon reached a nearby table to pour the enlightenment tea. With both hands carefully holding the cup, she approached Chen Xuan. "Master, please, enjoy the tea," she stammered, her voice trembling as she drew nearer, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Yet, whether from fear or reverence, her steps were unsteady. Just as she took a couple of steps, her foot accidentally struck a stone, causing the tea to spill towards Chen Xuan. "Ah!" she gasped, panicking as she attempted to steady the cup to avoid splashing the master. However, the tea had already splattered before Chen Xuan. Remarkably, he remained undisturbed, a protective aura manifesting to shield him from the spill. In that moment of chaos, Yin Ryu hastily caught the cup, glancing up to find Chen Xuan unscathed, which brought her a sigh of relief. Yet, overwhelmed by fear, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. Her frantic apologies echoed against the serene cliffside, causing others to tense up, afraid to make a sound. The members of the Floating Light's sacred land were especially struck with dread, knowing that their esteemed holy maiden was worth a fortune, and her mishap could jeopardize their standing with the master. The Floating Light Saint King and Yin Ryu's father, hiding behind him, felt a wave of urgency and fear. Suddenly, the Floating Light Saint Lord stepped forward, rage etched across his face as he raised his hand to strike Yin Ryu, intending to chastise her for her blunder. "You can't even manage a simple task. What use are you?" he scolded, his palm descending toward her. Although not particularly powerful, a strike from a saint could severely injure her, evidencing his intent to not let her off lightly. Witnessing this scene, Yin Ryu was paralyzed with fear, her pupils contracting as she braced for the impending blow, unable to evade. Just as the hand was about to connect, Chen Xuan unexpectedly interjected, "Enough." With those two words, a force erupted, shattering the Saint Lord's strike and sending him staggering back several meters. Chen Xuan understood that despite the possibility of theatrics, if he did not intervene, Yin Ryu would surely suffer dire consequences. Moreover, she represented a 5 billion compensation. If he did not accept her, he risked leaving empty-handed himself. Thus, he acted decisively. After repelling the Floating Light Saint Lord, he regarded him coolly and stated, "Flowers may bloom anew, but youth is fleeting. I shall accept her. Our dealings are concluded. You may all leave." With that proclamation, relief washed over Yin Ryu and the members of the Floating Light Sacred Land, their joy palpable as they expressed their gratitude to Chen Xuan. "Thank you, master. We shall take our leave. You may all leave." With that proclamation, relief washed over Yin Ryu and the members of the Floating Light Sacred Land. Although she had consented to her own fate, she had never anticipated her father's violent reaction. Uncertain if the slap was intended to be lethal, she realized she had been cast aside. That moment had extinguished any hope she had for the sacred land. From this point onward, she would be severed from her ties to the Floating Light Sacred Land. "Yin Ryu." Chen Xuan's voice jolted her from her stupor. Instinctively, she turned and knelt upon the grass, her expression one of complete submission. "Master, I am here. You are worth the 5 billion spirit stones I have exchanged for you. I find your potential promising, so you shall remain at the main peak as a servant. In your spare time, you may cultivate, striving to ascend to the Saint Realm and repay me. Do you accept?" Leaning back in his chair, Chen Xuan spoke gently, his voice like a refreshing breeze, stirring Yin Ryu's heart with hope. The prospect of being able to cultivate in such a superior environment compared to the sacred land was beyond her expectations. She realized the master had not treated her harshly. Perhaps this was indeed a second chance at life. Stealing a glance, she caught Chen Xuan's gaze upon her, causing her face to flush. She quickly lowered her head and declared with fervor, "I am willing." "Thank you, master." "Very well. Go find Li Qiye and have her arrange a place for you to stay, while also informing you of the rules here." Chen Xuan redirected his attention to the vast sky. Yin Ryu, after bowing once more, hastened to seek out Li Qiye for guidance. Upon learning of her situation, Li Qiye promptly made arrangements and offered her instruction. Yin Ryu diligently adhered to the established protocols, tidying the great hall and making the beds, thus commencing her life as a servant. Henceforth, the Floating Light's sacred land lost a prodigious holy maiden, while the main peak gained a hard-working maid. Despite her new status, within 2 days, the cultivation resources and environment she acquired far surpassed those she had known, even exceeding those of the sacred land's favored disciples. This realization left her in disbelief, as her status, although that of a servant, seemed to elevate rather than diminish, garnering respect from others due to her association with the master. As she immersed herself in her duties, her dedication to Chen Xuan grew deeper. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the sect development quest, establishing the #1 sect in the ancient world and earning renown. You are rewarded with a quasi-immortal artifact, a primordial spirit rod. Please check your inventory. 2 days after Yan Ryu joined the sect, while basking in the sun on the cliff's edge, Chen Xuan unexpectedly received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sect development task, becoming the foremost sect of the ancient wilderness, renowned throughout the land. As a special reward, please check your inventory. 2 days after Yan Ryu joined the sect, while basking in the sun on the cliff's edge, Chen Xuan unexpectedly received a system notification. Ding! A quasi-immortal artifact? Goodness! Have we truly reached the stage of quasi-immortal artifacts? He felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly accessed the system's backpack space, searching for the primal spirit rod. During this period, the rumors surrounding the compensation from the 5 great holy lands and the destruction of the Devil Island by the mysterious Emperor sect had stirred considerable commotion across the ancient wilderness continent. Completing the main quest of becoming the foremost sect was not unexpected for Chen Xuan, yet he had not anticipated that the reward would manifest as a quasi-immortal artifact. Soon, Chen Xuan located the quasi-immortal artifact, the Primal Spirit Rod, within the system's backpack. However, upon seeing this rod, he was momentarily taken aback, for it appeared to be an ancient and uniquely designed fishing rod. Moreover, the line attached to it bore no fishhook whatsoever. Is this truly a quasi-immortal artifact? Surely it cannot be a mere fishing rod. System, please provide a satisfactory explanation. Upon observing the primal spirit rod in his inventory, Chen Xuan questioned the system in frustration. The system, undeterred, promptly provided a flawless response. Ding! This rod is a quasi-immortal artifact capable of fishing for treasures across myriad realms. The fishing line traverses through the countless worlds, automatically seeking treasures to reel in. Host, is this explanation satisfactory? It seemed quite satisfactory, although it did sound rather implausible. Chen Xuan remarked, "Are you not deceiving me?" Ding! This system never tells lies. The host shall discover the truth upon testing it. Thus, with skepticism, Chen Xuan retrieved the primal spirit rod. As he grasped the rod, he felt its weight momentarily catch him off guard, nearly causing him to drop it. Yet, as he examined it, the inherent power of the Tao coursed through Chen Xuan's heart instantaneously. Indeed, this was a genuine quasi-immortal artifact. The system had not deceived him. However, its sole purpose was to fish for treasures, which felt rather extravagant. Moreover, it was rather heavy, while an emperor could wield it effortlessly. An unsuspecting individual might very well strain their back upon lifting it. A sense of helplessness washed over Chen Xuan. It was true that it was a quasi-immortal artifact, yet it was also a fishing rod. Conversely, if it were merely a fishing rod, it was indeed a quasi-immortal artifact. Chen Xuan found himself uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Nonetheless, the system seemed to perceive his mood and hastily elaborated on this quasi-immortal artifact. Ding! Host, do not be misled by its appearance as a mere fishing rod. This rod is extraordinary, formed from primordial essence containing the Tao's power. With a weight of 180 billion pounds, its quality is unparalleled. Its size is at the host's command, and it can transform infinitely. Although it is a fishing rod, it is equally suitable for combat. Additionally, the fishing line is composed of quasi-immortal grade materials, crafted from the genuine binding immortal rope, ensuring that whatever is caught cannot easily escape. The host may use it without concern. Chen Xuan. Goodness. 180 billion pounds, nearly 11 trillion. No wonder it felt heavy. While it could certainly be utilized for combat, that would be contingent upon not losing face. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan reluctantly accepted this quasi-immortal artifact, for it was, after all, a quasi-immortal artifact. One must not refuse a gift. If all else fails, he could dismantle the rope and rod for use. Very well then, let us see what treasures can be caught. Chen Xuan slowly rose and inched closer to the cliff's edge, ultimately settling at the precipice, then gazing at the not-so-long fishing rod in his hand. Long, Chen Xuan remarked to the rod, and instantly, it elongated by a meter. Chen Xuan, it truly is capable of infinite transformation. Alas, as a man, he had no need for it. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan continued to elongate the fishing rod until it transformed into a slender, lengthy instrument, which he then cast toward the cliff's edge. As the fishing line descended, a mist arose at the point of entry, as if the line had plunged into a shroud of fog, fishing for treasures. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan quickly detected something unusual. Although he sat atop the main peak, the fishing line was traversing through the mist, wandering among the stars in search of treasures quite intriguing. Chen Xuan murmured, then reclined on a rocking chair, closing his eyes as he awaited treasures to automatically take the bait. However, it was evident that treasure hunting required time. For a while, no treasures emerged, and the entire fishing scene remained silent. By the time he finished the tea brewed at noon, no treasures had been caught. Chen Xuan gazed at the motionless fishing rod, his face calm, yet internally, he was already exchanging words with the system. System, just how useful is this contraption you provided? It has been quite a while. If nothing is caught soon, you must exchange it for something else. Ding. Host, please remain patient. Allow the fishing line to wander a bit longer. For goodness sake. It has been wandering for ages. Even if it were slow, it could have circled the ancient wilderness continent several times by now. If the disciples were to witness this, they might think that the sect leader is incapable of catching even a single fish. Soon. Reassured by the system, Chen Xuan could only continue to wait. At that moment, Yin Ruyu, who had come to serve tea, approached, placing the tea on a small table beside him. She then knelt down to pour the tea while softly inquiring what Chen Xuan was doing. Was he fishing? Did he want to go to the lake to fish? She could tidy up by the lakeside. To this, Chen Xuan could only feign profundity, replying, no need. This sect leader is not fishing. I am angling for fated treasures. Treasure? Fated treasures? Yin Ruyu stood momentarily dazed, somewhat bewildered. Fishing for treasures at the cliff's edge? Surely she wouldn't randomly reel in a disciple. Such thoughts made her want to laugh uncontrollably. However, fearing detection, she quickly lowered her head and covered her mouth. Yet, the corners of her eyes, slightly wrinkled, were clearly noticed by Chen Xuan. He could not be bothered to elaborate further, only deciding to fish for another 10 minutes, should he catch nothing. He would indeed consider requesting a reward exchange. Sect leader, have some tea at that moment. Yin Ruyu, having finished her laughter, beamed as she offered tea to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan raised his hand to accept it. However, just then, the fishing rod suddenly trembled. Goodness! Finally, a catch. In an instant, Chen Xuan was overjoyed. Abandoning the tea reception, seizing the fishing rod with both hands and yanking it upwards. Whoosh! The fishing line tightened, and a glimmering object was swiftly pulled up. Witnessing this scene, Yin Ruyu was momentarily stunned, especially when she recognized the radiant crystal. Her entire being was left in shock. Chapter 201. The gathering of top powers at the mysterious sect. The arrival of the first family of the ancient wilderness, a spirit crystal? My heavens! The sect leader actually fished out a spirit crystal? Staring at the luminous stone, Yin Ruyu was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the reality before her. Yet, as the crystal approached, she could not deny its authenticity. It was indeed a spirit crystal. In an instant, Yin Ruyu felt as if she were floating. Unable to believe that the sect leader could catch a spirit crystal. For spirit crystals were among the rarest cultivation resources in the ancient wilderness, each formation requiring countless millennia and a peculiar environment. Once formed, a spirit crystal contained an ocean of spiritual energy, surpassing the energy held within thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, the energy was far purer. It was an essential resource for starry explorations and distant journeys. Yet, such a thing was nearly non-existent in the ancient wilderness. How could it possibly be fished out? Yin Ruyu was left dumbfounded, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. Meanwhile, the clarity with which she viewed the sect leader was suddenly shrouded in a thick veil, rendering her unable to perceive his true essence. Lo and behold, it was merely a worthless spirit crystal. Chen Xuan inspected the spirit crystal in his hand, feeling somewhat disinterested, and tossed it to Yin Ruyu. Take care of this for me. Yin Ruyu gasped, hurriedly receiving it with both hands. Upon receiving the spiritual crystal, she delicately placed it in the empty tea bowl on the table. Although this piece of spiritual crystal held little allure for Chen Xuan, it was an invaluable treasure for her. Any damage to it would be beyond her means to compensate with her life. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, noticing Yin Ruyu's adeptness, chose to divert his attention from her. After spending the last couple of days together, he had realized that Yin Ruyu was indeed competent in her tasks. The initial mishap of spilling the enlightenment tea had merely stemmed from her nervousness. He resumed casting his line, continuing his treasure hunt. Simultaneously, outside the Ethereal Sect, groups of individuals began to gather in the plaza before the sect's entrance, forming a considerable assembly. These individuals hailed from various significant forces across the ancient continent, arriving from the southern region, northern region, western region, and divine region. Each faction was led by formidable leaders, accompanied by their most talented Prodigious. It was evident that after learning of the Imperial Sect's existence a few days prior, they all sought to send their prodigies to follow the Emperor for cultivation, hoping to secure a brighter future. Among the crowd, several elders from the 5 great sacred lands who had departed earlier could also be seen mingling. Despite their collective presence outside the sect, they were unable to gain entry. Nevertheless, new forces continued to arrive, joining the throng. In a short span, the plaza was filled with a dozen or so prestigious factions, each steeped in history and renowned across the land. However, at that moment, they appeared akin to humble servants awaiting an audience with the imperial court, filled with reverence for the Primal Sect. Even without an audience, they bore no grievances. Choosing instead to meditate, converse, or deliberate, patiently awaiting the summons from the Imperial Sect. I send that a friend from the floating light sacred land? Have you also brought your disciples? Suddenly, the Northern family's sacred king spotted the recently arrived floating light sacred king and approached him with a teasing tone. Upon steadying himself, the floating light sacred king recognized an old acquaintance and rolled his eyes in annoyance, responding, "You all have brought your strongest geniuses. How could I not bring my disciples?" Haha. Everyone started rushing to the Primal Sect a couple of days ago. We thought you had already set off, which is why we didn't call for you. The Northern family's sacred king chuckled, not wanting to offend, quickly changing the subject. But it seems to be of no use. The elders of the Primal Sect are not receiving us, claiming it is not yet the time for accepting disciples. Oh, if they are not receiving us, why do you all remain here? The floating light sacred king skeptically inquired. The Northern family's sacred king, unperturbed, replied with a hearty laugh, "Although they are not accepting disciples, once our numbers swell, perhaps the Imperial Sect will reconsider. After all, we are all representatives of the top forces from the ancient continent. So we shall wait a little longer." Understood. Then we shall wait together. With that, the floating light sacred king took his divine son by the arm and headed toward a nearby corner to meditate and await their fate. The Northern family sacred king called out just as they turned away, jesting, "Friend, doesn't your family have a woman serving as a maid in the Imperial Sect? Why not inquire about it? Perhaps they would consider receiving us out of courtesy." The floating light sacred king paused momentarily, ignoring the remark as he continued on with his divine son. His sacred land did indeed have someone within the Imperial Sect, but that individual was merely a maid in compensation for past debts, and now there was no connection to his sacred land. He could not claim to be a relative of the Imperial family. In fact, he would not dare to even acknowledge them, given that it was a matter of compensation. They had already severed ties with his sacred land. If he were to use this as a reason to inquire, he might provoke the Primal Sect. Thus, he dismissed the thought entirely. Since everyone was waiting, he would join them, avoiding any actions that might irritate the Primal Sect. Even if he were to succeed, the others would owe him no great debt. At most, they would express a modicum of gratitude. However, if he were to fail, the consequences could be dire. The Northern family is indeed not to be trusted. Even if the Imperial family were to take in disciples, it wouldn't be for your Northern Haojuan. After a brief internal grumble, the floating light sacred king distanced himself, settling down to wait patiently. Meanwhile, forces from the ancient continent continued to arrive in succession, one after another. Even the foremost family of the divine region, the Wang family, had sent their pinnacle elder and the most talented genius, Wang Peng, to the scene. Their appearance immediately drew attention, especially that of Wang Peng, who sparked numerous discussions among the onlookers. It was unexpected that even the first family of the divine region had brought their talented disciple. Clearly, with the emergence of the Imperial Sect, no one wished to miss the opportunity. Yes, this young man is indeed Wang Peng, the most talented genius of the Wang family, rumored to possess the bearing of an emperor. It is he. Truly, he lives up to his name, exuding an extraordinary presence. No wonder he was chosen by the celestial crane. Is this truly the Wang Peng rumored to have the bearing of an emperor? He certainly seems remarkable. As the crowd continued to discuss Wang Peng's prowess, their attention shifted to the elder leading the Wang family. Curiosity arose regarding the identity of this unfamiliar elder. After all, any elder bold enough to approach the Imperial Sect was sure to hold a significant status. Who is this elder leading the Wang family? I've never seen him before. Did they simply send a random elder to present their disciples? Wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the Imperial Sect? Wait, this elder seems strangely familiar. Where have I seen him before? Oh, this elder is Wang Yitu. Is it not? He was said to have died 800 years ago. What? Wang Yitu? It truly is him. He is alive? Has he broken through to the Great Saint Realm? Boom. Upon hearing the mention of the Great Saint Realm, the crowd's attention immediately turned toward the Wang family's elder. As soon as it was confirmed that he was indeed Wang Yitu, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Collectively inhaling sharply, Wang Yitu had reached the pinnacle of the Sacred King realm 800 years ago, rumored to have perished while attempting to break through to the Great Saint Realm. To their astonishment, he had resurfaced after 8 centuries, appearing at the Imperial Sect's gathering. This could only mean that he had successfully broken through to the Great Saint Realm. Once the foremost figure of the ancient continent, he had now returned as a living great saint. Who could possibly rival him? Even though the emergence of the Primal Sect had overshadowed the Wang family's name, they would undoubtedly secure the second position. Realizing this, the crowd felt a wave of reverence wash over them and promptly approached Wang Yitu with respectful gestures. We, the younger generation, pay our respects to Great Saint Yitu. Greetings, Great Saint Yitu. The crowd quickly bowed in salutation, both out of respect and to gauge whether he truly had attained the great saint realm. Clearly, Wang Yitu had indeed reached that level, as he did not correct their address but instead smiled graciously, acknowledging their reverence. "You are all too kind. May I inquire if any news has emerged from the Primal Sect regarding our arrival?" Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a jolt of anticipation. Indeed, he had broken through to the great saint realm. Otherwise, he would never have accepted such a title. Truly, the first family of the divine region had produced a great saint even in this day and age. With this thought, the crowd's respect for him deepened, and they eagerly relayed to Wang Yitu the news that the Primal Sect had declined their requests. They hoped he might inquire further. After all, Wang Yitu is a figure of the great sage realm and hails from the foremost family of the ancient times, although they have now become second. Should he choose to intervene, it could potentially sway the decisions of the Primal Sect. However, Wang Yitu is not foolish. His family, once the pinnacle, now stands insignificant before the Emperor's sect. Thus, he merely smiled and declined the proposals of others, leading the family's most exceptional talent, Wang Ping, to a secluded corner where they awaited in silence. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not act recklessly. Observing this, the others refrained from further persuasion and settled into a state of anticipation, their eyes fixated on the ever-growing number of arriving powers. Yet, within the Primal Sect, there was an eerie stillness, leaving many feeling anxious. As the crowd swelled, the elder stationed at the mountain gate could no longer ignore the situation and promptly reported the matter to the inner sect's grand elder, Lutsong. After all, the sect leader had previously decreed that any who came to pay homage or seek entry into the sect were to be decided by Lutsong. He had just stated that the sect would not be accepting disciples at this time and requested that they return and await the next opportunity. However, this was when only a few factions were present at the gate. Now, the number of influential forces had surged to nearly 50, gathering most of the top powers from the ancient continent. The elder guarding the gate understood the gravity of the situation and could not continue to disregard it. Meanwhile, upon receiving the information, Lutsong was taken aback to learn that nearly 50 factions had gathered outside. He dared not make a unilateral decision and immediately proceeded to the cliff's edge, where he found Chen Xuan engaged in fishing, accompanied by the attentive Yin Ryu, sect leader. Lutsong greeted respectfully, bowing with clasped hands. Only after Chen Xuan turned to regard him did he continue, "Sect leader, nearly 50 top factions from the ancient continent have gathered outside the mountain gate, each accompanied by their talented disciples, wishing to offer them to our sect and serve by the Emperor's side. I have already declined their request for acceptance, yet they remain unwilling to leave, and their numbers continue to grow. I implore you to make a decision." "Oh, they have all arrived?" Chen Xuan mused, retracting his gaze and slowly directing it beyond the sect. His keen eyes pierced through the void, revealing the scene outside the sect. Indeed, they were all esteemed figures from sacred lands and noble families, displaying an attitude of utmost humility. None were causing a ruckus. Upon this realization, Chen Xuan pondered briefly before speaking in a calm tone. "I had initially planned to commence the third disciple recruitment on a later date. Since they have all come, let us accept a portion of them in advance. Prepare to bring them to the inner sect square for a potential test. I shall join shortly." "Understood." Lutsong nodded and hastily took action, announcing to those outside that the sect leader had graciously decided to accept a few disciples, contingent upon a test of their potential. In an instant, excitement rippled through the crowd. They clasped their fists in admiration. The talented youth brought by the powerful figures were especially exhilarated, their hearts racing at the prospect of joining the sect and following the Emperor. Just the thought of it sent their spirits soaring. Thus, the crowd courteously followed Lutsong toward the sect square, where their arrival piqued the interest of many disciples. Upon realizing that these individuals hailed from the most prestigious powers of the ancient continent and had come to participate in the sect's recruitment test, curiosity abounded, and many followed to observe. Lutsong did not hinder this. After all, it was beneficial for both the existing disciples and the prospective ones to become acquainted and witness the differences in their abilities, serving a dual purpose. Before long, news of the top powers bringing their disciples for the recruitment test spread throughout the Primal Sect. In a flash, tens of thousands of disciples flocked to the sect square, creating a bustling scene, eagerly pointing and discussing the talented youths from the elite factions. "Is this what the top talents of those esteemed factions look like? They don't seem all that different from us. Indeed, they appear quite similar to our inner sect seniors. These individuals have influential backgrounds, undoubtedly possessing ample resources, but it remains to be seen how much potential they truly hold. I wonder if any of them could qualify for the personal discipleship." Personal discipleship? I'd be surprised if they even made it to the inner sect. Our personal disciples are all prodigies. There's no way they can compare. Indeed, we'll find out once the tests begin. I can't wait to see how I measure up against these elite talents. Countless disciples whispered amongst themselves from a distance, their murmurs reaching the ears of the gifted youths, although the talented ones tried to brush off the disparagement. Knowing they were deemed unworthy of even personal discipleship stung their pride. Yet, being within the Emperor's sect, they dared not express their ire, clenching their fists in determination, secretly vowing to make a resounding impression during the test and demonstrate that true genius cannot be overshadowed by mere potential. As their anticipation grew, they anxiously scanned their surroundings, seeking the figure of the sect leader, hoping for his swift arrival. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained absorbed in his fishing, showing no inclination to join the happenings at the sect square. Having recently acquired a remarkable treasure, he was keen to catch a few more before attending to other matters. After a considerable wait, the fishing rod trembled once more. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan raised his rod, only to find yet another spirit crystal, which dampened his enthusiasm. Oh well, perhaps next time, he sighed, glancing at the sky and realizing that time was slipping away. He casually discarded the fishing rod, leaving a parting remark to Yin Ryu before vanishing from sight. You continue to fish. His voice echoed in Yin Ryu's ears, though she wished to protest. The sect leader had already disappeared before she could utter a word. Reluctantly, she complied with his command and took to fishing herself. However, she dared not occupy Chen Xuan's spot and instead brought a stone stool from the side, sitting herself down as she intently focused on the fishing rod, anxiously awaiting a catch. At the sect square, just as Chen Xuan had departed from the cliff's edge, he materialized before the assembled crowd. Instantly, the youths, who had been scanning the area, recognized his presence and discreetly alerted their ancestors. As the leaders of nearly 50 factions stood, they bowed and greeted Chen Xuan. Their voices synchronized and clear, "We greet the sect leader of the Emperor's sect." Their collective reverence emphasized Chen Xuan's esteemed status, sending ripples of awe through the surrounding disciples, who felt an unexplainable sense of pride. "Please, take your seats." Chen Xuan gestured for them to settle before he himself sat down. Lutsong then stepped forward, raising his hand to unveil the potential testing ladder. Addressing the assembly, he proclaimed, "This is the potential testing ladder, designed to evaluate the potential of cultivators. According to our sect's regulations, potential varies, and so do the identities of disciples post-acceptance. Those who reach the highest tier shall be considered for personal discipleship, while those achieving levels 800 to 990 will be recognized as inter-sect disciples." Lutsong swiftly outlined the rules, igniting excitement among the gifted attendees, each setting their sights on the pinnacle. Wang Peng, in particular, radiated confidence, his hair seemingly moving with the wind as he gazed at the highest tier with fervor. "With my imperial bearing, I shall undoubtedly be selected as a personal disciple," he declared to himself with unwavering conviction. The others paid him no mind, quietly preparing for their own ascents, for they were all geniuses in their own right. If Wang Peng possessed an imperial demeanor, others harbored equally extraordinary talents. Each aspired to claim the highest tier, secretly competing to be the first to reach the summit. Observing this assembly of self-assured prodigies, the onlooking disciples found amusement in their confidence, for only they understood the true difficulty of the testing ladder. To reach the pinnacle? It seemed a fanciful dream. As all eyes remained fixed on the scene, Lutsong called for the commencement of the testing. Dozens of prodigious talents from the ancient wilderness continent swiftly responded to the news, rushing towards the testing ladder with fervor. In an instant, a fierce competition ensued. As they surged upwards, quickly reaching the 100th level, the disciples of the Ethereal Sect were taken aback, silently astonished. Indeed, the brilliance of top-tier talents is unparalleled, far surpassing that of these rustic youths. However, after a brief moment of admiration, the scene on the testing ladder returned to normal, causing the onlookers to shake their heads in disbelief. Although these elite geniuses charged ahead with vigor, they all slowed down after reaching the 700th level, mirroring the performance from their previous tests. Of course, a genius remains a genius. After all, reaching above the 700th level is an unattainable aspiration for many outer disciples. Yet for this group of prodigies, being stymied at the 700th level was a crushing blow, one they found hard to accept. The Grand Elder had previously stated that only those who reached the pinnacle would be eligible for direct discipleship, and at the 700th level, they were still unable to enter the inner sect. How could this be acceptable? Thus, they steeled themselves once more, striving to ascend further. Feeling resistance at merely the 700th level? This testing ladder indeed poses a challenge, yet it shall not thwart my quest for supremacy. My fate lies in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. The multitude of talents persevered, soon reaching over 800 levels, fulfilling the entrance requirements for the inner sect. However, upon reaching this height, the speed of all individuals significantly declined. Even Wang Peng, whose prowess was likened to that of an emperor, found himself ensnared at the 889th level, unable to advance. The difficulty of the testing ladder had utterly surpassed everyone's expectations. How could this be? Is it possible that my potential cannot breach the 900th level? No, impossible. I have been guided by the celestial crane since my youth, inheriting the legacy of immortals, invincible and unmatched, the foremost of the ancient wilderness. There is no way I cannot gain entry into direct discipleship. Wang Ping clenched his fists and murmured to himself, and then, recalling that even the sect leader's direct disciples could reach the summit, while he, the greatest of the ancient wilderness, was stalled here, a surge of audacity ignited within him. He threw his head back and shouted aloud the words that had always sustained him from the celestial texts. The strong fear not solitude. The first do not fear setbacks. Boom. As his voice resonated, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Instantly, he felt a sense of lightness, rapidly ascending once more, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Is this the demeanor of an emperor? Truly formidable. While we struggle to advance, he continues to climb. It seems that the title of the greatest genius of the ancient wilderness is indeed well-deserved. Goodness, he has ascended yet again. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Peng soared onward, swiftly reaching the 900th level. Yet, he could advance no further. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tsong waved his hand, declaring that this group had met the requirements to enter the inner sect, and then summoned the heart mirror for a temperament assessment. As the testing concluded, the crowd, though discontented, prepared themselves for the temperament test. They returned in clusters to the plaza, ready for the evaluation. However, at that moment, Wang Peng suddenly knelt, an expression of defiance on his face, and addressed Chen Xuan with clasped fists. Sect leader, I refuse to accept this. The potential test cannot determine our futures. Moreover, I am hailed as the greatest genius of the ancient wilderness, and if I, too, cannot meet the requirements for direct discipleship, then surely no one in the ancient wilderness could ever catch the sect leader SI. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, especially among the other geniuses present, who felt an immense admiration. Before arriving here, they were all esteemed talents in their respective realms. And even when considering the continent as a whole, their aptitude and strength were among the best. Although some had heard of the formidable nature of the Miao Liao sect's direct disciples and felt inferior, they still believed themselves worthy of direct discipleship. Even if the sect leader's standards were high, they felt confident that being named as direct disciples was more than sufficient. They were convinced that the inner sect was beneath them. Chapter 204. Individual preferences, challenging the inner sect's top talent despite these thoughts, since they were within the Imperial Sect. They lacked the audacity of Wang Peng and refrained from voicing their opinions. However, Wang Peng's actions resonated deeply with them, prompting many to kneel beside him, bowing in unison as they implored, Sect leader, we are the continent's most exceptional talents, and we have heard of the might of the Imperial Sect's direct disciples. Even if we cannot achieve direct discipleship, we far exceed the strength of the inner sect. We beseech the sect leader to grant us the privilege of being named direct disciples. Should we fail subsequent evaluations, we shall accept demotion to the inner sect. Yes, please. Sect leader, show us mercy. Our strength and talent surpass that of the inner sect. We promise to strive diligently to prove ourselves to the sect. One by one, the disciples fervently clasped their fists. As this chorus of requests filled the air, the atmosphere became charged. However, it was the disciples of the Miao Liao sect who stirred the commotion. They had all undergone the test with utmost seriousness, fully accepting the results, and were thus highly displeased with the scene of defiance from these so-called geniuses. After all, many within the inner sect far surpassed this so-called greatest genius of the ancient wilderness, and they had no right to demand such privileges, let alone the direct discipleship. Derisive and discontented remarks began to echo, with some even deliberately amplifying their voices for the benefit of the defiant geniuses to hear. Is this what the so-called geniuses from the various holy lands, divine nations, and great sects amount to? Hardly impressive. I once held them in high regard. Yet who would have thought their temperament would be so poor? They cannot even accept the results of a test. They must have been pampered their entire lives. They may be geniuses in the outside world, but we of the Miao Liao sect do not acknowledge that. Indeed, what of the greatest genius of the ancient wilderness, or the most exceptional talents of the continent? They simply have not encountered our sect's geniuses, not to mention our direct disciples. Even the top few from our inner sect are far superior to them. They are truly overconfident. The greatest genius of the ancient wilderness? That title was self-bestowed. Wasn't he it? Arriving at our sect and still looking down on the inner sect, they are unaware that our inner sect's disciples are vastly superior. Yes, not only our direct disciples, but even the foremost among the inner sect would surpass them. I cannot fathom where they derive their confidence, brazenly claiming to be the elite. The disciples of the Miao sect pointed and whispered at the group of geniuses in the plaza, causing the kneeling geniuses to flush with embarrassment. They felt an immense sense of humiliation. After all, they were already among the best of the continent, and to hear that the Miao sect's direct disciples, let alone the inner sect, were superior was simply unbelievable. They dismissed these claims as sheer boasting. Thus, they ignored the remarks and continued to clasp their fists. Looking at Chen Xuan with resolute expressions, awaiting his mercy, observing the scene, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed. It is natural for the youth to be passionate. Without such fervor, they would not be young. With a plan forming in his mind, Chen Xuan smiled faintly at the group of geniuses and said, "Very well. Since you do not believe the test results and are confident you surpass our inner sect, let us have a competition. Choose a representative to challenge one from the top 10 of our inner sect. If you succeed, we shall grant you entry into direct discipleship." How does that sound? Fair enough. Wouldn't you agree? Boom. As soon as Chen Xuan's words echoed, the group of geniuses erupted with excitement, hastily expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader, for your generosity. Well then, you may deliberate among yourselves to select a representative. Lu Tsong, go summon the top 10 from the inner sect." Chen Xuan nodded and instructed Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong promptly transmitted a message to the top 10 of the inner sect. In no time, the inner sect's top 10, having received the transmission, emerged from the crowd of spectators, forming an orderly line to the applause of the crowd. Particularly, the one standing at the forefront, Xiaochen, exuded charisma and confidence, prompting several maidens to squeal in delight. "Look, it's senior brother Xiaochen. He is so handsome." "Oh, sister, don't be silly. It is rumored that senior brother Xinping and his sister-in-law are companions on the path, perhaps possessing some peculiar preferences. You should be more observant." "Humph. It's quite normal for men to have certain quirks. Senior brother Xiaochen has his own peculiarities as well, and compared to Xinping, Xiaochen's preferences are even more alarming." Senior brother Xiaochen has peculiarities too? What kind? You don't know? Senior brother Xiaochen enjoys striking women. He is quite forceful." "Sister, what? He strikes women? How do you know?" "I witnessed it. He mercilessly beat that Nailin Yen, and seemed quite exhilarated while doing so." As she spoke, the two young women's gazes fell upon a distant figure of Nailin Yen, holding her hands high, her eyes filled with infatuation. They shivered in unison. "To be honest, I think senior brother Pao Pao is quite admirable too." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after the top 10 disciples of the inner sect lined up, the talented individuals from various tribes of the ancient wilderness also selected their representatives. This was none other than Wang Ping, acclaimed as the #1 genius of the ancient wilderness, who was guided by celestial cranes from a young age and rumored to possess the demeanor of a great emperor. As the foremost genius, his appearance was met with universal respect, especially considering his lineage from the largest family in the ancient wilderness, endowed with the utmost cultivation resources and experiences, making him a fitting representative of all present. After confirming the selection, Wang Peng stepped forward from the ranks, casting a cursory glance over the 10 disciples, before casually inquiring, "Who is the first of the inner sect? I wish to challenge the first." Boom. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly the disciples of the Misty sect, who were left in a state of disbelief. Some were unable to comprehend. Goodness, this person is so arrogant, daring to challenge the first right off the bat? TSK, what audacity. Does he truly think our inner sect disciples are nothing? He is finished. The first of the inner sect is universally acknowledged as the top disciple under the direct guidance of the sect leader. While the gap in realms among the top 10 may not be vast, their combat prowess is overwhelmingly superior, making it impossible for the bottom 9 to contend against him. "Humph. Let us hope senior brother Xiaochen teaches him a lesson." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, casting glances at Wang Peng. The powerful figures from various tribes seated above smiled, taking pride in Wang Peng's audacity. Although the sect leader had stated that defeating just one would grant entry as a direct disciple, as a prominent talent, challenging the inner sect's strongest was only fitting. Otherwise, even if victorious, it would be a source of shame. Moreover, it might lead the emperor to belittle him. Thus, should he succeed, it would undoubtedly bring him glorious recognition. Under the gaze of all, Xiaochen, with an impassive expression, stepped forward, standing tall as he clasped his fists and declared, "I am Xiaochen, the first on the inner sect rankings. I am Wang Peng of the Wang family." Wang Peng reciprocated the gesture. He then raised a hand, proudly proclaiming, "Please." As the word "please" left his lips, the crowd on the square swiftly retreated, clearing ample space. Wang Peng, brimming with arrogance, raised a hand and declared, "Make your move." Chapter 205. No sensation. My brother Xiaochen is absolutely remarkable. All right, prepare yourself. Chen, too, could not hold back. As the word please left his lips, the crowd on the square swiftly retreated, clearing ample space. Wang Ping, brimming with arrogance, raised a hand and declared, "Make your move," startling all the talented individuals present, including the proud Wang Peng, the eighth heaven of the Celestial King. Good heavens! Wang Peng was merely at the fourth heaven of the Celestial King, the highest among his peers. Was the requirement for direct disciples truly so stringent? It was said that those encountered in the Medicine King's secret realm were only at the sixth or seventh heaven. With no time to ponder further, Wang Ping's pupils constricted, and he hastily summoned his own pressure, attempting to withstand Xiao Chen's might to showcase his potential. However, he clearly underestimated the strength of the first disciple of the inner sect. While he might have been able to resist the pressure of the eighth heaven in the outside world, he overlooked the fact that this was the Misty Sect. Every individual here possessed immense potential, cultivating various celestial scriptures and extraordinary skills far beyond those of ordinary practitioners. In an instant, Wang Peng's released pressure crumbled, and he was sent flying by Xiao Chen's might, crashing to the edge of the square, rolling several times before tumbling out of the arena. Witnessing this spectacle, both the talented disciples and the powerful figures from various tribes were left in sheer disbelief, their eyes wide open as they struggled to accept the reality before them. After all, no one had anticipated that the mere inner sect could overpower the number one genius of the ancient wilderness. Moreover, it was rumored that the Misty Sect had only been recruiting disciples for less than a year. In just 1 year, they had cultivated such a formidable individual. The power of the Imperial Sect was indeed terrifying. With this realization, the crowd felt a wave of trepidation, hastily exchanging compliments regarding Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, the vanquished Wang Peng felt utterly humiliated. Rising from the ground, though vexed, he begrudgingly accepted the situation and clasped his fists towards Xiao Chen, conceding his defeat. Seeing this, Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and addressed the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Anyone who can defeat Xiao Chen may be granted exceptional entry as a direct disciple. The dozens of talented individuals felt a jolt in their hearts, and none dared to respond. After all, if even the number one genius of the ancient wilderness had been defeated, they were surely no match. Observing the silence, Chen Xuan continued, "Since no one dares to challenge, we shall conclude this matter. Those wishing to join the inner sect, please step forward for a test of your resolve. Those unwilling may leave." With that, the talented disciples hurriedly moved to the heart-seeking mirror for testing, and none chose to depart. Though they could not become direct disciples, the event made everyone acutely aware of the existence of superior talents. The inner sect disciples were already so formidable, it was unimaginable to think of the direct disciples. Remaining here offered a chance to be noticed by the emperor, while leaving meant losing all chance. Thus, everyone chose to stay. Noting this, Chen Xuan said nothing further, merely gesturing for Lu Tsong to begin. As Lu Tsong initiated the heart-seeking test, a mirror was directed at the disciples, while another reflected the actions of the various tribes' representatives, allowing them to observe the behavior of their disciples. Soon, after a round of testing, a few ill-intentioned disciples were immediately expelled from the ranks. The powerful figures of those factions were left with dark expressions, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they witnessed their disciples' performances during the test. Although these individuals were all top geniuses cultivated with great effort by their respective factions, a few with hidden motives had slipped through. Those expelled from the ranks left their mentors fuming, their anger palpable. Yet, given the rarity of such selections and the environment of the Imperial Sect, they were forced to contain their rage. All right, those who passed the test, please proceed with the elder to complete the formalities. Lu Song will see you out. Chen Xuan rose slowly, taking a step forward, vanishing from sight. Immediately, elders moved to guide the newly admitted disciples, while Lu Tsong waved to see them off. In an instant, the crowd gathered in the sect's square dispersed in a flurry. As the celebrated Xiao Chun departed with his three brothers, laughter and conversation flowed freely, attracting admiring gazes wherever they went. Observing this, Han Pao Pao Wuda and Xin Ping felt a twinge of jealousy. Alas, if only they had been chosen, they too could bask in the limelight. Each of you has found your companions, and here I am, still single. Wuda lamented with a hint of envy. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately dismissed his complaint. Don't speak nonsense. Among our quartet, only junior brother Xin Ping has a companion. Both Pao Pao and I are still unaccompanied. Indeed, Han Pao Pao nodded in agreement. Yet, Wuda's response was clearly less than pleased, as he rolled his eyes and retorted, "Let it go. Wherever the two of you go, a throng of women is enamored. Should you so desire, countless women would rush to you without hesitation. What difference does it make, really? especially that Nailin Yin, who has been fervently publicizing her status as your fiancée lately, inciting envy among numerous women. Upon hearing Nailin Yan's proclamations about their relationship, Chen found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of Nailin Yan's intentions, yet he held no interest in her. Thus, he replied with annoyance. Do not heed her nonsensical claims. She is no longer my fiancée, and should she dare to speak of our relationship in my presence, I shall not let her off easily. Is that so? Are you truly capable of taking action against a fellow disciple? Wuda retorted with a roll of his eyes. Pausing momentarily before inquiring further, Chen, to be candid, do you genuinely harbor no feelings for Nailin Yin? After all, she possesses remarkable beauty. Are you truly unmoved? Indeed. Chen, speak honestly with us. Do not mislead. At this moment, Han Paopao and Shen Ping also turned their attention towards Chen, their expressions filled with anticipation. They, too, found Nailin Yin rather appealing, albeit slightly superficial. Of course, my sole focus now is on becoming stronger to catch up with my esteemed seniors. I have not considered anything else. Chen shook his head, articulating his true thoughts. However, the moment he spoke, Wuda's face broke into a mischievous grin. Is that so? In that case, if I were to pursue her, you wouldn't be upset, would you, brother? Chen replied. Upset? Not at all. If you find her appealing, then go ahead. But I advise you, such a superficial woman cannot be tamed. I am the third in the inner sect. How could I not manage her? The four continued their lively discussion as they walked. Suddenly, they reached a corner and overheard voices discussing none other than Chen. Instantly, they all halted, turning in unison towards the source of the chatter. My brother Chen is simply extraordinary. With a single move, he defeated that ancient prodigy. How could I not manage her? The four continued their lively discussion as they walked. Suddenly, they reached a corner and overheard voices discussing none other than Chen. Instantly, they all halted, turning in unison towards the source of the chatter. My brother Chen is simply extraordinary. With a single move, he defeated that ancient prodigy.